This boy had awakened a rare hidden profession that comes once in 100 years. Yet he became the biggest joke in the entire school. This is because the damage caused by the boy's professional skills is even less than a healer's basic attack. However, just as the various alien races were launching a massive invasion, everyone discovered that the alien demon gods actually dared not approach the boy within 100 meters. Just a few minutes ago, the whole school was amazed that someone had awakened a hidden profession. But the next moment, when they saw that the displayed profession damage was fixed at 1, everything seemed to turn into a joke. One must know that even the lowest level monsters have 700 or 800 health points, and by the later stages, even an ordinary monster's life is tens of thousands or even over 100,000. This fixed damage, not to mention only 1 point, even if it were multiplied by 10 times, would still be utterly useless, right? Listening to the laughter of the crowd, I unwillingly opened my profession panel again. As a hidden profession that has never appeared in history, why is the damage so low? What exactly went wrong? Just when I was questioning my life, a snow-white thigh appeared in front of me. So you were here. I'd been looking for you for a long time. I looked up, and in front of me was a beautiful girl in her youth, named Su Yue. She was the class monitor and also my childhood friend who grew up with me. Right now, the other students are all teaming up to prepare for tomorrow's beginner dungeon. What are you planning to do? I shrugged helplessly. With a fixed damage of only 1, do you think anyone would want to team up with me? The principal and the homeroom teacher have both talked to me, saying that with my situation, going into the dungeon would be like looking for death. You should hurry and find someone else to team up with. With your profession and performance, I believe you will definitely gain the recognition of the Greedy Wolf Guild in the future. I wish you a bright future. Saying this, I got up and patted my butt. It's getting late. I should head back now. Seeing that I was about to leave, Su Yue looked a bit anxious. Are you really just going to accept your fate like this? I can take you to the beginner dungeon to level up. Hearing this, I turned around and stared at Su Yue for a long time, the beautiful girl I grew up with, the object of countless confessions and desires from boys. I never expected that even with such a weak profession, she would still be willing to help me. But in the end, I shook my head. Yue, forget about teaming up. Taking me there would be no different from being a burden, so I won't hold you up any longer. Bai Chuan, I'm serious. I'm serious too. Don't you know how to accept others' goodwill? I sighed inwardly. Not that I didn't know, but I couldn't. With such an exaggerated profession, even if my level increased, it wouldn't do much damage. So why drag others down with me? Therefore, I firmly rejected Su Yue. I returned home somewhat dejected. At the dinner table, my serious-looking dad Baishi said, "You brat, looking at how you came back today, I can tell that your awakened profession isn't great." I scratched my head and replied, "It's really not that great, just a very ordinary mage, and I don't even have any skills or attributes, so it's hard to achieve anything in dungeons." Dad waved his hand. "It's not a big deal. If it's not good, it's not good. After that, you can go to a liberal arts university. In the future, you might still have a good path, but if that's the case, it seems we won't be able to handle the matter next door." At this moment, Mom also sighed. "You little rascal, you originally said that after you and Yue awakened your professions, you would go to find your Uncle Su to arrange your marriage with Yue. I only found out when I ran into Yue's mom while buying groceries earlier that Yue had awakened the rare profession of a puppet master, which seems quite impressive. She has a great chance of achieving success in the future, and our family is not worthy of her." During the meal, Dad and Mom should take care of their own feelings, so this topic was not brought up again regarding careers and Su Yue. Until I finished eating and returned to my room, I unconsciously took out my phone. On my phone's standby screen was a beautiful girl with a charming smile. It was Su Yue. It's better to keep it hidden. After this, we should be people from two different worlds. I looked at my career panel again and again with a sense of loss. However, at that moment, when my finger unconsciously touched one of the points on the career panel, I suddenly sat up from the bed as if jolted by an electric current. I saw that behind the career entry column, a line of light-colored prompt text suddenly appeared, which turned out to be a mythic entry. The impact of the career entry on one's profession is akin to a heart-level influence, and mythic is the highest level. There are so many professionals in the alliance, but very few possess a mythic entry. I took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and decided to venture into the novice dungeon tomorrow. I didn't want to team up with others. Instead, I would find a way to hunt down solitary monsters. Leveling from 1 to 2 shouldn't be too difficult, and perhaps when I reach level 2, that mythic entry might allow me to change my fate. The next day, before dawn, I arrived early at the nearby market to buy some simple supplies. At that moment, I received a call from Su Yue. I knew she wanted to help me, but as I said before, I shouldn't hold her back when I'm in this situation. After I hung up, Su Yue seemed quite unwilling. She called me several times in a row and even sent a message. "Baichuan, where are you? Don't you know today is the day to go to the novice dungeon? Come to school and meet me, I'll take you. Why aren't you answering the phone? Hurry up and reply to me. I casually switched my phone to silent mode. By 9 o'clock, when I arrived at the instance hall, students from various schools participating in the novice trial had basically all entered the instance. In one corner of the hall, the principals and political education directors from 6 schools were discussing something. Old Zhang, I heard that your school has a hidden profession. Do you know about it? I was scared to death earlier, fearing that this year your school would produce another talent and leave us 5 schools far behind. Li, what do you mean by that? Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Principal Zhang Yanghui's slightly overweight face trembled with anger. If it weren't for the political education director Wang Lan holding him back, he would probably be ready to have a real-life PK with the principal of the 5th school. At this moment, taking advantage of the fact that this group of people was not paying attention, I had already completed the registration and was walking towards the teleportation array. This scene was just seen by the political education director Wang Lan next to Principal Zhang Yanghui. As the political education director, Wang Lan certainly knew the situation regarding the school's only hidden profession, so she quickly reported the situation to Principal Zhang Yanghui. You mean Baichuan registered alone and then went to the novice instance's teleportation array? Because he was too shocked, Principal Zhang Yanghui's voice was slightly loud, causing all the other school leaders who were originally gathered together to hear it. The profession with only one fixed damage. You didn't advise him to stay home, and now you actually let him go to the dungeon to die. You really have a big heart. Zhang Yanghui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I advised him. Okay? After saying that, he looked at the political education director Wan Lan. Did you see clearly? Are you sure it's Baichuan? Principal, I just caught a glimpse, and he looked a bit like him. Then what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and ask at the front desk. His fixed damage is only 1 point. Is he going to die in the dungeon? The political education director Wang Lan was in despair. In order to avoid angering the principal, she almost jogged to the front desk. Then she learned from the front desk staff that the student who just went in was indeed named Baichuan. When she told this news to Principal Zhang Yanghui, his eyes almost lost their light. This is too reckless. With only 1 point of fixed damage, what is he doing in the dungeon? He really doesn't care about his life. The other school leaders also widened their eyes. Your student is quite bold, actually daring to go to the dungeon. Although it's understandable that he feels unwilling, but with this little damage, isn't going to the dungeon just asking for trouble? Don't be anxious. The novice dungeon provides a chance to resurrect once. Even if he dies inside, he will only be forcibly kicked out of the dungeon. Right. I almost forgot about this matter in my excitement just now. Zhang Yanghui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and instructed the political education director Wang Lan, keep an eye on him. Once Baichuan is kicked out of the dungeon, hold him down and absolutely do not allow him to enter the dungeon again. On the other side at this moment, I have successfully entered the novice dungeon, and what greets my eyes is a dense forest. According to my known information, there aren't many types of monsters in this novice dungeon, and the most common one in the outer area is a monster called the knife rabbit. I definitely dare not go to the core area. I am currently wandering in the outer area. However, after a full half hour, I still haven't found a suitable opportunity to strike. These knife rabbits often appear in groups of 2 or 3, and if there are more than 2, rushing in would definitely mean death. About an hour later, my eyes suddenly lit up. Heaven does not disappoint those who are determined, and I finally spotted a lone knife rabbit. After confirming that there were no other adventurers or monsters nearby, I cautiously approached the knife rabbit from a distance and finally made my move. Immediately, a square area of about 10 by 10 square meters was marked around where I stood, and the number 1 continuously appeared above the knife rabbit's head. Sensing that it was being attacked, the knife rabbit immediately locked onto me as its target, and the knife in its hand whirled and flew towards me. Yang Lin was startled. I didn't realize that the chopper bunny would throw the knife when it was slightly too far away, and it's still a rotary cutter. The chopper rabbit, seeing that a roundhouse slash failed to hit Yang Lin, had frantically rushed this way with the chopper raised after catching the roundhouse flying chopper. In such a situation, Yang Lin definitely wouldn't let the chopper rabbit rush to his side. With the help of his agility, which was not bad for 4 basic attributes, Yang Lin dragged the chopper rabbit and ran backwards. Anyway, must keep my distance from the chopper rabbit. Otherwise with the chopper rabbit's attack, even if there is no blitz, dry himself is 3 or 4 times. He does not want a light speed to lead the box. There's nothing technical about technology, and Yellen is purely stalling right now. The chopper rabbit has more than 600 blood, deducting 1 point a second, which means dragging it out for 10 minutes, and it's just a matter of spending time with it. Of course, during this time, Yang Lin hadn't forgotten about the traps and blue spirit grass that he had bought for $500. Judging the chopper rabbit's attack route, he found the right moment and threw a tie trap first. Great! The low IQ chopper bunny was easily hit. Not to mention, This inferior trap is enough for a chopper rabbit to struggle for 10 seconds. And Yang Lin, naturally, would not let go of this hard-won time. He quickly brought out an ordinary iron lance from his career space, quickly came behind the chopper rabbit, and stabbed it hard at the thing's asshole. Your sister, let's see if you die. Also with this shot down, looking at the -62 blood level floating above the chopper rabbit's head. In this instant, Yang Lin's heart was so sour that he almost broke his defenses. Look at that. Take a good look. Occupational damage subtracts 1 drop of blood per second from the chopper rabbit. But even if he wasn't a lance pro, he just stabbed at the chopper rabbit and dealt a horrible 62 damage all at once. However, Yang Lin also knows that this is, after all, the pre-novice period. The devil's blood is small and weak, and he can still manually aim at the weakness of the universal attack to hit a few dozen points of damage. Really wait for the late stage of the devil more than 100,000, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of blood, on their own universal attack the dozens of hundreds of points of damage. It is estimated that not top the devil a hair. But anyway, at least now, take it while it's sick. Seeing the chopper rabbit struggling even more violently from the fatal injury, it was about to break free from the inferior trap. After Yang Lin deftly dodged another crazy roundhouse slash from the chopper rabbit, the second shot, once again, ferociously stabbed into the back of the chopper rabbit. Probably because of the cumulative fatal injuries, this second shot caused even more insane damage. A whopping 83. An inferior trap for 2 attack opportunities deals 145 damage to the chopper rabbit. Whether it's worth it to others is not to be discussed first, but to Yang Lin, it's a big profit anyway. Because of this, he gets 2+ minutes less of being chased by the chopper bunny, greatly increasing his kill efficiency. Chapter 5, Principle. He really didn't come out. When another 3 minutes had passed, the chopper rabbit that was locked by Yang Lin finally used up its last drop of blood and collapsed on the ground. Congratulations on killing Chopper Rabbit. Gained experience 36. On top of that, with the death of the Chopper Rabbit, a nail-sized dull magic crystal exploded from it. First order inferior magic crystals. It's worth 20 cents at best because it's so low grade and inferior, but an ant is meat even if it's small. Collect it. You can't let your $500 go to waste. You have to get a modest amount back. By the way, Yang Lin checked his panel at this moment. After killing a Chopper Rabbit, the experience bar went up by 5%. It seemed that after killing 19 more chopper rabbits, one could level up to level 2. Well, it's a good run. Yang Lin felt his fighting spirit was on fire, and without stopping, he began to look for the second fallen chopper rabbit object. Meanwhile, the rest of the novice copy, hundreds of squads from 6 schools were frantically slaughtering chopper rabbits. They can be much more relaxed than Yang Lin. When you encountered 2 or 3 chopper rabbits, you basically swarmed them and chopped them into crumbs in minutes. If it's a team with a majority of mages, that is not to give the chopper rabbit a chance. The staff so raised, easily can make a few chopper rabbit into flying dust. And among so many teams, there was a team of 5 that was all girls. They, likewise, are frantically harvesting the lives of the chopper bunnies. Among them, the 2-meter-tall magic doll following a girl around was extremely eye-catching. Needless to say, this is the magic puppeteer Su Meng. Su Meng could currently only summon one magic puppet, which was called the Vajra magic puppet. Not only is the Vajra devil puppet itself invulnerable to swords and spears, it is also immensely powerful, and it also gives the master itself the ability of an undefeatable golden body, allowing the master to supercharge his armor and strength. Because of this, Su Meng is now the centerpiece of the team. Coupled with the fact that all 4 of her teammates were not bad, then killing the demons was not generally easy. But, Su Meng was completely overjoyed right now. All of the original pretty eyes still held a hint of sadness. Privately, she was heard to murmur, "I don't know how he's doing. Do we really have to give up on this novice trial? Damn it, why don't you return my calls? Not even my messages? Ming Ming, I've invited you to team up." At this time, she suddenly heard her teammate say, "Meng Meng, this outermost chopper rabbit is too easy. Why don't we take our time and go deeper into the core area? The experience inside is definitely higher." Su Menghui said, "Alright, then let's kill our way to the core area now." Yes, the group of girls all agreed. And then together they were unstoppable as they killed their way to the core in search of new demons. Let's just say, but anyone with a little bit of strength certainly won't stay on the periphery for too long. There were so few magical creatures on the periphery that only 3 or 2 were encountered in half a day. And the more you level up, the more experience you need. Staying in the periphery all the time, how long will it take to upgrade? Basically, that's what everyone thinks, but only one person is still complaining with liver pain. The chopper rabbits in this periphery were so terrifying. One couldn't imagine how powerful the demons in the core area had to be, and they appear in groups of 3 or 2, or even 4 or 5, giving people a chance to live? Needless to think, The one who could say that was definitely Yang Lin. After he managed to kill the first chopper rabbit, complaining was complaining, but acting as if he had been ignited with a small universe. The sight of that frantic search for a second fallen chopper rabbit was a tearjerker. There's not much to say about his hitting. It was to go and stall for time, using the inferior traps and the blue spirit grass that would entangle to slowly grind. When another hour passed, the number of chopper rabbits he had killed had reached a staggering 3. The hardships and dangers experienced in this are not enough to be understood by outsiders. Actually, if it was just one-on-one, Yang Lin, relying on his 4 basic attributes, would still have an easy time wasting away with the chopper rabbit. The difficulty was that, during the search, he had to be careful so that he wouldn't be spotted by the hordes of chopper rabbits, as well as, how can you not alert a nearby chopper rabbit in a confrontation with a fallen chopper rabbit? So after fighting through the battle for so long, even if it was only killing 3 chopper rabbits, deep down in Yang Lin's heart, he already felt satisfied. 17 to go. Just 17 more chopper rabbits to kill and I'll get the mythic word. At the thought of mythological phrases, the little universe inside exploded once again. Yellen began to be more aggressive in his search for the fallen chopper rabbit. Just that he couldn't have imagined that outside of the replica right now. Principal Zhang Yanghui's brain was buzzing. Almost every once in a while, he had to contact the political education director, Wang Lan. Ask that youngling if he's been kicked out of his copy yet. Poor political education director Wang Lan now cannot do anything else, can only guard in front of the teleportation array, bitterly waiting for the familiar figure of Yang Lin. An hour passed, 2 hours passed. When the time came to the 4th hour, unsurprisingly, Wang Lan, who was guarding in front of the teleportation array, once again received a communication from Headmaster Zhang Yanghui in the hall. Without even waiting for the principal to speak, Wang Lan had already breathlessly made his report first. Headmaster, no, Yang Lin he hasn't been kicked out yet. Wang Lan, are you being negligent? Is it possible that after he was kicked out, he utilized his second chance to directly run in again through the teleportation array? Headmaster, believe me, I've been staring at the teleportation array very carefully and attentively. I haven't seen Yang Lin's silhouette at all. It shouldn't be. It's been 4 hours. Why hasn't he been kicked out yet? Strictly speaking, all the other students had formed a team before entering, while Yang Lin himself was still the last one to enter the copy solo. Even if he entered the copy, he would randomly appear on the periphery, and trying to find his teammates was most likely impossible. Can he fight monsters with that solid one? Principal, how would I know? Maybe he's hiding in there somewhere. Fine, let's pretend he's hiding. Next, you still must keep an eye on the teleportation array for me. Something can't happen to Yang Lin. If something happens to him, what will the principals of the other schools think of me? Saying that I don't care about the safety of my students, knowing that their careers are so bad, and still letting them go to the copy. Will I still be able to mix in the future? Yes, Headmaster. I will keep a careful eye on the teleportation array. Don't worry, as soon as he shows up, I'll be the first to hold him down and bring him to you myself. That's it then. You keep staring. Yes, Principal. Time. Keep going. Soon the 5th hour passed. The 6th hour passed. All the way up to the 8th hour. Not to mention how it was inside the replica. Anyway, the most excited about this would have to be the 6 principals waiting in the hall. Simply because, the whole newbie copy thing, on the lobby public screen, is summarized every 8 hours. It was clear who had killed the most demons and who had leveled up the fastest. If this is previous years, it goes without saying, then, that this little time period must be a time when 6 principals get together to climb over each other to see who has the strongest students, pretending who has the best students. But now, when it comes to seeing the public screens do their summaries, the 6 principals still care about that, though, but there was, coincidentally, only one person they wanted to see most of all. That was Yang Lin, who had the hidden profession field of demon suppressor. All 6 principals knew that Yellen he ran into the copy alone. Then a full 8 hours passed without seeing Yang Lin being kicked out of his copy. So, how can this heart be at peace among 6 principals? Zhang Yanghui from the Dragon School. He was trying to make sure that Yang Lin was still in the copy, so he mustn't lose the whole thing. And the remaining 5 principals are worried. Deeply worried. As previously stated, hidden professions are either the strongest or the dogs hate them. As for Yang Lin, as a hidden profession, he had run into the copy alone for 8 hours without being kicked out. Does it mean that this kid tapped into the key to hidden professions and has been killing it in copies for a long time? If that was the case, wouldn't one of the places in the Greedy Wolf Guild this year fall within the 3 High Dragon School? And that, surely, is not what the other 5 principals want to see. So as soon as the summary came out, these 5 principals that were on fire started looking for the name Yang Lin in the list of personnel. It's okay. That kid shouldn't have tapped into the hidden career key. Anyway, there was no Yang Lin's name in the top 10. 20, or even 50. By now, all 5 principals except Zhang Yonghui were relieved. As for where the hell is Yelin's name? Looking at the list from top to bottom, all the way to the last place, even including Zhang Yonghui, several principals all tensed up. Chapter 6, Double Surprise. Youngwood. One man in a team. After 8 hours, the total number of demons killed was 20. Level, from 1 to 2. Looking at the name Yang Lin at the end of the hall's general screen, the 6 principals had mixed feelings. Obviously it's only solid 1. Oh no, upgrade to level 2 and that's solid 2. But why is it that this student remains so adamant about staying within the copy? And in teams of 1? Although one can imagine the student's reluctance, could one be so insistent? Or does it really make sense to keep going on like this? The lad's got good tenacity. It's just a shame that it's being dragged down by his own profession. Yes, it's obvious that it's already like this, but he's holding on to his copy, dying to give it up. This kid, he can't even think about not making it hard for him. Each of the 5 principals sighed. Finally, coincidentally, also went to comfort Go Zhang Yonghui. Old Zhang, it's a bit of a shame that you're a student. It's not good to awaken any profession, but to awaken a hidden useless profession. As it is now, even if he continues to struggle within the replica, it's unlikely that he'll be able to accomplish anything. Old Zhang, I actually kinda admire you as a student. Acting alone, he actually managed to last 8 hours within the copy with only 1 solid damage earlier, and killed 20 demons. That's actually quite an exaggeration. Listening to the words of the other few principals, Zhang Yonghui also felt quite bad in his heart. It's a real shame about this Yang Lin kid. Why is it that such a resilient student has been sidetracked into awakening a useless career? That's totally sorry for all the hard work and hustle this kid has put in. And whether it was Zhang Yonghui or the other 5 principals, they're all pretty curious now. When exactly does Yang Lin plan to come out of his copy? And when he came out, did he get kicked out or did he come out of his own accord by recognizing reality? Is it hard to believe that he's really going to stay inside the copy long enough for 48 hours? Can you stand that? Ask Yang Lin if he can stand it. Well, you'd have to see him in shape first. After 8 hours of hard fighting, Yang Lin killed enough 20 chopper rabbits as he wished, then managed to go from level 1 to level 2. Also gained 4 free attribute allocation points. At this moment, Yang Lin's mood was leaping and exhilarated. All the suffering that he had suffered earlier was now all turned into anticipation for him, and he hadn't even thought about it earlier. He was just desperately leveling up to get a mythic word to see if he could change his fate against the odds. In reality, it was a straight-up double surprise. Congratulations on raising your level to 2 and realizing your first career skill, super heavy pressure. Due to your leveling up to level 2, unlock the first current profession phrase. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. The career skills are out. This was something that Yang Lin didn't even dare to think about. In his perception, in order to obtain occupational skills, one would either have to have their own strange encounters or go through the perception of the occupation. But now, he was clearly only expecting his first profession word. Who would have thought that he would have comprehended a profession skill along the way? Just what the hell is this super heavy pressure? After glancing at the skill description, he understood that it was about applying gravity spells to the enemy. In this way, the enemy's mobility is limited, and correspondingly, the enemy's offensive capabilities are weakened in disguise. And the key thing is that this super heavy pressure of his can apply gravity to more than just one object. As long as they were within the inherent domain he had unfolded, all enemies identified within it would be subject to the same heavy force. The most rare thing was that there was basically no consumption when casting the skill, whether it was single or group. And speaking of inherent domains, at level 1 it was still 10 by 10. Now it's 11 by 11 with some greater range. It's okay, it's great. I just don't know how effective this super heavy pressure is in real life. Although he was concerned about the practical effects of the new skills, Yang Lin was, at the moment, more concerned about the vocational phrase that he had just unlocked. The first vocational phrase, negative increase, mythical. Within the unfolding inherent domain, the corresponding enemy holds each additional personally applied negative status on their body. Then that enemy's fixed damage per second is doubled on top of that. At first glance, Yang Lin thought the phrase was ordinary, but after thinking about his occupational skills, he couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. He's going to imprint, and he has to do it quickly now. Almost madly, Yang Lin began to look for a new object to try his hand at this moment. For 15 minutes, he looked for a fallen chopper rabbit. Then, he unfolded his inherent domain while applying super heavy pressure on this chopper rabbit within the domain. Let's start with the vocational skills, which are super heavy pressure. No less. That gravity was merely applied down, and the weak rabbit was immediately as good as carrying a boulder on its body, with at most a third of its previous maneuverability. And even better, Chopper Bunny would have originally thrown in a roundhouse chopper. But now, don't even think about it. The super heavy pressure is the same as directly cutting off one of its means of attack. As soon as he saw this, Yang Lin was instantly happy. Wasn't he a big fan earlier? How come you're sickly now? In the case of the situation at hand, if you had previously faced one chopper rabbit at level 1, the risk factor would have been set at 100. Then now the danger factor, at least directly dropped by 70%, or even lower. Let's say that right now. Yang Lin dared to bring out his lance from space, and without the aid of an inferior beast trap and blue spirit grass that could entangle, he directly went to stab the chrysanthemum of the chopper rabbit. The poor chopper rabbit screamed frantically, but because of the ultimate heavy pressure he suffered, even his counterattacks seemed that breathless. On top of that, the sustained damage taken by the chopper rabbit itself has gone from 1 point at level 1 to 4 points per second sustained now at level 2. Why 4 points? That's because at level 2 solid damage is 2. Then it went to 4 after a career word increase because of the super heavy pressure. All things considered, it was almost easy for Yang Lin to complete the kill of this current chopper rabbit. Although most of the damage was created with the lance, there was no doubt that his speed of killing monsters had increased by at least dozens of times compared to the beginning. No need to be woefully chased, defying the struggles of a demonic creature under super heavy pressure and easily dry sinking it. Cool. If it is not here as a copy, Yang Lin how must not take out the cell phone, play a big apple to give himself a boost. Oh yeah, forgot to mention that. You also gain 4 free attribute points when you upgrade. Now Yellen has thought about how to add it. He was very even, splitting 2 points to physique and another 2 to agility. In his own profession, he didn't need to add strength to give his profession increased output, so adding strength was useless. There was also no need to add spirit, as he had observed that it basically cost no energy when casting vocational skills. Really wait until you feel later and just make up a little spirit. That's why the blood quantity in relation to physique, and the speed implicated by agility, became Yang Lin's first choice. After a few operations, the current career panel became the following. Name, Yang Lin. Occupation, Domain Magician. Grade, 2. Blood, 245 of 245. Blood energy, 137 of 137. Natural ability, Inherent Domain. Occupational skill, Super Heavy Pressure. Occupational term, Negative Increase. Oh, you asked why the 4 basic attributes aren't shown on this panel. That problem? That's because Yang Lin casually hit it. He was sensitive to numbers and couldn't look at a series of numbers. That's it. Don't think about it. In addition, it was also at this moment that Yang Lin finally let go of a part of his heart, found a quiet place, and decided to take a good rest. In the meantime, he began to wonder. Your own pro skill super heavy pressure is pretty good, even if you don't mention your inherent damage. With this skill alone, he seemed to be quite qualified to be a support himself. It is said that the Iron Auxiliary Water Sea, if you really cannot mix, can also count on professional skills to eat. However, being a man's romantic, Yellen prefers to be the big C. He felt that there was still a lot of potential to be dug out of his field as a demon suppressor. Looking at the profession panel that he had casually summoned, he subconsciously touched the profession words that he had only just realized. It's that time. The hidden hints appear again. Chapter 7, The Long-Legged Girl's Bitter Plea. A second mythological phrase can be activated when level 5 is reached. Swish! Yang Lin broke out in a cold sweat. He is, right now, just terrified of himself. Activating one career phrase is already good enough, and at this level 5, you can actually activate a second one, and it's still mythical? In an instant, Yang Lin's passion for ING demons surged back up. Let's just say you're a hidden profession. How can a hidden profession be bad? District copy demons. Just see a few them next. To test out the current limits, Yang Lin, because of his dependence, was now not satisfied with getting one chopper rabbit at a time. He wanted to get 2. As it happens, there are 2 fellow chopper rabbits nearby. The same old trick was repeated, and with the super heavy pressure, the district chopper rabbit came close to leading the way. Little brat, weren't the chasers fierce earlier? Now try being fierce for a buddy? All the while, the 2 chopper rabbits continued to lose blood. On the other side, Yang Lin held a long spear and kept greeting the back of the chopper rabbit fiercely. In a matter of 2 minutes, however, 2 chopper rabbits died violently one after another. Kill the chopper rabbit, gain experience 35. Kill the chopper rabbit, gain experience 37. Seeing that the experience bar had only gone up a total of 6% after killing 3 chopper rabbits at level 2. But Yellen, now, was no longer anxious about rank. Compared to other professions, one is currently less rough, but the win is that one can be safe plus enjoyable. When the career skills increase later and a few new career phrases are unlocked, that's when everyone will realize what is called a hidden profession. Know the gold in hidden professions? Under the ambition, seeing how easy it was to 2 chopper rabbits at once, the current Yang Lin continued to become bolder. He started trying to greet 3 chopper rabbits at a time. The result, if you will, is still not much of a challenge. The only downside is that the kills are a bit slow, because he wanted to increase his monster killing speed. Most of the time, he also had to carry a lance that didn't belong to his profession and stab it hard. This led to the fact that, under the successive actions, he was quite tired. Yang Lin couldn't help but think that it would be cool if he had someone to help him stab after he restricted the demons. Originally, he just thought about it for a moment. What he was looking forward to even more now was to quickly reach level 5 and see what the second profession phrase could bring to him. But I didn't realize that right after stabbing 3 more chopper rabbits to death in one breath with the convenience of my profession, a girl, out of nowhere, came into his view, tall and pretty, and there was nothing more attractive about this girl than her tender white thighs, which were slender and tantalizing. That said, this girl is not from another school. She's from this school and in the same class. Wang Chan, how come it's you? Ha, Yang Lin, you're actually in the copy too? The two met each other in a somewhat uncanny way. According to what Wang Chan knew, Yang Lin didn't even go to the school assembly. It looked like it should have given up on the novice copy test. How did she think that she could actually meet Yang Lin in a copy now? On Yang Lin's side, although he was not too familiar with Wang Chan, but he remembered that Wang Chan's awakened profession wasn't bad. If he remembered correctly, it seemed to be druid. It's supposed to be able to invoke the souls of animals for its use, with a high growth cap. But now, how did this girl appear in the periphery? And alone? Then look at Wang Chan's somewhat gray face. Yang Lin, I had to guess. Wang Chan's team won't be destroyed, right? Why else would it be here? For the sake of his classmates. Just as Yang Lin wanted to ask Wang Chan what had happened and decided to show some sympathy, Wang Chan opened her mouth first instead. Yang Lin, when I watched you kill the 3 chopper rabbits just now, why were they so docile? Why is it that the chopper rabbits I've encountered are all so ferocious one after the other? Meek? Yang Lin was a bit surprised. When did Chopper Bunny become tame? It was that thought that immediately dawned on him. When killing monsters on their own, the chopper rabbit speed slows down and its attacks become sluggish because of the super heavy pressure applied. To the uninformed outsider, that would be the Chopper Bunny becoming tame. You mean this? Yellen returned. It's really just limiting their abilities a bit. This thing doesn't strike me as tame. Wang Chan was quite surprised. They said your profession was weak, but I didn't realize that you were so powerful that you could limit them? Ahem. Well, at least I'm a hidden profession. It's not too much to restrict a few chopper rabbits, right? Not too much, not too much. You're strong and I'm envious. That said, Yang Lin's mood was a little complicated for a moment. Thinking about earlier, after knowing that I had awakened to the profession of fixed injury one, basically that was a dog in the eye of the beholder. But that's how long it's been since someone actually said they envied them. It's kinda amazing how things work out. Oh, almost forgot. Seeing Wang Chan appearing here alone, Yang Lin was still quite curious about this. Wang Chan, didn't you follow the team to hunt demons? Why are you here alone now? Yang Lin, it's good that he didn't ask. This question immediately saw Wang Chan's eyes instantly redden. Almost, the little pearls of resignation were falling. Are you okay with that? I'm fine. Wang Chan hurriedly rubbed the corners of her eyes. I'm fine. Since you're fine, I'll be going now. I've got some upgrading to catch up on. All said, and Wang Chan is not too familiar. And look at Wang Chan this way. I'm afraid that there is trouble on this girl. Yang Lin felt it. It's better not to get involved. However, he had just taken 2 steps. Who would have thought that Wang Chan actually even chased up from behind? One tugged at Yang Lin's coat from behind. Yang Lin, can I be able to team up with you? Yang Lin sweated. Don't you have a team? Why do you want to team up with me now? I'm fired. Ha, fired? They said I was a drag and voted me off the squad. Hearing this, Yang Lin really couldn't believe it in his heart. Druid, a very powerful profession, is actually being called a drag? How is that possible? As far as Yang Lin knew, druids were by no means generally strong. From what he knew of the profession, druids fought differently depending on the beings they summoned. But no matter what kind of living creature it was, the original body would never be too weak. Even if a druid is lucky enough to summon a flying being such as an eagle, he or she can fly in midair afterwards. This is the kind of thing that other professions can't even think of dreaming about. But Wang Chan, she would actually be expelled from the squad? Wang Chan, you can't be kidding? I'm not kidding. I really don't have a team right now. I can't kill monsters properly by myself. Yang Lin begs you, is it okay to let me team up with you? Yang Lin was still pondering how to open his mouth, and behind him, Wang Chan was obviously more anxious. As long as you take me, I won't complain about any dirty work. I promise I'll be obedient and I'll never go west when you say I should go east. Anything you ask for. As it was now, Yang Lin couldn't leave even if he wanted to. With no other choice, he turned around and said, you're exaggerating a bit, begging me to form a team all of a sudden, so I have to know what's going on in detail, right? Well, Wang Chan nodded her head repeatedly, then told the matter one by one. Chapter 8, This Girl is Nice. Based on what Wang Chan said, Yang Lin quickly understood the reason for what happened. The reason why Wang Chan was expelled from the squad was not because her profession was not powerful enough, nor is it her nature to not get along with people. In fact, it was her career that was too consuming. As a druid, Wang Chan could now summon a powerful grisly being. Once the living spirit is added to her body, she herself becomes berserk and ferocious. Combat power was needless to say, such as the chopper rabbits she had encountered so far. 1, 2, 3 were really just a sprinkle for her. But therein lies the problem. Druids need the possession of living beings so that they can transform their power into their own. During this period, it was necessary to consume a huge amount of blood energy. This also led to the fact that Wang Chan was very strong, yes, but every time she fought powerfully for 5 minutes, she immediately had to rest for 15 minutes. At first the squad didn't say anything when they saw how good she was, but as time went by, when it was discovered that the newbie copies of the demons weren't powerful and Wang Chan was wasting so much time, so a group of people put their heads together and simply fired her. For this matter, Yang Lin, even as an outsider, still had quite a complicated mood. The newbie copies do matter for the future though, but you can't look at people who are strong and rush to pull them up. Then when they realized that the demon they were going to fight was weak, they felt that people were too expendable, and ganged up on them to open them up at a time like this when their lives were changing. Isn't this typical bullying? And right after Wang Chan finished her business, she pulled Yang Lin's coat that was even tighter. Yang Lin, please, let me team up with you. I'm really willing to do everything. This test is important to me. Really important. Well, let me see your panel first. Seeing that Yang Lin didn't refuse on the spot, Wang Chan looked overjoyed and hurriedly publicized her career panel. Name, Cynthia Wang. Profession, Druid. Grade, 3. Blood, 226-226. Blood energy, 108 of 108. Natural ability, spirit summoning, non-physical. Profession skill, Raging Pale Bear, first being. Occupational phrase, predestined prayer, epic. For each living creature you can summon, permanently increase your own base damage by 5%. TSK, TSK, TSK. After reading Wang Chan's career panel, Yang Lin lamented two things. First, her career panel is really strong. Career words are epic. No better than legendary or mythic, but good enough. One couldn't even dare to imagine how far her basic attacks would have to go against the grain if she could summon more beings in the future. Second, it is himself that Yellen laments. He was worthy of being a hidden profession. The attributes of level 2 now were much stronger than those of Wang Chan's level 3. The same upgrades added attributes, even for a druid, but it couldn't compare to the substantial increase in his profession. Yang Lin, can I join the team now? It's okay, but are you really willing to do anything? I promise, I'll do anything you want me to do. Absolutely anything you say. Great. Yang Lin nodded. I just wanted to talk to you beforehand, lest you think I'm bullying you when I put you to work afterwards. No, 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 I'm happy enough that you let me on the team. Alright then, I'll find you work afterward. Yang Lin now, he said to find work to do. That is certainly to let Wang Chan subsequently help stab the chopper rabbit. Thinking about earlier, although he was able to restrain it, he had to carry his lance and keep poking at it. Now that we have someone on hand, it makes sense to split the job up, right? Thinking that things had already been decided. With that, Yang Lin sent a group invitation to Wang Chan. It was like seeing hope. In Wang Chan's eyes, Yang Lin had become a radiant sun at the moment. Another mention. The experience for killing a demon is fixed. A few group kills. That's a few people splitting the experience. Except for some special props that will boost a certain amount of extra experience to a certain extent. Basically everyone's share of experience won't be too different. And now that there were teammates, although the experience was shared out a bit, but since they were helpers, they would certainly make up for it in numbers subsequently. Yang Lin then said that now go to find the chopper rabbit, and then let Wang Chan assist in playing with it. But only 2 steps after this footsteps had been moved, his stomach could no longer help but rumble. Looking at the time on his cell phone at this time, Yang Lin was stunned. He had only killed a few chopper rabbits himself, not realizing that 8 or 9 hours had actually passed. No wonder I was hungry. It's okay, I guess. I put a few bottles of water and buns in my career space when I came here, so I'll just make do for now. However, Yang Lin never expected that he had just taken out water and steamed buns from his occupation space. Wang Chan had already handed over a lunchbox with a quick eye. You are? I hear you're hungry. Here's the bento I brought for you. No, what will you eat if I do? It's okay, I made a couple bentos all in the career space, and I've already eaten earlier. I'm not hungry now. Yang Lin was trying to refuse, but he couldn't help that Wang Chan had already enthusiastically opened the bento box. Once he saw the white rice and hearty side dishes inside, Yang Lin was now even hungrier. I'm a man who doesn't like to be pretentious, so if you're going to let it go, I really have to eat it. Slightly cooler over time. Though, if you mind, I'll make a fire and warm it up for you. No, it's fine now. A mouthful of side dishes and a mouthful of white rice went down, making Yang Lin's eyes light up as he ate. The flavor, it wasn't usually good. It was pretty good. How's that for your taste? Quite tasty. That's good, because I made it myself, and I was afraid it wouldn't be to your liking. Not at all. The mushrooms and tofu in here are a real treat. Wang Chan, I didn't realize you could cook. It's okay, my mom used to be a chef and I learned a lot from her. After a while, Yellen was full of food and energy. After that, it would be natural to brush up on the monsters. And first, in order to test Wang Chan's limits, when he encountered the chopper rabbit at the very beginning, Yang Lin didn't make a move. He was observing the state of this girl. As Wang Chan transformed her form, it could be clearly seen that behind this sister, a huge and ferocious pale bear was revealed. That would be her first living creature, the raging pale bear. To say that this girl's destructive power that is really strong, 3 chopper rabbits together to surround her, in an instant was all shot away by her. Wang Chan then launched a chase, and in 3 tries, the 3 chopper rabbits were all dry over by her. Cows are real cows. It's after this. Wang Chan already had a red face and sat in place to gasp for air, probably because she was afraid of being disliked by Yang Lin. At this time, the eyes she looked at Yang Lin with were by no means the usual panic. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, "It seems that when you conduct combat, your energy consumption is really high, but let me ask you this. If you just do normal attacks after you've been added by a living spirit, will the energy consumption be drastic?" "No, but then the attack damage would be greatly diminished." "That's fine. When you're rested up and we're back in action, just do as many normal attacks as you can after you change form if necessary. Unless, of course, there is an emergency. Always retain a certain amount of energy." "Okay." Seeing that Yang Lin didn't abandon himself, Wang Chan instantly relaxed. A nice cloudy haze appeared on her pretty face, and that is, after resting for a period of time after the 2 people acted, when she saw the ability that Yang Lin had exerted, surprised to the point that, Wang Chan all directly covered her small mouth. Chapter 9, that seems like a cruel thing to do. Yang Lin, he's just using super heavy pressure to limit the chopper rabbits within his inherent domain, but in Wang Chan's eyes, watching the originally ferocious chopper rabbit suddenly inch forward, it was almost like Yang Lin was a god. What an awesome ability. Don't be awesome, you hurry up and switch forms, then slaughter all of these chopper rabbits with normal attacks. Wang Chan did as she was told. It didn't take long for a few chopper rabbits to be easily experienced, and in the meantime, since there were people helping to kill the rabbits, Yang Lin was definitely clearing his head, although she didn't want to say it, but this invisible, Wang Chan was like specially pulled to do hard labor. Yang Lin, on the other hand, lived to become the unscrupulous boss who watched from the wall. "You're the one who said you'd do anything. I'm not bullying you, am I?" "No." Wang Chan shook her head back and forth, her expression still quite uplifted. "It's quick to kill monsters with you. I can't do that on my own. Then let's hope we work well together and try to, level up a few more." Because of Wang Chan as a helper, the 1, 2, 3 scattered chopper rabbits in the periphery could no longer satisfy Yang Lin's needs, so soon he decided to take Wang Chan and run towards the core area. During this period, even if Wang Chan changed her state to only do normal attacks, her energy would still be forced to lift her state due to consumption. This is the time to ask how. That must be. Yang Lin threw the lance to Wang Chan. "Stab these demons in the back. Can we change places? Are you nuts? We're after efficiency. You have to remember that no matter what demons are, maybe they have other weaknesses, but back there, it's definitely one of them." And then as he watched Wang Chan carry her lance to stab the back of the demon, Yang Lin himself watched his scalp go numb. "I don't feel anything when I do this kind of thing myself, but it's really quite cruel to watch someone else do it." When another 8 hours had passed, Yang Lin had leveled up to level 4 by this time. Wang Chan's words were to level 5, just 1 level away. Yang Lin could activate the 2nd mythic rank occupation phrase. He was, now, filled with anticipation. As far as copies go, after the 6 principals in the hall again saw the general screen make a second summary, they each widened their eyes to the maximum. It's just that Juan did not expect to see Yang Lin's name in the last place this time. "It wasn't until after counting upwards of 100 places that I finally saw the main event. I didn't expect that this kid, who was level 2 8 hours ago, has actually risen to level 4 after these 8 hours. Could it be that his hidden potential has awakened and he is subsequently going to make a killing like in the movie novels? Don't bull me? According to the wire map on the main screen you guys, he's got a teammate this time. After the few principals took a look at Yang Lin actually having a teammate, they were all unanimously relieved. Scared me to death. I thought he had truly awakened. Who isn't? Almost letting the Dragon Academy get the quota. Zhang Yanghui, the principal of Dragon Tang School, was so angry that the fat on his face was trembling. Will you guys have some decency? I'm still here with the main man. Do you talk about my students like that? Cut the crap. We're all in competition. If you Dragon Tang take one more place, our 5 schools will have to take one less. Who cares? Ha! Zhang Yanghui quenched a mouthful of saliva and said, can you 5 stop putting gold on your own faces? Yang Lin even if he can't be awakened in the true sense of the word, are you guys sure your school can get a spot? When the Greedy Wolf Guild comes down to collect people, they have their own targets, okay? What a bunch of shameless old farts. Hey, then don't expect us to support you, but any student who can be recruited by the Greedy Wolf Guild. Big sponsorships will be rare next year. Suit yourselves, bunch of old things. Don't talk like you're quite a bit younger than us. You're over 60 and still think you're in the prime of your youth. Go. Too lazy to talk to you guys. Finished bull ting with a couple other principals. Zhang Yanghui's heart was now more or less relieved. That Yang Lin, who could go for a teammate, was indeed out of his expectation. But no matter what, thinking that Yang Lin wouldn't go to his death easily, at least, he, as the principal, felt much more at ease in his heart. And, because it was already established in the intangible that Yang Lin's hidden profession probably didn't have a chance to make a name for itself, so the next couple of principals' discussions, this time, finally tugged back to the topic of whose school had the best students, and for that matter, Zhang Yanghui must have someone in mind as well. For example, Su Meng, who is currently ranked in the top tier like the rest of the schools, is pretty good. With such a great student, he, as the principal, definitely needs to know about it. Puppeteer, rare profession. As long as this novice vice can reach level 10 and subsequently pass the special trial above, odds are, one of the Greedy Wolf Guild spots won't be able to run away. But speaking of rare professions now, Zhang Yanghui's subsequent attention, subconsciously, it fell on Yang Lin's partner, Wang Chan. This student he must have known something about as well. Druid, again a rare profession with a lot of potential and a promising future. The only thing he couldn't figure out was that Yang Lin ran into the copy by himself, and how this was still connected to Wang Chan. Thinking about this, he simply dialed a phone number with Wang Lan who was guarding the teleportation array. This time, without waiting for Wang Lan to open his mouth, he directly said, Wang Chan, this student, you should know something about her, right? Headmaster, you actually didn't ask Yang Lin this time? Yang Lin's matter will be discussed later. Let me just ask you, doesn't Wang Chan have a fixed team? How is she even splitting off on her own now? The political education director, Wang Lan, froze for a long time on the opposite side of the communication. Principal, can you be more clear? Why am I not understanding what you're saying? I'm asking you, when Wang Chan entered the copy, she had a fixed team, right? Yes, of course. Why do you ask? Principal? It's not what I'm going to do, but I can't figure out. This Yang Lin, how come he's teamed up with Wang Chan? What? Yang Lin and Wang Chan have teamed up? When did that happen? Impossible, right? What's impossible? I saw it on the general screen just now. Yang Lin and Wang Chan teamed up. He's already level 4, and Wang Chan is only one level higher than Yang Lin. Then even if you ask me, Principal, I'm not sure. It could be that Yang Lin has some charm that attracted Wang Chan. Forget it, I can't ask you anything even if I ask you. I'll take a look afterward and see what Yang Lin and Wang Chan can stir up in the copy. The communication, finally, hangs up. Wang Lan, the political education director who had long been exhausted in front of the teleportation array, was speechless. The principal, too, asks himself about everything, making it seem like he's a know-it-all. Still, it's kinda amazing. Yang Lin he actually managed to hook up with rare profession Wang Chan and actually both rose to level 4. This kid, he's got some skills. Thanks to myself, I had been worried before the teleportation array that something would happen to him in the copy. Chapter 10, I'm not a pretentious man. Besides, Yang Lin sighed. He was currently up to level 4, although he knew that level 5 would activate a second mythic profession phrase, but after continuously staying in the copy for 16 hours, even if his body could hold up, the mental and spiritual fatigue was simply increasing with each passing minute. It was really impossible to top it, and he began to discuss the matter of setting up camp with Wang Chan. Just arrange these things, I'm all yours. Hearing Wang Chan say this, Yang Lin was somewhat speechless. You're quite obedient. What I say is what I say. Aha! I did not expect Wang Chan was not generally serious nodded in response. As I said earlier, I'm at your disposal for anything. Alright then, let's find a quiet place to rest and relieve ourselves. After that, that's how it's done. Granted, the replica doesn't have an alternating night and day setting. For example, if the newbie copy is set to be daytime, then it will be daytime for as long as it passes. But psychologically and spiritually unbearable. It's definitely better to take a break. After finding a good place, Yang Lin offered to take turns resting and sleeping, but was refused by Wang Chan. Don't worry about me. It's just for one day, even if I don't sleep. You have an iron body? That's not true, mostly because I'm used to staying up. Suddenly hearing Wang Chan say this, Yang Lin was still quite curious. What's your habit of staying up? With him so inquiring, I did not expect to actually ask Wang Chan some other conditions. It turns out that Wang Chan family now, there is a frail mother and a 9-year-old young brother to take care of. So usually after school or during vacation time, she would go to find some part-time jobs so as to subsidize her family. Because of this, she didn't stay up late to do overtime work. What's the point? It's just to make more money and be able to make things better for the family. Because of this, she actually valued this novice copy more than anyone else. Enrollment in the strongest guilds was not something she dared to ask for, but she did think that she could be in a position to go to other good guilds. In this way, the mother and brother could certainly be cared for subsequently in no small measure. Above all, this kind of mood, how can Yang Lin not understand? No matter what, compared to Wang Chan, he was already happy enough. Mom and dad are just regular employees, but they are stable and don't have to go out and labor part-time or anything by themselves. But Wang Chan she, not only have to take care of her mom, but also have to manage her brother. It is indeed quite difficult for a girl. It was no wonder that she had seemed so humble when she had begged herself to team up earlier. To what end? It's not like they want to level up a few more levels, get some favorable conditions, and subsequently be able to go to a good guild. Just as Yang Lin was thinking about this, Wang Chan asked, "What's wrong with you? Didn't you say you were resting?" "It's okay, I'll watch the perimeter for you. Just rest in peace." This mainly if it's wild. It's a bit uncomfortable. You wait for me to stabilize my emotions. So that's how it is. Then why don't I make you a knee pillow? That way, perhaps you can rest a little more peacefully. What? Yellen thought he had heard wrong. Wang Chan she actually want to give herself a knee pillow? Looking at her straight, slender and tantalizing thighs, Yang Lin asked uncertainly, "Are you serious?" "Of course it's serious. I appreciate you letting me join the team. So even if I have to make a knee pillow for you, I will." It's. Yang Lin was a bit emotional. I really haven't tried a girl's lap pillow since I was a kid. Now steeply hear a girl say so to himself. This mood, want to not emotional cannot At this time, Wang Chan added with a red face, "I don't have any other meaning. I just want you to have a good rest. Of course, if you don't like it, then forget it." Ahem. I didn't say I resented it. I just felt like it would be a pain in the ass. It's not troublesome. It's really not troublesome. Even if I say it's troublesome, it's definitely not as troublesome as letting you take me to upgrade. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, "Like I said, I'm not that pretentious either. If you've come to that, then I'll have to borrow your knee pillow." No problem. Wang Chan stretched out her tantalizing legs and said, "You just lie down and rest at ease. Don't worry, I'll always keep an eye on the surrounding area, but if there's any movement, I'll be sure to wake you up at the first opportunity." Yes, Yellen does seem a little fatigued right now. Plus, with long legs inviting him so much, as a normal man, he really had no reason to refuse. Then, Yang Lin lay down on Wang Chanshan's knee pillow and entered a state of rest. By the time he woke up, a full 6 hours had passed. This sleep made Yang Lin himself sweat. On the contrary, Wang Chanshan, who gave him a knee pillow, the first time also tenderly said to him, "How are you resting? Do you want to lie down for a while?" "No, it's done." Yang Lin was now somewhat quite embarrassed. The main reason was that he saw that even though Wang Chanshan put on a very spirited appearance, a hint of fatigue could still be seen within her eyes. "Yang Lin, since you've rested, let's continue to brush the monsters now." "No, I think you need a break." "Me?" Wang Chanshan was a bit surprised. Then she waved her hand repeatedly. "You believe me, I'm really okay. It's not a matter of whether it's relevant or not. When it follows, you may have to put in a lot of effort to assist me in hunting demons. If you're not in good shape, our speed of brushing monsters will definitely drop drastically." "But Yang Lin, there's only less than a day left." "That's precisely why you need a break all the more. The Greedy Wolves Guild is even, but then we can still reach the mark if we work together and get into other, better guilds." Wang Chanshan was a little embarrassed. "Is it really okay?" "Yes, I'll put a little wind around and you just go and get some rest. If you refuse, our team simply disbands." "Don't disband. I'll do as you say. Now go rest for a while." "Well, it's settled." Next Wang Chanshan went to rest, and Yang Lin, if he did, stood guard in the proximity, observing the movements around him. When another 4 hours had passed, Wang Chan woke up from her rest. She told Yelin that she had rested well. Seeing that her condition was indeed fine, Yang Lin was relieved to start moving. The current plan set by Yang Lin was to head towards the core area, because as you level up, the level 2 chopper rabbit, for a change, really gets less and less rewarding. Then, like the other professionals, walk towards the core area and see what happens. By the time you reach the middle level of the copy, in addition to the most common chopper rabbits, there are now new magical creatures. Nailed the cat. This thing is higher level than the chopper rabbit, basically at level 4. For offense, it's in the 40 to 50 range. The blood count has also increased a bit compared to the chopper rabbit, but not much and not considered a threat. After that it was Yang Lin control. Wang Chan assisted in mending. The two joined forces for a good fight. When the copy time has passed 36 hours, Yang Lin, his level had finally reached level 5. And this time, the hidden profession still didn't let him down and once again gave him a huge surprise. Chapter 11. Is it still a man if he doesn't accept it? Congratulations on your leveling up to level 5. Congratulations on your realization of the occupation skill, Super Paralyze. Congratulations on activating your second career phrase, Domain Synchronization. Yang Lin, he was now humanly confused. The previously acquired occupational skill Super Heavy Pressure was already an unexpected blessing. I didn't expect to get another Super Paralyze at level 5. And nothing excited him more than the new vocational phrase. Domain Synchronization. All enemies identified as being in an inherent domain have their full attributes reduced by 25%. Not to be outdone by the mythological phrase. It's just so simple and brutal. However, Yang Lin now just knew that this second phrase was powerful, but he hadn't realized the terror of this phrase yet. It was also the next test that made him realize what a crazy existence this second career phrase was. Qian, I'm going to try my hand at encountering demons again next. When that time comes, you only need to be responsible for protecting my personal safety. I know, Wang Chan responded, but she was still a bit confused. Yang Lin, why did you suddenly remember to try your hand? You'll see this later. Yang Lin didn't explain too much. The next step was to bring Wang Chan to wind up looking for the devil. A head for spiked cats appeared. This thing says it's a cat, but it's not small. Looked like a gorilla general, not to mention the hand, also one of them carrying a nail rake, for gathered together quite fierce, so that people do not dare to easily mess with. At this moment, Yang Lin, after he let out a deep breath, he greeted the 4 spiked cats with big strides. Wang Chan now, she did not dare to be half careless, although she listened to Yang Lin's instructions not to participate in this battle. If there was an accident on Yang Lin's side, she wanted to make sure that she could switch states at the first opportunity, thus solving some unnecessary troubles for Yang Lin. But soon enough, Wang Chan realized how redundant she was at the scene. If you ask why, it's not because Yang Lin is so awesome that there's no point. Back to the field. Right after Yang Lin reached a certain distance from the 4 spiked cats, he unfolded his inherent domain. At the same time, Super Heavy Pressure and Super Paralysis all enveloped the 4 spiked cats. As excited as the 4 spiked cats were earlier to see humans, they were now devastated. One Super Heavy Pressure already made it difficult for them to walk, and now a Super Paralyze. 2 of the spiked cats even stumbled and rolled to the ground on the spot because they didn't react. Even a simple action like getting up was not normally laborious for the spiked cat now. With such a scene, looking at Wang Chan, her eyes went straight. She was unaware that Yang Lin had learned to be super paralyzed again. However, she saw that as Yang Lin cast his restriction ability, the 4 spiked cats all dropped in super magnitude in terms of both movement, aura, and breath. Compared to earlier, Yang Lin's ability to restrict had clearly reached a new realm and point. At this point, there are really 2 things to ask Yelin what he cares about. First, the amount of sustained blood drop after various additions. Rank 5. Inherent damage 5. Because the 2 negative statuses link, the first word is doubled for each. So Spiked Cat is now taking 15 damage per second. Based on the fact that these things have less than 1000 blood, even if no one stabbed these spiked cats, it would only take Yang Lin 45 to 50 seconds to leave these spiked cats dead. And actually, not even 40 seconds had been reached before all 4 spiked cats had been killed. The main reason for this lies in the second point of Yang Lin's concern, the second mythological phrase. Since the entire attribute dropped by 25%, naturally, the nail rake cat and the field's attack, defense, and speed all dropped by 25%. But who would have thought that a demonic creature that enters the field would have even its blood and energy similarly deducted by 25% due to the second word? This was equivalent to the fact that these spiked cats had been first-handedly decimated by Yang Lin by 25% of their blood since they had entered Yang Lin's inherent domain. When he realized this, Yang Lin was shocked in his heart. You're only level 5 yourself now. It was another restriction, another damage increase. another nerf, and one's profession seemed to be heading in a perverted direction. One is in the moment. For the 4 spiked cats killed in front of you, trade for a squad of 5 of the same level. Even if they killed them faster than their own side, it certainly wouldn't be too easy. Think of a team. Always have to have a front row and a back row. Play an attack and defense support or something. So how could it be so casual as when one's domain is so unfolded and the negative statuses are released? Nature. The scene of Yang Lin killing 4 spiked cats also completely shocked Wang Chan. Wang Chan couldn't help but think at the moment, with her current level 5, if these 4 spiked cats were left for her to deal with, after the outburst, you can easily eliminate 2 of them in a short time by yourself. However, if you follow up, you will probably not be able to keep up energy-wise, and at this point, you will need to fight a protracted battle with the remaining 2 spiked cats. But what about this man he's following? Easily restrict the movement of 4 spiked cats with the lift of a hand. Without moving, the continuous and sustained damage made 4 spiked cats die violently on the spot. This is too fierce. Precisely because the shock was too great. This made Wang Chan feel that Yang Lin couldn't use himself at all right now. What happens when the man says, "You're useless, don't team up with me"? Qian, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and collect the magic crystals. Let's go hunt more demons. Oh, yes. Not hearing Yang Lin expel himself made Wang Chan's heart breathe a huge sigh of relief. But in this heart, it still suffers. Only she knew how important this novice copy was to her. It's possible to get a better grade to go to a relatively good guild. This will take the pressure off my mother and give my young brother a good upbringing in the future. However, if Yang Lin expelled himself even now, then all of this would be reduced to nothing. So in the next action, in order to prove her worth, Wang Chan also put up a fight. When Yang Lin asked her to mend her sword, the scene of this girl carrying her lance to stab the demon was no less than killing red eyes. Seeing how fierce she was, Yang Lin was made whole. And what was even more unexpected to Yang Lin was that after fighting for some more time, when he said rest, Wang Chan actually came to him with a red face. This girl's tone at this time are much more gentle than usual. Yang Lin, seeing as you're so tired, do you want me to squeeze your shoulders? Trust me, I'm good at this. I pinch my mom all the time at home. Yang Lin's head was full of questions. He was unclear as to why Wang Chan had suddenly become so proactive. Seeing that Yang Lin didn't say anything, Wang Chan hurriedly added, pinching the shoulders and pounding the back or something like that. I'm really good at it. In response, Yellen mulled it over. How much pain and suffering did you suffer when you advanced your own copy to kill the chopper rabbit? Now all of a sudden there was a dainty girl who took the initiative to run up and want to give herself a shoulder and back rub. Would he be a man if he didn't accept it gladly? So it was that Yellen agreed. Not to mention, Wang Chan, whether it is a shoulder or back massage, it is really strong. This girl has a pretty good handle on the force. Quite a handful. And Cynthia Wang also said that if you want an e-pillow, you can have it anytime, anywhere. Just like that, when a good bit of serving came down, Yang Lin almost got high to the sky. It was in this pleasant time together that the next even was a boring job like brushing monsters. All of Youngwood remained relaxed and passionate at all times. Chapter 12, She's on my team. Meanwhile, within the same novice copy, a squad of 4 made up of girls was looking worried. Why, you ask? That's because as they went deeper and deeper into the inner circle, they realized that this demon was getting harder and harder to kill. The 4 of them had just teamed up to challenge 5 scarecrows and almost didn't get their team wiped out. And to put it in terms of turning back to the periphery, since they're generally up to level 6, they don't get much experience at all under the experience penalty. So now the 4 sisters, not generally despondent. And it was in the midst of despondency that I heard a sister say, if only Wang Chan were here. She's a druid. And in that situation just now, it's perfectly fine for her to take on 2 scarecrows by herself. What's the point of mentioning her? Wang Chan has been kicked out by the captain initiating a vote. It's useless to regret. No, Lu Wenjia, what do you mean? How come it's like I'm the one kicking her out? Didn't you approve of it at the time? Li Yan, what are you yelling at me for? Is being a captain a big deal? When did I say that being a captain is great? I'm just talking about the matter now. Letting Wang Chan leave the team. Which one of you dares to say that you're not responsible? Don't argue. Don't argue. People have left the team. What's the point of us arguing about this now? Better take a break and think about how to kill the monsters afterwards. The line, at last, was quiet, but not long after, a sister suddenly said, there is someone coming over there. It seems to be Wang Chan. I thought I said I wouldn't mention her. Why are you mentioning it again? No, it's true, it looks like her. You guys, there's a boy with her. Several of the girls in the field all came over to watch. Because of the somewhat elevated ground they were on, they could see a party of 2 approaching the approaching side. It's really Wang Chan. That's just as well. Call her back to the team again. Is this okay? What's not to like? There's still 8 hours until the end of the novice copy. What future does she have following a boy? That's right, just ask us. For the sake of the future, and you'll see if she'll return to the team with tears in her eyes. The 4 women then looked at each other and smiled, then began to take the initiative to approach the team of 2 that Wang Chan was in. In the middle, because of some terrain, by the time the 4 of them got to this side. At this point in time, Yang Lin and Wang Chan had just killed a chopper rabbit and a spike cat. So the 4 women saw that Wang Chan first farted to pick up the magic crystals, then ran back to Yang Lin and skillfully pinched Yang Lin's shoulders and pounded his back. Such a situation startled the 4. Wang Chan she is actually currying favor with Yang Lin? Isn't that Yang Lin a waste profession? And he didn't even go to the school assembly earlier. I thought he gave up on this novice copy. Unexpectedly, this Wang Chan actually degraded herself and got mixed up with Yang Lin? Wouldn't that be just the thing? When the 4 of them put their heads together, they felt that it was too easy to get Wang Chan to return to the team. Teaming up with a loser pro or returning to a full squad should be the choice for anyone who isn't stupid in the head, right? And in the hearts of the 4 of them, they had already imagined Wang Chan's incomparably touched appearance when they recruited her to return to the team. With that thought, the captain Li Yan brought Lu Wenjia and the other 2 girls with her. Wang Chan, suddenly hearing someone call out her name. Wang Chan was subconsciously stunned for a moment. Yes, it's you guys? That's right, it's us. And after watching you come over here just now, the 4 of us thought about it for a while, and we're going to let you return to the team. Just as if they have eaten Wang Chan general. Whether it is Li Yan or the other 3 girls, all put on a superior posture, waiting for Wang Chan to run to their side. However, reality slapped them hard in the face. Why would I want to return to the team when I've been dismissed by you? Wang Chan ignored Li Yan and Lu Wenjia's 4 people and continued to concentrate on pinching Yang Lin's shoulders. Seeing this, Li Yan gritted her teeth and said, Wang Chan, are you stupid? Returning to the team is for your own good. You don't appreciate that, and now you go on to please a man? Lu Wenjia chimed in. Don't you know that Yang Lin's career is wasted, and you don't even want a future to hang out with him? Wang Chan frowned. Can you guys leave and not disturb our rest? Wang Chan, we're doing this for your own good. Don't be ungrateful. Why should I take your favors? Was it not for my own good that you drove me away earlier? Wang Chan was angry at the moment, simply because she carries a great deal of aggravation in her heart. He voted himself off the team earlier and now he's asking himself to go back. Are you a soccer ball? You want to take it and throw it away? The 4 women on the opposite side of the room, their expressions each became incredibly embarrassed. She was not expecting, together over to shout Wang Chan return to the team. Wang Chan she actually still play temper, and when the 4 women's eyes fell on Yang Lin, they became even angrier. It was only because the current Yang Lin was squinting his eyes and enjoying Wang Chan's service with a face full of comfort. Yang Lin, is it true that you seduced her, or else she would not return to the team? Yang Lin raised his eyes. Talk is talk, but please be careful with your words. What does seduction mean? Do you understand? Cut the crap. You're the one who compelled her, or else she could have stayed off the team? Wang Chan wanted to say something at this time, but was stopped by Yang Lin. Listening to Yang Lin, he said, listen up, you guys, Chan is now my teammate. If you guys dig in my face again, then I won't give you a good face. The 4 women looked like they had heard a big joke. Yang Lin, are you stupid? Just you, a useless waste of a hidden profession. Dare to say that you won't give us a good face? Even if you are professionally wasted, you still don't know yourself. Are you ashamed? Just tell me truthfully, you dare to run over here. Is it all because Wang Chan brought you? Yang Lin felt a little funny. You 4, I think it's just a lack of social thrashing. You should be thankful that this is a newbie copy with a copy once resurrection mechanism and a school to give you security. If you're still so tongue-tied within the copy you'll have to get later. I'm afraid I don't know how I'll disappear. Yang Lin, you've had enough. What kind of is it to just hide behind a woman and lecture us? Ha! Yang Lin doesn't like to argue with people. He was the one who signaled Wang Chan to the side to watch the show, and then he got up and took big strides towards Li Yan's 4 people. On Li Yan's side, the 4 of them watched Yang Lin approach, and they were all confused in their hearts. What does this man want? Is it possible that you want to find 4 people to start a fight? Right, a waste hidden profession. Actually want to help people out? But it was the next moment, both Li Yan and Lu Wenjia, as well as the other 2 girls, almost at the same time, they felt as if they were suddenly carrying a huge boulder on their backs, and involuntarily, their knees all sank a great deal. But that wasn't all. Just in the next moment, all of them were even more struck by a force similar to electric current, paralyzing half of their bodies in the space of a breath. Yang Lin, what have you done to us? It's not good. We're losing blood. In a steady stream. Seeing the -15 to 15 floating constantly above several of their heads, the 4 women all panicked. Yang Lin strikes. the field first cuts 25% of the blood, then 15 drops of blood per second is continuously deducted. It was just like playing the blood strip disappearance technique. So how could Li Yan's few people not panic? Can't you see that in just a few seconds, the blood level has dropped by a huge margin? He was only level 6, and his blood level was just a few hundred. So if he continued like this, he would immediately be kicked out of the copy? In the moment, there were suddenly 2 more negative statuses on his body. Not to mention that, coupled with the lowering of the blood bar, the entire person's state would follow and wither. By this time, the 4 women had long since been stunned. Yang Lin, you can't do this to us. Novice copies are forbidden from private fights. Ha, and then what? Brother Yang were wrong. We'll leave now and never steal anyone from you again. Yes, we'll leave right away. Brother Yang, please let us go. Li Yan's 4 daughters were definitely afraid, and it would be a lie not to be afraid. Although the newbie copy has a chance to resurrect, but really is kicked out of the copy, will be on the school record. Even if we don't talk about that, really, when we re-enter the copy, how much precious time will we waste running from the periphery to the present side? They weren't sure what exactly Yang Lin had done, but once they looked at their respective statuses and the rate at which they were dropping blood, it was incumbent upon them to immediately concede. Yang Lin's words. He said he was striking out, but in fact, he wanted to try to scare the 4 women by trying to see what his profession could do to the other professions. If you really get them out of the new hand copies, you will inevitably get a notation on your file, and it will not be worth it. And to say what conclusions were drawn from this attempt, human occupations, it seems, are not as tolerable as magical creatures. Maybe humans are a little more squeamish, so they chicken out fast. In short, his own profession, if he really took it to PK, has a strange effect. Not bad. It's nice. I can spare you the trouble. So if you do now, all of you come over here and apologize to my teammate Wang Chan, then quickly disappear. Yes, thank you, Brother Yang, for raising your hand. We'll apologize to Chan here. After this was over and the field finally quieted down, it was unclear what Yang Lin was thinking at the moment, but Wang Chan, the eyes that looked at Yang Lin all became more and more tender. For the first time in her life, she actually felt a sense of peace of mind and security that she had never felt before around a man. The feeling, it's subtle. Chapter 13, A Green Plum Can't Resist a Heavenly Fall? After the newbie copies lasted for 40 hours, students had begun to teleport out of them one after another. The copy is equivalent to the battlefield. A long time on the battlefield cannot properly relax, and over time will be a nervous breakdown. A portion of the students teleported out a few hours early, knowing that there was nothing to be gained by sticking around in there. Of course, it also doesn't rule out the fact that there are a number of strong professions in there. After taking the squad to level 10, which was equivalent to successfully completing the copy, they retreated from the copy. She is, for example, Su Meng, as a magic puppeteer, not to mention that he was extremely strong in his own right. The 4 teammates that he brought with him were certainly no worse. Together, you don't even have to wait 48 hours to reach level 10. At this point it would be pointless to stay in the novice copy and not even get experience. However, although Su Meng had reached level 10, she didn't seem very happy by the look of her. The first thing she did after getting out of her copy was to take out her cell phone and dial a number. But what it got was, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service." It was a situation that made her stomp her little feet. Yang Lin, why don't you just piss me off? I had said I would bring this childhood friend, but what the hell was the point of not even going to school when the school assembled earlier? No one answered the phone. No one responds to messages. It seems that this childhood friend of his, he has really given up on the novice copy. Walking down the hall with some decadence, that is, unintentionally his eyes swept over the main screen. Suddenly, a name caught Su Meng's attention. Yang Lin, he was actually within the novice copy? And according to the stats shown in the last round, his level had passed 2 hours ago. What do you mean? If you end up going to the copy, but why didn't you answer your phone calls or return your messages earlier? Himself earlier, clearly under great pressure to reserve a spot for him in the squad, and so on. On the hall's general screen, according to the character grouping wire map, Su Meng realized that Yang Lin actually had teammates, Cynthia Wang. In response, Su Meng was baffled for some time. Although she and Wang Chan were in the same class, they didn't know each other very well, but even so she knew that Wang Chan was quite good looking. Got it. Su Meng now understood it all at once. Being a childhood friend for more than 10 years is actually no match for a classmate you met halfway? Okay, that's the way to play it, right? I was so out of my depth that I was actually worried about that guy earlier. Should have made that guy suffer more in the copy. The more the better. Go ahead and let things heat up between that guy and Cynthia Wang. While Su Meng was still gnashing her teeth in the hall, Yang Lin, who was inside the copy, inexplicably felt a forest of cold hairs. At this time, he and Wang Chan, hunted another wave of scarecrows. Right now, his level was already more than half of level 6, while Wang Chanshan's words were just at the beginning of level 7. Looking at the time, there was not much left until the end of the novice copy. It seems that this level can't be raised to level 10, and after that, you won't be able to pass the Greedy Wolf Guild's head trial and enter the Greedy Wolf Guild. When Wang Chanshan next to her heard this, she said with some guilt, "Yang Lin, it's all because I dragged you down. If you're alone, surely you can reach level 10. Yang Lin shook his head. "Don't say that. It's mainly because I wasted too much time earlier. As for after that, if it wasn't for you working with me, my upgrade would actually be a little slower." So, actually, you don't have to comfort me, it's okay. "No, I'm serious." Yellen was, now, speaking very seriously indeed, although he was now killing the demons he encountered with ease. Assuming that the novice side quest would continue for a certain amount of time, he would definitely be able to level 10 with ease. But initially, it's really a waste of time. So much so that it's better to forget about trying to reach level 10 in the last limited time. A rough calculation of the remaining time should get you up to 1/3 of level 7 experience, and with a little more compactness, you might reach 1/2 of level 7 experience. At this time, Wang Chanshan carefully glanced at Yang Lin. Actually being able to rise to level 7 is, in my case, quite satisfying. "Cynthia, you're not aiming too high. I don't expect that much since I have limited abilities. At level 7, based on the recruitment of various guilds in previous years, I can still be accepted by some very good guilds. It's not as good as a super guild like Greedy Wolf, but it's not too hard to work hard in the future and try to take care of the family. Well, to be fair, then subsequently see what relatively good guilds there are to get into other than the super guilds." Once she heard Yang Lin say that, Wang Chanshan was shocked anyway. "Yang Lin, you're so strong. Are you really willing to not go to a super guild? What's the point of talking about this? I didn't even reach level 10 and subsequently didn't even have a chance to try out for the Greedy Wolf Guild, let alone having to be accepted into the Greedy Wolf Guild." No. Wang Chanshan hastily shook her head. "I think you should take the initiative and talk to the principal to see if there's any way the principal can fight for you. If you can go to the trial for Greedy Wolf admission, you'll definitely be able to reach the standard easily." "Cynthia, you have a pretty high opinion of me? Because you are indeed strong, and if I were half as strong as you, I'd have stolen a march. Well, then when I get out of the copy, I'll go talk to the principal and see if he can get me a good deal. As for this, let's go. Keep hunting demons. Aha!" Follow Yellen as he continues to move. But when Wang Chanshan looked at Yang Lin's back, the envy in her eyes overflowed early. She was just thinking that Yang Lin was so strong, asking the principal to help get a chance might actually work. "And you, yourself, would like to go to the Greedy Wolf Guild as well." The Greedy Wolf Guild, belonging to one of the 8 super guilds, as long as they can be accepted, the family can also follow them to settle in Cloud City. Not to mention what happens to those who are accepted, but that generous subsidy will definitely allow the family to live comfortably over there. In that case, your own brother will be able to grow up better. Mother's words can also be well nourished, but that's enough to think about. If this novice copy hadn't met Yang Lin, I'm afraid that I would still be at the outermost perimeter, slowly grinding and killing those chopper rabbits all by myself. Himself, he should feel content. "Qianshan, what are you still flabbergasted about? You've encountered a demon." "Oh, I know. I'll restrict them later, and you'll do the same as before and kill them as quickly as possible." "No problem." As with the formulaic monster kills the two had been doing along the way, Yang Lin unfolded his inherent domain, quickly restricting the demons with super heavy pressure and super paralysis. If Wang Chanshan was to do so, she would either utilize the ability of the Fury Pale Bear to directly kill the demonic creature. If the energy is low, then switch to the lance and go for a hard stab at the back of the demon. Little by little, time passes. By the time the novice copy was about to close in 48 hours, Yang Lin's level had reached 1/3 of level 7, and Wang Chanshan was at 3/4 of level 7. Pretty much as expected, right at the exact moment of 48 hours, the novice copy closed and everyone within it was teleported out, including Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan. Chapter 14, Have Muscles, Show Them When Necessary. Who is the saddest person in this newbie copy? That must be Wang Lan, the political education director of the Senko Dragon School. Just because Yang Lin sneaked into the novice copy, then she was sent by the principal to the teleportation array. Tormentedly, bitterly, anxiously, he kept watch until the end of the novice copy. Don't dare to have the slightest distraction or carelessness during this period. I'm afraid that Yang Lin, the great master, after being kicked out of the copy once, turned around and ran in again and lost his life. Really, if something like that happened, and then after a few other schools disguised as publicity and stirring, maybe, how much roadkill the Dragon School is going to lose. how many people are going to poke their backbones? So look at this normally ever so mighty political director. Now when she saw Yang Lin, her eyes were ghostly not to mention. It was a matter of wanting to go up to the guy and kick him over and then whip the guy's ass with a leather whip. Yang Lin, I've finally waited for you. Go, follow me to see the principal. Director Wang, when you talk, why is there a gnashing of teeth? And it's all because of you. Me? I didn't do anything wrong, did I? I just joined a newbie copy. Wang Lan was almost lifeless. Do you still know that you're participating in a novice copy? Do you realize that if anything happens to you, I might even have to take the blame and be demoted? Yang Lin sighed. Director Wang, do I really have that much influence on you? Cut the crap. Now come with me to the principal. Also, Wang Chan is with you, right? Just right. Go over there too. Wang Chan blinked. Should I go over there too? Of course. It's not because you're indulging him in copies. Wang Chan was full of confusion. How did he indulge Yang Lin when he was in the copy? During that time it was just assisting Yang Lin in killing monsters, helping the man squeeze his shoulders and rub his back and legs, and occasionally making him a knee pillow. These things, are they considered indulgences? When Wan Lan brought Yang Lin and Wang Chan to Principal Zhang Yanghui's side, it momentarily attracted the attention of many fellow students. Isn't that Yang Lin? Hasn't he given up on participating in the novice copy? Why are you over here now too? Look at the lobby screen. Yang Lin did participate in the replica, and people have leveled up to level 7. I go. It's still true. He actually teamed up with Wang Chan and did it together to level 7. Will his profession work though? It says it's hidden, but it's only one at solid wound level 1? Maybe Wang Chan is more powerful, and I don't know how Yang Lin pulled on Wang Chan and was brought up hard. It's not beyond the students at the same school to talk about it that way. When Yang Lin had previously awakened his profession, this school was well known. A mention of Yang Lin, that will have to mention his fixed injury one, have become the talk of the tea after dinner. But who would have thought that because of the additional Wang Chan, Yang Lin was quite fierce in upgrading his copy, and was actually higher than the average 5-person squad. Also still because of this relationship, some students felt quite distressed. Wang Chan, bringing a solid damage 1 dragger is so fierce. Then if Wang Chan wasn't dragged down, wouldn't she be able to rise to level 10 by now as well? Pity, too bad. This Yang Lin, in addition to the person, looks as handsome as the readers of the book. The rest do not know where to attract Wang Chan. It was actually possible for her to willingly do this for Yang Lin. Yang Lin, he has sinned a lot. Above all, leaving that aside for now, after Wang Lan brought Yang Lin and Wang Chan to find the principal, Zhang Yanghui, this principal's heart, finally, followed suit. Seeing that there were many students in the surrounding area, Zhang Yanghui simply signaled Yang Lin and Wang Chan to follow him to the nearby lounge. After arriving at the restroom, he didn't even wait for Yang Lin to open his mouth to ask about the doubts. Just then I heard Zhang Yanghui say, Yang Lin, are you trying to scare me to death or piss me off? Headmaster, it's not that bad, is it? I just went to a newbie copy. Not so much? That's too much to the point. Just because you awakened a hidden profession, how could the old things from the other 5 schools not know about it? However, you, this hidden profession, do not mention it. Because of this, what did I tell you earlier? You said for me to find a liberal arts college to attend, to pursue other jobs in the future, and to be a useful member of society. But what about you? You still disobeyed me and went to the novice copy. But headmaster, didn't I come out fine? Zhang Yanghui exhaled. It's fortunate that you came out properly. Otherwise, I'm telling you, those 5 old things might want to make up something about me in the back. Yang Lin, I'll tell you. Don't look at me and the 5 of them old things standing together and hurling insults and jokes at each other without a pattern. But if you dare to have an accident, every other day these 5 old things will have to give me a hatchet job. Then I'll be your accomplice. Okay? Who will dare to come to Dragon School in the future? Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, You don't say. Headmaster, this is really quite serious. Yes, and fortunately, you're safe and sound. However, since the words are all said and done, and Wang Chan is also here, there are some things I'd better say straight. Principal, you say. Yang Lin, as a student of my Long Tang, as the principal, then I definitely hope that you will soar to the top. However, your hidden profession is a real letdown. Look, just like this novice copy, you let Wang Chan lead you. Is this a disguised way of delaying her future? Wang Chan was right next to her and suddenly heard the principal talking about herself. She quickly spoke up. Headmaster, you're mistaken. Yang Lin didn't hold me up. It was me who held him up. Wang Chan, I have to talk about you as well. Your druid profession is very good, and you have endless potential in the future. But you, how can you not care about your future? Although I am a principal and some of the things I say are inappropriate, but Yang Lin, his career has been limited. Even if you take him to level 7, what's the point? You, yourself, might have been able to reach level 10 originally, and by reaching level 10, you can be accepted if you can pass the Greedy Wolf Guild's trials. Wang Chan, you're confused. Headmaster, listen to me. It wasn't me who brought Yang Lin. It was Yang Lin who brought me. Otherwise, let alone level 10. I'd be lucky to reach level 5 and not get kicked out of my copy right now. Look, it's that time of year and you're still saying that. I kind of get it. Wang Chan, you're in love, brain. I can understand that you like Yang Lin, but you can't compromise your future just because you like it. Because of love, brain. Do you know how much I am? Right now, principal, aching for you? After a few words, Yang Lin's face was full of black lines. Headmaster, you're saying this in a way that I don't like to hear. What do you mean by Qian's love brain? Even if she's love-brained and likes me, I don't seem that bad, do I? Yang Lin, you still have the nerve to say. Look at Wang Chan. What a good girl. She originally had a chance to reach level 10 to participate in the Greedy Wolf Guild's trial. But what about now? Only level 7. Completely out of touch with the Greedy Wolf Guild, you know? Yang Lin, if you like her too, why don't you understand that there is a kind of love called letting go? With these words, Yang Lin was really crying and laughing. Well, principal, I'm not a child. I understand what you're saying and what you're trying to say. It's just as well. I was talking to Sinister earlier when we were out of the copies about asking you for a favor, and this would be the right time. Zhang Yanghui froze for a moment. You want a favor? What kind of favor? It's like this. I want to participate in the Greedy Wolf Guild's trial and want to be accepted into the Greedy Wolf Guild. Zhang Yanghui was like petrified for a moment. Dare I say so much just now? This kid is not listening to a word. Alas. Yang Lin, I'm just a principal. How could I have that power to be able to meddle in the matter of the Greedy Wolf Guild's enrollment? That's too high of an opinion of me. Don't worry, principal. I'll show you something. As Yang Lin spoke, he also used his eyes to signal Wang Chan to close the door of the lounge. Principal Zhang Yanghui looked confused, but probably thought of something and hurriedly said seriously, Yang Lin, you and Wang Chan specifically how to leave it aside first, but your levels are simply not up to par, and the Greedy Wolf Guild will never make an exception for you or your participation in the trials. Don't even think about sending gifts through the back door or anything. Besides, I'm not that capable of helping you. You're mistaken, Headmaster. You might as well look at my career panel first. The thing about panels is that, apart from being registered once upon awakening, they certainly possess a high degree of privacy during growth afterward. The reason why Yang Lin wanted to show the career panel in front of the principal now, that was definitely because he wanted to get himself a chance. Who gives a if you don't show off your muscles properly? Your career panel? Right in the middle of Headmaster Zhang Yanghui's doubts, Yang Lin unfolded his occupation panel. Chapter 15. The shortcomings are a bit big. The lounge was silent for a long time after that, and the look on Principal Zhang Yanghui's face, from the initial jolt of surprise, to the shock that followed, to the final shock, could not be described as anything less than wonderful. 2 super support abilities. This is Daisuke. Oh my god, there are 2 more mythological phrases. Actually 2 mythological phrases in a row? You kid, you can go buy a lottery ticket. No, buying a lottery ticket is not as lucky as you. Seeing how excited the principal was, Yang Lin spread his hands and said, Principal, do you think I have any problems going to the Greedy Wolf Guild's trial with my current panel? Don't worry, let me do the math first. Let me do the math before I say anything. As for what's going to count, that's of course Yelin's damage power. Yang Lin is currently level 7, so base solid damage is 7. Because the 2 super support abilities link words, the second damage is then quadrupled, which is 21, so 21 a second, that's 1260 a minute. As for the demons of the replica, level 7, level 8 these demons, except for those extremely special ones, the blood level is often just a little over 1000. In short, under the right conditions, Yang Lin could kill these demons in a minute. Since it's a domain suppressor, that must be ranged. When you do the math like that, it's pretty comparable to those popular berserk careers, which, Principal Zhang Yanghui naturally didn't calculate it because he didn't know that Yang Lin's second mythic word would slice 25% of Thenemi's blood and energy in one slash. So Yang Lin's actual kill must have been 25% faster than Headmaster Zhang Yanghui's calculations. Good, very good. I understand now. It's really not Wang Chan who's leading you. It's you who's leading her. Wang Chan responded on the side for Yang Lin. My occupation consumes too much and I can't support a long battle. So all this way, I've been helping Yang Lin out. Well. Principal Zhang Yanghui nodded. Then he began to pace around the restroom. He was thinking about Yelin's career and panel. How to put it? Yang Lin's career panel was truly amazing when it was shown. Even if they don't have a bit of damage, they can be pulled out as a strong secondary presence with 2 super skills alone. But, these days, a simple auxiliary may be very popular. but as soon as you encounter a difficult situation, if you really don't have a little self-protection ability, you will inevitably die early. So again, when it comes to Yelin's ability to do damage, that shortcoming is all too obvious. Now that the level is low, it's okay to deal with low-level demons, but what about another 10 levels? Is this 1000 damage a minute really enough to see? Moreover, in Yang Lin's current state, once he was targeted by those in the know, it would be difficult to fight back. How do you make this domain profession fight long-range professions such as archers, musketeers, qigong masters, etc., to be consumed alive? Seeing that the principal didn't say anything for a long time, Yang Lin tried to ask, "Principal, is this panel of mine really not working?" "It's not that it won't work, just looking at it now. Inside your class, you're one of the best, if not the best. However, there are just too many shortcomings, and once you're targeted, it's easy to break." "Principal, I've actually given serious thought to my career situation. The shortcomings are a bit much, but I may not be unable to comprehend or activate new vocational skills and vocational phrases if I grow. Isn't it true that in any profession, you slowly fill in every aspect as you level up?" "Indeed, that's the right reasoning, but you want me to go and intercede for you for the trials." "Principal, I actually just came over here to fight for you. If I really can't, I'll go to a guild that's almost as good." "No, Yang Lin, since you've come to me, the principal, will try for you even if I put my old face on the line." "Principal, thank you so much." "Don't thank me yet. After all, I can't guarantee success. What's more, I know that the Greedy Wolf Guild's trial copy, which is a special copy, has an optional difficulty. Assuming that side agrees with the nature of your profession, it's perfectly fine to take a teammate to abyss difficulty to slowly grind. But accordingly, the danger factor multiplies. Yang Lin was a bit surprised. "You can still bring teammates to the admission copy of the guild above?" "Normal, hard and nightmare difficulties definitely can't. But if you pick the highest difficulty, abyss, then naturally you can take one. But generally speaking, no one does it because it's really too difficult. But thinking that you can limit demons in the first place, and deal sustained damage in the second, I'd really suggest you venture out if you have a partner to assist." "Headmaster, even if you say so, that's only possible if someone from above agrees." "Yeah, the people up there don't agree with it and say it's a waste of time. Anyway, afterward you wait for news from me, and I'll walk for you tomorrow." "Principal, then Shanshan and I will wait for your good news." "Well, for starters, wait at home for my announcement afterward." "Yes, Principal. Please, Principal." When Principal Zhang Yanghui left the lounge, Wang Shanshan was already in a hurry. "Yang Lin, after all the talk with the principal just now, it turns out that I can participate as well?" "Yeah, if the tops agree, then you'll fight the abyss with me." "I'm so bad, I'll get you into trouble." "Cynthia, you're not afraid, are you?" "I'm not afraid, as long as I'm following you." "I'm too relieved to be afraid." "That won't do. If we do get to participate, then we'll both be together. After all, this abyssal difficulty thing is scary as soon as I hear about it. And even if I have limited abilities, I do have to pull a teammate just to be sure." Wang Chanshan was quite happy. "If I can, I'll join you." "Okay, it's settled. Let's leave the conference room as well. For now go home and get some rest." Seeing Yang Lin lifting his foot to go out, Wang Chanshan suddenly thought of something at this time, but tried to open her mouth a few times, all wanting to speak. Seeing that she was about to leave the hall, finally, Wang Chanshan still opened her mouth to speak. "Yang Lin, if the top doesn't agree, which guild are you going to go to afterward?" Yang Lin returned. "I haven't thought about it yet, so I'll consult the school then and make plans." "So, can I go to a guild with you then?" "So you want to join me?" "Well, I'd like to join you. Of course, if you mind." "Forget it, why should I mind?" "So you agree? Great." Possibly sensing that she was too excited, Wang Chanshan's pretty face then couldn't help but blush. "It's getting late, and now that the novice copy is over, I need to hurry back too, or my mom will be worried." "Okay, when we get back, if the principal gives me information, I'll contact you then." "Aha!" Seeing Wang Chanshan leaving, he looked at her delicate back. Yang Lin couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. This girl, she even asked if she wouldn't mind joining her. As a normal man, what does one mind? Think seriously about staying with Cynthia Wang. Knees and pillows, shoulders and back rubbing. When you can ask for anything you want, a man will be addicted to it. "Okay?" Just as Yang Lin was thinking about this, suddenly a nice voice sounded beside him. "But it's really a gentle and beautiful sister." "What? The people have gone far away, looking at their backs and still can't get over it, right?" Yang Lin snapped back to his senses. Monday through Monday? Chapter 16. A dozen marriage letters. The one who appeared by his side was not Su Meng. It's like a breeze blowing in the warm sun. Clear, bright eyes and a clean demeanor that mesmerizes just by appearing. In particular, her white skin was lightly powdered, resembling the very first bloom of a peach blossom. Beautiful. However, at this moment, Su Meng's mouth was still tingling with a small aggression. No wonder he didn't answer my calls or return my messages. So he's rushing to pick up girls. Meng, you're wrong about that. Wang Chan and I belong to the category of meeting halfway, only to accidentally get along very well. Su Meng heckled. Yeah, well it's good. It's all set to go to a guild later. Yang Lin spread his hands. You don't believe me when I say it. Believe it or not, you haven't answered me yet. Why are you ignoring me? Do you have any idea how much pressure I was originally under to save you a spot on the team? In response, Yang Lin looked serious and said, sincerely, if I had known that my profession was still saved, I must have been cheeky enough to join you earlier. I invited you. It's not like I mind. But wasn't I afraid at the time that you would fall out with your teammates because of me? Also, it's true that I didn't originally plan to come for the novice copy, but I ended up coming because I wasn't willing to. Su Meng was now in a better mood. You and Wang Chan really met halfway? Well, she was expelled from the team by a few of Li Yan's people, and then she met up with me. Then the two of us teamed up and stayed together until the end of the copy. Who told you not to follow me in the beginning? Otherwise, I would have been able to take you to level 10. Yeah, so now that my rank isn't up to par, I can't even participate in the Greedy Wolf Guild's subsequent recruitment trials. But I talked to the principal and he said that he would fight for me. Really? But your profession. It's not bad. With the realization of 2 vocational skills, it's still pretty okay. The two talked as they walked home together, because they live right across the street from each other, and they're still about 10 years apart. How else can you say they're childhood friends? Along the way, slowly, the conversation came to the relationship between the two. As I said earlier, although they were childhood friends, the relationship, while not too bad, wasn't great either. I can't believe we've talked so much today. Young Lin, you still say, it's not all because of you, somehow alienating me, making me think I did something wrong. Don't be evil. You're obviously the one who alienated me. Nonsense. Where did I alienate you? You wouldn't even say hello to me at school. How dare I? You're so starstruck I'm afraid a bunch of people around you will eat me. At that, the two looked at each other and guffawed. Obviously they're all adults, and they're still so familiar with each other. And now they're actually obsessing about this like children. All the way to the door of the house. Just as the two men entered each other, Su Meng suddenly thought of something at this time. Hearing her speak, speaking of which, I've been giving you calls and messages that you don't answer or return. I have good reason to wonder if you've deleted me. Which it is. The phone is always on. I don't believe it. See for yourself. It's not bad if you don't look at it, but after looking at Yang Lin's cell phone, and I don't know what's wrong with it. Su Meng's cheeks are bulging. Dreamy. What are you? Still say you're not picking up Wang Chan. Go find your Wang Chan. He. Yang Lin watched as Su Meng huffed and puffed and went inside and closed the door. He was confused. Isn't this the cell phone number still there? Why are you talking about Cynthia Wang again? Sure enough, even though they are childhood friends, they still don't understand what this girl is thinking sometimes. And just as Yang Lin was about to enter his house, his cell phone message alert suddenly rang. At first glance, it was actually sent by Su Meng, who had just entered the house. She actually sent over a picture of herself in her pajamas. Sheesh, it's worthy of being a dream. The body is actually so material. The thin nightgown could not hold back her pride and surge. But why send pictures of yourself and be so domestic in private? Just as Yang Lin was still puzzled, Su Meng's second message arrived. If you ever delete my screensaver again, I'll bite you to death. The message was followed by an emoji of a puppy baring its teeth. Yellen understood at once. I thought what happened to Su Meng just now, but it turned out to be that she saw that she had deleted her previous screensaver photo. So, this is by way of making up a picture of myself for the standby screen? But does this have anything to do with the Wang Chan she mentioned earlier? Well, now that it's on the doorstep, let's not talk about it. Thinking that this newbie copy didn't reach level 10, but level 7, has been more than 1,000,000 times better than what was initially expected. Better get in the door and give mom and dad the happy news. Time. It is necessary to go back to 30 minutes before Yellen entered the house. At this time, Yang's father, Yang Ji, and Yang's mother, Zhang Yu, were discussing a major event. I heard Yang Ji say, daughter-in-law, see if there is any need to write 2 more letters to my son? Zhang Yu returned, all 12 marriage letters have been written. Almost. More is not necessary. Okay, then these 12 letters. When he returns, give these to him. As for who he wants to marry, let him choose and decide for himself. Good, then let's arrange it that way. But do you think our child will resist? After all, we're kind of meddling in his marriage. Son of a, isn't that a no-brainer? Earlier you saw how hard it was for him because of the bad career. In that case, we'll just have to let him go out and eat soft food from now on. But Lao Yang, what if our child is wronged outside? What nonsense! My Yangji son, who dares to let him suffer? If you make my child suffer today, I'll have his or her family removed from the alliance tomorrow. Okay, what are you getting so worked up about? I'll just say it off the top of my head. Just one more thing. What are we going to say about our affair when these marriage certificates are given to him? This problem then. It is really a little difficult to do. If you can't, just say that we were all kinds of opportunistic coincidences in the past, and that we were kind to all these people. Wouldn't that make sense to marry the daughter of their family? Okay, it's the only way to put it. Also, it's getting late. Counting the hours. He should be back soon. Why don't you put these 12 marriage letters away while I go to the kitchen and cook? Fine. I'll pack up the marriage papers and you go cook. Dad. Yang Ji carefully put away the marriage certificate in a brocade box on the table. Mom Zhang Yu, on the other hand, put on her apron and ran to the kitchen to start cooking. Even at this time, he still heard his dad, Yang Ji, say, "Kids, Mom, I think we should write a few more marriage letters. It's easier for the kids to pick too, isn't it? 12 is too few choices, and wouldn't it be unattractive if none of them caught his eye? You're on your own. I have to hurry up and cook. Or what if the kid comes back hungry? Okay, then I'll write a few more letters to give our kids a wider selection." Chapter 17, Mom and Dad tested me like this. Yellen, who was in high spirits, opened the door and entered the house. Dad, Mom, I'm home. As soon as he shouted from his side, his mom's voice immediately came from the house. Old Young, didn't you hear the kid come back? Why don't you go to the kitchen and bring out the food? Okay, Yang Lin would like to help now, but there's no chance. Not only did he not get the chance, but when he sat down at the table, he suddenly realized that the look in his dad's and mom's eyes today was anything but meaningful. Dad, Mom, is there something you want to say to me? Yes, how can there not be? Dad Yangji looked serious. Actually, it's like this, just before you came back, your mom and I were discussing your future. Mom Zhang Yu concurred and nodded. You bastard boy, your father and I, you know how much worry you? So we're talking about the future. Yang Lin hemmed and hawed and laughed. Mom and Dad, I know you're trying to comfort me again, but don't worry, I'm not the kind of person with a weak heart. The bottom line is that your sons are not as worthless as you think. Seeing that Yang Lin suddenly looked radiant, Dad and Mom looked at each other. What kind of happy event is this? Why does my son look so excited? Mom and Dad, I'm telling you, my career isn't that bad. If I hadn't wasted some time during the newbie copy, I would have reached level 10 for sure. It's okay though, last 7 levels, super guilds can't go there, but pretty much any guild is still pretty okay. Dad Yangji froze. You said, you're level 7? Yeah, I didn't expect much at first, but even I didn't realize that my career potential was 100 times stronger than I expected. Let's put it this way, as far as those ordinary professions out there are concerned, if they dare to clamor in front of me, no matter if it's one or a group of them, in the same level situation, I'll them over in minutes. Mom was very shocked. You're that good? Mom and Dad, you don't have to underestimate your son now. I'd show you the career panel, but can't you read it too? All in all, I'm strong now, and I can guarantee that even if I don't go to a super guild, I'll go to pretty much any guild. You'll surely be able to break through in the alliance in the future as well. Mom and Dad, completely frozen, and this situation was completely different from what Yang Lin had imagined. Shouldn't Dad and Mom be happy to hear their son is so great? What's wrong with all of you now? You're still frozen? Unable to figure it out. Yang Lin opened his mouth and said, Dad, don't you want your son to wind up as a dragon? Mom, can you at least show me something? Why do I get the feeling that you're all a little weird? Today, Dad Yangji took a breath and said, it's not that your mom and I are weird. It's mainly because we've already thought of a future for you. Now all of a sudden you're saying you've made a name for yourself. Aren't you making me and your mom worry for nothing? So your kids can't make a future on their own when they're capable. I know. Mom and Dad, you've worked hard, but trust me, it won't be long before I make your lives better. Dad, Yancy, was a little overwhelmed. So kid, let me ask you this. If you were given a chance to eat soft food now, would you want to eat soft food, or would you want to struggle? Yang Lin was shocked. He never thought he'd hear such words from his dad. A test. This must be a test of one's heart. Dad, I'm at least a 7-foot man. What kind of soft food do I eat? You are underestimating your son. That's what he said on the surface. But Yang Lin also muttered in his heart. What kind of soft food can you eat from an ordinary family? Dad's question. It's not realistic at all. Even if your son wants to eat, you have to be able to fix this bowl of soft rice. Did you really have to decide to fight for yourself? That's a must. Not only am I going to struggle, I'm going to make sure you two have an easy life. This is my promise to you. Mom Zhang Yu was clearly touched. Bastard boy, it's worthy of my hard work to bring you up. In the future, Definitely more outstanding than your father. Son of a, he's a good man now. So I've been working for nothing today? 15 letters. I picked and chose left and right, and I wrote 15 in all. You can't suffocate yourself with a few less words, so don't disturb my waifu's fun. Mom Jean Yu cheerfully gave Yang Lin dishes, but Yellen now. He was interested in the 15 seals in his dad's mouth. Dad, what 15 seals? 15 what? What did you do today? You hurry up and eat and listen to your father talk nonsense there. Yellen wanted to ask again. I heard my mom forcibly change the subject and said with some small complaints. Earlier, when you went to the newbie copy, didn't I prepare dry food and bento for you? Why did you forget to bring it? Look at that now. It's only been 2 days and you've lost a lot of weight. Mom, I was so focused on other things that I forgot to bring dry food or something. But that's okay, the novice copy is over. Next. What next? Yang Lin had wanted to tell his dad and mom that the principal could possibly help him get a chance to try out for the Greedy Wolf Guild. But on second thought, Dad and Mom are just ordinary people. They wouldn't understand if they said that. Even if they were fought for, they would surely worry about themselves again once they heard about the danger of that whatever trial. So, let's leave it at that and eat seriously now. After some time, Yellen had a full meal and a full stomach. Then after going for a nice shower, he went back to his bedroom, unintentionally seeing the screen of his cell phone and looking at Su Meng's somewhat provocative photo. Unconsciously, it made him think of the soft thigh pillow of Wang Chan in the novice copy again. I'll go. It's not good for young people to think about nonsense. They should think more about the bright future. As for the rest of the day, we'll wait for the notification from the principal's side. Once you're done, go to the trials and see if you can pass the Greedy Wolf Guild's acceptance. If you can't, you'll have to consult with the school and go to another relatively good guild. Yang Lin was thinking about this at the moment. Dad Yang Ji and Mom Zhang Yu in the hall then began to discuss again. Kid's mom, look at the excited look on our kid's face when he got back. It shows that his career doesn't seem so bad. I guess it's not so bad. I'm actually quite relieved to see him talking so confidently about his future. You're relieved that you've caused me to think about 15 big girls for him. I don't know how hard it's going to be. Ha, our kid is much more talented than you. He refused to eat soft food without any hesitation. Old Yang, let me ask you. You're afraid that you didn't have a soft meal when you were young and now you want a child to compensate for your regrets, right? Daughter-in-law, you're overdoing it. What do you mean I didn't have a soft meal when I was young so that he could make up for his regrets? Am I that kind of guy? All these years, I've given my heart and soul, and you actually think I'm that kind of person? Who knows if you've had thoughts in your mind all these years? I've been wrong to death. You, what can I say about you? Look at who we are now. Even if I had ideas, who would look at me but you? Count on it. Really, an old married couple, and you're still moving to test me. Can't live with you this day. You'll sleep in the hall tonight. Daughter-in-law, I'm wrong. Daughter-in-law, listen to me. Daughter-in-law, we don't bring this. Chapter 18, Sunyinji, Kashikawa Guest House. Inside a makeshift office, 2 people are working at a computer. One of them was a woman, with a cool temperament. Her white fingers were tapping rapidly on the computer keyboard. Her eyes were sharp, her posture was straight as a pine, and that serious look, with an aura of its own, made it even more cold and colorful by a few points. The other was a man, imposing and rather dashing. His mouth seemed to be tinged with a hint if a smile, much better than the women seem to get along if they look. He was organizing the information, and every now and then he would turn his hand over to the woman. Occasionally, there will be some critical annotations on some of the materials and so on. These two were the 2 deacons that came down from the Cloud City Greedy Wolf Guild. It was Su Ninji and Su Guan respectively. Deacons don't have a low status in the guild. In addition to the president, vice president and secretary general, the next highest authority administrator is the deacon. As for how many deacons a guild has, that depends on the size and specifics of the guild. Originally, it was just a matter of sending a few auditors down to the enrollment chores. Nay, recently the guild had some situation, manpower shortage, so Su Ninji and Su Guan were temporarily sent to the Yuchuan side. At the moment, the 2 of them were counting the information of the talents from the 6 colleges over here that stood out from the novice copies this time. For those that are particularly valued, notes are made, based on the trials that will unfold next. These students will be judged to be eligible to be recruited. Sometime later, I heard Su Guan say, the personnel information has been gone over, and I feel that this year's Yuechuan seems to be somewhat unsatisfactory. Ditto, Su Ninji faintly answered and said, although there are 22 people who meet the criteria for the trial. After looking at the information of their novice copies, most of them were brought out by strong people. This subsequent trial, I'm afraid it will reveal itself soon after I go in. Yeah, except for a few that are still potential. The rest, it's a bit hard to pick to fill the 10 spots. But Nian Ji, did you see that there's actually a hidden profession in here? Domain suppressor. See, but it's been screened out by me. A profession that fights fixed injuries and has such a poor fixed injury base. Even if the profession skills and profession words are good, they can't make up for his innate flaws. That's a shame. It's a rare hidden profession that can be said to have no ceiling. That's odd enough to say in all the years. Nothing unusual. Hidden professions are 1 in a million though. But after how many years? There weren't even 20% of hidden professions that could be taken. So don't expect anything. Su pointed his head. Isn't there a kind of hidden profession that is capable of seconding the sky and the earth? It would be nice if it did and still showed up at our guild. Too much thinking. You might as well do your job now. Just as Su Nyenji and Su Guan were finalizing their information, the office door was suddenly knocked on. Come in. As the door was pushed open, then a wide-bodied old man walked in. This person was none other than Zhang Yanghui, the principal of the Three High Dragon School. He came here today, and needless to say, it was precisely for Yang Lin's matter. 2 deacons. Sorry for the disturbance. Su Nyenji glanced at Zhang Yanghui before frowning and speaking. Zhang Yanghui, the Greedy Wolf Guild's acceptance trial will begin tomorrow. The time is so urgent. What are you doing here if you don't gather your students to talk more about the arrangement matters? Zhang Yanghui smiled with him and said, actually, I came here mainly because I wanted to mention about a student. Then you can go back. No, don't bother. I haven't said anything here yet. Zhang Yanghui, the Greedy Wolf Guild's acceptance is very strict, and the information of the qualified students has now been properly tallied. As for acceptance, it will be good to see how they do subsequently. You know, the guild only looks at strength and performance, and personal favors don't work. No, Deacon Su, you misunderstand. I'm not talking about love. I just want you to give a student a chance. As Zhang Yanghui spoke, he could feel Su Nyenji's icy sight. Under the great pressure, the cold sweat on his forehead was rustling. What's the difference between that and a favor? For the sake of you being the principal, I'll pretend that nothing happened today. If there's a next time, you don't have to be the principal. Zhang Yanghui wanted to cry. He looked up at Su Nyenji, then looked at Su Guan next to him. Su Guan spread his hands. He expressed his love for it. After all, although he was also a deacon, he was the one who came down to play second fiddle and had little say. Zhang Yanghui now, he can't stand the pressure of Su Nyenji and wants to retreat, but he is still a little reluctant. At least, the people are here, so how can we fight for them? Deacon Su, I'm talking about that hidden profession. He's strong. Dual skill Daisuke, dual mythic words. The moment Zhang Yanghui insisted on opening his mouth, Su Nyenji had actually made a gesture, signaling Su Guan next to him to directly throw Zhang Yanghui out. But with Zhang Yanghui's sentence of dual skill Daisuke, dual mythic phrase out of the blue, whether it was Su Nyenji or Su Guan, all of them froze in unison. What do you mean? Dual skill Daisuke? And a double mythological phrase? That's right. Yang Lin's potential is very high. I'm sure that all the potential students from the current 6 colleges in Yuechuan are afraid that they are no match for him. There are some shortcomings, but I think that there is quite a strong moldable posture. After listening to Zhang Yanghui's words, Su Nyenji pulled up Yang Lin's information from her computer. However, this information didn't show that Yang Lin had any skills or words, simply because, after most professions have just awakened out, the skills and words that should be there are already visible. Even if it relied on comprehension or stimulation, it would be after level 10. But Yang Lin, he, during this period of rising to level 7, actually comprehended dual skills and dual mythological phrases? And, not to mention the whole dual skill thing, the double mythos phrase alone. That alone feels pretty horrifying to hear. Zhang Yanghui, you've read his career panel? Look, I promise, with my own eyes, it's true. Since I'm afraid of filming it and leaking it, I've handwritten a copy, so you 2 deacons might want to take a look at it. Seeing that things had loosened up a bit, Zhang Yanghui hurriedly sent a note over at this moment. Super heavy pressure, super paralyzed? Nyen Ji, I have to say, these 2 skills do have the qualifications to be a Daisuke. Well, I'd like to see how far mythic words can make up for a profession with extremely low solid damage. The first mythic word, linking negative statuses and increasing the solid damage multiplier. Su Nyenji and Su Guan pondered. Not to mention, with Yang Lin's level 7, the sustained damage created by linking the 2 negative statuses was indeed not bad. Not bad at this low level at least. As for the second mythological phrase, this is properly another Daisuke phrase. Enemies in the field have their full attributes reduced by 25%. Not bad for a mythological phrase. Scary indeed. 2 deacons, how do you feel? How is he? Yang Lin? Zhang Yanghui asked cautiously while wiping his cold sweat. Su Nyenji pondered for a moment and said, honestly speaking, if we don't look at his attacking ability, but only look at the 2 skills and the second mythological phrase, it's perfectly fine to be a full-time auxiliary. However, because of this, if they wanted to be useful in the future, They would need the guild to spend a lot of manpower and resources on him. It's just that in his situation, once the team rolls over, he basically has no chance of saving himself. Zhang Yonghui smiled sarcastically. Then, in Deacon Su's opinion, can he fit into your eyes? Su Nianji nodded slightly. I think it's good. There's value in cultivating it. When she finished, she looked at Su Guan. What do you think? I also think it's quite good. Honestly, if Principal Zhang is right, these two mythological phrases are really rare. You should burn a hole in your head if you can get a mythos phrase for an unusual profession. I didn't realize that this kid possessed two of them at once. Is this smoke coming out of his ancestors' graves? Zhang Yonghui was overjoyed. Since the two deacons said so, then Yang Lin He's. In his case, I'll focus on reporting it to the guild. If there's no objection there, bring him back as a full-time auxiliary for training. Principal Zhang, do you have anything else to say? It's like this. Actually, Yang Lin's will is that he wants to participate in the trial, because he also has a partner, Wang Chan. When he participates in the trial, he will choose the abyss difficulty. The temperature plummeted a dozen degrees throughout the temporary office. Su Nianji's expression was ice cold as she looked at Zhang Yonghui and slowly opened her mouth. Zhang Yonghui, do you think that my guild's recruitment is a child's game? I'll put up with it if you intercede for one person. Now you're saying he wants to go to the deep end and have a partner. Who the hell are you kidding? Get out. Yes, I'm going out. Seeing Su Nianji contains anger, Zhang Yonghui did not dare to stay in the office for a moment, and fled as if he had left the place. Chapter 19, It's a lucrative business. Seeing Zhang Yonghui leave, but the chill on Su Nianji's face did not completely subside. Young people don't know any better, but this Zhang Yonghui is so old that he doesn't know any better as a principal? On the contrary, it was Su Guan, who was currently retrieving Wang Chan's information with interest. After some time he was heard saying, Nian Ji, I think it would be a good idea to give this a chance. This Wang Chan is also considered a rare druid profession. Even if we make a breakthrough, the cultivation shouldn't be bad. So, you agree that Yang Lin and Wang Chan should team up and challenge the abyss difficulty trial? What's wrong with that? Anyway, after going in, the situation is not right. You can also choose to retreat and disengage. With Yang Lin's two restrictions in place, the situation is even worse, and the odds are that they can still be kept alive. Su Guan, are you serious? I'm serious, because I've given some thought to it. Tell me about it. This Zhang Yonghui, coming over to help Yang Lin and Wang Chan plead for mercy. It seems that Yang Lin and Wang Chan are probably very close. Follow this by saying what you initially thought. You said that you want to pull Yang Lin alone to the Greedy Wolf Guild for auxiliary training. I'm only afraid that there's one Wang Chan left over here, so he may not be willing to go. Any more? There is. Even ignoring Yang Lin and Wang Chan's relationship, do you think that the current Yang Lin would agree to be a full-time auxiliary in the future? His current level and damage is perfectly adequate to get a copy. You're using him as a secondary, so how do you know he doesn't have the heart for the big C? And you have to realize that the profession of dedicated support can easily be betrayed and dumped in a crisis-ridden copy. At least, if I were Yang Lin, I would never agree to be a support full-time now. Su Nianji was silent. After pondering for some time, she said, I'll admit that his current ability is indeed enough for a copy at around the same level. And let's not talk about how it will be in the future. If we were to take this profession for output, wouldn't the drawbacks be a little too much? Yes, the fear of long-range kiting can't stop a deadly blow from a close-quartered surprise enemy, but it's just such a profession that you're now throwing him into the crowd of professional students at Ichikawa High School. In minutes, it could kill quite a few people. Even powerful professions are basically unable to achieve this effect. So in a way, when you think about it, this domain suppressor, if there are enough negative statuses, it's pretty scary. Su Nianji once again entered a state of thinking. After another good while, she made a compromise. Since that's the case, it would be a good idea to try pairing him up with Wang Chan to challenge the abyss difficulty. Anyway, with all the talent on this side of the ball this year, I'd like to see if he can create some surprises or not. I'm quite looking forward to it as well. I'll inform Zhang Yonghui now. Good. Zhang Yonghui, who was quite helpless after leaving the temporary office of the guest house. At the end of the day, he wasn't sure if he had accomplished his mission. How should this subsequently inform Yellen? Just as his mind was still reeling, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but after hearing the voice, his whole body was shaken. So it's Deacon Su? That's right. I discussed this with Deacon Su on my side and made an exception to allow Yang Lin and Wang Chan to participate in the subsequent trial together as partners. Great. Thank you Deacon Su for your help. Don't say help. I'm not doing any favor. Rather, it's you. As the principal, since you have the confidence to recommend students, it's best, then, that the results don't disappoint. Don't worry, Deacon Su. Yang Lin and Wang Chan will definitely not let you and Deacon Su down when they go to the trial. Then we'll see. Hanging up the communication, Zhang Yanghui breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Anyway, it's finally a done deal. The subsequent words would depend on whether or not Yang Lin and Wang Chan fought for it. As for Yang Lin's side, he's not doing much today, so he's just resting at home. He must have held expectations when he suddenly saw the principal on the phone. Wait for the call to connect. Really? The two deacons from above actually made an exception and allowed me to partner with Wang Chan to participate in the trial? Don't worry, Principal. Wang Chan and I promise to pass the abyssal trial and definitely bring glory to our school. After hanging up the phone, Yang Lin must have also notified Wang Chan at the first time. After that, he then studied the trials from previous years when the greedy wolf guild came down to admit people. By synthesizing information from all sides, he took a new step in understanding trials. Let's start with the trial itself. Instead of being a trial, it had been considered a reward for those students whose novice copies met the standard. This is because the trial copies given above are special copy scrolls bursting out of the space itself, not the mass copies connected via teleportation on the bright side. Secondly, it is important to mention which types of special copy scrolls are available. There are generally several categories such as transfer copy scrolls, solo secret scrolls, and leader challenge scrolls, and in order for the students to gain benefits more directly, historically in previous years, the Greedy Wolf Guild's trials have been chosen to be transfer copy scrolls. As for this transfer copy scroll, there is a doorway when it comes to it. The demons inside this copy have no experience for killing. However, it can drop all kinds of evolutionary materials for career change, and a small chance that some special props will also explode. So after leveling up to level 10 in the newbie copy, heading to the transfer copy that's simply just right. Some of these professions are unable to transfer to other professions in the same way as others because they only have one form in their life. But that's okay. As long as you can meet the standard at the transfer copy, that's equivalent to a transfer as usual. If you're lucky enough, there's also a chance to get a new career skill, another talent, or a career phrase. Above. After understanding this, Yang Lin went to check his profession panel. Ryoga realized that it appeared that he, the domain suppressor, only had this one form in his life. But don't dwell on that. The presence or absence of a transfer is not a criterion for judging the strength of a profession. Occupational skills, talents and occupational phrases, which are the most fundamental means of distinguishing the strengths and weaknesses of occupations. What Yang Lin cared about now was whether he could also gain benefits if he could pass the trial. He was currently only at level 7, so even if he reached the standard, if he didn't get any benefit, wouldn't it be the equivalent of fighting for nothing? But soon, his eyes couldn't help but light up. I almost forgot. Even if I reach the standard and it's considered a wasted fight, some evolutionary materials can still be collected by killing demonic creatures, right? Think of evolutionary materials. Yan Lin went to look up the prices of some of the evolutionary materials on various trading platforms on a whim. Good lord, are most of them this expensive? The obsidian required for this archer to transform into a windwalker is a surprising 5,000 apiece, and this ranger, if he wants to transfer to shadow, the malachite required is actually 20,000 apiece, completely like opening the door to a new world. Yang Lin was now all kinds of amazed. In the past, he only knew that professionals going into replicas was lucrative, even though it was a knife fight, but the specific money to what extent, but also limited to stay in whoever has obtained a rare props. The auction house sold how many thousands of this kind of, and now he realized that sometimes even just a small piece of evolutionary transfer props, its price, for the average family, is a huge amount of money. Hiss. No wonder they all want to be professionals. It's a profitable business. However, sighing was sighing, but Yang Lin's brain hadn't been washed out yet. If you want to profiteer, you have to have a strong battle to match. Otherwise that's just going to a copy to send heads. If my profession can rise completely, it won't make it a world hard. Yellen, as it were. Chapter 20. Is this surely emotional value? Some ordinary family in Kashikawa. After a girl received a phone call that was, essentially, in tears. This girl is no other than Wang Chan. Joyfully, she told the good news to her mother and brother at home. Mom, I also have a chance to participate in the Greedy Wolf Guild's trial. So happy. Qian. Mom doesn't know anything about you professionals, but I've heard that it seems like you need to be level 10 to participate in the trial, and it seems to be dangerous? Mom, I've met a valuable person, and they made an exception before letting me attend. And to say copies, which one isn't dangerous? But since I chose to be a professional, I'll be careful. Wang mother sighed. Qian. I blame Mom for being useless, usually still dragging you down because of your weak body. Mom, you mustn't say that. As for this trial, I will definitely try my best. As long as we can pass, we will subsequently be accepted by the Greedy Wolf Guild, and then our family of 3 can go and settle in Cloud City. Next to him, a skinny and dark little boy of 8 or 9 years old asked, "Sister, is it better over there in Cloud City than here? Why do you want to go to Cloud City?" Wang Chan doted on the little boy's forehead and said, "Silly, of course that side is better than this side. As long as I'm accepted, the Greedy Wolf Guild will give our family a large subsidy every year. Not only will you have a stable school environment in the future, but our mom will have a great subsidy and excellent medical conditions when she goes to the doctor over there. Okay? Got it. Then I'm going to Cloud City. Good. When sister I get accepted, our family will go to Cloud City. Aha, then good luck with this trial. Sister." Mayasama was so talkative and good. After informing her mother and brother of the good news, Wang Chan returned to her room. She was in such an emotional state now that she was rolling on the bed with her pillow in her arms. Soon, though, she calmed down again. The trial made an exception to participate, but it was abyssal difficulty. Wang Chan, she definitely didn't doubt Yang Lin's ability. She just felt that she was most likely dragging her feet. If he caused Yang Lin to fail the trial because of himself, would he not be a sinner? Subsequently, it goes without saying that it will certainly be loathed. If only my career wasn't so consuming, so I can help him out and not be such a drag. What am I supposed to do at the trial? The mood is more and more nervous, and in order to ease the tension, Wang Chan opened the cell phone after touching a copy exchange website. After hesitating for quite some time, finally, in the help section, she made a wistful post. "I'm a girl with a somewhat weak profession, but just recently, in an action, I met a very powerful god. He's strong and willing to take me on, but I'm afraid of holding him back. So what the hell am I supposed to do?" The post is such a post. After posting, Wang Chan buried her face in the pillow. She doesn't usually chat online, except now she's worried and can't find anyone to talk to. So that's why this is an attempt to post on the internet. However, what she never expected was that the thread didn't sync. Not to mention that it actually gained a large number of replies in a short period of time. 1L, capture a wild girl. 2L, that's too easy a question to shout 666? 3L, 666. 4L, third floor is sick. Come to the bowl. Read 18 floors of replies in a row. Yet they were all uninspiring replies. Originally, Wang Chan was about to put the phone rest, and suddenly the new 19th floor reply caught her attention. 19L, what's there to worry about? Little sister? You're weak and he's still willing to take you, so at least that means he doesn't hate you. So this is too good to be true. As long as you then provide him with enough emotional value, all is well. In response to this reply, Wang Chan thought for a long time. She then replied within the building, "I'm trying to figure out how to provide enough emotional value. I hope you can help me." Simple. The 19th floor first said this back at the same time, and then followed it up with a picture attached below. That's a picture of a sexy woman. Although the scale of the head scratching was slightly bold, causing Wang Chan's pretty face to resist a blush. But I have to say, the woman in the picture is, indeed, attractive. After posting the picture, the 19th floor also did not forget to add a final sentence. This is the emotional value. Have you learned to waste? Have you learned to be useless? Not waiting for Wang Chan to ask herself so, I did not expect other people to look at the 19th floor to send pictures of sexy girls. This thread suddenly felt like a switch had been flipped somewhere and instantly ignited all the people flooding this thread. And then, the scene seemed uncontrollable. The next floor was full of sexy pictures, either a city girl or a sultry nurse, or else a bunny girl or a sassy little fox. In short, looking at Wang Chan, the whole person was about to cover her eyes. It was probably about 20 minutes before and after posting. The post suddenly disappeared and Wang Chan received a message from the website. Your post may contain unhealthy information and has been blocked. Please understand. Phew, it was like fighting an uphill battle. Wang Chan did not lose her head over the post blockade. On the contrary, she was relieved. So, this is emotional value? But it's a shame to do that. But I feel like I should do something. I can't just do nothing, right? Wang Chan's heart was struggling. After struggling for about 15 minutes, she finally made up her mind. Then it was seen that she took out a deposit box from under her couch. The money in it is what she usually earns from doing odd jobs on the side. Although most of it subsidized the household, there was a small accumulation over time. It's not much more, but it's several $100s. At this time it occurred to her that there was a particular clothing line on the street near her front door. The clothes there are not sold to the general public, but to the crowd that likes photography, cars and such. Usually when she passed the store, she hadn't been inside, but she knew by the windows, and the crowds of people coming in and out of the doorway, that the clothes there were beautiful. Good, now move. Wang Chan took the money out of the deposit box and then ran to the clothing store down the block. The clerk inside was warm beyond her expectations. Enduring great shame, she purchased one of the finished sets on the recommendation of the store clerk. Before leaving, also heard the clerk swore, "Little sister, you don't worry, As long as you wear this dress appeared in front of your boyfriend, it's sure to charm him. Fascinated not fascinated even if, but that sentence boyfriend, let Wang Chan quite shame. She didn't say she wanted to buy a boyfriend to look at, she just said a man, and the clerk was the one who had to interpret it that way. At this moment, Wang Chan tightly hugged the clothes in her arms, her heart poofing. I wonder if he'll like it when I wear this outfit tomorrow, or will it be disgusting? Forget it, it's pointless to think about it after you've bought it all. Anyway, hopefully tomorrow will provide him with some emotional value. Chapter 21, Upping the Ante? It's a new day. And it's a day when the Greedy Wolf Guild comes down to recruit potential seedlings straight away. A newbie copy, to reach level 10, is considered passing. But next, if you want to be officially accepted into the Greedy Wolf Guild, you must pass the copy trial provided by the guild. Yang Lin, he was still quite confident in this trial. Then just as he was going out, he met Su Meng who was also going to the trial. What? Are you out of your mind? To actually be partners with Wang Chan and challenge the abyss difficulty together? That's right. Hearing Yang Lin answer like this, Su Meng was aggrieved and angry in her heart. Aggrieved because, what's so great about that Wang Chan that she has to be a partner? Why are you angry? What do you mean? All day yesterday, I was lamenting the fact that my childhood friend couldn't go to a guild with me, and that I might have to be a stranger to the world in the future. As a result, he now tells himself that he's going to the trials as well, and with another girl? Originally, Su Meng couldn't help but want to ruthlessly go and bite Yang Lin in response to this matter, but on second thought, if Yang Lin couldn't pass the trial, wouldn't he really be a stranger to the world? As soon as her mood calmed down, Su Meng immediately began to worry. Abyssal difficulty is the highest difficulty. Are you really sure? Shouldn't be a problem. Is it that you think the difficulty by itself is okay? Or do you think it's okay with Wang Chan? Dreamy. This isn't the time to dwell on that, is it? It's rare that the principal has fought for a chance for me. So of course I want to enter the Greedy Wolf Guild. Good. Then we'll cheer together. After that, together with Su Meng, Yang Lin once again came over to the General Affairs Division. Today, compared to the first novice copy, the number of people gathered over here was more than just a lot less. There were originally several hundred people, but today there are only a handful of 24. There are 6 colleges and universities in Ichigawa, but for the principals who came today, the 1st and 5th high schools were not listed. This means that no one from the 2 colleges has reached level 10 and is considered eliminated. As for the Greedy Wolf Guild's annual quota for Yuechuan, there were only 10 people, and the competition was fierce and brutal. It was also here that Yang Lin, in addition to meeting up with Wang Chan, also met the 2 deacons from the Greedy Wolf Guild who had come to enroll this year, Su Ninji and Su Guan. Su Ninji, obviously a cold beauty, her aura was so strong that no one dared to look directly at her, even the 4 principals who came to the General Affairs Division. Su Guan's words seemed to be well received, but because of his status, no one dared to get close to him, even if the 4 principals likewise didn't dare. When the people arrived, Su Ninji began to speak. Gentlemen, the fact that you are able to stand here today shows that you each have different abilities. The next trial, it's not just a test, it's an opportunity for you to change the path of your life. Because of this, I want each and every one of you to take me seriously. Speaking of this, Su Ninji paused for a moment. A clear, cold vision swept the room. And, of course, I'm going to put the ugly words in front of you. This trial, compared to your previous novice copies, has definitely increased in difficulty. If you can't guarantee that you have the capital to overcome, I suggest you give up immediately now. Please don't make any mistakes. As soon as Su Ninji's words fell, even though the number of people in the entire arena was not large, they were still talking to each other, and the voices were quite loud. I really didn't expect that this year's copy of the trial would be so difficult. The original copy will usually be divided into 4 difficulties, normal, hard, nightmare and abyss. But now, the 2 deacons who were in charge of the examination had actually blocked the normal difficulty entry method. In other words, if the students present wanted to be accepted by the Greedy Wolf Guild, they would have to at least overcome the difficulty of the odds. Finally, a student couldn't help but speak up. It's not fair. It's so unfair. In previous years just normal difficulty was fine. Why did they raise the difficulty this year? Su Ninji, the cold beauty, was indifferent to the students' protests. If you think the difficulty is too high, you can probably give up now. This is my advice to you, and to all who participate in the replica. After all, it wouldn't be good to really lose your life if you enter a copy. Doesn't that count as a strawman? Strawman, did the Greedy Wolf Guild force you to participate in the trial? If not, turn your head now and head to another guild. The choice is still yours. It's not too late to give up. The crowd of students in the room stopped talking. Who doesn't want to go to a super guild? How can I be happy if I give up now? And most of the students' thoughts, even if they didn't think they could pass this trial, they definitely had to give it a try. If the difficulty is too exaggerated, then when the time comes, act carefully, take what you can get, and know what to expect. Even so, it's better than just giving up. If you're okay with that, get ready to enter the trial copies. It's not a shame to back off when you feel you can't fight it. On the contrary, if you don't know how much you weigh in rush, you'll be a laughing stock. As Sun Yinji's words fell, the staff in the hall had already activated the scroll that had been delivered long ago by the previous greedy wolf guild. Now, it was only necessary to pass through the outside teleportation array, plus the 22 students including Yang Lin and Wang Chan, to enter within the trial copies. And just in the meantime, Yellen was still quite concerned about his childhood friend. Dreamy, is it really okay for you to go to difficulty by yourself? Yang Lin, who are you underestimating? If I wasn't afraid of my parents worrying, I would have at least picked a nightmare difficulty. It's good that you're confident, so I can rest easy. I've never seen you care so much about me before. Speaking of this, Su Mingnang's expression became grave. And not to mention me, what about you? Can you and Wang Chan pass the abyss difficulty? That's abyssal difficulty. No joke. I know. That's why Sin and I will deal with it carefully. After all, this is an opportunity that the principal has managed to secure for the two of us. And if we can't pass it, traveling to the greedy wolf guild will be completely out of the question. No passes or I hate you. After saying that, Su Ming panicked and entered the teleportation array like a small rabbit. Seeing this, Yang Lin said to Wang Qian, let's prepare to enter the copy as well. Go to the abyss difficulty. Aha! Wang Qian nodded her head. Then the two of them also stepped into the teleportation array together, choosing to enter the highest difficulty abyssal copy of the trial. Inside the hall, seeing that all the students had finished entering the trial copies one after another. However, the three principals other than Zhang Yanghui couldn't stay at this moment. Trial copies, only level 10 is qualified to enter. This Yang Lin and Wang Chan, how can level 7 also participate? Is it hard to believe that the two of them went through the back door? Earlier before the copy started, the three principals, except for Zhang Yanghui, although they had doubts, they didn't dare to open their mouths due to Sun Yinji's aura pressure. Even one by one, they comforted themselves, thinking that Yang Lin and Wang Chan had come over today, probably just to watch the reference sang hilarity. Now that he saw that the two of them had also followed to the teleportation array, how could this still be tolerated? Chapter 22, A Surprise from Her. Seeing Sun Yinji and Su Guan returning from the side of the teleportation array, already, some principals can't help themselves. Deacon Su, this isn't fair, is it? Didn't it say that only level 10 is eligible to enter the trial? Why can Yang Lin and Wang Chan, level 7 also participate? Yes, it's not fair. Why should they be able to participate if they're level 7? If that's true, what do the 9th, 8th graders at your school say? Deacon Su, you must give us a statement. Even if you were deacons, that wouldn't work. We must seek justice today. The three principals other than Zhang Yanghui, that was not to be spared. On the contrary, Sun Yinji and Su Guan's expressions were calm to the extreme. Su Guan had said that he was only a deputy, so he basically didn't worry too much about everything. So this answer, naturally, fell to Sun Yinji. Sun Yinji was neither angry nor annoyed. You want an argument? There has to be an argument as to why Yang Lin and Wang Chan can participate in the trial at level 7? This is breaking the rules, and without a proper statement today, I'm going to go to the union and expose you. Even if the principal doesn't become the principal, what's all the excitement for? Don't you guys know that Yang Lin, he's a hidden professional? What's wrong with hidden professions? It's rare, but how many hidden professions have gotten ahead over the years? Right, we can't give them a backdoor just because he's a hidden profession. What's more, who doesn't know that this hidden profession of his is actually a scrapped profession? In the minds of the three principals, the reason why Yang Lin was able to rise to level 7 was entirely because of Wang Chan. Now that the back door is actually opened, it would be an understatement for them to say that they are furious. But Sun Yinji was not amused. Since you guys are so concerned about the two of you, Yang Lin and Wang Chan, why don't you care about the choice of the two of them? Choices? What choice? The three principals were confused. But just after the hall's public screen showed the current basic status of the 22 students, these three, at once, froze. The two of them actually chose the abyss difficulty? Are you kidding? What kind of difficulty is the abyss? And the two of them even teamed up to go to the abyss? Two deacons? You're only level 7. Do you want the two of them to die? Su Guan came out at this time and rounded off the scene. Gentlemen, be at ease. The greedy wolf guild has always followed what is fair and reasonable. Hidden professions, although very few can grow, but in comparison, still more than other professions to look forward to. It's also because our greedy wolf guild is fair that we made an exception for this examination and gave Yang Lin a chance. Then Wang Chan, she's not a hidden profession either. Aren't you guys aware that special copies like this one, with abyss difficulty, allow 2 partners? That Wang Chan, it's just a side note. No, Deacon, you misunderstand me. I'm saying that, for the time being, you are willing to give hidden professions a chance. But Wang Chan, she is neither a hidden profession, so partner with Yang Lin. What if something happens? Suguan let out a light laugh. Then with a face full of innocence, he looked at Zhang Yonghui. You shouldn't ask me about this. If you do, ask Zhang Yonghui, the principal of the 3rd high school. Zhang Yonghui's heart thumped when he heard this. He kind of got it. It is true that he begged for mercy, but if there is really an accident, the 2 deacons are not willing to take the blame at all. Yang Lin and Wang Chan do not accident okay, but where this is going to happen, their own principal, I'm afraid that directly to the end. It was also just as Zhang Yonghui himself thought. The spearheads of the 3 principals were immediately pointed. Old Zhang, you're crazy for wanting grants and bonuses, aren't you? Abyssal difficulty, and you dare to let Yang Lin bring Wang Chan on? You're really not afraid of something happening to the 2 of them. What an exaggeration of the difficulty of the abyss. Between 10 years, not even a single student would be able to pass through the abyss. Old Zhang, have you ever thought that if you're not careful, both of them will perish in it? It's a shame you're still a principal. You actually, forget it, don't bother talking about you. Take care of yourself. Faced with the duties of 3 principals, Zhang Yonghui's heart is also bitter, but it's useless to say anything now. As a principal, he did want his students to be accepted by the greedy Wolf Guild and a few more, but letting Yang Lin and Wang Chan participate in the trial as well, that wasn't his idea either. Wasn't it Yang Lin and Wang Chan who asked for it? No, it can't be said that it's all in the minds of the 2 students. It was also mainly because he had looked at Yang Lin's data panel and felt that it was really possible, which was why he had approached the 2 deacons to plead for mercy. But now, what to say to the other 3 principals? How to explain? Because there was no way to refute the words of the 3 principals, plus the 2 deacons had to set aside any adverse effects beforehand. This led to the fact that Zhang Yonghui now had to be a turtle in distress. Say what you will, it happened anyway. The only thing he hoped for now was that Yang Lin and Wang Chan would be able to compete and successfully reach the trial copies. In that case, he would be able to put his back up, on both ends of the spectrum, said Yang Lin and Wang Chan. After the 2 entered the copy, Yang Lin just intended to act. Wang Chan suddenly stammered with a red face. Yang Lin, can you wait a little? 5 minutes is all it takes. Yellen didn't think much of it, but he expressed his understanding. Cynthia, you're going to water the flowers, right? I understand that it's normal for people to want to go and let off steam when they're nervous, so go ahead. Wang Chan pretty face turned even redder. It's not to drain the water. Qian, we're not outsiders anymore. Why are you so shy? Anyway, go quickly. I'll be right here. Yang Lin, it's really not that. Actually, I want to give you a little surprise. Yang Lin was stunned. You said you want to give me a surprise? Well, sort of a surprise. Looking at the somewhat flustered Wang Chan, Yang Lin momentarily felt that his brain was a bit inadequate. This girl, out of the blue, says she wants to surprise herself. Seeing as how she was still so shy, it was hard not to be curious about the situation. Cynthia, you're not kidding me? No kidding, I'm serious. Okay, go on then. I'll wait for you. Well, I'll be quick. Saying that, Wang Chan ran all the way to the back of an adjacent big tree. It wasn't clear what the girl was up to, but Yellen vaguely heard the patter of fabric against skin. What the hell is this girl up to, making it so mysterious? Yang Lin was now more and more curious. Enduring the confusion and curiosity, roughly 5 minutes later, Wang Chan finally walked out from behind the neighboring large tree. In that instant, Yang Lin's spirit was lifted, and with it, all sorts of sighs of relief in the heart. To say the least, he was indeed shocked by Wang Chan's actions. Also he was thinking that he, today, seemed to have come over to kill the copy trial, right? But can this be linked to the scene in front of us? Wang Chan, right now, stood carefully in front of Yang Lin. The look was not the usual nervousness, and 1 or 2 glimpses of her bashfulness could be seen in her flushed cheeks. Brother Yang, is it okay for me to do this? Listen, the name calling has changed. It's no longer called Yang Lin. The starter is Brother Yang. Chapter 23, what kind of strength is this? Daring to fool around like this? And to ask if it's okay? That can only mean that it's too okay. Yang Lin absolutely did not expect that the surprise that Wang Chan said was, surprisingly this light. Inside the originally murderous abyssal copy, the beautiful girl, surprisingly, stood shyly in front of her in a maid's outfit. Not the formal kind of maid outfit, but actually the erotic kind. The costume itself perfectly outlined Wang Chan's delicate figure. The slightly swaying skirt seems to contain her heart. The butterfly decoration on her body speaks of her beauty and innocence. The girl, now, stood with her head down in front of her. The white cheeks were tinted with a blush, not to mention that even the small ears were flushed with a light pink color. Such a situation caused Yang Lin to really not know what to say. He was afraid that if he made a wrong remark, he would let this sister fly away like a frightened butterfly. Cynthia, it's quite nice. Really? Wang Chan, who was still twisting the train of her skirt with her fingers, looked a little agitated. A pair of big, beautiful eyes all looked straight at Yang Lin. Of course it's true. I was not expecting you to look different in a maid's outfit. Wang Chan was relieved in her heart. She was at least a good deal less shy now. I bought this yesterday. I was worried earlier that you wouldn't like it, but now I'm relieved. Cynthia, I wouldn't mind at all if this kind of surprise could come more often. Yellen was telling the truth. Is it wrong to be a normal man who likes to love to see more? Look at the power of this erotically inclined maid's outfit. Even Shirato disliked it. Who in general can stand this? Maybe Wang Chanchan's surprise was too big. Anyway, Yang Lin was now filled with power. This eruption of a small universe, followed by not ruthlessly beating 2 cows to death, is a loss. Chen, wait and act as before. I'll do the limiting, and you cooperate with me in dealing damage, as well as keeping me safe. No problem. On the contrary, when it comes to this abyssal difficulty copy, Yang Lin learned about it in detail from the internet when he came. Said abyss difficulty has not changed much in terms of leveling compared to the other difficulties, but the biggest difference was that the attacks and defenses of the magical creatures increased substantially. Some of the magical creatures will even break through the limitations and use some fancy abilities, and the above, in fact, is not the main thing. Most notably, all abyssal demons come with a layer of armor right out of the gate, for what is commonly referred to as a defense bar in the game. And the defense bar does more than simply an extra layer of protection for the magic item. It actually resists some physical and mental damage. This has led to the fact that, in general, very few teams take the initiative to challenge their copies on the abyss difficulty. Unless, of course, this team is fairly confident in the combat of a few of their own teammates. As for now, ask Yellen what he thinks about this. People have come in, just try it, and if it doesn't work, take Wang Chanchan and retreat. He wouldn't send himself to death in a copy for a moment of bravado or to save face. That wasn't his style. With that, the two began to delve deeper into the replica afterward. One more thing though, special copies are not like regular copies. There were fewer magical creatures in the special copies, just like Yang Lin and Wang Chanchan now. There had been some delay at the beginning, and now another 10 minutes had passed, and the two of them hadn't even seen a single hair of the demonic creature. Wang Chanchan was confused about this. Why haven't we seen any demons in so long? I researched the information earlier and it said it was a special copy, like the transfer copy we're entering now. Each demonic creature has a chance of popping the evolutionary materials of each profession, so the relative number is small. So it is. Qianxian, don't take it lightly, this is an abyssal copy. If the demons don't appear, it's amazing. Well, I know, it won't be taken lightly. When Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan kept going deeper and deeper into the depths of the replica to look for traces of the demonic creature, the few principals in the hall beyond the duplicate, on the other hand, had one pair of eyes wider than the other. Because there were so few people entering the replica, the data over at the main screen was pretty much instantly recognizable. It's even clear who killed what demon at what time and hour. Because of this, when they saw their own school students slaying the demonic creatures, these few principals, it was just like celebrating the new year. All sorts of jubilation and joy. It's still our school's Zhou Zhang, easily crushing the demons. Look at that, just 15 minutes into the game, he's already killed 3 goblins. Zhao Qiuqiao from our school is not bad either. Taking down a deerhorn beast and earth dragon in a short period of time. Isn't that better than the 3 goblins on your side? Cut the crap. Look at my school's Li Mingwang, showing killing a barrowbone despite not being superior in numbers. That thing, the average person can't hold it. The 3 principals bragged to each other, but their eyes, apart from staring at the students of Dragontang's school on the general screen, were actually staring at Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan. To say that Dragon School, that Su Meng is really powerful. Although the other 3 principals were complacently showing off their students, it could not be denied that Su Meng was definitely not inferior to their students. As for Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan, after staring at them for 15 minutes in one breath, he saw that the duo had nothing to offer outside. Half of the initial worry in their hearts had actually dissipated. Although they didn't say it outwardly, in reality, they all breathed a huge sigh of relief in their hearts. Look at Zhang Yang, who is so important to these 2 students. But in reality, it's nothing more than that. What kind of strength is that, to dare to challenge the abyss difficulty? If 2 level 10s were together, it would barely make sense. 2 level 7s, indeed not going to abyss difficulty to get hit? It wouldn't be a while before those two students would surely escape from within the copy in a sorry state. Not one principal thought this way. All three principals except Zhang Yanghui thought this way. They don't believe it anymore anyway. What can a hidden profession that was brought to level 7 by someone else build? If you really want to build something, how can you not even reach level 10? As for the principal, Zhang Yanghui, he was also wiping his sweat constantly. He was truly afraid that something would happen to Yang Lin and Wang Chan in the copy, and he was also afraid that the two would retreat from the copy. If that happened, he couldn't respond to the two deacons who came down. Subsequent hatchet jobs by other schools make this a big deal. Because of this, his heart was quite saddened with emotion. Was it right or wrong for me to go and plead for both of them earlier? This is a mistake, and my future may be buried here. But, speaking of however, Zhang Yanghui still carried some expectations in his heart. Think of a few students from your own school. As long as Su Meng plays normally, a person reaching the difficulty shouldn't be a problem. If this Yang Lin and Wang Chan could really pass the abyss difficulty, then this year, their own dragon school would be able to have 3 students recruited away by the greedy wolf guild guaranteed. And, that's not even mentioning that there are several other students who are auditioning, none of whom are actually doing too poorly, and could potentially be accepted. If everything goes according to the expected beautiful things, the dragon school of his own family, definitely ushered in the best results ever. Even if we don't talk about what sponsorships and awards will follow, this excellent result alone will be the best publicity for the enrollment afterward. At that point, a few other schools, what does that count for? Because of this thought, Zhang Yanghui's eyes, at this moment, were even more fixed on the names of Yang Lin and Wang Chan on the general screen. As principal, he expects nothing less than the usual from these two students. Chapter 24, I'll buy you a little dress. As for this time, Yang Lin and Wang Chan had been acting for a long time. Sometime later they finally met the demons. Ice Demon Swordsman, level 8, hovering in midair. It has between 1000 and 1050 blood and 60 to 80 attacks. Saw the demon. At this time, Wang Chan was quite excited. At Yang Lin's words, he first observed the 2 Ice Demon Swordsmen that had appeared, and then, he took a large step forward and calmly unfolded his domain. Under the restrictions of super heavy pressure and super paralyze, although the 2 Ice Demon Swordsmen could still move, they were no longer that much of a threat to Yang Lin and Wang Chan. Qianxian, let's have a small outburst first and try the strength of the Ice Demon Swordsman. Got it, brother Yang. Yellen is now doing the assisting part-time while keeping track of the status. The matter of a quick kill was left to Wang Chan, and to say dash, abyssal demons, do possess a defense bar. Yes, this defense bar, in turn, has a resistance effect against super heavy pressure and super paralysis to a certain extent, but overall, the double restriction still reduced the mobility of these demons to less than 50%. The bottom line is, it was only now that Yang Lin realized that originally, his own fixed injury actually ignored the defense bar of the demonic creature, can inflict true wound effects on magical creatures. Even if the demon armor was worth $1 billion, it didn't affect the sustained damage effect of the solid damage at all, so taking these things out was still a matter of minutes. So it was that Yang Lin in the field managed his positioning to restrict and attract the 2 Ice Demon Swordsmen. Wang Chan's words had long since switched to the state of Zhang Xiong's living spirit plus, as the majestic power of the pale bear beings resonated with her own blood chi. In the next moment, her entire body was already like a wild wind, cutting strongly into the field. The slender hand was wrapped in the power of the Zhang Xiong's living spirit, and when it was swung down, it was no less than chopping down a sharp blade with a flickering cold light. Before and after only 10 seconds, the 2 Ice Demon Swordsmen were killed one after another. TSK, this kind of copy really doesn't have a bit of experience. But brother Yang, there are materials in the drop. Wang Chan joyfully picked up 2 pieces of first-order upper magic crystals, as well as 2 pieces of ice obsidian. Even if the first-order superior magic crystals were even more superior. But in the case of the first order, each piece would only cost about $2. But this ice obsidian, because it was an evolutionary material for the ice archer transformation, if Yang Lin remembered correctly, it was worth about 100 yuan per piece. Qianxian, it's still fine. Killing 2 monsters, we've probably earned over 200. Ha, is it worth that much? Qianxian, don't forget, this is a special transfer copy. It's only natural that some evolutionary materials will come out. I went online yesterday to check the prices of some of the transfer materials, and I basically can't remember them wrong. Even if it depreciates again, at least it's enough for us to go to a restaurant and order a nice set meal for 2. Brother Yang, it's too easy to make money that way, isn't it? Yang Lin lamented. That makes it easy for you? If we are lucky and obtain some crimson stones, thunder stones, or other precious materials, then, that's really earning. Wang Chan, she can't dare to think so much. All she was thinking about now was how not to drag Yang Lin down. As for these evolutionary materials, she didn't even think that Yang Lin would share them with her or something. To Wang Chan, being able to pass this trial was the goal she craved for the most. As for the next, seeing as the Ice Demon Swordsman was not very difficult. Solely, the two of them kept walking around the ice-cold pool, trying to discover more Ice Demon Swordsmen. However, more Ice Demon Swordsmen were not found, but the two accidentally alerted a swarm along the shores of the ice pool on their next search walk. And so, within the slightly dim copy, not far from Yang Lin and Wang Chan, there was suddenly a fluffy, crystal-clear halo of light. Photocrystalline flying beetle. Each one is the size of a soccer ball. Look at the number. There are 12 or 13 of them. Yang Lin, there are too many. Should we retreat? This is an abyssal difficulty copy. It must be retired. If there were 1 or 2, 3 or 5, Yang Lin was still planning to do some harvesting, but a dozen of them at once, even if he had the ability to limit them, he didn't want to take the risk. However, the two still underestimated the flight speed of the light crystal flying beetle. A few moments of work had dramatically shortened the distance between them and the withdrawing pair. Seeing this, Yang Lin definitely unfolded his inherent domain, restrict it anyway to make it easier for the two to withdraw. But to his complete surprise, as the group of light crystal flying beetles flew into Yang Lin's domain, the unexpected ending unfolded. The original swarm's 3-meter-high flight altitude instantly dropped to about 1 meter. A light crystal flying beetle, flapping its wings hard, tried to approach Yang Lin and Wang Chan, but their speed, it's really hard to say. Let's put it this way, the same magic item is restricted, as in the case of the Ice Demon Swordsman just now, and after the restriction even if it resists part of the effect because of the defense bar, it can still maintain about 50% of its maneuverability. But these flying bugs are already high on the list to maintain 30% maneuverability now. A few of them, slightly weaker, even fell from mid-air. Even though it was trying very hard to flap its wings to take off again, it was basically considered futile. Brother Yang, I feel that your restriction ability seems to be more effective against bugs that can fly. Hey, I've noticed this as well. The effect of the air-to-air restriction has been increased by at least 20 percentage points. Feeling that the swarm in front of him was easier to mess with than expected, Yang Lin was no longer planning to run. He was talking about letting Wang Chan then act cheaply to make up for it. But the situation that occurred at the scene, once again out of the two people's expectations. Barta, it's only been 10 seconds since the bugs entered the field around the same time, and the thing, one after the other, actually started landing dead. This is dead? Wang Chan was shocked, very much, not to mention that Yang Lin himself was confused. I'm not even ready to fight yet. Why are they gone one after the other? Yeah, I haven't even mended them yet and they're actually dead? It's dead. Look, it's all drained of blood. Earlier, it was equivalent to encountering an emergency, and the two of them didn't even have time to explore the light crystal flying beetle's information. It was only now upon probing that I realized that these things were not low-leveled though, with one reaching level 9, but all of their abilities seem to point to attack and defense and mobility, so correspondingly, they have as little blood as possible. A comparable magic item level 9 is probably around 1200 blood, and most of these things don't even reach 400. Even though they had high armor bars, they were purely a showpiece against Yang Lin's solid true wound. Since these contraptions entered the realm, they were first cut 25% of their blood by a slash from Yang Lin's second mythic word, and then at a rate of 21 blood burns per second. That's just 10 seconds or so to sink these things. And seeing the death of the swarm, Wang Chan side rushed to clear the field. Brother Yang, there are 2 halo stones. What? Halo stone? It's a halo stone. Is it precious? Qian, not only precious, we too little rich. Wang Chan was a bit stunned. Meaning the halo stone is valuable? Well, as I recall, it's a light swordsman's transformation material, a piece with a market price of around 5,000. Hearing 5,000, Wang Chan covered her small mouth in surprise. 2 small pieces of material that are as if they were stones can actually be sold for 10,000. This is too much. Yang Lin sighed in the same way at this time. It's worthy of being a special transfer copy provided by the Greedy Wolf Guild. It's much stronger than those transfer copies on the market in terms of burst rate. Although he didn't see the wordings or anything for this particular copy, Yang Lin was certain. The wordings that this transfer copy possessed in itself before it was launched, such as being the material drop rate, prop shipment rate and whatnot, must have been of a treasured level. And now, on the rare occasion that you get to walk on a copy like this, it's not a hard sell? This abyssal copy doesn't seem to be very difficult. Next, we have to make a little more money. Brother Yang, that's no difficulty for you. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to tackle this huge pile of bugs. Enough about that, let's keep looking for demons. It's best to encounter more of these bugs. Not to mention, the two of them were really lucky. and it wasn't long before they once again found a group of light crystal flying beetles. Knowing that these things were brittle, with Yang Lin's current means, he was really just taking them at will. Another halo stone exploded. When Wang Chan held the piece of halo stone she had obtained once again in front of Yang Lin, her face was all flushed. Yang Lin didn't hold back for a moment and flirted. Qian, let's work a little harder, and when we get out of the copy, how about brother buying you a few sets of little dresses? Yang, you're not kidding me, are you? I'm serious. Wang Chan's face burned, but in the end, she nodded her head in shame. As soon as he looked at the sister, who was now this delicate, Yang Lin felt that all the power within his own little universe began to become rolling and volatile, and in order to live up to their surging power, then more light crystal flying beetles began to suffer one after another around the territory where the two were located. I don't know, just because the two of them killed the light crystal flying beetle thing, it caused the crowd outside the replica to directly explode. Chapter 25 must be crazy. Make a mistake. This is abyss difficulty. Light crystal flying beetles are no less than a novice's nightmare, and the two of them are actually, killing them in packs. Crazy, those two must be crazy. Inside the hall, not to mention that the three principals other than Zhang Yanghui were emotional. Even Su Ninji and Su Guan, who presided over this replica, were a bit dumbfounded, because the light crystal flying beetle is, quite literally, one of the newcomers' nightmares. Let's not talk about the abyss difficulty. Even if it's the normal difficulty, it's hard for the average fledgling team to get a good deal when they run into it. Why, you ask? And it's not because these things come out in large groups. Although these things are brittle, they can't afford to fly, not to mention the maneuverability, but the attack power is thievish. If those novice squads, which were only in the teething stage, really ran into these things, but if anyone panicked or was not well disciplined, they would easily roll over. But now, it wasn't long before Yang Lin and Wang Chan killed a group of light crystal flying beetles. It was only a short time apart, and the general screen showed that they had actually taken out another group. Could it be that Yang Lin's hidden profession is truly awakened? I think it's possible. Otherwise you think that Deacon Su and Deacon Su would make an exception for Yang Lin and Wang Chan to participate in this trial? And, coming up on abyss difficulty? Dragon School. It looks like it's developed this year. The three principals, looking at Zhang Yanghui next to them, had indescribable envy and jealousy in their eyes. Look at the kill rankings that are now displayed on the total screen. Not to mention Yang Lin and Wang Chan. That girl named Su Meng was definitely going to hog a spot in the Greedy Wolf Guild this year. That kill rate, it was insane. Basically just crushing the other three schools' top students. In addition to Su Meng, there were two other students at Dragon School whose grades weren't bad either. It's basically a stalemate against students from all three of their schools. Is your Dragon Academy going to be so crazy this year? Because there's a real possibility that of the 10 acceptances for the Greedy Wolf Guild, his school alone could take 3 to 5 this year. Can't other schools live like this? To this, you ask Principal Zhang Yanghui what his reaction was. Gee, let's put it this way, there's never been a year when his back was straighter than it is now, listening to 3 other old-timers discussing their own. It's humility, or a little bit of it. What about you guys? Don't be in a hurry. Aren't the results of this trial still pending? Steady. We as principals have to learn to be steady and not to move around and make a fuss. Steady on your sister. The other 3 principals' teeth itched, but there was nothing he could do with this old bastard Zhang Yanghui, who makes other people's students just that good. And on the main screen, after some more time, Yang Lin and Wang Chan started by killing the number of Ice Demon Swordsmen +2 in the Abyss difficulty copy. Then it doesn't take long to jump another +13 to the number of photocrystalline flying beetles killed. That total kill count is getting outrageous. Su Guan, who was also watching the battle data situation, couldn't help but sigh. Nian Ji, although this Yang Lin's professional shortcomings are big, you can't deny that right now he does have the ability to make big kills. Indeed, watching him and Wang Chan kill so many light crystal flying beetles in a short period of time, I suddenly have a doubt now. What doubt? His fixed injury. I think it belongs to the category of ignoring defense and charging directly as true injury damage, right? Su Guan thought for a moment and said, most likely, like that light crystal flying beetle. Although it's powerful, its blood count is very low. Bumping into a profession like Yang Lin's that can restrict, if it really can ignore defense, it's really like meeting a natural nemesis. Su Nianji pondered for a moment, but as I think about it, I still think we should position him as a secondary for full-time development. The higher this level is, the harder it is to comprehend or inspire vocational skills and vocational phrases. Let him develop on his own and he'll probably get buried. What's the rush? Come the day. Just take your time and observe. Easy for you to say. Special nurturing measures are often required for those special students. This will allow for an earlier delivery of talent to the front space. You know, we don't have that much free time. Su Guan spread his hands. Even if you think so, You still have to ask the man himself for his opinion. After all, you also have to realize that once you forcefully intervene with manpower for full-time training, you can easily cut off his understanding, ideas, and senses as well as opportunities and chi for his profession. It's not good to pull up seedlings. I've thought about it, so let's wait until the end to ask his opinion. After that, 2 hours into the copy time, there were already students teleporting out of the copies one after another. Earlier, with a squad in place, it was relatively easy for a group of people to join forces to kill the demons, but now they had to brush through the difficult copies alone. These students, they can't even meddle. It's too hard. It's really too hard. Every monster was strong as hell, and if they really wanted to continue to meet out their lives, they might meet out their lives. There was nothing to do but to be forced out of the copy. However, the students who withdrew were still quite unconvinced in their minds. Obviously, in previous years, you could just travel solo to a normal difficulty copy, but why should this year be an exception? Starting out is just difficult? Is the guild purposely trying to make things difficult for people? Or is their point just so bad that they happen to hit the changes above? And just as these students returned to the hall, in the face of the principal looking at them lost, without exception, they saw an amazing scene through the main screen. The person with the highest number of kills is actually in the abyss difficulty? And looking at the levels, they're actually all still level 7? Geez, level 7 dares to go to the abyss difficulty, not to mention reaching the top of the kill rankings? That's 4 times the number of kills over second place, right? This Yang Lin and Wang Chan must have eaten Hyun Mai. Look at the number of kills prompted. Simply cannot stop. By the way, check out the other students. The competition is still fierce. This, no doubt, does not leave students who have withdrawn early feeling deeply powerless and disillusioned. The difference, it's there. The more this complained about the guild increasing the difficulty of the trial, as well as seeing the strength of others, the more this reflected the weakness of their own strength. Not to mention this, most of the students who withdrew from the copies were probably shocked by the highest-ranked Yang Lin and Wang Chan anyway, so there was no choice to leave at that moment, and most of them stayed in the hall. They just wanted to observe how far these two powerhouses could exaggerate. On the contrary, the special transfer copy territory that students participate in at the moment is not really that big. So now, not to mention the curious students who were observing, even a few principals within were wondering. This Yang Lin and Wang Chan were so heaven-defying, striking down so quickly. It can't be. They even took care of the head of the abyssal difficulty, right? Then look at the two deacons, Su Ninji and Su Guanji. Although they didn't say anything, judging by the way they were staring intently at Yang Lin and Wang Chan's names on the general screen, I'm sure that their hearts must be looking forward to it very much. Normal, hard, and nightmare difficulty copies with only minor leaders. And for the real ringleader, it would have to be Abyss. Midfield, Zhang Yanghui, who was the principal of Yang Lin and Wang Chan, was definitely the most excited. He then wondered how much face he would have to grow with these two students of his, if they could take out the abyssal leader as well. Chapter 26. How much does this sister really trust herself? What the people outside the replica were thinking, Yang Lin wasn't sure, but he had been very passionate about brushing the monsters within the replica. This is all thanks to the fact that, with this particular abyss difficulty copy, the drop rate is really high. Don't look at the fact that only 5 hours had passed so far, but after roughly estimating the value of the materials obtained, it had long exceeded 30,000 yuan. For rich people, it's really nothing, but for the average family, it's almost half a year to a year's worth of income. And in addition to that, the one who also made Yang Lin variously refreshed was definitely Wang Chan. Yang Lin simply did not expect that after coming to the copy, this girl directly changed into a maid outfit. It's still one of those, on the erotic side, maid's outfit. Picturesque features with bare white shoulders, knee-high white stockings with well-proportioned, slender thighs. So much so, that even this originally gentle and full-bodied sister had a bit more of a seductive astringent aura. Of course, if it was just good-looking, it wouldn't be enough to completely move Yang Lin. The point is, Qian, she's understanding. The combination of another shoulder pinch, a back rub and a knee pillow is just too much to kill. How else could Yang Lin have been energized all the way down? Back to the present, when the two of them combined their efforts to clear out the 3 greenskins, they began to take a nap where they were. Originally, when Wang Chan was going to come forward to pinch Yang Lin's shoulder again at this time, she was pulled by Yang Lin's hand. Well, it's been a long time, so get some rest. Yang, I'm not tired. Don't be a hero. By the way, want to discuss something with you. Wang Chan thought for a moment, then sat down next to Yang Lin. Yang, what do you want to discuss? Yang Lin looked serious and said, all this way, the demonic creatures that the two of us have killed have actually reached the target long ago. but the reason why it remained here was partly because it wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to pick up some more evolutionary materials. On the other hand, I contemplated whether or not to slay the abyssal head. Wang Chan looked a little shocked. The abyssal heads are not like ordinary small monsters. You can lose your life if you're not careful. I know, that's why I'm talking to you. Speaking of this, Yang Lin seemed to be trying to remember something, and said after some time, according to the information I've looked up, for this kind of special copy, only killing the minor leader or the abyssal leader is considered to be an official clearance. If we're level 10, the odds are that we'll get an evolution prompt after we officially pass the level if our profession needs to be transferred. Brother Yang, but we're only level 7. So Chanshan, aren't you curious? If we kill the abyssal leader at level 7, assuming we trigger another evolutionary transfer, what do you think will happen then? Wang Chanshan shook her head. I find it hard to trigger. First of all, the chances of triggering it were already low, and secondly, none of us are at the right level. You're right, we're lacking in the basics, but there's something else that tickles me a little inside. What is it? Whether it's a minor leader or an abyssal leader, there's a big chance of popping the rare universal evolutionary material malachite. Even if there was no chance of triggering a transfer, it would be worth at least 30,000 if you could get a peacock stone. If our luck is a little better and we obtain another rare item, then this trip will really be a real pot of gold. Wang Chanshan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Brother Yang, you think quite a lot. What? You don't want to? I don't have that strength, but if you want to try it, Brother Yang, I'll join you. It's dangerous, aren't you afraid? I'm not afraid if I follow Brother Yang. Geez, how much does this girl trust herself? Well, forget about how much Wang Chanshan trusted herself, but ask whether or not to kill the abyssal head. After Yang Lin thought seriously for some time, he made a decision. Special copies generally only last for 8 hours. In other words, we still have an hour and a half to act now. Earlier, we had already finished turning around the general area, and most of the demonic creatures had already been killed by us. Now if you want to kill the abyssal head, you can head to the deepest core area now. So we need to act now? Listening to Wang Chanshan's inquiry, Yang Lin let out a deep breath. Of course we have to take action. If we don't take care of the abyssal leader, it always feels like this abyssal copy is considered to be in vain. Of course, subsequently, if it feels truly dangerous, find the time to retreat. Okay, I'll do whatever Brother Yang says. Let's go then. Just as the two of them were advancing towards the very core area, Yang Lin was in a somewhat agitated mood. He was excited, and that was because when he tested his profession panel earlier, he didn't get the hint of obtaining the third profession phrase. As is the case with the first and second vocational phrases, he was given hidden hints, but there was no hidden hint in the third word, and instead of being discouraged by this, he guessed backwards. No hidden hints are given, so does that mean that you can get it by following the normal route? And to say what is generally the normal way, it would definitely be killing the minor or abyssal leader of the special transfer copy. Therefore, Yang Lin is by no means generally expected now. He needs to verify it. That is, while pondering all of the above, Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan had already stepped onto the land of the area where the abyssal head was located. The demons in the area have appeared, although they have not yet seen the main one. Swamp Reckoner, goat-headed men, in groups of 3 or 2, holding invocations. Level 10. The blood level is around 1400. If you attacked, it was a step up from the demonic creatures you encountered earlier, directly reaching a terrifying 150 up and down. Other than that, for most of the professionals who only had a blood level of 1000 or so, the mere sight of the swamp recruiter's terrifying attack would definitely require 2 pots in their hearts. Qianshan, none of the weapons this thing is holding look like physical attacks. Pay more attention and observe without recklessness. Don't worry Brother Yang, I'll pay more attention to observing the situation. Okay, ready for action. Just as Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan began to move, the 3-headed swamp recruiter in front of them similarly discovered the two. While the low swallowing sound from their mouths rang out slightly piercingly, the deathly aura around the entire territory became much thicker all of a sudden. Yang Lin didn't dare to be careless now and methodically approached quickly before unfolding his domain. Then follow up with super heavy pressure to put enough pressure on the 3-headed swamp recruiter first. Seeing the contraptions shaking their invocations, he'd come back with a super paralyze, interrupting their spellcasting moves at the right time. Wang Chanshan's side was also not idle, and Yang Lin acted together for so long, not to say that their hearts were in the right place, it was also quite a tacit understanding. Taking advantage of this opportunity, her blood chi around her body erupted violently. After the Tsang Xiong living spirit was added to his body, the whole person seemed like an extremely stringed arrow, rapidly approaching the demonic creature like wind and lightning. Within the deadly territory, the biting claw-strike cold aura in Wang Chanshan hands bloom. Instantly, the current venue has been blood and flesh flying, completely with the fastest speed. Wang Chan finished hitting a set of consecutive chasing attacks. Although the swamp invocation makes the blood skin thick flesh also has both defense bar. Not by Wang Chan a set of takeaway. But at this time, Wang Chan didn't choose to tangle with these contraptions and quickly retreated back to Yang Lin's side. For the rest, slow consumption is enough. After about 30 seconds, the three-headed swamp beckoner empties its blood and dies. It's not as difficult as expected. Qian, let's continue to go deeper and kill the abyssal leader. Chapter 27. Are you sure you want to pull up the seedlings? When the special copy reached the 5th hour, all the remaining students had come out of the copy except for Yang Lin and Wang Chan. Most students quit on their own accord. There were also 3 that tried to put up a fight, but nearly lost their lives to the replica and have been hauled off to first aid. As for the students who beat the trial copies, there were only 5 in total. Su Meng is one of them. It's just a hard difficulty. It's easy for her. Like she said, if she wasn't afraid of her family worrying, she would have at least picked a nightmare difficulty. When she came out of her copy, the first thing she did was run down the hall to find someone. When she didn't see Yang Lin, her heart thumped violently. However, after seeing that the total screen showed that Yang Lin and Wang Chan were still within the copy, her mood was only slightly better. As for the ambience of the hall, if it were past years, this time of year would have been celebrated and hard. But only this year is different. It was very staid, very serious, and basically no one dared to speak out loud. The source of the gravity and seriousness was within the abyssal difficulty copy. Yang Lin and Wang Chan. How many years has it been since a few people have passed a special trial copy of the abyss difficulty? And this year's Yuechuan, Yang Lin and Wang Chan, 2 people not only went. Most disturbing of all, each of them was merely only level 7. According to the information intelligence on the general screen, the 2 had just killed 4 swamp recruiters. This just goes to show that the 2 of them are in the final zone. If nothing else, the 2 of them would likely have a final battle with the abyssal head if they carried on any further. Will it work? No one can guess the outcome. But to say that the most concern, but also count the principal of Longting University, Zhang Yanghui, it was just a general screen battle to watch, but the top half of his shirt was soaked, still constantly wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, not to mention the nervous look on his face is slightly exaggerated. Headmaster, I know Yang Lin too well. He usually doesn't do anything he's not sure of, so you don't have to get so worked up. Su Meng, you're still talking about me. Aren't you quite nervous about this kid too? That's for sure. Our 2 families are opposite each other. We've known each other for more than 10 years, but I believe in him. If he insists on challenging the abyssal leader, even if he can't beat him, he'll definitely be able to come out of his copy unharmed. I hope it's as you say. At that moment, besides Zhang Yanghui, look at the other 3 principals. Although they only considered the interests of their respective schools, right now, they were looking at Yang Lin and Wang Chan who were still in the abyss difficulty copy killing the swamp recruiter. Their hearts were still full of mixed feelings. It was thought that Yang Lin was a scrapped hidden profession, but now they had to believe that that kid, the so-called hidden profession, had definitely awakened a part of it. Though there's been talk about how easy it is to polarize hidden professions, but when a hidden profession does appear, it will still be very much anticipated, simply because the chances of a hidden profession appearing are truly 1 in a million. If he can grow up completely in the future and make another Hall of Fame or something in the league, isn't that enough for the school to blow him off for 100 years? So why isn't Yellen a student at his own school? So hard. The viewpoint, at this moment, turned to the 2 deacons, Su Ninji and Su Guan. Su Ninji was as cool as ever. Hearing her speak faintly, I think the 2 of them are still too hasty. Obviously they have already qualified and reached the standard. Is it hard to really challenge the abyssal head? Su Guan leaned his back against the wall with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and said, even if we go to challenge the abyssal head, what's wrong with that? Su Guan, you're so confident that the 2 of them can do it? Don't you know that Yang Lin, a hidden profession, is fine against ordinary demons, but against an existence like the abyssal head, in the same level state, once an accident occurs, it will be utterly powerless. Nian Ji, he's a hidden profession. I don't think similar secondary abilities in other professions can touch his limiting abilities. Even if there is some effect, how much will it be? The resistance value of the abyssal head is high by itself, plus the nerfing of negative statuses by the defense bar that mechanic. Once you can't properly hold back the abyssal leader's actions, then the profession of domain suppressor is basically the end of certain death. Don't worry, isn't there another Wang Chan? Druid is a profession with a pretty horrible ceiling as well. With her here, even if it gets out of control, she can still help Yang Lin withstand it for a while. Then it had better be as you say. Still, I've decided that as long as Yang Lin is able to come out of his copy, I'm going to firmly suggest that he take the path of full-time support. It was already considered heavenly luck for him to awaken 2 skills and words. And luck, it won't always be in his favor alone. I don't have a problem with that. I'm only down here to cooperate with you anyway. As long as you don't feel that such behavior is holding back a person's future, it's all up to you. Su Nyenji let out a cold snort. You're quite considerate of others, but it's not as if my decision wasn't made with him in mind. At this moment, Su Nyenji affirmed her thoughts. In her opinion, although Yang Lin had means of restriction, he had no means of defense. Once the means of restriction were weakened or failed, it would be hilarious to really expect Yang Lin to kill the demons, unless Yang Lin still had heavenly luck to comprehend other more negative status skills. I'm going to convince him to go the full-time support route. Although this is a kind of pulling up the seedlings, his two limiting abilities are really good. Pulling his level up in the shortest possible time will surely save a lot of lives over at the front line subsequently. Within Su Nyenji's mind, she had already begun to program what she would say subsequently. On the contrary, at this moment, Yang Lin and Wang Chan had already exchanged blows with the Abyssal Head Swamp Messenger. Although it was also a level 10 monster, this level 10 was naturally different from a normal level 10 minion. The Swamp Messenger, with an aura of death all around him, it was much larger, a full 3 or more than a normal swamp recruiter. On the soul-inviting streamer it was holding, the lingering death aura was even thicker, and it would give people an uncomfortable feeling from a very far distance. And, should I say no less than the head of the abyss or the head of the abyss? This thing can do up to 400 damage. It was basically 9 times out of 10 for other professionals who were also level 10 to die for sure after being attacked by this thing 3 times. Not to mention, Yang Lin and Wang Chan were currently less than level 10, and all of them were level 7. Only, knowing that the head of the abyss was quite tough, he came with every aspect in mind. But there was one thing that still came out of Yang Lin's surprise. Put a pinch of salt on it. Accidents, yes, but not all accidents are bad. As in the present moment, when Yang Lin cast his super heavy pressure and super restriction, he once again completely understood the second characteristic of the profession of domain suppressor. Domain townsman. The first trait, while hitting sustains solid damage, is all true damage. It doesn't matter what armor you wear, what secret spells or magical props you use, all nullified against this profession. All that empties is your most fundamental bloodstain. All that fancy stuff is useless. And the second trait, in a sense, that's even scarier. Chapter 28. Are you going to follow me from now on? In all replicas, each class of magic itself has a hidden resistance value. Because of this, the amount of damage taken varies when the magical creatures are attacked by the various professions. But when it came to Yang Lin, he knew through the career feedback prompts, his professional skills, the reason why it wasn't heavy pressure technique or paralyzing technique. Nan had the word super added in front of it. What it actually means is, but any demon of the same type, regardless of whether you're on normal, hard, nightmare or abyss difficulty, the offset value is very small. It doesn't affect the effects of the domain townsman's profession skills. Taking the Abyssal Head Swamp Messenger in front of us, it was at best a variation of the Swamp Recruiter. So what can work against a normal Swamp Invoker of the same type? But it's just as good enough for an Abyssal Leader. Even if the defense bar and Abyssal Head slightly weakened the effect of Yang Lin's profession skills by a certain amount, the deviation value wasn't that big. So it comes down to the following. When Yang Lin's super heavy pressure was applied to the Swamp Messenger, the thing didn't behave much differently from a normal minion. And Yang Lin's other career skill, Super Paralyze, was just the right amount of time to use to timely interrupt each of the Swamp Messenger's invocation starters. So the end result is there any difference between this thing and a small monster? Except for its blood spiking to 7,000 and its thieving attack? Brother Yang, you're also too counterintuitive. Is the restriction against the Abyssal Leader also this outrageous? Wang Chan was so shocked that she was skeptical. To ask her what she thinks of the Abyssal Head, based on her common sense and what she learned about the situation from the internet. Often those who have the ability to assist, when they go to kill the leader or the head of the abyss, they basically have to send out a group. Because of the headmasters and abyssal headmasters, it would greatly diminish the effectiveness of these paraprofessional restrictions. But even so, the riskiness is quite high. But when it comes to Yang, this common sense is clearly broken. Sinister, even though this thing is slow to move, I will interrupt its spell casting at the right time. But still, be careful when you strike. Aha! I'll be careful. How you killed the little monsters when you killed them earlier, and how you're still doing it now when you're killing the Abyssal Leader. And in order to speed up the speed of the kill, Yang Lin this time rare, all personally carrying the Iron Lance on the battlefield. And so, after some time had passed, the battle situation in the field became something like the following. Wang Chanshan Song Xiong Shang Ling added, constantly looking for opportunities to ruthlessly use her claw-cracking strike to make the swamp messengers but crack. Yang Lin's words, from time to time, he would use his lance to deliver a hard blow to its back. When had the swamp messenger ever been so humiliated? But despite its desperate resistance, every time the soul invocation flag was raised, The next moment the body was like an electric shock, and the spell was immediately interrupted by super paralysis. The swamp messenger wanted to use his own brute strength to directly counterattack, I guess, but how could his restricted body catch up with the two who were like rabbits? Ah, why are you so obsessed with your behind? If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't speak human language, the swamp messenger would definitely greet these two people for 18 generations with the most vicious words in the world. The swamp messenger, rather than being worn down by the two, it was pissed off by these two misfits. Can you imagine what it's like to be chased by two men, taking turns wreaking havoc behind you? I'll be damned. And the head of the abyss, that's it? Even though the swamp messenger died, he still didn't escape Yang Lin's verbal contempt. In resignation, in anger, in despair, the swamp messenger finally had his blood bar cleared and managed to free himself on the path of death. Brother Yang, big explosion. Don't tell me. It's true. Right next to the swamp messenger's corpse, two dazzling lights appeared. Yang Lin and Wang Chan hurried forward. When the two items were obtained, none of them were very much invigorated. One of the pieces was the universal evolutionary material, malachite. The burst rate of this thing was extremely low. Poor professionals couldn't afford to use it at all. It was used by the rich. It's worth at least $30,000. In this instant, together with this peacock stone, Yang Lin just slightly calculated the value of the evolutionary materials that the two of them had obtained on this trip. Immediately, he was shocked himself. That's almost 7 Ws. How much does an ordinary person earn in a year of hard work? Whereas as a professional, just to walk in the copy is enough. The main reason for this is that this special transfer copy provided by the Greedy Wolf Guild, this explosive rate, is really powerful, but it still illustrates a point. If you want to get rich quick, then you need to be a professional. Money just comes fast. Maybe see this. Some people will certainly think, a low-level transfer copy so powerful words, that high level directly come to brush the material to have. Oh, the idea is beautiful. The reality is cruel. Going to an asymmetrical copy. No experience, not to mention the chance of exploding materials, is not likely to be there. This is the rules and limitations of the copy. Above. Stop and go to the second item obtained. It's a jewelry bracelet. The binding of sea and sky, one of the three-piece set of flying bird and swimming fish. When worn singly, the speed of your own blood energy recovery is increased by 20% and your own blood energy consumption is reduced by 20%. It can be. It's actually one of the sets. Yang Lin sighed in his heart. The stuff was pretty good, but he couldn't use it himself, because when one casts a profession skill, one doesn't consume any blood energy. In his own hands, this thing is not even a chicken rib. It's purely a trinket. Brother Yang, although I don't know the price, but since it's a set series, if it's put up for auction, it might even be one of the finale. Well, price-wise, it shouldn't be low. Yang Lin chanted this and then turned his head to look at Wang Chan. Yang, what are you looking at me for all of a sudden? Qian, we are now considered to have completed the trial of the replica, and we will definitely be recruited by the Greedy Wolf Guild afterward, right? Wang Chan looked uplifted. Well, thanks to Brother Yang's blessing, I can also head to the Greedy Wolf Guild. So after that, are you going to follow me? Wang Chan's pretty face flew into a blush. I'll always follow Brother Yang if he wishes. Very well, then hold out your left hand. Wang Chan was confused and did not understand what Yang Lin wanted to do, but still obediently stretched out her left hand. Without saying a word, Yang Lin directly put the sea and sky's binding bracelet onto Wang Chan's left wrist. Ha! This is too expensive. I don't want it. I don't have the money to give it to you. Brother Yang, either. Do you still want to follow me? Think. If you want to, accept it as my gift to you. If you refuse, don't be together in the future. Wang Chan opened her mouth, wanting to say something but wanting to stop. In the end, while she was moved to accept this gift, she mustered up 1,200,000 points of courage, stood on her tiptoes, and quickly pecked on top of Yang Lin's side face. To say that this bracelet's effect on Wang Chan was nothing short of an epic enhancement. Consuming too much was the current drawback of her druidic profession, and with this bracelet, it was simply over magnitude compensating for her flaws. Cynthia, you're quite bold. Listening to Yang Lin this kind of flirting, Wang Chan was so bashful that she didn't dare to meet this man's eyes at all, and was so flustered that the whole person was a bit at a loss for words. Okay, just kidding for you. Take it easy. Aha. Looking at the shy sister in front of him, although Yang Lin also likes money, he really does not care about a piece of jewelry. Into the copy, Wang Chan immediately changed the maid outfit to surprise herself. Various offers of emotional value along the way, not to mention even following their own adventures without fear of life or death. Even if nothing else was said, just being able to be teammates in life and death. Yang Lin felt that it was not a bad gift. Originally, by this point, Yang Lin had thought that this copy was truly over. But next, not only him, but also Wang Chan, were welcomed with a great surprise. Chapter 29, this is playing with too many flowers, isn't it? The data panel has changed? At the first moment, Yang Lin couldn't wait to check his profession panel. In the occupational skills section, in addition to super heavy pressure and super paralyze, there was now a third item, a series of question marks. Read on down the line. Inside the talents column, in addition to the inherent domain, the same was followed by a series of additional question marks. After the feedback from the career panel, Yang Lin understood the situation. The reason why there are now a series of question marks above each of the skills and talents represents. He completed the special evolution copy and had the fortunate chance of receiving a reward. Why the question mark? That's because he hasn't reached level 10 yet. Wanting skills and talents to show up and activate is natural when you reach level 10. But the surprise doesn't end there. Earlier, Yang Lin said that if he could gain benefits from the copy, the high probability should be in terms of profession words. But now, the profession words didn't move, but they gained profession skills and talents, as he subconsciously touched the vocational words. This time, the panel's hidden hints responded. When level 15 is reached, a third mythic quality profession phrase will be obtained. It's a done deal. Let's just say that you have a great career ahead of you, so how can you be stagnant? It doesn't matter what career skills and natural abilities you get at level 10, and what the third career word is at level 15. It's instincts. We're telling Yang Lin himself that the profession of domain suppressor had a great future. To put it in perspective, Yang Lin's side gained benefits from getting tips, and Wang Chan's side did the same. On Wang Chan's career panel, the career skills likewise had a series of extra question marks. This meant that, upon reaching level 10, she would be able to summon a second being other than a pale bear for possession without any problems. Keep reading, her talent hasn't changed, but the vocational phrase, there was one more. Again, not showing up for now because it hadn't reached level 10, but you could be sure there was by the series of question marks. Brother Yang, when I reach level 10 I can summon a second being, and on top of that, I'll get a second profession phrase. Actually, I'm pretty much the same, so you've also gained this benefit. Brother Yang? Yeah. It's not showing up for now because it hasn't reached level 10. When we get to level 10, everything will fall into place. Great. On Wang Chan's side, she had only just finished being happy, and then she realized that her own body and Yang Lin's body in front of her were all starting to become transparent. We are? Don't be alarmed, because killing the abyssal leader and earning the reward is equivalent to completely completing that copy. It's just being teleported out. Scared me. I thought there had been an accident. Wang Chan breathed a sigh of relief, then quietly waited for herself to be passively teleported out of the copy. But at that moment, he heard Yang Lin say, "Not good. What's wrong with you? Yang, what's wrong?" "Cynthia, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about you." "Me? What happened to me? Didn't I say teleport out of the copy?" Without waiting for Yang Lin's response, a few moments later, both of them were forcefully teleported out of the copy. When he opened his eyes again, he was already outside the teleportation array. Even at this time, Wang Chan still cared about Yang Lin's earlier words. "Yang, what the hell do you mean when it comes to copies? Why can't I figure it out? If this, Qianxian, look at your own clothes." Wang Chan looked at the clothes she was wearing, and almost instantly, her pretty face had burned to her ears. Earlier, she had learned online, and in order to provide Yang Lin with emotional value, she had gone out and bought a maid's outfit that was on the erotic side. To be exposed, that's not so much. There is absolutely no such thing as a situation where an outsider takes advantage of the line of sight at first glance. Let's just say that the dress as a whole is astringent, open and bold. Wang Chan simply did not expect that this killed the abyssal leader only a few minutes, but actually was directly teleported out. She was right to forget about the clothes thing, but even if I remembered, it was too soon to change. As for now, that's even more unlikely. It was because all of the principals and students in the hall, including the two deacons, one by one came to this side of the teleportation array after seeing the general screen showing that the two had killed the abyssal leader. Even if the number is small, it adds up to more than 20. At this moment, it was as if the music had suddenly been pressed the pause button, and the atmosphere in the arena was a little too quiet. But in an instant, it suddenly boiled over. The students who came this way, the boys looked at Yang Lin with envy. I didn't expect. This brother Yang is too fluffy, actually tuning the girls following him so well. Look at that. The erotic maid's outfit is all over the place. If you're a girl, don't look at the contempt that shows in most of your eyes, but at the deepest level, it was actually jealousy mostly. Simply because Wang Chan whether facial features or body conditions, previously dressed in plain is not overly obvious. But now, such as the face, such as the front of the body, such as a small waist, such as long legs, this series of hardware conditions really attracted their inner madness. As for asking how the four principals reacted, The three principals other than the three high school principals, one by one, looked at Zhang Yanghui with a grin. Old Zhang, is this how you teach your own students? This costume at a young age. Those who know understand that they went to a copy. Those who don't think they went to a hotel. Degrading. You three highs. Just degrading. Zhang Yanghui was also quite speechless right now. If I had known that Yang Lin liked this tune, I should have advised him properly. Normally it doesn't matter how you like your little girlfriend around you, but in public, can't you pay a little attention to your image? Ouch. This scene is too raw and grassy, and in the face of all the talking and pointing, Wang Chan instantly panicked, but she was not expecting that. Just at this moment, a big, strong, warm hand suddenly took hold of her small hand. Brother Yang, it's my fault for not reminding you to change your clothes earlier, but Qian, you look pretty good in this outfit. I like it a lot. Didn't you make a point of comforting me, Brother Yang? Yang Lin laughed randily. It's not like we came out of the copy naked, so what are we afraid of? Other girls want to wear it, they don't have it in them. Being praised like this, Wang Chan instantly became much more confident. It was true that the occasion was wrong to be wearing a very daring maid's outfit, but with people around her saying that, 70% of her nervousness had gone, and when she looked at Yang Lin again, her eyes were filled with more tenderness. Yang Lin's words were not ambiguous, and at this moment, he saw that the principal Zhang Yanghui was in the crowd. He felt a holding Wang Chanshan's hand and walked to Zhang Yanghui in stride. Headmaster, Chanshan and I have perfectly cleared the special trial copy. Fortunately, Yang Lin's voice was loud, so loud that everyone in the arena could hear it. It was only in this instant that most of them snapped back to their senses. Yeah, they came over to see the two gods who passed the abyss difficulty. This just now. Why do you care about other people's clothes? Don't say that people are just wearing sexy clothes, even if they are more fancy. It seems that it's not their turn to say anything about it. The principal, Zhang Yanghui, has adjusted his mindset. Look at him, that's nodding his head back and forth. Yang Lin, Wang Chanshan, you guys are very good. This is a fierce fight for our school. Headmaster, it's not that dramatic. Yang Lin, this isn't an exaggeration at all. Earlier, when you and Wang Chanshan traveled to challenge the abyssal leader, I was sweating for you. Seeing you kill the abyssal leader and return safely, my heart, finally, can be completely put down. Principal Zhang Yanghui had only finished speaking when a voice suddenly came from the back. Yang Lin, come to the Security and Defense Department of the General Affairs Division later. I have something to say to you. A sentence fell. The entire room was silent. At this moment no one dared to clamor a bit at all. Yang Lin followed the source of the voice and saw a woman with a cool expression. This woman, he knew, was one of the two deacons who came down to record the recruitment of the Greedy Wolf Guild this time, named Sun Yinji. Seeing that Sun Yinji had gone ahead to the General Affairs Division Security and Defense Department office, Yang Lin hurriedly asked Zhang Yanghui, Headmaster, do you know what she wants from me? How would I know what Deacon Su means? It's probably to praise you. After all, you and Wang Chanshan acted so brilliantly. Okay, then I'll check over there this time. Right, Yang Lin, when you go to meet her later, make sure not to offend her. I've heard that this Deacon Su isn't simple. He seems to be related to the president of the Greedy Wolf Guild. Don't worry, Principal. I'll get myself into trouble idly and delay my future. Yang Lin at that moment, after chatting with the principal for a few moments, he then gave a greeting to Wang Chanshan, asking this sister to wait for herself here for the time being. He then headed to the General Affairs Division Security and Defense Department to meet with Sun Yinji with much confusion. Chapter 30. I refuse. Logically speaking, wouldn't it be fine for one to wait for an acceptance notice from the Greedy Wolf Guild now? Sun Yinji wants to talk alone. What is she planning to tell herself? With this confusion in mind, Yellen went to the Security and Defense Office of the General Services Division. The interior was now quiet, with no one else but Sun Yinji. This woman, her complexion was especially cold, and her absolutely beautiful face was as if it was covered with a layer of white frost. Her eyes were just as beautiful, but when you met them, you could see the detachment that rejected the depths of those eyes. Seeing Yang Lin coming over, she pointed to the chair next to her, signaling Yang Lin to sit down and talk. Lord Deacon, what exactly is it that you're looking for me for? Well, it's really just for your career, and I'd like to help you with a plan. That's why I've come to you for a private talk. Sun Yinji's aura is very strong. The whole space seems to be enveloped by an invisible force, which makes Yang Lin's whole person in this room is not much comfortable. After trying to calm himself as much as possible, Yang Lin said, So Lord Deacon is helping me with my career planning. I just don't know what you, Lord Deacon, are planning exactly? It's actually quite simple. That day Zhang Yanghui came over to me and told me the general situation of your career panel. So for the past 2 days I've sought to think about training you full-time as a support. A full-time auxiliary? Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. Sun Yinji's side continued. As long as you agree, And then after arriving at the Greedy Wolf Guild's headquarters in Cloud City, I'll specialize in finding a group of people to take turns bringing you upgrades. As much as you can, as fast as you can, bring your level up. As for your family, you don't have to worry at all. The guild side will definitely give generous subsidies so that they can enjoy all sorts of superior conditions and resources. Yelin, would you like that? It turned out that Su Ningyi was planning to do so. Her offer, at first glance, wasn't generally enticing. If you were an average student, you would hear that after going to the Greedy Wolf Guild, you have someone to take you, you can upgrade quickly, and your family can enjoy a great subsidy. Maybe, immediately, it was agreed, but after Yang Lin thought about it, he would never agree with this proposal. In this world, levels were important, and for any professional to be powerful, their level definitely had to be raised. But a hard-raised rank doesn't do much. If a profession wants to be truly powerful, then it has to fully utilize the potential of the three major aspects of profession skills, natural abilities, and profession words. But reality is not the same as a game. When leveling up, perhaps some of the skills, talents and words will be automatically realized. But taken together, this automatic comprehension is at most 30% of a career, and the remaining 70% must rely on the individual's understanding of their own occupation, perception, actual combat and even luck, all aspects of the convergence together by chance. As Su Ningyi had said, if he really agreed to her proposal, then when he arrived at the Greedy Wolf Guild in the future, he would completely lose his autonomy. By the time you're being led through upgrades by a group of specialized people, you'll have a load of understanding, insight, opportunity, etc. in the context of upgrading at a rapid rate. If only mentioning levels could create experts, then the entire alliance would have been as strong as dogs everywhere by now. Therefore, Yan Lin now looked at Su Ningyi with resolute eyes and slowly spoke. Lord Deacon, I don't agree with your proposal. Su Ningyi frowned. Why? My occupation is named Domain Demon Suppressor. By suppressing demons, that naturally means suppressing and subduing, which is obviously fundamentally different from some professions that favor aids. So what? Your damage cap is too low. Now that the level is low, you can still make something of yourself within the copy. But what about raising this level by another 10 or 20? Will you still be able to clean up all those demons by then? Lord Deacon, if you underestimated my potential earlier, I won't argue with you. But just now after killing the Abyssal Leader Swamp Emissary, my professional instincts told me that I have strong potential, and that I'll definitely have a great future. Yang Lin, are you that confident? Lord Deacon, I'm only level 7 now. How do you know that I can't subsequently raise my solid wounds through talents and profession words? Therefore, I will never agree to become a full-time auxiliary, because that would be tantamount to annihilating 70% of my possibilities for growth. Being rebuffed in such a way, Su Ningyi was not annoyed. Her complexion, however, remained clear and cold, making it impossible to see exactly what she was thinking. After a period of time had passed, Su Ningyi lightly opened her vermilion lips. Then what if I firmly want you to become a full-time auxiliary? Hearing this, Yang Lin's heart tightened a bit. This woman, she's not serious, is she? Thinking about your profession, you will have a new second talent and third mythic word waiting for you when you reach level 10 because of the chance you gained by passing the special transfer trial copy. Because of this, Yang Lin knew that his hidden occupation was by no means simple. Even Yang Lin guessed, based on the second talent he was about to obtain as well as the third mythological phrase, that he was afraid that his profession, as a BUG, might be a BUG. So now it's going to run over to be some kind of full-time auxiliary. Is that not a joke? Thinking about this, Yang Lin returned. Lord Deacon, if you must force it, then I can also refuse to be recruited by the Greedy Wolf Guild. Su Ningyi was laughed out of anger in her heart. The boy in front of me seems to have quite a backbone. She approached Yang Lin to come over purely for career planning. If Yang Lin didn't take the path of a full-time auxiliary no matter what, with her status and position, she wouldn't be so strong as to force her hand. But, now that she had even said the words refusing to be recruited by the guild, as a deacon, she was still somewhat uncomfortable in her heart. Yang Lin, is there a possibility that if you refuse the Greedy Wolf Guild's offer of recruitment, it will be difficult for you to go to another guild as well? There doesn't seem to be any enmity between me and Lord Deacon, right? There's no need to threaten me like that, right? There's certainly no enmity between us, and I'm not so bad as to cross paths with you, a professional who hasn't been awakened for long. It's just that, as I'm the recruiter for this Greedy Wolf Guild's admission, wouldn't you be refuting my face by openly stating your refusal to be admitted? Yelin sighed in relief. I just don't want to go down the path of being a full-time auxiliary. I think I have a lot of potential. Really, are you that confident? If I didn't have the confidence, I wouldn't have risked going to an abyssal difficulty trial copy. That's a good point. Su Ningyi nodded slightly. Originally, I did want you to be a full-time auxiliary. and even drew up an outline of a program for you. As well, there are also many preferences to apply for in your home. But since you insist on refusing my offer, forget it. Then, Lord Deacon, am I free to go? There are people waiting for me outside. Hearing Yang Lin say that someone was waiting for him, Su Ninji unconsciously thought of that Wang Chan who was wearing an erotic maid outfit. This guy, there really isn't much else going on. But Yang Lin, I'm going to remind you one last thing. You can refuse my offer, but later, if you find yourself in a career that doesn't have the potential you thought you had, at that point, you won't have this opportunity today if you beg me. Don't worry, Lord Deacon. I believe in the potential of my profession as well as my own. In time, I'll make a difference in the Greedy Wolf Guild. Very well, I'll see what happens then. Chapter 31, The Man Who Makes Sisters Grouchy. Not long after Yang Lin left the office on the front foot, another person walked in on the back foot. It's the same Deacon Su Guan. Nian Ji. Am I right that Yang Lin won't agree to your proposal? Su Guan, you seem happy about this? No, I'm just quite happy to see you somewhat defeated. Who in the Greedy Wolf Guild didn't know the majesty of Miss Su? But now she couldn't handle a novice professional who had just awakened not long ago. Just thinking about it gives me an inexplicable sour feeling. Su Ninji let out a cold snort, and the temperature of the entire room plummeted by 12 degrees. Su Guan, do you want to die last time? Don't be impulsive. Don't ever be impulsive. I was just casually joking. It's not like you're going to turn your sword on me, is it? I don't want to hear you speak out of turn again. Yes, Su Guan said after taking a seat next to him with some laziness. I heard all of your conversation just now from next door. I think that Yang Lin he might really have potential that we didn't expect. What about this? When he spoke, he clearly had something to fall back on. And this reliance was beyond what ordinary professionals expected from their future career prospects. This brings to mind a great possibility. You're trying to say that he gained a new ability or something like that in this Abyss difficulty trial copy, right? Nian Ji. So that's what you guessed. Because he was so confident, and so dry when he rejected me. That attitude, not giving a damn about himself at all. That's why I also instinctively thought that he might have gained some opportunity or new ability in his earlier copy. The probability is so well, if it's such a rare hidden profession, I wonder if our Miss Su was interested in paying more attention to it. Su Nianji thought for a moment. Afterward, I heard her say, submit the new instructor's information for me, and then I'm going to see for myself over at Lishan Mountain just how much potential this hidden profession of his has. Okay, no problem. On Yang Lin's side, he went out of the office and met up with Wang Chan who had been waiting for a long time. Brother Yang, what is the deacon's side looking for you to say? It can't be that he's backtracking on our admission, right? Don't worry, no backtracking, just looking for me to talk about my future career plans. Minor stuff. Wang Chan sighed in relief. Scared me to death. I thought I wouldn't be able to go to the Greedy Wolf Guild. Yes, definitely we can go. We'll be together then. Good. Wang Chan just answered. Yang Lin suddenly thought of something and said, almost forgot that we also got a batch of materials within the copy earlier. Yeah, are you going to take care of it now, Yang? Of course, there's no point in harboring it in your hands, so you might as well realize it early. Wang Chan thought that Yang Lin would sell off in the adjacent market or online, which thought that Yang Lin directly pulled her to the miscellaneous window in the most corner of the office hall. They still take materials on this side of the hall? Collect. You don't know these? Wang Chan was a little ashamed. Brother Yang, I really don't know about these. Yang Lin explained to Wang Chan. Compared to having to haggle at the market or wait online for a throwaway to go away, the miscellaneous section on this side of the hall is much quicker. Only the price of that. Well, it'll be cheaper by a hair. Wouldn't that be a loss to sell to the miscellaneous section? It's a bit of a loss, but it's quick cash, and generally speaking, this is part of the formal way, so you don't have to worry about being fooled over here. People do business, but being in the general services division, they still care about credibility and face. As they spoke, the two had arrived at the miscellaneous window and began the formalities, and when Yang Lin took out a bunch of materials from the career space, the counter lady's eyes lit up. Another halo stone, another malachite, these are the best sellers in the market. According to Yang Lin's prediction, he could sell his materials for 7W, but because I wanted quick cash and was still guaranteed, a short negotiation resulted in a perfect deal at 6Ws. In particular, after hearing Yang Lin and Wang Chan talk, the counter lady learned that these materials were obtained in a copy. The way she looked at Yang Lin became envious and ambiguous. What do you mean? People are more angry than people? How much do you make a month for your own hard work here? But people go to a copy once, easily a few W to hand. This is not comparable at all. And it also shows that the man selling the material is not simple. At such a young age, having the strength to obtain precious materials in a copy, what kind of potential was there for If it wasn't for the fact that the girl beside the man was so watery looking that the counter lady felt ashamed of herself, she would have gotten up the courage to ask Yang Lin for a private message. On Yang Lin's side, he was quite energized when the 6W's incoming message rang out. Let's just say that you still have to be a professional. If you are an ordinary person, how can you accomplish the primitive accumulation of growth in the shortest possible time? But he didn't keep the money to himself, and asked Wang Chan for the bank account number after he entered the account. Upon hearing that Yang Lin still wanted to share half of himself, Wang Chan immediately became anxious. I can't have it, brother Yang. You gave me all the trinkets. I don't know how to thank you already. Chan, you still don't understand. In the future we are the ones who are going to go to the copy to earn big money. Just this some small money, don't push back with me. Yellen meant what he said. Since realizing the immense potential of his career, he has reconceptualized his bright future. With the money in front of us, at best, we can improve our lives a little, but he's definitely going to make much more in the future. Not to mention that Wang Chan had indicated that she was going to follow her, so how could Yang Lin be stingy with his own people? Wang Chan couldn't argue, and finally had to accept it. However, it was also at this time that when Wang Chan was unintentionally looking at Yang Lin's cell phone, she found a picture of Su Meng on the standby page. Looking at Su Meng's rather bold photos, she couldn't help but ask out, Brother Yang, is Su Meng your girlfriend? This is something that Yellen didn't hide. We're childhood friends who live across the street from each other and grew up close, so we made her picture the standby page. So, then can I have Yang's picture? I want to do the standby page too. If the girl had said so, how could Yang Lin not be satisfied for a bit? When he was out of the hall, Yang Lin fell in line with Wang Chan's slender waist and used the girl's cell phone to take 2 intimate pictures. After that, he heard Yang Lin say, Xian, you just have my picture. You have to send me 2 as well, right? Got it, Yang. I'll send it to you when the night is over. Why wait until night? There was a blush on Wang Chan's face, mainly because she thought of Yang Lin's cell phone, Su Meng's bold photos. I don't have any suitable ones right now, so I'll take a few shots and send them to Yang tonight. Well, I'll look forward to it then. When they were out of the door of the General Affairs Division, Yang Lin and Wang Chan separated. Today the trial copy passed, and also got many benefits and a sum of money. Now back home, it's time to be a son and surprise mom and dad. Just as Yang Lin was prettily preparing to head home, there was a fragrant breeze wafting between his nostrils around him. Turning around, he was seeing Su Meng, his childhood friend's great beauty, looking at himself with a grudging face. Chapter 32, What? And so tested? Dreamy, why aren't you home yet? No, isn't this watching you and Wang Chan show their love? Yang Lin said awkwardly, look at this, we are a pure male-female relationship. Yes, the erotic maid outfit is on, and you have to cuddle together for a photo shoot. What a nice innocent relationship between a man and a woman. Seeing that Su Meng looked like she wanted to kick herself when she talked back, Yang Lin suddenly thought of something at this time. Meng, you're not jealous, are you? Could it be that you're interested in me? If the girl in front of him was someone else, Yang Lin definitely wouldn't have asked this. But since it is a childhood friend for more than 10 years, last time Su Meng was like this, and this time she is still like this, and she also sends herself home photos, then Yang Lin has no scruples about asking. As for Su Meng, although her pretty face appeared red, she said with a look of looking at an idiot, I'm just curious to ask, you actually think like that? Yang Lin, I can kind of see that you have quite a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Can't it be that you're still thinking about the pot when you're eating from the bowl? No? How did this topic come back to me after all this time? Okay, no, it's pointless to riff on the topic like that. Solely on the way the two of them walked towards home, Yang Lin simply said seriously, Chanqian, she is indeed quite good. Earlier, although it was just an accidental teaming, it felt quite good to get along all the way, especially since the abyssal difficulty trial went down. The two of us are considered to be true life and death teammates. I know. Isn't it okay that I know you two are deeply attached? Su Meng said with some muttering, then still concerned. The abyss difficulty is hard. You didn't get hurt in the trial copy, did you? No. What about you, Dream? I don't even look at the nightmare difficulty, let alone the hard difficulty during the trial. But I'm still a bit surprised that you and Wang Chanxian are quite powerful and actually took down the abyss difficulty with ease. Average. Where is the average? Newbie copies of that time. Everyone said that you gave up the guild to record recruitment, causing me to feel sorry for you for a long time. As a result, who would have thought that you would even be able to pass the abyssal difficulty trial now? That's why I'm now curious to know. Yang Lin, has your hidden occupation completely awakened? Pretty much. I feel like I've got a lot of promise with my hidden profession. That's a real congratulations. Yang Lin suddenly thought of something at this time and hurriedly said, Meng, I suddenly have a proposal. I also said earlier with Chan that we will still act together as a team after the guild has recorded the recruitment. Why don't you join in, and we'll form a regular squad later? A sweet smile appeared on Su Meng's delicate face. Yang Lin, are you serious? Is it really sincere to invite me? Meng, what kind of relationship do we have? I can still joke around? You're strong. Chan and I are also strong. We're strong together. This subsequently how mustn't break a name for the squad. Well then, I've agreed to join on one condition. On what terms? You're a guy. Wang Chan and I are two girls. You're not allowed to take the wrong pills and go wild. Ahem. Hearing this statement from Su Meng with some teasing, Yang Lin almost didn't choke on his own saliva. What's going on here? I should say, what kind of existence is one's own in the eyes of this childhood friend of more than 10 years in front of one's eyes? But anyway, with the invitation to join the team after inviting their childhood friend, the atmosphere of chatting between the two was much more pleasant on this journey home, and relationships as cozy as the current one go back a long way. While the two had even bathed and slept in the same bed together as children, when they grew up, that was really close to being estranged. In addition, since the two of them lived across the street from each other, when Su Meng arrived home, then Yang Lin naturally arrived home as well. At this time, Yang Lin definitely wanted to give his dad and mom a surprise. When he entered the house, it was the same familiar bustling family scene. Old Young, what are you still standing there for? Can't you see that our family's mixed-up kid is back? Hurry up and go to the kitchen to serve dinner. Okay. It didn't take long for a hearty meal to arrive. Yang Lin thwarted his hand at this time and said with excitement, Dad and Mom, I have good news for you. There's no need to talk about it. Dad Yangji waved his hand. The principal had called long ago, saying that you passed the trial, and that in 2 days the people from the Greedy Wolf Guild will take you over to Li Mountain for intensive training. Ha, so you guys already knew? Mom Zhang Yu laughed. Such a big thing, even if the principal doesn't notify. Your dad and I will make a point of inquiring about it. I heard that trial was hard, several times harder than any novice copy, and your dad and I have been worried all day. Yang Lin hemmed and hawed and laughed. Difficult is indeed a bit difficult, but you guys don't look at what your own sons are. The district trial is just a trial. It's not worth mentioning. Speaking at the same time, Yang Lin also handily transferred the money from selling materials in his hand to his mom. Zhang Yu, it is? Mom, this is the money I got from the materials I acquired in the trial today and went to the miscellaneous section to liquidate them when I got out. That much? Can't be counted as much. When I grow a little later in my career, I'm sure I can earn more and more. At that time, Mom and Dad, you just follow me to retire well on the line. Dad Yangji and Mom Zhangyu were all full of relief. But then, Mom Zhangyu eyes still showed a few points of concern. Bastard. Despite your glib words, Mom is still worried. I see that the news and the network reported every day. Which copy died? Which spirit realm extinguished the team? You go to be a professional. Or let Mom rest assured. Mom, don't worry. Your son is really strong. Well, it's good to be strong. But, Mom Zhangyu said halfway through her sentence, hesitated for a while, and then finished her sentence. Remember what your dad told you earlier? What? Yang Lin looked at his mom, and then looked at his dad. Dad Yangji spread his hands and said, It's not about what he said last time about finding a girl for you to marry. Ha? Yang Lin cried and laughed as he looked at his old mom. Mom, you were talking about my dad last time. Why are you bringing it up now instead? I'm not worried about you. Mom said, looking much more grave. Bastard, I ask you, if now there is a very rich and beautiful girl want you to start, and promise to treat you well in the future, do not let you suffer a little bit of aggression and a carefree life, would you still choose to be a professional? Coming. Last time it was Dad who tested himself. This time it's Mom who's testing herself twice. Listen to Mom's terms. The other person is rich. The other person is beautiful. And they treat themselves well when they get started. And they live the rest of their lives without worry. How in heaven's name can anything be so cheap? It's not like he's a gold-encrusted one. Since he's good in every way, does he need to get himself started? Yang Lin guessed in his heart. Mom and Dad just wanted to see if they were firm about their choice for the future. Otherwise, what is the point of having a second test so painstakingly? Still, I don't have that kind of access even if I want to eat soft rice in my own family condition. So for this second test, Yang Lin once again set his demeanor straight. Mom and Dad, you are really underestimating your son. A great man is born between heaven and earth. Dad waved his hand. Don't bull ***** me. The opportunity is in front of you. Just say yes or no. I am confident in my profession. And in time, how shall I not become famous? So, I will firmly establish myself on the path of a professional. And forget about such things as joining a family to enjoy the blessings. Good. Since you're all so determined, then Mom and your dad won't mention it anymore in the future. And everything will be just as you want it to be. Oh, The meal was eaten quickly and happily, and after eating Yang Lin went to the washroom to take a shower. Looking at his back, Dad Yang Ji said to Mom Zhangyu, "It seems that our child is really determined to break into the world on his own." Yeah, I also didn't expect our boy to be so outstanding. To be able to take a girl who is also level 7 and hard pass the abyss difficulty trial. Son of a, this kid of ours is amazing. He might really be able to break into the league on his own in the future. Well, son of a, why are you still wiping tears from your eyes? For crying out loud? As far as, why not? My son has made progress. What's wrong with me as a mom being happy? Well, but don't let our child see it. It's not decent to cry at such an old age. Wait a minute, Lao Yang, who did you just say was so old? Ha, you are what? You think my old lady is old and unattractive, don't you? Tonight you don't go into the bedroom. Sleep outside on the sofa for me. No, daughter-in-law, why are you here again? Chapter 33, Merry Christmas and Skyfall. On Yang Lin's side, after taking a shower, he went back to his room to lie down beautifully on the bed. Idly he planned to browse the web in passing, but this lit up the phone screen for the first time. Immediately saw the standby page Su Meng's home photo. The delicate face and taut figure all show the restlessness and vitality of youth. Not bad for your childhood friend. It's such a foul up now. What's it going to be like in 2 or 3 years? And speaking of this childhood friend, Su Meng, she is quite lively in nature. Combined with her good looks and body and talent, she hadn't had a lot of guys confessing their love for her in the past 2 years. In the end, though, they were all unsurprisingly rejected by her. It was also because she was so popular that it invariably always felt like the distance between the two was growing. But how do you think that in just a few days of work, the relationship has actually pulled back? Just as Yang Lin was thinking about this, suddenly there was an incoming call on his cell phone. When I looked at the display, it was actually still Su Meng. Looking for something at this hour? With confusion, Yang Lin picked up the phone. Dreamy, what did you want to see me about? What do you mean? I can't call you if there's nothing wrong? Luckily we're still over 10 years apart. That's not true. I was just curious and asked casually, is it really okay? Well, I was trying to go to bed, but I couldn't sleep, so I dialed you in passing. Dreamy, it seems I'm quite important to you. Speaking of which, I was expecting my childhood friend to say something like, come on, or you're so thick-skinned. I didn't realize that after some time she returned. Of course it's important, but it's hard to say if I'm important in some people's minds. It's. Yang Lin almost didn't react for a moment. You said yourself that we've known each other for over 10 years. Can it not be important? This is still. Almost. Well, the time difference is not early. I want to rest early, so I will not talk to you. Okay, have a nice dream. Hanging up the phone, Yang Lin scared in his heart. This childhood friend of his suddenly came to the phone in his sleep at night, and the tone of voice, actually quite tender. It was just a normal phone call, but the relationship between the two, for sure, was really pulled back. After thinking about Su Meng, the childhood friend and big beauty, Yang Lin, who was lying on the bed, thought about his own occupation. The current goals and plans are clear. 2 days later, he was going to follow the people from the Greedy Wolf Guild to Li Mountain in the Cloud City area for intensive training. In order to not allow that woman Sun Yanji to completely define herself as an auxiliary, and thus train herself full-time, she had to make achievements during this period, and both mentioned Sun Yanji. Yang Lin also had to say that that woman was indeed beautiful, and definitely described as an extreme beauty. It's just a shame that it's just too cold and the aura is too strong. When I talked to her in the office at the time, the woman's oppressive presence practically suffocated herself. It was hard to imagine that if a woman like Sun Yanji were to be conquered, what kind of moving light she would look like as she begged for forgiveness again and again. I seem to have gotten off topic, so back to the point. If you want to make a mark, it's natural to say that your potential, because previously passed the transfer trial copy chance to obtain the opportunity. At level 10, one gains a third career skill and a second natural ability. You will also get a third mythic career word for yourself when you are level 15, and this, without a doubt, is considered 2 nodes, when one's career will definitely be further or super further carried out. This future, isn't it waiting for you to just go ahead and build it? Great, if only we could get to level 10 and 15 faster. Yang Lin at this moment, he was too eager to know what kind of heavenly surprise the new skills, talents and words could bring to him. The mind is looking forward to it. A series of message alerts from his cell phone interrupted his thoughts. What the hell? A message is a message, but a series of messages? It wasn't until Yang Lin clicked on the message he received that. Immediately, he was shocked. It was also at this moment that he remembered something. When he parted ways with Wang Chan over at the General Affairs Division today, Wang Chan had promised him that he would send over some photos in the evening as an exchange for the photos left during the day. Now, the photos were received, but Yang Lin had only looked at a few of them, and his old face was already slightly burning. how to say it. Instead of Chanxian sent over the photo. In fact, should be called a different name, bikini photo. The impact that these photos brought to Yang Lin was no less than when Wang Chan had changed into a maid outfit that was on the erotic side and suddenly stood right in front of him earlier in the Abyss difficulty copy trial. Truly and truly, let Yang Lin understand what is called chaotic flowers gradually fascinating eyes. Yang Lin now. He was actually still crying and laughing a bit. At least they were teammates who were born to die. For this sister's nature, Yang Lin definitely still knew something. Chanxian would never normally take these things, and was definitely afraid that she would not be satisfied with her photos. So she went with this strategy. Even though she's beautiful and at first glance the pictures taken really look like that, but looking closely, it's not hard to see that every photo is a copy of those Netflix celebrities arguing out their looks. All aspects of the look, movement and demeanor, the traces of imitation are too severe. Probably too shy for the reason that a lot of places do not flow naturally. But even so, the sister's heart Yang Lin definitely received. In response, Yang Lin was about to send a message back saying that he received the photo and that it was very nice or something like that, which thought the words had not finished typing. Wang Chanxian's phone came directly. Just after connecting, Wang Chanxian's nervous words came from the opposite side. Brother Yang, did you get the pictures I sent over? Got it. It's beautiful. I was just about to message you back, but I didn't realize you called directly. Really? Brother Yang, you're not comforting me, are you? I'm not very good at this aspect of taking pictures. Cynthia, trust me, it's really pretty. Who dash? On the opposite side of the phone, Wang Chanxian sighed in relief. Then I'm relieved. I was afraid that Brother Yang wouldn't like it. Yang Lin, he certainly could not have imagined that the reason why Wang Chanxian endured the shyness to become bold, or attributed to the sister's last posting for help on the website, just because of one sentence of emotional value. She went and bought the maid outfit to show Yang Lin. Now after another post, by countless enthusiastic netizens continue to make suggestions, and finally, the cheap are sent to Yang Lin here, and based on the advice of enthusiasts, it's clearly not over. Listening to the communication opposite, Wang Chanxian said, Brother Yang, tomorrow, are you free tomorrow? Yes, so can I go out for a shopping excursion with Yang? Also, my mom says you're my man of honor, so if you could you stop by my house again for a casual dinner? As a man, Yang Lin was now comfortable in his heart. That's fine, then tomorrow we'll go for a walk together. Well, that's a deal then. I'll call Yang in the morning. The matter is settled. When he hung up the phone and then looked at the photo on his cell phone, Yang Lin couldn't help but sigh and lament. Told you, this girl's personality is very addictive to men. This future group is blessed to act together in the future. Chapter 34, Heavenly Light. Early the next morning, Yelin carefully picked up his appearance. He then said that he went out to meet Wang Chanxian to go out for a walk. Who thought that Su Meng's phone called again? Yang Lin, there's nothing to do at home anyway. How about going out shopping together? Ha? Are you suddenly on a whim? Why don't we do it tomorrow? Why does it have to be tomorrow? Can't it be today? Anyway, it's settled. Wait for me to get organized. I'll knock on your door later. Without even giving Yang Lin a chance to refuse, Su Meng's side had already hung up the phone. In response, Yang Lin was rather speechless. Originally also said that yesterday because of Wang Chanxian's things engaged in a night of sleeplessness. Today ran into Wang Chanxian. How not to borrow a girl's soft long legs knee pillow to make up for a good time? Well, now it's all gone to pot. Seeing that he couldn't do anything good, Yang Lin's liver ached when he suddenly thought of a problem. Yesterday, he invited his childhood friend Su Meng to join the team, and today, since he couldn't avoid it, he got together with Wang Chanxian, just so he could openly talk about the formation of the team. After some time, when Su Meng appeared in front of him, Yang Lin's eyes couldn't even think of not lighting up. Let's just say that it's worthy of being the confessional of countless guys' dreams. Today's Su Meng purposely tied a high ponytail, with her tight top, vibrant and full of vigor. Her figure was already absolutely marvelous, and her waist was even more slender and unmanageable, coupled with the just right arc outlined with her erect hips. It's definitely, like, the center of attention everywhere you go. How was it? Not bad, huh? Su Meng was quite confident in her looks, and indeed, that was true. Yang Lin said back, it's indeed quite good. Meng, I'll tell you, I actually want to go see Qian Qian today. I already have an appointment with her. Su Meng couldn't help but quench a bite. No wonder you excused me on the phone just now and said tomorrow. Dare I say you're in a hurry to go pick up a girl today? For the sake of picking up girls, he doesn't even care about his childhood friend of more than 10 years. Don't ever say that. It's not like we can meet up with Qian Qian her together now? Just as well. The three of us can talk about teaming up then. Su Meng thought about it and said, it's not impossible, so let's go there together. It's also lest you do something excessive to someone else's girl if I'm not there. Oh come on. Dare I say that Su Meng is following him just to monitor his behavior. Although it is indeed regrettable that this situation cannot properly enjoy the gentleness of Chanshan the girl, but since it comes to the matter of teaming up, it is indeed necessary for the three of them to meet and get to know each other. After that, she contacted Wang Chanshan, and when she heard on the phone that Su Meng was going to tag along with her, she was slightly nervous. Brother Yang, won't she hate me? Sister Meng? Don't worry about that. Dream is very easy to get along with. It just so happens that there are important things the three of us need to discuss together later. The matter was settled. And then Yang Lin and Su Meng headed to the neighboring Hung Bird Street to meet with Wang Chanshan, who was waiting there. Today's Wang Chanshan was equally well dressed. When Yang Lin saw her, this sister stood in the promised gazebo like a delicate painting. Long hair like a waterfall, eyebrows like a crescent moon. She was different from Su Meng's youthful vivacity. The whole person wearing a dress, like a bright moon, bright and gentle. Seeing her like this, Su Meng couldn't help but pout and open her mouth to Yang Lin. I kind of get it. No wonder you don't have the slightest resistance to her. I look at her with pity. Don't talk nonsense. I and Shanshan, that's a pure male-female relationship. Asterisk 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 off you. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Big tail, act like it. As Yang Lin cried out in injustice, Su Meng had already taken the initiative to go up and pull up Wang Chanshan's hand. Only a moment's effort. The two are called sisters. That get along, not the usual harmony. I didn't realize you two got along quite well. We're both girls. What's wrong with getting along? It's you. On the other hand, don't you think that being sandwiched between us two girls is a bit of an eyesore? Shall I go? Cut it out. Although the two sisters got along well, Yang Lin still walked in the middle of the two sisters in the subsequent action, and by the looks of both girls, they were quite happy to do it. Listening to Wang Chanshan, she said, I thought at first that Sister Meng was quite difficult to get along with and was a bit nervous, but after talking, I was completely relieved. Su Meng said on the other side, Qianxian, you're saying this as if I'm like the devil. If I really want to say demon, it's still this guy Yang Lin. Ha, Yang is nice. Yang Lin concurred. Qianxian is right. I'm a good man. Su Meng couldn't help but want to kick Yang Lin. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. For a girl as simple as Qianxian, if I don't help defend her, sooner or later, you'll eat her dry. Playfulness aside, we're all going out today, so we're definitely going to have a good walk around. Playgrounds, shopping malls, parks, food courts, and all the places you can go. Because the face value of the two sisters, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan, was really too high. Inevitably, Yang Lin hadn't been envied and hated along the way. But Yang Lin didn't care. He was really cool when he was cool. So what did he care what others did? It was also during this time that the topic of conversation between the three unconsciously came to the main thing to be said. What's the business? Definitely the group. The average squad consists of 5 people. Great squads even make it to the league's Hall of Fame and are then revered by billions. Naturally, the name of the squad will go with the fame. Right now the three of them were going to form a team. And the first step was definitely to get to know each other's strength. Yang Lin's is okay. His occupation is again restricted and weakened. Wang Chanshan has long seen not to mention. After Su Meng understood, she called out that there was no heavenly reason why a domain suppressor could be perverted to that extent. As for Su Meng's magic puppeteer and Wang Chanshan's druid, both of their careers have something in common in one way or another. One was summoning a demonic statue, and the other was summoning a living being, which would then resonate with one's own blood qi, and subsequently exert great strength. The only difference was that Su Meng's magic statues could fight in concert, and Wang Chanshan's druid, the living spirit, has no entity, so it is not realistic to want to fight in concert. However, as opposed to demonic statues, living beings are diverse and ever-changing, so from a certain perspective, Wang Chanshan's druid might have a bigger ceiling than Su Meng instead if she could summon good beings in the future. Because of the similarities in their occupations, these two girls were quite chatty when they got together. Above, once the three had a basic understanding of each other, the next step was definitely to come up with a loud and racy name for the squad. Maybe one day you'll get good enough to be in the Hall of Fame for real. Just for this matter of teaming up, no matter whether it was Su Meng or Wang Chanshan, they resolutely refused to express their opinions. You're the man. Just decide such things for yourself. I'm with Sister Dream. We'll support whatever name you come up with. Brother Yang. Yellen couldn't resist and thought long and hard about it. Forming a team is something like that. Looking at the entire alliance, which squad doesn't have an ideal yet? In my opinion, since we have decided to establish a squad, what more? Shall we not in the future stand at the top, stand above the world to see the light of the sky in the highest place? So what? What are we going to call our squad? Skylight. How vulgar. Dreamy. Where's the cheesy part? It's very moody, okay? Ask Sin Sin if you don't believe me. It's really cheesy. At Wang Chanshan's words, she covered her small mouth and laughed beside her, smiling like a flower. No, you guys get up yourselves. I got up and you two are still laughing. I told you to decide for yourself. I only said vulgar. I didn't say I disagreed. Actually, Brother Yang, I think Skylight is quite good. From now on our squad will be called Skylight Squad. When the name of the squad, Tianguang, was finalized, the entire world's chi invisibly shook at that moment. The world, like a wheel, at this moment, as if infused with life, began to slowly turn. Chapter 35, This kind of man who attracts butterflies. Time passed quickly, and the 2 days of rest passed almost instantly. As in the present, Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Chan were already on a new day, seated inside the small transport plane that Chuan had flown to Lishan, and the three together with the other 2 students of Kashikawa, but not the school is not familiar with, that is, to say hello to the friendship. Originally, the Greedy Wolf Guild was going to recruit 10 people, but the eyes of the 2 deacons who came down were too high, and in the end, only 5 people were recorded and recruited. And regarding the Greedy Wolf Guild's preferential treatment for admitted students, family members were definitely one of them. According to the guild, it means that the students who are recorded as recruits go away for 2 days to intensive training. If the family members, the guild will come down to make a unified pickup arrangement and bring them to Cloud City together. You don't have to worry about housing, work, or subsidies. Everything is taken care of by the guild. After saying this and then talking about the glazed mountain that Yang Lin's trio was about to head to, Glazed Hill, counting the Cloud City where Greedy Wolf was headquartered, within the management territory, because there was space over there leaking out contaminated energy enveloping the spirit realm, and the strength of the demons therein happened to not be too high, so the Greedy Wolf Guild simply built a base over there, specifically to train the new recruits that were recorded every year. With the above briefly out of the way, you have to ask what Yellen is feeling right now. He's excited now. A few days ago, he was worried about his career and was afraid that he would not be able to make a good life for his mom and dad, but in any case did not expect, now not only to discover their own occupation is very potential, but also by one of the 8 guilds of the Greedy Wolf recorded recruitment. Now, mom and dad can finally follow their own, enjoy a little bit of not bad treatment, but at this time, Yang Lin didn't know that something was happening in his home. Not a big deal, but still worth talking about. In the morning, after sending their son to the airport, Dad Yang Ji and Mom Zhang Yu just returned to the home. At this time Dad Yang Ji suddenly thought of something. After a long and fruitless search of the house he asked, "Son of A, where did you put that brocade box?" "What brocade box?" "It is the brocade box in which I wrote 15 marriage letters for my son earlier." "I remember. I casually threw it under the table at that time. How come I can't find it now?" "I don't know. But Lao Yang, why do you ask? Our kids don't need those anymore. Are you still going to keep them as treasure?" "Don't get me wrong, kids mom. I just suddenly thought of it and casually flipped it over to ask about it. If you really can't find it, you can't find it." Old Mother Zhang Yu thought for a moment and said, "The Greedy Wolf Guild side notified the families to pack up their things in the next few days, and then went to settle in Cloud City. I was thinking of cleaning, so I got rid of everything I thought was useless. Perhaps that brocade box was thrown away by me." "Just throw it away. You can't use it anyway. It's just as well to throw it away. This above thing is just a minor hiccup." The viewpoint is drawn back to the youngling side again. Kashigawa, still quite far from Ryama. Although the airplane ride was not slow, it still had not arrived in the entire morning. According to the flight attendants, it could be another hour or 2. At the very beginning, Yang Lin sat down with Su Meng and Wang Chan, and the conversation was still quite invigorating. But as time went on, Su Meng could no longer top it. She said that she had played too crazy in the past 2 days and hadn't rested properly, then hugged Yang Lin's left arm and drifted off to sleep. Wang Chan saw Su Meng sleeping, probably thinking of something. She asked in embarrassment, "Brother Yang, when you went to my house yesterday, what exactly did my brother ask you then?" Speaking of yesterday, Yang Lin couldn't help but smile inside. He was not expecting. Yesterday went to Wang Chanshan's home said to eat a meal, but in fact, Shanshan's mother is simply to treat himself as a son-in-law. That's right, that mouthful of little Jan couldn't have been more cheerful. Not only did he have to cook himself, he even made a point of confiding in himself that he would take good care of Chanshan in the future. For these, Yang Lin must surely answer. Who could resist such an addictive girl? Even if he didn't talk about anything else, just the identity of a teammate, he certainly wouldn't let Wang Chanshan be aggrieved. As for the question Wang Chanshan is now asking, actually, it is. At that time Wang Chanshan's 9-year-old brother Wang Yang suddenly ran over and asked, "Brother, are you my sister's boyfriend?" Seeing that the little one was particularly fond of his appearance, I was only afraid that the answer would not be a disappointment to the little one. The young forest answered yes to the question of the nature of the person, and at that time, Wang Chanshan happened to pass by. I just didn't expect her to ask that question at this point. In response, Yang Lin said back, "Chanshan, Are you sure you didn't hear it? We were so close at that time. Did you really not hear it? No, what are you blushing about? I can't be trusted. If you don't believe it, forget it, Wang Chan said with her mouth, but she saw Su Meng on the other side hugging Yang Lin's arm and sleeping soundly. She then carefully said, Brother Yang, I'm also a little sleepy. Yang Lin said with some favor, that's just right, I'll lend you my arm on this side. In this instant, Wang Chanxian's eyes lit up. It didn't take long for her to hug Yang Lin's right arm and sleep sweetly as well. Feeling the cozy fragrance coming from his left and right sides, Yang Lin thought barring that, this is not bad, but only 2.5 minutes had passed when a sudden sight made him shiver involuntarily. Only when he looked up did he realize that Su Ningji, who was following the plane together, actually passed by and stopped in passing. Lord Deacon, what is your business? I think it's best if you think about what you're traveling to Lizan for. Too much obsession with certain things will inevitably lead to playfulness and self-destruction. It's not waiting for Yang Lin to respond at all. Su Ningji had already walked through the corridor and entered the front cabin of the aircraft door. Looking at Su Ningji's back, Yang Lin was filled with speechlessness. This woman, with her cool and lofty face, was really a bit off-putting. What does it mean to play with things and destroy yourself? No one knows better than yourself what you should do. On the contrary, on Su Ningji's side, she had just arrived at the forward cabin when she saw Su Guan leaning against the hatch. I heard Su Guan say, Nianji, you look quite bad. What's bothering you? That's not true. I just saw that Yang Lin indulging in male love and was afraid that he would lose himself, and worry that he'll ruin the future of those two girls. Su Guan spread his hands and laughed. I think you're still thinking too much. I know you want the greedy wolf guild to produce more exceptional talents and stabilize the front line soon, but you also have to know that it's not normal for a man with power to attract girls' favor, isn't it? So what? Just let them go on like that and ignore them? Nianji, they are all adults. They know in their hearts what they do. The future, too, is in their own hands. We are just outsiders. What do we do with these? Also, I heard that Nianji, the president seems to have picked out a few marriages for you. I think that you are also a girl and it is not a bad thing to have a proper boyfriend. Something like Youngling, for example, is actually quite good. Shut your mouth and say one more word of nonsense, or I'll cut out your tongue. And remember, I have quite a dislike for men like Yang Lin who attract bees and butterflies. I definitely don't want to hear you say anything like that again. Fine. Miss Su, calm down. I'll shut up, right now. Su Guan sighed in his heart. It's too hard. It's really hard on its own. In fact, following Su Ningji, he himself also had a task personally ordered by the president as well. But this whole way down, I didn't see which type of man Miss Su was interested in. How can I explain this to the president? From tomorrow onwards, every day at 12 o'clock noon update. The bottom 3 brothers look at the end of the point of a catalyst to give a bit of confidence. Chapter 36, if you have the strength, you can make it as you like. Lizan training base. When Yang Lin and the others came over here, the time was a little more than 1:30 in the afternoon. The Greedy Wolf Guild recorded recruits from more than just the Yunchuan region. And naturally, the newcomers who came over here were more than just Yang Lin and the others. When you wait to walk into the base, it's not unusual to see many new people at a glance, but the internal construction definitely strains the nerves of first-timers. No, this is moving the neighborhood inside the base as well? Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan were all dumbfounded after seeing the interior of the base. They imagined that the base should have a strict management, old-fashioned and dull kind of atmosphere. But the reality of the base, the three of them besides seeing the martial arts field, gravity room, holographic simulation hall, etc., where they could conduct training, tea houses, cafes, clothing stores, lounges, and casinos were also seen. It was a scene that was much different than expected. Su Meng pinched her chin in disbelief at the moment and said, I've heard that the training base is very strict, but the situation in front of me makes me suspect that I've come to the wrong place. Yang Lin suggested, why don't we walk around while we're still assembled? Su Meng and Wang Chan had no objections, and then the three of them paired up to take a general look around the interior of the base. A final summary. It's pretty much everything that's out there, except there's no bars or anything like that. At this, Yellen sked. If that's the case, it looks like the next 2 months are going to be days that won't be comfortable if you want them to be. On the surface, but is it really that simple? Didn't we come here to train? Brother Yang, Sister Dream, in my opinion, this look feels like we came over purely to enjoy ourselves. The three stood chatting in the doorway of the clothing store. Through the closet to look inside also unintentionally found. Inside the clothes are actually new styles, regardless of men and women, are quite fashionable. It seems that this training base, which has maintained contact with the outside, has not been derailed. As for the feelings of the three of them, they were not the only ones who looked like this. All the newcomers who came here were confused in a similar way. And keep the confusion for now. After about another 15 minutes, there is an announcement for all newcomers to meet at the center playground. Yang Lin's trio didn't slow down and quickly came to the center playground along with the crowd. After some time, the newcomers were all assembled. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Lin swept a glance at the new recruits that the Greedy Wolf Guild had recorded this year. The number of people was probably around 100, to say the least. And it goes without saying that those who can stand here are the elite. Also at this moment, two figures slowly approached from a distance. These two people Yang Lin knew too well. One was Sun Yinji, who wanted to train him as a full-time auxiliary. The other was Su Guan, who had been following Sun Yinji. The identity of the two deacons was unknown to 99% of the people in the arena. However, this did not prevent Sun Yinji from letting the whole room's chatter stop instantly once she appeared on the stage. Simply because, this woman is so beautiful. With a face that was cold and absolutely beautiful, and a body that was delicate and alluring, it was hard not to be attracted to her, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman. But at the same time, and because Sun Yinji's aura is too strong, her sharp gaze where she looked, that really is a look a squeak. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Sun Yinji, and I will be the training instructor for your batch of newcomers from today until the following 2 months. As for the one next to you, that's my adjutant, Su Guan. Speaking here, Sun Yinji paused for a moment. Then I heard her continue. First of all, this is not the army, so you can be less formal. There's no need to strain yourselves all the time. Hearing this, most of the people in the room breathed a sigh of relief, but surely no one would dare make a scene or a racket. Gentlemen, upon arriving at the base, I'm sure you've all seen what's going on here. I also know that you must be curious as to why the many facilities here are so well equipped. As soon as this topic was mentioned, the 100 or so newcomers in the room all of a sudden pricked up their ears. No one was not curious as to why there was a small neighborhood sandwiched inside the base, and that the sparrow was small, including Yang Lin, Su Mang and Wang Chan. They also wanted to know why the base was so set up. Regarding this issue, Sun Yinji said, actually, you don't have to think too much, because right away, everything here will all be open to you. When the people present heard this, they all looked uplifted. I was already prepared to come here and suffer, but I didn't expect that there would be such a good thing. Unfortunately, the crowd's excitement didn't last more than 3.5 seconds, and was then poured cold water on by Sun Yinji's next words. Don't be too happy for now. Everything here is open to you, but there are prerequisites. Su Guan, you'll tell them the prerequisites for using all the facilities here. Su Guan nodded slightly before stepping forward to begin his narration. It was at this time that the crowd of newcomers realized that a point system existed for the so-called training. You are able to enjoy all the facilities in this room, but only if you have points. Where do the points come from? Initially, each person is given 200 points. After that, how to earn points? Then you need to go to the neighboring spirit realm to kill demons, or collect spirit herbs, ores, and so on. On top of that, you can also work on the base on the side, cleaning the restrooms, etc. To summarize, you can be as comfortable as you want to be, as long as you can earn points and you can build as much as you want at the base. You can even spend a high amount of points to have Sun Yinji and Su Guan or other martial arts teachings instruct you in combat. After learning all this, 110 freshmen sighed. It's true that there's no such thing as a free dinner. Everything comes with conditions. Nope, can't say there aren't free programs. According to Su Guan, the subsequent squad quarters as well as the food in the dining hall, both of which still provided the crowd with options. You want to stay well and eat well, then you spend points. If you don't spend the points, you go to sleep on free hard beds and eat free standard meals of the most common course tea. Above, with the points thing out of the way, Sun Yinji's side took over the words, and then everyone saw that her expression began to become grave and serious. For a moment, the words in the arena stopped, all wanting to hear what else this cool, big, beautiful instructor had to announce. It's important about what comes next, so listen carefully. Later, I'll need you to form yourselves into squads, with a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 5. When everything is in order, report both the number of squads and the improvised names of the squads to my adjutant. Instructor, we are all newcomers here, and we basically don't know each other. Would it be too hasty to easily go and form a team? That's a good question, and I'm going to say it for the record. That's the thing. All of you will then go with me to the holographic simulation field, where each of you will need to demonstrate your strength by simulating a demonic kill battle, so that it's easy for you to get to know each other and team up. That's a good idea. The newcomers agreed. Who's going to show you the career panel when you think it's a crowd of people who don't know each other well? Take a chance on someone knowing everything about you and you might get shaded one day. And through a demonic creature simulation killing battle, when the time comes, who is strong and who is weak will naturally be clear at a glance. And subsequently, when picking teammates, the heart can more or less have a plan. At this point, if we were to ask Yang Lin what he thought, he was actually quite looking forward to it. Although he knew that his own strength was quite good, the group was gathered at the moment, so it was a good time to see what level and strength the other professionals were at. But Yang Lin was now unaware that holographic simulation warfare had a fatal flaw for him. As for what exactly it is, we'll find out later. Chapter 37, Why Don't You Witness This? According to Su Ninji's announcement, there were a total of 103 newcomers who came to Li Mountain. All 103 of them now followed her and Su Guan to the holographic simulation field. What happened next was simple. Whoever's name was recited entered the simulation to fight the demon through the spirit linker. There are external public screens in the arena where simulated battles can be clearly displayed. After everyone was ready, Su Ninji began to hand over Su Shinju's name. As for herself, she also wanted to take a good look at what the various talents recruited by the Greedy Wolf Guild this year were capable of. First one, Ran Starfire. The one whose name was called was a boy who looked slightly arrogant. It was obvious that he was confident in his abilities. When he sat down in the chair of the mental linker, the general screen then showed his name, level and occupation above. Ran Starfire, level 10, Spirit Blade Warrior. As for the demons he had to face, they were simulated scorched earth creepers. The body was reddish, like a night fork, and the face was quite hideous to look at. Rank 12, Blood 3900, Attack 70 to 80. In this case, the fiend's blood level is significantly tripled, and the actual scorched earth creeper can't reach that level of blood. Cranking up the blood is probably just a way to get these newbies to do a good show of strength. Seeing that the battle was about to begin, one by one, the 110 newcomers in the arena stared wide-eyed. At this time, who wouldn't want to see what another heavenly pride could achieve? Looking at Ren Starfire's demeanor again, it was clear that he didn't see the scorched earth creeper in his eyes, and after seeing the scorched earth creeper pounce, he directly opened his big in place, flowing flame blade. Raging flames seared through his blade. The moment the chop would go out, the naked eye could still see the powerful airflow formed by the sharp compression of the blade, the flame in the air. The scorched earth creeper was instantly engulfed by Ren Xingho's flaming blade, screaming miserably. As the devil's blood was too high to be killed in a single slash, Ren Xinghu dashed forward to take 2 complementary slashes in a row, easily completing the kill. The crowd watching this battle marveled. Awesome! Actually almost seconded the scorched earth creeper in one shot. Bull! Watching him fight suddenly puts me under pressure. Who isn't? But on second thought, who doesn't have a couple of tricks up their sleeve to stand here? There are people out there. The crowd in the arena praised not to mention. Even Su Ninji, her eyes expressed her praise for the first newcomer to the stage. By the time Ren Starfire disconnected from the analog connection and stepped down, he had become the object of many people's hearts and minds to build up their squads and pull them together. The second one, Li Qiaoyun. This time it was a girl on stage. Again, there is no rush. And the chest is ready. It was all said that those who could stand here had 2 brushes, and a mere scorched earth creeper could not pose half a threat to these so-called heavenly prides. Soon, a third, a fourth, every now and then, the field would erupt in awe, simply because even if it was the same bunch of heavenly prides, but among them, as long as a comparison was made, there would definitely be a more outstanding one. For example, Chang Su, who was the 22nd to go up, professional nightwalkers, who look like knives in their hands, but are really just hidden realities, only to see him easily reach the scorched earth creeper with an instantaneous step, without even waiting for the crowd in the arena to see his movements. In the next moment, the body of his blade had already picked the scorched earth creeper into mid-air. Multiple metabombs erupted from within the tip of the blade, blowing the scorched earth creeper to smithereens second by second. There was also Qi Xiaowan, who was the 43rd to go up, looking at a petite and soft girl, but the crowd only saw her casually move her hand and summon 12 daggers from nowhere. The whoosh has poked the scorched earth creeper into a hedgehog. Only when she beckoned to recover the daggers did she see that all 12 of them were actually hidden in her snow-white thighs. Nowadays, the demonic kill simulation is purely a case of you're on your side and you're on my side. Every newcomer is showing their super strength, for the reason that you have to team up. It's the equivalent of selling yourself. Who's going to team up with you if you're really bad? So one by one, that's really sparing no effort. Yang Lin's words, and he definitely took notes on those who performed well. At the very least, one has to retain an impression of these people, so that if they become rivals in the future they can also know some information. But it must be said that the existence of this profession is really diverse and strange. There are some professions that simply leave nothing to the imagination, yet they are ridiculously strong. Soon after, Su Guan shouted, 79th place, Su Meng, gotta. It's the turn of one's childhood friend. As Su Meng went on stage, many of the boys in the arena were all brightened up. For a big beauty who can show her youthful vigor even when she walks, eye-catching is just too normal. Also now, Yang Lin witnessed the ferocious moment when his childhood friend struck. Only Su Meng made a move in the air, and a 2-meter-tall adamantine devil puppet instantly appeared in front of her. As for herself, she also had a layer of undefeatable golden body attached to her because of the adamantine magic puppet. Su Meng is very strong, so strong that her adamantium doll has not even made a move. She has already beaten the Scorched Earth Crawler with a series of Sacred Iron Fist. Only Yang Lin and Wang Chan in the arena also knew that Su Meng had more than one adamantine devil puppet right now. She was still able to summon a cold magic puppet now. She just couldn't use it for the current occasion. When Su Meng finished killing the demons, Wang Chan said happily beside Yang Lin, "Sister Meng is really powerful. Brother Yang, look." A lot of people's eyes have changed when they look at her, and subsequently there must be a lot of people who want to find her to form a team. Yang Lin returned. "That won't do. Meng is one of ours. I'm not letting her go." Of course, the three of us had a deal to work together. It didn't take long for Cynthia Wang to come on next, AD third. At this time the field suddenly clamored. It was only because the crowd could see that the girls' level was actually only 7. But you have to know that those who can stand here are only qualified at level 10. When did level 7 get recruited by the guild? The crowd went to watch Wang Chan engage in battle with disbelief and confusion. They were eager to figure out what makes this sister capable of recording a move. And then, everyone was relieved. Simply because Wang Chan's Furious Pale Bear Plus was fierce. It was level 7 yes, but in 3 or 2 hits, it tore the Scorched Earth Creeper into pieces. No wonder she was recruited at level 7. So she's this strong. I thought she was recruited through connections, but now it looks like I was wrong. Just as the crowd was discussing Wang Chan, Su Guan shouted from the high platform, 84th place, Yang Lin. Well, it's your turn. Yang's turn. Go for it. Yang Lin, Shan and I are now looking at your performance. Don't worry you too. I don't see the eyes of a mere Scorched Earth Creeper. Afterward, Yang Lin fell and walked up, and then sat down in the position of the Spirit Linker. In the arena, there was another outcry. How come he's also level 7? Domain Suppressor. What kind of profession is that? I'm not sure, but just now, the sister's level 7 was so powerful, so it seems that this one called Yang Lin should be tough too. At this moment, let alone the crowd wanting to see how strong Yang Lin was, even Su Ninji and Su Guan, both of them looked at Yang Lin with a little more anticipation. He knew that Yang Lin was able to bring Wang Chan through the abyssal difficulty trial, but in the end, he hadn't seen Yang Lin's ability with his own eyes. Now, isn't that just the right opportunity? The mock battle has begun. Seeing that the opposite Scorched Earth Creeper was refreshed, Yang Lin must have unfolded his domain at the first opportunity as well. But at this very moment, Yang Lin's heart jumped, and a stunned expression came over his face. Chapter 38. This one is too pitiful. Career Intelligence Feedback. The current environment is a false environment and occupational skills and words are not in effect. At this moment, Yang Lin's scalp was numb. By the way, he also understood some things through his profession, such as being his professional field of the town magician, playing only real games, high-end games, and making a virtual fake thing is purely insulting to the profession of field town magician. Jin demon. Jin are real existence, not to town a bunch of plastic virtual fake data. Because of this, on a simulated battlefield, don't think about anything other than the base damage of the domain suppressor coming into effect. Yang Lin simply wanted to cry. Of course he knew that everything was fake now, such as so many heavenly pride just now, and also knew that those people facing the real Scorched Earth Creeper certainly wouldn't be casual to that extent. But even if you know that the moisture is too great, it's not like you're just going to drain yourself right out of it, right? Liver pain was liver pain, but Yang Lin, in the end, still had his face in mind. All the other newcomers were able to pass the speed kill Scorched Earth Creeper. In his own case, even if he couldn't speed kill it, he had to at least pass it to make it look like a good idea. In an extremely short period of time, Yang Lin adjusted his mind and began to quickly think about the current situation. Currently at level 7 on his own, and excluding all influences, fixed injury is 7 points of damage. In 1 minute, you can deal 420 points of damage to a simulated Scorched Earth Creeper. And the simulated Scorched Earth Creeper had a blood level of 3,900, so it would take nearly 10 minutes to grind it down simply by relying on professions. If you want to shorten that time, you must launch an attack on the Scorched Earth Creeper itself. And so, just within the simulated simulation battlefield, Yang Lin's hand quickly gained an additional lance. Since the 2 super skills are not in effect, the Scorched Earth Creeper is fast as hell with no restrictions. Facing Yang Lin, this thing wasn't the usual grimacing and flailing. You want to ask how to fight Youngling? Well said. How you initially entered the newbie copy to kill chopper rabbits is how you kill simulated Scorched Earth Creepers today. There was no technicality. And anyway, the Scorched Earth Creeper pounced, and Yang Lin hurriedly dragged his gun and ran. Otherwise, if we really get a few picks from this thing, then this simulation will be over in minutes. Such a scene. Anyway, was dumbfounding to the entirety of the newcomers watching the battle. Earlier, seeing that Wang Chan, who was also level 7, was so powerful, the crowd thought, right, that this Yang Lin must also be incredibly strong. How else could you break the rules and get recruited by the guild? But now, what on earth is Yang Lin up to? The crowd didn't wait for Yang Lin to strongly decapitate the scorched earth creeper, but instead, they saw, that the bastard was being chased all over the field by the scorched earth creeper within the simulated battlefield. Even more exaggerated, what the hell is the 7 points of damage per second? It was hard to believe that this was the limit of the output of this man. Some kind of town magician? At that moment, the arena was in chaos, simply because Yang Lin had brought these people a different kind of battle-watching experience, and seeing that the field could not be suppressed to explode, Su Nianji, the deacon and instructor, had her eyebrows knit up. Yang Lin, what the hell is he up to? Is there any point in hiding private property at a time like this? Nianji, you don't be anxious. I see this thing. Some doorway. What do you mean? From the moment Yang Lin appeared in the simulated battlefield, I've been staring at his expression. It seemed to me that his startled look, though fleeting, still escaped my eyes. Su Guan, get to the point. Okay, I'll get to the point. Now, through my observation of Yang Lin, he was not trying to hide anything. Truthfully, even if he had exerted his powers, outsiders wouldn't have been able to tell what tricks he had actually used. The biggest reason why he's now dodging scorched earth creepers all over the field is that the simulation is limiting his ability to play. Su Nianji was a bit surprised. Will this happen? Of course I will. It's just a simulation. It's not like it's a real live battle. It's not considered unusual for nerves to fail to resonate and abilities what to exert. Hearing Su Guan say this, Su Nianji's expression slightly improved. Soon after, he heard Su Guan add, Nianji, actually, don't you think that it's only now that we can see Yang Lin's true comprehensive strength? Yes, I think it's very much supposed to be. You look at the field and everyone else just sees him running all over the field, but in my eyes, what I saw, on the other hand, was all sorts of just right, all sorts of fish out of water for Yellen. In the case of another person, if they encountered a time when their strength could not be utilized, they were afraid that they would have disorganized themselves long ago. Su Nianji didn't respond to Su Guan's words, and at this moment, she began to seriously stare at Yang Lin's every reaction and action. It had to be said that Su Guan's observation was right. Scorched Earth Creeper was not slow, and even though it was a simulation, that every attack was still quite methodical. However, Yang Lin, who relied closely on his 4 basic attributes, actually managed to not be touched by the Scorched Earth Creeper over and over again was amazing. Even, occasionally, when he found the right opportunity, Yang Lin would carry his lance and counterattack with 1 or 2 hands. I had underestimated him earlier. Su Guan laughed. Sometimes, it's not the talent written on the career panel that's called talent. In my opinion, this kind of clinical ability of his is likewise one of the essential talents to become a powerful professional. That being said, I still find him, well, unsettling. Nianji, you purposely applied to come here and transfer the original instructor. If you think he's unconscious, as the main instructor, wouldn't it be within your duties to train him? Don't need to be reminded. Su Nianji said so on her lips, but her eyes, from the time she had seriously observed Yang Lin just now, she hadn't even wandered off for a second. Having seen Yang Lin's various dodges as well as every step he took in carrying his lance to attack the Scorched Earth Creeper, even she, whose strength was not bad, had to admit, this guy, the clinical reaction is really something. In the future, even if the outer restriction skill failed, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy for the demons to kill him. After observing for a long time, Su Nianji herself didn't even realize that there were many rather gratifying smiles on the corners of her mouth. However, Su Nianji and Su Guan were quite responsive to Yang Lin, but the 100 or so newcomers in the arena were not. They murmured, with all sorts of disbelief in their hearts, that's all Yang Lin is capable of. How on earth did he get accepted into the Greedy Wolf Guild? You guys, instead of getting angry, Instructor Su looked at the field with a rather approving expression. Is there a possibility that this Yang Lin went through her back door? It's possible. Extremely possible. If Yang Lin didn't go through Instructor Su's back door, how could Instructor Su be so satisfied? There's an inside job. There must be an inside job. Numerous newcomers were indignant in their hearts, thinking about the prideful people who went up to the simulated battle in the field. Which one of them didn't end the battle in 3 or 2 blows? Yang Lin is good. Was simulated out of the devil chased all over the field even if Instructor Su and Su Vice Officer actually did not get angry, but also very pleased is too much. Only, although the newcomers present were not convinced in their hearts, they didn't have the guts to openly protest. What if you upset the 2 instructors and tell yourself to go home like a good boy? However, both seeing Yang Lin behave in such a way also gave the new people present a wake-up call. thanks to this simulation battle, or else we would really have to be teammates with Yang Lin, and this wouldn't be subsequently suffocated to the grandmother's house? That's so right, with Yang Lin's combat power, whoever teams up with him is out of luck. Right, wait, we can't even team up with him even if we don't have any teammates. It's too pitiful. Chapter 39, Sister, why don't you choose a hardboard bed? Yang Lin, he was not sure what the reaction of the crowd outside the simulation was. He was, now, preoccupied with taking out the scorched earth creeper. The effort was not enough, and when he had tangled with the scorched earth creeper for 6 minutes, finally, he stabbed the scorched earth creeper to death with the lance in his hand. It's also considered to have returned from the simulated battlefield alive. At that moment, the entire field was quiet, and everyone, who looked at him, did not look at him in a generally meaningful way, considering that it took him 7 minutes to take care of the scorched earth creeper. Truly, Yang Lin was a little ashamed. There was no comparison to the scenes of others thundering through the game, but I had done my best with my skills and words being limited. On his side, he just returned to the crowd. Su Meng said with some sighs, you are really a big surprise. Yang Lin spread his hands. How could I have thought that simulation would limit my abilities? But Dream, if this is really all the strength I have, would you still team up with me? What do you mean? If I cared about this kind of thing, what was I trying so hard to invite you to do during the novice copy? Worthy of my childhood friend, it's so touching. Don't come this way. These meaty words, go say them to Qianqian. Speaking of Cynthia Wang, Yang Lin just turned around and instantly heard Wang Qianqian say, even if you suddenly only have this kind of strength, Brother Yang, I will definitely team up with Brother Yang. Cynthia, if I do, you don't think I'm a burden, do you? Brother Yang, you haven't even disliked me, so how could I possibly dislike you? It's worthy of my family's Qianqian. Brother Yang, that's too shy. Next to Su Meng really can't listen to it. Interrupted the two said, I say you too. Now is still in the simulation. Can you pay attention to a little image? And you Qianqian, just go along with him. Sooner or later you'll spoil him rotten. Well, let's leave it at that for now and stay tuned to the simulation for real. Before and after, nearly 3 hours, all the 110 people were simulated. Su Nianji began to summarize her speech as an instructor. Regarding this simulation, on the one hand, it's for you to get to know each other and to facilitate the formation of teammates. On the other hand, I've kind of seen what you guys can do in general. Overall, I'm very pleased. As soon as they heard that big beautiful instructor Su was satisfied, the crowd of new people in the field, now one by one, straightened their backs. For the sake of trying to come up with a good impression of this beautiful instructor, Su Nianji then swept a circle around the whole field and said, as for the next, it's time for you to form a team. I don't have a problem with anyone really wanting to do a lone wolf operation, but given the strength of the demons within the neighboring spirit lands, I'd suggest you guys get a full group of 5. After that, once you've chosen your teammates and settled on the name of your temporary squad, just report it to Lieutenant Su. As soon as they heard that they were starting to form a team, all the newcomers in the room started to get active. The crowd hadn't forgotten that the base side operated a point system. These subsequent 2 months, to get comfortable here, strong teammates that is certainly necessary. As a result, a portion of the people who had performed particularly outstandingly earlier now naturally became the target of the crowd's frantic invitations. As is Su Meng, as is Wang Qianqian, the two of them are not bad in the first place, and then they have to have a face and a body. You can imagine how many people threw themselves at them. In response, Su Meng methodically rejected all of them. On Wang Qianqian's side, although she faced many people's enthusiastic invitations, she refused with the same dryness. I'm sorry, I already have a team. I'm really sorry. Only Yang Lin. There were so many people around him, and hardly none of them took the initiative to invite him to join the team. Alas, compared to Su Meng and Wang Qianqian, this is the difference. It looks like the 6 minutes it took to kill the scorched earth creeper earlier really scared these guys in the arena. In addition, it was also for Su Meng and Wang Qianqian to stop being invited and pestered. At that moment, Yang Lin very simply took the two sisters and headed to Su Guan's side. Lieutenant Su, I need to register the squad personnel and names. Su watched Yang Lin with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. You kid can do it. Hogging 2 meat and potatoes by yourself. Adjutant Su is joking. The 3 of us come from the same place and have similar aspirations. Yes? Su Guan came close to Yang Lin and said, I think you guys are clearly in love. Ahem. Alright kid, take it easy. Just kidding with you. I actually still think highly of you. The following 2 months, I hope to see you excel. Yes, Lieutenant Su. The registration process was quick, but seeing the 3 people who registered the squad, the many newcomers in the field were already taught on the spot anyway. What? The Su Meng and Wang Qianqian actually teamed up with Yang Lin? These 2 women are stupid. Can't they see what Young Lin is capable of and actually choose to be with him? That's not the most exaggerated, is it? The most exaggerated thing is that they seem to have only 3 people in the group. A crowd exclaimed at this. This Yang Lin, how did he get the favor of 2 great beauties, Su Meng and Wang Chan? Could it be that Yang Lin's simulation was too poor just now, so it caused the motherly love of these 2 great beauties to overflow? Look at that. Take a good look at Yellen. This man, he really deserves the wrath of God. He can't do it himself, and he is still dominating 2 powerful big beauties. Why? Su Meng and Wang Chan are willing to bend over for him? To ask how to fold first, but after this, Su Ninji announced the last thing. On each person's cell phone, they were given point intelligence sent from the base, such as what facilities are in the base and how many points are consumed for a day's use. How many points can you earn for a cleaning and a toilet cleanup? If you want to trade points, how do you execute it? In the meantime, everyone's base 200 points have arrived, and how to get by thereafter will have to be variously weighed between the squads, because by now it was evening, before the newcomers assembled and disbanded. Su Guan also gave the crowd a piece of advice. You can spend as much money as you want on the base, but at this point in time, it's recommended that everyone go ahead and take care of their lodging. Then the crowd clicked on the points-related intel, followed by the ghostly cries of the crowd in the arena. Holy, this is too expensive. The base is so dark. Not only is it black, it's simply robbery. Just to live in a one-day all-supporting dormitory, the base dares to charge 500 points. Does it let people live? Brothers and sisters, can't you see? This is forcing us to go to the spirit realm and brush our monsters hard. Complaints aside, it was late in the evening, and dormitory placement was indeed the first order of business. As for what the 3 Yang Lin people at this time plan to do, looking at the dorm-related spending, it's surprising that 3 people trying to live in better dorms are losing more than half a star. According to the content of the integral intelligence, the dormitories are all 5-person composite style. It doesn't matter if it's for 1 person, 3 people or 5 people, as long as it's for 1 night anyway. That's 500 points. No haggling. Of course, if you don't want to spend the money, you can go for a hardboard bed. That one is free. Yang Lin, I think it's better to save the points. We only have a total of 600 points, and they're basically gone after a night's sleep. I agree with Dream Sister. Points are better spent. And anyway, it's not like sleeping on a hard bed is a big deal. Looking at the 2 dainty sisters around him, Yang Lin thought for a moment and waved his hand. Sleeping on what hardboard bed? Let's go for the full supporting dormitory service. Yang, that would be a waste, wouldn't it? What a waste. I see you 2 come here or not ready to be relevant awareness. Other than that, go ahead and check in, and let me criticize you 2 severely afterward. Su Meng heard straight rolled his eyes. What is it? Their own waste actually think of criticizing people. What? Why don't you go sleep on the hardboard beds? Dreamy, and I'll go sleep in the all-matching dorms with Cynthia? Without my 200 points. Are you and Chanchan's 400 points enough? Well, don't chit-chat. Go ahead and check into the full complimentary dorms. Chapter 40, Youthful and Invincible Beauty. Sometime later, Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan checked in for a set of fully furnished dormitories. There had been a total of 600 points, and after deducting the lodging fee, there were now only a pitiful 100 points left. Because they were also curious about what the free lodging actually looked like, the trio made a point of running over to check it out. Good lord, when they say hardboard beds, they really are hardboard beds. There is no bathroom, let alone a toilet, and aside from a place to sleep, it would be an understatement to say that it's a home away from home. And the all-supporting dorms, that's a different story. Finely decorated environment, TV, refrigerator, air conditioning, all kinds of electrical appliances are available. Sofa, coffee table, bathroom, that is more called a have everything. It's really just a day and a night compared to the free accommodation. As in the present, Su Meng was sighing while checking out the environment. I didn't realize that this fully supported dormitory has hot and cold water, not to mention that it actually has a bathtub. And it's so big, totally big enough for 2 people to take a bath together, right? She had meant nothing by it, but Wang Chan, who was next to her, subconsciously stole a glance at Yang Lin after hearing this, and her pretty face turned half red. This scene happened to be captured by Su Meng. Then, instead of looking at Wang Chan, her big beautiful eyes looked hard at Yang Lin. Yang Lin only felt puzzled. He wasn't sure what had happened at all. Dreamy, why are you looking at me with that horrible look in your eyes? Su Meng desperately tried to hide her shame. I'm warning you, you're not allowed to have any nonsense thoughts. Yang Lin's entire body was confused. It's not. What did you say or do? Just following 2 girls around to see the full complement of dorms and somehow being warned by your own childhood friend? Confused. Totally confused. Now that the all-supporting dormitories are occupied. Next, that must be the dinner meal to consider. The first floor of the cafeteria is free, And the second floor food is luxurious but requires points. With the existing points of the 3 people, the luxury meal set can't be eaten, so they can only go to eat the free rough meals on the first floor. And listening to some of the newcomers who came down from the second floor after spending their money, I learned that the meals on the second floor, the most basic specification is 4 dishes and 1 soup, with 100 points per person per meal at the bottom. If there are special flavor needs, there are extra credits available for the chef to customize. If you don't have the points, don't say the 2 basic items above. Don't even think about fitness, entertainment, recreation, or games. Lo and behold, all it took to get to the base was a check-in and a free meal. But the points had made such an impression. Again, because of the lack of points, in the event that you can't get any other entertainment going after dinner, Su Meng and Wang Chan chose to return to the dormitory to take a bath. You asked the 2 sisters what young Lin was doing when she was taking a bath, but it was nothing, just sitting on the sofa in the dormitory hall with her eyes closed. A long time later, Su Meng and Wang Chan came out after taking a bath and blow-drying their hair in the washroom. Originally, Yang Lin was almost bored to doze off alone in the hall, but with 2 fragrant breezes blowing in, it quickly started to raise his person's spirits. When I looked up, it turned out that both girls had changed into new outfits after their showers. Su Meng, her own childhood friend and peerless beauty. Now she was wearing a small minimalist camisole that showed off her rounded shoulders and delicate collarbone in just the right way. The hidden skin reveals a charming luster, and at the same time, it outlines her delicate upper curve. And that's not all. The real eye-catcher is her white-hot pants. While perfectly wrapping her firm buttocks, it also presents the smooth and graceful lines of her legs. It's been said that she's youthful and absolutely unadulterated. As for Cynthia Wang, compared to Su Meng, it's much more subtle. A pale pink silk nightgown, a little misty in the light. The flowing silk clung to the curves of her body in all its beauty. Her long hair was all pulled to one side, and when she came to sit on the sofa in a dignified manner like a lady, her attitude was really a gentle one that could not be overstated. Coupled with her slight bashfulness, the softness of the young girl as she slightly wiggled her small, rounded feet was simply portrayed to the extreme. It's still early, so Sin and I are going to watch some TV. Perhaps it was because Su Meng had stayed in the bathroom time for a long time, and when she spoke, one could clearly see that there were many blushes on her pretty face. Yellen nodded. It does seem a bit early, so let's watch. Su Meng smoothly sat down on the other side of Yang Lin and said, watching TV is watching TV, but before that, remember what you said? Yellen was a little confused. Did I say anything? Su Meng beamed her small mouth and said, who was it that said earlier that Chan and I hadn't come to the base with awareness yet? Don't say you've forgotten. Yang Lin felt a little funny as he first looked at Su Meng, then Wang Chan. So that's what you guys are still thinking about? Ha, of course, come on, state your realization for both me and Cynthia to hear. Don't forget, you said you were going to criticize both of us severely at the time, and we remembered it. Well, then. Yang Lin's expression actually had a few more points of seriousness and gravity in this moment. What did you 2 say we came here to do? Su Meng returned. When you come to the base, you are definitely coming over to train to raise your level and strength. What about you, Sin? Just like Dream Sister said, it's over here to improve her strength. Yang Lin affirmed. That's right, we did come over to improve our strength. And the spirit realm next to the base is the existence that allows us to grow like a copy. Because of this, isn't earning points just a smooth thing to do? Su Meng and Wang Chan nodded their heads, but the 2 sisters were still confused. But what does that have to do with awareness? Of course it's relevant. And don't you forget that the base operates a point system. And since the points are earned in passing, it's a case of those who can get more. If, subsequently, we can't even get a single point for lodging, eating, training, and entertainment, then what are we still doing on the base? We might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Wang Chan covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Yang, you talk with humor. Cynthia, that's not humor, that's called awareness. I'm telling you guys, our goal is to get a lot of points while super ramping up. Even the 500 points for lodging are hesitant. What kind of climate can this become in the future? Or in the same words, it's better to go home and sell sweet potatoes. Don't mention you're selling sweet potatoes. Su Meng laughed so hard she almost forked over. She gently pounded Yang Lin with her pink fist and said, see how imposing you are talking. Then Chan and I will listen to you in the future. You have to take responsibility for both of us. It's a must. Follow Brother Yang and you'll be full for 9 meals in 3 days. Screw you, Chan and I will just follow you and not starve to death. Then tomorrow, let's get moving. Well, we must act tomorrow. If Chan and I want to further improve our combat power, we must reach level 10 as soon as possible. Thinking of the vocational skills and natural abilities he was going to obtain at level 10, Yang Lin now, his heart really wasn't generally hot. Chapter 41, Angel Girl? Demon Girl? On a new day, After breakfast, all of the newcomer squads within the base headed out to the Lishan spirit realm. Among them, the Skylight squad that Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Chan were in was naturally no exception. Also prior to departure, each newcomer contacted the base locator on their cell phone as instructed, as well as downloading a map of the Lishan spirit realm. If you are in danger, it is good to know that you can call for help from the base via the location. But this map of the Lishan spirit realm left all the newcomers speechless very much. This map, it's all blank. Can you believe it? In the words of Su Nianji and Su Guan, everything is unknown to have fun. Wanting a map, the positioning is connected anyway, so each squad walks out on their own in the spirit realm. Come on, I knew it wouldn't be that cheap. Yang Lin's trio didn't dwell on this right now. Hurrying to the spirit realm to kill demons to improve their strength was the most important thing. After leaving the base gate and spreading out with the other squads, and walking westward for about 7 miles, he saw a white, misty territory in front of him. And that's the spirit realm. The spirit realm is essentially the same as a copy. The only difference is that the replica comes from space, while the spirit realm is a source of contamination from space leaking into reality. It might be that the spirit realm was a bit more localized, so there would be a bit more spirit herbs and ores produced in it as opposed to copies. The base is so stingy, letting us go to the spirit realm to train, but they don't even give us the basic information about the demons. It's too inconvenient. Meng, don't complain, it's actually not for everyone's sake. With all that information out in the open and so many high-minded newcomers, it's a wonder there aren't a few posers. Wang Chan agreed. Brother Yang is right. This is also to remind us to be a little more cautious and careful, not wanting us to be too reckless. I'm not reckless, and I'm not the captain. If something really goes wrong, just dump the pot on the captain. Yang Lin squinted and laughed. I didn't think that a childhood friend for over 10 years would have such a black heart. Asterisk. You. It's your heart that's black. The three of them playfully entered the spirit realm. To say that outside the spirit realm looked at the mist to cover the break. I did not expect that the internal vision is actually quite clear, and there is basically no difference between the outside. The three continued to move forward, when about a mile and did not find a magic creature or other resources. This time Wang Chan suddenly thought of something. It seems to be still close to her. Brother Yang, Sister Meng, can you guys wait for me for a few minutes? Su Meng was a bit strange. Qian, what are you doing over there? I am going to do something. Then I'll accompany you. This is the spirit realm. Even if we're not far apart, it's our first time here after all, so it's better to be careful. Wang Chan couldn't resist Su Meng, so she could only let Su Meng follow. As for Su Meng, she only thought that Wang Chan wanted to water the flowers. But which thought? Just after coming near a big tree, Wang Chan actually began to look for it in the career space. In this regard, Su Meng was quite curious. Sin, what are you doing? I need to change. We've come to the spirit realm to kill demons. You, what are you changing your clothes for? It was only after Su Meng finished speaking that when she looked at the set of clothes that Wang Chan had brought out from her career space, she finally understood and remembered at this point. Earlier during the special trial, Wang Chan had gotten a maid outfit. It's pretty obvious now. She's going to change her weird clothes again. Qian, it's not so bad. Just how far are you going to go for Yang Lin? Yang was good to me. He was willing to take me when I was so bad, and he's always helped me, so I'd do anything for him. Su Meng wasn't generally speechless. He's the one who asked you to do that? Not at all. I learned it when I was asking for help on a website. Listening to Wang Chan roughly said some things about the website. Su dreamed of spitting all don't know where to spit. This girl in front of me, isn't she a bit too innocent? Cynthia, those people on the website are molesting you. Not at all. Earlier when I wore a maid's outfit, Yan secretly told me that it looked good. Love to see more. Put. Su Meng's heart furiously spurted old blood. That guy, Yang Lin, actually has this kind of hobby? She wanted to advise Wang Chan not to favor Yang Lin too much, but before she could open her mouth, Wang Chan got excited. Sister Dream, that maid outfit earlier was indeed a bit exaggerated, but I then had a couple custom-made sets made that were quite nice, so what do you think of this one of mine? Su Meng fixed his eyes on it. I can't imagine that Wang Chan actually changed into a little angel outfit, and even the little wings were inserted behind her. Not to mention, it does look pretty good. If the maid outfit earlier that was called erotic, then the current angel outfit is more like a pure COS. There is still a fundamental difference between the two, and Wang Chan was originally very pure, and now that the angel is so dressed up, the whole person's holy breath came out. Cynthia, it goes quite well with your temperament. Great. There's actually an imp outfit that goes with the cherub costume. I was struggling to choose a set just now, and you even said it was okay. Dream sister, so I'll wear this one. Seeing that Wang Chan dressed as an angel was about to turn back, Su Meng, on the other hand, mustered up a good deal of courage and said, Qianxian, you said that you still have a set of imp's clothes? Yeah, do you need it, Dream? I was just curious. Definitely not catering to that guy. I just simply thought the clothes were cute. Then I'll give the imp's clothes to Dream Sister. Thank you, Cynthia. Dream Sister. Don't say thank you, La. Otherwise it always feels like the relationship is quite distant. Aha. Su Meng endured a great deal of shame and took the imp clothes handed over by Wang Chan. And at that moment, it could vaguely be heard from Su Meng's mouth. What the hell am I doing? Why did I have to take the imp's clothes? That guy, what looks good, love to see more. Really just say anything to any other girl. But the only thing that almost breaks it off with me, pisses me off. Never mind. I'll take the clothes, so let's try them on. Within a short while, within the Li Shan spiritual realm, after a little angel was born, another little devil appeared. Yang Lin, on his side, was still waiting for someone. After hearing the footsteps and suddenly turning around, and then seeing the situation in front of him, his entire body was subconsciously stunned. When did the two girls around her actually turn into angels and demons? Angelic holiness, demon charm, and either one is charming in a different way, especially when the two sisters stood side by side there. Suddenly there was a thrilling beauty that transcended the mundane and alternated contradictions and harmonies. You too, since when are you into cosplay? Yang, so do you think my angel costume looks good? Very nice. After Yang Lin finished his response, his gaze just looked at Su Meng. Su Meng hurriedly turned her face to the side and said, you don't want to think that much. I just think the clothes are quite cute. So, just try it. Dreamy, since when do you have the potential to be arrogant? But don't say it, it's quite tantalizing. Asterisk 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 off you. You're the one with arrogant potential. Although Su Meng said so on her lips, her heart was still happy to be praised. And I won't spare you if you have any messed up ideas. Yes, 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 my dreamy missy, don't forget our business today. Let's go. Find the demons. Yang Lin was now filled with power. I'm afraid I'm going to have to go into overdrive with my little universe today. Chapter 42, two of my teammates are perverts. The Lishan spirit realm, for the newcomers of the base, was an unknown existence, because there wasn't a bit of information intelligence before they came. No matter which squad, they didn't dare to be careless after entering this territory for the first time. Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan, the three of them were likewise no exception. After another 10 minutes had passed since the two girls had changed into their angel and demon garb, the demons were finally spotted. Blood Wolf, rank 14, blood 1500 to 1600, attack around 130, and this appearance is 8 heads, which is quite imposing. Perhaps at this time someone should ask why the head was used to describe it instead of the horse. The truth was that this blood wolf was beyond the realm of ordinary wolves. This head of the head, then the horse are robust half a head, covered with the color of blood, more like a life-suppressing charm. Ordinary people see for fear that the liver and gallbladder will be broken. On the contrary, speaking of Yang Lin's 3 people, they were now hidden not far away. At this moment, Su Meng and Wang Chan both dropped their sights onto Yang Lin, whether to go on the offensive or not. Both of them listened to this man. There was some liver pain in Yang Lin's words. This was only the outermost perimeter of the Lishan spirit realm. The demons that appeared in the outermost part of the city were level 14. If they were to travel deeper and deeper, would they still allow themselves to live with only level 7? It's not that you're afraid of not being able to beat them, but there is an experience penalty for too much of a difference in level. A level or 2 higher, 2 or 3 levels higher, and maybe a bonus to experience. But all of a sudden, half of the party's level is higher than the party's level. You want a farting experience bonus? And you can already burn high incense if the experience penalty isn't too outrageous. Well, let's not talk about this. Coming to the spirit realm is to kill monsters. Since we have encountered it, how can we not kill it? You two get ready. Wait for me to make a first strike to limit it. You guys take the opportunity to surprise attack. Yang Lin, the level of the demons here is a bit high. Will your restrictions work? It'll definitely work, but it might weaken a bit, but that's okay. I'm pretty confident in my own abilities. Good then. Chan and I will be ready to strike immediately. Yang Lin saw that Su Meng and Wang Chan were ready. He himself no longer hesitated and was the first to rush out while incidentally unfolding his inherent domain. At the moment, the scope of his inherent domain is still quite large. As the level has increased, it has gone from the initial 10 by 10 to the current 16 by 16. On the side of the Blood Wolf group, as soon as they saw that a human had appeared, the head of that one, just like playing chicken blood, surged up, super heavy, super paralyzing. Seeing that the Blood Wolves were starting to riot, Yang Lin methodically cast his professional skills. At the same time, he observed the effects that Blood Wolf was able to achieve after suffering 2 negative statuses. Nice guy, let's just say it's not bad. Yang Lin had thought that there was too much of a difference in his level, and restricting this batch of blood wolves would definitely have to discount the effect quite a bit, but in reality, it was at least 80% stronger than the effectiveness he had initially predicted. The 8 blood wolves, showing their teeth, pounced halfway this way, and then, head to head, they were as drunk as if they were drunk. Not only is it hard to run, but the first few heads, just halfway through the pounce, fell back to the ground with a crash. Such a situation caused Yang Lin to rejoice. It can be, and it also says that the limitations will be nerfed a ton, when in reality it's not that much. And who is the most shocked at this moment, I ask? That's definitely Su Meng without a doubt. All she knew about her childhood friend was that Yang Lin would limit abilities. However, after seeing the blood wolf, she felt that even if Yang Lin restricted it, at most it would disrupt the rhythm of the blood wolf's attack. But who would have thought that all 8 blood wolves were now as if they had a convulsive disease? Not only can't you organize an effective attack, but even the most fundamental tearing, seemingly opening a mouth to show fangs, is a struggle. Qianqian, let's strike! Aha! With such a perfect opportunity to attack, Su Meng definitely had to take advantage of it. Completely in an instant, she and Wang Chan rushed towards the blood wolves from Yang Lin's left and right sides respectively. Su Meng's profession was a magic puppeteer, and she could currently summon adamantium magic puppets and ice magic puppets. The Vajra devil puppet was Su Meng's fundamental, so her own offensive takedown was actually a physical art. If I had to add a weapon, it would have to be gloves. As for the cold ice demon puppet, although its own attack power was weak, it could freeze in cold ice. At the same time, it applies icy cold chi to Su Meng, allowing Su Meng to slow down and freeze her enemies while attacking them. So just see, after the outbreak of blood chi, Su Meng was as athletic as electricity. When she entered the wolves, the fist that smashed out was not only wrapped with the force of 1,000 pounds of adamantium magic puppets, but at the same time, the cold ice gas that erupted on top of the wind of the fist was even more so, making the object of the blow condensed out of the ice slag on the body. The poor blood wolf, who was the target of her blows, was itself being tossed around by the super heavy pressure and super paralysis. Now the movement was even more being continued to be slowed down, and when the sandbag-sized fist power bombarded the body, being in pieces was already the lightest of all. By the way, looking at the 2 following Vajra demon puppets and ice demon puppets, they belong to the following summoned objects, that naturally had to guard their masters and collaborate with them to fight, because their strength was not low and they did not have a sense of pain. It was natural that they did not eat the blood wolf's pouncing and biting. The blood wolf dares to bite? Straight up scoops and smashes into meatloaf. Speaking of which, look at Wang Chanshan's side. Ever since Yang Lin had given her the Sea and Skies binding bracelet, it would never be an exaggeration to say that her current state was epically enhanced. In the past, she was afraid of consuming too much and often didn't dare to exert her full strength. But now, she had Yang Lin and Su Meng as well as the bracelet under her belt. That furious Song showing a plus body, a claw crack strike down, not to mention the blood wolf to you torn into several sections, even if it is the ground, all to you plowed. In just one head-on effort, 2 blood wolves had already died tragically under Su Meng and Wang Chanshan first, and 1 blood wolf had been smashed into mush by the 2 magic puppets. And seeing that the results were so remarkable, Yellen was not even idle. Bring out the lance from the career space. After penetrating into the blood wolf pack, he looked for an opportunity and stabbed the blood wolf in the back. The poor blood wolves. They said that there were 8 of them, but looking at the whole scene, that was completely abused by the 3 of them. Isn't this too easy? Seeing the blood wolves being killed one after another, Su Meng, at this moment, let out an emotion in his heart. She knew that Yang Lin could limit it, and Wang Chanshan's strength was also good, but it was absolutely unexpected that with his childhood friend and best friend, killing the blood wolf could be so easy. Was thinking it might be a slog, only now did he realize that it wasn't the 3 of them who were fighting bitterly, it was the blood wolf pack. But it was also when Su Meng unintentionally swept over Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan. She was suddenly, wholeheartedly bad. These 2 guys, they want to be so exaggerated? Yang Lin carried his lance and found the right time to stab viciously at the blood wolf's back. Wang Chanshan's words, she was no less than Yang Lin. Whenever she had the chance, she didn't attack the blood wolf anywhere, preferring to greet the back. After just a few glances, Su Meng couldn't help but want to cover her ass. She wanted to question both men now. You 2 are perverts, aren't you? The blood wolf is so big. Why do your lances and bear claws always like to focus on the back part of people and attack them fiercely? To say that she was feeling emotional, but under the combined strength of the 3 of them, a mere 8 blood wolves really couldn't become anything. It didn't take long, and it had all been turned into experience value for the 3 of them. Gain 125 experience by killing the blood wolf. Gain 118 experience by killing blood wolves. Gain 121 experience by killing the blood wolf. A series of kill experience alerts spoke of the triumphant results of the trio's battle. Yang Lin sighed at this. It's not bad, the experience penalty isn't that severe, Wang Chan said excitedly. Brother Yang, these blood wolves don't seem to be much different from the demons of the Abyss difficulty copies. It's not much of a difference, but a little more experience would be nice. Brother Yang, it's already pretty good. If we carry on at this rate, maybe we really might reach level 10 during the day today. Yang Lin and Wang Chan were talking vigorously, and suddenly saw Su Meng beside them, who wanted to speak, which could not help but arouse the curiosity of the two. What's wrong with you, Dream? It's not hurt, is it? What nonsense. I'm not the one who's hurt. I just can't figure it out. You too. Is there some kind of obsession with the back of the demon? Is that what you cared about when you kept quiet just now? I was just asking. I always got the feeling you two were perverts. Yang Lin was speechless. Look at what you're saying. I would like to attack the demonic creature's face, eyes, and heart, but they won't give me a chance. Wang Chan echoed Yang Lin's words. Sister Meng, we don't talk about morality when we kill demons. Earlier I also felt that Yang was a little exaggerated, but since I hit the deadly attacks one after another, I think Yang is too right. Su Meng was shocked. Can you still strike a fatal attack? That's for sure. Wang Chan nodded her head. Strike a storm. Strike a death blow. Qianxian, after hearing you say that, it looks like I'll have to change my offense as well. It's just, Yellen wondered. Just what? If we were to have a sparring session with another squad someday, let's not talk about me. You two wouldn't still be greeting people in the back, would you? Just one sentence made Yang Lin and Wang Chan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Cutting a deal with another squad is an unimagined event. If you just think about it, that picture is quite beautiful, and it seems to be quite exciting. Chapter 43, A Girl Who Makes You Crazy. Above, kill the first demons encountered. The next three, naturally, do an operational review. Of all these, Yellen was the most relieved. Although his own level was low, he couldn't help that the restriction ability was really strong, and the blood wolves in the area still couldn't become a climate in front of the restriction ability. She didn't have much of an idea about Wang Chan words. In her words, just follow Brother Yang and Sister Meng out to strike. As for Su Meng, she was undoubtedly the most shocked of the three. Of course she knew that her childhood friend Yang Lin was a hidden profession, and she knew beforehand that Yang Lin could restrict demons, and teammate Cynthia Wang is good too, but she didn't think that deeply. Just like when she encountered 8 blood wolves engaging in an encounter just now, she still felt beforehand that it might be a bitter battle, but in reality, solving 8 blood wolves was really a matter of 3 clicks. I do understand now. No wonder you guys were able to easily pass the abyssal difficulty trial, so you're really this outrageous. Average. It's still average. I'm certain that if any other squad meets the 8 blood wolves, they'll definitely be in a bitter battle in a short period of time. Meng, you can't say that. You're still underestimating this group of newcomers at the base. Think about them. Which one of them is not a talent picked out of 1,000? Even if the level of the demons here is higher, then how is it not so bad that they will be in a bitter battle? That's because your ability to do so is so exaggerated that you can't imagine what others have suffered. Su Meng said this on her lips, but her heart was bright. One's childhood friend and best sister were so strong. This spirit realm, one couldn't even think of not stabilizing it. And next, the three didn't pull the conversation in terms of other squads. Right now, the trio was more concerned about how many points they could earn from killing 8 blood wolves. This is subsequently returned to the base and the right number of points need to be earned in order to enjoy the benefits on a daily basis. Do the math according to the points earning chart given by the base. The 8 blood wolves produced a total of 8 second-order magic crystals. 6 of them are inferior and 2 are ordinary. Second-order inferior magic crystals are worth 40 points. Normal 50 points. In other words, the 3 of them gained a total of 340 points after this battle. It's too little, and only enough for the 3 of us to go to the second floor of the cafeteria for a meal. Su Meng almost rolled her eyes. It's still small. We just got here, okay? The income is already very good. Far from wrong, Yang Lin said seriously. It doesn't matter if I'm a big man, but if you two follow me, how can I condescend to you two? Today's goal, at least 10,000 right. In addition to the dormitory and the cafeteria, the 3 of us also have to have some other recreational activities. So you're still thinking about me and Cynthia. Nonsense. You guys are important in my heart. Hearing that it was important, Wang Chanshan's eyes were momentarily brighter than the stars in the sky. At Su Meng's words, her pretty face flew into a blaze of color. Counting you still have a bit of conscience. You still know that Chanshan and I are girls. It's been said that if you hang out with my brother, you'll be full of 9 paragraphs in 3 days. Asterisk 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 you. Greaseball. Banter aside. Once the review was complete, the trio once again began their hunt. Because it was the first day in the spirit realm, everything was unknown. So even if the 3 wanted to earn more points, they were quite cautious. It didn't take long to encounter a second group of blood wolves. This time there were fewer, but there were 5. Suffice it to say, because of Yang Lin's double restriction and the fact that the entry field decimated the demons by 25% of their current blood level, the trio couldn't have handled these things more easily. Oh yeah, about this decimation of demon blood, it will only take effect once per demon. For learning this Su Meng, her reaction, astonishing. In Su Meng's opinion, decimating 25% of blood is already excessive, and the full attribute of the demonic creature is still dropping 25% of its full attribute in the field? Is this really a vocational phrase that a human being can have? I know that my childhood friend is heavenly, but I didn't say that he's so heavenly, right? Anyway, because Yang Lin was there, it was really not too easy for the 3 of them to go around the periphery killing blood wolves. When, after a whole morning of struggle, it was 12:40 p.m., Su Meng leveled up to level 11 finally. Wang Chan leveled at this time is 8.5. Want to hear level really does not match, but good. Kill the number of magical creatures suffice experience. Yang Lin's level also over the 8 level to a third. At this time, the trio's stomachs began to rumble. Once she saw this, she heard Wang Chan say, "Brother Yang, Sister Meng, let's find an open place to build a fire and cook," to which Yellen agreed. Su Meng, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. "Qian, you can still cook?" "Yeah, my mom used to be a cook and I learned a few things from her. Didn't we have 100 points left yesterday? And when we left today, I bought all the vegetables and meat, enough for a full meal. Cynthia, then I'll help you with your hands." Su dreamed of helping, but was firmly pushed away by Wang Chan. "Sister Dream, you're very tired, so take a good rest with Brother Yang. If you really want to help me, just do it next time. I also mainly want to show off my craft, and I hope that in the days to come, I'll be able to get along better with Dream Sister." Having been spoken to by Wang Chan to such an extent, Su Meng had no choice but to go to the side and sit in front of Yang Lin. Then, he heard Su Meng whisper, "Qian, she's pretty and can cook, and she's also willing to wear messy clothes for you. No wonder you're mesmerized by her." "Ha, Meng, you're not jealous of Qian, are you?" "Who's jealous? Qian and I are good sisters. Am I that small-minded? I just feel this childhood friend of mine compared to Qian, as if it is not so important to you." Yang Lin sweated. "What nonsense, how is it not important? Earlier when I was down and out, you were still willing to take me to the novice copy. This gratitude still remains in my heart even now, and we've known each other for over 10 years. If you didn't matter to me, we wouldn't have anything to do with each other, would we?" Su Meng turned her back, her face a little bashful. "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course it's true. I don't have to tell lies to fool you about this, do I? That's what you said yourself. Since I'm important to you, will you be good to me in the future? It's not going to be the same as earlier and suddenly become so distant from me again and delete my pictures, is it? That photo deletion was just a mistake. You can trust me." Su Meng's face was as delicate as a flower. "Believe you? Hell, I don't believe you." Fine, believe it or not, but I'm curious about a question. What's the problem? You little imp, dress up. The horns on your head I know are glued on. The tail, how did it fit on your butt? Su Meng's pretty face, all of a sudden, reddened to the roots of her ears. What do you care how I put it on? I'm just curious, can't I ask? If you don't tell me, I'll ask Qian. Can't ask. If you do I'll bite you to death. No asking. Well, seeing as Su Meng is so adamant, let's not ask. After a period of time had passed, Wang Chan's side had already cooked a meal out through her own cookware. Let's just say that her handiwork was good. And the rice with the chicken stewed with mushrooms made Yang Lin and Su Meng eat so much that they almost didn't eat their own tongues. The lunch meal was a particularly happy one for the 3 of them, but it was also possible that the 3 were so high on the segment that they didn't realize a problem. This was the wilderness after all, and it was still the land of the spirit realm. Like other teams, you eat dry rations with you when you're hungry at lunch. In this place with such a high level of demonic creatures, firing and cooking haphazardly might be discovered by the demons and lead to some kind of trouble. But for the Yang Lin trio, demon? Now the demons. The others rested and ate one by one to avoid the demons, but only the 3 of them, fearing that they would encounter fewer demons. Nothing else, just because Yang Lin's limiting ability was too strong, and the 2 sisters around him were too fierce, dared to appear as demons and teach them to be demons again in minutes. Perhaps, this is the reason why people with high segmentation and people with low segmentation cannot understand each other when they act in a certain way. Once the meal was full, it goes without saying that in the afternoon, the 3 of them once again threw themselves into the business of slaying the demons. Yang Lin hadn't forgotten that both he and Wang Chan were equivalent to people who had passed one transfer and had been given the opportunity to do so. The ideal level to boost to today is level 10, and it's important to make your new career skills and natural abilities visible quickly. The same was true for Wang Chan. Upon reaching level 10, she would have her second living spirit and her second profession phrase. In addition, the goal set by the 3 members of the team today was to gain 10,000 points. Now it's important to step up and accomplish as many of these goals as possible before dark. And so, just on the outskirts of this spiritual realm among the mountains and forests, the 3 figures appear to be a hurricane with a huge tornado. Wherever the hurricane blows, the sky is turned upside down. Those blood wolves were really pitiful. They thought that food had been delivered to their doorsteps, but they didn't want to become a meal in the mouths of Yang Lin's trio in large batches. It was also as they worked together for a long time that the 3 became more and more skilled at fighting in tandem. Yang Lin performed restriction part-time output. Su Meng was completely responsible for the main attack, and Wang Chan made sure to close and fill in the gaps. It was such a trio that became a deep nightmare for the blood wolves on the outskirts of the spirit realm. The 3 of them hunted and killed with too much gusto, so much so that without realizing it, the sky was slowly starting to darken. It's getting late. We can't keep delaying in the spirit realm. We need to turn back to the camp. Too bad I'm still a small half level short of reaching level 10. Brother Yang, as long as I kill this group of blood wolves in front of me, I should be able to reach level 10. Yang Lin's side was regretful, but when he heard that Wang Chan could get to level 10, he was instantly energized. Wang Chan is, after all, her own sister, even if she is a little wrong, but as long as she can rise, it must be equally excellent. Because he knew that Wang Chan would activate the new living spirit and profession words after level 10. The little bit of frustration that Yang Lin had just generated dissipated. Until, after killing the batch of blood wolves in front of him, and then after seeing a clear-colored light swaying around Wang Chan's body, Yang Lin and Su Meng both couldn't wait to get to Wang Chan. Take a quick look at the profession panel. What beings and profession words have been activated? Hold on. I'll adjust the career panel. In front of Yang Lin and Su Meng, Wang Chan didn't half avoid it. Soon enough, she displayed the career panel in public in front of the 2. Then, not to mention Yang Lin and Su Meng's eyes stared to their maximum. Even Wang Chan herself was given a shiver of fear by her new birth spirit and vocational phrase. The 3 only thought that they had misread it, and each of them confirmed the career panel at least 3 times. Then he saw Yang Lin's face full of excitement and his hands squeezed Wang Chan's thin shoulders. Yang, you're gentle. You're hurting me. Qian, I'm sorry, I'm really quite excited right now, but from now on, you absolutely cannot display your career panel outside. Wang Chan nodded. I know, brother Yang, you won't let me show it. Then I won't let anyone let them see my career panel. Su Meng anxiously said. There's still me. You guys don't exclude me. Dream sister. We're good sisters. I'm not going to exclude you. Yang Lin said at this moment. Sincerely, even if we gain nothing in other aspects today, seeing Chan able to comprehend this kind of skills and words, it would be worth it. Su Meng nodded her head. More than worth it. If it's really known by outsiders, I'm afraid it will immediately drive countless people crazy. Chapter 44. She really is a big baby. Cynthia Wang. Because of the opportunity triggered by the special trial earlier, all the new skills and vocational phrases that had not been shown after the current level 10 were shown. Let's start with her new skills. Because of her own druid profession, that naturally had something to do with summoning living beings. The forest's defender. The griffin. He is good at flying and wind spells. If it was simply mentioned that way, a lot of people might not be able to figure out what's so awesome about this thing. But to say that 99% of the professions in this world are incapable of flight is kind of blunt when you put it that way, isn't it? That's right. Wang Chan's second being was outrageous when he was able to fly. I had heard of the same druid summoning an eagle before, and I didn't know how many people up and down the alliance were envious at that time. But compared to the griffin that Wang Chan was able to summon, what was an eagle? Since flying was mentioned, you can imagine how buggy it is in that state when facing demons that can't be air-to-air on the ground. Above, talking about Wang Chan's new skills, if that was all, it wasn't enough to make Yang Lin and Su Meng, who were present, look at Wang Chan's career panel 3 times in a row. Being able to fly is indeed an advantage, but there are many existences within the professionals as well as among the magical creatures that can take on air. What really shocked Yang Lin and Su Meng was the new phrase that Wang Chan activated. Natural breeze, a gift from nature. Boosting your luck value increases the chance of dropping item props by 35% and has a 35% chance of raising the grade of the dropped item. If in a team, then this gift benefits the entire team. See, that's what really shocked Yang Lin and Su Meng. You can say this, even if Wang Chan can't do anything, even if it's just being a mascot, countless squads would surely be all over her as well. What's more, Wang Chan's own strength wasn't bad, and she even had the ability to fly. With such an aura added to her body, it was completely unthinkable to think of the uproar that would be caused by her career panel once it leaked out. Qian, you are a big treasure right now. If you're willing, there will definitely be countless drone squads that will invite you to join them. It's not as good as you say, Brother Yang. And, I'm not going to another team. I'm going to follow Brother Yang all the way. I have to, even if you really want to go. I'm not letting go yet. Hearing Yang Lin and Wang Chan having this conversation, next to her, Su Meng's cheeks pouted. It's getting dark and you two are going to keep flirting here, aren't you? Ah, I almost forgot. You're here too. Dream. Su Meng was so angry. She couldn't help but gently kick Yang Lin's calf with her foot. Right, I'm in. Disturbing your good deed, right? Indeed. Su Meng was all pissed off and laughed. Get lost you. How did I get a childhood friend like you who specializes in deceiving innocent little girls? A few people talked and fooled around, but it was getting really late. Just as the three of them were about to leave next, Yang Lin suddenly thought of something that very much interested him. No, if I don't try, I'm in a hurry. Su Meng and Wang Chan were uncertain and looked at Yang Lin with curious eyes. Try what? In the face of the two sisters' inquiries, Yang Lin's expression became very serious all of a sudden. Isn't Shanxian able to fly now? I pondered if she took me to mid-air. At this time with my means, is it not possible to easily harvest blood wolves on the ground that can't take to the air? When Su Meng and Wang Chan heard this, not to mention, the two sisters were really interested in this proposal. Let's give it a try then. But Yang Lin, can your field cover from top to bottom? It should work. I haven't tried it, but I'll see if I try it now. Say it and do it. Although it was getting late, the trio spent some time searching for a group of wandering blood wolves in order to verify the idea. There are 5 blood wolves in total. Qianxian, are you ready? Ready. As Wang Chan exploded her blood qi, behind her, a transparent 2-meter-tall griffin being instantly emerged. Yang Lin was not ambiguous at this time, and went up in a princess hug, holding Wang Chan in his arms. Anyway, the wings of Wang Chan's griffin beings were also virtual shadows and did not affect flight. Just like that, under Wang Chan's lead flight, the two of them came to a height of roughly 4 stories and a dozen meters above the ground. Brother Yang, is this height okay? If it goes any higher, the exertion is a bit high and it will become strenuous. That's fine. This is just the right height. During the time Yang Lin replied back, he had already unfolded his domain, and in passing, he also threw super heavy pressure and super paralyze all over the blood wolves below. As far as getting results, as expected, the field is in effect in 3 dimensions. After the 5 blood wolves were attacked, then they definitely wanted to fight back. But nay, they had no means of countering the air, and they could do nothing but barely flail at the sky above in their negative state. Needless to say, they are doomed and can only be slowly consumed. Yang Lin is now level 9, linking 2 negative statuses, with a second damage of 27 and a split damage easily reaching over 1200, plus entrance decimation 25% blood. The 5 blood wolves were resolved in less than a minute even if they were consumed. During this time, Yang Lin certainly wanted to see Wang Chan's griffin beings' attack methods, and so it was seen. Continuous blades of wind, very strong. If she didn't mind the consumption, Wang Chan could also cast tornado for a scale-pulling gathering of monsters. And of course, let's not forget the griffin's razor-sharp claw strikes. Wang Chan can also swoop down from above, dealing lethal damage to enemies with the speed of a blistering wind. All of the above was naturally seen by Su Meng below. In comparison, she could deal more damage than Wang Chan, but she didn't have Wang Chan's means to fly. Looking at the miserable appearance of the blood wolves in the field, Su Meng couldn't help but draw cold air. Thanks to his childhood friend and best sister, if any other profession against these two who are bound together, if he didn't have any air-to-air means, wouldn't he be teased to death by the two of them? It's horrible. When all 5 blood wolves died, Yang Lin's test was declared complete. The result, needless to say, that must have been quite satisfying. But there is, of course, an extremely important issue involved. Suppose there was no need for Wang Chan to mend an attack in the sky, so how long will her flight, pure and simple, last? In response, Wang Chan estimated, the griffin still consumes a bit more compared to the pale bear, but just maintaining a certain altitude to simply fly. With my current state, it's no problem to last for half an hour. Yes, that's quite alright. When it was time to speed brush the demons again later, Wang Chan could detect the nearby demons more easily because of her flying ability. If the demons are in large numbers, you can have her throw a few tornadoes in her wake. If the girl still wants to close and mop up, a quick switch to the less consuming pale bear spawn will suffice. The so-called ability to fly can be used as a killer weapon and likewise as a means of escape. As for things like the test just now, where the two of them went to mid-air together to break the demons, it was possible to perform it when necessary. On top of that, this one day if the whim strikes you, you can do something even more interesting together in mid-air. And speaking of which, don't forget Cynthia Wang's new phrase, prop item explosion rate is increased by 35%. and there is also a 35% chance to increase the grade of the dropped item props. So this sister of my own Chanchan is really a proper big baby. At the same time, it was also because of the super change of seeing Wang Chan gaining new skills and words after level 10. Yang Lin he was now, needless to say, even more excited about the new skills and new natural abilities he was going to obtain after level 10. Chapter 45, Su Nianji's Special Attention. On base. Statistics section. The magic crystals obtained by all newcomers from killing demons within the spirit territory, the spirit herbs collected, and the ores, all can be registered here and then redeemed for points. Now, if you will, the two clerks who are in office are very idle, simply because the newcomers are only those 110 people in total, only 26 teams. As the day is getting late, the ones that should come over to exchange their points have already exchanged all of them. The only thing missing is a team called Skylight. At first, the two clerks didn't care about the squad. It seemed to them that perhaps the squad had run a little farther, and so had been delayed on the way back. Because of this, they didn't bother going through the profiles of this squad's personnel. Anyway, just hang out and chat and get off work when that squad gets back. But which thought? Just now Su Nianji a call over. After inquiring about the overall status of all the rookie squad's first day's points, he actually made it a point to ask about the Skylight squad alone. Such is the behavior that it directly intrigues the whole of the two instruments. What about the 26 squads? Why was Deacon Su asking about the Skylight squad alone? Could it be that there were relatives of Deacon Su within the members of the Skylight squad? With that curiosity and quest for answers, the two clerks pulled up the profiles of the members of Skylight squad. That's really, look no further. I didn't expand the information of the Skylight squad earlier. I didn't realize that there were actually only 3 of them. TSK, these 3 are pretty bold. You could have at least set up one more. In this place, the Lishan Spirit Realm, the lowest level of the demons is 14, and it's not friendly to small groups with small numbers. More than unfriendly, but where the strength is a little bit so weak, at any time it may turn over. The 3 of them can really dare. Originally, seeing that the number of Skylight squad is small, the two clerks sigh a couple of times and forget about it. But right away, they were shaken and shocked even more. No way. Am I blinking? Only one of the 3 is level 10 and the remaining 2 are actually still level 7? Something's wrong. How did level 7 get recruited by the guild and sent to this side of the base? Can't it be? Is it really a relative of Deacon Su? Favoritism over here? Keep your voice down. Can you say such things? Do you want to offend Deacon Su? Dare not dare not dare. But this Skylight squad personnel has not returned until now. That's easy. Let's just call the detective section and ask. Fair enough. I'll fight it now. Because each couple's cell phone carries a locator. It's still possible to know roughly where the couple is if you want to. There was a quick response from someone on the detective section side. Said 3 newcomers were on their way back to the base in about 5 minutes or so. Hearing this, the two clerks were relieved. They were afraid that one of the people in that Heavenly Light squad was a relative of Deacon Su. In case something happens to the 3 of them, they work in the base personnel. Be subjected to anger that is not quite aggrieved. And it is in this waiting. A clerk looked at the points of the other squads and said, "What do you think? How many points will this Skylight squad be able to redeem in the end on this first day of going to the spirit realm?" That's a problem. Based on the 3 of them, I think it would be amazing to have 1,000 points. Isn't 1,000 points a bit low? Since Deacon Su dared to accept 2 level 7 newcomers, if they weren't relatives, then they must at least have excessive strength. So, 2,000 points. I think we should be able to reach 2,000 points. Are you kidding? 2,000 points. Do you know how many demons you have to kill? You know the blood wolves on the periphery. They all come in packs when they appear. So if the squad staffing isn't up to par, it'll be a disaster to fight against. That makes some sense. So I'll guess 1,500, which is quite a lot of points. Eventually, the guesses of the two instruments agreed. They felt that the 3 of them, Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan of the Skylight squad, already belonged to the limit when they could get 1,500 points. It was in their mood to wait for verification that a guy and 2 girls came over to their side of the stats section. "I'm sorry, we came back slightly late because we had been spinning around the spirit realm for a bit longer, so I've kept you waiting." Seeing that the boy at the head of the group, that is, Yang Lin, was quite polite, the 2 clerks felt a lot more favorable towards the 3 members of the Skylight squad all of a sudden. No need to be so polite. Working here is what we do. As for you 3, you're not hurt or anything, are you? No, thanks for asking. Good then, now tally up your harvest today, after which we will transfer the points directly to your accounts from our side. Yes, as Yang Lin responded. He had already taken out a jar specialized in holding magic crystals from his occupation space. Looking at the jar full of second-order magic crystals, the 2 instruments looked at each other and felt that their earlier guesses were still correct. A jar of magic crystals. according to the mix of inferior and normal grades, is only about 1,500 points. Good, then you three wait a moment. We need to do a count and tally up the points you've earned. The two clerks were getting ready to work, but who would have thought that Yang Lin's hand wouldn't stop and actually took out a second jar holding magic crystals from the occupation space. Ah, this? Surprisingly, another full can? You three, can. It's okay. The two clerks couldn't help but be surprised in their minds. I didn't expect to underestimate the strength of the Skylight Squad. 1 level 10, 2 level 7. With these 2 jars of magic crystals alone, the points should reach 3,000, already multiplying beyond the two's previous predictions. But how could the two clerks have imagined that after taking out the second jar, Yang Lin's hand hadn't stopped? Soon, a third jar was brought out. By this time, the two clerks were wide-eyed. No, is this Skylight Squad so fierce? For those 3 cans of points, you could have gone for first place out of 26 teams. Only, the two instruments had ultimately underestimated the strength of Yang Lin's trio. Just then they saw that Yang Lin once again took out a fourth jar. Hiss! The two clerical talents couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air one by one. The fifth jar of magic crystals had also been placed on the counter by Yang Lin. At this time, the two clerks' eyes gradually changed, and the way they looked at Yang Lin's trio was no less than looking at ghosts. They no longer knew what to say at this point. Breathing shakily just like that, looking at Yang Lin was like bobbing for apples. The 6th, 7th and 8th jars of magic crystals were continued on the counter. Because it was too troublesome, I didn't bother picking spirit herbs or digging up ores, and today was simply killing demons. By the way, are any of the jars provided by the base to hold magic crystals slightly larger? This little jar is so small it's inconvenient. The two instruments were now almost petrified, simply because in all the years of exchanges, they had never seen such a powerful squad. The first day. It's only the first day. The first day of a normal squad is mostly focused on familiarizing themselves with the environment. But these 3 people in front of them, are they mowing down the demons within the spirit? Moreover, their squad was only just 3 people. Please ask. Oh, I'm sorry, there's no way to fix the problem about the jars. They're special jars in order to identify whether or not the magic crystals are fresh. As for your haul, we'll count it now, so you'll have to wait a bit. Well, please. After some time, the two clerks finished counting the magic crystals and got the total points after calculating the inferior, ordinary and excellent grades separately. 12,850. It's a horrible number. It was so horrifying that minutes after Yang Lin's trio left the statistics section, the two clerks still hadn't recovered from their shock. How on earth did the 3 of them do that? Who knows? It's all been carefully confirmed just now. Those magic crystals were all killed only a short while ago. By the energy it can be determined that it's not cheating, it was brought here earlier. I now understand why Deacon Su is purposely focusing on this Heavenly Light Squad alone. Isn't it only natural for such a terrifying squad? Yes, then what are we still waiting for? Hurry up and send a letter back to Deacon Su. Chapter 46, Whoever likes him has no eyes. Speaking of Sun Yanji, in fact, just a short while ago, she had gone ahead and confirmed the situation of Yang Lin's trio with the investigation section. She was relieved to hear that the 3 were on their way back. As for why she paid special attention to the Skylight Squad that Yang Lin's trio was in, there was definitely a reason for that. First, most of the other teams are in groups of 5, or at worst 4. Only, Yang Lin pulled Su Meng and Wang Chan, and the 3 of them created a squad. As for the Lishan Spirit Realm, even the outermost Blood Wolves were level 14 and still appeared in packs. So even if they knew that Yang Lin would limit their abilities, Su Meng and Wang Chan were still good at fighting, but she still doesn't think highly of the 3-person team. How will these 3 know how to spell the word hard if they don't suffer a little? Of course, think of yourself as an instructor after all, knowing that the 3 of them would not be in an advantageous position against the demons. But Sun Yinji surely did not want these 3 newcomers to be buried within the spirit realm on their first day. Second, again, in Sun Yinji's eyes, she was really not optimistic about Yang Lin's output ability. What she was optimistic about, on the other hand, was Yang Lin's super potential as a supporting presence. Even if Yang Lin's output damage was still watchable now, what about after level 20 and 30? Going to a copy and scraping for the demons? Even if Yang Lin was more powerful, it was impossible for him to comprehend the many skills that could inflict negative statuses over and over again, right? Because of this, Sun Yinji decided early in her mind. This is despite the fact that previous requests for full-time auxiliary training were rejected by Yellen. Then, for the time being, let this boy go to the spirit realm and touch the wall. After Yang Lin sees the reality and completely dies, at that time, no matter if he wants to or not, the guild side is sent for sure. Dedicated auxiliary training directly to him on the arrangement. The guild must not lose such precious auxiliary type talent. Naturally, for this supporting talent, Sun Yinji still had to be attentive. As for that, to ask Sun Yinji what she thought of Yang Lin himself, Career-related topics aside, Su Nyenji didn't hate Yang Lin, but she definitely didn't have any good feelings. In Su Nyenji's opinion, a guy who only knows how to indulge in female sex and only indulges in women's tenderness, what kind of success can he have in the future? That's how old you are and you're starting to get left and right. In the future, if any girl falls in love with this man again, that's really bad enough. Above. As Su Nyenji sat in her office thinking about these issues, her cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at it, it's a call coming from the stats section. When she answered, she heard her inquire, "What's up? Done for the day over there? Lord Deacon, it's already done. The points have also been tallied for the Skylight Squad you inquired about earlier." "Yeah? How many points did they get this first day?" 12,850. "How much? Say that again?" "Lord Deacon, 12,850. Su Nyenji was stunned for a few seconds with her cell phone. She thought she had misheard. "Are the stats okay? Sure it's 12850 without an extra zero?" "Lord Deacon, 1,000 times over. It is 12,850. You may not know that the three of them brought back a full 8 jars of magic crystals. The amount of magic crystals, at one point, reached a terrifying amount of over 300. Okay, I got it. On your side now. Send all the point statistics of all the squads over to my side." Yes, we'll send it right away." About 20 seconds after the communication was disconnected, a piece of data had been transmitted to Su Nyenji's computer inside her mailbox. With incredulity and skepticism, Su Nyenji quickly clicked on the email with her mouse. First line of the statistical table. Skylight Squad. Points 12,850. Point source composition, magic crystals. Nothing else. How can it be? How on earth did the three of them do that? Su Nyenji's eyes jumped a little. As she looked down, she felt even more that Yang Lin's trio's points were too outrageous. United Blade Squad. 5,113 points. Blitzkrieg Squad. Points 4,980. Sprint Shadow Squad. Points 4,765. The others are all 5-member powerful squads, but they can't even match 3 of them. Not even half? Su Nyenji didn't think the statistics section would make such a low-level mistake. Not to mention that on the phone, she double-checked it twice. And it was also said over there that all 3 of them brought back a full 8 jars of magic crystals. So it seems that this 12,850 figure should not be wrong. Could it be that I underestimated Yang Lin's ability to restrict? According to Su Nyenji's next thought, she felt that if the 3-member squad wanted to make a big kill, counting on Su Mang and Wang Chan, they couldn't reach that point yet. Then there's only one possibility for further thought. Unless Yang Lin's restricted ability, even if he crosses levels, even if he crosses many levels at once, the effect he can play is still not a bit discounted and is still all kinds of strong. In that case, the 3 of them would be able to act all sorts of cheaply when facing hordes of bloodwolves. But is it possible? Level 7 versus level 14. The level is already half over, and the gap is so wide that it's completely impossible. If that's possible, it's counterintuitive. Can't figure out how they did it at all. 12,850. That's a pretty big number. Just as Su Nyenji's words to herself fell, the office door was pushed open. Su Guan laughed softly as he walked from outside. Is there a possibility that Yang Lin he's just that strong? Su Guan, you know about it too? Well, the stats section notified me in passing after they called you. When I initially heard 12850, I was honestly shocked. But after thinking about it, with Yang Lin's means of restriction, it may not be impossible to do so. What about this? Nyen Ji. Have you forgotten that Yang Lin brought Wang Chan earlier within the special trial Abyss difficulty copy, but he killed the Abyss head? And judging by their current points, I have reason to believe that the reason why he and Wang Chan were able to take out the Abyssal head at that time, the greatest dependence is inseparable from the suppression of limiting abilities. Su Nyenji nodded slightly. Thinking back and forth makes some sense. If he can even suppress a level 10 Abyssal head, then suppressing a level 14 common Bloodwolf doesn't seem like much of an outlier. And Nyen Ji, don't forget something very important. What is it? Yang Lin, he's a hidden profession. Other professionals may not be able to do anything too outrageous with their restrictive means, but hidden professions, it may not be impossible. Even if it's a hidden profession, doing this kind of thing is truly heaven-defying. But also, listening to you, I'm rather not obsessing about it now. How's the work on your end coming along? Don't delay me from witnessing the intensity of the 3 of them when the time comes. The satellites have been connected to the Sky Eye system, but the spirit realm is cut off by mists, and a great deal of debugging is needed to map the images within the spirit realm in high definition. But please don't worry, there's still 20 days until the chopping battle, so I'm sure I'll be able to finish it is all. Well then, I'll wait for your good news. By the way, you'll go to the movie and television section this time, and give the statistics over there. I want to use them tomorrow morning. Su Guan froze for a moment, and soon, he figured out Su Nyenji's intentions. Nyen Ji, You do understand the Loach effect. If you're told to do it, do it. Yes, 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 I'll get right on it. I'm sure tomorrow morning. It's going to be a blast. Chapter 47. My sister is cute. Besides, Yang Lin sighed. When you get back to the base after redeeming your points, both he and the two sisters, Su Meng and Wang Chan, were satisfied with the results of this day. Including on the way back to the dormitory also heard Wang Chan say, I didn't think that this points are quite good to earn. One day time we earned more than 12,000. To this Yang Lin responded, what did I say earlier? Points are something that should be spent. There's no need to save them. It's like the fully furnished dormitory we live in now. How comfortable. Really, if you're going to sleep in a hard bed or something just to save those 500 points, that's called not suffering hard. Su Meng wanted to roll her eyes when she heard this. You're saying this because you have the backbone. What about other teams? If you earn fewer points in a day, I'm afraid you won't have any to spare for food and drink alone, and a little bit of spending on other aspects of your daily life, right? Dream. You can't think so poorly of the others. They're all 1 in 1,000 good ones, and most of them are also teamed up in groups of 5. They definitely make more than we do. Su Meng was speechless. I think that you're the only one who thinks so. Yes? Ask Sin Sin if you don't believe me. Yang Lin then turned to Wang Chan. Wang Chan spoke up. Brother Yang, I don't think the other teams can earn that much either. They don't have as strong a limitation as you do. It seems you guys kinda believe in my ability to restrict. It's not a matter of believing it. It's a matter of verifying it for yourself. Su Meng seriously said. Yang Lin, if I hadn't teamed up with you, I wouldn't have dared to think that killing demons could actually be that easy. That's right. Wang Chan happily agreed next to her. Following Brother Yang is full of security. That said, worthy of being his own sister, his words were all this heavenly and pleasant. As a man, why don't you get your ass in gear? Meng, Xian, follow brother well in the future. Brother will cover you. With brother here, no outsider will ever touch a single strand of your hair. Yes, Wang Chan answered quite sharply. As for Su Meng, speechless very much, speaking so grandly, who cares if you're covering? That's good, then I'll only cover Chan from now on. Meng, you're on your own. Don't you dare. Why are you still biting my arm? Thanks to our acquaintance for more than 10 years, I didn't think you actually belonged to the dog. Yang Lin, who are you calling a dog? I'll fight you. Playfully, the three of them went back to the dormitory first, thinking that today all ran all day in the spirit realm. This would be a small break first. Also take this time to take turns taking a shower and changing your clothes. Then the three of them got together and started making a strategy. If you're asking what kind of strategy to do, it's definitely a base street. If you didn't have any points earlier, why don't you go and build it now that you have points? So it was that after a subsequent dinner, the three of them headed for one of the base streets. To the trio's surprise, a street at night was brighter than expected. All training venues, recreational and entertainment venues, including snacks and stores, are open. Even if there are fewer people here, the waiters and salespersons at each venue still welcome you with smiles and serve you with sincerity. But, right after Yang Lin's figure appeared on this street, almost at the same time, quite a few lines of sight had already focused on him like flying ons. Isn't that Yang Lin? He actually brought Su Meng and Wang Chan to go shopping? It's really thanks to him that he still has this kind of leisure. The point is, those two sisters are still willing to accompany him. People are more angry than people. The kind of people who come in through the back door. I really don't know what Su Meng and Wang Chan think. It's totally like falling back on them. Yang Lin, since the last simulation, had become a celebrity in the eyes of all the newcomers. The scorched earth creeper that others took out in minutes took him 6 minutes, and it's up to 7 points of second damage stunned everyone at the scene. Exactly. All the newcomers can't even think of not recognizing him, because he felt such an atmosphere. Yang Lin put on a deep face and pretended to sigh. Wang Chan wasn't sure what was wrong with Yang Lin and inquired with concern. Brother Yang, are you suddenly preoccupied? I don't have anything on my mind. I just have some sighs in my heart. Ha? Sigh what? Stereotypes in the hearts of men are like a great mountain. Su Meng quenched. Speak human. It's like this. I've noticed new people on the street, looking at me in an unfriendly way. Wang Chan was puzzled. Why? It's not because of you two. I performed so poorly during the simulation in the first place. But offhand, I abducted you two in front of everyone. So a lot of people are not convinced in their minds. Wang Chan understood. So that's how it is. But I don't want to team up with them. I'll only team up with Yang. Worthy of my Chan. Just so understanding. Come on. Give you an arm twist and give them another little shock. Wang Chan was not ambiguous, and with a face full of happiness, she hugged Yang Lin's right arm. This scene saw Su Meng roll her eyes. Cynthia, you are really listening to him. Sister Meng, I'm afraid that Yang can't withstand the pressure from others. he's got a load of stress. He's dying of beauty. Yang Lin laughed, then looked at Su Meng. Su Meng beamed. What are you looking at? What? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? Dreamy. Are you beautiful? Su Meng was so angry. Get lost you. I'm not a pretty girl can really apologize it. Yang Lin was serious. That's why people have to be self-aware. You bit me again. Don't hide behind Shanshan. See if I'll bite you to death. Seeing the three of them flirting on the street, I wonder how many of those newcomers, especially the boys, secretly shed tears of envy. This youngling, I'm afraid he's not the reincarnation of a chimera, otherwise why can he eat so well? As for the question of whether Yang Lin cared about the eyes of the onlookers, he cares a dir. Instead of caring about this mess, he should care about what new skills and talents he could obtain when reached level 10 after traveling to the spirit realm tomorrow. Now then, of course, it was a good shopping trip with his own two sisters. Anyway, I have a lot of points on me, so I'll eat some snacks, drink a cup of milk tea, and taste the cake. If it wasn't for the fact that I came back late today, this would have been a great way to go sing and watch a movie or something. All in all, it was a good run. On the way back, Su Meng was happy. Just as she unintentionally looked at Yang Lin's side face, her heart couldn't help but think of something. Mostly, it's been almost 2 years since someone actually almost broke off a relationship with themselves. If you had been this nice to me earlier, I would have said yes. Realizing that she had blurted out, Su Meng hastily blocked her small mouth with her hand. Yang Lin curiously asked, Meng, what are you whispering? I mean, if we work a little harder tomorrow, surely we can get a lot of points again. When the time comes, it's more spendable in a street, that's for sure, but the increase in strength is the most important thing compared to the points. I'm now looking forward to tomorrow. I want to see what kind of career and combat power I can achieve when my new skills and talents are activated. Chapter 48, Too Ruthless for Men's Likes. Early the next morning, Yang Lin was nonetheless in high spirits. He was currently a little over level 9.5, and was just waiting for today to head to the spirit realm to break through to level 10, and then comprehend his new abilities and talents. Because of the urgency to know what level he could mention, it was strange that his mood was not excited now. After everything was ready, Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan first went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. Then when they walked to the main entrance of the base, they found that almost all the newcomers had gathered here, and the atmosphere was very warm. At this, Yang Lin was quite puzzled. What's going on? Did the two deacons notify the assembly? No, I didn't hear the horn or get a notice. Me too, haven't heard half of it. Su Meng and Wang Chan shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. Afterward, harboring many doubts, the three simply moved over as well. Then it was seen that on the public screen at the entrance of the base, the rankings of the points redeemed by each squad upon their return yesterday were blatantly hanging, and on top of it, the first place Skylight Squad, with a score of 12,850 was particularly conspicuous. Not only are we on the list, but we're number 1? Yang Lin was sweating a bit. Continuing down the list, he almost didn't tense up when he saw that the second place United Blades squad only had 113 points. Why does the second place squad have so few points? Su Meng cried and laughed. Didn't Shanshan and I tell you yesterday that with your kind of heaven-defying limiting ability, how can the other squads compare to us? According to you, I am overestimating them? Or maybe I haven't properly recognized my own strength? What did you expect? Su Meng was speechless to the extreme. I don't even know if you've been playing dumb or are deliberately flabbergasted. Although most of their teams were configured with 5 people, the considerations involved in going head-to-head with a demonic creature must have involved every aspect. After all, if you're not careful that can kill someone. Wang Chan followed. I agree with Sister Meng's words. Brother Yang, although there are only 3 of us, but you're standing there all by yourself, and you've wasted a large portion of the demon swarm with your first strike, while what Sister Dream and I are going to do is actually mostly harvesting. Yang Lin nodded. Looks like I'll have to revisit my strength. No, not right for what? By traveling to the spirit realm now, I'll be able to comprehend new skills and talents again in just 2 hours at the most. So right now, I can't really look at myself properly. Okay. These words caused the two sisters, Su Meng and Wang Chan, to be on the verge of trembling because Yang Lin was too strong. On the contrary, it was said that the crowd, because the Skylight Squad was really out of the ordinary, had completely become the hot topic of the moment. No wonder they asked for secrecy when they reported their squad names earlier. So there are secretly rankings. It doesn't matter if it's ranked or not. The main thing is that this Skylight Squad is too outrageous. It can't be a randomly made up squad by the instructor as a way to irritate us, right? No. The squad count at the time was indeed 26 teams, and there's no doubt about that with the whole field. To put it this way, this Heavenly Light squad is also too terrifying. Of the 100 or so of us, which ones are so crazy? The crowd was talking. There was no speculation as to which squad the Skylight Squad was actually composed of. But all this talk is fruitless. For this matter, Yang Lin didn't want to admit it, because it was in the presence that he saw that most of the faces of these teenage talents were not filled with a look of unwillingness. Also being admitted to the recruiting process, who hopes that they will be left behind by such a large gap in front of them? If this was admitted, it might be how this group of people would miss themselves and the two sisters beside them. Anyway, the top chose to keep it a secret, and as long as the top didn't blurt it out, then the personnel of Skylight Squad would remain a mystery. After all, we could just as well have bitten off more than we can chew with the other team's name. While the 110 newcomers were still crowding around and discussing just where the several people from the Heavenly Light Squad were, all the movements of these people of theirs were caught in the eyes of the two people on the roof of the house not far away. These two were Su Nyenji and Su Guan. It was Su Nyenji's idea to publish this ranking, not in previous years. Who let Yang Lin's Skylight Squad be so outrageous? Su, it was used by Su Nyenji as a cannonball for pond bombing. These 110 are all good. The ones that make it here are the best of the best that come over from various schools. But where there is a bit of arrogance, and is still in the age of blood and vigor, the unconquerable nature is certainly there. In that case, let them rise to the occasion. It was believed that today, all the points gained by all these squads would definitely all go up a notch because of the Skylight Squad. As for how much it's on, we'll find out at night. At this time, Su Guan's cell phone suddenly rang. Before he could pick up, he heard Su Guan say, as expected, one of the best of them called over, and without even having to think about it, he knew that he must have wanted information on the personnel of the Skylight Squad. Su Nyenji raised her eyebrows. Tell the other party that it can be given, but it needs 300,000 points. Nyenji, you're so cruel. How are they going to grow up fast if you don't give them some motivation? The basis consumer system stimulus alone is not enough. Only a strong medicine like Yang Lin is more effective against them. Well then, whoever calls over to inquire afterward will always get 300,000 points. Oh yeah, when that ensues, have someone over in the film and video section add a line on the public screen that the point standings are updated every 5 days. I need to whet their motivation and appetite hard. TSK, you really spared no effort in order to force them to put their best foot forward. Su Nyenji faintly said, this is nothing, if Yang Lin stimulates them enough and the effect is significant. Next, I'll diminish the purchasing power of points on one of the base streets, forcing them to earn more points. Su Guan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth twice. Nyenji, can I make you a suggestion? You say, you're too ruthless in your work, and that makes it hard to be liked, especially by men. You know, the president has always been concerned about your life's work, and he wants you to think about it for yourself. Su Guan, this is a training base for newcomers, not a place to talk about children's love. If you don't have business, I suggest you can shut up. Su Guan nay, fine, I won't mention it then. Su Nyenji didn't say anything and turned around with the intention of leaving, but she should have thought of something and her figure paused. Today at 3 p.m. You'll join me in the statistics section to do the stats, so don't be late. Seeing Su Nyenji leave, Su Guan thought for a moment and couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. Although Su Nyenji didn't say exactly what she was doing, how could he not know? This Miss Su just wanted to personally wait for Yang Lin to see if Yang Lin had the same ability today as he did yesterday. Just as well. I'm quite interested, and it would be good to go and see it. And, it was unclear what else Su Guan had thought of, but I heard him murmur, if this little old brother is a bit more outstanding, he might actually become my honorable man. I might as well look forward to it as well. Chapter 49, Getting More and More Demonic. Li Shan's Spiritual Realm, Outer Perimeter. The 9-headed bloodwolves were wandering through the mountains and forests in formation when, abruptly, the air currents around them inexplicably began to surge. These bloodwolves were not even clear about what had happened, and in the next moment, a bucket-thick tornado with a destructive aura had been generated out of thin air. The blood wolf pack instantly all exploded. They wanted to quickly get out of the center, but the pull of the tornado was just too strong. It was little by little, pulling them towards the middle of the tornado. Just as this group of blood wolves were struggling, a man ghostly appeared in the middle of the field. It was not at all clear what the man had done, and in the next moment, the 9-headed blood wolf's strength to resist and struggle was almost completely gone. As they were sucked into the tornado, the fur was being ripped off their bodies in the space of a breath. Yet that's not all. Matching the man's entrance right after him, the girl with the 2 magical dolls, the bucket-thick tornado simply transformed into a tornado of ice after a punch hit it. In a matter of 10 seconds or so, chunks of frozen blood wolf meat clattered and fell from midair, and that signaled that the fight was over, not in the usual dry way. Looking at the ice of the blood wolf's broken corpse in front of him, Su Mang was quite emotional. That's too easy. It's indeed quite simple, basically even saving the effort of striking out. After Yang Lin responded to Su Meng's sentence, he then tilted his head to look into the midair. Qianxian, see any other blood wolves in the vicinity? No more. No other demonic traces or abnormalities have been found in this area for the time being. Okay, then come down and take a break. Hearing Yang Lin say this, Wang Chan borrowed the griffin spirit to hover in midair for a circle, then quickly swooped down and then landed lightly. To say that 2 hours had passed since the three of them arrived at the spirit realm, but up until now, Yang Lin's level was still a notch short of level 10. It wasn't that he and his two sisters weren't strong or that the three of them were slacking off. It was really that the number of blood wolves found wasn't that high. After all, 26 teams existed in his spirit realm, so there were too many monks and not enough meat. Brother Yang, if we can't, how about we go deeper inside? I'd like to think so, but the outer demons are all level 14, and the experience penalty must be even heavier when you go inside. I think it's best to get a few more levels before going deeper. Su Meng thought for a moment and said, in that case, nowadays we can only horizontally widen the periphery's monster-killing range, but then there's bound to be a big chance of meeting up with other teams. Encounters are encounters. People do not offend me. I do not offend. Which ungrateful dare to find fault hands, them on the end. The decision was just that. In order to level up faster and gain new skills and talents, the trio next widened the scope of the squad's monster-killing area, and with the trio's strong strength, when another hour or so passed and the time came to noon, Yang Lin, finally, had risen to level 10. The data panel naturally followed. It's not in vain. I've finally stepped over this hurdle. Yang Lin was now excited, as were Su Meng and Wang Chan who followed him. The two sisters had known that new changes would occur after Yang Lin's level 10, so now when they saw a clear light flashing around Yang Lin, they were curious and came up. Yang Lin, take a quick look. You've comprehended something great. Dreamy. You're in more of a hurry than I am. Of course I'm in a hurry. I just want to see how far you can go against the odds. Wang Chan smiled with her eyebrows. I also want to see what new level of power Brother Yang has reached. Well, then I'll see the data panel. And then, it looks like the skill aspect is right as I expected, and I've got another restricted ability. Su Meng and Wang Chan were shocked. 2 super restrictions weren't enough, but now there was actually one more? What's more? Super weak. In that moment, both sisters were silent as they both pondered a question. After a long time, he heard Su Meng say, Yang Lin, if we were opponents, I wouldn't know how to fight you. 3 limited abilities. Ha! Add to that the entrance decapitation's current 25% blood level, and dozens of constant blood drops per second. Just thinking about it, Su Meng's delicate body couldn't help but shiver. Wang Chan followed and said seriously, Brother Yang has become even more terrifying now. I think, if I were to be a rival with Brother Yang, I can't even fly within the realm, and I can only be slaughtered at Yang's whim. Both of you, why are you both still using me as an imaginary enemy? It's not because you're too demonic. However, the more powerful you are, the more at ease Qianxian and I will be. Aha, it's very reassuring to follow Brother Yang. Yang Lin smiled. That's a must. Who made you all my people? Who's your guy now? Stinky. I'm going to be Yang's man. Qianxian, you can't just go along with him every time. If you keep going along with him, there's no telling how he's going to bully the two of us. Yang won't bully us. Yes. Your brother Yang won't bully the two of us. Su Meng finished, then turned to Yang Lin. Didn't you say you have another talent of some kind? Yelin nodded. Yes, there is another new talent. Wang Chan asked curiously. Brother Yang, what new talent have you comprehended? On Su Meng's side, she was also waiting to hear about Yang Lin's talent. But who would have thought that Yang Lin in the field suddenly seemed to be divided into several overlapping shadows before disappearing in place out of thin air? At this moment, whether it was Su Meng or Wang Chan, they thought that they were looking at their eyes. After rubbing their eyes one after another, seeing that they didn't see Yang Lin, the two sisters looked at each other. Where's Yang Lin? I don't know. Just now I only saw a few more shadows on Yang. Then the person disappeared. I also saw a few more shadows on him. What? What kind of ability is this? Just as the two sisters were still in amazement, a voice rang out in the proximity. Shadow of resistance. My second core talent. Yang Lin, are you going to scare me and Qianxian to death with the sudden disappearance and sudden appearance? Brother Yang, your new talent is also too amazing. I feel like you can even be an assassin. What kind of talent ability is it? The corner of Yang Lin's mouth revealed a nice arc and said, I know that you two are very curious right now. In order to let you understand more intuitively, this way, dream, you fight with all your life strength to punch me. You, who are you underestimating? If I put my best foot forward and you're in such a defenseless state, will I not blow you up? I'm not underestimating you. So you're symbolically touching me. Okay, but why would you do that? Don't ask why. Wait to lock on to my state and sense more. And Qianqian, you too. Pay attention and don't wander off. Su Meng and Wang Qianqian, both of them were almost confused by Yang Lin, but it's all said and done. So let's do what he says. Seeing that Yang Lin's entire body was now leisurely holding the embrace, even closing his eyes, Su Meng walked forward and her pink fist landed very, very lightly in front of him. In just an instant, Yang Lin once again disappeared in place, and at this time, whether it was Su Meng or Wang Qianqian, after being stunned for about 3 seconds, then each person suddenly looked as if they had discovered something, and all of them stared incredulously. Chapter 50, Second Core Gift, Important. Well, find anything? When Yang Lin reappeared in the field, Su Meng and Wang Qianqian still hadn't reacted from their state of shock. Yang Lin, you, this natural ability of yours, Brother Yang, are you a god? Yang Lin spread his hands. Don't react so strongly. It's just a natural ability. Su Meng couldn't help at all but toot her pretty face. You're still just yet. Just now I made sure that the moment I ran into you, I didn't sense you explode a little, even a little bit of blood energy at all. Dream Sister is right. If it's an ability, there's no way it doesn't involve blood chi. Yang, how the hell did you do that? That's a question. I guess I'm going to startle you guys when I say it. Shadow of Resistance. Yang Lin's new natural ability. The second core talent of the Domain Suppressor. A passive-active ability. As for why passive-active? That's because the most counterintuitive effect of this talent is displayed on the passive level. However, it doesn't prevent using this talent as an active skill. There are 2 small notes on this natural ability. First, the professional himself gains 1 trace of resistance every 10 minutes, and can accumulate up to 3 traces of resistance in a 24-hour period. If all 3 traces of resistance are consumed, then when the ability is passively triggered again, it is converted to consume spirit. Second, instead of consuming traces of resistance, a small amount of spirit is consumed when the ability is actively triggered in a non-combat situation. The actual utility is as follows. When taking damage from an attack greater than 5% of one's blood, resist trace forces that damage to be cancelled out and puts the professional into the Shadowwalker state. In the Shadowwalker state, you cannot be locked, cannot be attacked, are unaffected by any anomalies, and your own movement speed is increased by 300%. Duration 15 seconds, during which you can exit the state on your own, or after actively attacking an enemy. This active attack does not include negative statuses imposed by the unfolding field itself as well as sustained damage. You may also choose on your own to consume the trace of resistance to actively enter the Shadowwalker state if you suffer no more than 5% damage from an attack. When consuming resist trace, or consuming spirit to trigger this ability, the professional is unharmed. After learning about his new talent Yang Lin side, it was worthy of being one of the core abilities of a Domain Town magician. With this natural ability, Yang Lin wanted to ask even if he didn't want to pretend. Who can kill me? Who can kill me? As long as my spiritual power is strong enough, it's an immortal existence. And that's a wake-up call for Yellen. Whenever he upgraded earlier, he had ordered physique and agility. For future upgrades, focus on spirit and agility a bit, and just take into account physique. As for a brief summary of the application of this second core talent, this is a good one. First, there is no fear of sneak attacks. If you take a beating, you go into passivity. So what's the fear of a sneak attack? Second, it's easy to catch up. You can increase your speed by 300% by consuming some spirit, so mom will never worry about running slower than other kids again. Third, to address combat shortcomings. Originally, if a domain Jinmu wanted to fight, he first had to include the enemy in the domain and subsequently inflict damage on them. But now, you say you want to remotely kite me? I'm sorry, but I can get into a shadowwalking state with the help of the Shadow of Resistance and get to you easily. Fourth, it's good to run away if you can't beat it. Anyway, you can run all the time if you don't have low mental power, and you can't be locked on, and you won't be affected by anomalies. Is there a more powerful means of disengaging from the battlefield than this? Not bad for my second core talent. Yes, as for that, after Su Meng and Wang Qianqian learned about Yang Lin's giftedness, the two sisters once again fell silent. Yang Lin, your career is open, isn't it? Sister Meng, Brother Yang is definitely open. Yellen squinted and smiled. Just open up. I'll open up. You guys will hang out with me. Who will dare to bully you in the future? And right now, since he was talking about opening up, Yang Lin unconsciously thought of something. According to the hints in the profession panel, after level 15, one would obtain the third mythic word. Look at it now. It's all been terrorized to such an extent. Don't even dare to think about what new level the third mythological phrase could promote yourself to. It's purely a matter of identifying the career panel. But to his surprise, Yang Lin's hands were trembling directly next. Originally, he was just making sure that the whole level 15 comprehending the third mythological phrase thing wasn't a misremembering or an illusion or something. But just after he was sure that it was true, his finger unintentionally touched the column of natural ability. he saw a new hint. When the number of demonic creatures killed over level 10 reaches 5,000, the third core talent ability will be activated. Current progress April 5000. Ahem. Because of his shock, Yang Lin choked on his own saliva on the spot at this moment. Only just activated the second core talent resisting shadow, and this third core talent pops up, and the progress has all unfolded? If memory serves, the last batch of blood wolves killed in the previous upgrade to level 10 was 5. No doubt. Except for the fact that the first head killed was exactly 10 levels up, the remaining 4 heads were added unknowingly within the progress. Yang Lin, brother Yang. Seeing that Yang Lin suddenly coughed, the two sisters immediately began to care. I'm fine. I just felt. What do you think, Yang? All of you awakened professions. And the one I awakened seems like a real hangover cloaked in a profession. Su Meng asked rhetorically. Isn't it? Cynthia Wang agreed. Yes, isn't it? Yang Lin spread his hands. That's just it. Doesn't that make it more exciting? Oh yeah. Speaking of which, it's noon. Wang Chan said happily. Brother Yang, congratulations on getting stronger again. I'll go make you a nice lunch to celebrate. It's still my sin. After Yang Lin finished speaking, his sight subconsciously turned to Su Meng. Su Meng blushed and said, it's a shame that it's not your family's Meng. Who says it isn't? It has to be. Saying that you want to be your family's dream. Think beautifully. Su Meng's face was full of shame. It was red to the roots of her ears. I'm going to give Chan a hand. After saying that, she ran towards Wang Chan with a happy face. Yang Lin is fine now, so just set the table and set the chairs and wait for dinner. And just not too far away from Yang Lin's trio, a squad of 5 had just decimated a group of blood wolves. At the head of the group was a rather soft-looking sister named Qi Shaoan. Exquisite features, blown-out white skin, and a slender figure that matched her soft temperament. One can't help but feel a strong protective desire at first sight. However, it's all about the appearance of that girl, for as she walked, when a corner of her skirt occasionally fluttered up, vaguely, it could be seen that on top of her left and right snow-white thighs, there were 12 daggers with cold light hidden close to her body. How can a girl like that be soft? And let's say the team, named Blitzkrieg Squad, in order to get more points. The 4 team members were basically in a state of hyper-explosion all morning, led by Qi Shaoan. Because of this, after the noontime, because of too much consumption, everyone that is not usually hungry. Of course, since they had come to the spirit realm to kill demons, they all definitely had bread, milk, pure water and the like with them. And right now, the whole team is really on hiatus. But it was during this time that one of the team members suddenly pointed in the distance and said, Captain, what's with the cooking smoke over there? Who is making a fire? And can you smell it? It seems to smell like a meal. Qi Shaoan looked over along with the other 3 members of the team, and one was also quite confused. As for the aroma of the meal, it's still true. It's the smell of rice. Yes, wafting down the wind. It smells so good. What the hell? How dare you have a picnic in the spirit realm? I suddenly feel that the bread in my hand doesn't smell good anymore. Not to mention that the things in the hands of the team members didn't smell good. The captain Qi Shaoan was just as bad. The other party is really bold. Who gave them the guts to actually build a fire and cook in such a dangerous place like the spirit realm? Captain, I'm guessing it's probably the hyped, more and loving power generation of the charming handsome families. How else could this squad be so bold? Makes sense. Figured we might as well go over there since we met. Let's see what the other side really is. And so, under Qi Shaoan's leadership, the group of people began to quickly hurry in the direction of the cooking smoke. Chapter 51, Testing Brother Yang like this? After a while, Yang Lin sighed. It really has become a large picnic site. Not only that, but as a man, he was enjoying himself immensely. As in the moment, Wang Chan was just like a gentle little daughter-in-law, holding the slices of meat in hand, delivering them to his mouth. Yang, I'll feed you. Open your mouth. Ah dash. This is? Feeding? Yang Lin's rare, old face was slightly red, mainly because it's the first time in almost 20 years of living that I've been treated like this. So, polite is not polite. How can you live up to your own sister's intentions? Is Yang good? Yummy. Sin you're a good cook. Wang Chan was full of shyness. If it's delicious, I'll cook for Brother Yang from time to time in the future. Seeing this, next to her, Su Meng couldn't help but spit. Qian, why don't you just raise Yang Lin to be a loser? To this statement, Yelin firmly protested. Meng, that's where you're wrong. Qian fed me. It was her intention. Is it decent for me, as a good man, to fail her? You don't you see Qian have expressed, and we are still more than 10 years of childhood sweethearts. Is it you? There is no point to express? Su Meng couldn't help but roll her eyes. What? You want me to feed you too? Ahem. If you desire to do so, I will not refuse. Su Meng was all pissed off and laughed. I've never seen you so shameless. Hey, 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 I'll feed you, okay? Let us two girls feed you, so you don't choke to death later. But don't look at Su Meng's ferocious words, but her actions were actually not the slightest bit sloppy. She only saw her pick up a piece of chicken, then followed Wang Chanshan's example and sent it to Yang Lin's mouth with a red face. Yang Lin squinted and smiled. That's more like it. Just hurry up and give it to me. It's going to choke you. I go. You gentle don't force stuffing ah. You are really want to choke me to death ah. It was a particularly lively meal. Originally, 3 people sat at a table, each taking one side of the table. As a result, because of the feeding, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan had moved their chairs to Yang Lin's left and right sides at some point. Naturally, Yang Lin became the loser being fed. You want to ask Yang Lin how he feels? Let's just say that he now deeply understands the saying. No wonder so many men don't love the hero's mound, but only the gentle land. What man can stand to be surrounded by sisters left and right? To say, Yellen is enjoying himself now, but he didn't expect to meet up with another team at this point. Well, there's a squad right in front of us. The Blitz squad led by Qi Shaowan was attracted by the smell of rice. When the 5 people had just arrived at this place, not to mention the reaction of Yang Lin's 3 people. Anyway, Qi Shaowan's 5 people were immediately stunned. On one side of the open space, there were dining tables and chairs. On top of the dining table, in addition to the white rice, there was also a rather large portion of 4 dishes and 1 soup, poached pork, chicken nuggets with potatoes, spicy tofu, lettuce in oil plus apple and egg soup. Even though they were some distance away from each other in the center field, the temptation of this food had already made several people in the Blitz squad gulp hard one by one. People can't be compared to people, in the end. Similarly, coming to the spirit realm to kill demons, they could only nibble on some dry bread and drink 2 bottles of pure water when they were hungry. On the contrary, these 3 people in front of me, they were afraid that they had even moved over to the kitchen. How the hell did you dare? In a dangerous environment where demons roamed around, were these 3 bold enough to do this? And holy, the food was actually that good. Speaking of which, the 100 or so newcomers to the base hadn't interacted much with each other. However, for the Yang Lin trio, 99% of the newcomers still recognized them. Yang Lin, simulation of a simulated battle. A battle, with that huge second damage of up to 7 points. No one else could even think of remembering him. As for Su Meng and Wang Chanshan, the 2 sisters were already outstanding in terms of strength and posture. Plus at that time, they had no choice but to follow Yang Lin's trio as a team. So likewise, by all the newcomers who remember to know, this is the same trio that was actually having a picnic when everyone else was fighting for their lives against demons in a sword-fighting environment? That's right, they're actually having a fun picnic. And if, on the other hand, it's just a picnic, a little shock for the Blitz squad crowd is a little shock. But what did they see when they came this way? They saw that Yang Lin was like a second grandfather, being fed by Su Meng and Wang Chanshan on the left and right side one after another. That look of enjoyment was as deep as thunder in the hearts of the Blitz squad's crowd. Ah, this man is obviously nothing, but why can he let Su Meng and Wang Chanshan, for him to willingly do this? Could it be that this man secretly knows some kind of compulsion? So Su Meng and Wang Chanshan were bewitched by him and then ruthlessly trashed and done whatever he wanted? Just as the members of the Blitz squad were making various speculations in their minds, Yang Lin opened his mouth. Why don't you come over and have some? Yang Lin, he certainly wasn't sincere in inviting the Blitzkrieg squad over to dine. The person he was talking to was Qi Shaowan, who was at the head of the group. It's an invitation in the open, but it's a test. After all, there was nothing about newcomers to the base going out that said they weren't allowed to fight each other. As long as you weren't afraid to make a feud, without getting anyone killed, the base basically wouldn't step in even if you robbed the other side of their magic crystals and materials. As far as this current situation was concerned, the Blitz squad dared to make a move, and Yang Lin wouldn't mind if the 5 were carried back to the base. As for robbing this squad, there was no need. He had little interest in the points of those other squads since he knew his Skylight squad was first in the super range. Qi Shaowan returned at this time. No need, we are simply passing by. It's just that I really didn't expect the 3 of you to have quite a lot of guts. Generally speaking, even if you come to the spirit realm, you can't condescend to yourself, can you? You're right, you really can't commit yourself. Oh right, Yang Lin, I want to ask you, do you know any information about the Skylight squad that is ranked first in points? I'm sorry, no. In that case, enjoy your meal then. We'll be leaving now. Bye. The Blitz squad, led by Qi Shaowan, quickly left. Seeing the Blitz squad disappear, Yang Lin said, I didn't expect this Qi Shaowan to suspect us? And then what? No then, we don't admit it anyway, and as long as the top doesn't burst out of its mouth, it's useless for her to suspect it. Su Meng's words suddenly changed at this time. Yang Lin, don't you think Qi Shaowan's thighs are quite white and attractive? Yang Lin cried and laughed. Meng, We don't test people like this. It's none of my business whether her legs are white or not. I don't know her well enough to cross paths. Really don't have a clue? Ugh. I don't even know what kind of person I am in your mind. Is it hard for me to rub it in if it's a girl? What did you expect? Look at how Qian Qian has been tricked by you. When Yang Lin heard this, he cried out in his heart that he was wronged. As for Wang Chan, she waved her hand repeatedly. Sister Dream, I'm not being cheated by Yang. Joining Young's squad and following Young's lead are both voluntary and desired by me. And it was so nice to meet you guys. Qian you, everything is good. Just too simple. Sooner or later you will be eaten by some guy without any bones left. Chapter 52, Such a Beautiful Creature. The view returns to the Blitz squad side. After leaving the picnic place of Yang Lin's trio, one of the team members asked, Captain, why did you ask Yang Lin's Skylight Squad about this? Do you think that they are the Skylight Squad? Shi Shaowan nodded. I think there's a big possibility that they are. It shouldn't be. It's not like everyone doesn't know what strength that Yang Lin is. He's definitely just someone who came in through the back door. So how could he possibly be attached to the Skylight Squad? That's right. To say that Yang Lin has a knack for picking up girls, I'd believe it. But to say that the Skylight Squad, he's worthy of it? Captain, you're just being overly concerned. Someone like this who comes to the spirit realm and still recklessly invites picnics. Sooner or later they're going to fall on their asses here. Hearing her teammates say this, Shi Shaowan scanned her teammates and said with some pity, You guys, your sights are still too shallow. Let me ask you guys, what's the approximate number of points for last place in the point standings? If memory serves, it was like 2,700 plus. Not bad, it's over 2,700. So think about it, assuming that the last place squad is Yang Lin and the three of them. So if, for example, they were given a full complement of 5, how much do you think the rankings would improve? Several of the squad members all froze. Let's just go with the ideal standardized average score upwards, maybe up to 4,500, which would probably get us to 7th. As one of the team members finished saying this, the remaining few people all drew in a breath of cold air. Without giving them too much time to think, Shi Shaowan spoke again. So if we reassume that their squad placements were originally in the middle of the 26 squads, what placements could these +2 possibly achieve? Possibly top 3, even beyond us. That's not it. No matter what the name of their squad is, its strength is basically not weaker than ours, or even above us. And that's Su Mang and Wang Chan. You should have seen them strike, but only Yang Lin. Yelin performed poorly earlier. You guys just think he went through the back door. So is there a possibility that he didn't want to show his skills at the time and did that on purpose? This statement was heard by the 4 members of the team, and I heard Shi Shaowan continue. Think back again. Just now we met up with the 3 of them. What do you think? Are the 3 of them nervous? I don't think so. The 3 of them have been eating and drinking and don't seem to care about us. Then why don't you care about us? Have you ever thought about it? Captain, it's hard to believe that Yang Lin and the 3 of them are really the Skylight Squad? Shi Shaowan let out a deep breath and said, although I don't have solid evidence, but let me guess. It's at least 70% to 80% likely. Just now, when I locked eyes with Yang Lin, I could clearly feel his confidence that everything was under control. If he didn't have the strength, he definitely wouldn't be that comfortable. According to what you said, Captain, I'm only afraid that Yang Lin, when he simulated the simulation earlier, really did it on purpose. The Greedy Wolf Guild's recruitment is not a child's play. So how could they let people go through the back door so easily? So I have reason to believe that they're that powerful Skylight Squad. After this, no matter what happens, it's best not to mess with them. If you don't listen to me, I'm afraid I won't be able to save you when the time comes. One by one, the 4 players claimed yes. It was getting more and more sinister by the captain. Anyway, just don't provoke Yang Lin and the 3 of them. It was soon 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Liaison base, statistics section, outside the door. A cold scent, if any, suddenly wafted in. Immediately afterward, the figure of a cool and absolutely beautiful woman slowly stepped in. The delicate face was as if it had been carefully sculpted by the heavens, and the beautiful eyes were like stars on a cold night. Anyone who saw such a beautiful person would not be able to resist a tremor in their heartstrings. But the only thing was, Jaren's aura was too strong, and the coldness that refused to let people in was really uncomplimentary. It's Su Ninji, and behind Su Ninji, there was a man, Su Guan. The 2 clerks who were originally on duty here would never have imagined that at this point in time, the 2 deacons, Su Ninji and Su Guan, would come over. And what surprised the 2 even more was the first words that Su Ninji opened her mouth when she entered the door. Give each of you a half-day's vacation. I'll take over the work here today. You guys go rest. Instructor Su, this isn't appropriate, is it? Right, Instructor Su, how do you need to do these trivial things yourself? I think it's more appropriate for us to do it. It's no big deal. Just go rest yourselves. The 2 clerks were now, by no means, generally flattered. The big beautiful Deaconess Sue, who has always been cold and refused to let people go. She even sympathized with her subordinates and gave them a vacation. They were still groggy until the two clerks went out of the statistics section. When I saw Deaconess Sue enter just now, I thought we had gone wrong somewhere, and that's why she came to the door to scold us. But I didn't realize that it was actually giving us a break. I wasn't the same. The moment I saw her, my heart thumped. But now it's nice and cozy to not have to work the rest of the day. But saying that, but why did Deacon Sue come over and give us a vacation? The two instruments are now. You look at me, I look at you, and it would be weird to guess why. But since Sun Yenji was mentioned, the topic of the two instruments was still hot for a while. I heard that Deaconess Sue doesn't have a boyfriend yet? There doesn't seem to be any. At least not from the intel I've been told. It shouldn't be. She's so pretty. How can she not have a boyfriend? TSK, pretty is pretty, but her aura is too strong for the average man to handle. And I'll tell you a secret. It's said that Deaconess Sue is a relative of the president. And inside the greedy wolf guild, even the chief secretary is courteous to her. The deacon's status isn't low enough. And he's actually a relative of the president? Relatives, or I'll understate it. Gossip rumor has it that she appears to be the president's own daughter. No way. The president's daughter? Keep your voice down. It's all speculation. But whether she's a relative or a daughter, her position in the greedy wolf guild is unquestionable. See Deacon Sue? You don't see him and Deacon Sue as deacons. But this Deacon Sue is beside Deacon Sue, and is clearly an understudy. See, Deacon Sue is indeed like a follower, and really doesn't have much of a position in front of Deacon Sue. Who says it isn't? But brother, I was just thinking, if Deaconess Sue is really the president's daughter, what kind of man do you think will be able to conquer her in the future? If this conquers her, she might even become the heir of the greedy wolf guild in the future. Alright, let's not daydream. A woman of noble status like Deaconess Sue, it's just for us little people to look at. If you want to conquer an icy, stunning beauty like her, you'd have to pick from the 3 departments, 8 dukes, and 12 gates anyways, right? That's true. This kind of dream is a luxury for us to even think about. Okay, don't think about unrealistic dreams. This will be why don't we have a small drink really? Yeah, let's go. Let's have a little drink. Chapter 53. He continues to pull out. The view is turned back inside the statistics section. Sun Yenji sat down at her desk after. Subconsciously, he pulled up on his computer the points of the 26 squads from yesterday, as well as the basic information on each of the squad members. As for Su Quan, he was now sitting without a look on the table next to him, arms folded in a dangling manner. He was forced to pull over and work. It can't be helped. Who makes a subordinate follower? After a long time, he heard Sun Yenji say, Su Guan, aside from setting up the chopping battle in 20 days, how are you doing with the front work? Don't worry, it's all been arranged. When it ensues, I will summarize the information that needs to be made public in the spirit realm to your side. As for exactly what information to publicize, just take your pick. Yes, you should also speed up your progress regarding the setup of the eye in the sky. The decimation battle is the top priority as opposed to picking out public information. Nian Ji, this is something I can be more concerned about than you. I don't want to be doubted about my ability to handle things, but then the prizes, small things, I won't begrudge them any greater rewards as long as they do well. As Sun Yenji spoke, she would still check the time every now and then. Seeing her like this, Su Guan snickered. I know you're waiting for Yang Lin to come back, wanting to confirm the points of the Skylight Squad. It's idle anyway. Why don't we make a prediction? Predicting their points? Not bad. I think they managed to get over 12,000 points on the first day. This will have to break 20,000 anyways if another day goes by. Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea how many heads would need to be decimated simply by relying on demons? About 400 heads or so. Sun Yenji laughed. The spirit realm's periphery is traveling to 26 teams, so I'll assume that their strength is good. But to kill 400 or 500 of them, they'd have to be able to encounter that many. We'll meet. Why are you so sure? Nian Ji, do you remember what you learned about the novice copy earlier? I heard from Dragon Tang's principal that when Yang Lin first awakened his profession, his skill words were all blank slates. Su Guan spread his hands. Yeah, even with a solid injury of only 1, he's still going to venture out to the novice copies. In 8 hours, one person by himself went from level 1 to level 2. His persistence and resilience and desire for battle power far exceeds what you might expect. Sun Yenji nodded slightly. I'll admit that point, but what does this have to do with the fact that you're sure you can kill so many demons? Of course it's relevant. Someone that's serious. Not to mention the fact that now he seems to have an unrivaled ability to strike. Do you think he will slack off in the spirit realm? If what I'm thinking is correct, he's probably more serious than anyone else in order to level up, and he should be running more than all the squads. Yeah, but it seems to me that he's more inclined to make out with his little girlfriend. So Nianji, you really don't understand men. The man who could make both little sisters fall in love with him. The man who was that obsessed and hungry for battle power. What's the matter with not having to do both? Su Nianji let out a light laugh. According to what you said, I'm even more excited about the points of the Skylight Squad today. Then let's see if the three of them can break 20,000. Su Guan thought of something at this time and said, Nianji, you said, if Yang Lin is really this powerful, then it's really a heavenly talent. Don't you have any special rewards for this kind of talent? Su Nianji thought for a moment and said, 5 days later, in the Tianshang auction hosted by the three ministries, one of the finale items is very suitable for him and his two little girlfriends. If he really shines these days and shows me his greater potential, I don't mind auctioning him off. Su Guan's eyelids couldn't help but jump a little. I know what you're talking about. From what I can tell, that thing starts at like 10 million. The final price is likely to be between $20 and $30 million. That's nothing. Worthy of being Miss Su. You really are rich and powerful. After that, it was in this waiting that the time slowly reached 5 o'clock. By this time, there were already small groups returning from the spirit realm first. After Su Nianji and Su Guan, one after another, finished tallying the points of 5 or 6 squads. I have to say, the effect of taking Yang Lin's Skylight Squad to fry fish earlier was really colorful. Yesterday the average score of the 26 squads was still at 3,700. But today, just looking at the stats for a few squads, the lowest score was above 7,000. There was no doubt that all of these squads were irritated by the Skylight Squad. There was no need to even think about how far they had fought within the spirit today. Seeing this, clearly the always cool Su Nianji, the corner of her mouth could not help but show some pleased smile. Her whole being, for the moment, was much softer. Gradually, more and more squads returned, and among them, the highest points of the squad have begun to see a few break the 10,000 mark. In response, Su Guan sighed, Nianji, although I feel that you are sometimes insensitive, but I have to say, the errands are still productive. Don't make me sound like the devil, like I came over here to target these newbies. To become a professional, it's an essential thing to suffer some pain in the early stages. That, Nianji, I see now that you seem to be happy. Why don't you take a word of advice and talk about what the president has handed down? Su Guan, if you open your mouth to mention this matter again, I really don't mind finding someone to sew up your mouth. In order to keep his mouth from being sewn up, Su Guan now chose to work in silence. Just, when he saw that it was past 6:30 and all 25 teams had been counted, he still hadn't seen Yang Lin's 3 figures. Even Su Nianji was getting a little anxious. Nothing's going to happen to the 3 of them, is it? Don't worry, as long as they don't run deeper into the spirit realm now. What could happen? Wait a little longer. When the time came to 7 o'clock, a call came over from the detective section that the 3 had been spotted on their way back. This time, both Su Nianji and Su Guan were relieved. After about another 10 minutes, footsteps and the familiar sounds of talking and laughing came from the doorway. It was also with Yang Lin's trio that he walked into the statistics section. Both Su Nianji and Su Guan were invariably energized. After waiting so long, I finally met the 3 rightful owners. Instructor Su, Lieutenant Su, how, is it you guys? Don't mind it, the 2 clerks on duty today are on a mission. Nianji and I are just filling in temporarily. Yang Lin let out an "oh," then walked to the front counter and skillfully took out the jars containing magic crystals one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. When the number of jars reached 15, he saw that Yang Lin was still continuously pulling them out from his occupation space. Not to mention Su Guan, even the always cool Su Nianji couldn't help but have her expression start to visibly move, and wait for the number of jars to reach 20, and watch Yellen continue to pull out. Su Nianji and Su Guan, both of them, had begun to tremble slightly with their breathing. These 3, they're not robbing another squad, are they? No, 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 I haven't heard of any other squads being robbed either, and the first 25 teams have long since been tallied. And by the time Su Nianji and Su Guan officially finished tallying up the points, the 2 of them were already completely skeptical. From now on, I'll do my best to update 3 times a day. At 12 o'clock noon, the usual time. Chapter 54, can it get any more outrageous? Before Yang Lin's trio had returned, Su Nianji and Su Guan had predicted that Skylight Squad's points might be able to break 20,000 points. But who would have thought? These 3 have stopped being human, and in one breath they've rounded up their points to 48,000, almost 50,000. Is this really humanly possible? What kind of strength does one have to be able to do that? Or rather, in order to achieve such a point, simply searching for a demonic creature, one must at least reach the point of wind speed when rushing within the spirit territory, right? And seeing that Yang Lin's trio's points were really exaggerated, Su Nianji and Su Guan, even if they were shocked again, They definitely had to suppress their emotions as much as possible to ask a question from the sidelines. Then they got the following answer from Yang Lin. It's indeed quite hard to run around within the spirit realm, and in the future, you won't be able to fight so hard. Otherwise even a body made of iron wouldn't be able to stand it. Yang Lin didn't give much thought to the two deacons' inquiries and just answered casually. But even casually, he was serious. Nowadays, if he wanted to hurry quickly, he only needed to enter the Shadowwalker state through his second core talent. A 300% increase in self-speed is no mere joke. Su Meng's words were equally not slow. She was able to summon her magical dolls, and when she needed to march in a hurry, she headed for their shoulders. It's like a heavily armored chariot, not only fierce, but still fast as hell. If you really wanted to simply compare the runs, she was definitely the least expendable of the three. As for Wang Chan, that's even more needless to say. She had griffin beings that just flew in the sky when she needed to pull speed, and in order to kill as many demons as possible. Under Yang Lin's leadership, the three of them really didn't run around today. Coupled with the fact that a few people were taking on those blood wolves in the periphery, there really wasn't much difficulty in killing them. So, it's normal for points to reach almost 50,000. It is this last down, Yang Lin a total, but really do not dare to be so fierce every day. Otherwise, not to mention that I cannot eat, my two sisters, they cannot carry ah. After redeeming their points in the statistics section, the three of them left the place with a smile on their faces. On the contrary, Su Nianji and Su Guan, the two of them didn't return to their senses for a long time. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Guan sighed. Nianji, did you see this? These three, I'm afraid they are the great talents of the century. Too fierce. Su Nianji returned to her senses and let out a deep breath. Then I heard her speak slowly. I still underestimated the three of them after all. Su Meng's magic puppeteer and Wang Chanxian's druid had extremely high potential in their own right. It is rare, but not unique, and it is something to be reckoned with. As for Yang Lin, I have reason to believe that he has probably awakened another skill, talent, or phrase. Su viewpoint head. I agree with this. The core of the Skylight Squad is Yang Lin. Once the hidden profession explodes, it's really terrifying as hell. And because of that, I'm tempted to ask you, Nian Ji, seeing this, do you still intend to train Yang Lin in a fully assisted manner? Su Nianji ruffled a few strands of hair hanging down between her ears and returned, the so-called full auxiliary, in general, is in a situation of last resort to weigh the choices made. Since he has the means to powerfully strike down demons, I'm sure I have to respect his own opinion. Su Guan hemmed and hawed. I thought you were still going to be bent on having your way. I'm not that stupid. Wait and observe for a while longer. If the Skylight Squad is still so strong, then I'll set Yang Lin's. No, the three of them's files as top secret of the Greedy Wolf Guild, as it should be. If such a talent were to be lost inadvertently, it would likely be the guild's worst loss in 100 years. During the conversation, Su Nianji and Su Guan's eyes couldn't help but fall onto the large pile of magic crystals on the counter once again. Just now, counting the magic crystals, there are 681 pieces in total. This also meant that Yang Lin and the three of them had killed a total of 681 demons today. With such a huge number, other squads couldn't do it even if they didn't run away and just made consecutive kills. It can be imagined just how terrifying the Skylight Squad is. Suddenly, Su Nianji's eyes tightened violently as she discovered something new. Su Guan, have you noticed a problem? The magic crystals they brought back seem to have a problem. Su Guan was subconsciously stunned. What do you mean? Su Nianji looked a little agitated. She didn't respond to Su Guan's words now, but quickly pulled up the information records of the 25 squads that she had counted before on her computer. When a few consecutive glances were taken, the luster in her eyes were getting brighter and brighter. As she did so, a series of numbers were soon listed individually. Su Guan began to see Su Nianji like this, and his mind was quite confused. But as he moved over to see the series of numbers Su Nianji pulled out, he immediately understood what Su Nianji had actually discovered. This Yang Lin and the three of them, the magic crystals they brought back, actually had a big problem. The thing about magic crystals, there are gradations. If it is a level 1 to 10 demon, the magic crystals dropped after killing it are level 1. Levels 11 through 20 are second level magic crystals, and so on for every 10 levels thereafter. The magic crystals themselves, in turn, are divided into 6 grades: inferior, average, good, excellent, superb, and orphaned. As in the case of other newcomers, the magic crystals they brought back from killing demons in the periphery were known through a numerical scale. Inferior is basically 70%, average is 25%, and something like higher quality good and excellent is purely occasional. But Yang Lin and the three of them brought back a large pile of magic crystals. Inferior quality accounts for only 25%, ordinary for 40%, good for 33%, and the last 2% is excellent quality obtained by chance. Such a comparison leads to a conclusion. Yang Lin and the three of them, did they use some kind of prop that increases their quality? Impossible. Props that can increase the quality of a drop are extremely expensive on the market. The three of them are just newbies. There's no way they can afford to use it. Taking a step back, even if they do have that kind of prop, as long as they're not stupid in the head, there's no way they'd use it on a normal demon. While Su Ninji was in a shaken mood, she pulled up the information on the points of the Heavenly Light Squad's first day of killing demons. Like the first day, the quality of the magic crystals they brought back was super ramped up compared to the other newcomers. I have reason to guess that under the assumption of not using quality increasing props, one of the three of them must possess a talent or word that increases quality. Nian Ji. If that's true, it's even better. Yeah, a squad with strength compared to its peers super amplitude crushing. There are others among them, who have talents or words that drastically improve the quality of their drops. And that's still newcomer status. In time, I dare not think of how terrifying they can develop to. Su Guan sked twice. Yang Lin and the three of them, they really know how to surprise people. Su Ninji at that moment, once again let out a deep breath. No surprises, now notify everyone on the base for me. I'm calling an emergency meeting. Questions about the information material on the three of them? Not bad, just like you said earlier, they are likely to be once-in-a-century talents. They absolutely cannot be leaked out. This is indeed a non-trivial matter. Well, I'll get right on it. Chapter 55, The Man with a -1%. By the time we had finished working on the emergency meeting, it was after 9 p.m. Su Ninji hurriedly ate something in the cafeteria before returning to her dormitory. Perhaps it was because her nerves had been invigorated and tense earlier, but after relaxing at the moment, her cool face showed some slight fatigue. Just then, though, she suddenly thought of something. After a moment's thought, she dialed a number. On the cell phone, a gentle woman's voice soon came out. Nian Ji. It's so late. Did something happen? Auntie Ching, I want to trouble you to do something for me. The woman called Auntie Ching by Su Ninji was not a simple identity. She was the general secretary of the Greedy Wolf Guild, and her full name was Gu Ching. And she to Su Ninji, is by no means the general spoiled, is when the biological daughter of the treatment. Of course, Nian Ji, what do you want Auntie Ching to do for you? It's like this. Isn't there a joint auction being held on the side of the three divisions 5 days later? And I want one of the items. And when Gu Cheng checked what Su Ninji needed on the opposite side, she was rather puzzled. Nian Ji, I don't think you can use this, can you? I am not going to use it, mainly subsequent to, I might give it away. Is it hard for you to take such a valuable thing and give it away? To Rui? Su Ninji was usually cool, but when talking to Gu Cheng, she was a simple little girl. Auntie Ching, don't test me. Where is there any Rui? It is simply a friend, right? You're pretty much as attached to my marriage as my dad is. Nian Ji Yu, your father can only have you as the jewel in his heart. And you have reached this age. Can he not be concerned? These last few days, he's been mentioning you to me when he sees me, and saying that he wants me to push you more as well. I'm thinking that if I talk about you more too, maybe, you'll find me annoying. Auntie Haru, what are you talking about? How could I possibly find you annoying? Making it sound like how unintelligent I am. Mostly, I'm not interested in anything between a man and a woman right now, and it's not too late to talk about it later. You this child, actually how you think, really think that aunt does not know While it's certainly true that you want to share a little more of the guild for your dad, it's also important to think about your own things. You're a girl after all. It's good to have someone to fall back on in the future, and to take some of the burden off of you. I know, Auntie Ching, if I really meet someone I like, I'll go for it. Well, with your word, I'll say no more on the matter. As for what you want, I'll be sure to shoot it for you when the auction follows. Well, thank you Auntie Ching. After the cell phone hung up, Su Ninji, in a rare moment, thought about her life events. If you were to get married yourself, what kind of man would you choose? After thinking for a moment she was heard to mumble, any kind, anyway, as long as it's not that kind. The kind Su Ninji was referring to was Yang Lin, simply because she never cared about what happened between men and women. She didn't have much of a concept related to the man-type aspect. Because of this, when she thought about what her future significant other might be like, she likewise factored in Yang Lin as such, but simply counted it in and gave Yang Lin a straight -1%. It's one thing to appreciate potential and strength. It's definitely a different story to be around men like this who are addicted to women left and right. Thinking of this, Su Ninji also said that it was not early and was ready to take a bath and subsequently go to rest. But it was when she was subconsciously looking at her phone that she was instantly drawn to the number of chats displayed on the base group chat. Since entering the base, every newcomer joins the base group. This group is anonymous and is for newcomers to discuss and communicate with each other. Su Ninji was an instructor. She must be in there too. She was intrigued now, and that was because she had never expected the group to be this lively tonight. Not many people talked in the group on the first day yesterday, including before this afternoon as well. But now, it shows messages 999 plus? What are these newcomers chatting about? So active? With disbelief and curiosity, Su Ninji clicked in, and then, it didn't take long for her look to start getting a little more complicated. Meanwhile, Yang Lin sighed, because today's run in the spirit realm was really hard work. So after returning to the base and taking a shower and eating dinner, he took Su Meng and Wang Chan and ran to a street and sang. Enjoying myself was definitely enjoyable. Just look at the smiles on both girls' faces, and when the singing is done back at the dormitory. Instead, the three were now sitting on the couch in the hall, discussing together what type of movie they were going to see when they got back tomorrow. It was also at this time that Yang Lin's cell phone suddenly rang, picked it up and it was actually an unfamiliar number. Next to her, Su Meng said, "It's not some girl looking for you, is it?" Yang Lin laughed. "Dreamy, why don't you say it's an internet scam? Cut the crap. You must have hooked up with some innocent little girl again, or else could you call you at night?" Knowing that Su Meng was joking with herself, Yang Lin definitely wouldn't care. But, let him really did not expect. Call, actually really a sister. It was none other than Qi Shaowan, whom she had seen in the spirit realm during the day. The basic information of each newcomer could be found at the base, and Yang Lin was not surprised that Qi Shaowan knew her number. He wondered what the girl was doing calling him this late at night. As for Su Meng, who was next to her, once she heard that it was Qi Shaowan who had called, she was obviously on guard. As for Su Meng's vigilance, Wang Chan was a bit puzzled. "Dream sister, you seem quite nervous." "Cynthia, aren't you nervous?" "Why be nervous?" Facing Wang Chan's inquiry, Su Meng was embarrassed. "I was worried that Yang Lin was tempted." "Seduced?" "Yeah, look at that Qi Shaowan. When she walks, all the guys subconsciously stare at her skirt and thighs. What if Yang Lin can't hold on and gets seduced?" Wang Chan was still puzzled. Being seduced doesn't seem to be much of a problem, does it? "Chan, are you stupid? If Yang Lin is seduced by Qi Shaowan, do you think he'll have time to care about you in the future?" Speaking of which, Wang Chan finally got nervous as well. "That won't work. I told you it wouldn't work, so we both have to keep reminding Yang Lin that we can't let him fall for another woman." "Okay, dream sister. I know." Right after Su Meng and Wang Chan united their fronts, Yang Lin's side of the phone had also answered. He wasn't sure what his two sisters had just said. Just as he looked up at Su Meng and Wang Chan, he was confused after seeing that both sisters had quite a gawking look in their eyes. "What happened to you two? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Brother Yang, what is Qi Shaowan looking for you to do?" "Ah, Sister Meng is very worried that you have fallen for her path regardless of the two of us." At this moment, Su Meng was inwardly spurting old blood furiously. She was not expecting that in the twinkling of an eye. The simple Wang Chan had sold herself. Chapter 56, The Soul-Snatching Triple Question. Yang Lin thought something had happened and hurriedly said, Meng, don't worry, it's actually just a small matter. What the hell is going on?" "Actually, it's this." When Yang Lin finished, Su Meng and Wang Chan understood. It turned out that during the daytime in the spirit realm, because the three of them were seen having a joyful picnic, at that time, one of the several team members under Qi Shaowan secretly took a picture casually because of the shock. Originally, it was not really a big deal if it was filmed, but who would have thought that the player came back to think of the water group? An accidental operation error selected the photo sent to the group chat, though this team member reacted quickly and rushed to revoke it not long after it was sent. But where did it occur to me that there were bored people in the new crowd who saved the photo in a swift manner? Then the whole group kicked up a fuss. "That's it? So Qi Shaowan called you specifically for this?" "Yeah, she said she was really sorry and wanted to invite us for dinner or tea afterwards to formally apologize, but I turned it down." Hearing this, Su Meng was relieved. "I thought she had her eye on you. Whoever looks at me, if they can't get past my family's dream, what's the point? Don't stink, who cares?" The two of them were talking on this side, and Wang Chan had already opened the group chat at this moment. Hearing her surprised, she said, "I didn't expect the group to be quite lively. Brother Yang, it seems like all they talk about is us." Yang Lin couldn't care less. "It's just a picture of a spirit realm dinner. How big of a deal? Make it seem like they've never seen the world." Su Meng also came to Wang Chan at this time and quickly looked through the chat records, but gradually, her pretty face became redder and redder, and a ghostly grudge appeared in her eyes. As for Wang Chan, she didn't react that much though, but she seemed interested in the chatter inside. I heard her ask, "Sister Dream, what does it mean to be on the so-and-so base? Why are they asking Brother Yang about this?" "Cynthia, you're a good girl, no questions about that. I'm not a child. If you don't tell me, I'll find out for myself." Then, Wang Chan's face was directly all red to the roots of her ears, and when she looked at Yang Lin, her eyes were flustered. Yang Lin was in the clouds at the moment. he realized that his two sisters had suddenly become abnormal. That's obviously not right, isn't it? Just a picture of a meal in the spirit realm? Now why would two of my own sisters react this way? Dreamy, what's going on? You have the nerve to ask. Open your cell phone and read it yourself. And by the way, you're responsible. In charge? What is the responsibility? Totally confused about what that means. With confusion, Yang Lin opened the group chat on his own phone. Soon, he finally understood why Qi Shaowan had sincerely and incomparably apologized to himself over the photo. Let's go back to a moment ago. With a photo of the spirit realm eating mistakenly posted to the group, all the newcomers were shocked. What is the spirit realm? Thinking about them, these newcomers, even if they were more desperate, then they wouldn't dare to joke with their lives. But Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan were good, so bold that they directly moved the kitchen to the spirit realm. It's outrageous to be able to cook a table for dinner. Also, see the photo of Su Meng and Wang Chan feeding on Yang Lin left and right. That's male envy. Shouting Yang is great. The female quenched on a mouthful and cursed Yellen for being a scumbag. At first, the crowd just marveled at this and talked about it, seeing the trio acting in such an exaggerated and emboldened manner. So a part of the people speculated, could it be that Yang Lin and the three of them were the legendary Heavenly Light Squad? Both the mention of the Skylight Squad was the same as setting off a hotspot. Most of the people who were originally still diving at this moment also joined the discussion. The atmosphere of the whole group is really not generally hot. To put things in perspective, things are actually pretty normal up to this point. But which thought? I do not know who was too bored when it enlarged the photo again sent to the group. Right at that moment, it didn't matter if Yang Lin's trio was the Skylight Squad or not. The important thing is, Yang Lin, he really deserves the wrath of God. In the enlarged photo, you can clearly see that at the time the two sisters were feeding him, he wrapped one hand around Wang Chanshan's slender waist. With the other hand, I'm not sure if it was the camera angle. Anyway, it looked like it was pressing on Su Meng's firm buttocks. As a result, regardless of gender, all the newcomers began to verbally attack Yang Lin at this moment. Two girls pitching you food is enjoyable enough, but you're actually so dishonest in private. This guy, just how far do you have to go to enjoy it before you stop? As for Wang Shanshan's question just now about getting on the blah 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 base, it is a question raised by certain people at this time of the year. I didn't realize that it was just one picture that put my name on it, but it's a good thing. Earlier the simulation was a hit, and now that the photo is in the group, no one knows about it. Su Meng was so angry that she couldn't help but use her slender foot to kick Yang Lin's calf. And good things? Where is it good? Don't care about me and Shanshan's reputation. Just care about satisfying your vanity, right? Dream, that's just wrong. What's wrong? Dreamy, look, you're so pretty and cute. Don't you have a lot of people chasing after you? Upon hearing that she was praised for being pretty and cute, Su Meng was so bashful that she hurriedly turned her eyes away and said, That's of course. It's good that you know that. It was Yellen, on the contrary, who began to be serious. Dreamy, because you're pretty and cute. So let me ask you, what if someone chases you unsuccessfully and turns around and hates me? How do I know? It's your business. Okay, so I'll ask you again. He just hates me and I could care less. But what if he starts a duel with me out of love? Su Meng was a bit speechless. Where's the exaggeration? Yang Lin shook his head. You have to understand that reality can sometimes be more outrageous than imagination. So then, I also ask you, what if he challenged me to a duel, and I quickly cleaned him up, and he then dragged his family to me for revenge? Su Meng was already speechless to the extreme. So what are you trying to say by asking me for so long? Didn't I say it was a good thing? Now that everyone knows we're as deep as this relationship is, there'll be none of those troubles mentioned above. And how nice. Saying that, Yang Lin turned to Wang Chanshan at this moment. Not even waiting for Yang Lin to open his mouth, Wang Chanshan hurriedly said, Brother Yang, you don't have to ask me continuously because I also think this is a good thing. Look, Dreamy, Clara, she even understands better than you do. What does she understand? She's always been about you. Su Meng casually threw a small pillow on the sofa at Yang Lin. The voice carried some pout. Anyway, I've never seen a man as shameless as you. Shameless. It's getting late. I'm going to my room to rest. Brother Yang, it's really late, so I'll go back to my room and sleep too. Well, I'll rest and recuperate, and continue to the spirit realm tomorrow to slay the demons. Looking at the beautiful backs of his two sisters returning to their respective bedrooms, Yang Lin pondered. It seems like it's time to find some time and deal with your life's work. Chapter 57, Hot Chat Passwords. Time. 1 week later. On this side of the newcomer base in Lishan, all the newcomers were notified that new information would be updated about the spirit realm side. Before speaking of this matter, however, it is very necessary to mention what has happened in these recent days. For example, above the display screen at the main entrance of the base, the points of the 26 squads were updated twice 2 days ago. In first place, it was still the Skylight squad. It shows a total of 103,000 plus points. Of course, the credit must be spurious. 2 days ago, the real points of Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan were actually 210,000 points. It's just a shame that it's really not possible to show the real scores. Otherwise, how would the second place squad, which just broke 70,000, and the squads below it, be allowed to live? It's important to understand that something like not being able to overcome by putting your best foot forward, nonetheless, does not stimulate a person's motivation. Instead, the greater probability is that the guy will be allowed to swing for the fences and lay down. So in order to give hope to the second place and the following squads, Su Ningyi and Su Guan took the liberty of modifying the points display of the Skylight squad. On top of that, a new rule was announced above the display screen. All historical points earned within the spiritual territory are converted into cash at a certain percentage after 2 months, and then subsidized as welfare to the families of all newcomers, to ensure that the parents and relatives of each newcomer can live a better life in Cloud City. Even though the ratio wasn't announced at the moment, thinking about the status of the greedy wolf guild, the ratio of points exchanged would definitely not be low at that time. At this moment, not to mention the other newcomers, even Yang Lin's trio was irritated. Secondly, and one more thing, how about this one? Because the photos of Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan's joyful picnic were posted to the base group, then it was as if the originally dead base complex had been revitalized, and every night after that it was bustling. By definition, this kind of thing isn't worth bringing up, but the magic is magical. But whenever the group starts to get cold, as long as someone takes out a picture of Yang Lin and Su Meng or Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan interacting, immediately, the whole group would be upbeat. And so, what Yang Lin and Su Meng indulged in kissing, what Wang Chanshan shyly sat in Yang Lin's arms during dinner. I don't know if it's real or a photoshopped picture, but anyway, it became the group's code for hot conversation like that, and it's been posted every night by someone, and it's not even a repeat. So much so, that Yang Lin was now looking at whoever was on the base as if he was looking at a doggy tube. That's not manageable. Also because of the uncontrollable, things gradually spread throughout the base, and the Raw began to develop in the direction of magic. As far as Yang Lin is concerned now, all he has to do is to take Su Meng and Wang Chanshan to a street, and it doesn't matter if it's a store owner or a waiter. Anyone who saw it would cast ambiguous glances at the trio. Some of the enthusiastic ones would even greet Yang Lin like this. Yo, little old me, brought your 2 little girlfriends over to play. I can't tell at all. Above, after mentioning these things, back to the Yang Lin trio. Through this time of going to the spirit realm to kill demons, Su Meng's level had already reached level 14.5. Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan are currently in the second half of grade 13. Other newcomers, if you will, are generally ranked in the mid or late 12s. Although Yang Lin was fierce in brushing monsters with his 2 sisters, it was impossible to run to the spirit realm every day, as in the last 2 days. On the one hand, it is for the team to take a good rest, and on the other hand, it is also for Su Meng and Wang Chanshan to grow up more. That's why Yang Lin purposely purchased study guides for the 2 sisters at Su Ningyi and Su Guan. Although the price of 30,000 points per person per day was fully twice as high as ordinary martial arts teachings, as long as it allowed his own 2 sisters to progress, it was nothing. And through Su Meng and Wang Chanshan's feedback, they did benefit greatly from Su Ningyi and Su Guan's guidance. In particular, Su Ningyi and Su Guan had also made it a point to find various kill profiles and images of other magical puppeteers and druids for the 2 sisters. The help for the 2 sisters is 10 times better than any other martial arts teachings. As for Yang Lin himself, there would be no need for him to receive study and instruction. Domain Townie, going to the battlefield to swipe monsters is really not that technical. Run, meet enemies, unfold the field, apply negative statuses, and watch the timing of the shadow walk pull. Back and forth, back and forth. Just tell me what this profession can instruct him in. So during the period when the 2 sisters were studying, Yang Lin went to the internet to search for some relevant information about the copies inside the spirit realm, and the various demons. By the way, make a note of what materials are high-priced, what special types of magical creatures are available, what traps you might encounter, etc. He's also been working hard for the past 2 days. Time, pull back to the present. There was an announcement from the base today. It says that by 8 a.m. tomorrow, the spirit realm maps that everyone's cell phones had previously downloaded and connected to will be updated. On top of the updated map, a variable number of spirit grass concentration sites and/or concentration sites would be marked every day. As long as your squad can bring the spirit grass and ores from the marked points back to the base, then the points gained will definitely be more than just killing the demons, even more so, to stimulate newcomers even more. Su Ninji personally told the crowd that not all of these labeled points were necessarily spirit herbs or ores. It could also be the base's colorful preparation for them, the newcomers, or elixirs, or props, and maybe even high-quality copy scrolls. Even if the odds are slim, it's still something for the crowd to look forward to. So right after Su Mang and Wang Chan came back from studying at night, the three of them definitely got together to talk about tomorrow's action. With the level of the three of them today, the blood wolves in the periphery were already somewhat insufficient. Tomorrow it's actually possible to try to head a little deeper into the spirit realm. It would certainly be best if tomorrow's map is labeled with spots in the depths. However, at this time, Yang Lin also got some information about the demons from Su Mang and Wang Chan, based on what they know from being mentored. Level 1 to 15 magic items are really the equivalent of newcomer exclusives. Low attack, low blood, few special abilities, and level 15 to level 20 demons are part of the transition from easy to hard. This stage is important for the average professional to get going. As for the magic creatures after level 20, that's where the professionals, really, begin their careers. So if you really want to head to the depths of the spirit realm tomorrow, you must be mentally prepared to face level 15 demons or higher. In response, Yellen mulled over his situation. With 3 Daisuke skills, taking care of demons that exceeded between level 15 and 20 would not be a problem. I just don't know if I can keep up with my damage ability. At the same time, Yang Lin didn't forget his goal at this stage. Activation of the third core talent, decimating demons current progress 2312/5000. Activation of the third mythic word, level progress 13/15. Knowing that every skill, talent, and phrase would bring great surprises to his profession, Yang Lin was now filled with a bright future. Chapter 58, The Sister's Complaint. As was announced, at 8 a.m. the next morning, every newcomer to the base got their maps updated. Looking at the 15 marked points on the map, the newcomers were all excited and full of energy. Similarly, before departing towards the spirit realm, Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan definitely had to come up with a reasonable plan based on the marked points on the map as well. Get together and talk it over for a while. Eventually, Yang Lin determined. It goes without saying that the outer marking points are definitely highly competitive. We're going deeper into the depths anyway, so we'll go through this point. With a little luck, we might be able to take both markers easily today. Su Meng and Wang Chan didn't have a problem with it, and then the three of them officially headed towards the spirit realm. And once they reached the spirit realm, the three of them that were not even pretending, Yang Lin entered the shadowwalking state, and Su Meng was already sitting on the shoulder of her magic puppet. Wang Chan said it better. The griffin was added to the body, and when he said he would fly, he would fly. On the way in, they were sure to encounter the blood wolves. It won't go to waste, just harvest it by hand. About an hour and a half after the trio had been running with the straight line windward toward the interior, they could clearly feel that the mist ahead of them was slightly thicker than it was outside, and the smell of danger mixed in told them that they should be on the dividing line between the outer and the deep at this moment. We'll have to be careful up ahead. Let's see what kind of demons we can encounter before we make our move. And so, after cautiously exploring the surrounding area for 7 or 8 minutes, the first demons were finally encountered. Goring Beast, level 16, blood 2500 to 3000, attack 130 to 150. These things had pointed ears, big noses, ugly faces, and carried either wooden spears or stone axes in their hands. They were all skinny and bony, basically a little over 1 meter in size, and their brownish-green skin around their bodies made them look rather unpleasant. As for its size, the group found at the moment is not small, both numbering 11. What's more, the Gorgon is just the underlying logic of the Gorgon as a magical species. Lo and behold, right in the center of the horde was a level 17 Korin shaman with a wooden staff, and 2 slightly larger Korin warcasters, also level 17 with broken swords. By that extrapolation, there must be something else for Goliath besides the normal Goliath beasts, Goliath shamans and Goliath warlords. Then there must be something else for Goliath. In the dark, Yang Lin's trio observed for a long time. Seeing that he had gotten the basic information, he then heard Yang Lin say, "This is the first battle with the Golan beasts, so there is no room for carelessness. For insurance purposes, let's let Sinister start as usual." "No problem," as Wang Chan replied back. Her entire body had been Griffinborn plus, using her wings to leap into midair in a single bound. Immediately following it was a bucket-thick tornado that suddenly rose up in the center of the field. The group of Goran beasts that were still resting were instantly disorganized, and without waiting for the leading shaman to give orders, there were already a few unlucky Goran beasts that were ripped into the tornado screaming in agony. Yang Lin and Su Meng, who were outside the field, saw this and ran to the field at almost the same moment. Yang Lin's domain started, followed by super heavy pressure, super paralyze, and super weakness, with the triple negative status going down. along with the vocational words, even if there was a level gap, even if the demon strengthened after level 15. However, based on observation, these gorillas, like the blood wolves out there, still couldn't make it. Su Meng's words, in this case, made her actions even simpler and rougher. After locking onto the two Gorgon warlords, on his way to charge, he raised his foot and casually kicked the Gorgon beasts in his way like cannonballs. The strong wind and coldness wrapped around the punch, and the blast to the Goryeo warrior general was no less than bursting a powder keg. There were also her two magical dolls that were meant to be used as heavy chariots. As it crushed through, the ordinary Golan beasts tumbled over on their backs, and that was just a piece of cake. As for the other Golan war admiral, it ended up in an even worse situation, first being frozen by the ice demon puppet, and then having its head blown off by the Vajra demon puppet. You say it still left its body behind, but with the continuous heavy bombardment of the two demonic puppets Ola Ola, it was finally born into mush. Oh, you asked what to do with the golem shaman in the field. Just look at Yang Lin. In just a short period of time, he had turned the sky's chrysanthemums, holding a long spear, into peonies completely, in an endless lamentation, as Wang Chan swooped down to the ground, transforming the pale bear beings added to the body. The Gorgon shaman's monstrous humiliation finally ended with the sisters' furious cracking claw strike. The remaining ordinary Gorgon beasts were purely ornamental in front of the strong trio. It didn't take long for the three of them to be put to death. The final three review the action. Because of the presence of Yellen, there was no difficulty experienced at all. The experience was okay. As for the magic crystals dropped, on the one hand, because of the high level of the goring beasts, they seldom produce inferior quality. Coupled with Wang Chanshan's second word influence, it was basically a good start. And once you see that there is no difficulty in the depths of the spiritual realm, who would have thought that? At this time, the two sisters of my own family actually had a ghostly grudge. Yang Lin, you're also too strong. Following you, Shanshan and I are basically reduced to pendants. What? How about a little intensity for you too? Brother Yang, I think it's okay. Dream Sister and I should practice more so that we can better cooperate with you in the future and not hold you back. Seeing that his two sisters were so active, Yang Lin was very pleased in his heart. So for the rest of the operation, unless you encounter a golem on a massive scale, if it was just 3 or 4 or 4 or 5, he basically stayed out of the way. As for Su Meng and Wang Chanshan, they were both rare and powerful professions in the end. Even putting aside Yang Lin's aura, they were still quite capable of fighting, and their performance, needless to say. With that, the trio continued on to the first locked marker. Arrive at your destination in about 2 hours. Worthy of being a marked place, there were quite a few blood spirit grasses growing in the surrounding area. Roughly estimated, there were at least no less than 50 plants, and if all of them were harvested, at least 5,000 points could easily be gotten. Before that, though, it was definitely time to clear out the 7 or 8 Gorgon beasts that roamed the area. Of course, it's all trivial, with the three of them striking out and forcefully collecting this batch of Gorgonian beasts. They were talking about going to pick up spirit herbs. Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan suddenly realized that Su Meng would actually stand still in surprise for a long time without responding. Dream on, Dream Sister? Su Meng snapped back to her senses, but in her eyes, she couldn't contain her delight. Without waiting for Yang Lin to continue asking what had happened, who would have thought that Su Meng's entire body had already lunged this way? Although he was caught off guard, Yang Lin seriously caught his own sister's surge. Dream on, I activated my second career word. It's awesome. After saying that, Su Meng turned around and hugged Wang Chanshan again. Qianshan, I also have a second word. So happy. Dream Sister, what exactly is the phrase? I want to see it. No problem. Promise to blow you two away next. As Su Meng publicized her career panel, after Yang Lin and Wang Chanshan had seen it, the two of them were really shocked. Chapter 59, The Rise of Su Meng. Su Meng's first phrase was legendary Magic Puppet Syndicate. In addition to assisting in battle, each summoned doll has different characteristics. Vajra Wraith's attacks additionally have some armor-breaking and piercing abilities. The Ice Wraith's attacks additionally have some freezing and frostbite ability. The stronger the professional's own combat prowess, the more significant the additional effects of the first word. As for what she said, the newly realized second vocational phrase was equally remarkable. Epic word, hand and eye, passively superamplitude your perception, making it easier to spot enemies, mechanisms, traps, or treasures in hiding. The phrase passively marks hidden enemies, mechanisms, traps, or treasures within that range when the professional himself senses an anomaly. Probably too much excitement. When she publicized her career panel, Su Meng was so excited that she took after a mischievous rabbit. Her hands were above her head, comparing them to rabbit ears. The raging body leaned forward and swayed from side to side while looking smug. How was it? Wasn't it great? Isn't it great? Yellen nodded his head busily. It's great and awesome. Just a little wobbly. Wang Chan followed. Sister Meng, your ass is quite perky, perkier than mine. Su Meng was so angry that the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. You two assholes. I told you to look at the panel. What the hell are you looking at? You're the one who had to be there. Shut up. Any more nonsense and I'll dig a hole and bury you both. Talking and fooling around. But to ask Yang Lin and Wang Chanchan's real mood, it was absolutely happy. Hand and eye. This phrase is no less valuable than Wang Chanchan's natural wind. And in terms of practical value alone, it even beats nature's breeze. Think about it, there's this passive-active phrase in place. As long as the gap between them and the other party wasn't too large, even if the other party stealthily stabbed over, it was perfectly possible to mark them during the reaction period, thus making it easier to act. Also, as you level up, the copies you travel to will definitely get more complex. What hidden enemies, organs, traps and treasures can be marked if they can be marked? Do not even dare to want to be convenient. To what extent? Meng, from now on, your career panel is forbidden to be viewed by outsiders except for our own people. Humph, now you know I'm good? That's a must. Who made it my dream? I count on your good sense. Then I'll do as you say and never show my panel to anyone but our own. Su Meng now. Her heart was by no means generally excited. Earlier, when Wang Chanchan activated the second phrase natural wind, she had dreamed of wanting such a phrase. I didn't realize that it was just like a dream, and suddenly it was as good as it was supposed to be. As for the practicality of the phrase, it was quickly verified next that it really wasn't generally practical, since the three of them entered the depths of the spirit realm, because Yang Lin was there. The golden beasts and whatnot couldn't even become a climate. But even so, the Gorgon assassins in it are still really disgusting. Korean assassins don't pair up in groups, they just prefer to hide in dense forests one or two at a time. As soon as you pass right in front of you, this thing looks for an opportunity to sneak up on you. Or maybe your squad has just killed a bunch of demons, and just as one of them relaxes to catch their breath, you can't be sure that these Gorgon assassins will find the right moment to stab and kill. The internet rates the Korean assassin as being no better than the Korean warlord, Korean shaman, etc. in real combat though, but it is by no means one of the most potent nightmares for newcomers. The three of them, Yang Lin, must have seen it long ago. It was a long way to move deeper, and every now and then one or two of these contraptions would pop out of the shadows. It makes it unsettling to try to talk to my own two sisters about burning sometimes. It's not, right now. With the trio having collected all of the blood spirit grass from the marked point, then they definitely had to follow the route to the second deeper marked point. Along the way, Su Meng's words that were frequently credited. What with the Golden assassins? Once Su Meng noticed them, a bright light would appear above their heads in an instant, and in the team as Su Meng's teammates, Yang Lin and Wang Chanchan could likewise see the bright light of the tip. Basically, without waiting for these things to jump out, they would either be sent to the sky by Wang Chanchan's Griffin Windblade, or they would be smashed into pulp by Su Meng's magic puppets that were a step ahead of them. It really shouldn't be too convenient. To revert back to the present, the trio was indeed making their way to the second marker in the depths, but when they saw that they had reached the midway point, Su Meng suddenly signaled Yang Lin and Wang Chanchan not to continue on. Seeing this, Yang Lin hurriedly inquired, could it be that a large number of demons have appeared ahead? No, I sense that there seems to be something around here. Dangerous? Didn't feel dangerous, but it made me care. Wang Chanchan's eyes lit up. Sister Meng, could that be a treasure or something? Su Meng thought for a moment and said, it might be possible. Anyway, next, you two follow me. Let's explore together. Yang Lin looked at the marked spot on his cell phone this time. There was still a huge distance from the second point, which Su Meng sensed, and that was definitely not the second marked point. If this neighborhood is anything to go by, one doesn't see much anyway. But on Su Meng's side, there was already a clue right away. Yang Lin, Qian, right over here. Yang Lin and Wang Chanchan quickly followed after looking at each other. Within a few steps, the trio saw, in the center of the dense forest, a central field that seemed to have been artificially created. Right in the center of the field, there were multiple boulders of black and unknown materials that were more than 2 people high erected, and on the boulder, there were inexplicable runic seals engraved on it. What is it? I don't know, but you see, it's marked. The trio walked around the multiple boulders a few times, but didn't have a clue other than to determine that they were man-made. Yang Lin sighed. Why do I look at this thing, like a TV formation? I've thought of it. Wang Chanchan exulted. You've reminded me, Brother Yang, that I've previously read about the science of the art form on the internet. It's, like, similar to artificially constructed jutsu. Su Meng asked curiously, is it useful? Wang Chanchan racked her brain and said, how to put it? It's usually used for protection. For example, if you have a treasure, then you can utilize a lot of magic crystals along with some materials for a spell construction. If you store your treasure in it, as long as it's well hidden, Outsiders won't be able to see it. Even if you see it, it's hard to crack it without understanding the pattern. Su Meng's eyes lit up. Can't it be that there are treasures in here? And it's also a base purposely set up with the intention of letting us discover it? Makes sense. Yang Lin clapped his hands. As long as we break open the spell, we might actually get the treasure. That's great. Brother Yang, hurry up and crack the spell. Right, Yang Lin. Hurry up and crack the spell so we can get the treasure. Yang Lin was filled with black lines. I can see that you two are looking forward to it, but I don't understand this. Su Meng was a bit lost. It was so hard to find out, meaning we can only give up? What do you think? This thing is a jutsu. It's not a magic item. I just threw a status at it, and it didn't react. As Yang Lin spoke, he smoothly cast a super heavy pressure on the moment. And then, the three people's eyes all stared at the maximum at this moment. Chapter 60 The Great Treasure. It's a total brush off. Names and bloodstains appeared before his eyes. Induced device with 200,000 blood. Super heavy pressure is considered to have made an attack even though it is only a status. So even if the field was not unfolded, the fact that it was sentenced to be an object that could be attacked gave the most basic intelligence information accordingly. So this is an induction device? Sinister. Is this considered a jutsu? Dream sister. This, I think, sort of. With Yang Lin's words, he felt like he had discovered a new continent. I didn't think I could even kill this constructed thing. Even the name Blood Bar appeared. Yang Lin, so what now? I don't know. The base never said that there were any more inducers within the spirit. And you guys, the blood level is quite thick. A full 200,000 na. Su Meng pondered for a moment. I'm hypothesizing two possibilities right now. First, this thing might be an egg left here. And if we can take care of it, then we can get the treasure left behind at the base. Secondly, it could be an abandoned site left over from some previous test the base did here or something. Beyond that, it's hard to think of a third possibility, isn't it? Makes sense. Yellen glanced at the current inducer once more. So what do you say? Do we force the inducer? Or do we turn around and leave? If this is an egg or something, it's too bad it's gone. Brother Yang, I also think it's too bad to go. Whether it's the first or the second possibility, it doesn't matter, right? This thing seems to be a piece of junk anyway, so it doesn't seem like a big deal if we raise it. Aha! Yang Lin nodded. I think so too. If this thing is important, there's no way the base wouldn't tell us. Yeah, if it was important, the base would have prompted us. Since it wasn't hinted at, it's either an egg or an abandoned site. The three said so, and the men moved towards the front of the enticement. Without further ado, in the eyes of the two sisters in anticipation, Yang Lin opened up. The field unfolds, negative statuses are all out, and the entrance first cuts 25% of the induced device's blood. Seeing the blood bar of the inducing device, it brushed down by a quarter. Looking at the 50,000 damage words floating up. At this moment, not to mention the two sisters, Yang Lin himself felt shocked. The larger the enemy's blood base, the more damage you can do with a first strike decapitation. In the future, if you take on a demon with millions of blood, and instantly take out 200,000 to 300,000 blood first, how many professions can this top together with output? And not to mention this, since this inducer is to be removed by force, it must still be counted next. 200,000 blood, 50,000 first hand decapitation, 150,000 left. Being currently level 13 myself, linking the first word that's 4x damage. Seconds hurt 52. The score was 120. It would then take roughly 48 minutes to consume the remaining 150,000 blood, which is still a long time. Meng, Qian, it's quite boring if we're going to dry out here. It's pretty boring. Why don't the three of us find something to do? Brother Yang, Sister Meng, want to play solitaire? I won a box of cards in yesterday's points draw. That's fine. Get the tables and chairs out. The three of us can fight the landlord. And so, while other squads were fighting to the death for marking point resources in various ways in the spirit realm, the three guys from the Skylight Squad actually set up tables and chairs and drinks and started to fight the landlord. Of course, if you're fighting the landlord, then you must have some colorful prizes. After a unanimous discussion between the three, this was followed by a win for whoever was going to be the landlord. Then you have the right to take a picture once. The two losers must follow the landowner's orders and pose differently for the photo. And then, I'll grab the landlord. Airplanes, straights, bombs, springs. After only a few games, Su Meng had already lost so much that she couldn't top it. Wang Chan, you've gone too far. Dream sister, why am I overdoing it? I'm a little confused. You still don't get it. If he is a landlord or not, you are with him. Dare you say I am the only one who is a xenophobe? Meng, how can you wrong Chan? Qian is just not very good at playing. Can't you afford to lose? Who can't afford to lose? You two are clearly teaming up to screw me. Sister Dream, I didn't. Shut up. You're obviously such a simple girl. Look what you've gotten yourself into with him. Meng, you really can't wrong me and Qian both. And you have the nerve to say that the order you gave after winning the landlord. Is that something a normal girl could pose for a photo? Alas, Qian, today's landlord fight gave us both a wake-up call. We can't play cards with Meng in the future. She's prone to red temperature. You too. You just know how to bully me. No more playing with you. Okay, then you'll be the landlord. And it's okay for Qian and I to lose you a few games in a row, right? That works. The three men bickered and juggled cards for 40 or 50 minutes. When they heard a rumbling sound and the induced device shattered. By this time the three of them couldn't care less about fighting the landlord. The club ran as fast as they could to the blown-up inducer to see it. Brother Yang, Sister Meng, there really is a box. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and see what's in store. Su Meng was quite interested in things like treasure hunting. During the time she was speaking, she had opened the box impatiently. The three men went to look inside the box. It was empty except for a card-like note. As for that deck, it was 3D printed. There's no high level of this code or that intel. It simply says 20,000 on it. 20,000. What does that mean? I don't know. What about you? Sin, can you read what it means? Brother Yang, Sister Meng, would it mean that we can go back and redeem 20,000 points? The odds are still true. Can't think of any other explanation than that. Su Meng happily said, that would be great, although I didn't obtain any elixirs, props or scrolls as Deacon Su said. 20,000 points of spending power is still very strong. It's indeed strong, equal to how many magical creatures you can brush. Meng, continue to sense the perimeter again and see if you can spot any new induced devices. Well, I'll keep an eye out for it later. It was around 10 minutes after the three of them had moved again that Su Meng's side once again discovered an abnormality. Yang Lin, Qian, same feeling as earlier. I guess the probability is that there are still induced devices in this territory. That's 20,000 points for an induction device. Thinking that the points can be exchanged for cash subsidies to the family in the future. All three of them were full of excitement at that moment. Found it. Sure enough, it's another decoy. Well, then keep raising this thing. By the way, the trio got the table chairs and drinks again. Given the experience of the landlord just now, this time Su Meng said nothing about taking pictures. So the three switched to sticking notes on their faces. To say that the three of them are now fighting the landlord while waiting for the induced device to be raised and then awarded with a points coupon. But how could you have imagined that this move would make a certain man on the base nearly break down? Chapter 61, The Man Who Broke Down. Inside the base. Su Guan, as Su Ninji's follower and subordinate, it was a rare day when he could be a little more free. Of course that's what he thought. Where did he expect that the morning would be quiet? But only halfway through the afternoon. At 3 o'clock the detective section suddenly came calling. Lieutenant Su, a disordered response appears to have been detected in the beacon we placed. What? Didn't you say everything was normal earlier? Why is there a disordered reaction here? I'm going over to recon right now. Yes, Su Guan was having a headache at the moment. For the subsequent decimation battle, he had, these days, mainly focused on the satellite and sky eye system. Because you want to realize the observation of the spirit realm for a certain period of time, you definitely need to put beacons within the spirit realm. As for the placement of the beacons, after precise calculations by the reconnaissance section, all of them were subsequently constructed locally as decoys to place the beacons by the way. Rather, it says that this induction device is something that is activated during subsequent decapitation battles. It's not officially activated at the moment, but since it's constructed through a special jutsu, demons will just treat those things like broken rocks, even if they were to launch an attack. With these pathetically weak demonic creatures of the Lishan spirit realm, they wouldn't have the ability to destroy them. So, what can go wrong then? And the scouting section had reported in the past few days that all was well with the beacons, and all that was needed was for all of the back beacons to be in place, at which point they could open up the chopping block for the newcomers. As for this disorder, what's the point? When Su Guan arrived at the investigation section, the head of the investigation section immediately came forward to report. Lieutenant Su, just now a disturbance was detected in one of the beacon signal waves, just a little while ago, and it's already disappeared. What did you say? Say it again. It's gone? The head of the investigation section was also quite anxious. At first the fluctuation of the disorder was not obvious, and at that time we thought it was a normal reaction. But just over half an hour has passed, and that one beacon is simply gone. You sent someone over to check it out when it was directly gone. What's the use of telling me that now? Already, someone has been sent there. Su Guan was rather speechless and then came to the monitor. Currently, Although the screen within the spirit realm could not be seen, the total map could be displayed. Which beacon? Third hub beacon. Sugwon's eyes almost went black as he listened. Did you say, center beacon? Yes. And you still. How long has it been since the person went? Where's the feedback? Where's the intelligence feedback? That's the central beacon. Do you know that once something happens to the central beacon, it's very likely that the whole thing will collapse? Back to Lieutenant Su. Our men have been on the move for almost 20 minutes. With the speed of the helicopters they will soon reach the coordinate points, and in order to be able to give timely feedback, they are carrying special signal boosters, so I believe there will be intelligence feedback soon. You'd better make it quick. If anything really happens, can you afford to blame Deacon Su? The head of the investigative section was in tears. Who knew something could happen to a good beacon? Even he didn't think anything could happen to that thing. After about 5 more minutes had passed in the anxiety, the communicator in the room rang. Calling reconnaissance section. All 3 of our personnel have arrived at the target point. Sugwon anxiously ran to the communications desk and frowned. This is Sugwon, reporting directly on the current situation. The opposite party froze for a few seconds, and then when he spoke again, his voice took on a few tremors. The third center beacon's bearing induced device is in a state of blowout, and observations have determined it to be irreparable. Grass. Sugwon had usually been a hangdog, and was by no means violent in terms of his personality. If things weren't really out of the blue or he just couldn't hold it together, he would never have blurted out a single word of profanity. Give me a quick confirmation of the exact situation, whether or not the destruction damage was done by demons. Back to Lieutenant Su. The inducer device carrying the third center beacon belongs to the core that automatically blew up, and the arc barrier constructed around it is intact but disabled. There were no signs of demonic attacks found around, nor did we look for any signs of a battle in the vicinity. Automatically blowing up, you say? How can that thing blow up automatically? Back to Lieutenant Su. We can't tell why the core blew itself up. Then take a picture of all the surroundings for me. Don't miss any valid information. Yes. Disconnecting the communication. Sugwon's heart wasn't normally suffocating. The whole thing about the core of the induction device automatically blowing up for good reason, thus causing the bearer beacon to collapse, was too much of a stretch. It's simply unexplained and inexplicable. But, the third hub beacon collapsed, but it looked like it was holding up on the strength of the other hubs. There might be a chance to remedy the situation if another team was sent over to work on it overnight. Sugwon at the moment, while thinking so, he was just about to order the head of the scouting section to reform a team of people to go over and repair it. God knows, the observing crews are reporting in again. Reporting to Lieutenant Su, a turbulent reaction has occurred at the fourth center beacon. What? That fast? Sugwon's face was covered in cold sweat as he pointed at the head of the investigation section and said, the third center beacon and the fourth center beacon are not far apart, so hurry up and have your people rush over there to check and confirm what's going on. Yes, I'll order the 3 officers present to act immediately. Sugwon was now sitting on his butt in his chair, his face turning into a deathly gray. The manpower of resources expended these days to construct the beacons is countless. Once the fourth center beacon had the same accident, it went without saying that basically all of the beacons would be implicated in self-destruction. But, it shouldn't. It really shouldn't. No demons attacked, and even if they did, the demons couldn't reach that point. How did the core of the induction device suddenly blow up in this good time? About 20 minutes later, communications intelligence feedback have rushed to the site of the inducer where the fourth hub is located. As before, the same core of decoys carrying the beacons of the fourth hub blew up. The cornerstone of the jutsu's construction is as intact as ever, and there were no signs of demonic attack or battle found at the scene. It hadn't been long since the officer on the scene heading for the inspection had reported back. Inside the scouting section, the monitoring systems all went off straight away. It's bad. The first center beacon is being implicated and fluctuated, completely disorganized. The 15th beacon is implicated and completely disorganized. The 6th center beacon has reacted and entered a state of disorder, and is expected to self-destruct in 10 seconds. For a while, the entire scouting section was in a mess. Looking at the chief of the investigation section in front of him, who was drenched in sweat, Sugwon laughed. The Lee Mountain Spirit Realm, all of it is within your investigation and supervision. Now it's good. All that great effort earlier is all wasted. Are you all for food? Lieutenant Su, this, don't talk about it. Next pray for what happened to me. I don't even know how to report this matter to Deacon Su right now. You guys are just hurting me, you know? It's impossible not to report something this big when it happens. And when he thought of Sun Yinji's cold and lethal eyes, Sugwon's heart was in disarray. Chapter 62, I told you it was a lottery. As for the 3 people, Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Chan, who were still within the spirit territory at this moment, the 3 of them could be so happy. Just nailed an induction device for a 20,000 point redemption coupon. Who knew that it didn't take long to travel and actually had the good fortune to come across another one? Needless to say, roll up your sleeves and just do it. Just as easily as the first, the second 20,000 point voucher arrived again during the trio's playful landlord time. It's too easy to earn these points today. Yes, brother Yang, you really are omnipotent. If you're not there, there's absolutely nothing Dream Sister and I can do even if we find out. Yang Lin tidied up his clothes and put on a deep look. Qian, don't make a fuss about it. It's just a mere inducing device. Can it be considered a matter to your brother Yang? Su Meng couldn't help but roll her eyes. Pretend. You continue to pretend. Pretend you sister. TSK, Dream. Aren't you my sister and do I have to pretend? Who is your sister? Less nonsense. I have nothing to do with you. Okay, it's okay between us. Yang Lin suddenly turned to Wang Chan and said, Qian, do you still remember that there was a picture of Meng and I in the base group the day before yesterday? I remember. It seems to be a picture of you and Dream Sister kissing. At that time I saw other newcomers said that the P picture traces were too serious. A glance fake. Su Meng at this moment, her entire body panicked. That's right, it's a fake glance. And I don't know why those people like to gossip. It's so hateful. Yang Lin gave Su Meng a meaningful look, then once again said to Wang Chan, Qian, then you remember the group. Last night, not waiting for Yang Lin to finish his sentence this time, Su Meng suddenly turned into a well-behaved little girl all of a sudden. She took Yang Lin's arm pitifully. Yang Lin, let's not discuss those PD out photos, okay? It's okay to be okay, so do we have a relationship? Su Meng was full of grudges. Yes, Yellen was comfortable now. So will you listen from now on? Listen. I'll listen to you. But don't you do it in front of Qian. Dream Sister. What don't in front of me I mean, don't we have a second marker point we haven't gotten to yet? This will be the time to stop talking about those false and messy pictures. Points are most important. Wang Chan nodded. Well, points are indeed important. Brother Yang, Sister Meng, let's hurry up and take care of the second marking point. I see it's getting dark. Yang Lin looked at his cell phone at this time, now showing 4:40 p.m. It's really late, so let's not bull *** about it and get the second marking point done quickly. When the trio arrived, they found a concentration of star mines. The ores in the duplicates and spirit realms are formed by the coalescence of energy, so it's usually hard to form a large scale, but after estimating the amount, a quick collection folds in a proper 8,000 points. And at this time, Su Meng's two magic puppets came in handy. A punch to the ore and the star ore is easily mined. The three guys just have to follow and pick it up. It was only 10 minutes back and forth, and the second marker was perfectly taken care of by the trio. At this time, Yang Lin roughly calculated that with the 220,000 point redemption coupons, his points today would reach at least 85,000 points. Fierce, too fierce. We made a little too much today. I think it would be good for the three of us to have a separate table in the second floor cafeteria when we go back for dinner. Yeah, I heard that snow hare is quite tasty. Brother Yang, let's have the chef cook the snow hare, shall we? No problem. Qian, you want to eat, let's get it. Not bad. Then I want to eat goose in an iron pot. Screw it. We'll screw it whenever you two want it. Yang Lin's trio was beautifully starting their journey back from within the spiritual territory. Su Guan inside the base. He felt that today was really bad. The beacons are all wiped out, and that's a huge amount of manpower and resources to get them again. Earlier, he had also sworn in front of Sun Yinji, promising not to delay the subsequent decimation battle. Now it was good that there was such a big accident, and subsequently, he might have to be killed by Sun Yinji's eyes and words for how many times. When Su Guan managed to calm down his emotions, he finally decided to find Sun Yinji to explain the situation. By the time he arrived over here, Sun Yinji was in her office dealing with the recently converged information data at hand. Su Guan, what are you doing over here if you're not busy with your business? Nianji, it's actually like this. I feel that the previously established beacon seems to be unstable. I've mulled it over and I'm going to get back into it. Are you kidding me? Don't you know that the chopping battle is imminent? How long would you waste if you had to rebuild the beacon? Sun Yinji's eyes were stern, and when she saw Su Guan's look of weakness, she quickly guessed what was going on. You might as well get right to the point. What's going on? Well, I can't hide it from you anyway, so I'll be honest. In fact, even I didn't figure out why the decoys carrying the two center beacons all blew up at once. So much for the total collapse of. In that instant, the temperature in the entire office plummeted by 12 degrees. Su Guan was so weak that he didn't even dare to look Sun Yinji in the eyes. This is your ability to get things done? Nianji, listen to me. This matter is too evil. All the cornerstones of that inducer construction were intact, but the core, alone, suddenly blew itself up. Do you think that's possible? The core blew up alone? Keystone intact? The beacons have been implicated, all destroyed. Look at these pictures. Sugwon placed the printed stack of photos on Sun Yenji's desk. This is a photo taken by the personnel at the scene. The cornerstones are all there, except for the core of this induction device, which blew up into scrap. This kind of thing, it's so counterintuitive. Sun Yenji frowned. Even in her opinion, if she wanted to break through the core of the induced device, then the first thing that must be depleted would definitely be the cornerstone of the 8 directions. But now the cornerstone is intact and the core has suddenly blown up. Which, Yenji, I was indeed in charge of the matter, and I recognize when things go wrong. Truth be told, I'd love to figure out what the hell is going on. That's why I'm going to go to the site myself a little later and see if I can discover the underlying cause. Sun Yenji was just about to open her mouth at this time. Suddenly there was a hurried knock at the door. Come in. When the door was pushed open, in came a clerk from the statistics section. Instructor Su, Lieutenant Su, something happened on my end, and since I might not be able to say it over the phone, I simply came over to report. What the hell? It's this. The clerk placed 2 3D printed cards on Sun Yenji's desk. I'm not sure what this is at all, but Yang Lin and the 3 of them from Skylight Squad, they insisted that this is the colorful prize you guys put up. I figured that they were so strong that they didn't have to take 2 cards for tens of thousands of points for nothing. So, I simply came over with the card to make sure. Looking at the 2 cards on the table, Sun Yenji was dumbfounded. At Su Guan's words, he covered his face with his trembling right hand. Out of the corner of his mouth, he was heard to mumble as if he had broken down. So it's you, kid. Chapter 63, is there such a thing as a good thing? Instructor Su, Lieutenant Su, are we going to cash in these points for them? Seeing that the 2 deacons all looked out of sorts, the clerks who had come were getting lost. Cash it in for them. Sun Yenji exhaled deeply. Double for them. Ha, double? The clerk was quite surprised. Instructor Su, so it's these 2 cards that give them 80,000 points? Good. You'll go back and take care of it now. Oh, I know. I'll go back and take care of it now. The instrument was, at the moment, even more confused. He hadn't even seen this card. Who would have thought that with 2 cards, Instructor Su would actually give 80,000 points directly to the Skylight Squad? Well, never mind. As a subordinate, I just do what the leader says. Waiting for the paperwork to leave, Sun Yenji and Su Guan in the office. You look at me, I look at you, all look complicated. A long time later, he heard Su Guan say, Yenji, you see, this has nothing to do with my ability to do things. It's all because of that kid Yan Lin. See, the deck is brought over. Can I not believe it? How on earth did they do it? Though, hearing Sun Yenji mention this, Su Guan was similarly lost in thought. Yenji. Even though we know who did it, this is still a bit bizarre. Based on the scene, the 3 of them hadn't cracked the cornerstone, but had chosen to destroy the core directly. Can you do that kind of power? Sun Yenji shook her head. How could I have this kind of ability? To break a jutsu, it was usually enough to understand the rules of its operation. And then even if you want to disintegrate it, surely you must first disintegrate the building blocks and finally break the core. Su Guan huffed backward. Then, in that case, the 3 of them have the special ability to avoid building cornerstones and go straight to the core without knowing the rules of how the jutsu works. Such abilities are unimaginable. Yenji, you're right. This is definitely an ability that can break the jutsu. Sumang was a magical puppeteer and Wang Chan was a druid. And these 2 professions were basically incompatible with cracking spells. Thinking about it that way, the biggest possibility remains in Yang Lin. Not bad, I think so too. Sun Yenji's eyes were bright at the moment. Now where was the previous coldness and displeasure, replaced by endless excitement? Hearing her continue, Yang Lin's domain suppressor was originally a profession that had never existed before, so it wouldn't be outrageous if he had such abilities. Yenji, if Yang Lin really has this kind of ability, this is a big deal. Big or not, it depends on how far his ability can actually be utilized. If the linking boundaries can even be disintegrated, I'm afraid that once word gets out, it will instantly alarm the entire alliance. In that case, we might as well test it? This is a must. Sun Yenji snapped her head up. Su Guan, you call the 3 Yang Lin right now and say that the 3 of them have a test tomorrow. If they perform well, each of them will be given a $1 million bonus, which can be sent to their family's account in Yunchang on the same day. Su Guan snapped his fingers. No problem. I'll contact them now. Back to Yang Lin, Su Mang and Wang Chan. When the 3 of them come back, then they will definitely have to exchange their cards for points. The 3 were quite apprehensive when they heard the statistics clerk say he didn't recognize the confirmation for them. I'm afraid of working for nothing and not getting a single hair in the end, but I never thought. When the paperwork returns tell them that not only are the cards redeemable for points, but they are also double. This instantly made the three of them cool, including the three who were still talking excitedly as they walked out of the statistics section. Brother Yang, why are the two deacons so generous as to double our points? Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, it could be that we were the first to discover the eggs, and we found two of them at once, so it's kind of a special recognition. Su Meng smiled cheekily, I think that's it. When then go to the spirit realm again. Find out more about that inducing device. It's totally possible to do a few more votes. That's a good point. When we see it all ruined for it. The three of them chatted as they headed to their dorms, and just said that what about the next step of each taking a shower and then going to the cafeteria to fix a table. At this time Yang Lin's cell phone rang. One look at the caller ID, and it was actually Su Guan. Yang Lin, the phone calls are coming over. It can't be a special compliment to us, right? Who knows? You and Shanxian don't talk first. Wait for me to answer and see what Lieutenant Su says. Wait for the call to go through. Haven't said 2 words yet. Yang Lin's entire body almost didn't jump up. Lieutenant Su, you're not kidding. A test, $1 million each? Next to them, Su Meng and Wang Chan weren't sure what Yang Lin and Su Guan were talking about, but hearing Yang Lin say something about $1 million, they also became interested. For a moment that were flocking to Yang Lin's arms, trying as hard as they could to hear what was on the phone. Su Guan said on the other side of the phone at this moment, Yang Lin, I'm at least a deacon of the guild, and I can still joke with you like this? Tomorrow, the three of you don't go to the spirit realm first, and when it's 9 o'clock, you'll go straight to the martial arts arena. It's fine, but Lieutenant Su, can you reveal what exactly is being tested? That way the three of us can also be prepared. Simple as that. You'll see when you get to the drill hall tomorrow. Well then, the three of us will be on time tomorrow. Well, that's all for now then. Hang up. By the time Yang Lin finished answering the phone, Su Meng and Wang Shanxian had already begun to ask curiously, Yang Lin, what $1 million? What does Lieutenant Su want with you? Brother Yang, Lieutenant Su won't reward $1 million for 2 decks, right? Yang Lin tried to keep himself calm and said, Adjutant Su said that tomorrow, he told us not to go to the spirit realm, and to wait until 9 o'clock to head to the martial arts arena to receive a test. If we are able to pass, each of us will be rewarded $1 million at that time. And they also said that the $1 million can be directly credited to our family's account in Cloud City on the same day. Su Meng and Wang Shanxian thought they had heard wrong. $1 million? Or each? Yeah, that's what Lieutenant Su said. It's just that when I asked him what the test was, he didn't tell me, just that it was simple. Su Meng's face was full of excitement. $1 million? That's $1 million. Wang Shanxian's face appeared red just like Su Meng's. Great to get $1 million. My mom and my brother will be so happy then. Yang Lin he didn't even react now. God knows Su Meng and Wang Shanxian were both excited to go into his arms. At this time, Yang Lin had wanted to say, all don't know what test. Where is 1 million per person so good to take? But seeing my own 2 sisters happy and blissful. Never mind. Let's not demotivate them. They're all burrowing in one by one. So let's hug. And for Yang Lin, this kind of blatant scene of kissing his little girlfriend at the base, whether it's a passing staff member or a newcomer at the same time, every one of them has seen it all before. Chapter 64, she's focusing on men. 9 p.m. This time period is usually after the newcomers have eaten and returned to their dorms after having fun on Base Street. Because of this, often this time of year is quite lively inside the base group. As I said earlier, when you see inactivity in a group or want to pull a topic, just put the hot chat password. What's the hot chat password, you ask? That must be Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Shanxian. Invariably, it's almost a rule of engagement. Moreover, all the people inside the base group were anonymous, and there was no psychological burden in chatting, so one by one, these people were happy at night. As in the moment, someone said in the group, Yang brother big event have fun or not? If so hurry to send yes brother, yes, there you go send it. Don't worry, it's being sent at speed. A minute later, in the anticipation of 100 or so people, a series of pictures were successfully uploaded to the chat group, possibly shocked by the picture. Not a single person spoke up in the 10 seconds or so since it was posted, until one asked, is this real or fake? Sure it's not PD? Pee your ass. I've got this picture package for real, and I can also tell you responsibly that the 3 of them are still in the cafeteria right now, so go see for yourself if you don't believe me. With a crash, the chat group exploded. Gripes, did they have too many points? I saw snow bunnies on the dining room table. Earlier, I asked the chef and said that a snow hare would cost 10,000 points. Look at them. I'm afraid this table of food is not less than 20,000, right? 20,000? You're kidding. I asked the chef about this table when my teammates and I left. 30k. You might as well look at those drinks again. All of them guild specials. Now do you know the gold content of this table? Below, it's 20 or 30 people in a row with shocked expressions. That's thanks to all the anonymity. And really, if we could see everyone's expressions, it would probably be an absolute hell of a mess. They're out of their minds, aren't they? 30,000 for a table? Our squad worked their asses off to kill demons in the spirit realm, and we only managed to score over 10,000 points in a day. Everyone eats a 500-point, 4-course, 1 soup set meal, and they're so good that a table meal tops 3 days of our sweat and blood. Suddenly I don't feel like the snack in my hand smells good anymore, and I just have to ask, are the 3 of them still human? Originally, everyone in the group is just envious and jealous for a bit now, but who would have thought that the following person's speech would once again ignite the whole room? It's not clear if the 3 of them are human or not, but I know one thing that's 100% more furious. Don't go 100% berserk. Can you say what you have to say quickly and shake the hairy baggage? It's like this. Su Mang and Wang Chan, who are beside Yang Lin, used their points to purchase Instructor Su and Lieutenant Su's guidance respectively 2 days ago. Within the chat group, once again dozens of people sent out shocked emoticons one after another. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've asked for the price of points from the 2 instructors who asked for advice. Each person needs 30,000 points per day. According to you, Su Mang and Wang Chan spent 120,000 in 2 days studying alone? 120,000? It sounds fake at first glance. They can't have so many points even if they are the Skylight Squad. I'm not sure if it cost $120,000, but I promise to tell the truth. Believe it or not, that's another 30,000 points for a meal and another 120,000 points to go to the course. Let the group of 100 or so people now. Really all of them are almost envious to the point of madness. And so it was that in the ensuing discussion, everyone once again pulled together the fact that Yang Lin, Su Mang, and Wang Chan were not the Skylight Squad base group because the 3 younglings have been so hilarious. Su Guan had long been surprised by this matter. He was just flipping through the chat group at night. Watching 100 or so newcomers scrambling to talk about Yang Lin's trio was quite interesting. Just at this time, Su Guan's cell phone rang. A look at the caller ID. That was a big shock to Su Guan. Who would have thought that the president would call at this time? And it's still a video call. After quickly straightening up his appearance to keep his demeanor serious, Su Guan then connected the video call. On the opposite side of the video, it was a middle-aged man with a country face and hard lines, fake eyebrows like ink, eyes deep with a few sharp, even through the screen, it is as if you can see through people. He was the president of the Greedy Wolf Guild, Su Xingye. President, why are you calling me at this hour? Could it be that there's some special mission to perform? Being asked this way, Su Xingye's face showed a few moments of helplessness. You think I want to call you, but I still can't get through to my precious daughter properly. Su Guan sweated. President, you are quarreling with Nianji? It wasn't a fight. I just didn't know what to say when the call came through. You know, what I'm most attached to her right now. There are all kinds of emergencies on the space front right now, and I have little regard for the guild side. I am truly afraid that if I die on the front line one day, I am afraid that at that time, I won't even be able to see my grandchildren. Su Guan couldn't help but wipe his sweat. President, you're talking too seriously. Still too serious? I'm not sure what kind of nature Nianji has. Letting her find a boyfriend and not finding one. Letting her go on a blind date and not doing so. Do you think I, as a father, can't be in a hurry when I'm this old? President, there's no rush on this. Are you sure there's no rush? What did I give you earlier about what I told you to follow her for? I see you. You're not even paying attention. President, I took it to heart. Really took it to heart. But Nianji, it's fine. Then you'll continue to follow her on her previous vacation. President, don't take you like this. I originally planned a trip with my wife, but you insisted that I follow Nianji to Yuechuan. Let's go to Ichigawa. Suddenly she's going to be an instructor at Ryama again. I can't go back now, and my wife is scolding me on the phone every day. It's useless for you to cry poor with me. If you want a vacation you'll wait until the newcomer training is over. And I'm so disappointed in you. No, how can you say that? Chairman, cut the crap. I'll ask you one more thing by the way. Who exactly did Nianji give the thing she asked her Auntie Qing to auction off to? Even if they are friends, that's a bit too expensive, isn't it? Upon hearing what was being auctioned off, Su Guan's eyes, at the moment, snapped open. If you didn't mention it, Chairman, I almost forgot about it. Actually, it's like this. Nianji has been paying a lot of attention to a man lately, and the stuff is for that man too. What did you say? Nianji is suddenly enlightened and knows to pay attention to men? Su Guan was quite embarrassed in his heart, but after thinking about it, if Su Nianji is concerned about Yang Lin, isn't that a concern for men? One is not lying. Yes, one is not lying. President, I can be sure that Nianji is certain that she wants to give something to a man. You have to ask Nianji what's in her heart. That's something I'm not sure about. It's useless for you to ask for details. Su Xingye became interested for a moment. Fine. Then tell me, how exactly is the man she's concerned about? Is there any specific information? I must see it now. No problem. I'll send you his basic information now. Chapter 65. Very much so. As soon as he heard that his daughter had a man she was concerned about, as a father, Su Xingye was definitely interested. Seeing Su Guan send over the man's information, at the first moment, Su Xingye clicked on the document file. Is Kashikawa recruiting over this year? That's right, President. It is indeed a newcomer. Su Guan, are you teasing me? Don't get angry, President. At least, don't get angry until you've read it first. Trust me, this is a once-in-a-century wonder. Su Xingye frowned. A once-in-a-century wonder? Fine, then I'll finish reading it for now. But you have to remember, if you hoodwink me, don't ask me for a vacation in the future. Yes, President, you read it first. Take your time. On Su Xingye's side, he let out a deep breath before continuing to read the information. Yang Lin, an ordinary family in Kashikawa, previously attended Dragon School. Hidden profession, domain suppressor. Seeing this, Su Xingye's eyes lit up. I didn't realize I was recruiting a hidden profession this year? Why didn't you inform me of such a big deal earlier? President, it's not that I don't know you. It's mainly because his occupation is a bit special. It's a profession that deals sustained damage with fixed injuries. It wasn't much to look forward to earlier, but who would have thought that even now, he can already be in the Lishan spirit realm for seconds. That's right, then I'll look again. Su Xingye continued to go through the Yonglin material, but the descriptions after that were not very nutritious, basically talking about being Inuit one. In the Dragon School or something like character and excellence blah 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 blah. Until Su Xingye saw the full body photo of Yan Lin at the end of the document. At that moment, his eyes snapped to their maximum and his whole body was like an electric shock. Gue? This scene of his was naturally caught in the eyes of Su Wang from the opposite side. What's wrong with you, President? Is there something wrong with the documentation I sent? What precious person? Oh no, you misheard me. I'm talking about the deceased. That's right, the deceased. This kid looks somewhat like a deceased person of mine, and at first glance just now, I thought I saw a deceased person. So it is, Xiao Su. It's rare that this is someone Nianji is concerned about, so you might as well tell me specifically what this kid is capable of. Surprisingly, he was able to get Nianji to personally trust someone to auction something for him. This chairman, you have no idea. I tell you, Chairman. Yang Lin he. After Su Guan made some points, Su Xingye was shocked to no end. Is he really that powerful that he can lead a messy kill of a level 10 advanced abyss difficulty copy at level 7? It's all a small matter. After coming to the Lishan spirit realm, he only brought 2 people with him, and every single day, he killed indiscriminately within the spirit realm. He and his 2 teammates are unrivaled in the number of points they earn on a daily basis, which is several times that of any other squad. Su Xingye nodded slightly. And, President, do you have an outsider on your end right now? Sure, our call is safe? Seeing Su Guan suddenly look grave and cautious, Su Xingye nodded. Don't worry, everything is normal on my side. You can say whatever you want. Su Guan answered good before whispering. It was today that Nianji and I discovered Yang Lin's new ability. He can directly destroy the core of a jutsu without knowing the laws of its operation and without cracking the cornerstone of the jutsu. What did you say? Chairman, you heard right. He has the ability to directly destroy the spell core. Impossible. What in heaven's name is so ridiculous? It is because of the absurdity that Nianji and I have decided to put him through a new test tomorrow. Chairman, you should understand that the operation of jutsu and the boundaries of powerful magical creatures have something in common. If Yang Lin can achieve that kind of level, at that time, once he reaches the spacefront, this ability of his can change the battlefield to what extent? Keep your voice down. Who else knows about this? President, don't worry. Currently only Nianji and I, as well as Yang Lin, his 2 little girls, cough, team members know. Good. In that case, you must let me know the results after your tests tomorrow at the first opportunity. Don't worry, President. This is a big deal. I'm on it. I'll definitely give you the results first time when the time comes. Well, then, I'll wait for your call tomorrow. Wait, President dash. Seeing that Su Xingye was about to hang up the communication, Su Guan was already getting anxious. What's going on? Something else? President, the vacation we just talked about. Xiao Su, as a deacon of the guild, why do you think about vacation every day? No, Chairman, can you at least sympathize with me as a subordinate? Besides, isn't Nianji already focusing on men now? Moreover, you transferred me to Nianji's side. How much aggression I suffered every day. Can you not be clear about that? Well, Well, when the newcomers' 2 months of training are done, you'll be given your vacation. At least a month by then, whether or not Nianji succeeds in her business. I want a month's vacation or I'll quit. Su Xingye laughed twice. I should just talk to Lao Su and let him pick you up. Have you threatened the president like this? Then I followed Nianji to be aggrieved. You and my father don't even sympathize. And it's only a month's vacation. You don't even dare to guarantee it. I promise, no matter how things go with Nianji, I'll give you a month's vacation then, so you can take your wife on a honeymoon. Satisfied? Thank you, President. Ha, no big deal. Hang up now and remember to call me tomorrow. Okay, President. Waiting to hang up the communication. Su Guan now. He felt sure that he would be able to get a good night's sleep tonight. On the contrary, Su Xingye's side thought a lot more. At this moment, Su Xingye's eyes were still fixed on the page that opened the document and displayed Yang Lin's photo. Hidden profession. Super duper auxiliary. Powerful. Even. It has the ability to directly break through the core of the jutsu. This is indeed superb talent. However, all of the above did not matter now. What mattered was Yang Lin's appearance and temperament. Like, too much. Although I haven't seen Your Honor's proper face, at first glance, this kid really looks like Your Honor. Can it be that he is still the son of a nobleman? Su Xingye looked at Yang Lin's family information again, then shook his head in relief. I still thought too much in the end. Your couple is absolutely unrivaled. Even if they are hidden from the world, how could they be an ordinary person in an ordinary small place for nearly 20 years long? But no matter what, this kid is a talent in the end. It seems that for the subsequent chopping battle, I should take the time to go over there to observe a ceremony to personally meet him. After that, Su Xingye looked at the situation of Yang Lin's 2 teammates, Su Meng, Wang Chan, 2 young girls, a magician, a druid. Both are good, both are rare professions. If they grow up well, they will definitely be the mainstay of the labor union in the future. Okay, without thinking about anything else, I hope that kid can perfectly pass Nianji and Xiao Su's trial tomorrow. Hopefully, I won't be disappointed. Chapter 66. The next day, knowing that they had to go to the martial arts arena to receive the trial today, Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Chan came over 20 minutes early. When they didn't see Su Nianji and Su Guan at the moment, but it was just an empty martial arts field, the 3 of them were unconsciously puzzled. What kind of trial are we undergoing today? Is it hard to believe that it's a test of each of our fighting abilities? Su Meng took a closer look at the martial arts field and returned. It's probably a test of combat power. The 3 of us act so out of character every time we go to the spirit realm, so the 2 deacons probably want to see our true level. Wang Chan thought for a moment and said, that means that we might then confront each other, doesn't it? Maybe. Yang Lin's side just answered maybe. Su Meng's pretty face couldn't help but pout. I really don't want to confront you too. Isn't it purely asking for trouble when I run into the likes of you and I can't even touch your silhouettes? At this moment, Su Meng was by no means in a general mood of mixed emotions. Yang Lin was able to enter the Shadowwalker state, and in front of this man, he was simply only beaten. Wang Chanchan's words can fly. Can't touch it at all. There won't be a second outcome except to be consumed. In fact, it was indeed as Su Meng thought. If she wanted to confront Yang Lin and Wang Chanchan, she was looking for abuse. But having said that, one thing has to be recognized. Putting aside wall hangers like Yang Lin, if you compare with Wang Chanchan and other newcomers, Su Meng's mobility, damage, and defense were all basically T0 level. Bumping into abuse is purely a matter of mechanics. If Wang Chanchan does not fly to the sky, Su Meng does not say dry to Wang Chanchan. At least 1.5 is still more than enough. Next to him, Yang Lin looked at Su Meng's aggrieved face and flirted. Don't worry, Meng, if I really want to use the confrontation test, I'll be careful about abusing you, and I'll make sure to give you face. Su Meng was furious. Yang Lin, you're obviously bullying me, aren't you? When we return to Cloud City, I'll definitely find my aunt to tell her off. Let's not do this. What kind of confrontation can't be defeated and then go to sue the parents? Humph. Anyway, I'll just say that at the base, you're bullying me in all sorts of ways, so I'll let Auntie take care of you when the time comes. Next to her, Wang Chanchan gave a playful laugh, then stepped forward to pull Su Meng's arm and said, Sister Meng, if it's really a confrontation, I'll just lose to you. Ha, why are you losing to me? I don't care about winning or losing, and I'm just taking advantage of the flight, and subsequently I'm just not going to use the griffin spawn. Seeing this, Yang Lin sked. Meng, you take a good look. Our Chanchan how understanding, how to give you face. Asterisk off you. Su Meng laughed and cursed, then pulled Wang Chanchan's hand and said, Chanchan, there's no need to let me make it seem like I can't afford to lose. I'm not that kind of person. Dream sister, it's really okay. Alright, it's just a test. It doesn't matter if you win or lose or anything. The 3 were talking to themselves. Then they heard footsteps coming from outside the martial arts arena. Looking toward the front door, he was seeing Su Nianji and Su Guan walking in. "You three are here pretty early." Hearing Su Nianji say that, Yang Lin's three people came forward to salute. "Instructor Su, Lieutenant Su." Su Guan waved his hand at this moment. "You three, there's no need to be so formal and staid. Just let go a bit." Yang Lin nodded. "So when is the test? And what exactly are the three of us going to be tested on? Is it a confrontation?" Su Nianji returned. "I'm still clear about your strength that far exceeds that of the other squads, and there's no point in having the three of you test against each other. Remember the colorful head you found yesterday? Instructor Su, that lottery has something to do with the current test?" "Ahem, of course it's relevant." Su Guan stepped forward and patted Yang Lin's shoulder. "Your squad was the first to find the colorful head, and that's even after finding two at the very beginning right out of the gate. Obviously our colorful head is so hidden, but you guys are so good at finding it. In this regard, Nianji and I thought that we might as well see for ourselves your ability to crack the colorful head, and in the process give you a commendation." Su Nianji chimed in. "Lieutenant Su is right. For capable talents, the Greedy Wolf Guild will definitely not treat them poorly. Just as agreed yesterday, if your performances are strong enough, you will then each receive $1 million bonus, which can be credited to your family's bank accounts today." Upon hearing this, Su Meng and Wang Chan took a step back. Su Guan was surprised by this and asked, "What's wrong with you two?" Su Meng was embarrassed and said, "Actually, the matter of getting the two colored heads has nothing to do with the two of us. It's all Yang Lin's ability." Wang Chan nodded her head repeatedly. "Brother Yang is very strong, so we just dipped into Brother Yang's light. It doesn't matter," Su Nianji said with a serious expression. "As long as Yang Lin's display of skill is strong enough, you guys, as members of the squad, can get the rewards just the same." Su Meng was shocked. "There's such a good thing?" Wang Chan was also quite excited. "I feel quite ashamed, but I should have heard it right, right? You two didn't mishear." After Su Nianji responded to the two girls, her gaze turned to Yang Lin. "Yang Lin, what should be said has been said. Whether or not you guys get the rewards next will depend on your skills." "Oh, but Instructor Su, you guys haven't told me how the test works?" "Ha ha ha, simple." Su Guan pointed at the stage of the martial arts arena at this point. "You guys should know that if someone is performing a martial art, the martial arts arena itself will activate the protective barrier, right?" "That's right. And then what?" "And then if you do, just break the protective barrier on the inside. That's simple. That's today's test?" "Little old brother, don't say it's easy. The barrier of the martial arts arena is very strong, because of the lives and safety involved. It's more than a few times stronger than the state you were in yesterday when you got the lottery. I don't know if you have the confidence to go ahead and try it after what I've said. Of course, you can give up if you don't feel up to it, but then there's no reward." "Lieutenant Su, reward or no reward first, but as a man, how can you say you can't? Merely breaking the barrier, then this test would instead still be simple. Want to start now?" Next to Su Nianji, she said, "If you're ready, there's no harm in starting now. Let's get started then." "Alright, Adjutant Su, you go activate the martial arts field barrier. Yang Lin, prepare to take your position." Yang Lin nodded, then glanced at his two sisters. Seeing that both sisters were looking at him expectantly, the corner of his mouth revealed a nice arc and said, "Don't worry, we'll get this reward today." And to ask Yang Lin why he was so confident, it was of course because after yesterday's events, he had properly studied the new characteristics of his profession, based on the intelligence feedback received. Any jutsu, any barrier, even if it's a boundary, it's all equally dry for you. As for now, there are people rushing to give away money to be had. Chapter 67, textbooks don't even dare to write like this. When they watched Yang Lin walk onto the martial arts field, both Su Nianji and Su Guan, both of them were quite excited. They weren't sure how far Yang Lin's ability could go. However, what they wanted most was to use this to infer that Yang Lin ultimately possessed the ability to break the boundary. And with this ability, the role that could be played in the space battlefield in the future was by no means inferior to that of a super army. It's too important not to be attentive. "Instructor Su, Lieutenant Su, I'm already there and ready to begin." As Yang Lin's words fell, Su Guan activated the barrier of the martial arts arena. And with the activation of the barrier, both inside and outside, one could vaguely see what appeared to be a layer of transparent cicada wings covering the martial arts arena. That's what the jutsu builds out, a barrier that imitates a boundary. Yang Lin's task now, that was to shatter the barrier and proceed to get the money. Simple, very simple, quite simple. As his domain unfolded, immediately, Su Nianji and Su Guan outside were shocked to realize, since when did something as intangible as a barrier possess a blood bar? Defense barrier of the drill hall, 500, 000/500, 000 blood. Gulp, gulp. Su Nianji and Su Guan invariably swallowed a mouthful of excited saliva. Since when did even the faux junction barriers constructed by jutsu have blood bars? Even history books and textbooks don't dare to write like this, right? It was unthinkable, and if word of it got out, it would be a complete reversal of normal human perception. Su Nianji and Su Guan had been surprised to the extreme by the appearance of a blood bar on the barrier in the last second, and by the next second, they were hit with nothing less than a thunderbolt. It was only because they saw that as the barrier appeared with a blood bar, followed by an instant, a large chunk of the 500,000 blood bar suddenly evaporated, eyeing 125,000. The long string of numbers floated up. The barrier of the martial arts arena was weakened by a layer visible to the naked eye. What happened? Let's accept the fact that the barrier has a blood bar. But what the hell is this 125,000 damage to the barrier at once? Clueless, Su Nianji and Su Guan, both of them, were all confused. In their perceptions, Yang Lin's domain Jinmu was a profession that dealt sustained damage with fixed injuries, so subconsciously, it simply wouldn't connect the percentage blood deduction or anything to Yang Lin either. Naturally, they really couldn't imagine what Yang Lin had done to actually create 125,000 such terrifying damage all at once. Look at the barrier, suddenly weakened by a layer. It would be a lie to say it wasn't scary. Speaking of which, it's actually important to mention Yang Lin's domain ability. His domain ability is able to break spells and such and all that stuff, but not by active default. It only works if Yelin subjectively decides that the thing is an enemy, similar to manually selecting it for a bit. However, don't think that this is a bad thing, but it is a good thing. Think about it, if there is no difference in default, this is if you enter any arena, ring or base in the future. In case if you mindlessly unfolded the field, wouldn't you demolish all the other people's defenses? Above, back to Su Nianji and Su Guan. The two must have truly understood Yang Lin's terror now. They really didn't try to understand why Yang Lin had just created over 100,000 damage. But next, watching Yang Lin's damage become normal, they gradually began to calm down. Hearing Su Guan whisper, perhaps, his ability specializes in jutsu and stuff like that, Su Nianji agreed. It should be like this. Just like there are some professions that inherently restrain certain types of demons. On top of that, it's also really hard to figure out why you were able to do super damage just now, but now you're switching to basic damage. Anyway, today's test was a success. Well, Su Nianji inwardly perked up. In order to better see his ability, the staff strengthened the barriers of the martial arts arena overnight last night. This hard work was not in vain. Originally, when things came to this point, what Su Nianji and Su Guan had thought in their hearts had been confirmed. Now words, in order to test the decent rules and regulations. So wait chanting, waiting for Yang Lin to finish grinding the barrier in the martial arts field, and to say that the shock of the day in the minds of both men was enough. They had understood Yang Lin's terror. However, just in the next observation of Yang Lin, Su Nianji's beautiful eyes snapped up as she once again discovered something that shook her mind. Su Guan, Yang Lin's rank is now 13, isn't it? Yeah, what's wrong with you, Nianji? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Do you still remember when Zhang Yanghui initially approached us? He gave the data situation of Yang Lin's level 7 at that time? Remember, what's the problem? Su Nianji drew in a breath of cold air. There's a problem, a big problem. Take a good look at Yang Lin's current damage before you say anything. Su Guan was unsure, but he still turned his eyes to Yang Lin in the middle of the field. After roughly looking at the field for a dozen seconds or so, Su Guan couldn't help a twitch at the corner of his mouth. No, did he comprehend another skill? According to the calculation of his situation at that time, his current second damage should be 39, but now it's 52? A super heavy pressure and a super paralyze, combined with his words, are enough to warrant Daisuke's presence. Now looking at the damage, it was clear that he had indeed comprehended another ability, and judging by his skill type, it's no more than another super restriction ability. Nianji, he's really capable of comprehending it. It's just a pity that it's impossible to see his current career panel. Let's not talk about whether we can see it or not, but in any case, he's stronger now than he was earlier. No wonder. He had brought Su Meng and Wang Chan within the spirit territory like nobody's business. 3 restricted abilities plus weakened attributes. Can't even imagine how easy it would be to team up with this kind of person and kill a demonic creature. Shocked, deeply shocked. Shocked to the point that both Su Nianji and Su Guan were almost numb. As for Yang Lin, he was likewise somewhat numb. It was only because the barrier of the martial arts arena was too thick. Even though he had chopped a quarter of the barrier's current blood level with his first hand, but there's still 375,000 blood left to grind. Seconds hurt 52, minutes hurt 3120, hours hurt 187200. To finalize the barrier, it would take 2 hours. It's like being in jail at the drill hall, but it's a tough one. However, Seeing his own two sisters outside the martial arts arena who were expecting a lot from him, as well as Sun Yinji's promise of a reward of 1,000,000 per person, endured. Time passes by. When 2 hours had finally passed and the barrier of the martial arts arena shattered like glass with a crash, it meant that Yang Lin had successfully completed the trial. Yang Lin, brother Yang, Su Meng and Wang Chan ran up to congratulate them. At the words of Sun Yinji and Su Guan, they glanced at each other. Their eyes were all very satisfied. Instructor Su, Lieutenant Su, this trial of mine is considered complete, right? Well, that's great. You've opened both of our eyes with your abilities. As for the rewards promised to you, they will definitely be put in place today, and you can check them out on your own afterwards. Thank you, Instructor Su and Lieutenant Su. If there's nothing else, can the three of us leave? Well, go ahead. Seeing Yang Lin's trio leave the martial arts arena, Sun Yinji and Su Guan, on the other hand, walked towards the stage of the martial arts arena. After a quick look around, they had to lament. Yang Lin, he really is a wizard. Without destroying the artifact cornerstone that the martial arts arena had secretly set up, he was actually able to directly destroy the barrier. This skill was unrivaled in the entire alliance. Chapter 68 Concerned about his private life? Said Yang Lin. Although he had come over to suffer for 2 hours today, he was definitely happy to get such a great reward for nothing. Needless to say, so did Su Meng and Wang Chan. The two girls were now looking at him in a way that was almost razor-sharp all over. You're great, Yang. Wang Chan at this moment, her eyes were full of adoration, and the blush on her face was about to condense out of the water droplets. Delicate and incomparable. Yang Lin couldn't help but say back, Qian, there are many places where your brother Yang is great. I'll let you see all kinds of even better ones in the future. Aha! Seeing Wang Chan nodding cheerfully, Su Meng couldn't help but quench a bite and said, can't you be a little more serious? Where am I immodest? I'm as pure as snow, right? Just you? Pure as snow? Ha! Su Meng's side just heckled. How could she have thought that it was this gaping effort? Over there, Wang Chan stood on her tiptoes, and her warm lips had quickly printed onto Yang Lin's left cheek. Sin you dash. Dream sister. What's wrong? You're just fueling his arrogance. Look at him. What kind of smugness has he become now? Meng, what are you talking about? What do you mean by fueling arrogance? This only shows that my family Chan she understands things. Rather, it's you. Dream. Me, how am I? Certain people, privately, and I do not know what to do. That was photographed and sent to the base group of the photo is not less? The blush on Su Meng's face all of a sudden colored her ears. Shame on you. Jamelin squinted and smiled. Is that so? That's it. I'll bite you to death. No, you really bite Chan quickly stop her, or I will have more teeth marks on my arm. Don't you run. Dreamy, did you have to do that for me to make a joke? That's as far as it goes. Who made you shameless? Well, eventually Yellen ended up with a row of shallow, cute little teeth marks on his arm after all. As for the rest of the day, it's 11 a.m. What's the point of going to the spirit realm? It's rare to make a big profit. So let's just say that the three of them are taking a vacation. Eat something good, play something good, and then go sing, play video games, and watch a movie together. Of course, now that he was playing, he hadn't forgotten his goal at this stage. With the activation of the third core talent, the progress of killing demons was almost complete, just short of the 1,000 demon count. The third mythological phrase, if the level says 13, is actually close to 14. As you leveled up, there was more and more experience in upgrading, but even so, reaching level 15 was just a matter of days. So that means that every day that follows is wonderful to look forward to. Yang Lin was in wonderful anticipation, and Sun Yinji and Su Guan were in no less of a mood. On the way back to the office, he heard Sun Yinji say, through these days of observing Yang Lin, I realized that his potential has long exceeded my imagination. I'll call my dad later and ask him to seal the files of the three. No matter what, we can't lose Yang Lin. This is a must. If the once-in-a-century wizard is lost, I feel like the two of us can go wipe our necks. By the way, speaking of your father, he was on the phone with me last night, and I told him about Yang Lin in passing. Really, I was going to say I'd surprise him, even though it breaks the surprise you were going to give. Your father said that he asked me to give him a report immediately after Yang Lin's test today. It's still a huge surprise. Aha, just like that. It didn't take long. Within Sun Yinji's office, Sun Yinji had already made a video call connection with Su Xingye. Su Guan's words were present, only he was a bit weak now. Thinking about last night, he had spared no effort to pull Sun Yinji towards Yang Lin. He was afraid that the chairman would make a slip of the tongue and he would subsequently be sanctioned by Sun Yinji. And again, to the call. When Su Xingye heard that Yang Lin had the ability to break the specially thickened barrier of the martial arts arena, he was momentarily red-faced. Nian Ji. Afterward I'll talk to your Auntie Ching and ask her to seal the files of the three. In the future, this will belong to our guild's secrets, so you guys should also pay attention to it, and absolutely not spread it out. Don't worry Dad, we have this sort of thing in mind. Oh, right Nian Ji, this Yang Lin is, after all, a wizard that is hard to come by in 100 years, and this follows, you have to pay more attention to it, but you have to keep an eye on the people. Dad, even if you don't say so, I will. Nian Ji, it's not enough to just look good, you need to learn to get along more. Yang Lin, in the end, he is a young man. This age is very normal to be high and proud. If he has displeased you in any way, you must be more than generous. Su Nianji was stunned for a moment. Dad, are you talking in words? Nianji, what are you thinking too much about? I'm just happy to know that our guild has such a newcomer. But your nature, which I don't yet understand, is that I'm afraid you'll frighten him? Don't make me sound so unintelligent. I've always done things right. At this time, Su Xingye couldn't help but look at Su Guan over here on the opposite side of the communication. Seeing this, Su Guan quickly turned around. He didn't want to meet Su Xingye's eyes this time. After that, I heard Su Xingye continue. Nian Ji, Dad wants to give you a suggestion. In this free time, I'd like you to try and spend some time with Yang Lin. For example, invite him for a cup of tea, take a walk, and take an interest in his private life. After all, he's a member of our guild. This kind of talent can't be left out in the cold. And you, as his current head, have to learn to make him feel warm. Dad, what the hell are you talking about? The things that need to be said have been said, and I have a lot of things to take care of, so I won't talk much. Alright then, I'll have your Auntie Haru take care of all three of their files right away. Aha! After the communication hung up, Su Nianji couldn't help but rub her temples with her hands. I know Dad loves talent, but do you have to go that far? And nothing to do but drink tea and go shopping? And even care about Yang Lin's personal life? That's too weird. Not to mention how complicated Su Nianji's mood will be this time. Su Guan's words soon received a short message. Xiao Su, I'm so disappointed in you. You couldn't help it if you spoke just now? Su Guan wanted to cry. What can we do if your daughter doesn't want a man? Once he helped just now, he might have to get his mouth sewn up. Su Guan, what's wrong with Nian Ji? The item I asked Auntie Ching to auction will be sent over in the next few days, so pay attention to receiving it at that time, and then send it directly to Yang Lin. Let's just say, again, it's a reward for him. Okay, I'll keep an eye on receiving it and send it over for you then. And at the mention of that auction item, Su Guan suddenly thought of something, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. For him, what he wants most right now is a vacation. And if you want a vacation, you have to do things to please the president. So this time, as long as you do that yourself, what's the worry that the president won't be satisfied? After deciding something in his heart, Su Guan's entire being all of a sudden that was enlightened. Chapter 69, Third Core Gift, Important. 2 more days passed quickly, and today was the third day. Earlier it was said that off the third core talent was still 1,000 demons short of a kill. It's really not in vain that Yang Lin brought Su Meng and Wang Chan to kill a lot of people in the past few days. Just today, at 2 p.m., at this very moment, it has finally come full circle. Career panel intelligence feed with new data updates. So after dealing with the batch of golem beasts in front of him, Yang Lin looked invigorated and signaled his 2 sisters to rest. His words, on the other hand, he studied his third core talent. Third core talent, cutting the crimson blade. Current status, first weight. Current effect, summons a crimson blade that beheads an enemy's soul while attaching a crimson mark to it for 60 seconds. When an enemy carries a crimson mark and is in the realm of a professional, the damage burst inflicted is 5 times the total solid damage previously inflicted. This damage is treated as a mental attack and cannot inflict substantial physical damage. And the default chopping target is an enemy identified by the professional, and does not work on anyone outside of that. Advancement 2 condition, absorbing the souls of 100 heads of 15th level captain level and higher grade demons unlocks the second effect of this talent. Current progress 0 out of 100. Looking at the introduction of the third core talent of the occupation panel, Yang Lin froze for a long time. Summon the crimson blade. What the hell is that? Can you achieve 5x total solid damage by simply attaching a crimson mark to an enemy? And this third core talent, divided into multiple weights not to mention. Now even the second advancement condition is given out? The attempt must be made immediately by finding a magic object. Meng, Qian. Let's quickly look for the next batch of demons. Remember, you guys don't have to make a move later. I'm going to try out the new talent I've acquired. Upon hearing that Yang Lin had acquired a new talent, Su Meng and Wang Chan simply had numb scalps. Yang Lin, are you serious? You've gained a new talent? Brother Yang, you're too outrageous. Didn't you just obtain the second talent earlier? And now you're coming out with the third talent? The corner of Yang Lin's mouth revealed a nice arc and said, "It can't be helped. My profession is just so powerful. Right now I'm at level 14, and when I get to level 15, there's a third word waiting to be activated. Kneel." Su Meng and Wang Chan really wanted to kneel down for Yang Lin. Is the hidden profession really so unbelievable? How does that leave other professions in the lurch? Of course, now is not the time to lament this. Since they had heard that Yang Lin had gained a new talent, they also wanted to see what kind of shocking commotion Yang Lin could make in a real battle. Just like that, as the three of them continued to run all the way through the depths of the spirit realm, after about 7 minutes, they finally came across a group of Gorgon beasts wandering through the dense forest. At the head of the group was the Gorgon shaman, but this batch of Gorgon beasts was a little too numerous. 14 in all. If it were any other team, if they weren't a little bit stronger, they would basically avoid such a huge number of goblin beasts as much as possible. On the contrary, it was Yang Lin, who now had a joyful look on his face. The higher the number, the more you can test the effectiveness of natural abilities, which is a good thing. Yang Lin, this number seems to be a bit much. Do you want Qian and I to help you kill a few of them first? No, you two just watch from the perimeter. Then Yang, be careful. Aha! Yang Lin nodded, and then his body suddenly burst forward, and his entire body was like an arrow, shooting directly into the group of golden beasts. As his domain unfolded at the same time, super heavy pressure, super paralyze and super weakness followed suit almost instantly and enveloped these Gorgon beasts. Just as the group of Gorgon beasts were in a panic and still wanted to try to struggle and fight back, Yang Lin, who had just entered the field, disappeared abruptly from center field. These steps above were quite familiar to Su Meng and Wang Chan who were watching the battle from the periphery. They thought at this time that Yang Lin would keep consuming these Gorgon beasts in the shadowwalking state, but who would have thought? It was in the next moment that Yang Lin's figure suddenly appeared. Not only did he appear, but his hand was carrying a blood-red gas that surged, a huge and rather appalling death scythe. The crimson scythe cut across the entire battlefield with a thunderous force. That creates an effect that is really no less than the effect of a 40-meter-long knife messing around in a TV movie. With an extremely wide range, it was also the scythe that passed through the 14 gorillas while leaving a flickering splash of blood red on each of these contraptions. Like the blooming flowers on the other side of the river, it reeks of sultriness and death. On the contrary, looking at these 14 Gorgon beasts again, although the scythes did not physically damage them, the moment the scythes penetrated their bodies, that kind of pain from the soul was obviously more intense and unbearable than the physical damage done to the body. The golden beasts whose resistance was a little weaker, now not to mention struggling, the whole thing simply shrunk into a ball on the ground, suffering immensely, and to say the most horrible, and also count the damage done to these gorillas. Yang Lin is currently level 14, and the seconds of damage that can be inflicted, third core talent aside, was originally 56, but because of the crimson marking on the Gorgon beast, the second damage of 56 instantly became 280. Thinking about Yang Lin's entrance would have first cut the enemy by 25%, plus the fact that the Goring beast would have had 2500 to 3000 blood. In other words, in less than 10 seconds, the things that no other 5-member powerful squad dared to easily mess with were easily all put to death by him. For this result, Yang Lin was quite satisfied. It wasn't until this moment that he finally got a little bit of what it was like to be the big C back. We're at least a demon master, so it makes sense to have a powerful means of killing people, doesn't it? And earlier he had been wondering if the second core's talent was missing something after entering the Shadowwalker state. When you show up, you can only use your lance to stab the demon in the ass because you don't have a skill or ability that can articulate. Now, finally, Yellen felt the fullness of the ability. Meng Meng, Qian, you can show yourselves now. Yang Lin just so shouted. Which thought, the two sisters windily ran out at the same time. Actually one side of it terrified, tightly, holding his arm. You guys are? Yang Lin, now that you're so powerful to such an extent, you won't underestimate Qian and I, right? Brother Yang, Sister Meng and I will work harder in the future, and we will absolutely, positively not hold you back. The younglings were dumbfounded. No, what the hell are you two up to? Su Meng beamed her little mouth and said, you're strong to such an extent. What if you think that Qian and I won't be able to put us to use and delay you? Although Wang Chan didn't say anything, but looking at her panicked expression, Su Meng's words were obviously what she had to say as well. Although Yang Lin felt funny, he still said seriously, the three of us are a squad. It would be out of place to say such things again. And let's not forget the reason we created the squad in the first place. Go together to the Most High to see the light of day. That's right, so if you two say anything stupid again, I'm going to punish, you know what I mean? Seeing the two sisters nodding their heads in succession, Yang Lin was now comfortable. As a man, who would dislike his sister? It's obvious that you can grow in endless enjoyment, and it's only after you've had a brain fart that you choose to be a lone wolf. Chapter 70, What is Lieutenant Su going to do? Strong? That's real strong. From the time he awakened his profession until now, Yang Lin had never been as sound in battle as he was now. District Guerrillas. Level 16, Level 17 stuff. Senseis 3 or 5 or 13 or 15. All of them swept strongly in less than 10 seconds. As for how the other rookie squads are doing right now, thinking about coming to the base for such a long time as well, the stronger newcomers at the moment have almost reached the top of level 13. Continuing to stay in the periphery, that would certainly not satisfy the increasing experience needs of upgrading. Naturally, they would definitely have to head deeper into the spirit realm as well. For example, the Blitz squad led by Qi Shaowan, who had previously met up with Yang Lin's trio in the spirit realm. Their upgrade range nowadays had also advanced to the depths of the spirit realm, and to say that their fighting strength, with Qi Shaowan as the core, poor, definitely not poor, but it's impossible to say that it's strong enough to kill monsters, as in the moment, facing a swarm of 8 Gorgon beasts, none of the 5 dealt with it as casually as they should have. If it wasn't for Qi Shaowan's 12 daggers being able to surprise all sorts of people and being able to save the day at critical moments, then this team is under more pressure. Saying that they were able to kill this group of Gorgon beasts was actually purely a matter of fighting and pulling and grinding them to death. This grinding death of theirs was fundamentally different from Yang Lin's. Thinking about the Blitz squad is already considered one of the top teams among the newcomers, and the situation of the rest of the teams is even more needless to say. Because of this, recently, over at the base's medical room, regardless of major or minor injuries, there was basically an endless stream of newcomers going there every day. The good thing is, so far, there have been no deaths. Back to the moment. Although Yang Lin had a great time crushing the Golden beasts, he didn't forget to exercise his 2 sisters as well. Just like earlier, the relatively small number of Gorgon beast swarms encountered were still basically left to the 2 sisters to deal with. It was a rewarding day. By the time he returned to the base in the evening, after redeeming today's points over at the statistics section, Yang Lin was planning to discuss with Su Meng and Wang Chan how to entertain in the evening. Who would have thought that one of the clerks in the statistics section would say to him, Yang Lin, there is something important to inform you about. Lieutenant Su seems to be looking for you on something very important, and he said for you to give him a call when you get back. Su Guan wanted to see him for something? And it's important? Because he was more curious in his heart. Yang Lin casually dialed Su Guan's phone after leaving the door of the statistics section. Lieutenant Su, I heard from the clerk in the statistics section that you wanted to see me about something? Good. A good thing. A heavenly good thing. What the hell is going on? Let's keep it as a surprise for a while. At 8 p.m. You'll go alone to a street tea house, the 3rd elegant room on the 2nd floor, where I've already booked. Being messed with like this by Su Guan, Yang Lin's heart was quite tickled. Su Meng and Wang Chan were also quite curious. What exactly is this Lieutenant Su looking for you for that's so mysterious? Who knows? And he said he wanted me alone afterward. Meng, Qian. Then when the time comes for you to play by yourselves, I'll go to the tea house to meet Lieutenant Su and find out what the heavenly good thing he's talking about is. Alright, then you go about your business, and Chan and I will find some entertainment to fool around with on our own. Yes, just like that. By the time I got back to the dormitory and showered, and then went to the cafeteria to eat, it was almost 8 o'clock. Seeing that it was about time, Yang Lin went straight to the 2nd floor of a street tea house's No. 3 elegant room alone. As for Su Guan, he had been waiting here for a long time. Lieutenant Su, little old brother is here. Su Guan greeted Yang Lin as he entered and took a seat. After Yang Lin took his seat graciously, he asked curiously, I wonder what is this heavenly good thing you speak of, Lieutenant Su? And it seems to be quite urgent? I know you're curious, but before we talk about this, don't call me Lieutenant Su in one breath. Just call me old brother. You boy, I see you still throw yourself at it. What? I don't seem to be that hard to get along with as a person, do I? Yang Lin was sweating very hard. This Su Guan, who gave off a gangly, slightly hangdog vibe, to be difficult to get along with? This one isn't really. The one who was really hard to get along with was Su Ningji. Being in front of that woman would invariably cause people to feel pressure. Little old me, it seems you don't want to be close to me? Adjutant Su. Oh no, don't misunderstand me, elder brother Su. I just think that you still have the status of deacon in the guild, and I'm just a newbie. Would it be a little inappropriate to call you that directly? Hey, what's a deacon or not? I wouldn't bother being a deacon if my dad forced me to do it. As for the 2 of us, didn't I just say that I like you? I'll call you little elder brother. You call me elder brother Su. We're all in the same guild. There's no need to be polite with me. Alright, elder brother Su, you've come to this point. Then I'll call you elder brother from now on. That's the right way. If you squirm like a big girl, that's going to turn me off. Yang Lin cried and laughed. Elder brother Su, let's not talk about this. Didn't you say earlier that there was a great joy? I was genuinely quite curious and speculated all the way over here about what was going on. Sugwon snapped his fingers. Whether or not it's a heavenly delight, you'll know when you confirm it yourself, little old brother. Like a magic trick, by the time Young Lin looked at the table, a brocade box had magically appeared on the table. This is, open it up. Yang Lin froze for a moment, but opened the lid of the brocade box as Sugwon had said. Upon seeing what was inside, Yang Lin's heart jumped. At first thinking he was mistaken, he looked at least 3 more times. After making sure he was right, he gulped and all but swallowed eagerly. Just tell me, little old me, are you tickled? Elder brother Su, what the hell are you doing? Such a valuable thing. You find me difficult to give it to me? What if I said it was for you? Yang Lin closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Then he shook his head. The stuff is too valuable for me to take, and I really can't figure out why you're giving this thing to me. Old brother Su, at the very least, there has to be a reason, doesn't it? I don't think that there's a free lunch in heaven for nothing. Ha ha ha, little old brother, you are quite vigilant. If I say so myself, your performance is outstanding, and the guild appreciates you so much that they specially rewarded you for it. Will that be all right for you to take? Is that really the reason? Sugwon leaned back into the chair behind him, spreading his hands and saying, is there any other reason? You're a hidden profession, and now you're leading the way in the spirit realm with your 2 little girlfriends. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with giving you a big reward, does it? Of course, if you don't want it, I'll take it. Want? Yang Lin didn't feel that Sugwon was telling the truth, but what was in the brocade box was truly heartwarming, so make sure first, and then later listen to what Sugwon has to say. Chapter 71 Men Don't Lie to Men. However, Yang Lin really didn't expect it. He simply said want, and Sugwon then pushed the brocade box directly in front of him. Since little old brother wants it, let's just activate it with a drop of blood. No, elder brother Su, so casual? This kind of thing can't usually be bought in the market, right? Even if I don't understand its price, I'm guessing it's at least $10 million. Good, you guessed right. This thing cost a total of $26 million to shoot. Yang Lin was dumbfounded. And then just give it to me? Of course, what else would it be filmed for? Elder brother Su, I always feel that you still have something left to say. Things won't be so simple. It's true that things aren't that simple, but if you want to know a little more specifically, activate it with a drop of blood first, and I'll tell you afterward. Seeing that Yang Lin was stuck in thought, Sugwon laughed. Little old brother, if another newcomer saw this thing, they would be eager to receive it in their hands immediately. You're good and hesitant. It's not that I'm hesitant, it just feels like things are too dreamy. Don't worry little old brother, if something good is delivered to you you can just take it. Who do you think has nothing better to do than to spend tens of millions of dollars on a good thing for the purpose of fooling around with others? Well, in that case, I'll take it. Heavenly benefits are placed in front of one's eyes. Yang Lin really didn't feel that Sugwon was fixing himself up, taking tens of millions of dollars to screw people over. Wouldn't that be a brain defect? There are heavenly benefits don't matter. Yang Lin did not hesitate to bite through his own fingers, and then drip down on top of the things in the brocade box. A golden light flashed, which meant that the treasure inside the brocade box officially belonged to Yang Lin. Sugwon suddenly laughed when he saw this. Little old brother, since you've taken it, I can be honest with you. I knew you had something to say afterward. Elder brother Su, don't worry, old brother, I won't bully you. In fact, this thing is given to you by Nianji. Ha, isn't that a surprise? I was indeed quite surprised. And I don't understand why she would send me something so expensive. Sugwon came over, then put one hand on Yang Lin's shoulder and said meaningfully, although Nianji's appearance is cool, a look of refusal, but she's a girl, after all, and she's never even had a boyfriend. So what do you think she's giving you something so expensive for? Don't joke about that, old man. Can I call this a joke? With tens of millions of dollars, do you think Nianji is so fed up that she would just give it away? Of course, I'm not actually sure what Nianji has in mind. But I think that since she's done this for you, guess, then, you're important in her mind. Yang Lin, now the man is going nuts. About Su Nianji, how to say it, their impression of her still stays in the bad clothes, can only be seen from afar, cannot play this kind of like, now all of a sudden, how did things get so outrageous? Elder brother Su, to be sincere, I feel that Deacon Su is quite difficult for people to approach. Little old brother, look at what you're saying. It's true that Nianji's nature is rather cold. But you have to understand that such a girl's skin is generally thinner as well. And with a thin skin, it's easy to be arrogant and not express many things properly. Elder brother Su, what's the point of telling me this? It works. Of course it does. Next, let me make sure of something with you. Okay, you tell me. Old man, I understand Nianji's character. Since she's willing to give you something, don't worry. I'll pat my chest and guarantee that no matter what happens, she won't ask for it back. So feel free to use what's in the box. Don't be psycho about it. Oh, and let me ask you, isn't Nianji beautiful and very conquering? Men don't lie to men. So shoot me in the heart and tell me the truth. Yang Lin wanted to laugh. I admit, she's really pretty, but just too cold in nature. Sexuality issues aside, let's just say right now, she's given you a super gift without asking for anything in return. You, as a man, have to try to get close to her without saying you'll show it. Not that I'm telling you to pursue him, of course, but it's okay to at least get more in touch with her, right? Don't be a big man. I told you it's just an attempt to get in touch. It's not like you were forced to sell your sex or threatened with a knife at your neck, even as a casual friend. Oh, little old me, I actually have a genuine suggestion for you. What's the suggestion? It's good for you to have more contact with Nianji, although I know you're strong and have unlimited potential. However, little was known about the spirit realm, about the copies. If you can get acquainted with Nianji, don't worry, you can ask her for advice on anything you don't understand. Isn't that a good thing? Yang Lin was quite agreeable to this point that Su Guan said. That would be good indeed. Just to get acquainted with her? Little old brother, people have given you things, so you should be friends with her in a big way. It's not hard to call her out for a cup of water and a cup of tea every now and then, is it? If you get along well, you can make her your girlfriend, but if you don't, you can be more than one mentor. It's a good deal no matter how you think about it. I kind of get it. Old brother Su, you're planning to be a matchmaker. I'm not a matchmaker. I'm just genuinely suggesting it, mainly for you to develop and get stronger faster and better in the future. As for Nianji's side, don't worry, I can deliver the message for you. If you're free on your side, I can also pass the word for you. Anyway, more contacts. Well, I need someone to give me a systematic explanation of a lot of things about the spirit realm and replicas anyway, and I certainly wouldn't mind if she was willing to tell me and teach me. Worthy little old me, it's right to think so. Then tomorrow, when you get back tomorrow, you two meet up first? Alright, then old brother, you arrange it for me. But first things first, I'm not running around with the mindset of finding a girlfriend. Understand, but there's one thing I still have to say. Nianji, she's a girl after all. You must compliment her a lot when we get along, like saying she's pretty, her clothes are beautiful and so on, so she'll definitely be happy. Oh, then I'll trouble you, old man. I'll take care of everything. It's getting late and I have some things I need to take care of, so I'll withdraw. You can sit here a little longer if you want to. Little old me, seeing Su Guan go out the door, Yang Lin subconsciously, again, dropped his line of sight within the brocade box on the table. Stuff, good stuff, not to mention for myself at the moment, but also for the future that will be of great use. Soon, he picked up his cell phone and dialed Su Meng's number. Dreamy, where are you and Cynthia? We both just got back to the dorms from a street. Are you done with things over there? I'm busy. I'm getting ready to go back now. You two just wait for me in the dormitory. Don't go anywhere this time. I'll show you a treasure. Okay, Shanshan and I will wait for you to come back. Chapter 72. It's so hard to be pure as snow as a man. Once they heard Yang Lin say that there was some kind of treasure, Su Meng and Wang Chan were definitely looking forward to it. Sometime later, when Yang Lin had just entered the dormitory door, the two sisters immediately came over. Yang Lin, I want to see the treasure. Brother Yang, I want to see the treasure too. Well, look at that. Yang Lin signaled his two sisters to take it easy. He then pushed his two sisters' slender waists and walked over to the couch and sat down. Then, he took out the brocade box holding the treasures from his occupation space. There's treasure in here? Well, it was brought here by Lieutenant Su, and he said that it was Su Ninji who gave it to me. Wang Chan was a bit surprised. It's actually still a treasure that Instructor Su sent you? Brother Yang, what exactly is it? See for yourselves. Hearing Yang Lin say this, Su Meng hurriedly opened the lid of the brocade box and looked inside with Wang Chan. For the next 10 seconds or so at least, both girls were pretty much in a petrified state. Yang Lin saw this and said, I was no better than you two when I saw what was inside. Xu Emeng reached out, interrupting him. By the way, she also pulled out her cell phone and started to quickly mash it on top of the web page. What are you doing, Dream? I'm checking prices. There's no need to check. Deputy Su said that this thing $26 million at the auction house. Brother Yang, Deaconess Su, she gave you something so valuable? How would I know what Deacon Su thinks? But anyway, as you can see, I've activated this thing with a drop of blood, and it now belongs to me. It's something that Yellen himself is fascinated by. Anyway, he certainly didn't expect that someone would actually give himself such a great gift, just like a dream. Group contract scrolls. Extremely rare props. The first person to make an activation is the captain by default, and as the captain, 4 additional teammates may be drafted to fill the other slots in the scroll. Upon activating this scroll, the team's overall burst rate is increased by 5%, all players' full attributes are increased by 1%, and the team's hidden luck value is added by 2. When you kill a demon, all members of your party will receive an additional 15% experience, and when the team is in a spirit realm, copy or special battlefield, the team members can have a divine conversation between all of them within a radius of 1,000 meters by consuming spirit. Note, when a captain logs in another player on a roll, that player will take a slot by default. Removal is not possible, so please choose your teammates carefully. Above is the information on the group deed scroll. With this, and let's not even talk about the 1% to all attributes of the white whore and the 2 bonus to hidden luck. The 5% burst rate and the extra 15% experience alone can be straight up crazy, especially the extra 15% experience, which at first glance, should not be considered less. As a professional, then as long as life doesn't die, slashing monsters will live on. A day or 2 days cumulative may not be significant. January and 2 months, that is definitely a large amount more. That is not to mention 6 months, a year or 2 years. What's even more exaggerated is that it's outrageous to actually have a divine sense dialogue function on the battlefield. With this additional function, in the battlefield, even if the situation is chaotic, as long as within a radius of 1,000 meters, as long as you can communicate with your teammates, artifacts, the group scroll, without a doubt, could be called a functional artifact. And looking at this thing, Su Meng suddenly looked at Yang Lin pitifully at this time. She obviously didn't say anything, but it was like she said everything. Yang Lin squinted and laughed at the same time, then pointed to his cheek. Su Meng complained, "You don't mind being ashamed." Shanshan is still beside her. Wang Chan blinked and said, "Sister Meng, what's wrong with me being on the side? I'm not treating you as an outsider." That's right, not even Xian is highly aware. Yang Lin, you're dying. Ouch, don't bite my arm. Don't bite it. Log in for you. Now. Humph, that's more like it. Yang Lin cried and laughed, helping Su Meng log in all kinds of information in the scroll while sighing. "You're almost growing out of your little dog teeth since we've gotten better. You made me do it. Okay, I forced it. Well, it's done. Dream, your information is logged in." Seeing Su Meng's name appear on the scroll, Yang Lin was just about to turn to Wang Chanshan's side for the third team member's login at this time. God knows, Su Meng would actually print her warm lips over with the speed of a speeding wind. "This won't feel shy? Why be shy? I'm not. No shame just now you bit me? Just biting you. Okay, I'll let you bite it later. Who made me good? Screw you. Hurry up and log in for Chanshan, or Chanshan will cry in a hurry." To say that Chanshan is anxious to cry is not so much, but it is indeed quite anxious, and seeing that Yang Lin started to log in his side of the information, the smile on Wang Chanshan's face became reassuring and happy. Soon, all 3 names materialized on the teaming scroll. As for the remaining 2 slots, there are no suitable candidates for the time being, and we will talk about them later. On the contrary, the trio's conversation. This would fall on Su Nianji's body. "Yang Lin, this is so valuable that Deacon Su is willing to give it to you. Is it hard to believe that you seduced and bewitched her so that she did this for you? Holy crap, dreamy, that's not a good thing to say. Whether it's Yu Chuan or the current base, the 3 of us are basically together. Where am I going to seduce Su Nianji? Besides, it's not like you guys don't know what kind of nature she has, and she can still be seduced." Wang Chanshan hugged Yang Lin's arm and said, "Then is there a possibility that she suddenly took a liking to you, Brother Yang? I don't think I'm that attractive, and besides, do you guys think a woman like her is good to get along with?" In response to Yang Lin's question, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan shook their heads in complete unison. "Deaconess Su is good at everything, but she's just too cold." "Well, I agree with what Dreamy said. It's a bit stressful in front of her." Yang Lin spread his hands. "I'm still the same as you guys? I was unable to guess why she sent such a great treasure to me, but listening to Lieutenant Su, what did Lieutenant Su say? He said that Su Nianji had sent me something after all, and that I, as a man, should respond to it as a matter of course. So I mulled over the idea of meeting with Su Nianji tomorrow after returning from the spirit realm. There are really many points I don't know that I could systematically ask her about if I could." Su Meng's eyes were meaningful. "Do you want to pick up Su Nianji, or is there really a point you don't know that you want to ask for advice?" Wang Chanshan smiled cheekily. "Brother Yang, Deaconess Su is very pretty." Yang Lin, he looked grave at the moment. "Dreamy, sinful, you need to know one thing." "What's the word?" "A beautiful skin is 1 in 1,000, but an interesting soul, 1 in 1,000,000. No, 2 in 1,000,000. Think Shanshan and I are children. Fooled by 2 words? Sincerely, I'll be damned if I believe you." Yellen sighed. "See, as in a man as pure as snow as yourself, it can be so hard." Chapter 73, You're a mature girl. At this point say Su Quan again. After he finished touring Yang Lin, He then came to Su Nianji's office. Su Nianji at that moment, she was still dealing with some information from the newcomer base, and when she saw Su Guan come over, her expression immediately became grave. Coming over here this late, you don't want to tell me that there's been another problem with the reconstruction of the beacon. Nianji, you have to trust my ability to do things. Everything is stable with the beacon rebuild, and I came over to talk to you about something else. You say. Su Guan casually took a seat on the adjacent table, then hugged his arms and said, it's not even the group scroll you auctioned off earlier, which I've just delivered to Yan Lin. Oh, I know. Su Nianji lowered her head and continued to tap her hands on the keyboard, faintly giving a response. Su Guan raised an eyebrow, his voice slightly louder. Don't you want to ask how he reacted? Yellen? It doesn't matter what the reaction is, it was meant to be a reward for him, and it's good that he took it. Su Guan looked to the side somewhat sheepishly, but immediately, he had stabilized his emotions and acted as steady as an old dog. But Nianji, something seems to have gone wrong. Su Nianji's body paused for a moment, then her eyes looked toward Su Guan, puzzled. What went wrong? I can't say this. Well, if it's not good to talk about it, don't talk about it. It's getting late. Go back. I have quite a bit of information at hand that I still need to organize. Nianji, your nature can be really, well, I say. Actually, it's like this. Yang Lin might have misunderstood you and he thought you might be interested in him, so still want to see you tomorrow for a bit. Su Nianji put down the work in her hands. Didn't you make it clear and understand with him? Said so, but he thought, how could you give him something so valuable if you weren't interested in him? And I could tell that mentioning you lifted his spirits, thinking that he's at his bloodthirsty age. It's obvious that he's interested in you. Nianji. Su Nianji exhaled deeply. I'm not interested in childish love right now. And doesn't he have 2 little girlfriends around that he can't get enough of physically and mentally? Nianji. You can't say that. Don't you know what's going on with Yang Lin? For what it's worth, he said he wanted to ask you out tomorrow. Can I just turn him down? So you're just going to say yes for me and meet with him tomorrow? What can I do then? At his age, he's nothing but bloodthirsty and loves to hate. I refused him, lest he think we had refuted him. Once he is uncomfortable in his heart. Nianji, you don't want to let such a 100-year-old wizard stray to the side of another power, do you? Su Nianji heckled. So if he wants a date, I have to meet with him? Look, Nianji, look at you. Yang Lin only showed interest in you and didn't say that he would confess to you when he sees you tomorrow. What if he's thinking that you sent him something so valuable that he's making a special meeting with you tomorrow to thank you? So even in my opinion, tomorrow, it would be good for you to see him. Su Nianji stared intently at Su Guan. I have to go. Nianji, it's not like losing a piece of skin or a piece of flesh. What are you afraid of? Suppose, even if he can't control himself to give you a confession, can't you just say that you can think about it? You don't have a boyfriend anyway. Plus, consideration isn't a promise. You'll have to keep someone in our guild after all. Su Nianji thought about it and said, if it's just a simple meeting, then, let's meet. What time? After he returns from the spirit realm tomorrow. I'll contact him then and let you know when. All right. Once he heard Su Nianji agree, Su Guan felt relieved in his heart. Then, he brought out 2 things from his career space and put them on Su Nianji's desk. Looking at the 2 packaged contraptions, Su Nianji was quite puzzled by Su Guan's operation. What are these? Look at the first one. This one is black silk. Su Nianji only felt her head buzzing. Su Guan, what the hell are you doing? Nianji, you don't rush. What's the hurry? This thing, the average little boy has no resistance at all. Tomorrow we meet and you dislike it. The words are definitely in your hands. Su Guan, are you crazy? Crazy? I'm not crazy. Yang Lin, he's a once-in-a-century wonder, and there's a big chance that he'll crack the boundary. What that means, I'm sure you know better than I do. It's normal to care a little bit about how he's feeling as a little boy when you're meeting anyway, regardless of whether things will go that way or not, right? Su Nianji, she wanted to kick Su Guan over at the moment. Putting yourself in black silk to meet a newcomer? It's a wonder this guy could even think of it. Instead, it was Su Guan who opened the second item with full concern. Su Nianji looked down towards the table. This second item was a book. Book title, How to Date Boys Treasure Trove. And, surprisingly, it's not even a book. There's another one underneath. Book 2, 72 Tips to Make Men Lust After You. Su Nianji at this moment, she suddenly had an impulse. She wanted to slam 2 books in black silk in Su Guan's face and tell the man to get out of the office. Su Guan, what do you mean by that? How does just meeting someone turn into a date in some 72 tips? Nianji, you really still don't understand. You do see him not necessarily for a date, but you and he have to move in a good direction, right? Look at this dating gem. What's the first sentence in the opening paragraph? When meeting with the opposite sex, as long as you're not collecting debts or seeking revenge, dress and grooming, that's the most basic courtesy to someone. So you brought me these things specially? Sugwon spread his hands. In my opinion, these are essential anyway. Things I purposely left for you. Whether you throw it away and tear it up or throw it in the trash, it's up to you. I've got some things I need to take care of this time, so I won't be here much longer. You, Nyenji, don't you are already a mature girl. You need to learn how to get along with a man. In my opinion, that's never a bad thing for you. Even as Sugwon would walk to the door this time, he still didn't forget to add so. Seeing Sugwon leave completely, Su Nyenji couldn't help but rub her hand over her forehead. What's this all about? After some time, Su Nyenji's spirit recovered a bit. Her eyes fell on the black silk at this point. It's not like she hasn't worn this stuff before, but to say that you'd wear it on purpose to meet a man, that's definitely not true. Why did I have to go to this length for the man who's been hugging people left and right? If I had known that the teaming scroll would lead to this mess, I would have just let it go. It's useless to talk about this. For a moment, Su Nyenji's mood was very complicated, but eventually, by the looks of her, she should have figured something out. She was seen first putting away the black silk with its wrapping, then flip through the How to Date Men treasure trove and that's 72 tips. Chapter 74, Doing This for a Man. Because of the activation of the third talent, even if it was only one, it still allowed Yang Lin to be in the spirit realm for a second. In other words, the gorillas are really miserable. Who knew that they would meet such a bogeyman? Taking Su Mang and Wang Chan, the two sisters, to kill all sorts of people. The other newcomers, they can't even compare to Yang Lin, okay? Plus at this stage nowadays, most of the newcomers were still in the periphery for deeper studies, and only a small number of strong ones dared to come to the depths to seek out the Gorgonian beasts to touch them. This led to the fact that Yang Lin's trio was currently in the depths of the spirit realm, and it wasn't difficult to find the Golan beast group. Nature. A new day of points down without any controversy. Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan once again broke the record of killing demons by newcomers to the base in previous years. 100,000 points a day? On the evening of a new day, the two clerks on duty in the statistics section were on the verge of kneeling down to Yang Lin's trio after tallying up the points of the Skylight Squad. Those who understand know that the three of you went to the depths of the spirit realm to kill the Golan beasts. Those who don't think that the three of you exterminated the Golan beasts. It was really because Yang Lin's three people's points were really shocking. The clerk in the statistics section decisively reported the results to Su Nyenji. As for Su Nyenji at this moment, after learning that Yang Lin's trio had returned from the spirit realm, her emotions, likewise, were incredibly complicated, but not because of the points shock. Really, because Sugwon's phone had called by this time. Nyenji, are you ready over there? Yang Lin told me that he'll be waiting for you at the water bar on a street at 8 p.m. I know. You go about your business and I'll be at my appointment then. Fine. Then I'll let little brother Yang know now. Oh yes, Nyenji, you must dress up. First impression is important. I'm not going on a blind date. Shut up you. Su Nyenji hung up the phone fiercely. Her whole being, right now, was confused. Why have things suddenly come to this? Why did you have to wear black silk and dress up to meet a man? Moreover, this man was a newcomer to the program that he himself had brought in. Despite this thought in her heart, in the end, Su Nyenji still sat in front of the mirror. After putting on her brand new black silk with mixed feelings, she then, with great care, put on a light makeup for herself. He didn't think that much about Yang Lin's words. Back at the base, as always, it was off to the showers and to dinner. Seeing that it was almost time, he let Su Meng and Wang Chanshan find something to play with on their own, while he, on his part, went ahead and came to a street water bar. The specific mood cannot be said. While Su Nyenji did not come before, first order a cup of lemonade to suppress the complex mood. Seeing the time getting closer, finally, a relatively familiar figure appeared within the water bar. The appearance of Su Nyenji tonight had definitely given Yang Lin quite a shock. Usually Su Nyenji exudes coldness all around her body, refusing to be seen from afar. And now, the woman was wearing a slim black short skirt. Her mature and delicate figure was on display at the same time. The delicate textured black silk, but also the curvature of her beautiful legs, as well as the beautiful body, showing the most extraordinary. In addition to this, it can be clearly seen that Su Nyenji, who came to the appointment, also seriously put on light makeup. She was already incredibly beautiful, and now that she was so ed up, a man would have to pinch himself to look at her. Deacon Su, you're here. Please sit down. When they heard that the person Yang Lin was waiting for was Su Nyenji, the waiters at the water bar at this point couldn't help but stare. Who doesn't know that Yang Lin and his two little girlfriends roam a street every day? So engaged in a street of various stores, which do not recognize Yang Lin, this kind of great man. But now, Yang Lin actually changed his companion and even messed with Su Nyenji. As for this, Su Nyenji also obviously found it. After taking her seat, she said with a complicated mood, "It's better if you don't call me Deaconess Su." let's just say that from now on, we're all from the Greedy Wolf Guild, so you can just call me Nianji. Is that okay? That's what I told you to call it, and that's what you call it. Well then, Nianji, you're very pretty and attractive tonight. Yang Lin, who had followed Su Guan's instructions, did not spare a compliment to the girl who had gone on an appointment with him. Originally, he just casually said, but which thought? He actually in the always cold Su Nianji face, see a trace of panic. It's fleeting, but it's really there. You want to ask Su Nianji what she thinks? If it was normal, she wouldn't even bother with anyone who told her she was beautiful and pretty or anything like that. But tonight's atmosphere was different, and hearing Yang Lin say this, she was, in a rare moment, a little flustered in her heart. But thinking of her identity, Su Nianji still forced herself to calm down and said, I heard Su Guan say that you have something to find me. What exactly is it? At this moment, Yang Lin's thoughts began to turn. In fact, even if he thought Su Nianji would come over to the appointment, but also definitely did not think that Su Nianji carefully dressed not to mention, actually wearing seductive black silk not to mention, the whole person actually is not the same as the previous cold and icy rejecting aura. See now, even though Su Nianji's face maintained her usual coolness, she could tell from her slightly taut petite body and her legs that were tightly clenched due to excessive tension. This woman, she must be forcing her composure, and in order for the atmosphere to be less awkward, after 12,000 revolutions at high speed in Yang Lin's head, he opened his mouth. Actually, it's like this. Recently, I've been checking the internet for topics related to spirit realms, copies, and secret realms within some special scrolls. The answers available are fragmented and not at all effectively organized. I think you have quite a bit of experience in this area, Nianji, so I wanted to ask you for advice. Su Nianji looked up. Are you really just trying to ask these questions seriously? That's for sure. Spirit realm copies and such, you can lose your life if you're not careful. It's always right to know more. Just don't know if Nianji you are willing to spend more time to give me some relevant content in this area? That wouldn't be so hard. And if you want to know, there's no reason why I shouldn't tell you, but only if you ask me for advice with seriousness and humility, not with playfulness. It's a good thing. How could I possibly bring playfulness to it? Well, since you said that, I believe you. So if you have any questions, just ask. I will, as much as I can, tell you what I know about the intelligence as well as the points of knowledge. Yes. Seeing that Yang Lin brought out a pen and notebook from his career space, he looked like he was listening to the teachings and taking notes attentively. Su Nianji surprised this man prepared quite complete at the same time. There is a little comfort in the heart. It turned out that she was overthinking it, thinking that the man in front of her was going to go down on her like she had gone to coax his two little girlfriends. Caused myself to be slightly nervous just now. But, Su Nianji is thinking this way. Yang Lin is not sure exactly what to think, but that didn't stop Su Guan, who was secretly observing and taking pictures from afar, from making his move. Nianji, little old me, don't blame me, blame the president for not giving me a vacation. If you two don't try to make contact, what am I going to tell the president? How can I go on a honeymoon with my own daughter-in-law? I'm offended. What's the offense? Su Nianji and Yang Lin were not at all clear about what kind of explosion the atmosphere among the newcomers of the entire base would be ignited to in not long time. Chapter 75 Yang Lin's Devil's Claw. Once he talked with Su Nianji at the water bar. That was more than an hour. During that time, Yang Lin benefited greatly. During this hour or so, he humbly asked Su Nianji for advice on the many knowledge about spirit realms, copies and such. If it's a rare magic creature, if it's a trap, if it's a special reward, every aspect is covered. And Yang Lin also carefully made notes. When later take back can also let Su Meng and Wang Chan see, two birds with one stone. All in all, for today's meeting, Su Nianji was satisfied, and Yang Lin was also satisfied. Because of this, when the two of them were leaving to part ways, Yang Lin asked, Nianji, the knowledge related to spirit realms and copies is too vast. My squad and I will definitely go through a lot less with you giving us advice. So can I invite you out after this? Now, Su Nianji's impression and feeling towards Yang Lin was much better, only to see her casually lifted a few strands of green silk scattered between her ears. The original cool temperament at the moment have a kind of flavorful taste. As long as you are sincere in asking for advice, I will tell you everything I know about the content of the intelligence. If you need anything in the future, you don't have to go through Su Guan, just call me directly. As long as I don't have a job on my hands, I'll respond to you. That's great, Nianji. I'll trouble you for more advice in the future. Aha. The two men were next to separate. Su Nianji probably still had some work to do and should have gone back to the office. Yang Lin's words, straight back home. He showed his earlier notes to Su Meng and Wang Chan, Su Meng was quite surprised to see this. I thought that you were simply indulging in Su Nianji's beauty, but I didn't realize that you were really asking for her knowledge. Going to a copy to upgrade is a big deal. It's a matter of life and gain. It's rare to have such a good opportunity to learn about the contents of many intelligence. I'd be a fool to only indulge in female sex. Wang Chan took the notes and flipped through them, and couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Yang, your notes are so detailed. That's for sure. I did all the batches carefully to make it quick for you to read. Come, both of you. Come here. Nianji gave me a lesson. Now it's time for me to give you a lesson. At this moment, Su Nianji is probably still working, and Yang Lin is teaching his two sisters what he learned today. They wouldn't have realized at this point that the base group had exploded. As usual, the water friends in the group started with Yang's big event, ready to liven up the atmosphere of the group. But little did they realize that the next series of pictures someone posted directly shocked everyone. What is it? You guys read it right. This is the scene of Brother Yang State with Deaconess Su. In a series of photos, the scenes of Yang Lin and Su Nianji taken from various angles were clearly visible. So much so, that in just a few minutes, the group was haunted. Has Brother Yang gone against the grain to such an extent now? Two little girlfriends weren't enough. He actually extended his claws to Deaconess Su? You guys zoomed in on the photo. Deaconess Su is obviously wearing light makeup today, and she's wearing black silk. Are there any gods out there? Look quickly to see if these are PD. The Great Spirit has arrived. Give me a few minutes to let this great god verify it. As hundreds of groupies waited anxiously, the self-proclaimed authority figure gave his answer a few minutes later. After testing, these photos have no traces of watermarking, keying, splicing, editing, etc. And this great god can confirm that they are 100% real. All of a sudden, the base group chat, which had already exploded, was now even more boisterous. No, does Brother Yang eat this well every day? Two little girlfriends weren't enough for his comfort and enjoyment, and now Deaconess Su has to wear black silk to please him? That may be the charm. It's just a shame we don't have it. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced either. I don't feel inferior to Brother Yang. Disobedience plus 100. Disobedience plus 10,087. Serve or not, you all hold back. If you're capable, let Deaconess Su wear black silk for you too. The base group chat started to swarm with demons. Both men and women have denounced Yang Lin. Yang brother, he is heaven forbid. The other sisters in the group, you have to be careful. Don't be careless and also fall into the path of Yang this. You guys say, is there a possibility that Deacon Su may which handles have been gotten by Brother Yang? Then Brother Yang's sinful clutches began to frantically defile the ice-clear Deaconess Su? This is a big possibility. It's just a pity that we're too weak to save Deacon Su. Just as the newcomers in the group were each filled with righteous indignation, even more explosive pictures were uploaded. On this photo, surprisingly, Yang Lin and Su Nianji kissed together. Yang brother, this is on? Got it? Look at the side of Deaconess Su's face. She still seems to be enjoying herself. Come out, great God, and appraise the authenticity of the photo again. The whole group exploded to the point where it had already turned over. As for this last picture, how could it be true? It was actually just a misplaced photo taken when Yang Lin was holding his notes and Su Nianji was close. But in the hearts of the groupies, Deacon Su's usual coolness has been disintegrated by Yang Lin. Perhaps it was even possible that Deaconess Su had been ravaged by Yang Lin before this. Anyway, the sky is falling in the hearts of the new people in the base group. Above, the situation in the group, whether it was Yang Lin or Su Nianji, must have seen it afterward. Yang Lin was speechless. What are a bunch of smartasses in this group talking about? How can I teach Su Nianji in the future? Is Su Nianji still willing to go to her appointment? Fearing that Su Nianji would mistakenly think that the photos were all his own doing, Yang Lin hardened his heart and called Su Nianji over to ask Su Nianji, who saw how the group chat was going, how she was doing. Let's just say, she had a headache. She just met with Yang Lin once, and now she's all rumored to have let Yang Lin spoil her. What kind of thing is that? Su Nianji had the intention to close the chat group, but doing so would obviously only make the rumors deeper. It was at this time that Yelin's call came through. Nianji, I must state that this is not something I've messed up. Yang Lin, I really underestimated the influence of you as a topic person. You believe me, even if I were more underhanded, I would never be able to do such a thing. Aha, so can I ask you for advice in the future? I don't care about that when I'm in the right place. As I said earlier, just call me when you have free time. Nianji, thanks for your understanding. Also at this time, Su Guan, who had made this matter, would never admit that there was anything wrong with this approach. What can one do wrong? He just wanted to build a red thread for his colleague Su Nianji and find a beautiful mentor for his little old brother. And it was all specifically reported to the president just now. Thinking that the president didn't even say anything meant that he was more than right. Thinking that after the newcomer training was over, He had a month to spend his honeymoon with his wife. Sugwon felt comfortable in his heart. That would be called, "It's better for everyone, isn't it?" Chapter 76, The Immovable King of the Underworld. Important. Time passed, and nearly half a month passed. As of today, the newcomer training is exactly 1 month old. According to an earlier announcement from the base, there was actually going to be a decimation battle during the previous week. No surprise, but it was not clear exactly what had happened, and the 20th day of the chopping battle's scheduled newcomer training had been pushed back by a dozen or so days in a raw manner. That is, the day after tomorrow, the base will organize a large-scale chopper battle event, said the Yang Lin trio. His and Wang Chanchan's levels were currently level 16.5, and Su Mang was slightly higher at level 17. In the words of other newcomers, the stronger ones have reached level 15, while most are in mid or late 14s. This is because the further you level up, the more experience you need. So even if Yang Lin's trio was strong, it would be impossible to drastically open up too big a level difference with the other newcomers in 10 days and half a month. And the spirit realm is just that big, and with so many monks and so little meat, it's even more unlikely. There are certainly a few things worth talking about during this period. For example, the relationship with Su Nianji. With a few invitations later, Yang Lin's relationship with her was definitely much better than earlier. Seeing that the time was ripe, when Yang Lin went to receive guidance again, he brought along Su Mang and Wang Chanshan by the way. In response, Su Nianji protested. In her own words, "I can kind of see that. Even if you hoard out guidance alone, now 3 people have teamed up to whore me out and must collect points." Yelin protested likewise. "If you really want to collect points, 30,000 per person per day, even if you squeeze yourself dry, you can't fill up Su Nianji's bottomless pit. This must not be agreed." Su Nianji retreated at this time and proposed that 10,000 points per person per day would be fine, but it couldn't withstand Su Mang and Wang Chanshan's mouthful of good sisters. Let her Su Nianji be as cool as possible. In the end, she still compromised, and so that both the base staff and the newcomers many hours can see. At first Yang Lin still met up with Su Nianji alone over a street. Slowly over time it became 4 people together. Is it, Murphy? Deaconess Su's body and mind had been thoroughly tainted with Yang Lin's flavor? Do you want to know if Su Nianji cares about this? How can I answer that? In fact, in does not care already meaningless. Others think so. Has been 3 people into a tiger momentum. Then there is no other way but to be good. After Su Nianji, let's talk about Su Guan. He also invited Yang Lin to join him for tea, a barbecue or something from time to time these days. The relationship between the two was evident as they spoke of an old brother and a little old brother or something. It's what makes Yang Lin nasty. Su Guan seemed to be particularly attached to his affair with Su Nianji. It's a knock in the ears every now and then. Little old brother, why don't you seize the opportunity to punch Nianji hard? What if, in case, she wants to follow you later? Yang Lin really didn't understand why this old brother Su especially liked to put himself and Su Nianji together, but after hearing it so much, one becomes numb. Su Nianji what nature, and is not unclear, this general people, who can pry so it's a lazy thing to think about for now. After all the above digressions, back to the point. Within these 10 days, Yang Lin traveled to the spirit realm because he brought Su Meng and Wang Chanshan from time to time. In addition to leveling up, your own strength must have skyrocketed. Third core talent, chopping Crimson Blade. First effect, hang Crimson status and burst for 5x damage to total solid damage. After he had killed 100 captain level and above demons, he had now activated the second effect. Secondary effect, also in the red state situation. When the enemy's blood level is less than 5% of your own, you will be able to directly kill them when you use the chopping red blade again. Nonetheless, this dual effect will carry on growing. Every time you kill a minor leader or a demonic creature of the same level and higher in the spirit realm, replica, or special battlefield, you will increase your kill limit by 0.5%. The maximum chopping cap can be increased from 5% to 10%. Yang Lin, he knew he was a wall hanger, but he really didn't realize that he had actually gone this crazy. Other than that, think of an entrance decimating 25% of the enemy's current blood level, plus closing up to 10% of the total blood cut. In the future, if you don't become a human being and rob other people's monsters or whatever, it's simply a matter of robbing them. Beyond that, there was nothing more important than when Yang Lin's level reached level 15. His third mythic career word is now available, Immovable Hades. When a professional performs a full burst of blood and energy, he or she passively enters the immovable Plutonian state. Upon entering this state, one will engage in a one-on-one death cascade with a locked demonic creature, thus suppressing it completely while retaining various career skills and natural abilities. At the same time, career damage will be doubled again for sustained total solid damage above the third word. Yang Lin, he could no longer describe how far he had perverted himself. All he knew was that if he had one alpha-level demon in front of him, The entry first cuts 25% of the blood, and the tail blade counts as the most basic 5% cut, so that would equate to this, the alpha level demons only having 70% of their blood. Then at his current level 16, the base second damage was 64, and after hanging on to the crimson status, the second damage was doubled 5 times to 320, without a full burst at this time. The split damage is 19,200. If a full burst is performed, then the split damage is a horrific 38,400. Don't ever count hourly injuries at this point, because this is the time when all theoretical hourly injuries reach a horrifying 2+ million. Even if a demon heard it, it would have to kneel down and call Yang Lin a big daddy ancestor. But, the third word really isn't something you can just inspire to use. Going into full burst would be the equivalent of going for a quick kill. Although it would super suppress demons or enemies, its own consumption was equally staggering. In short, discretion needs to be used. The end of the end. Organize the current mini-goals. The first, third core talent, cutting the crimson blade, is needed to kill minor leaders and above as quickly as possible. Increases the 5% chop to a maximum cap of 10%. Secondly, at the same time there is a third effect of this talent. Conditional level 25 is required and tailblade decimation reaches the cap of 10%, at which time the final effect of the talent can be activated. Third, when level 25 is reached, past the secondary special evolution copy, must awaken a random one of a skill, talent, or phrase. So, what to do next? Isn't that obvious? In order to quickly upgrade, Yang Lin is now simply discussing with Su Meng and Wang Chan. Now that the entire squad has reached the depths, and if they continue to stay in the depths where there are too many monks and not enough gruel, then when will they be upgraded? In that case, why don't you simply advance deeper into the core? That's how the three decided, and that's how they acted. As it was today when they arrived at the spirit realm, the periphery and the depths no longer smelled good. Windy ran right into the deepest core. Unbeknownst to them, the fact that they were doing this made more than just Sun Yanji want to kneel down for the three of them. Even the higher-ups of the Greedy Wolf Guild's headquarters were directly led by the three of them until all of them were silenced. Chapter 77, the Silent Weeping. Tree Spirits, Rank 19, Blood 4000 to 4200, Attack 250 to 280. As Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Chan advanced towards the deepest part of the spirit realm, among them, Su Meng's passive probing once again frequently took credit, as a white light marked the camouflaged tree spirits. Not even waiting for the things to sneak up on them, the trio had already sprung into action. With Yang Lin around, it was hard for the tree spirits' ground surge to kill suddenly from underground. When these tree spirits were still trying to lock up the three people who appeared with the branches on their bodies without dying, Wang Chanshan's tornado had long since ripped their branches into twists. As for the two devil puppets beside Su Meng, it was even better. The adamantium magic puppets were known for their strength, and the cold air spewed out by the ice magic puppets could easily freeze the tree spirits. After the stormy and heavy punches continuously bombarded the tree spirits, in just the time it took to breathe, they could make these things turn into pieces on the spot. After getting rid of the first 7 tree spirits they encountered, Yang Lin's trio did a little review. As the demon leveled up, the blood this was a significant climb, as was the attack power. But that's about it. Easy fix. For experience, with the extra 15% for group scrolls, it's okay, within acceptable limits. Is this the deep core? It seems about the same as the outside. Su Meng excitedly said, that's only almost as good as having you there. For the other teams, they definitely won't come to risk their lives in a short period of time, so all the demons here are ours for now. Wang Chanshan's words, this time flying in mid-air. When the white markings appeared in front of his eyes again, the wings of the griffin being behind her flapped, and 2 wind blades fell in succession. With the sound of breaking air, the 2 Gorgon assassins that were about to sneak up on the trio were instantly killed on the spot. Sister Dream is right. For the time being, if no one is robbing the demons from us, then we can get more points. Okay, let's do a quick brush up and try to break the previous record of 100,000. The three are like nightmares. Wherever it pushes, there is annihilation. A mere tree spirit, a mere Gorgon. Not worth mentioning. Like the trio said, how must we punch 100,000 points today and break the record? But what to think? As they continued on to the deepest part, they were suddenly stopped in their tracks. Yang Lin, we're stopped in our path by the barrier. No, the top won't go through either. The front is sealed. Thinking that Su Meng and Wang Chanshan had both noticed this problem, Yang Lin was of course the same. Stretching out his hand, he could feel that there was just an invisible barrier in front of him. Through the barrier the trio saw that there were more tree spirits and Gorgon beasts ahead. Obviously, those contraptions had now discovered the trio as well, and in just 10 seconds or so, at least 24 tree spirits as well as 30 to 40 Gorgon beasts had surrounded them ahead of them. However, It was still because of the barrier that these demons couldn't get through. They can only do useless output against the barrier, as well as growl in anger. Looking at this scene, Yang Lin was a bit puzzled. What's going on here? A barrier at the deepest part of the core? Out of curiosity, without unfolding his domain, Yang Lin raised his hand and threw a super weakness onto the barrier in front of him. Soon the basics became apparent. Imitation boundary guard. 180. 000 blood. Dreamy. Sinister. This isn't an induction device, is it? It's obviously not. Su Meng thought for a moment. Earlier, Sister Nian she confided that she wouldn't let us touch the inducer device again, and said that it would be very serious if we did. At the end of the day she didn't tell us what the induction device did. Wang Chan looked at the perimeter and said, just in case, should we walk to the left and right to see if there is a cornerstone or something to say? This was something that both Yang Lin and Su Meng agreed with, so the three began to probe to the left and right, but sadly, found nothing. Instead, the demons on the opposite side of the parapet heard the commotion and gathered around in increasing numbers. Looking at such a large group of magical creatures, the three of them drooled with gluttony, simply because, well, these are rich experiences. Brother Yang, what do we do now? I'd like to destroy it, but it's not clear if this thing is set up by the base or if it's a specific restriction of the spirit realm. If it's the former, I'm sure there's another deeper meaning. If it's the latter, there's nothing to worry about. Su Meng pondered for a moment and said, I remember that the barriers in the martial arts arena at that time had higher blood levels than this. If the base really wants to set up a barrier, it can't be lower than the martial arts arena, right? That's true. Nianji she just cautioned all the newcomers, without the ability to never core deep, so as not to send death to self. She didn't even mention anything special deep in the core. Is there a possibility? Su Meng's expression perked up even more, that this is an ability or something that the leader is exercising, like it's covering the deepest minions, so it's temporarily isolating the outside. I think it's possible. Wang Chan now. Her expression was equally excited. The spirit realm also has a leader, and it is said that the chances of props coming out of the spirit realm's leader seem to be higher than the general copies. Yang Lin squeezed the knuckles of his fists and said, mainly, there's no signal here to contact the outside, but with so many demons in front of us, I really don't want to give up. Why don't we take out this what's-his-name guard wall? Aha! The two sisters did a double take, because even if they didn't talk about the ringleaders, the swarms and swarms of demonic creatures inside the protective wall were enough for the three of them to brush up on a huge wave of points and experience. Saying yes, Yellen quickly unfolded the field. Brush 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 brush. The blood level of the protective wall fell down like crazy. Even if Yang Lin wasn't in full burst right now, it was just 180, 000 blood. After the entry decapitation and tail blade decapitation, and with a high 19, 200 damage split, it's not going to take more than 7 minutes at most to finish. As the minutes ticked by, when the time reached 5 minutes later, cracks were already crawling on top of the faux boundary protective wall. When the final blood level was at 5%, Yang Lin smoothly slashed down with a crimson blade, easily shattering the protective wall completely. At this moment, a light blue pillar of light shot straight up into the sky. Even in the daytime, it was still quite dazzling. It wasn't clear what was going on, just like a chain reaction. As the first light blue light pillar rushed into the sky, light blue light pillars rose up one after another from the remaining 7 directions. This scene was seen by the three Yang Lin, but they couldn't figure out what was going on. What's more, right now a large number of demons had already swarmed over, so it was important to harvest points and experience first. Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan were only immersed in the joy of the harvest. How could they possibly know? The scouting section of the base was suddenly in disarray. Section Chief, it's not good. Something has happened to the deepest jutsu seal in the spirit realm and it seems to be loosening. Not good. One of them suddenly collapsed. Crap. Because of the chaining of the other 7 connected seals, all 7 in a row are in self-destruct mode. The chief of section was, at the moment, on the verge of peeing himself because he was so tense and devastated. Damn you. You almost didn't get yourself fired last time the beacon was totaled. It's only been a few days. Why are we here again? What kind of sins have you done to yourself? Quickly, said the chief of the section, stretching out his trembling hand, in the most disheveled, feeble and weak voice. Inform Lieutenant Su. Chapter 78. The happiness of the chief of section. Su Guan's words. He and Su Nianji were at a tea house on a street at the moment, reporting on their work. To ask what work is being reported? That must be all about the chopper battle. 2 days later, last time, because the beacon had been destroyed, Su Guan had mobilized a large batch of resources on the hoof these days and deployed additional manpower to re-establish the Celestial Eye and radar monitoring system. It's all finished now, just waiting for 2 days for official use. Hearing Su Guan indicate that everything was fine, Su Nianji nodded in satisfaction. You're doing a great job. and it just so happens that my dad might be coming over in the next couple days. If I can't take care of it then, you'll help me pick up the slack. He came over to see Yang Lin in action? Well, he thinks highly of Yang Lin, so he wants to take a good further look at Yang Lin and his two teammates. Okay, I know. I'll meet the president when you can't spare the time. As for now, the topic is all about Yang Lin. Su Guan mustn't pry from the sidelines anyhow. Nian Ji, I find that you and Yang Lin are getting along quite well. It's now rumored throughout the base that you and he have been dating. I'm really a little curious as to what's going on in your mind as the person in question. It's all just rumors. What do you care? Don't you ever get angry? Why should I be angry? If I go and dispel the rumors, it will only strengthen their suspicions. Instead of letting things get darker and darker, we should just let it go. And when they get tired and cold to the gossip, it will naturally die down. Ha ha ha, that's true. But Nian Ji, I think you and little old me stand together quite well. Really don't think about it? I'm in the position of being his instructor and mentor, and I don't have that little girlfriend special feeling for him. Su Guan, I think you're quite fond of gossiping as well, which means nothing to your work. Meaningless? How is that possible? Su Guan secretly, when he spoke, he had been observing Su Nianji's reaction. Say what he feels and concludes now. Sure enough, it's right to let little old me have more contact with Su Nianji. The topic at hand is one that, if it were before, would not have been thought of at all. Su Nianji will definitely come up with are you trying to die for once? Or, want me to get someone to sew up your mouth? But look at it now. Even if Su Nianji spoke back very firmly, but there is absolutely no kind of invisible forced depression. So this was followed by a little bit of urging on little old me. Let him step up hard so that he can have a deeper and more intimate interaction with his top man. When it gets deeper, won't the relationship go from strength to strength? At that time, not only would he not be oppressed in his work anymore, but he would also be able to give the chairman a perfect account, killing two birds with one stone, right? Next, and leaving aside the topic of little old me, Su Guan had wanted to report back to Su Nianji about the more specific situation regarding the decimation battle. Who would have thought that a call would actually come from the detective section? What's wrong, Lieutenant Su? Something big has happened. Don't stammer, just say what's going on. Yes, regarding the art seals deep within the spirit realm, I don't know what happened and they all collapsed. Initially, through the eye of the sky, it appeared that a small group was involved in the deepest part. The collapse of the jutsu seals likely had something to do with the squad. So, oh, I see. Su Guan didn't react in any particular way. Instead, his flippant response backfired and confused the detective section side. Lieutenant Su, did you not hear me clearly? What I reported just now was, you reported the total collapse of the jutsu seal. I heard you. Is there anything else? Now, the most clueless person is actually the head of the detective section. When he heard his subordinate say that a situation had occurred in the depths of the spirit realm, his legs and feet weakened and his head broke out in a cold sweat. He even expected in his heart that he was afraid that he would be dismissed from his post and his future would be ruined. But in any case, he did not expect that when his subordinates notified Lieutenant Su, he seemed to look as if he did not care. Because of this time after the section chief came to a few moments of courage, he took the initiative to take over the call of his subordinate, Adjutant Su. In this situation, won't you issue any special instructions from your side? Instructions for what? Just destroy it. Anyway, if we don't destroy it now, we'll have to send someone specifically to destroy it in a couple of days, so it'll save us the trouble instead. Inside the detective section, the chief almost didn't react. You almost pissed yourself just now, and now, it's over lightly? For a moment the chief wondered if he was hallucinating because he was so nervous. When the section chief was a bit skeptical of life, within the communication, came Su Guan's voice. Oh yes, now there's something Nancy wants to say. Yes, let Deacon Su speak freely. I'll listen on my side. With that, Su Nianji's voice came from within the communication. For the time being, just to be on the safe side, you are allowed to temporarily use a small portion of the Heaven's Eye's arithmetic power to lock directly into the depths of the spirit realm's core. Realistically, confirm that if there is a squad over there, is it a 3-man squad? Alright, Deacon Su, wait a moment. I'll immediately have my subordinates make arrangements. About 3 minutes later, the section chief returned respectfully. As shown through the general screen overview, there is indeed a team of 3 in the depths of the spirit realm. Very well, don't turn off the movement watch for now. Plain record their trajectory to see when they will exit the depth range. Yes, the section chief, who hadn't heard Lieutenant Su and Instructor Su get angry, was instantly relieved. And speaking of Su Guan and Su Nianji's side, there really wasn't much of a reaction from either of them. 99.9% they didn't run. This little old man, he's actually running deep into the core right now with his 2 little girlfriends. Possibly, it should be that it senses that the demons in the depths are too inexperienced. so it wants to go deeper into the core to fight. But Nianji, the depths of the core are not simple. Of course it's not easy. It's been restricted there and the gathering of demons is beyond belief. Even if the newcomers were strong, they wouldn't be able to get in there like a fish out of water. As long as the three of them aren't stupid, they'll retreat of their own accord after going some distance deeper. Su Guan, he certainly thought so. Regarding the jutsu seal deep in the core, it was in fact prepared for the decimation battle 2 days later. Once the decimation battle opens, the baiting device will come into play, and the deepest demons will be attracted at that time. As for the baiting device, it was true that the main role was to attract magical creatures, but at the same time, the thing also carried the beacon of the Sky Eye system. The chopper battle, in reality, was a comparison of each squad's current ability to make kills. The demons gathered in the deepest part are, to put it bluntly, the test questions for the subsequent decapitation battle. Only now, it was released 2 days in advance by the Yonglin trio, so it's something that really isn't a big deal. Naturally, neither Su Guan nor Su Nianji were moved. But, just after Su Guan had reported on his work in every detail and another half an hour had passed, a call once again came over from the detective division. Instructor Su, Lieutenant Su, we've been observing the trajectory of the three-man squad's activities. They've been going deeper into the core, and preliminary estimates are that in another half hour, they'll basically reach the high-energy territory. What the hell? Are the three of them that adventurous? After such a long time, can't you feel the weight and number of demons in the core area? Instructor Su, then our side, continues to observe. Keep observing and report back to me every 5 minutes. And then, Instructor Su, they're still going deeper. Instructor Su, they didn't stop at all. Instructor Su, they're about to reach the core high-energy territory. As the scouting section reported more and more, Su Nianji's forehead was on the verge of breaking into a cold sweat. What on earth is Youngling doing with his 2 little girlfriends? Even if you're strong, how can you still be alive in a long blocked, demonic super gathering area? It was a pity that the spirit realm had a mist blocking the signal, and they didn't have a special signal booster on them, so they couldn't contact this side even if they wanted to. No, absolutely nothing can happen to this guy. Truly unable to sit still, Su Nianji greeted Su Guan, and the two of them hurriedly headed towards the investigation section. Chapter 79, The Absolute Demoness. Greedy Wolf Guild Headquarters. Outside the main door, a slender figure stepped in. Just at this time, the hall where people were originally coming and going was suddenly as if the pause button had been pressed. Instant silence. Brush 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 brush. Whether it was the public officials coming in and out or the staff here, men and women alike, all of them gathered their eyes on the young woman who entered the door. The woman's eyes were flowing, and there seemed to be thousands of flavors swirling within. Vermilion lips slightly raised. Than that the most delicate peach blossom in the spring are more titillating. Obviously just walking normally, but still let everyone feel the most soulful charm in the world. Even if only the slightest knitted brows and movements, as usual, can let all the people to its lingering, cannot move away from the eyes. At that moment a secretary stepped forward quickly. Deacon Chianmai, you're back. Well, the outside commissions have been taken care of, so next you'll help me log off the program. Okay, I'll take care of this afterward. This little secretary's pretty face was red, and she didn't even dare to look directly at the woman in front of her, not regaled by the woman's position as deacon, but, rather, thrilled by the captivating charm that emanated from the woman. I think the little secretary, being a woman, was confronted with all the charms of the woman in front of her, not to mention others, especially still men. Chi Mai, Reu Chi Mai. She was one of the deacons of the Greedy Wolf Guild, because of the natural charm, so even as it is in the moment, even if she didn't act at all, her every move or even her voice still mesmerized those around her. Lu Qianmai's killing power, no matter where it was placed, was definitely at the level of a nuclear explosion. Look around the hall. A good number of people are either swallowing their saliva or hurriedly don't turn around to wipe it to prevent ugliness. As for Lu Qianmai herself, she had long been accustomed to the scenes around her and didn't care. She's just coming over to go through the process of canceling a completed commission. But unexpectedly, the little secretary added at this time, Deacon Thousand Dances, you've come just in time. The president and a group of executives are discussing important matters on the top floor, and it's only just 3 minutes past the hour, so you can check it out as well. So I'm kinda in time. Oh yeah, is that Su Nianji woman around? Deaconess Su. She's not here. She's over at the Lishan base right now. What? She's at the Lishan base? Well, it seems to be an instructor there, and Deacon Su is with her. Lu Qianmai hummed lightly. That ex-cold woman would actually go and become an instructor. It's really surprising. Deacon Thousand Dances. The meeting on the top floor? Anyway, I've got nothing to do now, so I'll go up and see what a bunch of old guys are deliberating about. Until Lu Qianmai's back all disappeared within the elevator. but the vast majority of the people in the hall still hadn't come back to their senses. Deaconess Thousand Dances can be so top-notch. I'd like to be her hook for the rest of my life. What do you think? It's your turn to do this good thing? If I could be Deaconess Jamai's boyfriend for a day, I'd be willing to die right now. Stop dreaming, just wash up and go home to sleep. And let's not talk about this side of the hall. When Lu Qianmai went up to the top floor and arrived at the conference room, she found that basically 9 out of 10 of the executives were present, except for those who were on a mission. I'm not sure what's going on, but with such a big show, I'm sure it's not a small thing. Rather, it was said that her appearance, not to mention the indulgence of the crowd in the hall below, even most of the old guys in the conference room couldn't carry it now. There's no way. Lu Qianmai has the title of stunning beauty in the Greedy Wolf Guild. Such an overwhelmingly beautiful woman. So far no man has seen her and not been confused. And, again, the average woman can't top that. What happened? Why is the venue so tense? Is it a war with any power? Finding an empty seat and sitting down. It was such a casual question. Soon, Lu Qianmai got the answer she wanted. That's for the president to ask. Inexplicably, he suddenly wants to block the files of 3 newcomers as top secret. How can most people be convinced in their hearts when such a big thing comes first? Lu Qianmai was surprised. A top secret file, and it's still 3 people at once, and they're all newcomers? Yeah, if it's one, this turning a blind eye is just as good, but 3 of them are still preemptive. So even if you're the president, you can't treat all the executives as if they're nothing, can you? I'm interested to hear you say that. It's remarkable that 3 of the people recruited this time were able to catch the president's attention all at once. It's quite something, depending on how the president explains it subsequently. Lu Qianmai nodded slightly before looking around the entire venue. Now, she didn't see the president, Su Xingye. However, looking at the crowd of executives reacting so greatly one by one, she suddenly thought of something. That secretary just said that Su Nianji is now working as an instructor at the Lishan base. Then the president preemptively blocked the files of the 3 newcomers as top secret, which is, indeed, somewhat intriguing. If such things were to be told, no one would not suspect that those 3 people were afraid that they were not related to the president. Like a top secret file, which in other words means top secret internally. If that's all there is to it, surely there's nothing to it. But what's important is that once it becomes top secret internally, accordingly, it means that the 3 newcomers will be the mainstay of the guild, the core of the core. The entire Greedy Wolf Guild, from top to bottom, was going to give the trio the green light all the way. No matter what position you are in, no matter how powerful you are, as long as the 3 people have a request, then you have to open the highest authority to fulfill it as much as possible. To put it mildly, if the 3 were to commit adultery in Cloud City, all sorts of absurdities and tyrannies, until the top secret file is removed, a whole bunch of people will have to follow the 3 men's asses and lay it all out for them. So if President Su Xingye didn't give a statement today, how could the senior members of the crowd be willing to do so? To ask the president at this time, Su Xingye how to plan? Well, that's got to count for something. But how much of this argument to give that will be convincing and not pursued further? The degree of which needs to be weighed. After all, who could guarantee that there wouldn't be a mole within the guild? So at this moment, Su Xingye is at the end of the corridor outside the conference room, contacting his daughter Su Nianji, intending to discuss this matter. Nianji, what do you think is the right thing for me to tell them? Dad, I'm busy right now, working on something very important. Good daughter, Dad is being held up to the fire by them right now. If I can't tell you what's going on later, I don't know how a bunch of people are going to quench my spit. Can't you just carve out some time and help me? So, let me think. Hearing Su Nianji say that she wanted to, Su Xingye anxiously said, Nianji, you think quickly. After all, I've been dragging out the meeting for a while. Dad, I really did come up with a brilliant idea. Didn't they want to know if Yang Lin's trio was worth the green light within the guild? Just in time, to give them a chance to witness it. Nianji, what are you? Wait, you just do what I say. No need to explain too much unless I screw up on my end. Okay, good daughter, I'll listen to you. Only after another period of communication with Su Nianji did Su Xingye return to the conference room. Chapter 80, The Dragon Lady of Jinghua. Back to Su Nianji's side. She knew that the 3 people who had entered the depths of the spirit realm's core were definitely Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Chan without a doubt. Other than those 3, no one else had the ability to destroy the Jutsu seals. With what she and Su Guan had thought, the demons that had been gathered within for such a long time, that was not 2000, but 18. Under normal circumstances, the trio would have traveled some distance into it, realized that the situation was not right, and would surely have dutifully chosen to retreat. But how could she and Su Guan have imagined that Yang Lin's trio would not follow the usual path? Instead of backing away, he quickly went deeper inside. This moment really scared Su Nianji and Su Guan, a once-in-a-century talent. If it were to break down here, what would happen? At the first opportunity, she had summoned a group of high-ranking good men. Next, she went to the scouting section and directly activated the radar eye in the sky system. Originally this thing was meant for the chopper 2 days later. Wanting to observe the inside of the spirit realm, the consumption required for the activation and operation of this heavenly eye system was dozens of times that of the outside. But right now, Su Nianji couldn't care less about this. The deep core territory was actually quite large, and she had to pinpoint where Yang Lin's trio was and then send out an expert to bring them back. That's what she intended to do, and that's what she did. After some hands-on work by the staff of the investigation section, finally, the 3 Yang Lin people were locked into the core depths through the Sky Eye system. The trio's figures and actions were clearly displayed above the video within the detective section. Then everyone was doubly shocked. One of the shocks, the 3 of them were now killing demons. And just by looking at the demonic corpses that had accumulated in the surrounding area like a small mountain, one could tell how strong the 3 of them were. Shocker number 2. Embarrassed to speak up, simply because there are some difficult things to say. Nianji, I realized a problem. I don't need you to tell me that I found out the same thing. Yang Lin and the 3 of them are far more powerful than we expected. It can be more than just double or triple. Yeah, not to mention Su Meng and Wang Chan. Did you see that the 3 of them didn't have a trace of panic? On the contrary, killing the demonic creatures with a lot of ease and enjoyment. Indeed. So now I'm a little hesitant to bring the 3 of them straight back instead. This is not very good to do it, and let the support manpower to go. For the time being, you can first stand by in the depths and the core. Once we realize that the 3 can't support them, this will also command the rescuers to arrive on the scene quickly. Su Nianji nodded. That's what I plan to do. Immediately, a group of high-ranking good soldiers who were still on standby received the order and carried their combat equipment and special communication signal boosters to the depths of the spirit realm on the transporter. As for the detective section room, Su Nianji redirected her line of sight to fall on top of the video screen of the Heaven's Eye system once again. Su Guan, you don't think the 3 of them are trying to kill the spirit realm leader, do you? Looking at them, I think it's possible. Even if they are strong, the deeper they go inside, the more obstacles they will encounter. That spirit realm leader, with normal common sense, if one wanted to kill it, one would normally need 4 to 5 squads to join hands to do so. So I still hope that they don't take the risk. Nianji, I don't feel that little old brother is a reckless person. You've been with him for some time, and you don't know him well? You're right. He asked me numerous questions earlier, all about the spirit realm and copies. This shows that he really isn't reckless. At least, he should know what he's doing by now. Su Nianji and Su Guan were still chatting, but to her surprise, her cell phone suddenly rang at this time. One look at the caller ID and it was actually his own father. What are you doing looking for yourself at this time? With confusion, Su Nianji picked up the phone, and soon, she also understood her father's situation over at the headquarters. Looked at the time, currently 1:15 p.m. Looking at the image screen again, Yang Lin's trio was still killing big time. So, Su Nianji gave her father, Su Xingye, an idea. Su Xingye accepted his daughter's offer. Afterward, he returned to the conference room in high spirits. Gentlemen, we can now begin our meeting. Upon hearing that the meeting was going to start, a group of high-level patriarchs could no longer hold back. This one, all of them, decided to turn on the spray mode. But soon, it was suppressed by Su Xingye with a gesture of pause. I know what you think and I know what you care about. No, it just so happens that I have an opportunity here for you to meet the 3 of them as well. Chairman, what do you mean by that? Why does it feel inexplicable? Mojo or no mojo for now. You'll see afterward, a patriarch said. President, are you making a pretense? Although I'm not sure what purpose you have out of blocking the files of the 3 newcomers here today, I'd like to ask you a question. The 3 of them, they might be as good as Dragon Sect Jinhua Dragon Lady this year? Brush. All eyes were invariably focused on Su Xingye. Su Xingye also didn't expect that in an instant. This topic had run to the Dragon Sect Jinhua Dragon Lady. Regarding the Jinhua Dragon Lady, there was actually only the most basic information on the Greedy Wolf Guild side. It says that this year, Dragon Gate is in full bloom, and a hidden profession has come out among the newcomers. Because the newcomer is a girl, she is called the Dragon Lady. Also because this girl's occupation was second to none, and she was said to have the ability to subdue the country for one person. She was called the Dragon Lady of the Subdued Kingdom. To ask if this Yang Lin can compare to the Jinhua Dragon Lady, Su Xingye himself couldn't help but feel like spitting. He had never seen Yang Lin's ability at all, and everything was based on believing what his own daughter had said. How can I answer when I'm asked that now? But, as a father, can you not trust your daughter? Listening to Su Xingye, he said, what's wrong with the Jinhua Dragon Lady? She's a hidden profession. Then one of our 3 newcomers has a hidden profession just the same. The Domain Jin Demon Master. Chairman, don't blow it off. You think we don't know that when this domain town magician, the novice copy didn't even reach level 10? That's not true. It said that they passed the abyssal difficulty trial in the end, but we didn't see it with our own eyes, so who knows if there's anything fishy in the meantime. Su Xingye waved his hand. Good. What did I just say? Now isn't exactly the time. I want to give you guys a chance to get to know the three of you. Next, you just stare and watch, and the rest, wait until the end. Speaking at the same time, Su Xingye also took out his cell phone, chose to video call with his daughter Sun Yinji at the same time. By the way, also put the projection of the video on the public screen above the conference room. If one were to ask what the group of executives in the arena had seen, it would definitely be relayed from Sun Yinji's side, the image of Yang Lin's trio slaying the demonic creature in the spirit realm, only to see the picture for the first time. The field of a group of old men and women seniors have tensed up. Degrading, just degrading. President, look for yourself. What exactly are you making us look at? The world is going downhill. The people are not in the right place, and such a trio of people can still be sealed off from the archives? Su Xingye glanced at the image screen, and he shocked himself. Good lord, this is too. Chapter 81, what an injury to the wind. As for what exactly was going on, this matter had to be traced back to the time after Yan Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Chan shattered the protective wall, because they had killed 100 or 200 demons in one breath. All three of them were in a rather uplifting mood. It was during the next break that Yang Lin thought about the possibility of meeting more demons afterward, so I subconsciously said, I hope to have more fun next. Yang Lin was just a casual remark, but Wang Chan has a no sister. She instantly understood. Yang, I'm going to go get changed at the proximity. After saying that, Wang Chan ran behind the nearby big tree in a hurry. Such a move scared Su Meng. It wasn't even the thought of the imp costume that I had changed into earlier, especially that little devil tail that stuck with her now. She had wanted to advise Wang Chan not to be like this, but she couldn't pull it off. Not at all. She was forced to follow, but it turned out to be okay, and she was so relieved to see that it wasn't an imp costume. It was in this way that when Su Meng and Wang Chan appeared in front of Yang Lin's eyes again, one turned into an imploring and innocent little nurse who would take care of people, and the other turned into a cute and slightly sexy bunny girl. Yang Lin righteously criticized these two sisters of his family. Now we're here to kill monsters. Why is this even cosplay? Being a man as pure as snow, they had to be educated, and the next one would be the last. Just because he was so educated. Immediately, two shallow rows of cute little teeth marks were once again on his arm. Even Wang Chan has become bold now, completely unafraid to protest Yellen and dare next time. Can't control it at all. Since he couldn't control it, Yang Lin thought, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Just begrudgingly accept the ferocious onslaught of all kinds of visuals as the two girls dangled before your eyes. Also, it could be that killing so many demons earlier was a bit tiring. Yang Lin filled a bottle of pure water in one gulp at this time before he felt slightly quenched. The situation, which is such a situation as the above. So after that, long after cross-dressing, when Sun Yinji, who was inside the base, ordered the activation of the Heaven's Eye system and captured the images of Yang Lin's three people, the two sisters' costumes became the second of the shock to Sun Yinji, Su Guan, and a group of staff. Yang Lin, these three people, they are playing too much, they can't even be evaluated, okay? And, knowing that Sun Yinji had transferred the image of locking down Yang Lin's trio to the president's cell phone as well as on the headquarters conference room when it was publicly released, Su Guan couldn't help but cover his face for Yang Lin. Nian Ji, are we invading the fetishes and privacy of the three of them? I can't help it. My dad's side can't recruit the guild executives. Now not transferring the picture to show the three strong, but also want to seal the file of the three of them for fear of not being able to do so. After Sun Yinji finished, she added awkwardly, earlier when I was in UF1, I knew that Yang Lin had that kind of hobby. Who would have thought that in addition to Wang Chan, Su Meng was also so cooperative with him? You can't say that. After all, people's relationships are right there. That's true, but what do you think? What do the top senators at headquarters think? Su Guan thought for a moment. Even if he didn't show up at headquarters right now, he could guess all kinds of wonderful reactions on the faces of those old men and women. However, there was no waiting for Su Guan to finish gloating. A message suddenly came on his cell phone. When he clicked on it, it turned out to be a questioning message from the president on his spare cell phone. Su Guan, you kid punked me, didn't you? Earlier you didn't say that Yang Lin and those two girls were playing around so much, and for that you're still encouraging Nian Ji to get involved with him? Oops, you can't take this hat. Su Guan took advantage of Sun Yinji's inattention and hurriedly messaged back. President, don't you dare accuse me. I'm trying to bring Nian Ji and Yang Xiao closer, but I'm not saying I have to let the two of them be together. And President, you can't forget the original intent. You boy, Can't you forget what started it all? Of course it's the original intention to break the shackle of not wanting to find a man on Nianji. The main idea of letting her get close to Yang Lin now is to change Nianji's impression of men. When she gets the idea, won't it be easier for her to find a boyfriend or something in the future? Su Xingye, at the headquarters, was obviously silent for some time. Finally, his message returned. You have a point. Now is really not the time to dwell on this. We must first change Nianji's impression of men. That's right, President. You trust me. You can rest assured that I'll do my job. Yes. Seeing that the president was not entangled in this matter, Su Guan secretly and quietly let out a huge sigh of relief. On the contrary, it is his side of the relief. Headquarters conference room, a group of high-level old men and women, most of them are all taught. Sinful. These are the 3 newcomers that our president blocked the file? If outsiders know about this, do we still want to lose face in the greedy wolf guild? Look at the dress. How hurtful and unattractive it is. And the 3 of them are actually enjoying themselves? Look, that kid's got his big hands all over a girl's ass. It's impossible to watch. It's just impossible to watch. As the guild's patriarch, I'm ashamed of them youngsters. The murmurs converged into one, and in the end, without exception, all of them turned into sharp arrows and shot at President Su Xingye, who became a target in minutes. Even though he was usually known for his majesty, he really couldn't resist the criticism attack from a group of senior officers. Silence, all of you. Listen to me. Listen to what you have to say. Listen to how unashamedly these 3 youngsters have done what they have done. Isn't it true that we old guys still have to be proud of them for this kind of behavior? That's a bit of a bad thing to say. Young people, it's normal to be a bit reckless. Where is it normal? Chairman, look for yourself. Agoo, that girl dressed as a rabbit can't wait to melt into that kid's arms. President, is this what you consider normal? It's degrading and humiliating. Su Xingye, at the moment he was all broken up. He listened to his daughter, Su Nianji, and wanted to see how strong Yang Lin's trio was so that he could shut these patriarchs up. But what would have thought that this would be a time when the 3 didn't even engage in a battle to kill the demonic creature. No fighting, not to say it. Actually have to talk and laugh hand in hand. You love me. Stepped up the green. Traveled to the tour. Gentlemen, let's show you the live video. None of this is even close to the point. The point is, do you know where the 3 of them are right now? The conference room, a little quieter. A patriarch asked, where are they? It's in the deepest part of the core of the Lishan spirit realm. The executives froze. Is that true? It's only been a month, and they actually dared to go to the deepest part of the core? Didn't I tell you guys that Yang Lin, he's a hidden profession field Jinmu master? If he wasn't capable, do you think he'd dare run towards the core with 2 girls? President, how many levels is Yang Lin at now? From what Nianji said, it's already 16, and one of them, Su Meng, is the highest ranked of the base's newcomers, level 17. The other one, Wang Chan, is level 16 like Yang Lin. The top brass molded over. This level is okay. It goes up pretty fast. Chairman, let's just assume that their rank is not bad, but how do you prove that the area they are currently in is the deepest part of the spirit realm? Simple. Won't you know when you meet the enemy later? So much for that. A group of executives felt that they might as well put up with the hurtful behavior of the 3 little ones and see the true state of their encounter with the enemy before saying anything. But who would have thought? Another 5 minutes or so passed without the demon encountering it. Instead, it was the trio's actions that once again strained the entire upper echelon of the room. Chapter 82, A Man's Enjoyment of Life. To ask what's happening now? Well said. The main thing was that the 3 young Lin felt hungry. Earlier, because they had only just entered the depths of the core, each one of them was exuberant in spirit, and after brushing several large groups of demons, they were all immersed in excitement. Now that I've calmed down, it suddenly occurs to me that even though it's past 1 o'clock, I haven't eaten my lunch yet. Since he was going to the deepest part of the core and was even planning to break bread with the final leader, how unlikable it would be to go over there on a hungry stomach. And so, the 3 of them, together, simply found a place with a wide view and relatively clean in the vicinity and prepared to start the pot to cook. Naturally, as usual, Yellen went to set up the tables and chairs and arrange the drinks and fruit. Su Meng went to pick up pots and pans and prepare cooking seasonings. Wang Chan, on the other hand, pans rice and washes vegetables to prepare meat. Everything was orderly and organized. But this kind of behavior, in the eyes of a group of senior management, that is completely unintelligible. Chairman, are you sure they're in the deepest core area of the spirit realm? Are you sure they aren't traveling in some scenic area? I'm sure. Nianji told me herself. Transferred the image herself. How can it be false? Ha, President, you think we're cuties. And, let's just say, like you said, that they are 16 or 17 levels. But do you know that it's already outrageous for level 16 or 17 to dare to go to the deepest part of the Lishan spirit realm? And what are you doing now? Like nothing. Actually getting together to live and cook? More than that, it's just a matter of being a little unsteady and careless in life's cooking. But to make such a big deal out of it? Should we say that they are stupid and don't know how to defend themselves against demons? Or that they hold sacred rituals about eating that must be put in place by rules and regulations? The crowd of executives, anyway, are now sitting on their hands again. One by one, they transformed into sprays and started spraying furiously at Su Xingye. Chairman, you can underestimate our strength, but you definitely can't insult our intelligence. Dressed like that, you're so close to going to a hotel and getting it over with, not to mention. How dare you tell us now that they're deep in the spirit realm? Su Xingye was on the verge of not being able to sit still. For the first time in his life, he was disliked so much by his subordinates when he was the president during a meeting. Though, he certainly believed in his good daughter, Su Nyenji, but he had to wonder now, could it be that the daughter made a mistake somewhere when she transferred the live video? In order to calm the resentment of a group of executives, he hurriedly used his backup cell phone to contact Su Nyenji at the Lishan base. Also wanting to make the people present believe that they are not lying, Su Xingye opened her speakerphone. Dad, why are you even calling? I can't call without it. Nyenji, let me ask you, you didn't make a mistake in transferring the picture over, did you? Don't worry, there's no mistake. Your daughter guarantees with her personality that they are in the core region of the spirit realm right now. According to where the three of them were now, they were probably in the high energy zone. If you walk any further, you will actually enter the final header destination disk. Well, I'm relieved to have you say that. Dad believes in you. Hanging up the communication, Su Xingye straightened his back. Gentlemen, you've heard the call, right? Nyenji definitely won't joke around. Yang Lin and the three of them are indeed in the deepest part of the spirit realm right now. Okay, let's just assume that they are in the deepest part of the spirit realm. But are the three of them crazy? Daring to start a fire and a pot in an open space? Are you really not afraid of inviting the surrounding demons? President, not trying to talk about you. Even if the three of them have some strength, but they are so arrogant. Sooner or later they will die prematurely and fall because of this arrogance. It's hard to imagine what they were taught in school in the first place. Not even basic common sense? Or are they, truly, so confident that they can see beyond the obvious? The question asked. Su Nyenji and Su Guan's side are still the same. If they hadn't seen Yang Lin's trio having a casual picnic in the deepest part of the spirit realm with their own eyes, by now Su Nyenji and Su Guan would still think. The picture of the picnic from Yang's big event that was posted in the group at the beginning was PD by a group of people to flirt with Yang Lin and others. Now I understand. These three guys, they are really bold. They are really sightless. I'll be sure to teach them those basics when they get back. Nyen Ji. Then is there a possibility that it's really us who are overthinking things? What about this? We are certain that Yang Lin is strong, several times beyond what was expected. What about continuing this question a little deeper? What about the actual Yang Lin's being stronger than exceeding it by several times? Seeing that Su Nyenji's sight returned to the scene image, Su Guan said with a grave expression, don't you realize that it's been such a long time, but there still hasn't been a single demonic creature around? Could it be, then, that before they moved the kitchen into the wilderness, the surrounding demons had been completely killed off by them? But Su Guan, is it really possible to reach this level? Little old brother is a hidden profession. I heard that Dragon Sect has a woman with a hidden profession. Dragon Sect dares to call it Jinghua. Little old brother is of the same hidden profession. He can't be too much worse than Dragon Lady, right? Su Nyenji exhaled deeply. If one person can subdue the country, then the entire world, I'm afraid, will be transformed by this person, right? Who knows? But maybe, little old me, he really is that good. An hour passed quickly, and in the picture of the live image, Wang Chanxian's few people had already set up a large table full of sumptuous meals. It's a big plate of chicken and pickled fish again, another fish-flavored eggplant, another vinegared cabbage. Of course, it's not just those 4 items, but actually 4 meat, 4 veggies and 2 soups. The whole thing is like a festival. Just looking at it alone, even if you've already eaten for lunch, it still makes your mouth water. Originally, when I saw this, both the base of Lishan and the site of the guild's headquarters, everyone was numbed by Yang Lin's 3-hole. But who would have thought that the more inverted Big Dipper was yet to come? Su Mang and Wang Chanxian, the two of them, actually took the initiative to sit in front of Yang Lin. One by one, all of them transformed into gentle little daughters-in-law and took turns feeding Yang Lin. Every now and then, the two of them would go and get a fruit-whole drink, fearing that Yang Lin would be bored and thirsty. It's a scene that can't help but make you gag. Is this sure it's from slaying demons in the spirit realm? Is this surely not a man, showing off his enjoyment of life? Anyway, looking at the scene, everyone is suffering from old age. But there was an exception among them, and that was the stunning Siren Lu Chenmai in the headquarters conference room. After watching the live video for so long, she felt more and more that Yang Lin was quite an interesting man, to have two little girls be able to do that for him. In that case, the man must be exceedingly good at something. Then when he thought of Sun Yinji's earlier phone call, swearing to guarantee that Yang Lin's trio was deep in the core of the spirit realm, Lu Qianmai couldn't help but think, could it be that the reason why that ex-cold woman went to be an instructor at the Lishan base was for the sake of this man? If that's the case, interesting. That's even more interesting. Chapter 83. That year, he had his hands in his pockets, within the spirit realm. By the time Yang Lin's trio had eaten lunch beautifully, it was almost 3 p.m. After this eating and drinking, it was definitely time for a good workout, and needless to say, it was definitely time to head for the deepest part of the core. The journey passed by, and the three quickly sensed that there was something different ahead than outside. As far as the eye could see, there were countless spider silks fluttering around the perimeter as well as on the large trees, with many cocoons in them. Su Meng purposely even used a knife to scratch open a callus out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, inside was a dried-up corpse of a gorgon beast. This deepest part is clearly spider territory, and it really didn't occur to me that magic creatures would still use magic creatures as food? Meng, this isn't very normal. Powerful demons have their own territory and it's really not uncommon to hunt weak demons. Su Meng just wanted to say something at that moment, but in the next moment, her eyes tightened violently. Yang Lin, Qian, there are quite a few demons surrounding us. They're fast. Feeling it, all 3 ways ahead. Looks like it's time for another big payday. After Yang Lin finished speaking, he had instructed Wang Chan to summon the griffin beings to fly into the sky, and he, himself, unfolded the field in a smooth manner. At the same time, he signaled Su Meng to prepare for battle as well. After 3 breaths of time had passed, the first demonic creature that had rushed over had shown itself. Poison-striped spider. Level 20. Blood 5. 000 to 5. 500. Attack 300 to 320. All of these things are almost the size of 2 basketballs. The stomach is flowery and rippled and looks inexplicably uncomfortable. With a large group in front of him already waiting within the realm, Yang Lin unceremoniously dropped his super heavy, super paralyze and super weakness. Moves very well, can climb rocks, climb trees, jump. I'm sorry, all of you land on your feet. Obviously being restricted so much, these things still wanted to move towards the center. So naturally, Yang Lin didn't mind pulling out the crimson blade, chopped hard across the field. The poison tattoo spider, which already had its mobility restricted, was already miserable enough, and then it was decapitated in the soul by the crimson blade. At this time, where they still have a little mobility and resistance, lying on the ground spasm is already the biggest gift to them. Yang Lin at this moment, he didn't even bother to enter the shadow-walking state, hands in his pockets, looking proudly at the spiders. Above the sky, as many wind blades fell, on the flat ground, several tornadoes followed and swept madly. The poor spiders, large swaths of them were swept into them, not to mention that with Su Meng's ice magic puppets, I don't know how many spiders shattered into ice cubes spilling into the sky in the space of a breath. As for Su Meng himself, he sat down on the shoulders of the adamantine devil puppet and controlled it to charge back and forth in the field and crush it. For a moment, there was no telling how thick a layer of the spider's mush had collected on the ground. 3 people, too strong. So strong that batch after batch of poisonous striped spiders came to their deaths, and the trio didn't bat an eye, thinking that this was at least a level 20 demonic creature. That experience plus the extra 15% experience from the group scroll made the experience bar of the 3 of them obviously grow rapidly in a state visible to the naked eye. For half an hour, the 3 were just in a killing frenzy, basically without stopping. Unbeknownst to him, such a move had long since shocked all of the people in the scouting section of the Lishan base and the conference room of the Greedy Wolf Guild's headquarters to the point of standing up. Let's start with Sun Yinji's side. Seeing Yang Lin's trio begin to move, she definitely couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat for the 3 of them, especially when they heard the staff say that a large amount of magical creatures had been found, scrambling over to the 3 in the field. In fact, Sun Yinji had already made plans for the rescuers to start moving. The core area had been restricted for so long, and there was no telling how many magical creatures had survived in it long ago. Look at the densely packed red dots of demonic creatures displayed on the sky eye system. A single glance at them would make one's scalp numb. Even if they were strong, even if they were several times stronger, it would be impossible for them to directly fight against the dense swarm of demons, right? Only afraid that something would happen to Yang Lin's 3 people. Sun Yinji at that moment, a heart jumped violently. Su Guan's words were tense though. However, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes became meaningful when he looked at Sun Yinji. Nianji, are you nervous? Nonsense, they are the most outstanding seedlings this year. Isn't it normal for me to be nervous as an instructor and their mentor? Is that really all there is? What do you mean? Su Guan, is there a possibility that you are actually interested in Yang Lin? Su Guan, I'm not in the mood to talk to you about this nonsense right now. Why Sugwon opened his mouth to say this now was because he suddenly thought of the drawbridge effect. Now no matter why Su Ninji was worried about Yang Lin, as long as the facts existed, it was a good thing. He was just words casually so stimulating. He did not believe Su Ninji would not think deeper. Of course, Sugwon was quite worried about whether Yang Lin's trio could deal with the spider swarm. And he sure as hell didn't want anything to happen to this little old man he'd bonded with and his two little girlfriends. But just the next moment, both of them were as if struck by heavenly thunder, so shocked that their minds were about to go blank. Strong? Just how strong can it be? The swarms of spiders that appeared in the image alone were no less than a small beast wave. However, Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Chan, the three of them, had vividly displayed an astonishing feast of power. As for the conference room and the greedy wolf headquarters, the scene is even less controllable because of the large number of people. They had waited far too long, having been tormented by the two girls' cosplay, by their cookout, and by the trio's shameless interactions. Finally, they waited until Yang Lin's trio advanced into the depths. And then, what did they see? Druid. This bunny girl's druid profession actually has the ability to fly? A druid who can't fly isn't a good druid, and it's a total descending blow to professions that can only fight in close combat on the ground. Don't druid. You guys look at the spiders that are pouring over in the field. All of them are losing large chunks of their blood in an instant. What kind of ability is this that is so horrible like this? Geez, is this the gold content of a hidden profession? All the spiders since the entrance instantly become lambs to the slaughter, without the ability to turn over and struggle. Too terrible. It's not the usual scary. There's also this nurse girl who summoned a magic doll. Where is this summoning a magic doll? This is clearly driving a chariot to brutally crush it. A full half hour. Everyone in the conference room, all eyes unblinking staring at the screen, enough to watch half an hour of time. The corpses of the level 20 poisonous striped spider had long since piled up into a small mountain in the middle of the field, and the fighting trio, unharmed. And because of that, when the people in the conference room talked again, the picture suddenly changed. The patriarchal old men and women, looking at the three people in the picture, suddenly that was the more they looked at them, the more they liked them. You guys don't say. That girl looks good in her nurse's outfit. Her body is slim and graceful. Good. Very good. That flying bunny girl isn't so bad either. Look at those bunny ears. So cute. And there's a hint of sexiness in that cuteness. The costume totally suits her. Don't just talk about the two girls. Look at the kid in the field. He deserves to be our guild's hidden profession. What Chingwa dragon lady? I'm sure it's not worth mentioning in front of our family's hidden occupation. At first, each and every one of them had a bad heart and a bad world. But right now, the trio is synonymous with perfection. As for any shameless touching and kissing interactions, they've become youthful now. Do you know what youth is and what it contains? One old man and woman. Now that's a smile and praise. It was at this time that President Su Xingye straightened his collar and stood up calmly. The people present were not sure what he was going to do, and one by one, they cast their eyes over. Then he saw that Su Xingye opened his hand. Now when I say seal the files on all three of them, which one of you is in favor of that and which one of you is against it? Chapter 84 Worry. It was impossible to oppose. As long as one wasn't stupid in the head, they all knew the value of Yang Lin's three-member squad. If this three-man squad can stay strong, it can stay for what others can't. In time, the greedy wolf guild will not properly rise among the three divisions, 8 males, and 12 gates. Then, again, back to the present. Seeing that Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Chan were only resting for a moment after fighting continuously for half an hour, they continued to advance to the deepest part of the core of the spirit realm. This side of the conference room at headquarters must be tense and lively once again. By the looks of them, they should be planning to crusade against the final leader. Definitely. It's just that, as strong as they are, and judging from their performance just now, they do have the capital. But it's still a little disconcerting in the end, and it would be good not to screw up. Yeah, the spirit realm's ultimate leader, the poison tattoo arachnid queen. There's too many mechanisms for that thing. If you don't know anything about it, like an ordinary squad, it's likely that you'll be wiped out in a single shot. The crowd in the conference room. The talking point now began to shift to the poison tattoo spider queen. To summarize specifically, the most basic ability of the poison-striped arachnid queen is the ability to powerfully weave webs. However, if an inadvertent person falls into it, if no one rescues him, he will easily become the morsel of his belly. In addition to weaving webs, it's venomous spray that is even more terrifying. Not only is the range extremely vast, but it is also irregular. According to the normal process to kill this thing, antidote potion and so on that is essential. Otherwise the team overturned is not unexpected. And for the crusading professional, the above 2 points are at best a test of the basics. The last point is the most crucial. The poison-tattooed arachnid queen can advance the little spiders around her to hatch, and those hatched little spiders become a single self-destructing tool body. It's the little self-exploding spiders that are the deadliest killers for the arachnid queen. Whether you get blown up or splattered by the explosion's venom, that's a tricky thing to do, especially when densely packed hundreds of small spiders or even more exploded together. Then it was estimated that the squad caught up in it would not even be able to leave a bit of dregs behind. Because of this, some teams, even if they were leveled 10 or 20 higher, they didn't like to mess with such a thing. And now, even though Yang Lin and the three of them were strong, one of them was only in the teens. Is it really easy to get rid of the poison tattoo spider queen? If the three of them didn't take care of the poisonous tattoo spider queen, and all of them were trapped in the queen's mouth, so what should they do? Because of the fear of such a thing, a portion of the patriarchs had already begun to propose to President Su Xingye. Chairman, why don't you notify Nianji and contact the three as soon as possible, so that they can call off their action to kill the spider queen? These three are our greedy wolf's talents. We must not lose them to the spirit realm heads' mouths due to some accidents. That's right, Chairman. Hurry up and contact Nianji. Make sure not to let the three of them fool around. Su Xingye thought about it, and he also felt that the words were reasonable. And earlier when he spoke to his daughter Su Nianji told him that Yang Lin's trio's run to the deepest part of the core amounted to an accident, and the newcomer base has never released any information about the final leader of the spirit realm until now. In other words, the trio knew nothing about the terror of the poison tattoo spider queen. Even if they were indeed strong in their own right, it didn't mean that they wouldn't fall prey to the spider queen. In the absence of any information about a strong enemy, the three of them, even if their normal strength exceeded the spider queen by a factor of 1, 2, 3 or 4, but when it's time to roll over, it's still going to roll over. And this kind of thing is all too normal when you look at the league as a whole. Knowing that he couldn't hesitate any longer, Su Xingye hurriedly contacted Su Nianji at the newcomer base. Nianji, the three of them mustn't be alright. They mustn't be allowed to risk crusading against the poison tattoo spider queen. Dad, even if I tried to stop it now, I'd already be too late. Why? See the live images for yourself. Su Xingye raised his head to look at the transferred live image, and instantly, his entire body was bad, including, at this time, the crowd of high-level patriarchs watching with him. All the same, just see within the live image, probably killing it and to get more experience. Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan had already started their hasty march. Su Meng sat on the shoulders of the adamantine devil puppet, as if he was driving a chariot across the road, and his speed was soaring. Wang Chan can fly in the sky. You want her to slow down? That's simply impossible. The one who was truly appalled had to be Yang Lin. Previously, Yang Lin stood in the field with his hands in his pockets, not even bothering to move. But now that he was moving so much, the crowd basically couldn't see his shadow instead. Only occasionally which moment could Yang Lin be seen to show his head, but the next second, continued to disappear into thin air, to which all marveled. Yang Lin, isn't he a domain suppressor? Why does he even know sneaking abilities like assassin or killer? Moreover, from the last second he disappeared to the last second he showed up, combined with the distance he ran, his incoming speed was faster than both Su Meng and Wang Chan. This kid, how many more skills are hidden in his body? How much more will it surprise the crowd? But surprise to surprise, delight to delight. And then thinking about Su Nianji's comment about not being able to catch up, and the hasty march of Yang Lin's trio in the picture, the crowd is definitely more anxious at the moment. This action and all the way to kill the speed, that is not to catch up with it. A rough estimate was that in 10 minutes at most, Yang Lin's trio would meet up with the poison tattoo spider queen. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense with super intensity. It's rare to see a centuries-old talent waiting to shine, and now if something happens to it, how can it be? Gripping, quite gripping. Su Xingye's words, he pondered for a moment and said, since things can't be stopped anymore, I hope everyone's mood will slow down a little. I think that since the three of them have superhuman strength, maybe, it can really easily crush the poison tattoo spider queen. President, strength is indeed the root of killing strong enemies, but even with the crushing strength, there are countless accidents where the car rolls over in front of a strong opponent. The mechanism of a strong enemy wouldn't be called a mechanism if it could be crushed by sheer power alone. This I know. Strong enemies and ordinary demons are inherently two different concepts. Since we can't stop the three of them now, we might as well take a good look. Without the slightest bit of intelligence, will they still be as strong and invincible as they were earlier? Don't you want to look forward to observing such a scene? The executives froze. The president is right. If the three-person squad was still strong and invincible with no intelligence, they would still be able to retreat in one piece. So what does that tell you? This showed that the three of them were the most malleable of malleable talents. And that would be even more so within the greedy wolf guild. The rising pearl. Oh no, it could already be the sun. the atmosphere in the conference room became even more violent and hotter. At this moment, everyone's eyes were staring even tighter at the publicized screen. The moment of the final crusade against the poison-tattooed Spider Queen was one they didn't want to miss for a single second. Can the three of them make it? It's gotta be okay, right? Definitely. To be able to Chapter 85, You're Not Afraid to Think About It. The view turns back to the base of Lizan. Even though Sun Yinji knew that she couldn't stop Yang Lin's trio from crusading against the poison-tattoo Spider Queen, but in the end, she still held out a little hope, allowing a group of high-ranking good players who had originally stayed at the core junction to head into the depths for support. Sun Yinji at this moment, the coolness on her face has long ceased, replaced by a deep anxiety. Even in her eyes, there was quite a bit of self-condemnation and guilt to be seen, because it had been based on the average combined level of the newcomers. She hadn't published information about the poison-tattooed Arachnid Queen, but who would have thought that Yang Lin's trio was so fierce? Now it was headed straight for the poison-tattoo Spider Queen. It's good that nothing happens to the three of them. But what if something happens to them? Nian Ji, I see you're getting more and more concerned about little old me. Su Guan, I know what you connote, but right now, I'm not in the mood to joke with you, and with your mouth full of little old brother. I'd like to think that it's just as well for you to call yourself a brother to him. Su Guan was filled with injustice. Whether it's for public or private reasons, how could I not be worried about their safety? Except I think, just in terms of combat prowess, they've grossly overpowered the poison-tattooed Arachnid Queen. It's up to them to be clinical if they can settle in next. That, I would agree with. But, there's no buts. Su Guan said earnestly, what you're observing is his actions, while what I'm observing is the expression little old brother has been wearing. From the beginning to the end, I have never detected him to be half nervous and half flustered. On the contrary, his face has always been filled with absolute confidence. Sun Yinji exhaled deeply. Being absolutely confident may not be a good thing. Ha ha ha, not being confident is a disaster instead. And Nian Ji, it's not that I'm talking about you. Even though you've been with Yang Lin for some time now, you still don't know him well enough. What more do I need to know about him? Does it have anything to do with what the three of them are doing now? There, having said that, I can now discard all my worries and begin to be 100% sure. The poison-tattooed Spider Queen, to Yang Lin, is definitely just a piece of the road. Sun Yinji was quite surprised. Why are you so sure? You want to know? You can shut up if you don't. Oh, then I'll leave it at that. Su Guan, you. Fine. I said, who made you my top dog? Su Guan's expression was now quite grave. Before we get to that, Nianji, I want to ask you, what do you think of Yang Lin's treatment of Su Meng and Wang Chan? Doesn't he always have fun left and right? Nianji, you have been with little old brother for so long for nothing. Su Nianji frowned. Can you state it bluntly? Su Guan sighed. Aren't I just being direct and saying it again? You only saw little old me treating Su Meng and Wang Chan that and that. But what I see is that Su Meng and Wang Chan, on the other hand, are of unparalleled importance to little old me. In the earlier footage of them slaying demons along the way, little old brother's focus could have been on Su Meng and Wang Chan. And then what? And then don't you understand? Little old brother is so worried about Su Meng and Wang Chan. Now, yet he has brought these two sisters to crusade against the poison tattoo Spider Queen. So I have reason to conclude that little old brother he still has his cards up his sleeve. Even though he may think that the poison tattoo Spider Queen is dangerous, he definitely has an undercurrent that surpasses the expected danger. Sun Yinji was a bit incredulous. I don't agree. This field town magician, already enough anticlimactic and exaggerated, if there is also the bottom card. So you're not as good as Su Meng and Wang Chan. You, what are you rambling about again? Su Guan ignored Sun Yinji's anger. His eyes looked at the live image and said, these two sisters, they are equally convinced of Yang Lin. I haven't seen half a bit of cowardice or retreat from them since the beginning, even when the beastly tide of demons surged over earlier. Does this have anything to do with me? Whether it's relevant or not is not important. Let's watch next and see how little old brother, the dragon among men, collects the poison-tattooed Spider Queen. As for Nian Jiuel, I cannot dare to think that you one day, whether you can also win Su Meng and Wang Chan the same, will be that firmly believe in a man. If you say another word, I don't mind sewing your mouth shut. Look, you're still in this temper. Come on, then I'll stop talking and we'll watch little old me together. And when Su Nianji's sight returned to the live image, she would be thinking quite a lot. There was one thing that had to be recognized. Su Guan's observation was meticulous. Thinking about it seriously, from watching Yang Lin's trio kill all the way up to now, Yang Lin had indeed been taking care of Su Meng and Wang Chanshan's safety, and these two sisters really trusted Yang Lin unconditionally. Even though they were surrounded by a vast swarm of spiders, this squad could still remain as immovable as a deep-sea reef. What kind of trust does it take to build such a solid bond with each other? It was thinking down in this way that Su Ningyi had to believe. What Sugwon said is probably right. Yang Lin, he, might really have even more powerful cards, otherwise he really wouldn't have risked his life with Su Meng and Wang Chan. In that case, let's see just how far Yang Lin can still go against the heavens. And, Su Ningyi couldn't help but cover her heart. If Sugwon hadn't been mentioning it, he probably wouldn't have realized it himself. Herself, aren't you worrying a bit too much about Yang Lin? Is it because Yang Lin is a genius? Or is it this man that makes his heart care a little more? Unconsciously, Su Ningyi's heart was slightly messed up, and in this condition of hers, Sugwon naturally saw it in his eyes. Sugwon, his greatest strength is that he is good at observation. He didn't feel that Su Ningyi's reaction was abnormal. On the contrary, it seemed too normal to him. It had been said earlier that Su Ningyi only needed to be in a Yang Lin, regardless of what it thought of itself. As long as the outside world stimulated a few more times, it was absolutely impossible for Su Ningyi not to think about it more. If you want to say, the authorities are the ones on the sidelines, and people, once they think about it more, there's no guarantee what kind of love will spark. Meanwhile, the deepest part of the core of the spirit realm, Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan, who had been killing and running along the way, finally stopped. When you look around at the present moment, you can see countless spider eggs and countless spider silks. Feeling the aura of heavy pollution coming from the front, one could think with one's toes that at this moment, one had already reached where the final leader was. I heard Yang Lin say, take a short break, then we'll finish off the final leader together. Yes, Su Meng and Wang Chan obediently responded. On their faces, there was no trace of fear. On the contrary, each of them was quite excited. Yang Lin, we're about to go kill the final leader. What goodies do you think we can drop? Who knows, but we have luck and explosion rate plus, so at the very least, we'll have to come up with a decent treasure. Well, then, I have a claim. What claim dream you say? You've given Chan a bracelet. If you can't use it if the props come out, you have to prioritize me. After saying that, Su Meng's pretty face reddened and added with mumbling, you can't just favor Chan. Wang Chan was a little embarrassed. So Sister Meng, you've always cared about this. Of course I care. The guy hasn't even given me anything nice. Yang Lin rubbed Su Meng's soft hair and said, give it away, popping out good stuff for you. I'm not being unreasonable. I'm saying that you can't use it before you give it to me. No problem. Who made it my dream? Wang Chan also hurriedly said, if the shipment, Brother Yang can't use it, I promise I won't snatch it from Sister Meng. Then it's a deal. Or I always feel like, you two are bullying me. See how you say that? Chan and I are about to become 10 evil big devils. You two are just big devils. Dream sister. I'm not a big devil. Still saying no. You and Yang Lin have been teaming up to bully me for less time? Then I'll team up with Sister Dream to bully Brother Yang from now on. Yang Lin couldn't help himself. Now, don't you guys team up to bully me. Let's go. The three of us team up, go bully the final leader, and burst the love token for our family Meng. You're going to die. What love token? Nonsense. Nonsense what? You say that on your lips, Sister Dream, but aren't you quite happy? Who is happy? I am not happy. Chan, you do not talk nonsense. Chapter 86, The Gold Content of Hidden Professions. In the midst of the banter, the trio finally stepped inside where the final head of the group was located. The poison-tattooed Spider Queen, awakened from her slumber. Rank 20, Spirit Realm Final Head, Blood 150, 000, Base Attack 350 plus. It was also at this moment, seeing that the three of them were beginning to launch their final crusade against the Poison Tattoo Spider Queen, whether it was the Lishan base or the conference room of the Greedy Wolf Guild's headquarters. Everyone, almost not even daring to utter a breath. It was in this atmosphere that the first thing first appeared, something that the crowd could not even think of. Just 3 people stepped into where the Poison Tattoo Spider Queen was, and eventually the leader just lit up the blood stripes. Instantly, the words -37,500 that floated up caused everyone's pupils to begin to widen. 3 people? What the hell did they do? The final head honcho just showed up and was actually attacked so horribly effectively? Of course, it's not like the crowd didn't see it along the way, but wherever demons appeared, they were first docked a blood level. As for why they were still so surprised now, it was because it killed them to think that such an unknown and miraculous ability would actually work on the final leader as well. Not only is it effective against stragglers, but also against strong enemies. Know what this concept is? Know what that means? Let's not even talk about the nearly 40,000 plus damage in the field. How far it would take someone or another squad to work together to achieve that. This since the final head effective, that later more powerful such as is more than 1,000,000 blood of the strong enemy. Just so come a moment. Have to top how many masters together with the output of the joint force for how long? In the face of a strong enemy, time is life. That statement is truth in this world. and now the truth is in the hands of 3 people. Gulp, gulp. Everyone in the 2 places where the battle was being watched were all swallowing their mouths in excitement. The crowd was, at the moment, envious and amazed, and it wasn't over yet. But after seeing what happened again next, almost in unison, they were once again thrown into a frenzy. Were they and others blind? Or were they hallucinating? Why is it that someone can really go against the grain to such an extent? It's not an illusion. No, it's not an illusion. What the crowd saw with it, that was a fact they couldn't even think of. Originally, in everyone's imagination, the 3 of them meeting up with the poison tattoo spider queen was surely going to start a grand battle, but the reality was that what a poisonous striped spider queen was not even as good as one on the side of the road. That's right, in front of Yang Lin's trio, the poisonous tattoo spider queen, it was really not as good as one on the side of the road. In the picture, the first thing the poison tattooed spider queen did after awakening was obviously to unleash a sound wave. In an instant, more than a dozen self-destructing small spiders had broken out of their eggs and rushed towards the 3. However, in the middle of the way, they were all strangled in by Wang Chan's tornado. As for the poison tattoo spider queen, it was just about to bounce close enough to launch an attack, but at this time, it no longer had a chance. Simply because Yang Lin did not intend to consume. He wanted to kill quickly. After completing the application of multiple negative statuses in an instant, as well as the red blade's decapitation, Yang Lin looked disdainful as he entered a full burst state. Third mythological word. When the professional performs a full burst, he or she enters the immovable Plutonian state and then performs a death cascade with the suppressed person. And so everyone saw that at this moment, the entire battlefield was plunged into a state of dead silence. The bizarre black aura condensed after raging and tumbling behind Yang Lin, as a pair of blood-red eyes opened in the black mist at the same time. A thread of blood traces, if any, had connected to the poison-tattooed spider queen's body. The poison tattoo spider queen, who didn't even understand what was happening, had her entire 3-story tall and huge body forcefully pressed to the ground by all kinds of negative statuses and death cascades. Even though she tried her best, the poison tattoo spider queen merely raised her legs symbolically. And then, there was no then. The ultimate leader, the poisonous tattooed spider queen. It is now fish meat on a plate, livestock by the neck, powerless to resist, unable to fight back, and even less likely to escape. In the eyes of that man with a disdainful look, the poison tattoo spider queen was nothing. Meng Meng, Qian, you guys attack with all your might. Don't hold back. Su Meng and Wang Chan heard this, so what else do they keep? Ferociously greeting this poison tattooed spider queen that won't move is. Su Meng herself was incomparably strong, and coupled with the linked attacks of the 2 magic puppets, she was completely treating the poison tattoo spider queen like a sandbag. Wang Chan was even more exaggerated, specializing in attacking the ass of the poison tattooed spider queen after shifting into the Tsangxion living spirit state. The cracking claw strikes that were more furious than ever. Anyone who watched it couldn't help but want to cover their behinds tightly. As for Yellen himself, that's even better. Currently, he had reached level 17. Base damage is 17. And 3 negative statuses linked is 68. After multiplying by 5x for Crimson, it's 340. Continuing to link the 2x effect of unmovable Pluto, the second damage doubles right up to 680. What? You're saying the second damage is low at 680? Come on, the split damage is already at 40. 000 plus in this state alright. And Yang Lin was thinking at this time, if he could have 2 more negative statuses, follow-up talent and word-wise with a few more doublings of damage and what that would amount to. I can't think about it. I can't think about it at all. As for the field at the moment, don't forget that there are still 2 self-sisters around with the little lions in general, frantically inflicting consecutive fatal strikes on the aftermath of the poisonous tattoos. With the combined efforts of the 3 of them, in just a minute or so, the poison tattoo spider queen was already left with a bloody bottom. Seeing that the time was right, Yang Lin drew a crimson blade down, and the tail blade chopped 5%, lifting the thing away on the spot. The poison tattoo spider queen died peacefully. As the most powerful head of the spirit realm, it didn't turn over a single ripple. Looking at Yang Lin's trio again, they hadn't suffered a single injury, and there wasn't even a hint of fatigue from drying out this thing. Beyond the battlefield, whether it was Su Ningji and Su Guan at the Lishan base, or Su Xingye and the others in the conference room of the Greedy Wolf headquarters, everyone was collectively petrified. That's it? The expected back-and-forth fight was not there, and the expected trio linking up under the crisis was not there. Some are just not as good as one on the side of the road as the poison tattoo spider queen, which is disliked to a puddle in almost a minute and a half. It's horrible. Is this still human? On top of that, no one had forgotten the scene where Yang Lin had just gone into full eruption. The blood-red eyes in the depths of that black mist, even if they were outside the image, they still felt their hearts and minds palpitate. There was also the final tail blade, which similarly made them feel the shock. Obviously there was still a chunk of blood left, but it was unexpectedly taken away in its entirety by a crimson light. Yang Lin just how terrifying is he going to be? The crowd, unable to calm their mood. It was only because Yang Lin was only level 16 or 17 now. Now it's all so heaven-defying. Continue to grow and comprehend a few more skills, talents and phrases. Who can imagine how much more powerful and exaggerated he'll be in the future? The three Yang Lin, they weren't aware of what was there outside the spirit realm at the moment. They were now, after the death of the poison tattoo Spider Queen, only concerned about one thing, that is, whether or not this final head honcho has exploded or not. At the words of the three men, their eyes grew whiter than one another. Then it was seen that next to the corpse of the poison-tattooed Spider Queen, two rays of light steeply began to flicker. Brother Yang, it exploded, yeah, great, something really good. Su Meng at the moment, because of Yang Lin's promise earlier, she was now more excited than anyone else. Soon after running over there with gusto, returned with 2 items. Chapter 87, Su Meng's Desire. Yang Lin and Wang Chan watched Su Meng come back and hurriedly went over to look. The first item was nothing rare, but it was still valuable. Malachite. It had previously exploded within the level 10 special copy of the Abyss difficulty. A piece worth 30,000 pieces. You can't discount it now, but you can keep it, and it's money anytime you take it out later. As for the second item, it's a bit of a reach. Second-ranked rare magical creature deck Poison Tattoo Arachnid Queen. After dropping blood and recognizing it, it can be transformed into one of the summoning skills attached to the professional for use. When you expend a large amount of spirit to activate this skill, you can summon a venom-striped Spider Queen to join the battlefield. The combined attributes of this Poison Tattoo Spider Queen are adjusted according to the overall strength of the professional himself. Poison Tattooed Arachnid Queen, specializing in bindings, venom, and self-destructing small spiders. Additional ability, if the pro activating this card has a summoning type as his or her profession, the Poison Tattooed Spider Queen gains an additional Protect Master skill. Protector of the Lord, his or her own life force is linked to the activated professional, and all damage taken by the professional is transferred to the Poison Tattoo Spider Queen until the latter dies. After reading the Lin's introduction, Yang Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "This is good stuff. This final head crusade has not been in vain." Wang Chan side also said excitedly, "I've learned about rare cards, and they've always been the best sellers on trading sites. Decks of normal magic items that vary in price depending on the type are okay, but the alpha-type magical creature decks, those are sky-high in price." It's said that someone likes the Ghost Bride deck of level 31 copy and hasn't been able to acquire it for 2 years with an $8 million bounty on it. Hearing this, Su Meng's hands trembled as she squeezed the deck. Trembling, that's because she wanted it so very much. But one look at something so valuable, and it can be used by any profession. Finally, she still bit her lip and cupped the card with both hands and handed it over to Yang Lin. At this time, could Yang Lin not see the reluctance in Su Meng's eyes? Also intent on flirting with his own dream, Yang Lin reached over to get it. A gentle tug. Not from Su Meng's hand. On Su Meng's side, she said she was handing it over. But now, it was clear that she didn't want to let go. Seeing this, Yang Lin suppressed a smile and gave another gentle tug. Well, Su Meng's side of his hand squeezed the cards even tighter. Nonetheless, look at her eyes. They're almost fogging up all over. Dreamy, why don't you keep this deck? Well, how can that be? It's too expensive. Since it's too expensive, I'd better take it. Yellen continued to pretend to get it, giving it a third gentle tug. At this moment, Su Meng was still tightly squeezing the deck, looking completely ready to cry. Okay, I was just kidding you. I didn't intend to come over. I was just teasing you. Really? Su Meng's pretty face was bright with delight. Yang Lin laughed. How can I speak falsely? And since you yourself are a summoning type profession, it's just right to leave it in your hands. Wang Chan chimed in. I also support staying in Sister Meng's hands. Su Meng was even happier. Then I'll take it. You all agreed. No backing out. Backtracking on what? I can still give up on my family. Meng. Hurry up and drop the blood to recognize the master. Aha! Seeing Su Meng bite her finger and drop a drop of blood onto the card disappeared. At this time, Yang Lin looked at Su Meng with an intriguing expression on his face. Ahem. While coughing, Yang Lin intentionally took a step in front of Su Meng, holding his arms and leaving a sideways stance. If she were to ask what Su Meng didn't understand, then she understood too well. Listening to her first pouted shameless, then saw her pointing to the rear and shouted, Chan quickly look. There is a big bird. Wang Chan really thought that there was some big bird and hurriedly turned to look. That is, when Wang Chan turned around so much to look for the big bird, Su Meng had long ago printed her warmth on top of Yang Lin's side face. Dream sister, where is big bird? The big bird flew away too fast. Oh, Wang Chan responded. Then she asked rather puzzled. Sister Meng, why is your face as red as a monkey's but right now? Put. This adjective was used in such a way that Su Meng inwardly sprayed old blood furiously. Cynthia, do you ever use words like that? Yang Lin gloated. I think Shanqian's use of words is very good. Meng, your face right now, it's as red as a monkey's butt. Yang Lin, who do you think it's all because of? Su Meng now said nothing to comply. To Yang Lin's chest is bang bang 2 punches. When the three of them had frolicked around for a while, they looked at the time to see that it was after 4 p.m. Considering that the spiritual realm they were currently in was too deep and it would take quite a while to get back to the base, they simply decided to return. But before that, Su Meng and Wang Chan discussed the need to change their clothes first. Seeing that they were about to change their clothes, just at this time they were stopped by Yang Lin. What? You haven't seen enough for one day, and you want Chan and I to return to the base in such shameful clothes? That's not true. In fact, just earlier when we were building a fire and cooking I felt as if someone was watching us, including now. When Su Meng and Wang Chan heard this, they hurriedly looked around. No one. I didn't notice anything. Brother Yang, I didn't notice anyone in the neighborhood either. No, then you can't change now. Not without fear. Wouldn't that be taking advantage of me in case you guys accidentally get a look in? Su Meng was full of shyness, speaking in a big way. It's obviously you yourself who wants to see Chan and I wearing such shameful clothes. That's it? You're pure as snow? What's in your mind? Chan and I are too embarrassed to reveal you. Yang Lin laughed. Then don't reveal it. Wait until I feel that no one is watching us. Then you guys can switch. Then Sister Meng and I will listen to you. Brother Yang. Good. Now let's head back. For fear of returning to the base too late, the three of them then went into a hasty march. In the meantime, however, when encountering a swarm of demons, Su Meng incidentally tested the new card summoning ability she had acquired. As for how about the summon poison tattooed spider queen? Based on Su Meng's current comprehensive strength, all aspects of the poison tattoo spider queen's attributes had been adjusted. As it is, it's not bad in terms of attacking ability and maneuverability. Even if the three of them didn't put up a fight and only one of the poison tattooed spider queen was deployed, taking care of a group of a dozen or so goral beasts would still be manageable. The only thing I would say is the biggest adjustment to this is that the poison tattoo arachnid queen has been reduced to 20,000 blood from the original 150,000 blood. However, don't underestimate the 20,000 blood. Thinking that Su Meng was now level 18 and had just over 5,000 blood itself, because of the poison tattoo spider queen's ability to protect her master, Su Meng was equivalent to whoring out 20,000 bloodstains, an increase that was no less than artifact level. To make a small conclusion, the poison tattoo arachnid queen can not only be used as a blood-boosting artifact at this stage, the greater role is to act as a killer, killing the enemy by surprise. Also, this thing pulls out as a kill assist when necessary, fully functional and perfect. Because of this, the exhilaration in Su Meng's heart could be imagined. 2.5 hours later, the trio returned to the base. Over here, the trio had just finished redeeming points at the General Services Division. It had only been a short time since he had stepped out of the door, and he was discussing how he was going to entertain himself this evening when Su Guan's phone call suddenly came through. Chapter 88. Who is the one who started it all? Elder brother Su, you're calling at this hour. What's the matter? Of course I do. Nianji is going to treat you to dinner. The place is located in the elegant room on the second floor of the cafeteria. Just come over when you three are done organizing. Why does suddenly want to invite the three of us to dinner? Little old me. You have to understand that the main person she invited is you. Is it easy for you to talk over there? So you can take a step and talk without your two little girlfriends hearing you. Okay, it's ready. What are you going to say, old man? Nianji has dressed up carefully in order to invite you to dinner. Even the black silk was bought quietly just now when I went to a street behind someone's back. So here's a tip from my old man. When you're done organizing, you can get a head start on your two little girlfriends. Yang Lin was listening to that. You're not kidding, old man? Little brother, what kind of relationship do we have? And I'm joking with you? Anyway, the word has gotten around to me, so remember to come early. Hanging up the phone, Yang Lin hissed back a breath of cool air. It always felt like Su Guan was just trying to push himself towards Su Nianji. But in all seriousness, with these days and Su Nianji's time together, finding the woman's coolness as well as the compelling pressure seemed to be no longer felt. Is it getting weaker? Or have you gotten used to it? Forget it, let's not talk about this issue for now. Since Su Nianji wants to invite for dinner, then she definitely has to go to the appointment. I then told my two sisters about it and they were quite happy. Just like that, when he returned to the dormitory, Yang Lin first went to take a shower. After changing his clothes, he took an early step to the elegant room on the second floor of the cafeteria. But, when he pushed open the door and walked in, He didn't see Su-guan, only Su Nyenji, who had been waiting for a long time. Su-guan was right. Su Nyenji did dress up carefully today. A light makeup, simple and slim dress, together with glossy and delicate black silk, made her look even more nicknamed and moving. The current Su Nyenji, although she could feel the cool temperament around her, but by no means rejected people. On the contrary, because of her beauty, people can't help but amplify the desire in their hearts while approaching her. You're here. Where's Dreamy and Cynthia? They're still in the shower, so I guess they'll be late. Yang Lin spoke at the same time and sat down next to Su Nyenji in a big way. From his angle, he was able to take in Su Nyenji's delicate figure, as well as the taut curvature of her body. Can only say, Su Nyenji really deserves to be a special thing. Just look, are not generally pleasing to the eye and itchy. This would have gone further. Cough, cough. Thinking of Su-guan's consistent teaching, it was necessary to send a compliment when a girl dressed up for you. Nyenji, today you are more beautiful than ever. You're a real. Never mind. Thanks. Yang Lin sweated. He thought Su Nyenji would say something like I'm your instructor or mentor. Don't be slick. Who knew that in the end she actually came with a thank you? This is a groundbreaking unlocking of special vocabulary. Right, Nyenji? Where's Mr. Su others? Also, you suddenly invited me to dinner. Is there something going on? I'm not sure where he'll be at this time. Su Nyenji turned around and said, it's you. You're really something. Running deeper into the core with Meng Meng and Xian Xian without a word. Aren't you afraid of something happening? Yang Lin was stunned. You knew about the three of us going to the core? Well, today happened to be a test of the previously established Celestial Eye system, which happened to capture images of the three of you. Luckily, nothing happened to you three. So, after we decapitated the poison tattoo spider, you saw it on your side as well? Yeah, I can't believe you three are pretty good. Surprisingly, so this meal, and what amounts to a treat for you, will not be so risky in the future. Janelin now lamented. No wonder he always felt that someone was watching him earlier. It turned out to be Su Nyenji who tested the Heavenly Eye system today, and Su Nyenji was definitely surprised when Yang Lin talked about the fact that he had noticed people watching him all the way. The Heaven's Eye system is silent, and you can actually detect it? I can't say I perceived it, only that I felt something different. You've got a lot of perception. Strong perception alone won't do. This follows, Nyenji, you have to help me refresh some more spirit realm copy related knowledge, especially like intelligence information on strong enemies and such. Tell me as much as you know. Well, it's fine, same as it was initially. 30,000 points per day. That won't work. I'm too poor to pay. Where are you poor? Because of your Skylight Squad, the entire base's points have been inflated, and you still have the face to say you're poor? I don't have any points anyway, so just tell me, Nyenji, to teach or not to teach? You're a cheeky one. So, go ahead and do it for free. I really do owe you. Owed or not owed first, but now. Yang Lin suddenly realized that Su Nyenji, this woman really didn't have that icy cold feeling from earlier. Especially now, with the blush if any on her face, there was a thrilling beauty all the time. It's quite comfortable to get along now. Not long after that, Su Guan entered the door, and then his own two sisters, Su Meng and Wang Chan, also came afterward. The table, at last, was full. Because of the familiarity these days, the atmosphere between a few people was quite lively. At the same time, it was also from the chatting over this meal that Yang Lin got some unexpected intelligence. What? That earlier induction device was activated during the decapitation battle? Little old me, what did you expect? Thanks to the fact that it was you who sabotaged the inducing device. If it were really someone else, I would have guessed that Nyenji would have stormed out long ago. With that topic out of the way, a small mention of Chopper. According to Su Nyenji and Su Guan, after the chopping battle opened, each newcomer would be labeled with the coordinates of the inducing device. To activate the inducer, you need to carry the secret key that the base assigns to each squad. If you can activate the lure and destroy the demons within the time limit, you will receive a point card for the treasure chest inside the lure. The scores are stacked at the end and the squads are then ranked. The event, it was supposed to be such an event, but because of the Yang Lin trio, it was postponed for more than half a month, and postponing it for half a month aside. Su Guan now said, according to what Nyenji and I have discussed, for the chopping battle the day after tomorrow, your Heavenly Light Squad should not participate. Why? Su Meng and Wang Chan were a bit unconvinced. I say, two little sisters, you and little old me, you'd better leave someone else a way out. Even the poison tattoo spider queen was easily killed by you guys. If this matter were to spread out, it would probably scare the other newcomers to death. It couldn't be helped. His own Skylight Squad was indeed a little too out of place. In order to make this event more intense and give hope to the other newcomers, the Yang Lin trio sympathetically accepted Su Guan's offer. However, compensation is to be given. This is something that Su Guan is not ambiguous about. Compensation is good. From now on, Nianji is yours. She's free for you to whore for free. Su Nianji was so angry that if it wasn't for the presence of Yang Lin's 3 people, it was estimated that the bastard would have been kicked out. Regardless, the meal was quite enjoyable. As for the next days, the newcomers' base carried out the chopper as promised. The Skylight Squad that Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Chan were in didn't participate, but they gained a lot of points and benefits from Su Nianji. It might be because of the constant contact with Su Nianji. These days, in the evening base group chat, the Great Yangs, photos of Yang Lin and Su Nianji being intimate continue to proliferate, like Yang Lin caressing Su Nianji so and so thigh black silk, and so what 2 people affectionate kiss, or 2 people so what you and I snuggle each other and so on and so forth. Many and so many, countless. It goes without saying how heated the discussion among the newcomers was, and how outrageous Yang's index had reached. But you have to ask if the photo thing happened? Don't even think about it. I'm sure there isn't one. Pure and simple. It's just people with a heart of gold. As for who started it all, Suguan said he had no idea. The other side's misplaced shots are too clever to check. Not at all. He's just a lieutenant. You can't expect a lieutenant disguised as a detective to settle the matter. This led to the fact that Su Nianji's eyes were basically filled with a small grudge every time she subsequently taught Yang Lin about the spirit realm and replic-related knowledge. And during the same time, the Greedy Wolf Guild suddenly ran into some trouble. On the contrary, this trouble, for Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan, things suddenly became interesting all of a sudden. Chapter 89, Su Nianji's lifelong enemy. In recent days, the atmosphere at the Greedy Wolf Guild's headquarters had been quite gloomy. Every now and then, a group of elites, heavily armed, would be deployed on a mission somewhere, and quite frequently, even the meetings at the headquarters are once a day, and at high frequency 2 or 3 times a day are possible. Now, President Su Xingye's mantra has become, they, the dragon sect, are simply too deceitful. Speaking of which, the viewpoint shifts back to the newcomer base side of Ryama. Since the last time Yang Lin's trio crushed the final leader of the spirit realm, inexplicably, his relationship with Su Nianji was even better compared to before. Sometimes, it didn't even need Yang Lin to take the initiative to call. Su Nianji's call would come first. Then, either Yang Lin would take Su Meng and Wang Chan together to find Su Nianji. Either that, or he meets with Su Nianji alone by himself. And often, when Yang Lin met with Su Nianji alone, the evening base group chat of Yang's big event, all kinds of hot photos of him and Su Nianji would be flying all over the place. Because of this, Su Guan hadn't flirted with Yang Lin much recently. Little old me. Isn't Nianji's black silk getting more and more eye-catching these days? Little old brother. You have to work harder and try to get Nianji to teach for you until dawn soon. What a mess. Yang Lin was too lazy to get into it with Su Guan. Just for today, it was the 10th day from the day after killing the poison tattoo spider. After finally leveling up to level 19 in the spirit realm and coming back to the base, Yang Lin smoothly made a phone call and asked Su Nianji to the tea house. Nothing much else. Just want to learn more about spirit realms and copies. Who made learning just so enjoyable, fascinating and addictive? Su Meng and Wang Chan words. The two of them had recently gotten hooked on a game called Fist Saint 98 in a street arcade, so they didn't follow Yang Lin. Originally, Yang Lin and Su Nianji were still doing well at the tea house, but who would have thought that with Su Nianji's cell phone ringing, when she saw the name of the communicator, her eyebrows furrowed, and all that cold and compelling pressure from the past came out at once. Yang Lin, excuse me, I'm going to take a call downstairs. Well, I know, go ahead. So Yang Lin alone waited for nearly 20 minutes at the card seat on the second floor of the tea house, not waiting for the person to come back, but waiting for Su Nianji's phone call. Yang Lin, I'm sorry, I suddenly feel a little tired right now, so I won't go back upstairs this time. Is it okay if I make an appointment to make amends to you later? Nianji, rest when you're tired. We're so familiar with each other. Don't apologize and make amends in one breath, making it look like we're rusty. Well, thank you for being considerate. At this time, it was no fun for Yang Lin to drink tea alone at the tea house, coupled with the reason that he was curious about who Su Nianji had answered the phone and would become that way. He simply dialed Su Guan's number. Where are you, old brother? Come to the tea house for tea sometime. In less than a minute at all, Su Guan's entire body popped out. Elder brother Su, you appeared too fast. You're not following me, are you? Don't bull asterisk. I just came to a street to stroll around. Your kid suddenly came to the phone. I'm not by the way to go to your appointment. Why? Where's Nianji? What happened? I'm not sure. She answered a phone call and suddenly her aura was all over the place. She should be going back now. I'm asking you, Nianji, whose call did she take? A moment that could actually turn her into that? Su Guan thought for a moment and said seriously, little old brother, you're really asking the right person this question. You know that, old man? Of course I know. Su watched to see that no one was around, then scooted his chair over to Yang Lin and whispered, "I'm telling you, it's obvious that she got a call from her lifelong enemy." "Enemies for life? Keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear. Little old brother, you probably don't know that Nianji has been at odds with one person since she was a child. Who? Lu Qianmai, is also a deacon of the Greedy Wolf Guild. And since Qianmai was mentioned, little old brother, I must warn you, if you want to develop with Nianji, then you mustn't mess with Lu Qianmai in the future, or I'm afraid you'll be cut down by Nianji." Yang Lin sighed a little. "Nianji and I are pure men and women. Little old brother, don't bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Can old brother still not see that you want to pick up Nianji and conquer her? Older brother, some words are not happy to say. No eyes of things if people catch the wind. The impact is not good. Since you don't admit it, then we won't say anything about Qianmai. You'll find out about it yourself from Nianji in the future. Don't intervene. This person actually also good gossip. Old brother, you said half of the words. You always have to let me understand a little. Lu Qianmai in the end is what is the Holy Spirit. Well, here you go. Listening to Su Guan's words, Yang Lin now understood. Su Nianji had a hairy little girl named Lu Qianmai, but the two, that's been at odds since childhood. Whenever they meet, the two are going to fight. Speaking of which, did you think the two of them were close? The kind of BFFs who are tight? Wrong, very wrong, because in Su Guan's words, these two people, because they didn't get along, when they met that was a real fight. When they were young, they grabbed each other's hair and gouged their nails dead into each other's faces. The two men's red eyes and blood-filled faces scared the adults when they saw them. When you grow up, it's even better to see you again. As long as there is a disagreement, carry a knife and cut each other. The entire guild's top management was most afraid of the meeting between the two of them, Su Nianji and Lu Qianmai, because no one is sure that one of these two women subsequently will not screw the other one over. Su Guan's words dazzled Yang Lin. Older brother, is it really that much of a stretch? I've said it so politely that you can't even imagine it. Little old me, if the two of them met, it would be a tigress touching a tigress. It would be horrible. Once caught in the wave, all 8 generations of ancestors will have to admit their bad luck. Yang Lin wiped his cold sweat. No wonder Nianji's body started radiating cold air once she looked at the caller ID. So that's how it is. So once again I caution you, little old me, 1,000 dances. This woman, you should never mess with her. Although she was born with a charming bone, the average man has no resistance at all when he sees her. But you must choose to ignore it for Nianji's sake. If you do meet up with Chimei one day, never, ever cross paths with Chimei. Okay, I know. Thanks for informing me, old brother. Hey, who are we brothers to each other? Come on, have some tea. 3 days after that, Su Nianji seems to be all busy, dealing with something all the time. On Su Guan's side as well, he was busy turning over data and information back and forth at the base. Just as Yang Lin brought Su Meng and Wang Chan with him, he was planning to fight his way to the rank 20 mark within a week. Which thought that early in the morning of the 4th day, Su Nianji suddenly came to the phone. She said that she had something very important to discuss with the three of them and asked them not to travel to the spirit realm today for the time being. On the phone, Su Nianji's voice is very heavy, from which it can be heard that she said things are very important that is by no means generally important. When Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Chan went to the tea house at the agreed upon time, they did not expect that Su Guan was actually there. And whether it was Su Nianji or Su Guan, both of their expressions were invariably very serious. It seems that something heavenly should have happened. Chapter 90. Seeing Su Nianji and Su Guan like this, Yang Lin naturally put away his expression and earnestly asked the two of them what exactly had happened. It's complicated to say the least, but it's not much harder to understand. Seeing Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Chan take their positions, Su Guan responded while directly spreading out a map on the table. Su Nianji followed at this moment. Things are indeed a bit troublesome, but if you listen to Vice Officer Su's explanation, you'll understand in no time. Then, Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Chan saw that Su Guan had drawn a good-sized circle on the map. Elder brother Su, what the hell are you doing? Don't worry little old me, you'll see. What does my first circle mean? It seems like the sphere of influence of the Greedy Wolf Guild? That's right, the range I'm circling now is still the approximate sphere of influence of the Greedy Wolf Guild. Once they heard that Su Guan was sure, whether it was Yang Lin, or Su Meng and Wang Chan, that was even more confused. Calling people over here in a haphazard manner couldn't be an attempt to show off the Greedy Wolf Guild's sphere of influence, could it? But by the looks of it, apparently not, because soon enough, Su Guan drew a small circle once again at one of the Greedy Wolf Guild's borderlands. Lao, this is? Little old me, I won't hide anything from you now that you people are here. This border marking point is, in fact, the recent discovery by the guild. the new geographical range of the spirit realm. Yang Lin was stunned for a moment and returned. So a new spirit realm has appeared? Yeah. Older brother. Isn't this normally a good thing? You now. And Nianji still sat up. Su Guan sighed and said, if it were normal, this would naturally be a good thing. Who doesn't know that although the spirit realm annexes a large area with mists inside, it produces a lot of resources, and it will be refreshed. For so many years according to comprehensive statistics, the value of the output of the spiritual realm is tens or even hundreds of times higher than the output of the original territory. But things, bad as they are bad. Hearing Su Guan say this, Yang Lin's trio was completely confused. Since the spirit realm has been created, you should go and develop the spirit realm properly to obtain resources. Why are you still here now with a sad face? Possibly seeing the doubts of the three, Su Nianji explained at this point, it's not that I don't understand what curiosity or confusion you all have at this moment, but look carefully, you guys, where is this new spirit realm? In its location? Su Nianji had spoken to such a point. Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan definitely had to continue to make some serious observations. Then it was seen that Su Guan had circled 3 more different territories on the map in succession. Dragon Gate, Mouse Gate, Ministry of War Wolves. Older brother you are. Little old brother is right. What you are seeing now is 2 of the 12 gates, and 1 of the 3 parts. In other words, the development of this spirit realm didn't go as smoothly as imagined, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as plagued by many disasters. Yang Lin, he took another serious look at the simple map at this moment. Then he said, I don't understand. Isn't the appearance of this spirit realm within our greedy wolf guild's territory? How does this relate to the dragon sect, the rat sect, and the war wolves? If I say that 1/10 of the range of this spirit realm crosses the border to the range of the Dragon Gate, what do you think of this? What would you think if I said again that this spirit realm spans a range that gives the war wolves and the rat sect a reason to intervene with the road being cut off? Hearing Su Guan say this, not to mention Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan were all sweating very hard. The next time they listened to Su Guan's serious explanation, the 3 of them, Yang Lin, finally understood the reason for what happened. Within the Greedy Wolf Guild's sphere of influence, a party of spirit realms appeared. Originally speaking, resources within the spirit realm were plentiful, and if utilized well, this was something that was completely easy to make a big profit. But the bad thing is, the spirit realm spans too wide a geographical area, and the microend is actually directly laid in the dragon sect's sphere of influence. The dragon sect took a look, and there was such a good thing, so needless to say, they directly came up and intervened across the board, hoping to share this benefit equally with Greedy Wolf. And at this moment, the rat sect in the north and the warwolves in the south obviously couldn't sit still either. Both sides tried to intervene in the spiritual realm in a forceful manner by cutting off the north-south line of communication. And so, the 4 forces of Greedy Wolf, Dragon Sect, Mouse Sect, and Battle Wolf were now deadlocked over the development and follow-up of the spirit realm. The thing is, it's such a thing as the above. But Yang Lin finally did not understand. This kind of thing you high-level negotiation deal with not on the line. How now also pull their own 3-person team over? In response, Su Nianji said with a few moments of shame, how can things be resolved so easily? The spirit realm is equivalent to exploitable resources. Now that the other 3 forces have intervened, and everyone wants benefits, that one will really cause a big mess if it's not resolved well. So, even if you guys pull the 3 of us in, it doesn't seem to help at all, does it? Wrong, little old me. You are very wrong. On Su Guan's side, he caught Yang Lin's hand. Hearing him continue, the 4 directions of forces, which one is not a deep family? It's true that they won't fight easily, but if they say they'll give in, how can that be possible? So, in the turnaround deliberation time of recent days, the 4 families have reached a proposal. What's the suggestion? The main body of the spirit realm is in the Greedy Wolf, and the tail end is in the Dragon Gate, and it's right to isolate a line of transportation between the north and south rat gates and the warwolves. In a situation like this, anyone wants a piece of the pie. So, in the final negotiations, the 4 families settled on one thing. Go on, old man. Well, in order not to hurt the peace between several families, Greedy Wolf, who is the main body, must find a way to give up a little bit of resources. However, at the same time, it was necessary to ensure that their own interests were not damaged too much, and at the same time, they could not let the Dragon Sect, Mouse Sect, and Battle Wolf return home empty-handed. So at this time, the 4 parties unanimously agreed that our family, Greedy Wolf, could take 40% first, and the remaining 60% would then be competed for by all 4 families together. How could the 3 Yang Lin people not understand by now? Dare I say it was because the Greedy Wolf Guild couldn't directly expel the other 3, and under duress, they could only allow the other 3 parties to intervene. However, you don't want to easily spit out too much of the meat in your mouth. So up to now, 4 have simply entered into public competition agreements. The main body of the spirit realm appears in Greedy Wolf, which has a 40% development interest first. The remaining 60%, the 4 compete together to split. That said, there are 2 things that need to be said. First, why would Greedy Wolf agree to what seems like an outrageous deal? This you have to understand. Since the 4 spheres of influence are in one piece, the economic trade exchanges, the income from the entry and exit of various resources must be entangled together. You're not letting in any favors. Are you waiting for the other 3 forces to gather together and put the squeeze on you? Second, you ask why Greedy Wolf would want to follow the competition when he already has the 4 becomes. Come on, just competing would give the other 3 less of a cut, and not competing is sweetie pie. What? So it was that, in the midst of the stalemate, the Dragon Gate proposed a resolution. Rookie war. Since tearing up the face will do no one any good, why not start a newcomer war and see what we can do to share the remaining 60%? At this time you don't care what Greedy Wolf thinks. Anyway, Mousegate and Battle Wolf that are close to putting their own feet up. You can split the resources just by entering, and the newcomer wars are really the least costly way to consume the resources by several entering each other and fighting for them. So it doesn't matter anymore if you, the subject Greedy Wolf, agrees or not, as long as Dragon Gate, Mousegate and War Wolf agree. Chapter 91, what else is there? Now asking Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan whether they had heard it or not. Then surely, they had heard it. Not only did I understand, but I also heard Su Meng lament. I've figured out one thing now. Let's just say that when I used to watch TV and movies, several clans or organizations that were not a family somehow had to hold a joint clan competition or a joint organization competition. Dare I say that there is a huge profit to be divided behind all this? Su Guan laughed. Of course, that's true. Besides, within the organization, who would idly engage in a newcomer war with another organization? If you really want to send out mid-level or higher forces, the nature of this operation changes. It's called an exercise or a mock war. So what? Elder brother Su, Nian Ji, are you planning to let the 3 of us be the representatives in the newcomer battle? That's for sure. Little old brother, you're so powerful. If you bring Meng and Xian out, everyone will feel at ease. Su Nianji concurred. Right now, the entire Greedy Wolf hierarchy is thinking the same way. I asked you 3 to come here today specifically to tell you about this. Yang Lin, are you willing to participate in this newcomer battle? I'm only afraid of being so forceful, and I'm not waiting for Yang Lin to reply. Su Nianji hurriedly added, as long as you guys go to participate in the newcomer battle, the guild will definitely not treat you poorly internally. For now, if you are missing anything, you can report it. No expense will be spared within the guild to do an over-the-top free resupply for you before you participate in the rookie battle. I'll go, and that's a good thing? Yang Lin suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, Nianji, that is to say, if we promise, if you want any favors, you can just report them and get them for free, can't you? That's right. So it's okay to want some good props and such? Yes. And what if we end up screwing up? That's fine, as long as you guys do your best, and not a single cent of the favors previously given to you will be taken back. Hearing this, Yang Lin smiled. Having said that, it's not cutesy to disagree. What? Alright, the 3 of us shall take this. Elder brother Su, Nian Ji, you guys just please be good afterward. Su Guan looked serious at the moment and said, little old brother, I know that you and Meng and Xian are very powerful. However, it should never be taken lightly. That dragon sect dared to propose a newcomer war because they came out with a hidden profession Jinghua Dragon Lady this year. Rat Sect and Battle Wolf supposedly agreed to the newcomer battle without hesitation, and it was clear that they had their own newcomer undercard as well. So this newcomer battle is by no means simple. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, you are right, old brother, the so-called people are outside the world. We really can't be careless, but it's a good time for the 3 of us to see the world. That's a good point, and touching base with outside talent at the right time will be good for your growth in the future. As for the next, well, what should be said has been said, and then the 3 of you lack of what? You can make a list to Nianji. This side will be equipped in the shortest possible time for you. In the meantime, within 7 days, it would be best for you to reach level 20 to enter the new stage, which will be beneficial for you to engage in newcomer battles. No problem. Hearing Yang Lin's confident reply, Su Nianji was also quite relaxed at the moment. In that case, the 3 of you will now consider the question of supplies, and subsequently make a list and give it to me. As for my side, I will accompany you there when the time comes. For a while, I need to transfer all matters of the base to Su Guan's side. Good. Nianji, you and elder brother Su will be busy with yours first. I'll discuss it with Meng and Xian. Aha! When Su Nianji and Su Guan left, Su Meng and Wang Chan invariably looked at Yang Lin with excitement. Yang Lin, just now when Sister Nianji and Lieutenant Su were talking about supplies, can we really just ask for nice things? This, should be fine, brother Yang. So if it's too expensive, will the guild give it? It should be given. And although it is said that taking is short and eating is soft, as long as we show our worth, the guild feels it is all worth it. Su Meng thought about it and said, but this newcomer battle, it doesn't seem too easy. Just now, Deputy Su said something about dragon sex hidden profession Jinhua Dragon Lady. I don't know. How is it compared to this hidden profession of yours? Yang Lin let out a breath at this time and said, actually, not to mention, I'm quite interested in the dragon sex Jinhua Dragon Lady. Always priding yourself on being in a circle, that's certainly a bit of a sitting duck. It's just as well, you can take the opportunity to look outside and give it a good try. In fact, speaking of which, Yang Lin had another idea that he hadn't told Su Meng and Wang Chan. For such a long time, he had felt that his hidden profession, ostensibly a profession, was in fact a plug-in cloaked as a profession. Now that we can fight other hidden professions, it's just the right time to confirm it. What is the level of a true hidden profession? In this way, it was also possible to determine whether or not he, as a domain suppressor, was simply an outlier. After that, the conversation returned to the trio's supplies. It's rare to have this opportunity, and it would be pretentious to say no, to say that you're giving up a chance for pie in the sky, but to say yes, how much is appropriate? Dreamy, if we're talking about supplies, what do you want? I want a fist blade. Although I'm not a pure physical ability person, because of the magic doll's bonus, I can be much more powerful than a normal physical ability person. And beyond that? Other than that, blood quantity-wise I'm not worried about the poison tattoo arachnid queen right now. And defense I'm strong. It would be nice to obtain a prop that adds and enhances the attributes of the summon itself. After Yang Lin wrote this down, he turned to Wang Chan. What about you? Sin? Yang, it would be nice to make up the jewelry set for the flying bird and the swimming fish. That way, I can keep flying in the sky for a longer period of time without worrying at all about the massive exertion of my druid profession. Cynthia, this can be had. Also, hearing Sister Dream talk about weapons, I want double claws so I can strengthen the Raging Pale Bear's attack power. Okay, I'll mark you down too. Yang Lin, don't just ask me and Chan. What about you? What do you want? Yang Lin pondered for a moment and said, I can't really imagine what I should want for good, but since the guild is giving it away for free, let's just, for now, ask for a better lance. While I don't expect this thing to attack and kill the enemy, it's still fine to give people the wrong idea about my occupation. Yang, what else? I'll have to think about what else. At least I'll need another game prop or something. And after roughly speaking about the supplies each wanted, Su Meng and Wang Chan instead became a bit embarrassed. Yang Lin, we're asking for 7 or 8 pieces. The guild won't think we're insatiable, right? It's a chance they gave us. It's not like we want it for nothing. And after this, don't we still have to contribute to the newcomer war? Yang is right. We still have a newcomer war to fight. What's wrong with asking for a little more stuff? Cynthia, how come your cheeks have suddenly gotten thicker too? Not at all. With Yang, I know that even if I can't do it, but Yang will be able to hang on to all of them. Yes. Your Yang can hang everyone. So now what? Are we going to the spirit realm, or what? Yang Lin raised his eyebrows. Accompany me to play video games, watch movies, drink juice and eat cake, and enjoy yourself. Anyway, we have a simple task at this stage. We can upgrade to 20 in 7 days, and it's fine to rest for 2 days. As for the things we want, well, tomorrow I'll go find Nianji and say something, and the day after tomorrow we'll go to the spirit realm. Su Meng and Wang Chan had no opinion. The three of them were now in a situation where they could be level 20 in 4 or 5 days at most, and when they really waited for level 20, this spirit realm basically wouldn't be able to get any experience. There's nothing wrong with timely enjoyment. Chapter 92, he wants to get ahead too much. Yellen didn't wake up until sunrise on the morning of a new day. By the time I finished washing and organizing and eating breakfast, it was 9:30 a.m. Su Meng and Wang Chan run to the arcade to play Boxing Saint 98 for a master's duel. Yang Lin's words, he directly dialed Su Nianji's phone. Nianji, are you free this time? About, on the phone. Su Nianji was quite helpless. You guys, can't you talk properly? No data. If not I'll go and ask old brother Su. Fine, go ahead and make the appointment then. He's right next to me. On the phone, a voice soon came and said, little old brother, you can't ask me out alone. The first I'm not a girl, the second Nianji is still not chopping me up. Little old brother, what are you doing now? Nianji and I are over here in the detective section now handing over data. Do you want to come over? I won't go over there. It's not easy to talk when you guys are free. Free. Basically the stage data has been busy. You set a place. Later Nianji and I will come to you. A street water bar there, I think. Okay, order me a watermelon juice. To follow. Soon. Nianji's voice came back on the phone. Give me, to order a glass of grape juice. By the way, informing you of some of the latest important information learned about the newcomer war. No problem, I'll wait for you. About 10 minutes later, Su Nyenji and Sugwon arrived at this side of the water bar together. Little old brother, you actually didn't go to the spirit realm today? It's just one level short of a good promotion. And speaking of the newcomer battle, I'm still reading about that new spirit realm and whether it's suitable for upgrading after level 20. Sugwon patted Young Lin's shoulder and said, this one, slightly more difficult, is said to be a spirit realm around level 30. Level 20 is too low, but with 25 transfers, there's not much experience at all in killing demons. That's quite a shame. No regrets. Little old me, if you've got what it takes, maybe it's still your chance. What about this? Let Nancy tell you. Seeing that the topic had shifted to herself, Su Nyenji took a small sip of grape juice before saying, but any new spirit realm, as long as the level is lower than the final leader, and if it is not rated by more than 3 squads or more at the same time, even if there's no experience, there's definitely a first kill reward. Yang Lin came to be interested. Is the reward for the first kill generous? According to various alliance records, first kill rewards are often of the rare and precious level. That's why one of the items in this rookie battle includes whether or not we can get the first kill of the spirit realm. No way. This is beyond level killing? That's true, but both Dragon Sect, Mouse Sect, and Battle Wolf are all aiming to win. While saying that, Su Nyenji also put 3 pieces of information in front of Yang Lin. Out of curiosity, Yellen flipped through it. The first one is a newcomer to Mousegate. Regular shock, profession Skywalker, thunder breaks all laws and is unrivaled. The second one is a newcomer to Battle Wolf. High warp, Dream Eater, kills the enemy in a phantom dream, kills invisibly. In the case of the third one, there's no photo or name, just a moniker, Jinghua Dragon Lady. Details are not available, but the grapevine says, it was on the second day of the Jinghua Dragon Lady's trip to the newcomer's base for training. She then swept through the spirit realm all by herself, in her level 10 state, and powerfully killed the spirit realm's level 20 final leader. It seems that the battle was incredibly fierce, not to mention the final leader, and the entire venue was directly raised by the town's dragon lady. Yang Lin's side had read the 3 simple information. Su Nyenji said, Yang Lin, I know you're strong, but these 3 people, they can't be underestimated. Skywalker, equivalent to the peak profession amongst thunder artists. There had been a Skywalker in history who had fended off a large wave of beasts erupting from the advanced spirit realm all by himself. It's not as simple as mentioning slogans when heavenly thunder comes out. What about this Dream Eater? It's the head profession among illusionists, specializing in virtual reality and being a bit more mysterious in comparison. I just don't know if you can block it? Yang Lin pondered for a moment. This should not be a problem. It is this last township dragon lady. The Jinghua Dragon Lady information is well blocked, but I guess the gossip is not rumor. If the Dragon Sect wasn't relying on the Jinghua Dragon Lady, there would never have been an offer to engage in any newcomer wars over there. Dragon Sect, for the newcomer war, is a must. Su Guan, at this point, was also a bit nervous. Little old brother, after knowing these 3, do you feel sure of yourself? Older brother, that has to be a sure thing. Otherwise wouldn't I be left out of the first kill of the leader of the spirit realm over there? Su Guan sweated. You're thinking quite far ahead. You're thinking about the head first kill of the new spirit realm. That's for sure. Who would cross a treasure? Speaking of treasures, Yang Lin at this moment naturally also wrote down the supply needs of the 3 members of his squad onto a piece of paper and handed it over to Su Nyenji. When Su Nyenji finished looking at it, she said, all of this is fine. It's just that you, Yang Lin, only need an irrelevant lance. What about the others? I actually want a prop that boosts my spirit or something, but as far as I know, spirit props are extremely valuable and hard to ship. I wonder if there are any on the guild side? Some brother, some. Su Guan patted Yang Lin's shoulder and said in a manner, can't the great beauty Su in front of you restore your spirit? Su Nyenji was furious. Su Guan, are you sure you want to die last time? Just kidding. As for the spirit props, Nyenji you can get them, right? Of course, I'll have Auntie Haru arrange this later. As for the rest, in the next chat, Su Nyenji asked Yang Lin if he wanted to add 2 more members to the squad. This would also favor the newcomer battle 6 days later, but it was rejected by Yang Lin. To Yellen, what do you need outsiders for? Totally inconvenient for myself to interact with my own 2 sisters. After some time, seeing that there was nothing else to do, Su Guan made the first move to leave. The purpose of this was to provide Yang Lin and Su Nyenji with time alone to facilitate communication between the 2. It's this guy who, before leaving, didn't forget to hook his shoulders and say in Yang Lin's ear, it's still you, little old brother. In the past, when she used to joke with Nyenji or something, she really dared to cut someone. Look at this. How good is it? So little old me can look forward to you, soon. as soon as possible, making your relationship grow by leaps and bounds. Just afraid of being heard by Su Nianji storming out. Yang Lin that was hurrying to let the bastard Su Guan go. Let him hurry. After he and Su Nianji were left in the scene, Yang Lin spoke. Nianji, there's only the two of us left. Why don't you seriously teach me about spirit realm copy related knowledge? You know, I'm so desperate to get ahead. The only way to elevate my soul is to keep learning. When Su Nianji heard this, she almost didn't roll her eyes. Nianji, what's that look on your face? You're too far away from me. Lean your chair closer to me. Why don't you get closer to me? It's not impossible. I'll lean closer to you then. It's definitely easier to study with these two in close proximity. What can smell the faint fragrance of Su Nianji's body? What can appreciate her body curvature and black silk legs, as well as observing the faint blush on her face and whatnot? It doesn't matter in the face of learning. Yellen being a decent human being, he doesn't care about that at all. Really, the only way to make him happy is to learn. The only way he can climb is to learn. Oh yeah, getting along with Nianji is getting along. But the Jinhua dragon lady, who was mentioned again today, really made Yang Lin come to be interested. The dragon lady of Jinhua? You see the subsequent newcomer battle when disliking or not disliking her is over. Chapter 93, What's Wrong with Borrowing an E-Pillow? When the time came to the 7th day, today was the day that Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Chan participated in the newcomer battle and departed. It goes without saying that the accompanying person must be Su Nianji. However, Su Nianji told the trio that the guild's two patriarchs were also going along. So instead, the three of them now went to the tarmac of the base and waited for someone to come from the headquarters side. By the way, it was also a good time to take advantage of this waiting time to talk about the status of Yang Lin's three people these days. First of all three have reached level 20. One of them, Su Meng, was definitely the first to reach 20. It's just that the upper limit of the Lishan spirit realm is right there, and with the decrease in experience gained, it's normal for Yang Lin and Wang Chan to level up with her. Secondly, it is important to mention something that pleased the three younglings. Didn't you say earlier that you get one free resupply for participating in the rookie battle? In fact, just 2 days ago, the supplies were in place. Yang Lin obtained a high-quality lance of the 3rd level, i.e., the current stage of level 20 to 30, and a special item, Feather of the Rhinoceros. The lance provides him with an additional 15 points of strength, 10% of broken edge, and 30% of penetration. However, this was useless for Yang Lin's promotion. He wasn't a lance pro in the first place. Adding more strength wouldn't help a bit. Same thing with the collateral effects. Sustained fixed injury profession. He was no match for Su Meng and Wang Chan. With high strength, attacks do more damage, and a skill goes down with a multiplier of 10x 20x or whatever. Yang Lin taking the lance weapon was really just purely to take advantage of it and make it easy to poke the demon's asshole. Rather, it was the special props that simply made Yang Lin fall in love with them. Feather of the Spiritual Rhinoceros. After dropping blood and recognizing the owner, it can permanently increase the base spiritual power of the professional by 10%. When faced with a spirit power professional spirit shock, passively weaken the opponent's spirit shock by 30%, with a small chance that the opponent can simply ignore that damage. Let's put it this way, the feathers of the rhinoceros this prop, throw in the auction house that is the finale goods. If you ask what the price tag is, it's absolutely astronomical. Yang Lin lamented from the bottom of his heart. It's true that the greedy wolf guild is rich and powerful, but it's also really thanks to Nianji that she was able to apply down for herself. Su Meng's words. She gained a 3rd-ranked fist blade. As she said, she didn't really need the weapon either, but because of the adamantium magic doll underpinning it, having a fist blade is definitely a bit stronger than not having one. After all, a dozen points of strength as well as the weapon's own shock effect still gave her a boost. On top of that, Su Meng had likewise obtained a precious item, Uplifting Heart. Special props. Summoning type professions can gain the vibrancy skill after dropping blood to recognize their masters. After consuming a certain amount of mental energy to activate the invigorate effect, all temporary attributes of all summons in the field are increased by 10%. At the same time, both the professional himself and the summon itself will also temporarily gain a high shield capable of taking damage during this time. As for Cynthia Wang, at the same time as obtaining the 3rd-ranked double-clawed weapon, she also replenished the Flying Bird Swimming Fish's jewelry set. The twin claw weapon can assist her in linking her pale bear status for damage. The Flying Bird Swimming Fish jewelry set reduces her career drain even further, boosting recovery along the way. All three had gained no small benefit, and it was impossible not to raise an eyebrow. Above, having said that, back to the present. Together with Su Nianji, after waiting for some time, a small transportation plane landed on the tarmac of the Lishan base. When Yang Lin's trio followed and boarded the plane, they saw that in addition to the pilot, there was also a middle-aged uncle with a calm face. as well as an old crone in her 50s or 60s with a serious look on her face, knowing that there were two other patriarchal figures following him in the newcomer battle this time. Yang Lin, as a junior of the guild, then definitely had to go forward and salute, and after being introduced by Su Ningji, the calm middle-aged uncle named Su Zhengdao was actually also Su Guan's father. As for the crone in her 50s or 60s, it was said that in her youth as a professional she was an assassin and a god, because of her reputation. Now as a patriarch, the guild's juniors honored her as the Ghost Woman. To ask Su Zhengdao and Ghost Woman how they reacted to seeing Yang Lin's trio, Su Zhengdao had heard his son Su Guan say that he was friends with the trio, and had previously seen this Yang Lin trio in actual combat at the guild. What a file are sealed off. How this must not boast of three young and promising. The words of the Ghost Woman seemed to give pressure on the surface, but when she spoke, the person was quite kind. That gaze at Yang Lin's three was just like looking at his grandchildren, complimenting Yang Lin's imposing appearance, and Su Meng and Wang Chan watery looks, so it also made the three of them quite embarrassed. After that, the transport plane was in flight. The atmosphere in the cabin was not dull. Su Meng and Wang Chan, two idle boredom, talked about the recent two people together to play Boxing Saint 98. From the dragon bucking fist to the earth and sky return, then from Qiu Li to Dian Yana, and finally from yellow hair to the captain. That was a lot of fun. Yang Lin's words, he was quite curious about one thing at this time, so he asked Su Ningji, didn't I remember earlier that the location of the new spirit realm was in the area of Yao Lake? Why is it that when I heard Ghost Woman mention it just now, our destination seems to have turned into Flower Tree City, which is within the dragon sect's sphere of influence? This one was reached after the four families conferred the day before yesterday. It's a four-house rookie battle, but the impact of things seems to be out of the ring. In order to make this rookie battle more formal and standardized, so it needs to go through a full process now. Yang Lin was very confused. It's just a rookie battle, and it's actually out of the ring? And what about the process to go through? The newcomers from the four families need to go to Flower Tree City first to do a basic test, but I'm not sure exactly how. Anyway, we'll know when we get there. Alright then, let's go to Flower Tree City first. Nian Ji. For me, you can completely trust me. You see how the newcomer battle I will subsequently give you the entire first place. You'd better get first place, because first place is rewarded with a special evolutionary copy scroll of a level 25 high power word mark. High-powered affixes? Well, it's quite precious, the kind that money can't buy. At least it's a newcomer battle with four families joining forces. If the rewards aren't in place, all four families will be disgraced. It looks like I'm really going to go big this time in the newcomer battle. Yang Lin couldn't help but jump a little, and it was during this time that he unintentionally lowered his head. Then he saw Su Ningji's black silk legs that were permeated with a delicate luster. It's tempting. Nian Ji. It's estimated that we'll be very late when we reach Flower Tree City, so if I'm tired afterward, lend me your knee pillow to lie down for a while then. You look for me to borrow what knee pillow? You go to your family Meng Meng and Xian go. I can lend you my chest too. If you're sleepy and tired just lean over. Su Ningji, in a rare moment, her pretty face flew red. Can you stop talking about it? Uncle Su and Ghost Woman are watching us. Aren't you ashamed at all? I'm just borrowing a knee pillow. Borrow you alright, but not now. Wait until you get first in the newcomer battle. Yang Lin squinted and laughed. That's a deal. You won't have any room to back out when the time comes. Su Ningji's face was full of grudges. How did I meet a shameless person like you? At that moment, not to mention the fact that Yang Lin took the initiative to flirt with Su Ningji. He was not expecting that. In fact, just during this period of time, Su Zhengdao had secretly been observing Yang Lin. It was probably finally something he was sure of. And then he headed for the cockpit with a grim look on his face. Chapter 94, Mysterious Woman? Through satellite communication, Su Zhengdao called to the headquarters. The person who answered was no one else but Su Ningji's father, Su Xingye. Old Su, you should have seen it in person, right? Well, see, and then what? If you hadn't said that to me earlier, from the photos and videos alone, I really wouldn't have cared. But it is after seeing myself, that one move, the feeling that comes over me, really resembles your person in many ways. That's right, so I have good reason to believe that he might be the son of a nobleman. Then old Su you are now. His family is in Cloud City, so it's just as well. I'll have Haru visit. If it does, that would be great. Good, I'm quite interested in this as well. When we get to Flower Tree City, I'll contact you and you let me know the results. No problem. Cloud City, residential settlement area. It was quite a peaceful place, and those who were able to live here corresponded to people who had relatives serving in the Greedy Wolf Guild. Yang Lin's parents, Yang Ji and Zhang Yu, were naturally there. Since coming to Cloud City, every now and then, he would receive benefits from the Cloud City headquarters. The couple is quite comfortable. Just today, Yang Ji was drinking tea and reading the newspaper in the small courtyard, and Zhang Yu was tidying up and organizing the house. Suddenly, it was like the two sensed something at the same time. Old young, it's kind of an old acquaintance coming to the door. Who made our boy so much like me? He's out running here. He might get noticed by someone with a heart of gold. It's not unusual to come to an acquaintance. Now change your scent then. Don't show your face. I'd like to have a little more peace and quiet. Who isn't? During the conversation between the two men, there was a knock on the courtyard door. Coming. It was Yang Ji who opened the courtyard door, and outside the door was standing a middle-aged beautiful woman in her 30s or 40s with a gentle temperament. The middle-aged woman was followed by several subordinates, carrying large and small gifts of rice and noodles. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm Gu Cheng, the secret art chief of the Greedy Wolf Guild. In view of your child Yang Lin's excellent performance at the newcomer's base, I have come here to send some condolences. By the way, I'll investigate if you've been living satisfactorily in Cloud City lately. So it's Secretary Gu. Come in, come in. Zhang Yu followed suit and ran over, warmly welcoming Gu Qing to the compound. It's weirdly embarrassing to have someone from your headquarters all the way out here. Where is this coming from? Your son has performed brilliantly and is now praised throughout the guild. In time, that will surely be the best of the best. And the headquarters is now very grateful to you for producing such an outstanding talent. Yang Ji laughed. That's not true. We're satisfied that brat of mine doesn't cause trouble for your guild. During the conversation, Gu Qing signaled her subordinates to bring all the rice and noodle gifts brought to the house. As for herself, after secretly sizing up Yang Ji and Zhang Yu, a touch of disappointment could not help but rise in the bottom of her heart. It seems that the president's side really did overthink it. This Yang Ji and Zhang Yu didn't match the impression of the noble couple at all. Whether it was height, head, dress, temperament, there was not a trace of resemblance. But now that we're all here, the process still needs to be completed. By the way, you have been living in Cloud City for some time now. Are you satisfied with the placement of the headquarters? Yang Ji pretended to be full of gratitude and said, very satisfied. We are very satisfied. Now it can be much better than the previous life. Zhang Yu even went up to all excitedly shake Gu Qing's hand. Thank you so much for your Greedy Wolf Guild. We are relieved that our son is in your Greedy Wolf Guild. Really? That's great. But if you guys get into any trouble, or anything difficult, please be sure to contact the guild. And rest assured that the headquarters side will take care of it for you. Thanks. Thank you so much. Well then, I have to go to the next house for condolences and research now, so I won't stay here long. Secretary Gu, let's give you a ride. No, you guys go about your business. Just stay back. When Gu Qing exited the gate of the compound, she couldn't help but sigh, then dialed Su Xingye's number. Old Su, going to disappoint you. Haru, are you sure you're done? Very seriously? That's right, I've seen Yang Lin's parents, and they don't match up with the noble couple at all. They're just a pair of ordinary people whose blood qi hasn't even awakened. But Yang Lin's side, it gives me the feeling. Gu Qing said seriously, Old Su, isn't it normal for people to resemble each other, or have a few similarities in temperament? Just now I made a point of comparing the looks of Yang Lin and his parents, and it is indeed their biological son. No doubt about it. So don't think much on your end. Ugh. Well, it really seems like I was overthinking it. As for Yang Ji and Zhang Yu at this time, while waiting for Gu Qing to leave, the two of them sat down at the stone table in the courtyard. Daughter-in-law, our son is really making a name for himself, and in order to verify the true nature of his parents, you see, the general secretary of the guild has personally come to the house. Yeah, earlier there was talk of finding him a wife and letting him eat soft food for the rest of his life. Who'd have thought? So capable now. Daughter-in-law, why are you crying when you're talking? I'm not excited. You don't know that when I gave birth to our son, he almost died. I thought he was going to have a lot of trouble in his life, and now he's finally doing well. Completely well. Speaking of which, Yang Ji froze for a moment. I'd forgotten about it if you hadn't told me, and it didn't even occur to me at the time that you could actually be pregnant with him. Obviously we are in such a unique situation. God has really sent us a big surprise. Well, but Lao Yang, do you remember the woman at the time? Is that woman real? We both saw it in a trance. We can't have the same illusion. Yang Ji thought seriously for a moment and said, perhaps it's not an illusion, but if it's not an illusion, did she mention 18 years in her trance at that time? It did mention 18 years, but I didn't hear exactly what was said. Neither do I. Daughter-in-law, do you remember anything else about her besides that? Zhang Yul tried to remember for a long time, just as she was giving up. Suddenly, her body shuddered. Old Young, I really thought of something. What? Is there a little mark on her forehead? It's just a shame that as hard as I try to think about it, forgetting the shape of the mark, it vaguely feels as if it's aqua blue. I didn't pay much attention to this. I was just wondering what that 18 years meant. That woman wouldn't be thinking of turning on our son in 18 years, would she? What are you talking about? If it wasn't for her, our son would have died at that time. I tell you, if my memory serves me correctly, I remember that she seemed to have kissed our son on the forehead then. That one rings a bell with me, but that's about it. Anyway, it doesn't matter what for 18 years. What's important is that our son is now accomplished and at peace, and that's enough. Well, that point is exactly right. Chapter 95, The Sacred Maiden of the Crescent Moon, Flower Tree City, Martial Arts Academy. There is a steady stream of people coming here today, and each one of them is rather low status. Of course, this place was also the place where the Greedy Wolf Guild, Z-Mouse Sect, Tatsu Long Sect, and the War Wolf Military Department. The 4 entrance tests were conducted. The only people who showed up originally should have been the executives, newcomers, and staff of the 4 families as well. But no one in the 4 families expected the news of the newcomers' battle to go unnoticed. In a moment, the 3 ministries, 8 principalities and 12 gates that were coming in droves. If you ask why they came to people, you actually have to blame Dragon Gate for being too high profile early on. Although the news of the Jingwa Dragon Lady had been extremely blocked, it was eventually found out by people from various families who had the intention to find out. No, since there was going to be a newcomer war, the other powers were not going to participate even if they didn't. See how strong the town's Dragon Lady really is. That's still necessary. Of course, it didn't matter if the Dragon Sect targeted the Jingwa Dragon Lady even if they refused to admit it. Anyway, the newcomer war could determine the truth at a glance. And because this is out of the loop, the rookie battle, which was not a problem, is now all of a sudden complicated. Just by looking at the guests that the Martial Arts Academy was receiving right now, which one of them wasn't a dignified figure? Knowing understand that there is going to be an introductory test for newcomers to the war here. If you didn't know better, you'd think this was a top stream party, but it's a test or a party. The characters that appeared here today were in addition to the 4 families of the newcomer war. When one person appeared, he drew the same attention and shock from the crowd. The Rabbit Door, Crescent Moon Holy Maiden, Lu Xiao. When she appeared, the entire light of the sky of the Martial Arts Academy seemed to lose its color at that moment. She was very young, and even though the white veil covered her face, the only thing that was revealed was her delicate snow-white face, which could still be perceived as flawless, especially the little 3-petaled aquamarine mark on her brow, which was even more noble and unobtrusive. As the crescent moon shows, both her holiness and peacefulness make it as icy as an exiled fairy. But wherever there is a hint of blasphemy in the heart towards her, the next moment surely one cannot help but be ashamed of oneself. In the 12 gates, there was no such position as a holy maiden, but no one knew what was going on within the Usagi sect, and all of a sudden, they were holding up a holy maiden. It is said to ensure the prosperity of the Usagi clan for 100 years. Of course, outsiders are definitely not allowed to meddle in the affairs of people's dolmens, let alone setting up one holy woman. Even if they set up 10 or 100, that's still people's own business. But back to this crescent moon virgin. Her information was so tightly blocked that what she was capable of was really unknown to the outside world. I just didn't realize it was for a rookie war. The crescent moon holy maiden, who had always been mysterious and basically didn't show her face outside, would actually come to Flower Tree City to watch the ceremony, said Yelin's side. After coming to this side of the Martial Arts Academy, he found that there were really a lot of people here. He couldn't help but sigh after hearing Uncle Sue say that there were people coming from the 3 departments, the 8 principalities, and the 12 gates. It's just a rookie battle. What's the point? If you think about it, it must have been the town's dragon lady that caught the attention of all the major players. Otherwise, what were they all gathering over here for? But to try to witness the Jingwa dragon lady. Also, after coming over here, Yang Lin suddenly seemed to notice something and walked along, looking left and right. Wang Chan was puzzled by this and asked curiously, "Brother Yang, looking at your appearance you seem to be a little soulful. Did something happen?" "That's not true. It's just that, how shall I put it? I've somehow sensed a familiarity since I entered the gate." "Yang Lin, have you been here before?" "Dreamy, we've basically been together since we were kids." "Where have I been to Flower Tree City?" "So you say familiar?" "I can't say. It just feels like, there seems to be something here that concerns me, but it's hard to say exactly what it is, whether it's a person or an object." "Nerve, I'm serious." "No kidding, this topic was just mentioned." Yang Lin pondered in his heart that it was probably because there were too many people and he himself felt a little bit of pressure. So he created some strange illusion. The group continued traveling and waited until they reached the reception hall. Su Nianji said, "Yang Lin, Meng Meng, and Qian Qian, I'll go with Uncle Su and the others to go through the formalities related to checking in. You guys stay out here and wait for us to come back." Yang Lin looked up at the sky. "It's almost evening, so you do have to check in quickly." "I know, so go ahead. The 3 of us will be right outside." "Yes," Su Nianji answered. then went to check in with Uncle Su and the ghost woman. At this time Su Meng pulled Yang Lin's sleeve and said, Yang Lin, Shanxian and I will go to the restroom for a while. Don't run around alone. Otherwise Nianji's sister will come out and can't find anyone. You and Cynthia are going to let the water out. You guys, don't you know it's rude to say that to a girl? Actually, I mean, I'll just skip it, and you and Cynthia will release my share as well. Asterisk 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 off you. Shame on you. Su Meng pouted and quenched, then pulled Wang Chanshan to the adjacent restroom. At Yang Lin's words, he stood still and waited for someone. About a minute later, just as he was getting bored, he inadvertently turned around and suddenly realized that a small loli was standing not far from the proximity, short and tiny, with a double ponytail, looking seemingly cute. Seeing the way Lori was looking left and right, it seemed she should be looking for someone. Little friend, you didn't get separated from your family, did you? Ha, what did you just call me? Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Lori barely jumped. Yellen was a bit puzzled. I mean, little friend, have you gotten separated from your family? You're the one who's a little kid. Your whole family's a little kid. Yang Lin froze for a moment. Oops, you are small, call you a little friend, and actually give yourself stress. How do you talk? You little guy. It's rare that I suddenly care about people and want to do something good. And this is your attitude? You called me little friend, not to mention you called me little guy? Don't think that just because you're big, I won't dare to hit you. You have to be thankful that people come and go here. Otherwise I'd have to beat you up. Yellen was happy. You, beat me up? Is there a problem? Little lowly tiger I, hands crossed, tell you, I am a person of the dragon sect, and my sister is the town. Anyway, I am a professional who is already 18 years old. You this miscellaneous fish had better not provoke me. So you're 18, and you're still from the dragon sect? And what happened to your sister? What do you care what happens to my sister? Anyway, you're getting on my nerves right now. You look like you're new too. Where are you from? Dare you sign up for a number? Yang Tianba. Where are you from? Greedy wolf, Z-rat or werewolf? Why should I tell you? I just won't. You're a gutless bat. You don't even dare to announce yourself. I despise you. Little friend, don't speak so harshly. Don't you understand what it means that there is a world beyond man? Yang Tianba, how dare you call me a little friend? You're dead. I'll remember you. Wherever you are, you better not meet me afterwards or I'll hammer you. After finishing her angry speech, Lori suddenly heard her cell phone ringing and was about to run away after answering a call. But before running, he still left a sentence. Yang Tianba, you're finished. Yang Lin spread his hands. Tianba grand stage. Come if you can, you abomination. I won't let you go. Just you wait. Possibly in a hurry to meet someone. Lori responded with one last comment and then completely disappeared. Chapter 96, Lori wants to beat me up. Yang Lin, who are you talking to? I heard your voice from a long distance. Su Meng and Wang Chanshan had just come back and were looking around Yang Lin. However, they didn't find anyone for Yang Lin to talk to. For those of you who don't know, a fierce little loli just threatened to beat me up. Ha, dream sister, and I just went to the restroom and the time it took for you to get into an argument with a loli? Yang Lin was full of innocence. Originally, I thought it was a 9 or 10-year-old girl, and I purposely took good care of her. Who knew she was an 18-year-old professional who was going to me in 2 sentences? Su Meng snorted out a laugh. And then I told her that my name was Yang Tianba, and she said to wait and hammer me sooner or later. Yang, and then what? What else then? She took a phone call and ran away. Oh, I almost forgot. She also said she has a sister who seems to be very powerful. Su Meng finally stopped laughing. And you didn't ask her what her name was and which newcomer she was? I forgot to ask her name. As for which newcomer, she said she was from Dragon Gate. Convince. Su Meng and Wang Chanshan were both convinced. Worthy of being Yang Lin Yang, he can be missed by people after saying a few words to them. Afterward, I heard Su Meng gloat. Yang Lin, just now you said that little loli has a powerful sister. Since it's the Dragon Gate, is there a possibility that her sister is still that Jinghua dragon lady? Who knows? It's not like I'm afraid of some towny dragon lady anyway. Wang Chanshan's face was full of adoration. It's still brother Yang, always so confident. Qianshan, why don't you praise your brother Yang a little less? You're really not afraid that he'll turn into a balloon and float to the sky. But sister Dream, I'm telling the truth. I definitely can't beat the Jinghua dragon lady. Can't you? But surely Yang can. Oh yes, your Yang brother sure can. Just praise him as hard as you can. And sooner or later, he'll be completely inflated. The three of them chatted outside the reception hall, and after roughly another 15 minutes had passed, Su Nianji walked out from inside. Nianji, have you made arrangements for lodging and such? Well, this Budo Academy is big enough and equipped with facilities comparable to a hotel. This is the doorway to the separate apartment on the 14th. When the time comes, the four of us will go over and land there. Uncle Sue and the ghost woman have another residence. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go over there now. I won't be able to this time. I have to go with Uncle Sue and the ghost woman to attend the meeting of the four families to agree. Determine a specific introductory testing program for tomorrow. Then Sister Nyenji, Brother Yang, the three of us will go to the apartment first. Well, you guys go ahead. And for dinner, there will be a special staff member personally delivering it after 6:30 p.m. When the time comes, you'll eat by yourselves, without waiting for me. I will convey the relevant information to you after I have attended the meeting. Good. There's not much to say next. Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan took the doorstop and came to apartment 14. To say the place is nice. Enter and find a nice setup and decor with all the amenities. The three of them wouldn't have much to do at this point, so they simply nestled in the couch and watched a variety show. As Su Nyenji said, after 6:30 p.m., there are specialized staff to deliver the food at home. The food was okay, and the three of them had a fairly enjoyable meal. He waited until 8:40 or so in the evening when Su Nyenji came back. At this point, that definitely begs the question of how tomorrow's debut test is going to go. After a joint deliberation among the four, the simulation will be activated for tomorrow's inaugural test. Su Meng and Wang Chan heard Su Nyenji say simulation is not much of a reaction. Yang Lin is directly anxious on. No way. A simulation? Yang Lin, I can't help it. I privately talked to Uncle Sue and Ghost Woman about your situation, and the three of us objected together. But you can't help but compromise with the majority. Yang Lin was filled with black lines. But I can't exert my strength in that virtual environment? A second explanation must be put here in a definite way. The profession only has a restricted basis of retention for what is false, because what is false is essentially false. To put it bluntly, it's just that you can hit me all you want. I'm not dropping a hair, and it doesn't matter at all if I have output or not. However, please rest assured that if the encounter is an attack like an illusion or something like that, the occupation will definitely take effect. And there is no such thing as saying that Yang Lin can't fight or that Yang Lin has an opponent that he can't fight. I'm also quite worried. Su Nyenji rubbed her temples and sighed. And I won't hide it from the three of you. This debut test, it's still quite important. If they do not pass successfully, then they will be ruled out of order and eliminated from the game. In that case, the corresponding guild would only be able to leave with 5% of the original 60% of resources remaining in the spirit realm. Su Meng spoke up at this time. Then, Sister Nyenji, how difficult is the simulation? It's hard, Su Nyenji said with a grave expression. The simulation will refresh a batch of demons every once in a while, 5 batches in total, with levels between 20 and 30, and the next batch will definitely rack up the difficulty on top of the previous batch. In order to counter cheating, the magical species of levels 20 to 30 used are randomly generated. That way even if you guys wanted to prepare in advance you couldn't. Wang Chan worriedly said. Then if Brother Yang is restrained, Sister Nyenji, do you think Sister Meng and I will be able to pass? Su Nyenji thought for a long time. 50-50, although you two do have good strength. The last few batches of demons must be between 25 and 30. It's a small number. You two might be able to handle it. But once the numbers get out of hand, it's hard to say if you'll get through. Wait, what's wrong with Yang Lin? Speaking of which, I'm limited in strength, but I can still be useful. I'm currently doing 20 damage per second, and I can consistently make 1200 damage in a minute without bonuses. What's the approximate blood level of a level 30 demon? Su Nyenji returned. Roughly between 15,000 and 20,000. In that case, it would take me about 10 or 20 minutes to wear down a group of demons. So, is there a time limit on the simulation? There's really no limit to this. As long as the personnel survive, the battle will continue until all personnel are dead and kicked out of the simulation space. Yellen was comfortable now. Then I don't have to worry about it. As long as there's no time limit, just see if I grind through tomorrow. Su Nyenji couldn't help herself. I had forgotten that you have the advantage of resilience. Sister Nyenji, there's still me and Qian. The two of us can still fight. Well, it will depend on your ability to adapt to the scene when the time comes. I believe in you. You will be able to pass the first simulation of the simulation. It's also to keep the trio refreshed for the simulation tomorrow. After Su Nyenji first told Su Meng and Wang Chan to take an early rest, she left Yang Lin alone and wanted to say a few words. Nyenji, Meng and Qian have gone back to the bedroom. What do you want to tell me? Su Nyenji's pretty face was a bit flushed. Of course, I am warning you that you need to nurture your strength. Normally you can do whatever you want with the two of them, but tonight you must show me restraint. How else are you going to participate in the simulation tomorrow? At this moment, Yang Lin was a little embarrassed. Actually, we don't have. Really, when I believe you, playing so fancy every day. I don't have to lie. Seeing that Yang Lin really didn't look like he was lying, Su Nianji was embarrassed at the moment instead. No, just no. You, what are you staring at my legs? I'm a little tired too. I'm going back to rest. It was the first time that I had seen Su Nianji escape so sharply and so quickly. Yang Lin was now quite emotional. He had, earlier, really forgotten to do the right thing. Chapter 97 Maintaining Good Traditions. 9 a.m. The following day, Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan arrived at the main hall of the Martial Arts Academy and entered the venue through a special passage. On the way, no newcomer teams from the other three forces were encountered, and it was obvious that they were intentionally separated. After all, if you can't even pass the most basic simulation, there's no point in meeting up between teams and teams. Also, didn't see anyone at the simulation site though, but the three of them are aware of it. The 3 ministries, 8 dukes, and 12 gates, each had their senior officers come to watch the battle. For a while, no doubt they all landed within the adjoining auditorium, watching the 4 newcomers' performances on a big screen relay. Yang Lin, I'm suddenly a little nervous right now. What are you nervous about? Look at Qianqian. She's just so calm. I'm not nervous about the fight. I'm just a little grossed out by the thought that so many big names in the alliance are secretly watching us. Meng, remember, our Sky Light Squad, sooner or later, will alarm the entire alliance. This so-called newcomer battle was nothing more than giving them a small shock in advance. No big deal. Well, hearing you say that immediately relaxed me. What about you, Sin? I don't have any anxiety about that. I just know that I can do whatever I want after Yang. I'll do whatever Yang tells me to do. Very well, then let's connect the Divine Sense transmission device to enter the simulation battlefield now. A specialized staff member then came over to help the trio connect their equipment. A dozen seconds later, by the time the 3 of them opened their eyes again, they had already arrived at the simulation battlefield. A very empty simulated battlefield, with no fancy terrain or anything like that. The main focus is an unobstructed view of nowhere to hide. Overhead, a 10-minute countdown can be seen. This signaled that the battle would officially open in 10 minutes. But, Yang Lin's 3 people were not expecting that just after they showed up on their side. The top management of the 3 ministries, 8 dukes, and 12 sects that were watching the battle in the auditorium, one by one, could not sit still. Why is there only 3 people in the Greedy Wolf Guild's rookie squad? Is there a problem with the equipment and there are still players who haven't entered? No, the screen of the broadcast notes that the personnel have arrived, which means that the rookie squad that the Greedy Wolf Guild sent out was originally only 3 people. Oh, so arrogant? Don't they know that the dragon sect still has the Jingua Dragon Lady? It's hard to believe that the Greedy Wolf Guild thinks that they can't even see the Jingua Dragon Lady in their eyes by relying on a 3-member squad? The entire room was talking, and in the end, their gazes, without fail, focused on the 3 representatives of the Greedy Wolf Guild, Su Zhangdao, Ghost Woman, and Su Nianji. If you ask the 3 of them if they are nervous, it goes without saying that they are just pretending to be calm, especially after knowing that Yang Lin's ability was limited in the illusion. Lo and behold, Su Zhangdao, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At this moment, seeing that most of the eyes in the arena were focused on this side, Su Zhangdao asked in a rather worried whisper, Nianji, is it really okay? It's okay, Yelin said, no problem, but didn't you say that his powers basically don't work in an unreal simulation? That's true, but he still has Su Meng and Wang Chan by his side, so if the 3 of them play a good match, I think it's still possible. Hearing this, Ghost Woman couldn't even help but interject, Nianji, even if you say so, but this simulation, the demons that appear are all level 20 to 30. It's not something that can be compared to the Lizard Mountain Spirit Realm's teeny tiny, level 20 demons at the highest. I know, but Uncle Su, Ghost Woman, we can only trust the 3 of them now. There's no way beyond that. Seeing this, Su Zhangdao and the Ghost Woman could only sigh softly. Let's hope that, in this situation of adversity, Yang Lin would still be able to give himself and the others a big surprise. Though, mulling over how hope looks a little slim. It was also at this moment that a Dragon Sect executive who was sitting not far away from Su Zhangdao opened his mouth. You, Greedy Wolf Guild, seem to be a bit arrogant. Is this not putting our Dragon Sect in your eyes? Su Zhangdao tried to calm himself as much as possible, then returned, how dare I? Our Greedy Wolf Guild hasn't forgotten that your Dragon Sect still has a Jingua Dragon Lady. That's what I said. But looking at your Greedy Wolf Guild, you don't pay any attention to this newcomer battle at all. 3 people dare to form a team. Are they so arrogant that they can ignore the other 3 of us? Or is it that your Greedy Wolf Guild's talent has withered to the point where you can't even form a 5-man squad? Su Nianji snorted coldly. What's the hurry? Hasn't the simulation battle started yet? The deer is not yet known. If you are capable, let your own newcomers pass first. Well, then we'll see what happens next. We'd like to see just how your greedy wolf's 3-member squad is going to get through. As for the 4 public screens at this moment, the countdown to the last 10 seconds had already begun. In other words, the simulation battle will officially begin. Drop. When the countdown reached 0, the spirits of the entire crowd in the auditorium couldn't help but be lifted. Mock battle. It's on. Immediately afterward, it was seen that within the 4 split-screen images above the public screen, a large number of demons were refreshed before the eyes of the 4 squads without fail. There were 5 batches of demons in the simulation, and this first batch, with a level of 20, was basically a warm-up for the newcomers in the 4 squads. The viewpoint switched to Yang Lin's trio's side, seeing a total of more than 30 deathly aura-haunted undead knights appearing in front of him. If one were to ask whether or not they were panicking, it wouldn't be so bad. They were all level 20 goods, and even if Yang Lin didn't put up a fight, it was basically no difficulty at all. As for Yang Lin himself, as the demons appeared, his professional instincts gave feedback. Currently, all career skills, talents and words are restricted except for basic solid damage and the Shadowwalker status being in effect. If you ask Yang Lin what he thinks, he's actually quite excited. He thought that he had only retained a basic sustained fixed injury, but he didn't realize that the talent of Shadowwalker could actually be retained as well, which was an unexpected blessing. It was also the same time that Su Meng and Wang Chan had already launched their operations. It was needless to say that Su Meng's 2 demonic puppets were all kinds of strong, but as for herself, her body moved around and she used her fists and feet. Nowadays, she carries a fist blade in her hand, and often when she throws a punch, it is wrapped in a strong wind that can set off powerful air currents. A level 20 demonic creature in the district couldn't withstand a single glance from her, even though there were many demons in the surrounding area. Her figure was hair-like and variously stepped on swallows while her legwork was no less impressive, either trampling the demonic creature, then circling back and forth, even kicking the leg with a sharp edge. It could be described as a sweeping attack. As for Cynthia Wang, she has carried on the fine traditions taught to her by Yang Lin Yang. It doesn't matter what weaknesses a demon has, what matters is always behind it. Between the 2 claws waving, easily can cut the vitals of the back of the demon, not only to the demon, but also at all times to the observers to bring a variety of small shock one after another. Anyway, no matter who it is, watching this girl slay demons will always hurt their asshole. Chapter 98, don't you really care about the 2 sisters? As for your question about how Yang Lin is doing now, he, was just variously weaving through the group of demons, utilizing the lance in his hand in conjunction with Wang Chan to penetrate the back of the demons. After all, it was only the first demons, a mere level 20, the same level as all the newcomers in the simulation. So to the spectators, Yang Lin's current actions were not out of the ordinary. Since it seemed to the crowd that it should just be trying to hide its strength, there wasn't much of a reaction for a while. But, the other 3 rookie squads are setting the house on fire at all times. The Sub-Mouse Gate. Changjin was not only the captain of the squad, but also one of the most colorful performers of the Sub-Rat sect. As the battle opened, a layer of lightning power coalesced up and down his body, while lifting his hand to be able to slash down riotous thunder. Several dripping and spinning balls of electricity were condensed around his body, regardless of whether it was a long-distance attack or a melee battle. That was simply a case of God blocking to kill God, and Devil blocking to destroy Devil. Especially with his casual finger snapping, one could clearly see sinuous electric snakes stirring out. The many demons that surrounded the area couldn't even make a move in time, and either their heads were penetrated, or their bodies were penetrated with large holes, because he was there, with 4 teammates assisting with the cascade. The first batch of demons were cleared out in just 10 seconds or so before and after. Seeing the Subrat Gate quickly open the second batch of demons, the crowd could not help but sigh. Worthy of being the elite newcomers selected by the Sub-Rat sect, it was too fierce. If this continues to grow, a ride is just a small gesture. The view switches to the Warwolf military headquarters. That Gao Jingwei is also not to be underestimated. As he cast his ability, the entire public screen image was eerily distorted. It was unclear what exactly happened in it, but it could be seen that the magical creatures in the field were but a few seconds old, suddenly all out of control. A portion of the demonic creatures began to go berserk, recklessly attacking their surroundings without distinguishing between friend and foe. There was also a part of the demons that looked like they had seen something horrible, all of them trembling and forgetting to act. With him around, dozens of demons of the same level couldn't even make a little wave and were easily harvested by him and his teammates with ease. If you say that the Zimao Sex Changzhen, thunder breaking the 10,000 laws was okay to understand, but this Gao Jingwei, so metaphysical in his abilities, was palpable from the mind. And it could be clearly seen that a level 20 demonic creature in the district was not enough to make him use his full strength. It's clear that Ko Jingwei has killer tricks up his sleeve, perhaps more than one, and after saying Z-Mouse and Battle Wolf, in fact, The one that all of the executives who came this time wanted to see the most was also the Dragon Sex Jingua Dragon Lady. There were 5 people in the Dragon Gates team, but it was actually quite recognizable when trying to determine who was the Jingua Dragon Lady. Among them, a sister called Lin Yu stood out. At first glance, you will indeed be attracted to her delicate face, slender waist and long, straight legs, but at second glance, you realize that this girl is not the same as other girls. Her looks were beautiful, but there was a compelling Englishness between her brows, combined with the huge two-handed sword she carried in her hands. The intimidating impression that came from her was overwhelming, and in the face of the swarms of demons that surrounded her, she didn't even need her teammates to make a move. Just a single sword was like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, and suddenly all the elephants drifted away. Even through the screen, one could still feel the immense power bursting from her body. Even if she simply stood in place, absolutely no one would dare to underestimate her. It's like a Valkyrie descending into the world, never letting anyone doubt her formidable fighting prowess. You said that a mere 3 dozen level 20 demons. Sorry, can't really stop her 2 swords. Never doubt the power of a woman who can yank a level 20 final leader along with the grounds at level 10. Worthy of being a Jingua Dragon Lady, so fierce at level 20. I can't imagine what peak she'll climb to in the future. Although that Chang Jin and Gao Jingwei are good, they are still a bit softer compared to the Jingua Dragon Lady. And this Jingua Dragon Lady, I'm afraid that she has only put out 2 or 3 out of 10 at most, and if you want to see her true strength, I'm afraid that you'll have to take a level 30 or so demon to try your hand at it. Listening to the senior members of the audience, the several senior members of the Dragon Sect all looked arrogant. There was no other reason. Simply because the Jingua Dragon Lady was the future glory of their Dragon Sect. On the contrary, this Skylight Squad from the Greedy Wolf Guild? After a period of time passed, the entire senior management was all in a state of confusion. The 2 sisters are really strong, no doubt about it. But this Captain Yang Lin, what the hell is he doing? If the first batch of demons was too low in level and the second batch wasn't good enough for this captain named Yang Lin to make a move, it was actually okay. But as time passed, this was all the way to when the third group of level 25 demonic creatures appeared. Why is he still so calm? Yang Lin? There are no powerful abilities on display, no amazing special effects to catch the eye. There's just him weaving his way through the magical creatures. One shot pokes for less than 100 points of damage, as well as a sustained wound of 20 points per second to the demons around you. The rest of the words, what else does he know? Why hasn't this one called Yang Lin shown his strength until now? By all rights, a level 25 demon should not be too low for him, right? I don't know. Is he still waiting? Whoever was present at the top was not confused. Thinking about level 5 is already considered a serious watershed. If you switch to metaphysical immortality, level 10 is equivalent to 1 major realm. And if you're level 5, that's half a major realm. And in the face of a demonic creature of half a great realm, Yang Lin continued to hide his strength. Throwing the pressure to the 2 teammates around him would be outrageous. Looking at the other 3 squads, all of them had been cutting into the 4th group of level 28 demons for some time. But on Yang Lin's side, he had only just finished killing the 3rd batch of demons. As such, the crowd was even more perplexed. This kid, what the hell is he up to? Originally, the 3-member squad was not dominant in terms of numbers, and now that you're the captain, you're actually still muddling through? What a pity for the 2 sisters who followed him around. All sorts of hard work to kill the enemy, all sorts of rolling over and killing. On the contrary, Yang Lin, this kid, is not a human being at all. He was completely indifferent as he let the 2 sisters labor in various ways. Seeing that the 4th batch of level 28 demons had been refreshed, not to mention the others. Anyway, Su Zhengdao and Ghost Woman now had even more cold sweat on their faces. Nian Ji, is it really okay? Su Ninji's mood was actually not a tad less tense than the 2 of them, but she was still seen clenching her teeth and saying, believe in Yang Lin, he can definitely do it. You do believe in him, but I always feel that something is not right. With an occasional sideways glance, Su Zhengdao happened to be right in the middle of seeing a few senior members of the Dragon Gate Guild, casting teasing glances his way. The mockery, disdain, and underestimation was quite obvious. Unconsciously, his mood that was angry again, and at the same time full of hope for the 3 Yang Lin. I know that this kid Yang Lin is strong, but if he falls to a virtual simulation battle, that's a real loss. Su Zhengdao and the Ghost Woman were none the wiser, but with the current situation, they could only force themselves to calm down and continue to observe the situation of Yang Lin. Su Mang and Wang Chan. Chapter 99, A Doomed Defeat. Middle of the field. Watching the 4th batch of level 28 fiendish dreadnoughts oozing out more than 20, Su Mang and Wang Chanchan's pressure was by no means normal. Yang Lin, the situation is a bit bad. If Qian Qian and I explode to solve the 4th batch of demons, we will definitely run out of strength when dealing with the last batch subsequently. Brother Yang, I'm not sure I can keep up my full strength to take out the final 5th batch. The three of them, at this moment, had already opened a divine sense conversation through the teaming scroll. Yang Lin's sight swept over the swarm of level 28 dreadnoughts that had been refreshed around him, and his mind was definitely racing. Two of my own sisters, they're brilliant. The two of them could definitely kill the fourth batch of this group of dreadnoughts when they teamed up and went into an explosive state. But in that case, after a huge amount of consumption, and then when they responded to the final fifth batch of demons, then they would inevitably be killed and retired. As a man, Yang Lin absolutely did not want to see his sister struck down by a demon, even if, here, it's just a simulation. As for the claim that a player being killed out of the game by a demon would affect the Greedy Wolves Guild in terms of dividing up the benefits, and what impression it would leave in the minds of the senior members of the audience and so on, none of this mattered. What mattered was that nothing happened to his sister. Sinister. I know about these dinosaurs. They don't have air-to-air capabilities, so now you hold Dreamy and go wait in heaven. Well, then I'll attack them from the sky afterward. Never. You and Dream simply wait in the sky, retaining the blood energy. Don't forget, this is only the fourth batch of demons. There's a fifth, stronger batch yet to come out. At this time, Su Meng said through divine sense conversation. So, you're planning to grind them to death? Yeah, well, there's no time limit anyway, so you guys can just wait in the sky for me to grind them down. When we get to the last batch of demons, we'll rethink our countermeasures based on the situation. Okay then. After Wang Chan answered, she had already Griffin life spirit added to her body. Then she picked up Su Meng and flew into midair. Such a scene naturally stunned the crowd of senior officers watching the battle. This girl called Wang Chan can actually fly through the air. Awesome. Just based on this mechanism alone, it can already hang half of the melee professions. Yeah, even if certain melee fighters know so much as one or two skills against the air, if they can't hurt anyone, they're still going to be pressed by the other side in the sky. Watching the battle of the Greedy Wolf Guild's newcomers had finally made many people's eyes light up by now, but soon they found a new problem. No, why isn't this airborne girl attacking overhead? Does it mean that it can only simply fly through the air and has no offensive capabilities? Impossible. A druid who can summon living beings, even the relatively weak Cthulhu flying sky beings, still has many means of attack, and there's no way a griffin, which is so many levels more powerful than an eagle, can pull its crotch that much. The crowd was still wondering why Wang Chan was just staying quiet in midair while holding Su Meng. In the next moment, the crowd's astonishment intensified. Look guys, Yang Lin went into stealth. I didn't expect him to be stealthy, and you guys, even though he's in a stealthy state, his sustained damage is still effective against demons. On this point, the congregation went for a closer look. How can I say this? Even though stealth is still able to deal damage, it's only 20 per second, so it's hard to tell how to think about it. Look at the level 28 dreadnought, with a blood count of 15,000 already. If Wang Chan and Su Meng didn't make a move, how long would it take for this 20 damage per second to kill the dread beast group in the field? And the crowd of top brass in the arena is certain. Although Yang Lin had stealth, he definitely couldn't last long. Even for assassins and other professions, sneaking stealth is a huge drain, and it's even more impossible to continuously stealth. He, Yang Lin, wouldn't really want to be by himself and slowly consume the demons in the field. This is the kind of thing that feels like a joke when you think about it alone. In about 10 seconds or so before and after, Yang Lin's figure had been revealed from his stealthy state. Look, isn't that out? You can hide from the demons for a moment, but you can hide for the rest of your life? Thinking that Wang Chan and Su Meng were in midair and not making a move, Yang Lin was alone below being surrounded by 24 level 28 dreadnoughts. Getting kicked out of simulated battlefield is a complete matter of seconds. However, the reality of the situation, but to the presence of countless such thought of the senior, all came a hard slap. What? Continued stealth? Seamlessly? How did he do that? It's a prop. He must have used some kind of potential inspiring prop. Otherwise how could it be so seamlessly silky smooth? Using props, this was the new definition of Yellen for the executives in the room. Because of this thought, this one, when looking at the three people in charge of the Greedy Wolf Guild, Su Zhangdao, Ghost Woman and Su Nianji, their eyes were all meaningful. You Greedy Wolf Guild a small simulation. Actually all you seemingly not bad props. Instead of this now, you guys should have filled out the 5-man squad earlier, and to be more serious, even if this Yang Lin uses props so what? 10 seconds or so to show up once, then invisible again. But how much damage had been done to the swarm of demons in total? 20 in 1 second, 210, 315. On the contrary, the dread beast, that was a whopping 15,000 blood. How long would it take to grind? And the deadliest point, the executives present didn't believe that Yang Lin wouldn't make a single mistake in the middle. Being in the midst of a group of demons that were 8 levels above one's own, and there were still 20 or so of them all at once, One slip up would really kill one instantly, even if he didn't miss. The props that had been previously inspired would be able to withstand several times of Yang Lin's consumption, so how could they allow him to maintain continuous stealth for 10 minutes? At this point, look at the other three, Z-Rat, Cinnabar Dragon and War Wolf, under the leadership of Changjin, Gao Jingwei, and the Jingguo Dragon Lady. Basically the last batch of demonic creatures were nearing the end of their fierce battle. Ben was the strongest person selected, plus the captain at the head of the group one fierce stroke. That Yang Lin 3 people. Even if Su Meng and Wang Chan are good, how can this be compared to a 5-person strong personnel squad? In 3 minutes at most, Yang Lin will definitely make a mistake and then be surrounded and killed by the dread beasts. 3 minutes is still a bit much. I'd say it's good enough to continue being invisible for another 2 minutes straight. Then what if Yang Lin really exhausts the dread beast group? A part of the high command let out a kind laugh. How can anyone have such childish ideas? Even if the dread beast swarm was worn down. So what? The last batch of demonic beasts could all be level 30 super ranked. If the level 30 demons have the ability to fly, not to mention Yang Lin, even if that Wang Chan can fly, it is not good. About that, one of the heads of Dragon Gate spoke up. Earlier, I was not expecting there to be professions that could fly in mid-air, but considering that the last level is at least a level 30 demonic creature sitting there, so while it's still randomized, yes, it's still added on top of being randomized with more comprehensive attack types of demons. The executives were in an uproar. In that case, the last group of demons that Yang Lin's trio would have to face, that would definitely possess air-to-air capabilities. Even if they did kill the 4th group of dread beasts, it seemed that this final level would only end in a rout. Chapter 100, Sister. It's him. As time passed, the 3 newcomer squads of Z-Mouse, Battle Wolf Military Department and Tatsu Long cleared the level one after the other. Despite Jingguo Dragon Lady's reputation, the remaining 2 newcomer squads were equally strong, so there's not much of a difference in the time it takes to pass. At the same time this time of year, they definitely want to see how the other rookie squads other than the home team are doing, so all 3 squads basically did the same thing. That is, having the staff pull up images of squads that are still simulating mock battles. The constant vibration of the Subrat. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the 3 Yang Lin who were still simulating battlefield combat. A squad of 3? What the hell? Captain, one of them named Wang Chan can actually fly. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Changjin's mouth. It is indeed quite impressive to be able to fly, but that's for you guys. Under my falling thunder, she has no chance to fly. What the captain said is true, but it can be really strange. The greedy Wolf Guild side is actually so trustworthy that 3 people would dare to let them participate in the newcomer battle? Wasn't sure what was going on with them, but, well, that's about it. Seeing Wang Chan holding Su Meng in the middle of the field flying in mid-air, Yang Lin kept stealthily consuming from below. The 20 damage that floated up one after the other in that dreadnought swarm could be a bit comical. Warwolf Military Department's high warp. He was equally amazed at the moment at Wang Chan who was able to fly, but the focus of his attention still fell on Yang Lin. This guy's ability seems to be very similar to mine. However, I can't do it to the point where he's continuously hidden. Is there a possibility that this one called Yang Lin has used some kind of gain-boosting excitation prop? It's hard to say. Gao Jingwei's eyes narrowed slightly, but it seems to me that he should have a backhanded connecting technique for his means. But why is it simply hidden without a bit of the next attack? Could it be a deliberate attempt to hide his strength? Captain, you're overthinking it. If he had any backhanders he would have used them long ago. Looking at the tally time, they had been tangling with the 4th group of demons for 7 minutes. To keep means in just such a situation, that can only be called foolishness. Gao Jingwei interrupted the team member. You can't say that. The greedy Wolf Guild is not weaker than any power, but the rookie squad they sent out was only 3. This is full of shenanigans. If these 3 hadn't had some real skill, I don't believe the tops would have been so adventurous. Captain, then why couldn't their killer be the flying Wang Chan? As for this youngling, in my opinion, it's no different than the ones that make up the numbers. A profession that sustains 20 damage. That's odd. You think it's odd? In my opinion, not to mention that Wang Chan, Yang Lin's continuous concealment lasts for 20 for consumption alone. The 4 of you, if you want to take him down in single combat, you may not be absolutely sure. Anyway, keep watching to see how outrageous their next move can be. Tatsuyas Lin Yu. The scene just shifted to the scene of Yang Lin's 3-man squad fighting. The little double ponytailed loli beside her immediately opened her mouth as she excitedly pointed at Yang Lin, who had just finished hiding and appeared in the picture. Sis, it's him, this guy called Yang Tianba. He insulted me earlier. Nui, don't use words carelessly. And can't you see that his name isn't Yang Tianba, it's Yang Lin? Lin Nui became even more furious upon hearing this. Well, this guy, not only did he bully me, he actually told me a fake name. Sister, you can't spare him, the man is so hateful. Lin Yu gently rubbed Lin Yuan's little head and said, "Little Yuan, it's just a couple of words, there's no need to be so calculating. I'm not being catty, sis." You don't know how hateful his mouth was at the time. Even now, thinking about it, I want to hit him. Lin Yu didn't respond to her sister's words, but instead carefully observed the three-person squad on the screen. "Sister, these three of their squad are dead. At most they will pass this fourth level. The fifth level of high difficulty. Don't think about it. Sis, why are you still mesmerized? You don't think they can pass with this level, do you?" Lin Yu said in a serious tone. "Nui, as a professional, you should never underestimate anyone. They dared to form a team of 3, so I'm sure they must have something to offer. What's so great about it? Sis, you're still the dragon lady of Xinhua. Nui, I know, I won't underestimate them, okay? Anyway, they definitely won't pass." Whether it was the crowd of executives watching in the auditorium, or the 3 squads that had already ended the battle, all of the attention was now focused on the Skylight squad, whose battle was not yet over. Ask the crowd what they think of the trio. Then, basically, it tapers off to no fluctuation at all. Really just hard grinding from start to finish. Right? That 20 damage per second was not only torturing the demonic creature, but also torturing everyone watching the battle. Think of any professional battle. That's not all ping pong to quickly separate the winner from the loser. Yang Lin, 3 people are good. They are really grinding a little bit. You say watching this kind of fight is no different than going to jail. Thus, it was in this atmosphere that many people began to bombard Su Zhengdao, Ghost Woman, and Su Ninji one after another. "You greedy wolf guild, are you sure you're not here for a laugh? It's also a reminder that in the future, but when it comes to tournaments and such, we have to limit our time." "Don't say that." Looking at the battle, the 4th batch of demons, they are obviously stable, but this last batch, they still want to use a similar method, so that's something to see. For a moment, everyone in the room actually began to look forward to it. What did the dragon sect say earlier? The last batch of demons must have a means to the air. Then we might as well take a serious look at whether Yang Lin, this 3-member squad, could still play any tricks. On the screen, as the last dreadnought fell, it signaled that Yang Lin's trio had officially arrived at the final level, and after seeing the last batch of demonic creatures brushed out one after another on the screen, the atmosphere of the entire room couldn't help but be stunned. Lookout Tooth Demon. It's actually a Lookout Tooth Demon. These 3 people's luck can be really bad. This thing, the Lookout Tooth Demon, is not only good at fire whirlwinds, their actions are even more like ghosts one by one. If we must divide the level 30 unusual magical creatures into levels, the Lookout Tooth Demon Man is completely T0 level. This much? Come on, there's basically no need to watch. The end is already doomed. Yang Lin's trio won't even be able to hold out for 30 seconds before they're kicked out of the simulation battlefield. In the current situation, whether it was the Z-Mouse sect, the Cinnabar Dragon sect or the Warwolf military department, they all felt stable. This is a very good ending. The remaining resources Greedy Wolf to take away 5%, the remaining 55%, by the 3 of them to compete. As for the Greedy Wolves Guild, shit, wasn't that bravado on a 3-man squad? See, that's the blessing. The same person looked at the picture in the public screen. Although Su Zhengdao and Ghost Woman were unwilling, but things had come to this, there was really no way out. On the contrary, it was Su Ninji, who comforted the 2. "Uncle Su, Ghost Woman, you believe in Yang Lin. The 3 of them will definitely be able to do it. Nian Ji, defeat is defeat. Even though it's a bit regrettable, we still know clearly the true strength of Yang Lin. This time, well, it's just a matter of taking a little less resources. Uncle Su, but I trust Yang Lin." Su Ninji exhaled deeply and continued. He said himself that he will definitely be able to pass, so he will definitely be able to. Fine. Then I'll continue to see with Ghost Woman and see how Yang Lin's trio can turn this predicament around. Chapter 101, Little Lori's Unwillingness. Inside the field, the last batch of demons had been refreshed. Looking at the 20 number of watchtooth demons that appeared in front of him, Yang Lin's teeth twitched a little. To his way of thinking, as long as the last batch of demons didn't have an air-to-wear ability, then he'd still be able to reach the pass with the 4th batch of dreadnought swarms. But this Lookout Tooth Demon, it was a bit tricky. Lookout Tooth Demon, rank 30, blood 23, 000 to 25, 000, attack 400 to 500. The 3 of them were only level 20, and a level 30 demonic creature was equivalent to being a whole big realm above the 3 of them. Moreover, Yang Lin had been studying with Su Ninji, and he knew exactly how powerful this thing was. On Su Mang and Wang Chanxian's side, once they heard that the Lookout Tooth Fiend still had air-to-air capabilities, they couldn't help but feel a little anxious. "Brother Yang, then is it still useful for me to fly in mid-air?" "There is, and next thing you know, You're flying in the sky with Dream and then taking the opportunity to throw tornadoes in the middle of the field. What about me? You, Dream, watch the timing and throw the magic doll to me. What do you want to ask Yellen to do? He's decided that he's going to have a hard fight. Of course, this is not a hard battle, but in fact, it is the exclusion of the shadow travel, and directly face the field of the demon group. According to what he thought, the Lookout Tooth Demon Man could set off a huge whirlwind of fire straight into midair though, but they're still ground-based demons after all, no better than sky types. So, as long as there are targets on the ground dragging them along, then their main point of attack will, for sure, still be focused below. As long as he could drag the Lookout Tooth Demon crowd, Wang Chan tornadoes damage that could be much stronger than his own 20 per second. On the contrary, once the two sisters heard that Yang Lin wanted to do this, they were not willing to do it no matter what, firmly determined to go to the ground and fight alongside Yellen. I know you guys are worried about me, but this is a simulation. It won't really kill you. The main thing is that since I arranged it this way, I have to be more or less this strong anyhow. So Meng, Qian, you two do as I say. Keep in touch and cooperate with my actions. Su Meng and Wang Chan had no choice but to do so. At the same time, 24 Lookout Tooth demons had frantically surged over. They move quickly, as if they were ghosts. The hideous wolf head looks like a wolf, not only possessing sharp teeth that can easily tear apart prey. Once the distance is too far, the open mouth will also come with a fiery whirlwind of fire. And all of these things, whether they had hands or feet, had sharp claws, so if they were torn into, the end would be equally miserable. Yang Lin, his spirit was highly concentrated, always ready to dodge. Shadowwalking was not an option. He had to reduce the hatred of the Lookout Tooth Fiend for midair and focus as much of the fiend's hate value on himself as possible. Almost in an instant, the crowd of Toothwatcher demons had already surged onto the spot. Su Meng above the midair timely released two demonic puppets to Yang Lin's proximity, and Wang Chan did not forget to follow the flat ground to generate wind, causing as much damage as possible to the Looking Tooth Demon. It was a pity that although it was true that the magic puppets were powerful, they ultimately belonged to the category of two-fisted. The super magnitude of the level difference made the might of the two demonic puppets not even show, and they didn't last long before they were both torn into pieces. The magical puppet is linked to Zumon, and although Zumon can be resummoned after the death of the magical puppet, it will consume a huge amount of spirit. So if she wanted to summon the magic puppets again, then naturally she had to wait for Yang Lin's order and pick the right time. Wang Chan's tornado, though seemingly vast, however, because of the level difference and the high defense of level 30 demons, both the damage and the pulling effect were created. Nothing is a big deal. It doesn't matter though, it's still better than Yang Lin's base 20 damage per second. So now, Yellen's thought process for playing is clear. All Yang Lin had to do now was dodge through the swarm of demons. Su Meng would look for the right opportunity to summon two demon puppets based on the situation Yang Lin was in. To take the secondary damage for Yang Lin, Wang Chan's tornado throws were equally well thought out, putting it towards Yang Lin's periphery at the critical moment, striking the Lookout Tooth Demon while at the same time sharing the pressure for Yang Lin as well. And Yang Lin lived up to the expectations of the two women, despite the fact that the Lookout Tooth Demon was incredibly ferocious and super maneuverable. But he was quite comfortable for a moment with the help of the magic doll and the tornado. It was this scene in the field that caused the crowd outside the field to marvel greatly. At first, when they saw that Yang Lin was not invisible, they all thought in their hearts, the reason why Yang Lin was able to conceal himself was probably with the help of props or something. See, the only reason it's not cloaked now is that the props have been consumed. But soon they realized that this did not seem to be the case. If Yang Lin didn't enter a state of invisibility, the pressure borne by Su Meng and Wang Chan in midair would be minimal. As for Yang Lin himself, he was actually able to turn around a group of extremely maneuverable Lookout Tooth demons. Perhaps the action is not called easy because of the huge difference in levels, but it's definitely not as hard as one might think. This Yang Lin, his clinical reaction is actually so strong? In that situation just now, he was actually able to make a dodge and even deliver a backhanded shot. I thought this was a movie. Have you guys noticed that Su Meng and Wang Chan in midair are working well with him? The timing and location of the magical dolls and tornadoes are just too right every time they show up. The crowd praised it. On the one hand, he praised Yang Lin's battlefield reactions as being truly awesome. On the other hand, he was quite appreciative of the tacit cooperation between the three. After seeing once again that Yang Lin used the timing of the tornado generation to weave through the combined attacks of the 7 watch-tooth demons one after the other, Su Zhengdao couldn't even help but draw a cold breath. Nian Ji, you didn't say that this kid can be so sharp without relying on stealth. Uncle Su, I realized a long time ago that he has an extremely strong clinical talent. At the time, I didn't really care, but now, it's impossible not to admire him. At least in my place, I couldn't do it. The ghost woman nodded with satisfaction. His reflexes can even go to assassin killer and other related professions. Ordinary people can't reach this level of normal. There were also Z-Rat, Tatsuo Dragon, and 3 rookie squads from the Warwolf military department. Each of them looked dumbfounded as well. This Yang Lin is really a bit of an exaggeration. Being surrounded by 24 high-intensity lookout-tooth demons and just being able to weave across the room is outrageous. Pissed off. What's going on with these lookout-tooth demons? Why are so many surrounding a person who can't even be surrounded? Lin Nui, she tossed her twin ponytails, her little face pouting in anger. Nui, don't play around. People have this kind of skill. You should watch and learn more. Sis, so what if she's even more powerful? Isn't she still an imbecilic profession with 20 damage? Humph, he didn't touch me, or else I wouldn't have had to beat the crap out of him anyways. Jingua Dragon Lady Lin Yu's eyes were dead set on the screen as she said, Nui, first of all, I don't believe that his occupation is only 20 damage. Secondly, even then, you're no match for him. Ha, I'm a cat rider. How dare he touch my cat rider with his rookie profession? Are you very good? How long could you last if you were thrown into a crowd of lookout-tooth demons? From now on don't give me a word. Give me a serious look and carefully ponder over Yang Lin's every reaction action as well as analyze his various intentions. By what right? I'm not. Lin Nui hadn't even finished her sentence when she suddenly felt her sister's stern gaze, and she instantly wilted. I'll watch it carefully. Despite saying that, the little lowly Lin Nui was even more exasperated in her heart. Bastard Yang Tianba. No, it's bastard Yang Lin. Actually letting his sister think so highly of him. No, there must be an opportunity to teach this guy a good lesson afterwards. Then take a few more pictures of this abomination of a man licking his toes and let your sister know properly who is the strong one. Chapter 102, Sun Yinji's Relief and Shame. Within the simulated battlefield, it had now almost all become Yang Lin's exclusive field alone. Surrounding them were 24 high-level, maneuvering as if they were ghosts, lookout-tooth demons. Despite all the various encircling, sieging, and intercepting of these things, they still couldn't do a thing to Yang Lin. Yang Lin, relying entirely on his exquisite stance and keen perception, easily shuttled through every inch of the seemingly impossible gaps between the demons. For others, a situation like this would kill them in seconds at most. But for Yang Lin, it directly became a performance show of his clinical reactions alone. This kid, why is he able to do this? It's not too much of a stretch to call that reflexes a special effect. Have you noticed that at the very beginning this boy's actions were still a little bit rusty and sluggish? As for now, it feels like he's getting into better and better shape. The crowd of executives watching the battle, they had thought that, entering the final level of the simulation, second by second, the 3-person squad was going to be wiped out. But who would have thought that Yang Lin was actually so heaven-defying without being invisible? In particular, a group of powerful executives envisioned their own scene if they were to encounter such a situation in a different position. It didn't take long for all of them to wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. It can't be done. It simply can't be done. In the same situation, unless there are a lot of props in hand, relying solely on the field reaction to travel across the road, it is basically a dead end. But Yang Lin, he was nonetheless able to do it. And as the 3 minutes passed, his actions began to become more silky and skillful. To say how the crowd outside the arena was in awe, Yang Lin definitely couldn't care less about those. But, what even Yang Lin himself didn't expect was that right after he avoided the 12-headed looking tooth demon's continuous attack once again, his brow suddenly became hot. What's going on? What happened? Time, in this instant, seemed to be completely frozen. In the same instant, Yang Lin saw a woman appear in front of him in a trance. Couldn't see the woman's face, but could feel that the woman had the appearance of a city and the world. Then again, the woman kissed her forehead. A warm coolness coalesced in the center of his brow, as if opening the eyes of heaven. When Yang Lin returned to his senses from this moment, he found that the surrounding lookout tooth demons, who were as maneuverable as ghosts, suddenly became sluggish in their actions one by one, or even, just sweeping. He even saw the connecting diagram of the arcs of their attack trajectories when 24 watchtooth demons attacked over together. Obviously, the 24 looking tooth demons pressed in full force, and Bright Eyes almost blocked all routes. But within that connecting map of the arc of the offense's trajectory, there exists more than one path to life. Completely driven by instinct, Yang Lin's body moved. However, with a slight tilt of his body, he avoided the 4 looking tooth demons that came clawing at him first. Then he sidestepped and took another stooping step, once again causing the lookout tooth demon that had come tearing overhead to pounce. In the end, after he brushed against the lookout tooth fiend in 3 consecutive hasty steps, his entire body had arrived outside the lookout tooth fiend swarm. At this time when the lookout tooth demons wanted a new round of encirclement and siege, that would naturally require wasting some time. That's okay? Yang Lin now. He was stunned by himself. Yeah, is that okay? Not to mention Yang Lin being stunned by himself, the crowd of executives watching the battle. At this moment, half of them were directly petrified, and the other half stood up in excitement. Just now, looking at Yang Lin being encircled and surrounded, just that kind of situation. Even with the half-empty Su Meng and Wang Chan saving the day, it was too late. But Yang Lin, he, like a fish in water, was silky smooth and easily got out of the group of demons. It was like a piece of performance art. And anyway, the eyes of the entire upper echelon of the audience watching the battle all lit up. Could be, this kid isn't usually a bit of something. This ability, even if it's transferred to an ordinary professional, even if it's weak in all aspects, it can definitely become a good party. Look, this kid is still showing. He's actually still showing. The eyes of the entire room were focused on the top of the public screen. Once again, they saw that Yang Lin was not only coming and going freely in the group of demons this time, but even more, he was beginning to increase the frequency of his attacks. Yang Lin, indeed, is not a lance professional. There was no lance skill and no multiplier boost. But now, the lance danced in his hands. Every time he struck, there was bound to be a lookout tooth demon's chrysanthemum that met a tragic end. The damage is low, but the insults are definitely strong. Moreover, at this time, the crowd could also clearly observe that Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan's playing style had shifted again. At first, it was Yang Lin who attracted the hatred, while Su Meng's magic puppets and Wang Chanshan's wind blades and tornadoes assisted Yang Lin in sharing the pressure and killing the demons on the side. But now, Yang Lin is still attracting hate, right? However, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan had already begun to shift the demon puppets and tornadoes to the main striking aspect. Soon, there were already 2 lookout tooth demons being taken out by the concentration of demon puppets and tornadoes. Then the second header, the third header, the fourth header, and as the number of lookout tooth demons became smaller and smaller, Yang Lin's actions became more comfortable, not to mention that Su Meng and Wang Chanshan's cooperation also began to become more furious, until, when the number of lookout tooth demons was gradually reduced from 24 to 12, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan had already fallen from mid-air. After taking so much, it's time for a full-scale counterattack. Su Meng, after she went into full outburst, she cooperated with the 2 demon puppets, and with an iron fist sanction, she instantly split a lookout tooth demon into 4 pieces. Wang Chanshan at this moment, after transforming the furious pale bear, the double claws in his hands variously and ferociously bloomed behind the lookout tooth demon. This, coupled with Yang Lin's various roaming and sustained damage, the remaining 30 ranked-looking tooth demons, in turn, began to be slaughtered by the trio's forcefulness. This scene made the higher-ups outside the arena dumbfounded, and also made the other 3 rookie squads who were also watching the battle feel a lot of emotions. Wasn't it still extremely vulnerable earlier? How come all of them were so berserk in the blink of an eye? Seeing the last lookout tooth demon fall and turn into a stream of data, this also signaled that Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan had officially cleared the level. That's the end of it? Outside the arena, the top brass, one is still a bit unfulfilled. Thinking that these people were in high positions, how could they not understand the super gold content of Yang Lin's clinical reaction? Even if each of them was a strong person with a low status and identity, when they saw such a colorful scene, deep down they definitely couldn't help but want to observe more. But who would have thought that it would be over so soon for 3 people? But fortunately, the simulation must have been burned on a CD-ROM, and this must have been followed by the removal of a copy, not to mention the other 3 newcomers. Anyway, Yang Lin's performance in the final level alone was already textbook level. When you go back, you must make your own new people learn and learn well. At the same time, the 3 heads of the greedy wolf guild, Su Zhangdao, Ghost Woman, and Su Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. Worthy of our guild's good seed, it can be a real shock and surprise. The old body was about to lose hope just now. Who would have thought that this kid Yang Lin is so capable? Convinced, unconvinced, Su Nianji's words, she might have been too excited. There were still a few strands of scarlet on her stunning face. That guy is really, I can't imagine being that powerful. I've been worrying about him for nothing. Chapter 103, it's reasonable to enjoy it, isn't it? Yang Lin sighed. After passing this simulation battle, even the few staff members standing by gave him a thumbs up, one praising him for being so good. It's just passing a simulation of a mock battle. What's the point? In his heart, he was still holding his tongue, but he thought that when he looked around, stars appeared in the eyes of his 2 sisters when they looked at themselves. Su Meng said excitedly, Yang Lin, how come you're so powerful? I was stunned at the battlefield just now. Me too, Wang Chanshan said with the same excitement. Look at Yang's performance. It's similar to that of a male lead in a TV movie. So many high-level demons surrounded together, but they didn't even touch the corner of Yang's coat. So strong. Well, 2 of my own sisters have talked about it to such an extent. Yang Lin thinks, let's not be modest. Excessive modesty is the same as pride. He only saw him straighten his collar and then said, Meng, Qianqian, as you all know, I have always been this strong. What did I say before? Only when I'm stronger can I protect you properly, right? If I'm not strong, what if you guys get bullied by outsiders? Su Meng was full of shyness. Really? There are still staff next to her. What? There's a staff member and I'm not allowed to say something I mean. I know. Su Meng stepped forward and hugged Yang Lin's arm and headed outside the martial arts center. Wang Chanxian's words, naturally, hugged Yang Lin's other side. At this time, Yang Lin felt the cozy fragrance and tolerance around him and said, speaking of which, earlier in the battlefield the spirit had been highly tense. No injuries, but fatigue is still a bit of a thing. How about this? When we get back, Meng, you help me step on my waist, and Qianqian, if you're there, help me rub my feet. Okay brother Yang. Cynthia Wang responded to nothing in ambiguity. Once Su Meng saw this, the delicacy on her face once again thickened a few points. You've come to this point, so I'll satisfy you this time. Seeing his own two sisters like this, Yang Lin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Worthy of being his own Meng and Qianqian, they just know what they're doing. When he returned to the independent apartment, Yang Lin rarely began to enjoy the service of his own two sisters. In the meantime, though, he couldn't help but think of one thing. Was the blurry woman's figure that he had seen in that instant earlier during the simulated battlefield true or false? Why did that happen for no reason? The kicker was that the woman appeared to have kissed her own forehead. Then he felt as if there was an additional warm energy deep within his brow. It shouldn't be an illusion, right? And it was obvious to myself at the time, like the eyes of heaven were opened. Because of this, it was possible to tangle with the swarm of demons more at will afterward. Thinking about this, Yang Lin decided to re-energize the energy in his brow to make sure that feeling was still there. However, it was also at this time that the door to the entrance hall was pushed open, and Su Nianji walked in with it. Sister Nianji, you're back. Aha! While Su Nianji responded to Su Meng, she naturally saw the situation in the field. This Yang Lin, lying on his back on the sofa and letting the two sisters serve him, was very comfortable. Yang Lin, you're quite enjoying yourself. Nianji, you say that. Earlier in the battlefield almost didn't cause me to have a mental breakdown. It's not too much to enjoy it now that it's all battlefield clearance. Yes, then enjoy yourself and I'll leave you alone. Wait, what's wrong? Nianji, come here. I happen to say there is something I want you guys to confirm together for me. Su Meng and Wang Chanxian stopped, then came up to him along with Su Nianji who walked over. Yang, what are you asking us to confirm? It's like this, when I was in the battlefield, I suddenly saw a woman and was kissed by that woman. Hearing this, whether it was Su Nianji or Su Meng and Wang Chanxian, they were all very speechless. What are you three looking at? I'm not kidding. Su Nianji resisted the urge to spit at Yang Lin and said, And then I seem to have turned on the eye of heaven. Are you telling jokes to the three of us? Oh you three, I have nothing to do but tell you such jokes. Anyway, I'm recalling that feeling from earlier. And then you guys help me see if there's any special changes in my brow as well as my circumference or anything like that. Seeing Yang Lin speaking seriously, the three Su Nianji nodded. Then try it, and we'll help you out. Yes. After Yang Lin finished speaking, he quickly entered the concentration mode. Then he gathered his spiritual energy above his eyebrows. At this time, he went to look at the three sisters beside him, and his heart was shocked. Sure enough, this eye in the sky is real. Look at Su Nianji, Su Meng and Wang Chanxian. The three of them have all slowed down. Yang Lin, did you try to open the heaven's eye? It's on. Are you kidding the three of us? You don't believe me? Su Nianji heckled. I know you are powerful. Okay, being awesome is awesome. You have to make up something about heaven's eye. Looks like you guys won't believe me until I show some real skill. Saying that, Yang Lin got off the sofa and walked to the relatively empty place in the hall, then also took out a black cloth from his occupation space and blocked his eyes. Su Nianji's trio looked surprised, not sure what exactly Yang Lin wanted to do. Brother Yang, what are you? Come on, I'll stand right here, and the three of you try to explode your blood chi and attack me together. Ha? Su Meng said somewhat incredulously. You're blindfolded and you're asking us to launch an attack? And you should know that Nianji's sister, she is an expert. I've been told to show it off. So how do you know what I'm saying is true unless you feel it for yourselves? Alright, Su Nianji responded. I'll restrain my attacks later, lest you complain about me if I hit you. Well, there's also Meng and Qian. You guys cooperate with Nianji to attack me at the same time. Having said that, Su Meng and Wang Chanxian could only agree together. Then, under Su Nianji's authorization, the three sisters all quickly touched towards Yang Lin after exploding a certain amount of blood chi. However, none of the three sisters had expected that the very moment their hands were about to land on Yang Lin, Yang Lin suddenly bent his body, followed by a small skidding step, and his person had already arrived behind Su Meng and Wang Chanxian, and with his big hands, Both of them were placed on the waist of each of the two sisters. Su Nianji looked at this scene with a shocked expression. How did you do that? You guys try again. Good. Meng Meng and Chen Chen. You two be more serious too. So next, within the limited space, Su Nianji, Su Meng, and Wang Chan each performed their means. Since it wasn't a fight, they certainly wouldn't explode into full strength. But with such close proximity, they teamed up to grab someone. And every time, Yang Lin was able to dodge away just magically. You know, Yang Lin he was blindfolded. How about it? I told you I opened the eyes of heaven. Do you believe me now? The three sisters were alarmed. You were kissed on the forehead by a woman earlier and then opened the eyes of heaven? Yang Lin, if you're going to say that, this thing is too outrageous. Brother Yang, it's really outrageous. Can your so-called heavenly eyes still replace the blindfolded eyes? Yang Lin removed the black cloth from his eyes and said, that's true. My heavenly eyes seem to be able to replace both eyes. I just can't figure out why this ability isn't showing up on my career panel. Chapter 104, The 18-Year Pact. The whole hall was silent for a long time. A long time later, he heard Su Nianji say, you really are a monster. What's wrong with monsters? What? Thinking I'm a monster makes you afraid to play with me? Come on. It's Meng Meng and Xin Xin playing with you. What's it got to do with me? Yellen squinted and smiled. Just let Su Nianji keep her mouth shut for a while longer. And later on, there will be times when she will be all kinds of soft-spoken and even beg for forgiveness. And in response to this eye in the sky, Yang Lin rethought it, and it was really of great use. Ordinary magical creatures were not worthy of him to stimulate his heavenly eyes, but if he encountered a strong enemy, he needed a certain amount of time to consume it. It's perfectly fine to draw a bit of fire and create a moment of offense and respite for the girls following you. In particular, it was also possible to see the trajectory of the demon's attack. This is invariably the same as obtaining a super divine artifact. On the contrary, it was Su Nianji, Su Meng and Wang Chan, who had long been skeptical of life by now. Yang Lin himself is already heavenly enough, and now actually opened the eye of heaven. This is really not let other professionals live. Of course, it's a good thing, a great thing. While the three sisters were envious, they were definitely happy for Yang Lin from the bottom of their hearts. Because of this, Su Nianji's trio began to ask about what the woman Yang Lin saw looked like. Yang Lin returned. I really can't remember much. It was just a split second at that time. Now that I think about it, it's really just like an illusion. Yang, you didn't even memorize a single feature? No, but there is one thing that concerns me. I was surprised for a moment, yes, but it didn't come as a shock. It's like I know her and it's like everything is natural. Su Nianji asked, is there more? That goes to how I felt since I came to Flower Tree City. From the moment I stepped into the Budo Academy, I felt that there was something that made me care very much. That care is the same thing I felt the moment I saw that woman. Su Meng beamed. What? Your fated daughter-in-law has arrived? Dream, you don't say. It's possible. You do think beautiful thoughts. And what if it is? Humph. I won't talk to you. Don't ask me to serve you in the future. Above all, playful or joking. This then, naturally, also talked about business. According to Su Nianji, this simulation mock battle is equivalent to the qualification of the examination for the newcomer battle. Because the new spirit realm over at Yao Lake starts with level 25 to 30 demons. If one couldn't even pass the simulation, how could this be qualified to enter the new spirit realm? And the second elimination round of the newcomer battle was held in the new spirit realm. The time, it was set for 2 days later. The reason why it was 2 days later was because the four families hadn't expected this rookie battle to be so out of the ordinary at all. Seeing that so many journalists, media and TV stations have come again, the top management of the crowd discussed the idea of simply taking this opportunity to have a high-level communication and development meeting. These next 2 days are about dealing with these things. As for the rookie battle, it was postponed for 2 days, and in the meantime, the few teams competing in the competition were given a good rest. Let's listen to Su Nianji continue to explain. Yang Lin's trio knew in passing at this time that the three of them, dare I say it, had now become celebrities talked about in the mouths of the top brass. Originally, all of them had come over in order to see the Jingua Dragon Lady Linyu. God knows Yang Lin's performance was so eye-catching. It's basically taking the wind out of the sails of the town's Dragon Lady right now. I just struck out randomly, and I didn't expect them to react like this. Su Nianji couldn't help but give Yang Lin a blank look and said, you're still striking out at random here? You were truly not there to see the dazed and shocked looks of each of those people. If it weren't for Uncle Su and Ghost Woman's refusal, it's likely that the threshold of the apartment would have been trampled on by this point. Su Meng and Wang Chan were puzzled. Sister Nianji, why? What else could it be? It must be to try to reach out to Yang Lin and try to see if they can cut corners. Yang Lin felt amused, but I wasn't much better in the scene. And 20 damage is something they can look at? No one looks at 20 damage naturally. What they look at is your clinical reaction and insight. This is a skill that no ordinary person can do. If one can do it, even in the worst professions, it will not be an ordinary person. Yang Lin thought about it, and it was really true. Let's say one of the most common swordsmen or whatever. Even if there's no opportunity to transfer into a new profession, it also doesn't matter if he's professionally gifted and wordly superior. As long as you have some attacking ability, it really isn't a normal thing if you pair it with the Eye of Heaven. But that being said, even if you hadn't awakened your Heaven's Eye at that time, you could still pass the final level of the simulation battle. After his own coordination and the cooperation of Su Meng and Wang Chan, it was just that the time spent might be slightly longer. One more important thing. In the chat, Sun Yanji said she cared for a long time. That is, there are limitations in the simulation. So what about encountering illusionists, psychic abilities and the like? This point Yang Lin gave Sun Yanji a guarantee. What with illusionists and psychic abilities? There is no opponent that one's profession can't up. The simulation itself is virtual, fake, and you can't hurt a hair on your head if you die, which is not the same thing as a professional or such magical creatures, at all. To summarize, it's a 3-letter word for the package. Above all, knowing that tomorrow and the next 2 days are breaks, Yang Lin can now also relax. During the day and into the evening, anyway, mingling with the girls in the house was uplifting and enjoyable. Until a few people watched a long variety show in the evening and went back to their separate bedrooms. Yang Lin had just opened his bedroom door, and immediately, he felt a long-lost familiar feeling. At that instant, his divine soul couldn't help but tremble. Right on the windowsill on a moonlit night, there was a young girl sitting in plain clothes, covered with a white veil, with an aquamarine pattern imprinted between her eyebrows. The young girl's bare feet were as white as jade as the bright moon, and the holiness of its circumference, for a time, spread over the whole chamber, especially the sight of the young girl. When looking over, the whole world seemed to be drowning within her eyes. You are. Yang Lin hadn't even finished speaking, and in the next moment, the young girl had already arrived in front of him. When their hands overlapped, Yang Lin inexplicably felt an unprecedented calmness and warmth. We had a deal. The young girl lightly opened her vermilion lips, and her voice was more than heavenly. After 18 years, I am yours, and you, mine. Yang Lin didn't even react until now. As for any engagement, that's even more impossible to remember. 18 years? What 18 years? I don't understand what you mean by that. None of that matters. What matters is that we have met. But it's not enough. You have to keep growing until what? The young girl did not respond to the words, but gently pressed her white veil-covered cheeks towards Yang Lin. Everything was now as if it had become a dream, and everything in the dream turns into a softness that can touch the soul and a beautiful charm that can't be told. Chapter 105, I'm getting stronger again. I'm scared. Knock, 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 knock. There seemed to have been something like a knocking on the door in his ear. However, Yang Lin remained immersed in a beautiful dream and continued to sleep soundly. Exactly how much time passed was unclear until someone gently shook themselves. Only then did Yang Lin open his eyes when the voice of Yang Lin and brother Yang kept ringing in his ears. I didn't realize. All of a sudden the time was noon the next day. Yes, actually slept an entire extra morning. Yang Lin at the moment. He looked at Su Meng, Wang Chan and Sun Yanji who appeared in his bedroom in amazement. As for himself, he was now still wearing casual boxer shorts and was clutching a pillow in his arms. At this time, Yang Lin was more confused than anyone else. Since when did you have a habit of hugging pillows in your sleep? And why are the dreams and the others here? Not awake yet? Want to take another nap? Listening to Sun Yanji's words of unknown significance, Yang Lin rubbed his hair and said back, not sleeping, already awake. Since you're awake from your nap, Qian, show the video you took to your young brother. Huh, isn't that a little bad? What's wrong with showing him what he's done to make everyone think something's happened to him? Then, Qian's side opened her cell phone and pulled up a video. Yang Lin merely looked at it, and then he wanted to cover his face. The video shows herself rolling back and forth on the bed with a pillow full of happiness. When this is really how one should react. I'm definitely not usually like this. I'm definitely dreaming. Qian, hurry up and delete the video, and you guys hurry up and forget about it by the way. Well, I deleted it then. Hurry up and delete. Seeing Wang Chan delete the video, not waiting for Yang Lin to be relieved, immediately, Su Meng took out another white masked veil in her hand. What is it? Yang Lin, what is this? Don't you know yourself? Dreamy, don't look at me with strange eyes, or I know exactly what this is. Sun Yanji said at this time, I know if you don't know. This is the veil that covers the face of the new moon holy maiden of the rabbit sect. I've seen it before and can confirm it 100%. Yang Lin's head was now so close to floating up 100,000 question marks. The crescent moon sage of the Uzumaki clan? The veil she used to cover her face? Then why is it here? Found it in your bed, which you don't know any better than we do? And take a good whiff. Now your room smells like a woman. Sheesh, are you kidding me? Your own room smells like women? Yang Lin just sniffs his nose and smells it. Ah, this. I didn't expect to smell a faintly cozy scent. Not obvious, but it was on my own body, on the quilt, and on the bed, and it actually smelled pretty good. Just as Yang Lin's mind became even more puzzled, Yang Lin suddenly realized that on his bedsheet, there was actually a splash of crimson blood like that of a plum blossom. No way. Did I get a nosebleed? Nope. His nose was fine, not a hint of blood having flowed at all. Meng Meng, Qian, and Nian Ji. What happened? Ha! None of the three sisters replied back, and the eyes that each looked at Yang Lin were not generally meaningful. After a few seconds, Su Meng said, "Stay in the bedroom by yourself and slowly reminisce and act stupid. The three of us are going out first." No, don't go away guys, I really don't know what's going on. However, this was not reciprocated. Soon Yang Lin was left alone in the bedroom, looking at whatever veil of the Sage of the Crescent Moon had been left on the bed. He was now even more confused. So, who's going to tell themselves what's really going on? Because of his disbelief, Yellen began to think back quickly. Himself went back to his room last night after watching the variety show in the lobby and then what was it? Why can't I remember? Let me think about it. Oh yeah, did I see someone? In a trance, Yellen felt as if he had seen someone when he entered the bedroom. The feeling was familiar and intimate. Then again, one has a very long dream. I forget exactly, but the dream was wonderful, and I was very hearty and physically and mentally happy. Everything was indeed a blur, but then smell the faint fragrance that filled the room. What with the veil of the Virgin of the Crescent Moon and the crimson blood on the sheets, Yang Lin's body shivered violently. It won't be. A great possibility occurred to him now, but he was not sure. But the reality of everything was here again, and he couldn't help but think that way. After a long time, Yang Lin sighed. What was all this? It seemed like something important had happened, but I couldn't remember any of it. So hard. Under extreme naivety, Yang Lin emotionally seemed to rub his temples with his hands. It was also at this instant that his body was as if he had been slightly electrocuted, and after 2 seconds of surprise had passed, he called up the profession panel as fast as he could. In the occupational skills section, in addition to the original super heavy pressure, super paralyze and super weakness, now there are 2 more super skills, super fear and super stun. Hiss. Yang Lin couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. He himself was too heaven-defying, wasn't he? And in one night's work, he had directly gained 2 super negative statuses? But it's clearly not over. This was because he saw that inside the talent column, the upper limit of Tailblade Slash had risen from the initial 10% to 15%. The fact that the Tailblade Chop is currently only 7% due to not reaching the standard doesn't prevent it from being able to be raised to such a horrific limit of 15% later on. Keep reading again. Yellen also saw that his first mythological phrase, for each additional extra hand-applied negative damage originally applied, doubled the solid sustained damage additionally. Now, all of Amazing Worlds has become 1.5x. This kind of breakthrough made even Yang Lin himself shudder. At this time he was just casually counting his current damage, and even he was horrified and scared. At level 20, the base sustained solid damage is 20. Add 1.5 for each of the 5 negative statuses, and that's an 8.5 multiplier. That's 170 if you do that kind of second damage. If you link the Crimson Blade's Crimson 5x status, then the second damage is 850. If at this point in time, one enters the 2x increased state of full burst immovable Pluto, then 1 second damage is 1700. In other words, with all of the statuses in effect and in a state where one is in full burst, the split damage is 102,000. Add to that 25% of entrance decapitation's current blood level, and 15% of Tailblade decapitation's total blood level. At this moment, Yang Lin was confused on the spot. Is such a perverted version of yourself still yourself? The other professions that were also level 20 now had about 7,500 blood at most, so let's just count 10,000 blood when you consider that they had the extra attribute of increasing blood. In this situation, not to mention their own full outburst. Not full outburst to them is only 5, 6 or 7 seconds. At full burst, it's enough to them for 2 or 3 seconds. If you throw yourself out on the street, you can say that you are a humanoid super bioweapon, and wherever you go, the human race is going to evaporate. It's horrible. I'm really horrible. It is natural to double and redouble this horror at the thought of continuing to grow. Cold sweat, unconsciously, all flowed down Yang Lin's forehead. Chapter 106, Lu Xiao. Because I only gained Heaven's Eye the day before yesterday, and inexplicably gained 2 more super skills today, plus the first word multiplier boost. After that, Yang Lin left the bedroom and washed up. just casually mentioning it to a few sisters at home. Then, whether it was Su Meng, Wang Chan or Su Nianji, they were still harboring a grudge against Yang Lin for what happened last night, but now they couldn't even care about the grudge. So, Heaven's Eye acquisition isn't your limit, and today you've grown against the heavens? Nianji, I don't want to be so strong, but I can't help it. I can't control myself. Su Meng didn't know what came to her mind at this time, so she hurriedly came forward to hug Yang Lin's arm and said, I can label the enemies, organs, traps, and treasures within the spirit realm and the replica. My dream is just awesome. This is a divine skill, and I have me. Wang Chan hugged the other side of Yang Lin's arm and said, I can increase the rate of explosive drops, and I can also improve the quality of the dropped treasure. Well, Qian, this is likewise a divine skill of yours. Afterward, Yang Lin looked at Su Nianji. Su Nianji was startled. You, what are you looking at me for? What's it got to do with me? Nianji, what do you know? I can't do anything. Satisfied? I'm satisfied with your thin skin. Asterisk off you. Like you think every girl is going to like you. Nianji, I didn't say that. Su Nianji was flustered by Yang Lin's eyes, and now she simply turned her face aside. She felt that as she got along with Yang Lin more and more deeply, gradually, she was on the verge of becoming a little woman in front of this man. That, in fact, growing up aside, there are still many things I don't understand about last night. Yang Lin greeted the three sisters to the sofa and sat down. I heard him continue. I was a little confused last night until now, so now I'm curious as to who that sage of the crescent moon really is. Su Nianji said, do you really not remember what happened last night? Dare you do it, and you're still afraid to admit it? You guys are really misunderstanding this one. My memory is limited to last night when I came back to my bedroom and then it was gone. Do you guys think that it's necessary for me to tell you this kind of lie? Or does it make sense? Su Meng couldn't help but pinch Yang Lin's waist at this time. You still have the nerve to say that. Precisely because you're embarrassed. Isn't it more important to know the specifics? Seeing Yang Lin like this, Wang Chan hurriedly asked Su Nianji, Sister Nianji, since you know about the sacred maiden of the crescent moon, what exactly does she look like? Su Nianji responded, she's always covered in a white veil, so how would I know what she looks like? But, I have a picture of the auditorium from yesterday and there she is. Upon hearing that there were photos, not to mention Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan all fought to see them. After that, Su Nianji used her cell phone to open a photo, then zoomed in and zoomed out and zoomed in again. Immediately, Yang Lin's trio saw even with a light veil, a particularly beautiful girl who made people feel like they were in the country. She's the Crescent Moon Holy Maiden? Well, her name is Lu Shio, and she's the Holy Maiden that the Upright Rabbit sect suddenly raised up, and except for her name, the rest of the information is blocked and no one knows the specifics. Su Meng turned to Yang Lin and said, Yang Lin, have you seen her then? No, but even looking at the picture, she looks familiar to me. In fact, when Yang Lin said this, there were 3 more words he didn't say. That is, in addition to being familiar, it is also friendly. After thinking a little, Yang Lin said to Su Nianji, Nianji, can you do me a favor? I want to see the Crescent Moon Holy Maiden. There's no need, because she's gone. What? Already left? Well, I had someone check it out for me, and the people from the Rabbit sect, they left early this morning. So, Yellen deeply regretted it. Originally, he had said that he wanted to meet with the Crescent Moon Holy Maiden no matter what, but now, well, it seemed that he didn't have a chance. At this time, Su Meng suddenly said, Yang Lin, what are you frustrated about? If you really want to see her, can't you just go to the Usagi sect's headquarters later? Right, Meng, I forgot if you didn't say it. When you have the chance in the future, you can go to the Usagi sect's headquarters, Su Nianji said in a voice from the side. Even though you can go to the headquarters of the Upright sect in the future, don't be so optimistic. The Crescent Moon Holy Maiden usually doesn't come out of the world. Even if you go over there, it's hard to see her. What can be done about that? Let it go for now, Su Meng said meaningfully in a comforting tone. You might as well think back specifically on exactly how you hooked up and hung out with her last night. Yang Lin's face was filled with black lines. Meng, is this really comforting to me? What good things have you done on your own? You still need me to talk to Chanshan and Nianji's sister. Yellen had no choice. He went back to thinking. This time, though, he actually thought of something. 18 years? That's right, I remember. I seem to have the impression that she said 18 years. Hearing Yang Lin suddenly come up with a sentence of 18 years, which had no beginning and no end. It would be strange if the 3 sisters in the scene were not confused, and both thought of the 18 years as a lead-in. The next sentence, Yellen likewise recalled. He turned to Su Meng excitedly at this point. I am yours, and you, mine. Yang Lin, he had meant to say that he thought of these words from the Crescent Moon Holy Maiden last night, but because it was said so unexpectedly, plus it was said to Su Meng. Su Meng's pretty face at this moment instantly reddened to the roots of her ears, not to mention that she couldn't speak well. What you're so not shy. Chanxian and Nianji's sister are there, probably too bashful. Su Meng covered her face and ran back to her bedroom. Looking at her back, Yang Lin stiffened. He was only repeating the words of the Crescent Moon Holy Maiden. Why did Meng she even misunderstand on it? And what was even more unexpected to Yang Lin was that his other sleeve was suddenly pulled tight. Looking back, it was Wang Chan. At this moment, Wang Chan was gently biting her lips, and her eyes were filled with hope. She was in such a state that it was obvious she was waiting for something. Even so, she pulled Yang Lin's sleeve and gently shook it. The meaning of pampering was not generally obvious. Yang Lin, of course he knows what Wang Chan wants to do now. She wanted to hear that just now, but that statement was really a misunderstanding. And seeing that Yang Lin didn't say anything, Wang Chan's momentarily aggrieved pretty eyes were about to mist up. There was really no other way. Yang Lin hardened his head and said with embarrassment, Qianxian, I am yours, and you are also mine. Oops, it's so embarrassing. Yelin said to himself that he wanted to cover his face. Aha! However, Wang Chan was obviously very happy. Looking at her, the tenderness in her eyes could almost drown Yang Lin. And when Wang Chan was pacified, Yang Lin just had no intention of intertwining his eyes with Su Nianji's. Immediately, I heard Su Nianji say, I'm not interested in listening to these words of yours that lie to girls. You just know how to talk slickly all day long. What an innocent man I am. And this is what I've become in your mouth. You're innocent my ass. I still have some things to do on the development and exchange side. So go ahead and coax Meng and Shanshan at home by yourself. Su Nianji fled as if she had left. As for Yang Lin, there wasn't much to do today and tomorrow anyway, so he would just be entertained with his own sister. Nothing to do but tease with my own dream and sinister, from time to time, and then flirt with the flower of the high ridge. Su Nianji Su Big Beauty. This little life, juggled beautifully. Just what Yang Lin did not expect is that just at 4 p.m. the next day, he suddenly received a mysterious text message. Chapter 107 Little Lori's War. The text message was simple. I'll be in the small enclosed martial arts arena at number 26. Do you dare to come over? Yang Lin looked at his own Su Meng and Wang Chanshan who were sitting on the sofa while eating snacks and watching variety shows. He also thought of Su Nianji who was still in a meeting to determine the specifics of tomorrow's second newcomer battle. Yang Lin, 4-1, simply dismissed the text message as a nuisance text and simply chose to ignore it. Seeing that Yang Lin didn't reply, about 5 minutes later, a second text message came over. Bastard Yang Tianba, you gutless bat, come to the 26th martial arts arena if you can. Yelin thought about it. There was currently one and only one person who would call himself Yang Tianba. Soon, a double ponytailed, small and delicate little loli who spoke savagely and fiercely appeared in Yang Lin's mind. I didn't think. That little loli got her cell phone number, not to mention, she actually dared to provoke herself in the martial arts arena. Anyway, being idle, Yang Lin smoothly flirted back to the message. What's in it for me to go? Is it picking up money for nothing or a girlfriend for nothing? You guy, you can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Just tell me if you dare to come over. Don't dare. You come here. But, so how come you're here? Give me the benefit of the doubt. At the 26th martial arts arena, Lin Nui, who was holding her cell phone, was so angry that she stomped her little feet. The detestable Yang Tianba. No, the detestable Yang Lin. He actually dared to ask for favors. Lin Nuan. She wanted to ask Yang Lin out to the martial arts arena right now, and then, ruthlessly pick up this man. Then go back to your sister with a picture of Yang Lin's submission and take credit. She was angry now, simply because her sister was now studying the videos from Yang Lin's simulation at all hours of the day. She just couldn't figure it out. Isn't that just dodging a bunch of virtual demons? What's the big deal? Strong fighting power is fundamental. If you can only hide, what kind of hero is that? She had to prove to her sister that Yang Tianba, oh no, Yang Lin or whatever, wasn't worth a damn. It was because of this that she had found a staff member who had managed to obtain Yang Lin's cell phone number. And now came this. I can't believe that guy didn't agree to come over. He's pissed off. Having no other choice, she inquired with a message. So what kind of favor do you want before you come over? It didn't take long to receive a reply to the message. I'm completely defenseless against legitimate lolitas. So here's the deal. You take some smiley face portraits of me, the cute type, so I can consider going to the acting arena. Asshole. This damnable Yang Tianba, he actually dared to let himself take a portrait. Why should I cheapen him myself? No way. Lin Nuan replied in this manner. Of course, she received a reply. In that case, stay in the sparring ring by yourself. Bye. This guy, this abomination. Lin Nui really had no choice. the so-called shedding the child can't catch the wolf. She was forced to compromise. Okay, I'll shoot, but you swear you'll come over when I do. No problem. Seeing Yang Lin agree, Lin Nui gritted her teeth while muttering in her heart, I'll let you get carried away for a while. When you come over, I'm going to beat the crap out of you and see if you dare to molest me like that. Click, 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 click. Lin Nui, this little loli, took selfies from many angles in one breath, and then all of them were passed over to Yang Lin. Does that satisfy you enough to come over? Come on, can you have a little emotion in your selfies? I want to be cute. Why are you acting all bitter? It's ugly. Reshoot. Lin Nan, she's going to blow a gasket. Bastard Yang Tianba, damn Yang Tianba. He didn't come over, not to mention calling himself ugly. But bear with it, for now. And how do you propose to shoot it? To show a cute smile and a cute pose. You try to fantasize that I'm the man you desire most in your life. And how you're going to please me with a picture right now. Who's pleasing you? You asshole. Bed bug. Forget it, don't go. You can play by yourself in the martial arts arena. I'll shoot. I'll reshoot it, okay? That's right. You have to have the right attitude. If you don't desire me deeply, then how will you see me? Lin Nui almost didn't crush the phone. But still, endure and endure. Click, 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 click. Another bunch of photos were sent. Will it work this time? No. Why not? Yang Tianba, are you trying to back out? First things first, I'm a man of integrity. It's not like you can't do the photos this time. At least half of them need to be retaken. Bear with it, Lin Nui admonished herself. A little impatience goes a long way. So, what do you say? Which ones need to be res hot? I'll mark you a couple of photos and subsequently make sure you remember that when you pose, you've got to show all of your own little strengths or there's no rhyme or reason at all. Okay. Lin Nui reluctantly continued to take pictures, and this time, finally, Yang Lin was satisfied. It's okay, you seem to have a good attitude. Wait for me a moment and I'll be there. Then hurry up. Lin Nan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She was now waiting for Yang Lin to come over and then ruthlessly this man over. Isn't it like to take pictures? Subsequently he himself ruthlessly took more pictures of this man's defeat and shame, so as to prove to his sister as well. Yang Tian by him, not as worthless as himself. On the contrary, Lin Nanko couldn't have imagined that her current photo was being viewed by Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chan in her apartment. Yang Lin, so this is the little loli you said you wanted to beat you up last time. Well, very small and fierce one, but young, she's so cute. I want to hug her so much. Su Meng was also full of anticipation. I also want to pinch her. Look at her beaky little neat face. It must be very comfortable to pinch. At that moment, the two sisters of his own family couldn't get enough of Lin Nan's selfie photos. Flip it around and look at it again and again. Yang Lin, are you going to the 26th martial arts arena? Why don't Shanqian and I join you? Brother Yang, I want to go see that loli. This. Yang Lin shook his head after thinking about it. That little guy seems to only let me go alone. When Su Meng and Wang Shanqian heard this, they were all a bit lost. Yang Lin, on the other hand, pacified the two by saying, don't be like this. It's not very simple for you to want to see her. I'll just go to the martial arts arena and bring her up here. Is Yang okay with this? What's not to like? When I get to the drill ground, I'll pick her up right away. You guys just wait for me at the apartment. Good. Then hurry up. Shanqian and I can't help but want to molest this little loli already. No problem. Yang Lin, he first looked up the location of the 26th closed martial arts arena in the park and then set off. On Lin Nan's side, once she heard that Yang Lin had already come to the appointment, her mood was even more uplifted. She felt it. Only letting Yang Lin lick his toes in defeat was still too cheap for this hateful guy. He must be made to sincerely repent before himself, so as to show his power. When the time comes, my sister will realize how outwardly strong this man is and will surely praise herself. Chapter 108, Don't Want to Fight? It's not up to you. The Martial Arts Academy, originally, was a martial arts training base, so it was normal to have many martial arts arenas. Yang Lin traveled along with the navigation and finding the 26th closed martial arts arena was easy, and by the time he entered, he was seeing a little loli in there, and no one else besides. Yang Tianba, you're finally here. Lin Nan was excited to see Yang Lin come, because right away, she would be able to ruthlessly over this man and wash away the resentment in her heart. On the contrary, it was Yang Lin, who walked towards the center field without slowing down and said, little fellow, are you so nostalgic about me thinking about me? Am I even charming enough to do that? Yang Tianba, you still dare to call me a little guy. Fine, fine, I won't bother with you now. Let's use our strength to speak. At the same time that Lin Nui's small face assumed a fierce look, a huge pair of scissors over 2 meters long had already appeared in her hand. Holy dash. Don't blame Yang Lin for coming up with a foul mouth. mainly because he really didn't expect it. Obviously such a small lowly in front of her, the weapon she used looked so formidable. And what was even more unexpected to young Lin Lin was that Lin Nuan's weapon pugnacity was only one of them, and in his private, there was an even more terrifying and defenseless existence. But, surprise to surprise, unexpected to unexpected, to outsiders this little lowly is indeed incomparably strong. But that's about it for Yellen. What's the saying? In the face of absolute strength, all bright and dark techniques or killer tactics are futile. And seeing that Lin Nan Nan was about to make a move immediately, Yang Lin hastily reached out to stop him. Little one, I know you want to fight now, but beforehand, there should be something else we must say, right? What's the word? That's certainly the benefit of fighting. Think about it, you called out to me to come to the martial arts arena, and now I'm coming over. It can't just be an inexplicable fight with no benefit at all, can it? Lin Nui thought for a moment and nodded approvingly. If you hadn't said it, I would have almost forgotten. We both fight. We do have to set up some favors first. Here's the deal. If I beat you later, you get down on your back and lick my toes, as well as give me honest penance. I'm telling you, I'm going to be on video at that point, no slacking off, okay? Yang Lin sked. I didn't expect that you, being small in size, would have such a ruthless heart. In that case, if I win, are you going to do the same? There's no way I'm going to lose. There's no way you, a mongrel fish, can beat me. Cut the crap and just tell me, if I win, are you going to do the same thing? Lin Nuan said with some weakness. If you win, I will sincerely apologize to you. You wish. How could Yang Lin let himself suffer when he still wanted to let himself do a business that cost him money? Little man, I hate it when people double-cross me in my life. I think that since you called me to come to this duel, you will have to follow your own conditions if you want to count your losses, and also must, unconditionally, agree to one of my demands. Otherwise, I'm turning around right now. You can't leave. It's okay if I don't go. Just say it, promise or not? Seeing Lin Nuan's hesitation, Yang Lin hurriedly added quickly. I'll count to 3. If I don't agree, I'll leave now. 3, 2, 1. Promise. I promise. Lin Nuan had no choice but to speak. If I lose, I'll do that as well as, unconditionally agree to one more request from you. Yellen laughed. That's more like it. As a man, I can't lose in front of a little lowly. However, this so-called bet could not be made with just words, or else if the other party subsequently denied it, it would not be a wasted effort. Little one, now that you've agreed, this is a good thing, but word of mouth is not proof. We must record a video before we duel, and we must swear on the honor of our respective powers. Yang Tianba, why are you so annoying? Why not? Then I go? You come back so you can record a video, okay? That's more like it. Then, Yang Lin and Lin Nui each took out their cell phones, and after the two of them came together, they began to record their respective promises separately. The two of them now, starting with their hands, swore by the Greedy Wolf Guild and the Cinnabar Dragon Sect. When the end came, and Lin Nan felt it was almost time, Yang Lin hastily opened his mouth again. I must add one thing that you need to understand. Little one, we have the video in our hands now, and the whole duel will be videotaped. So if we lose in this case and don't fulfill our promise, do you know what that means? Meaning what? Let's say you lose and you swear by the Tatsu Dragon Sect but refuse to fulfill your promise. Does that mean that all of you from the Tatsu Long Sect are all untrustworthy, despicable, backtracking, brazen, shameless villains? At this point in Lin Nan's life, she suddenly smelled danger. Seeing that Yang Lin was now more active than her, she was inexplicably a bit flustered. I didn't say that. I suddenly don't want to fight anymore. Little fellow, weren't you very cross earlier? Why are you suddenly afraid now? It's fine. I'll allow you to escape. After all, it's a bit unseemly for me, a big man, to bully a little guy like you. You Tatsu Dragon Sect, that's all you are. Not just retreating from the battlefield. I understand. What do you understand? Who says I'm backing down from a fight? It's okay, the gates to the drill hall are right there. You can walk out now. Of course, as long as you walk out in a cloud of gray. All the videos we just recorded and whatnot don't count. Yang Tian by you, I am not going to retreat at the battlefield, much less walk out in the dust. Really think I'm afraid of you? Hold it. You hold it for a moment. Little one, you have to get it right. This duel is something you urgently called me over for. It's not like I forced you to do it. Don't make it seem like I'm the one looking for trouble now. Cut the crap and start the duel now. I have to beat the crap out of you. Okay, then let's get ready to start now. And at this point, ask Lin Nan what she thinks. She panicked. A lot. She had just wanted to beat up this man and prove to her sister that she was strong. But now, sparingly, the honor of the Cinnabar Dragon Sect was involved. Especially, if one loses, not only do they have to go and fulfill the shameful thing, but they also have to unconditionally agree to the other party's request. At that time, what if the man in front of me took the opportunity to threaten to do that kind of unpleasant and unseemly things? Also, if my sister knew that she had lost, she would be incredibly angry. At that time, what should I do? On the contrary, Yang Lin's face was full of relaxation. It was said that he was a humanoid bioweapon. He would like to lose, but he would have to have the opportunity to do so. Also, Yang Lin hadn't forgotten that the two sisters at home were still waiting for him to carry Lori back. Yang Tianba, are you ready? It's already done. You can launch an attack at any time. But first things first, no crying when you get beaten up later, or you won't be losing your own people. It'll be the people of the Cinnabar Dragon sect. Lin Nuan exploded with anger. Fine, then I'll beat you to tears first and make you lose the greedy wolf guild. Next, there's not much to say. Lin Nuan dragged his huge scissors and burst out with blood chi while suddenly bursting towards Yang Lin. Chapter 109, I'm an understanding man. As for Yang Lin, he felt Lin Nuan's erupting breath. In his mind, he sighed slightly. Worthy of being a newcomer selected by the Qianlong sect. This outburst, this speed, to estimate. It is never possible to lose the wind against even one's own Meng Meng. But still, that's it if you compare yourself. Yang Lin didn't unfold his domain. Otherwise he was afraid of vaporizing Lin Nui. Soul lifted his hand for a super heavy press. As for Lin Nui, who launched the attack, she was still thinking of crushing Yang Lin in one fell swoop. Where did she expect that her entire body would suddenly sink? From top to bottom, the powerful gravity nearly brought itself to its knees. What the hell? This man can actually inflict status abilities? But, so what? Seeing that his surging speed had been slowed down by the status interference, Lin Nuan didn't dare to slow down in the slightest and continued to explode with even more blood chi, trying to get close to Yang Lin in the shortest possible time and then ruthlessly over Yang Lin. But then, Lin Nuan once again felt as if her entire body had been struck by an electric current, and half of her body was tending towards paralysis. As for Yang Lin, he just stood in place with his cell phone raised in his hand for filming, without any awareness of a duel at all. So what if you have two status abilities, asshole? Just get close to him. Yes, just get close to him. Lin Nui once again ramped up her burst of blood chi as she tried to resist the pressure and paralysis on her body. But the next thing she realized with horror was that her own blood chi suddenly began to become poorly functioning, and her entire body rapidly weakened. Because of this, it was only originally bursting into the middle of the field, and it was still half the distance from Youngling. But Lin Nuan's own entire body had already been spinning in the sky. If he hadn't done everything he could to hold on painstakingly, this will only be afraid that the whole person has completely sprawled on top of the ground. You're pretty tenacious, little guy. You shut up. Abomination. I will defeat you. Yes? Yang Lin continued to hold up his cell phone and shoot, and the newly comprehended Super Fear and Super Stun were applied to Lin Nui together. Flop. Lin Nuan hadn't even burst into Yang Lin's side yet. Her entire body completely couldn't hold on and fell directly above the ground. Now, she only felt that her breath was not smooth at all. Her body was like a burden of giant. In addition to the sky spinning, the extreme fear was crushed her mind and soul in one fell swoop. Sorcery. The man in front of me knows all kinds of sorcery. If it was just one or two negative statuses added to the body, Lin Nui wouldn't find it strange. Well, at least they were professionals. It wasn't uncommon to know some special skills or abilities, but more negative states all gathered on her. Even thinking and breathing, and even her soul began to tremble when Yang Lin, in Lin Nanan's mind at this moment, had directly turned into a nightmare within a nightmare. Little fellow, you're too weak here. You fell down before I even made a move. Lin Nui, who was lying on the ground and was no longer able to get up, was on the verge of crying. She's now so hard. Gravity, paralysis, weakness, fear and vertigo all rolled into one. Not to mention getting up. Trying to think is a blank. You can. Demon. Sorcery. Don't worry about whether I can do demonic arts or not. I'll just ask you, are you convinced? Do you admit defeat? No, don't recognize. It doesn't matter. I have the video on hand anyway. You just failed miserably in front of me. As for me, I'll take it as you refusing to fulfill your promise, and later I'll go to the staff to publicize the video of your and my duel. You know, now that the Martial Arts Academy has many senior members of the 3 departments, 8 publics, and 12 sects, I believe they will be interested. No, I admit defeat. You do not. When he heard Lin Nuan say that she admitted defeat, then Yang Lin would no longer make things difficult for her. In passing, all the negative statuses applied to her were withdrawn. At this moment, Lin Nuan only felt as if he had seen the light of day again, and there had never been a time when he was more relaxed than at this moment. Just as she was breathing heavily, Yang Lin squatted down in front of her. Since you've admitted defeat, then next, it's time to fulfill your promise, right? Lin Nui's face turned pale when she heard that. Yang Lin continued, little guy, don't be so scared, it's just toes and penance, plus an unconditional agreement. You don't really disregard the reputation of the Tatsu Dragon sect and are afraid, do you? I was wrong. Oh, I was wrong. Now that you know you're wrong, weren't you trying to me over earlier and being arrogant and brash? I won't dare anymore. Yang Tianba. No, Yang Lin, please let me go. You wish. Then from now on, I'll listen to everything you say, but don't spread the video around. And don't let my sister or the people from the Tatsu Dragon sect know about it. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, actually, I'm a generous man. So, you're willing to let me go? You think it's going to be that cheap? So what do you want? What did you just say yourself? That you'll listen to me from now on? Aha, I'll do whatever you want, but you can't do anything bad to me or release the video. Yelin laughed. It's okay to be okay, but I'd like to get through to you and learn a few things. You have to promise to know everything. Fine, as long as you don't give me a hard time. Good boy, Yang Lin said and tried to pinch Lin Nui's fleshy little face. Not to mention, it was quite enjoyable. And her double ponytail, her hair is kinda textured and pulls smoothly. Come on, let's go over to the apartment where I live first. There are some things that are not easy to ask here. Lin Nui said with some caution. You won. Take me to your apartment. You promised me not to do bad things. If you really do that, my sister, the Jinhua Dragon Lady, she won't let you go. Don't worry, I promise not to do anything bad to you, but you should also be careful with your words and actions. You have to realize that you are now my underling, and I've got, on my hands. I know. Can't I just listen to you? Not only listen, but listen carefully. Okay, I'll listen carefully. Then go now, to my apartment. Lin Nui now. Where would she dare to disobey? In addition to being afraid of the video in Yang Lin's hand, she now felt, even more so, that Yang Lin was the demon. She definitely hadn't thought about facing this man and losing herself to him without the other party even putting up a fight. This godlike ability was recognized by her as demonic magic. So now, when she followed behind Yang Lin, it was by no means the usual caution. Ask Yang Lin what he thinks at this moment. Of course it was to bring the little lowly back to Su Meng and Wang Chan. Also, since this little lowly sister is the Jinhua Dragon Lady, wouldn't that be a coincidence? And by the way, we can also poke around to find out what kind of level the Jinhua Dragon Lady has actually reached. All other opponents are fine, but this town's Dragon Lady is very important to know. Sometime later, I finally arrived at the apartment where I was staying. Su Meng and Wang Chanshan's words had been waiting for a long time. Once they saw that Yang Lin had really brought Lori back, the two of them were not generally happy. As for Lin Nui, she's miserable now. Chapter 110, she's a mascot. I'm not a mascot. It was a protest from Linan. However, it didn't do much at all. Su Meng and Wang Chanshan kept poking and prodding and pinching Lin Nuan's little face. Not to mention how joyful they were. What a little one. So cute. Dream sister. She's like a little pillow. So cozy to hold. Cynthia, don't bother hugging yourself. Let me hug you too. Okay, dream sister. I'll go pinch her little cheeks then. Seeing that she didn't have the slightest bit of autonomy, Lin Nui once again voiced her protest. I told you, I'm not a mascot. No, you are. Yang Lin sat across from Lin Nuan, his face full of teasing. Lin Nui couldn't help herself, but when she saw Yang Lin shaking the cell phone in his hand, she, a little lowly, wilted. It was also at this time that Su Meng couldn't help but ask, Yang Lin, how did you bring her back? And it's also oddly obedient. It can't be helped. Who made me attractive? Nui even said that she's mine from now on, and she'll do whatever I tell her to do. Lin Nui was shocked. Asshole, I didn't say that. Don't you? You really didn't say? Yang Lin lifted his cell phone and sighed in mock helplessness. Lin Nui immediately wimped out. I said that. Yes, I did say that. Did you just call me an asshole? No, I didn't. You must have misheard me. Seeing that the little lowly was like this, Yang Lin couldn't help but cross his legs at this time. Little Nui, let me ask you, what strength would you say you have yourself that you dare to challenge me? How was I to know you could do demonic magic? Let me see your career panel. No, absolutely not. You're not my sister. Who am I to show you my career panel? Yang Lin let out a laugh. This career panel thing is very private, but you have to understand one thing. Your strength isn't even worth mentioning in my eyes. You don't think you're so strong that I have to find your weaknesses or anything like that, do you? Su Meng and Wang Chanshan also came to be interested at this time. In order to get Lin Nui to light up her career panel, one took out a bunch of snacks and the other took out a handmade cupcake. Clattering, they were all laid out in front of Lin Nan. Even if you guys lure me, don't even think about looking at my career panel. Forget it, with your three-legged kung fu. It's not worth watching. Who's a three-legged cat now? I'm an extremely rare cat rider. A noble profession. This directly made the three young Lin present laugh. So there's such a profession as a cat writer. Brother Yang. Sister Dream. That sounds weird, but somehow cute. Xian. It's useless to just be cute. If it were a dragon writer bar, it would still be a sight to behold. It's this cat knight. On the other hand, who I have more of a feeling she's lying. Lin Nan was anxious. I'm not lying. I'm really a cat writer. If you're really a cat writer, that just means you're too weak. And I'm too disappointed in the newcomers your dragon sect picked out. Who says I'm weak? Can I show you guys? Lin Nui huffed and puffed as she flashed her occupation panel. With that, not only Su Mang and Wang Chan, even Yang Lin was quite saddened. Lin Nui, the little Lolita, is indeed a cat writer. It could only be said that she was not only not weak, but if she were to fight to the death, Su Mang and Wang Chan alone probably wouldn't be able to hold her down. Cat Knight, a dual-form profession where melee and telekinetic attacks can be switched. Attacks with huge scissors in melee, and when switching to long range, you can transform the scissors into a blade cannon. Oddball is pretty odd, but based on her skill multiplier and her own attributes, this lowly is strong, and the average person is not her match. Now you guys are calling me weak? My cat writer is super strong. Little sister, I didn't realize you were really that strong. Su Mang at this moment, she pressed her face into Lin Nui's fleshy little face. Don't treat me like a child. I'm a noble cat writer. Yeah, you're cat knight. Wang Chan smiled cheekily. So want a cupcake? Barely. Eat a little bit better. Are there any more of these snacks to be had? A little bit of good too. Watching Lin Nan eat snacks and cakes, Su Mang and Wang Chan were overjoyed. That look, really, was like looking at a kitten. This every now and then, up and over. The two sisters in the house were content. On Yang Lin's side, his main purpose was actually on the Zhenghua Dragon Lady. Seeing that this would be Lin Nui eating with gusto, he opened his mouth and asked, Little one, you said that your sister is the Zhenghua Dragon Lady. Just how powerful is she? Humph, you mortals don't even know the extent of my sister's terror. For your information, my sister could single-handedly take on a Spirit Realm level 20 final leader when she was level 10. We've heard these things before. Does your sister have any other special skills besides her high fighting ability? Of course I have, Lin Nuan said. Looking at young Lin, although your demonic techniques work on me, against my sister, you can only ask for trouble. Why? Because my sister is naturally immune to all attribute negative statuses. You can restrict me, but can you restrict my sister? Lin Nuan said this, causing Su Mang and Wang Chan, who were nearby, to instantly gasp. Immunity to full attribute status? Little sister, are you not exaggerating? Lin Nui said rather smugly. Humph, you guys just haven't seen it before. If it's just a high combat power, how can you call yourself a Zhenghua Dragon Lady? And my sister, she's not only fully immune to abnormal statuses, but she's also. When the words came to this point, Lin Nui suddenly realized that she had said too much and hastily stopped her mouth. Why don't you say something, little one? Why would I tell you all that much? These things are highly classified and cannot be told to anyone. If my sister and the higher-ups within the gate find out, I will not only be severely punished, but I will also be expelled. Yang Lin raised his eyebrows. What kind of relationship do we have now? Why are you still so outgoing? What do I have to do with you? You forget. You're my man. When did I say I was yours? Don't admit it, do you? Then fine. You'll have to deal with the consequences. Lin Nui, already crying. What you really can't say has serious consequences. Well, don't cry yet, making it seem like I'm intentionally bullying you. How about this? Let's make an exchange, and definitely not let you and your sister suffer. Trust me, you and your sister will definitely earn a fortune. What exchange? You know the first reward for the newcomer battle this time. A 25 super evolutionary copy scroll, whose value I've asked about. Because of the super extreme phrase, it could be worth hundreds of millions. Lin Nan thought for a moment and said, that I know. And then what? I'll tell you what. I have my sights set on this scroll. Although your sister is very powerful, I haven't looked at her yet. As long as you're willing to tell me her information intelligence, when I take the first to get the scroll, then I'll set aside 2 seats for you on my side, and let you guys enjoy the benefits of the scroll as well. My sister is not going to lose to you. Ha, your sister is immune to statuses, but are you sure I don't have any other killer moves? Use your little brain to think about why we, Greedy Wolf Guild, only have 3 of us in this newcomer battle? Do you really think that the Greedy Wolf Guild is so depleted of talent that they can't get 5 people together? Lin Nuan bit her lip. But my sister's information is really confidential. You'll just threaten me with those videos. Not so much. Broken. I just wanted to give you and your sister a chance, and you claim confidentiality, but in reality, haven't you already said half of it? That was unintentional on my part. Anyway, it's done, so why don't you take a gamble? Bet I'm better than your sister so I can save you and your sister a spot when I get the scroll. Lin Nuan thought for a long time. If you do get first place, will you really save a place for me and my sister? You're a puppy for lying. Well, that's fine. It's half true anyway. Lie to me, you really are a puppy. Soon, Lin Nui was seen tinkering with something on her phone, and then, she put a video out. Chapter 111, Yang Lin, I'm a damn charmer. Originally, he was asking the Jinhua dragon lady what other means she had to press the bottom of the box. Who would have thought that the little lowly Lin Nui would actually put up a video? However, without waiting for Yang Lin, Su Meng, and Wang Chan to be puzzled, Lin Nuan had already taken the first step to explain. This video was quietly recorded earlier when I followed my sister to kill the final leader, let alone outsiders. Even my sister herself doesn't know. It's the video of your sister killing the Spirit Realm level 20 final leader at level 10? Well, that's the one. That's a good bet. The three of us were really curious how your sister managed to kill the final leader back then. Just as Yang Lin's trio wanted to catch a glimpse of the Jinhua dragon lady killing the level 20 final leader. Who would have thought that at this time, Sun Yanji pushed her way in from the outside. Upon seeing this, Lin Nui, who had just turned the video on, turned her cell phone off at the first time under the tension of her expression. In response, Yang Lin said in amusement, "Don't be so flustered. Nianji is one of our own." Not at all. She's one of the heads of the Greedy Wolves Guild. If she knew, she wouldn't be able to keep her sister's secret. Su Meng pinched Lin Nuan's little face and said, "What are we lying to you for? Sister Nianji, she really is one of us." Wang Chan didn't forget to stuff a mouthful of cupcakes into Lin Nui's mouth at this moment, allowing this little lowly to reduce her nervous and defensive mood. As for Su Nianji, who entered the door, when she saw that there was an additional little lowly, Lin Nuan, in the hall, needless to say, she must have been quite surprised. "If I remember correctly, you seem to be the Lin Nuan of the Dragon Sect, right?" Lin Nuan held her cell phone in a death grip and looked at Su Nianji warily. Su Nianji was not at all sure what had happened and looked at Yang Lin with a face full of confusion. "Yang Lin, when did you guys get so close to her? And I just walked in the door. I don't seem to have done anything, right? Why is she giving me that look?" Yang Lin pretended to cough lightly twice and said, "Nianji, come over here and sit next to me." "What for?" "Of course there's something important to do. Come here quickly." Although Su Nianji didn't understand what was happening, she saw Su Meng and Wang Chan secretly nodding their heads to the side one after another. Then, she walked over to the sofa with confusion in her arms and sat down next to Yang Lin. But Lin Nan, she was still staring at Su Nianji closely, just like a frightened kitten, rather carefully. "What the hell? Nianji is like this. Lin Nui is now my person. The three of us are exploring with her, the strength of her sister, Lin Yu. And no, you happened to come back. She didn't believe you were one of her own, so she got defensive." Su Nianji was puzzled by what she heard. "What nonsense? Lin Nuan, is she yours now? Why are you getting defensive about me when you're exploring?" "Nonsense. The information about the Jinhua dragon lady is a secret. If you weren't one of your own, would Nui dare talk about this to your face?" As Yang Lin said this, he also comfortingly rubbed Lin Nuan's little brain and said, "Little Nuan, do you think it's like this?" Lin Nuan nodded. "She's a high-ranking member of the Greedy Wolf Guild. I know that. Nianji, you understand now. Nui doesn't trust you, so you'll have to prove that you're one of your own." Su Nianji cried and laughed. "How can you prove this kind of thing?" Yang Lin gently touched Su Nianji with his shoulder and said in a low voice, "How simple it is. Can't you just be a little bit closer to me? Don't you want to know what kind of underhanded skills or killer moves the Jinhua dragon lady has?" To ask Su Nianji if she wanted to know, it goes without saying. The information of the Jinhua dragon lady was definitely a highly classified secret blocked by the Dragon Sect. Although it was unclear how Yang Lin's trio had fooled this little lowly in front of them, but if there is an opportunity to learn about the embargoed intelligence, then there is no reason not to want it. So what? What should I do? "Get closer to me." Su Nianji, sparingly, leaned towards Yang Lin again. Yang Lin wasn't ambiguous at the moment, and while he looped his hand above Su Nianji's slender waist, he opened his mouth to Lin Nuan. Nui, don't look at Nianji as the head of the Greedy Wolf Guild, but at home, she is very obedient. I'm telling you, if I tell Nianji to go east, she'll never dare to go west. Here, I'm in charge." Su Nianji, originally what a cool person, now suddenly being ringed by Yang Lin's body. For a moment she almost did not react. "It's still the first time I've ever acted so intimately with a man. Yang Lin Yu, Nianji, can't you be a little quieter?" When you explore the strength of the Jinhua dragon lady next, you have to distinguish between the lesser and the greater. Su Nianji understood. Dare Yang Lin let himself sit over? Just want to take advantage of himself openly. And what's with the unconscious desire to feel down your back when you're wringing your waist? Yang Lin, you, very good. Of course I'm good. Just tell me, Nianji, are you one of mine? Su Nianji pressed her right hand against Yang Lin's big hand that was wrapped around her waist, then said in a different tone of voice, yes, of course I'm your person. Satisfied? That's right, Nui, as you can see, Nianji is one of us. Su Nianji at the moment, while she was staring at Yang Lin tightly, she said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, when it follows, I'll settle the score with you. Yang Lin whispered back, give some face, okay? Don't tear down the stage. Don't you know that men love face? Then keep your hands honest. Ahem, ahem. If Lin Nan's side was talking, she looked at Su Nianji and then at Yang Lin with a confused expression. Yang Tianba, aren't you a newcomer? But you can still manage the head of the greedy wolf guild. Do you still have a hidden identity? Hiding my identity didn't, but it couldn't be helped. Nianji cried and begged to follow me, and I couldn't refuse. Su Nianji had the urge to kick Yang Lin over. Yes, yes, yes. Who made Yang Lin so charming? Where can I refuse? Yang Lin, you're a damn charmer, aren't you? Nianji, talk is talk, but you have to be a bit more normal in your tone, or else what if Nui gets the wrong idea? And Nui, look how well behaved Nianji is now. I'd say she's one of our own. Oh, Lin Nui at this moment, she slowly let her guard down, then relit the extinguished cell phone screen. Upon seeing this, not to mention Yang Lin, Su Mang and Wang Chan, Su Nianji definitely couldn't help but come over it the first time. As for the video playing on Lin Nui's cell phone, it was showing Lin Yu carrying a two-handed giant sword and killing people in all directions. That all the way running, all the demons encountered were all like paper mache, broken in seconds. Under Lin Yu's two-handed giant sword, demons were true ants. Against this strong sister, it was no different than a mayfly shaking a tree. It's not quite the scene where the final leader is killed yet, but that alone already has to be a real treat. It was worthy of being called the Jinghua Dragon Lady's sister, and she could still crush her way through a huge level difference. This unusual professional, not to mention going to her to touch her, even to rub it in, did not have that qualification. Chapter 112, Valkyries. Nui, when will you kill the final leader? Almost there, almost there. Finally, half a minute after hearing Lin Nui say it was getting close, the video showed Lin Yu reaching the final leader's territory. It was a level 20 giant mantis. The constantly grinding mouthparts were appalling and very sharp, and the two pincer hand blades were razor sharp. But who would have thought that with a few staggered charges from the Jinghua Dragon Lady Lin Yu, half of this giant mantis face was chopped up, not to mention that even its legs were broken in multiple ways. Nui, your sister is too good. Being praised so much by Wang Chan, Lin Nuan proudly said, that's for sure. I was following my sister at that time, and I didn't have a chance to make a move along the way. Yang Lin also asked at this time, but didn't you just say that your sister still has great means? There is, doesn't it just show up? With curiosity, Yang Lin's few people focused their eyes even more on the video screen. It was then seen that the images were all much dimmer at this point. The reason for this was that Lin Yu seemed to be casting her ability, and the reason the scene was dim was because all the light of the sky was obscured by the black, dark clouds above. Invoke the heavens? What is this ability? You can feel the pressing pressure through the screen. Just as several people were speculating about what exactly Lin Yu was displaying, there was a crash. Only hearing the war drums beating, the jingoists charged the giant mantis with the momentum of a black cloud. That's right, jingoistic. Although it is a shadow, but the scene is extremely grand. That is really let Yang Lin a few people see what is called destruction. When the army has passed, the field where there is still the figure of the giant mantis, breathing has long been trampled into pieces of powder. The video, which came to a screeching halt, but the whole hall was silent. Especially Su Meng and Wang Chan couldn't help but wipe up their cold sweat. For a long time, he heard Su Nianji ask, Shao Nui, your sister, 10 levels at that time? Yeah, she was level 10 at the time, and it was only 20 seconds before and after she killed the level 20 final leader or whatever. Impressive, Su Nianji huffed back, worthy of being called the Jinghua Dragon Lady. Yang Lin said at this time, Nianji, you probably don't know, Lin Yu she also has full attribute abnormal status immunity. What? Fully immune? Yeah, ask Nui if you don't believe me. It's her own words. Su Nianji hurriedly looked at Lin Nuan. Can you really be immune to all abnormal statuses? If it is poison or mental interference, is it also immune? Well, these were tested at the Dragon Gate, and no matter what type, they can't cause any interference with my sister. Su Meng exhaled and also opened her mouth to ask. Speaking of which, she was only level 10 at that time, and now she's level 20, so your sister should have awakened some new means during her time, right? That, Lin Nan went into a state of thought. Wang Chan was quick on her feet and hurriedly stuffed a chocolate into this little loli's mouth. 10 seconds later saw her eyes light up. It occurred to me that my sister fought against the shadow profession within the gate at level 18, and stealth and all that didn't work on her. My sister can lock onto her opponent's position with a single glance, and the attacks can even tear through space. Su Nianji said tentatively, "You're not bragging, are you? She's already that powerful, and she can still lock down the stealth of the shadow profession and even rip through space? I'm not bragging, my sister is really that strong." Yang Lin seemed to have thought of something and spoke. Okay, your sister is indeed so strong. So let me ask you, what exactly is her occupation? That's something you, as a sister, should always understand, right? My sister, she's a Valkyrie. Knowing she's a Valkyrie, I asked about occupation. Yeah, she's a Valkyrie. I read her panel a long time ago, and her profession is called Valkyrie. The few people present in Yang Lin's side very much, when describing someone who is very powerful, they would be called a Wushan or a Valkyrie. The town's dragon lady is good, not even acting professionally, but coming up as a female Valkyrie. This hanging open, full status immunity, unleashing a torrent of Gingoism, and what with cutting through space. Now that I think about it, it doesn't seem so outrageous. Nui, does your sister know anything else? Not sure, but there should be more. My sister is super awesome, like this rookie battle, which was actually spanned by me and 3 other teammates. A real mainstay, my sister alone is enough. This point was said, and the few people present in Yang Lin nodded in agreement. The Jingua Dragon Lady was so terrifying that Lin Wan and the other 3 newcomers were just brought in to make up the numbers. On the contrary, after Lin Nui had said so much, she, a little lowly, now looked like she had suddenly woken up to something. Oh, I've thought of it, Yang Tianba, you can't beat my sister. I've kind of told you guys my sister's information for nothing. Nonsense, how could I possibly not beat your sister? Lin Nui started to argue with reason on a rare occasion. Even though you can inflict status, it doesn't work on my sister. I know you can still sneak, but my sister can lock onto you with a single glance. Even if you can vanish into space, it's useless. My sister can cut through space. Yang Lin didn't say anything at this time. As for Su Nianji, Su Mang and Wang Chan, they instead felt that Lin Wan's words were quite reasonable. Yang Lin, you might not really be able to beat the Jingua Dragon Lady. Brother Yang, does it seem that the Jingua Dragon Lady was born to restrain you? Su Mang and Wang Chan had just finished speaking when Lin Wan, the little lowly, seemed to have once again thought of some information. I remembered again. My sister, she seems to be able to lock blood. I've seen her cast it once before. Her whole body was covered in white light, and even if she was attacked, she wouldn't lose a single drop of blood. No, you're exaggerating on purpose, aren't you? Why do you keep adding abilities to her when she has so many on her? But what I said is true. My sister is that powerful. Yang Tianba, how are you going to fight my sister? After Lin Wan said this, Su Nianji couldn't help but ask Yang Lin. Yeah, how do you fight the Jingua Dragon Lady? Ha! Yang Lin pondered for a moment and said, I admit, the Jingua Dragon Lady is very powerful, but I, Yang Tianba, oh no, but I, Yang Lin, that's not a vegetarian either. Did you guys think I couldn't do damage because my anomalies didn't work on her? Yang, can it hurt even if it doesn't work? Of course, nullifying just means that the effect of the status is ineffective against her, but that doesn't stop me from throwing statuses to build up my solid wounds. As for me wanting to shadow walk, so what if I can lock onto me? So what if I can cut through space? In that state, I'm invincible, Su Nianji said. But didn't Lin Wan say that her sister would still lock blood? Yang Lin smiled and didn't open his mouth. When his full attribute drop, as well as entrance decapitation and tail blade decapitation were just for show? Lock the blood. Try locking it in front of yourself? Of course, there's no use arguing about this now. And then everything can be seen when there's a real confrontation ensuing. And to ask Yellen what his biggest idea is? He was, now, eager to make friends with the town's dragoness. It's not a bad idea to make the acquaintance of a girl so powerful that she can take seconds. Subconsciously, Yang Lin dropped his gaze onto Lin Wan. Chapter 113, Does your sister have a boyfriend? You, what are you looking at me for? Suddenly being looked at meaningfully by Yang Lin, Lin Nui was a little flustered. Nui, you're all mine. It's not appropriate for you to move and call me names. So what do I call you? Don't you like to call me Yang Tianba? Then call me Brother Tianba or Brother Yang Lin. Call it whatever you want, but you can't betray me. Don't worry, I'll make sure just a few of us here today know about the intel you're talking about. Okay, Brother Skyblock, that's a good boy. I love it when you know what you're doing. Then, Yang Lin's words suddenly changed. Little Nui, let me ask you, does your sister have a boyfriend now? This statement was made. Whoosh, Su Mang, Wang Chan, and Su Nianji almost instantly gathered their eyes on Yang Lin. Yang Lin hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand me, I don't mean anything else. I just want to get close to the Jingua Dragon Lady. As the saying goes, more friends, more roads, she's so strong, wouldn't it be good for both sides to have a friend? Su Meng's eyes were sideways. Yang Lin, you really don't have any other ideas? Dreamy, you have to believe in my purity. And think about it, what kind of person is the Zhenghua dragon lady? Would she easily like a man? Su Nianji said breathlessly, then asked Nui Nui if her sister has a boyfriend? Nianji, you silly in case her sister has a boyfriend, this venture close. By her sister misunderstood how to do. What if I'm misunderstood by someone's boyfriend? I just want to learn more about it and subsequently think about how to make friends and find things to talk about. Hearing this, Lin Nuan returned. No, although my sister is not cold in nature, but because of her strength and identity, even in the spirit realm, she basically acted alone. People in general wouldn't dare to get close to my sister. Su Nianji heard Lin Nuan reply in this manner and said with some emotion, it's also true that your sister is so strong that she invariably causes people to be afraid of her, and her status is extraordinary. If we're talking about boyfriends, there's no doubt about it, normal boys don't even make it into her eyes. I agree with this point. Wang Chan responded, a person that strong, even if I am allowed to take the initiative to approach, I am grossed out in my heart. As strong as Yang is, I would be nervous and apprehensive if I was suddenly asked to get close to Yang. Seeing this, Yang Lin said, that's why I said to learn more. She's strong, but we're not weak either. It's good for both sides to have a strong combination. If we know each other now, we might be able to fight together or something sometime in the future. That's a good point, but even if we were to be friends, I'm afraid that if our strength is too low, we wouldn't be able to get into her eyes. Why should people be friends with you unless you show them a little too? Su Nianji. Just as she finished saying that, Lin Nuan's eyes brightened up and said, no need for that. If brother Tianba is friends with my sister should be very happy. Why? Su Nianji and Su Meng and Wang Chan, almost in unison, asked. It's because for the past 2 days, my sister has been studying brother Tianba's simulation. I've never seen her so serious, so focused. Yang Lin sweats. Just that simulation earlier? Yeah, my sister said she'd never seen that kind of strain before. She also said that she couldn't have done that on her own. So, in that case, she's impressed with me, is she? Well, not impressed. That's quite impressive. Because of that, I couldn't look away and asked you to duel. It's. Yang Lin couldn't help but hug Lin Nuan from the opposite side of the room, then continuously pinched her little face and said, you really have the guts, looking for a duel with me? Gutless. How was I supposed to know you were that good? You know what's great? Why don't you hand over your sister's phone number? Here you go, don't pinch my face, it's going to break. Very easily, Yang Lin got the cell phone number of the town's dragon lady, Lin Yu, from Lin Nui. Also in passing, he sent over a text message to Lin Yu. I'm Yang Lin, because I admire your strength, so can we make friends and have a good exchange someday? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, not a single response from the other side at all. Su Meng said in response, Xiao Nui is quite good at getting along, but her sister is the Zhenghua dragon lady after all. As it is, a girl like her must have very high eyes. Su Nianji nodded. She may appreciate your battlefield resilience, but when it comes to making friends, she may not be interested at all. It's okay, it's just a casual message. It's not too late to wait for a subsequent time to get acquainted. Next, seeing that it was getting late, Lin Nui's side went back first. As for Yang Lin's trio and Su Nianji, they started talking about important things. Today, Su Nianji went to the four-way meeting, and what was agreed upon was the matters related to the second item of the newcomer battle tomorrow. According to Su Nianji's communication, what came first was a great thing. According to several comprehensive strength reviews of the newcomers, it was perfectly fine to slay demons within the spirit realm of levels 25 to 30, but because one was only level 20, none of them had passed the special evolutionary transfer of 25, and there was no experience at all in killing 25 as well as above demons. It's a loss when you think about it. So it was kind of a heavy benefit for the 4 rookie squads. Greedy Wolf, Z-Rat, Cinnabar Dragon, and Warwolf each took out a batch of huge sums of money and then special channels to purchase a batch of experience penalty offset scrolls. This scroll is really quite precious. Money without channels, want to buy or basically cannot buy. Each newcomer is then allocated 4 sheets, each lasting 12 hours. In this way, it ensured that all 4 newcomers to the family would be able to gain experience from killing demons within the 2 days of the spirit realm. Secondly, this time, the newcomer squad traveled to the spirit realm and would receive points based on magic crystals for killing demons. Marking spirit grass and or resources as well as special mini head areas also earns points. On top of that, the most important thing for the 4 rookie squads was to kill the final leader of the spirit realm. After all, the first kill reward, that was still quite attractive. At the end of the day, the rankings will be determined based on the overall ranking of each squad. Above, the second element of the newcomer war. But there are provisions in it. Newcomers entered the spirit realm to train and grow, and should never fight or kill each other. Every newcomer here is a seedling among seedlings, and really, one of them should die because of a fight. If you want to stop, will the forces behind them be willing to do so? It would have been, right. Things being said, the next step must be to prepare for tomorrow's battle, right? Soon Yanji's words even began to introduce some of the circumstances of the new spirit realm's roughly demonic creatures to Yang Lin's trio. But who would have thought that just at this moment, Yang Lin's cell phone suddenly came with a message. Once they saw that the informant was Lin Yu, needless to say, Su Ninji, Su Meng and Wang Chan definitely came to be interested. However, a group of people were not expecting that Yang Lin had only chatted with Lin Yu for only 2 sentences. On the spot, including Yang Lin himself, all of them were frightened by the Jinhua dragon lady Lin Yu. Chapter 114, Picked Up a Girlfriend for Nothing? Lin Yu's first message. I'm sorry it took me so long to get back to you as my mind was a bit scrambled after receiving your message. Yang Lin, you're not mad at me, are you? Seeing Lin Yu's message saying so, Yang Lin fell back and replied, it's fine, because it's quite sudden on my side as well, so it might have startled you. I just don't know. What do you think on your end about me talking about making friends? It didn't take long this time, and Lin Yu quickly responded, I've given it serious thought, and it's not impossible. There's just something I have to tell you in advance. Okay, go ahead. Yang Lin returned the message while not forgetting to say to Su Meng, Wang Chan and Su Nianji beside him, I didn't realize that the dragon lady's side was quite particular. Su Nianji said, after all, she is the Jinhua dragon lady. Even if she is making friends, it might be a big deal for her. Su Meng concurred, that has to be a big deal. She is the Jinhua dragon lady. I'm sure the dragon sect must be very strict with her in normal times, not just anyone who wants to be friends with her. Wang Chan, on the other hand, was full of worry. Then will this be miserable, not even having the autonomous right to be friends? Just as a few people were talking, Lin Yu's message arrived. Yang Lin, it's like this, since I've never had a boyfriend, I wasn't really sure how to be a competent girlfriend. If you ask me how I feel about you, all I can say is that it's okay, especially the simulation, which makes me amazed at you. But I didn't expect you to confess your love to me out of the blue, and the fact that it happened out of the blue, and about that, I thought long and hard about it, and I think that I can try to accept and learn a little bit about being your girlfriend. Looking at a message that long, a large bead of sweat slid down the back of Yang Lin's head. After a long time, he turned to Su Nianji and asked, Nianji, have I confessed? Su Nianji was equally bewildered as she looked at Su Meng and asked, Meng, did he confess his love for Yang Lin? Su Meng thought hard and didn't think of a reason. So she asked Wang Chan, has Yang Lin confessed? I don't think so. Wang Chan was just as perplexed. We all read the message Yang sent earlier. Yang said he wanted to be friends with her. That's all. In the middle of the field, the Yang Lin several people were more confused than one another. It was during this time that Lin Yu's message arrived once again. Yang Lin, I actually thought of something else. Even though I promised to be your girlfriend, you're in the Greedy Wolf Guild and I'm in Dragon Sect. In the case of a long-distance relationship, you as a guy, if we don't see each other for a long period of time, will you put up with it a little too much? In that case, what should I do for you? Brush up. Su Nianji, Su Meng and Wang Chanxian's eyes instantly focused on Yang Lin's face. Yang Lin, long-distance relationships are hard. Yang Lin, this Qingmei of mine is also curious to know what you think about long-distance relationships. Brother Yang, can you stand a long-distance relationship? Yang Lin almost spurted blood. What the hell are you three pulling? By now can't you all see that this opposite side is obviously not Lin Yu? There is a great possibility that it is a prank. The three sisters in the field looked at each other. To say it's a prank, that's a real possibility. After all, a Jinhua dragon lady would not just agree to be someone's girlfriend without even getting along with a man, right? What's more, Yang Lin's side didn't confess either. Yang Lin, what's to be done? Hold on a second. Let me calm down. Then I'll phone straight through and have a video call with the other side. Hearing Yang Lin say this, the three sisters' eyes all lit up. This works. When the time comes, won't it be clear on the spot whether it's a prank or not? And it was while Yang Lin was calming himself, the opposite dragon lady, Lin Yu, was also quite apprehensive. If you look at her cell phone page you can still see it. In the web search bar, that's pretty clearly visible in what she searched for. How should a guy respond if he wants to be friends with a girl? Answers, boys to the girl said it the friend. The subtle meaning in confession is no different, just a relatively more euphemistic way of saying it. If you have a crush on him, try to consider it. If it's annoying, you can also be quick and make a direct rejection. This kind of thing is the most taboo ambiguity, pulling and tugging, that waste each other's time not to say, but also easy to make unnecessary trouble. The dragon lady, Lin Yu, she pondered on this for a long time. she felt that even though she didn't get along much with Yellen, she did admire the boy quite a bit. For the past 2 days, he had basically been watching Yang Lin's simulated battles to analyze and learn. So Lin Yu felt that she should have a good feeling about Yang Lin. Then he thought, he had grown up in Dragon Gate, and had never experienced love or anything like that. It's rare that a guy comes forward and confesses his love for you, so you might as well get along and try it out on the premise that you still have a good feeling about it. Above all, that's all Lin Yu's thoughts. However, what Lin Yu thought, how could Yang Lin be clear about it? After he finally calmed his mood on his side, he started dialing Lin Yu's cell phone number. But it was when he was about to plan a video call with Lin Yu that Wang Chan suddenly asked, "Brother Yang, what if this isn't a prank?" For a moment, several people in the hall froze once again. Yeah, what if it was really Lin Yu on the other side and this dragon lady was serious? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In the end, this was how Yang Lin answered, thinking that she's at least a Jingua dragon lady, and she's so pretty. I can't believe that no one within the dragon sect has thoughts about her. And you guys think, even if I'm as charismatic as I am, there's no way I'm going to let her take the initiative to be my girlfriend without exchanging interactions with her, right? Su Meng and Su Nianji thought about this reasoning. Then what are you waiting for? Make a quick video call to confirm. And since we're talking about pranks, I have a guess right now that it might have been that little guy Lin Nui who took her sister's cell phone and spammed it with messages. That's good. Nianji, you've hit the nail on the head, so I'll video call the other side now. Next, as Yellen dialed the video call over, it was also about 3 seconds later that the opposite side connected. And within the video, when Lin Yu's appearance was revealed, it was like the dawn of a breaking day, causing the several people over here, Yang Lin, to be shocked. I didn't realize that it was really the Jingua dragon lady Lin Yu herself. Lin Yu's features were beautiful and soft, but the Englishness between her brows was overwhelming. However, it was underneath this gallantry that a vaguely concealed shyness and coyness could still be seen, so much so that it made her, not long after the video was connected, a swoon had spread across her cheeks. With her temperament, it's something else. Lin Yu, is it really you? Aha. Lin Yu gently bit her lip, then graciously said, originally, I was quite nervous about answering your video call, but after connecting, the tension in me quickly receded. Chapter 115, this development is really fast. That, although he felt a bit embarrassed, Yang Lin now asked out, when you said earlier that you promised to be my girlfriend, did you mean it? Lin Yu's expression was stunned for a moment. How can you joke about such things? Could it be that, when you confessed your love to me, you didn't just want to play or tease me? At this moment, not to mention Yang Lin, even Su Nianji and the others could see it. Across the room, Lin Yu was serious, and in an unrivaled kind of way. Being so messed up, Yang Lin felt embarrassed to tell the truth, but he still asked from the sidelines, Lin Yu, of course I'm serious too, just like you said. How can you joke about something like this? It's just that I care about the message I sent you saying that I want to be friends with you. Yeah, so I've given it some serious thought and I've agreed to be your girlfriend. But it's also like the message I sent you earlier. A long-distance relationship. Does that bother you a lot? We likely won't be able to be together for long periods of time and we'll have to talk on our cell phones most of the time. Yang Lin was in a bit of a messy mood right now. He subconsciously looked back at the three sisters around him. Well, except for Chan. Nianji and Meng Meng look at this side of the eyes as no less than looking at the scum of the earth. Yang Lin wanted to say that he was wrongly accused. Who would have thought that things would have developed to such a state? Looking across the table at the dragon lady, she was by no means generally serious. She really took the words of making friends as a confession. So, you care? Hearing Lin Yu say this, Yang Lin hurriedly replied, that's not true. Why would I care about this? That's great. I was worried for a long time earlier, but now I can finally rest assured. In the meantime, I have one more question. What's the problem you say? I looked it up on the internet and it says that when men and women get along, they always give each other a nickname. And you boys, don't you especially like it when girls call you husband? So can I call you husband? Ha! Yang Lin was truly shocked. Two people in reality have not seen face. Words have not said two sentences. Now have developed to the husband this name up? Honey, don't you like it when I call you that? What should I call you then? It's not that I don't like it. In fact, I guess whatever works. I'll call you husband then. But husband, what are you going to call me? Dragon lady, I guess. After all, you are the dragon lady of Jingua. Yes. Listening to the inside of the video call, one called her husband and the other called her dragon lady. Anyway, besides Wang Chan, Su Nianji and Su Meng's grudge that was deeper. What a husband. That's a pretty hot name. Sister Nianji, didn't you hear someone still calling the dragon lady carnally? That's something that Yellen must have heard. But he couldn't care about that right now, because Lin Yu's side seemed to have thought of some interesting proposal, and she was very excited about it. Honey, did you have an early night off? No. Why? Why don't we do this then? When we have dinner afterward, can we meet at the sparring ground? After all, we're all in this relationship now, or else it always feels a little weird. Okay, then I'm going to open a drill hall at 8 p.m. Afterwards, and I'll send you the address then. Okay, see you then hubby. Finally, the video call hung up. Yang Lin's words, at this time, he needs to face his own Su Nianji and Su Meng directly. Wang Chan words were as usual, not caring about this at all. Nianji, Meng, you two don't go so far as to look at me like you're about to eat me. Su Nianji heckled, you're really capable. First you abducted someone's younger sister, and then you didn't even let your older sister go. Su Meng echoed, and even calling her husband and dragon lady, it's developing really fast. You guys really misunderstood me on that point, Yang Lin said in a serious manner. In fact, I have seriously thought about this issue, and it should be better to go down wrong. Think about it. What do you guys think would have happened if I had just said outright that she would be wrong? With her being so serious? Su Nianji gave Yang Lin a blank look and said, who knows? It's not a matter of who knows it or not. She's so serious. If I really point it out, won't the relationship just collapse? And on top of that, you guys think, once it falls apart, it's okay to simply fall apart. Wouldn't it be unattractive if it turned against you? Su Meng muttered, you obviously just can't let go. What can't you give up? I'm in Greedy Wolf. She's in Dragon Sect. Even if I promise I basically can't see her. In that case, it's better to maintain the status quo, lest the point breaks down and the relationship collapses. Wang Chan was a bit excited. So when dinner is over, is it a date? We've come to this point. Go to the chant. What's wrong with everyone getting to know the Zhenghua Dragon Lady? Of course, you can stay home if you don't want to. Go! This time, the three sisters in the family were speaking in unison. Yellen sweats. Why so consistent? Su Nianji, the Zhenghua Dragon Lady is the treasure of the Dragon Sect. I'm afraid that if you offend her, it will be bad if you make the Greedy Wolf and the Dragon Sect fall out. Su Meng, I'm just there to keep an eye on you, lest you make a move on the Dragon Lady. Wang Chan, my words, just simply get along. Yellen spread his hands, then together afterward. When the time reached around 8 p.m., Yang Lin's side opened a martial arts arena and then invited Lin Yu to meet him. Unexpectedly, the little lowly Lin Nui also followed. In the current situation, not to mention Su Nianji, Su Meng and Wang Chan feel confused. In fact, the little lowly Lin Nuan is almost the same. She didn't think that she had given her sister's cell phone number to young Lin on the front foot. It didn't take long on the back foot for my sister to get an extra husband. So how did brother Tenba get my sister to be his girlfriend? How were we to know? Su Meng said breathlessly. We thought at first that it was you playing a prank across the street. No way. I wouldn't do something so boring. Lin Nuan had just finished replying when she suddenly heard Wang Chan say, Are brother Yang and Dragon Lady going to perform martial arts? I see that they have their weapons out. Su Nianji answered, It should be, even though they are now considered boyfriend and girlfriend. But isn't this way of getting along a bit odd? Wang Chan thought about it and said, Is this the legendary common progress? What co-progress? Suffered. Nui, what's been hit? Is there a problem? Then there's definitely a problem. And it's a big one. Lin Nuan was a bit nervous. You guys probably don't know that in the Dragon Sect, no one drills martial arts against my sister. If there's no one beside you to prey on and still train against my sister, the result will either be crippled or ruined. What? That bad? Of course it's serious. Sister Nianji, you have the highest rank here and your strength is still good. You have to keep an eye on the two of them, or else Tianba's brother might get crippled. Inexplicably, a heavy burden came on Su Nianji all of a sudden. Chapter 116, Who's a good guy dating so much? Then I realized it by listening to Lin Nui's general remarks. This sister of hers, once she got into a fighting stance, she became quite focused and serious. When they were at Dragon Sect, there were initially people who didn't know how to die when newcomers sought out Lin Yu for sparring. But as a result, that Lin Yu simply couldn't stop, and the consequences could be imagined. Gradually, no one dared to practice against her, and as Lin Yu continued to grow, the patriarchs within the gate also tried to find her some high-level professionals to be her companions. But you'd like to think that there's no point in chaperoning if you're in full swing at a high level. But if he suppressed his blood chi to about the same level to give Lin Yu a sparring partner, then the end would be, needless to say, self-explanatory. Anyway, in the end, Lin Yu, the Dragon Lady's training, could only rely on simulation. This who thought that now she and Yang Lin Ben now came up and went into fighting mode. Because of this, Su Nianji's few people couldn't help but think, all that talk earlier about girlfriends and husbands and such, it can't all be a lie. Is it true that you see a poplar forest and want to cut it? Looking at the field, seeing that Yang Lin and Lin Yu had already fought, a few sisters were anxious in their hearts and wanted to go and stop them. but this time it was discovered again, because the battle between the two in the center of the martial arts arena had opened. That's why the protective wall of the martial arts arena had opened automatically. Not good, we're being isolated. Sister Nianji, what then? Don't be in a hurry. I'll go over to the management center and open the protective wall of this martial arts arena. You guys keep an eye on this side. Wait a minute, Sister Nianji, cried Wang Chan. I don't think that's necessary. Why? Yang is very strong. The two of them are fighting fiercely right now, but didn't you notice that they didn't use their abilities? It's not like they're fighting to the death. Lin Nuan said nervously, but even if that's the case, what about after a period of time has passed? Brother Tianba definitely won't be able to hold out. Not at all. Yang he can enter the shadowwalking state. When it really comes to that, Yang will find a way to break the protective wall by himself. Hearing Wang Chan say this, Su Nianji and Su Meng were relieved. Just now, they were so focused on being nervous that they had forgotten that Yang Lin also possessed the ability to break boundaries. So for now, it's not too late to observe a bit more, and if things really aren't right, then go to the management center and remove the protective wall. As for the moment, you ask Yang Lin what he thinks? He's a little broken right now. It was mainly because, after meeting Lin Yu, he lost himself in the dragon lady's loud husband. It was also at that time that Lin Yu proposed, "Hubby, you're so powerful. Anyway, we're in the martial arts arena. Can you take this opportunity to practice with me? It's just a drill. It's nothing." Yang Lin agreed without even thinking about it. And then, he then saw Lin use doorslab like two-handed giant sword chopping over like thunder. At the same time, he also saw that Lin Yu was, at this moment, completely like a different person. Where there was still half of the shyness and embarrassment of calling out to her husband earlier, now directly all turned into the state of a female Valkyrie. Now for Lin Yu, it's clear that there is no husband, only a showdown. Could it be that this sister husband or whatever she was earlier was just pretending? She didn't come over here to me specifically, did she? At first, Yellen couldn't help but think the same thing, but gradually, he realized that it didn't seem like it again, because there was no killing intent or oppressive ruthlessness in Lin Yu. This girl was simply displaying her offensive techniques, and naturally, she wouldn't be casting abilities or anything like that. Yang Lin had no choice but to use his spear in Lin Yu to simply go through the motions at the moment. Thus, Su Nianji and the others were treated to an intense scene in the field. Jingguo Dragon Lady Lin Yu pressed forward step by step. The huge two-handed sword she held was wide open. It could be said to be unstoppable with 1,000 pounds of force. Yang Lin's words, his long spear like a dragon, or as swift as a shooting star, or as fluttering as a wandering silk. The two of them went back and forth, and every now and then, one could still see the sparks of fire from the clash of weapons in the center field. With such a scene, the few sisters outside the arena were all terrified. Listening to Lin Nuan, this little loli, she said, "This is the first time I've seen that someone can fight my sister for so long." Su Meng responded while observing, "Your sister focuses on attack, and although Yang Lin can also counterattack, he focuses on defense and evasion. It's definitely not good for Yang Lin over time." That's right, Su Nianji's gaze was firmly fixed on the field. In a short period of time, if they were to simply go through the motions, it would be difficult to distinguish between victory and defeat. Sister Nianji, it seems like they don't need to distinguish a winner or a loser. They're just simply going through the motions. Who knows? We'll see. Time passed by. Yang Lin and Lin Yu within the martial arts arena. Their entanglement was getting longer and longer. At this moment, looking at Yang Lin again, because he was being forced by Lin Yu in various ways, both his stance and his counterattacks were much more sensitive and swift. At Lin Yu's words, the two-handed giant sword had all sorts of force and momentum, and with each sweep and chop, he was able to chop up a storm. After looking at it for a long time, Su Nianji couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. I can kind of see why this Lin Yu agreed to Yang Lin under the premise of misunderstanding. Sister Nianji, why? You guys observe Lin Yu a bit more. She's obviously getting more and more hardy the more she fights now, and the satisfied look on her face is getting stronger and stronger. Su Meng sked, "Nianji sister, you don't say. It's really true. So as far as this situation is concerned, a different person wouldn't really work, and only Yang Lin can fit with her to this extent." Aha! The little lowly Lin Nui nodded her head repeatedly. "It's also the first time I've seen my sister so happy and excited. It looks like she's having a really good time fighting. A full half hour." That's right. Yang Lin was forced to perform martial arts with Dragon Lady Lin Yu for half an hour in the martial arts arena. "Hubby, you're so good. It's the first time I've had so much fun practicing moves with someone." "Yeah, well, as long as you're happy." Yang Lin was disheveled in his heart. He thought that the first time he met with Lin Yu, how this must not have a sweet memory. But who knows? It was hard to be pulled into sparring for half an hour in the martial arts arena. Then it's really thanks to myself. Who else would be able to eat it? After that, seeing that it was getting late and thinking that they had to travel to the Yao Lake Spirit Realm tomorrow, the group dispersed. On Lin Yu's side, because she was so happy, she hadn't yet faded the excitement in her complexion by the time she returned to the apartment and was ready to go to the washroom. Seeing this, Lin Nuan said, "Sis, aren't you on a date with brother Tian Ba tonight? Why did you drag him into a half-hour fight? Can't you see that when he was leaving?" Brother Tian Ba's face was full of haggardness. Yeah, of course it is, although I don't know anything about this aspect of men and women, but you can't drag people into a fight, and fight for so long. Lin Yu was a bit frustrated. I was just on a whim and didn't think about it that much, so it seems like I've caused trouble for my husband. What did you expect? Lin Yu, after retiring her dress, thought about her sister's words and walked into the washroom with mixed feelings. Just as she was about to start her shower and bath, she thought that it would be better to settle the matter of her husband first, so she searched the web for what to do if you upset your husband. Soon, she had an answer. Turns out it's okay to take some cute pictures? She really didn't think much about it and took her cell phone and clicked a series of selfies and sent them directly to Yang Lin. "Honey, I may have been a bit willful tonight to upset you. Next time I promise I won't be. I hope you're not mad at me." Yang Lin, who had returned to his apartment, was sitting on the sofa resting and closing his eyes. God knows, Lin Yu actually sent over a series of selfies, and the photo, being taken in a bathroom, is outrageous. Seeing Lin Yu's unreservedness and unobstructed view, Yang Lin knew that he was destined to lose sleep tonight. Chapter 117, Su Lao's Affair. Early in the morning of the following day, several small transport planes departed from Flower Tree City successively and flew to Yahoo. Needless to say, it must be this matter of the 4 newcomers from the 4 families participating in the second Spirit Realm Challenge of the Newcomer Battle. As for the Yahoo side, a temporary communication base has been set up. Although there was no Heaven's Eye system to monitor internally, the interior of the Spirit Realm had already been constructed with multiple special signal boosters by the combined efforts of the 4 families. At the very least, it's still possible to use the dot plot on the main screen to show the general location of internal personnel and to use communications to make contact. The viewpoint goes back to Yan Lin's side. At the moment he was still on the transporter and could clearly see that he had some dark circles under his eyes. It was normal for him to have dark circles under his eyes after losing sleep last night, not to mention catching an early flight this morning. Oh, you asked him why he had insomnia. As I said earlier, who is a good girlfriend will send 7 or 8 selfies in one breath in the bathroom. Ah, a clear and unreserved selfie. Because of this, Yang Lin had an additional layer of knowledge about his own dragon lady. Self-Chanxian, she is very pure, but in a certain way, the dragon lady is more pure than Chanxian. Actually, if you think about it seriously, it makes sense. Lin Yu grew up in the dragon sect, because it was just too strong. The training had no opponents, and could only rely on simulation. Even though Lin Yu was beautiful, when other people saw Lin Yu, they would only be oppressed by her aura, creating fear in their hearts, coupled with the fact that the discipline in the gate was very strict on her. Who in general would dare to go to her to confess their love or fall in love or something like that? So, right after Lin Yu misunderstood the difference between being friends and being boyfriend and girlfriend, Yang Lin sort of picked up a girlfriend for nothing. It's just, how? Now in the words of Sun Yinji and others, it seemed like Yang Lin was really the only one who was suitable for this current dragon lady. It was because Lin Yu was similar to a martial arts nerd once he entered a fighting state. As far as Lin Yu's attacking ability was concerned, anyone else would have been ed by her two-handed giant sword in minutes. Above all, these are just mentioned in passing. When the time reached 8:15, Yan Lin and the others had already taken the airplane to the temporary communication base in Yahoo. At this time, the Z-Mouse and Battle Wolf families arrived first, with the dragon sect still behind. The 4 newcomers are in competition after that, though. However, Chang Jin, the rookie captain of Z-Rat, and Gao Jingwei, the rookie captain of Battle Wolf, still greeted Yang Lin in a polite manner. Yang Lin's words were naturally responded to with enthusiasm given the face. At the same time he could see it. Z-Rat's Chang Jin was very hostile to this side, with a slight hint of underestimation and contempt deep in his eyes. The war wolf Gao Jingwei, when looking at himself, was equally wary, yes, but relatively more interested in himself, and asked Yellen what he thinks of the two. It wasn't really put into perspective. These two were indeed very strong, stronger than their own Meng Meng and Xian Xian, but it was just like that. That's all. Next, just as the heads of each family separately admonished the newcomers of each family of some precautions for their subsequent entry into the spirit realm, the airplane ride that the dragon sect and the others were traveling on also arrived over here. For this newcomer war, the dragon sect was headed by a person in charge named Gu Feihong. The spring in his step above his demeanor was on display since he appeared at the temporary communication base. Nothing else, but because he had great confidence in the Jingua dragon lady, the newcomer battle and all that. Not only him, but also the several patriarchs including the ones accompanying him were all aiming for the best. Because of this, the next time he was exchanging pleasantries with the heads of the other three families while he was leading a few patriarchs. That kind of arrogance that the big picture is in the hands of the world can be revealed to the fullest. It was especially evident when Gu Feihong talked to Su Zhangdao, the head of the Greedy Wolf Guild. Old Su, although I'm not sure why you greedy wolves are so confident. Only 3 rookies out, and your younglings are really good too. However, in front of our Jinghua Dragon Lady, there's only the part of being abused and crying. Su Zhangdao had no problem countering this. The strength of our family, Yang Lin, is not something your dragon sect can imagine. I think you'd better not take anything for granted right now, or you'll end up getting punched in the face, and it won't be so comfortable. Ha ha ha, Gu Feihong laughed. Lao Su, you're not too young, why can't you figure out the situation? What kind of person is our Jinghua Dragon Lady? Is not some roadside cat or dog just dare to touch the porcelain? Old Su, you are, indeed, still the same as when you were young, without any self-awareness. It's obvious that you can't compete with me, but you're stubborn. Gu Feihong, you're not finished, are you? Ah, you're annoyed? Old Su, we're not getting any younger. Why can't you hold back a little bit of anger? Just like when you were young? Su Zhangdao spat on the ground. Gu Feihong, do you think that because there are so many people here, I wouldn't dare to beat you up? Su Zhangdao, you still want to beat me up? I'm really looking forward to it. Come, you just have to have the guts. Blanche. Then the crowd suddenly went into chaos. Who would have thought that the heads of the 2 families in charge would suddenly be like children, kicking at each other with their feet? Obviously one was held by the staff, but they were still very active in spitting as well as mouthing fenugreek towards each other. With that image, it's not like the guild's top brass, it's just 2 country moms slapping their asses for a glass reflection. The remaining 2 heads of the family took a look at the situation, and it was a lot of talk. I had heard that Su Zhangdao and Gu Feihong and the 2 of them don't deal with each other. I can't imagine that the relationship has gotten so bad that it's come to this. It's not egregious, it's just love for each other. I heard that they were classmates when they were young, or in the same squad, only that they were both stronger in nature, so they ended up in both forces, and said it was bound to be a contest to see who was stronger. Oh yeah, I also heard that Su Zhendao's son, Su Guan, secretly hooked up with Gu Feihong's daughter. At that time, Gu Feihong couldn't even block it, so he really had no choice but to agree to the marriage of the 2 offspring. No way, those 2 are still in-laws? No, or else they're both much older. How could they be fighting with each other like kids right now? This talk made Yang Lin and the others' jaws drop as they listened to it. Nian Ji, is this really true? Uncle Su and the one who fought are still in-laws? It's something the ghost woman knows about, and I don't know much about it. It was later confirmed by the ghost woman that Su Zhangdao and Gu Feihong were indeed in-laws, and Su Guan's wife was really Gu Feihong's daughter. Thinking that the 2 were sinful when they were young, who knew that their offspring were even more sinful than they were? Married both. After some time had passed, Su Zhangdao returned with a green eye socket. He said in a serious tone, Yang Lin, this time when you go to the spirit realm you have to fight for your honor. You definitely can't lose to the dragon sect. I'm optimistic about you. Don't worry Uncle Su, there's no problem on my side. Well, I'm much more relieved to hear you say that. After saying that, Su Zhangdao turned to Ghost Woman again. Ghost Woman, help me with my medicine. That dog's punch was too heavy. I can barely open my right eye. Thinking that Su Zhangdao was like this, Gu Feihong over there must not be any better. Originally, at this time, Gu Feihong wanted to admonish the Jinghua Dragon Lady, Lin Yu, that after entering the spirit realm, she must try to fight for the dragon sect. But what happened next? Not to mention Gu Feihong, the entire room was stunned. Chapter 118, he actually seduced the dragon lady? Lin Yu, the dragon lady of Jinghua. After she came over here and did some simple things to hand over, she started to look up Yang Lin in the crowd. During that time, she saw Su Zhangdao and Gu Feihong tugging at each other, but she wasn't interested in those things. The only one she was interested in was Yang Lin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been in a mood to send a series of selfies to Yang Lin last night. Soon, Lin Yu locked onto Yang Lin's figure in the crowd. Honey, after calling out, she made her way over to Yang Lin in a big way. To Lin Yu, she and Yang Lin were already boyfriend and girlfriend. It was just a title. No big deal. It was natural to call out. But how did she think that as a Jinghua Dragon Lady? Since the time she came over here, she had actually been noticed by quite a few people, both explicitly and implicitly. Regarding this temporary communication base at the moment, besides the people from Greedy Wolf, Z-Rat, Cinnabar Dragon, and Battle Wolf, there was actually another group of people from the 3 departments, 8 dukes, and 12 gates. The newcomer battle to enter the spirit realm is only the second element, so most of the people stayed in Flower Tree City, yes, but that didn't mean They didn't pay attention to the performance of the new four families newcomers within the spirit territory, especially known as the Dragon Lady of Jinhua, Lin Yu's performance. Naturally, each family would send some people over to keep circulating news intelligence and such, but now, Lin Yu's husband was like thunder on dry land, blowing all the people in the temporary communication base silly on the spot. Husband? The town's Dragon Lady already has a husband? This information, sincerely, can already be entered into the SSS grade top secret file. Think about it, the Dragon Lady of Jinhua came out of the Dragon Gate. This subsequently do not even need to think about it. The 3 parts of the 8 males and 12 gates of the 12 gates will certainly be based on the character preferences of this Dragon Lady, and then correspondingly cultivate young talents who can be in the eyes of the Dragon Lady. What's the point of all this, you ask? Isn't it obvious that the Dragon Lady is still a girl even if she's strong, so how can she not get married in the future? At that time, which family could marry the Dragon Lady? It would definitely be a big profit. But now, the Dragon Lady actually has a husband? The crowd had a hard time getting over it, but a large portion of them were still privately starting to make inquiries out of disbelief. Were the 2 words called by the Dragon Lady just now really husband? Could it be an empty ear? There should be no mistaking that the name is husband. It does sound like the word husband to me too. 99% wrong. Because they were too surprised. The crowd's eyes were all locked onto Lin Yu's body at the moment. They would like to see what kind of god this Dragon Lady's husband is. Then, soon, the atmosphere in the arena was once again high and boisterous. It's him, the Dragon Lady's husband is actually him? Didn't they say that they newcomers don't have much to do with each other? Why are they even calling each other husbands now? Look, their hands are holding. In the middle of the field, Dragon Lady Lin Yu really didn't think that much, and after seeing where Yang Lin was, she naturally went to this boyfriend. On the contrary, it was Yang Lin, who was a bit startled himself because of Lin Yu's too sudden husband. Yang Lin really didn't expect that in front of so many people in the room, this Dragon Lady didn't shy away from calling her husband. I should say that, instead of shying away from him, he even took his hand with delight as soon as he came up. Honey, what's wrong with you? Why do you look a little unnatural? No, it's fine. I just didn't realize that you were suddenly over here, Yang Lin said while observing his surroundings with his afterglow. As expected, because of the Dragon Lady, he couldn't even think of not being the center of attention now. Lin Yu's words, she wasn't interested in anything around her right now except for Yang Lin. I also heard her say, honey, I'm so sorry about last night. In hindsight, I think it was quite excessive. You're not mad at me, are you? No, I'm not a small-minded man. I'm so relieved that you said that, husband. By the way, how about the picture I sent to my husband? I didn't have a chance to pick a background because I was in the bathroom getting ready to take a shower, so I took those selfies by hand. Honey, do you like it? Oops. Lin knew these words, not waiting for Yang Lin to answer. Most of the people in the field, the heart has long been poof poof poof, old blood wildly sprayed. What did the Dragon Lady say? She took a selfie by hand while showering in the bathroom and sent it back to Yang Lin. You sent it to me and asked if it looked good. Holy crap, has the relationship between these two gotten so personal? In an instant, the sights of everyone in the arena began to turn fiery, and Yelin realized that his back was even hotter. There was no other reason, simply because behind himself stood Su Meng, Wang Chan and Su Nianji. When he was stared at, Yang Lin hurriedly whispered to Lin Yu, Dragon Lady, those pictures are very nice, but you have to promise me that in the future you will never send it to outsiders except me. Don't worry, hubby, I'm not going to send a selfie of myself to anyone but you. Well, and yeah, about us, I think it could be a little, slightly low-key. Why? Yang Lin gestured for Lin Yu to look around. See, because you have a big reputation. Too high profile, I'm afraid it will affect you. Hubby, I disagree with you on that. You confessed your love to me and I responded to you seriously. It's all about what you want between the two of us. What other people want to think or feel, let them, why should they care about that? With these words, Yang Lin couldn't help but feel ashamed. I didn't expect my own dragon daughter. She actually had such a great realization. Dragoness, you're right, I was the one who was caught off guard. Then husband, we're going to enter the spirit realm later. As your girlfriend, I want to give you some encouragement. Upon hearing the encouragement, the eyes of the entire crowd stared even tighter at Yang Lin and Lin Yu, including Yelin, who was about to follow up on what exactly was encouraged. He then saw that Lin Yu in front of him gently stood on her tiptoes. The white arms gently encircled his neck at the same time. And then the girl brought her warmth over. It's Yang Lin's brain had a moment of downtime. To his death, he would never have thought that his own dragon lady she would actually kiss over in full view of everyone. And it was obvious to feel that the movements of his own dragoness were clumsy and rusty, but they were trying hard. Seeing that things had come to this point, after Yang Lin let out a deep breath, he didn't intend to be passive. The dragon lady, it was right that she had picked it up for nothing, but she's gone this far. Is it right for her, as a man, not to respond properly? And so, after his reverse swept over the dragon lady Lin Yu's slender waist, Yang Lin responded to his long, click, 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 all around them at this point. Basically all of them were taking pictures, for all can already clearly establish one fact. Yang Lin of the Greedy Wolf Guild, and Lin Yu, the dragon lady of the Tatsuya Dragon sect, the two of them effectively screwed. If nothing else, soon in the future, Greedy Wolf might become in-laws with Dragon sect. There were already a lot of people that had already started to report this situation to the Flower Tree City side. Chapter 119 Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady. In fact, it was also up to this moment that Yang Lin had a relatively full-bodied understanding of the Dragon Lady's sister he had picked up for nothing. The Dragon Lady, she is quite good at fighting. And that's how she was raised. But also too much combat input has resulted in her basic common sense being in shambles. She called her husband when she was just a boyfriend and girlfriend, and had the nerve to send incredibly private photos without even holding hands. It's not like anyone else could have been scared off by her. However, the best thing about Dragon Lady is that she's straightforward and not pretentious. So she's quite cute. As in the moment, she didn't care what others thought of her. All she knew was that she had a boyfriend, and as a girlfriend she would learn to make him happy. Isn't this something that Yellen enjoys? And to say that Yellen was enjoying himself, someone in the temporary medical room in the back nearly broke down. Gu Fei Hong, who had just exchanged dislikes with Su Zhengdao, he was currently applying ointment to the bruises on his face, while wiping and quenching Su Zhengdao, that is not a person, actually let his son hook up with his own daughter. The most annoying thing is that it actually hooked up. This in-laws made him uncomfortable. Just as Gu Fei Hong was still struggling with this, a patriarch hurriedly entered the door. It's bad. Something's wrong. Gu Fei Hong was a bit speechless. Aren't the newcomers still in the spirit realm now? What's the big deal? Our dragon sex dragon lady may be abducted by Greedy Wolf Guild's Yang Lin. What? Are you kidding me? Gu Fei Hong was furious and amused. I know that kid Yang Lin. He's a bit capable. But is he related to the dragon lady? And you ask if there's a relationship? Both of them are called husband and dragon lady outside. At the end, they even openly kiss long and spread dog food. What kind of relationship do you think this is? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gu Fei Hong's heart was clogged, thinking that he had brought the Jinghua dragon lady over here only a few days ago. Even if she was even more godlike, the dragon lady within her own gate would not be bewitched by a man to that extent. However, as the patriarch played out the video of Yang Lin and dragon lady Lin Yu's long kiss, Gu Fei Hong's originally bruised face was now bruised to a point of no return. When did they become that way? I don't know. Have they had any contact in the last 2 days? Most of the time I don't see the dragon lady out and about. Who would have thought the two of them had progressed to this point? Gu Fei Hong, his heart was even more blocked. Enduring. Su Zhengdao's son seduced his own daughter. And now the newcomer from the Greedy Wolf Guild had come to seduce the dragon lady within the gate. Isn't that pure bullying? If this kind of news was spread back to the dragon sect, it would have been to conduct a newcomer war to grab some resource benefits. In case the dragon lady was all hooked up, I'm afraid that the whole group, including the sect master, would have to spit out 3 liters of blood. Rushing out of the temporary medical room, Gu Fei Hong shouted, Su Zhengdao, you have the guts to come out to me. Get this. As soon as the head of the dragon sect of the newcomer battle appeared, the rest of the crowd hurriedly got out of the way. There's fun to be had watching it, and it's a no-brainer. He felt quite wronged by Su Zhengdao's words, but I can't help it. It's good for my heart. He was not expecting that this brat Yan Lin had actually hooked up with the dragon sect's dragon lady. Didn't you dragon sect rely on the Jinghua dragon lady to be bullish earlier? Now try to be bullish again? Home for you to steal nothing. Su Zhengdao, is this how your Greedy Wolf Guild teaches newcomers? Isn't it a shame that at a young age you don't think of your profession as a priority, but you know this crooked seduction trick? Old Valley, you can't blame me for this. Look at Yang Lin, then look at the dragon lady. They're a match made in heaven. Why are you trying to stop it? Gu Fei Hong was furious. I think it was you who came up with the ghost idea. It must be you who instructed Yang Lin to give the dragon lady some kind of bewitching soup. Stop. Things can be messed up. Words can't be messed up. How they got acquainted has nothing to do with me at all. The people aren't right here. You can ask them yourself. Su Zhengdao said this with his mouth, but in his heart, he also wanted to figure it out. How did this Yang Lin get together with the dragon lady? Things seemed to be a bit too magical. And not only Gu Fei Hong and Su Zhengdao, who in the room didn't want to figure out that the dragon lady, how did she get together with Yang Lin? Returning to the moment, Gu Fei Hong that was holding back his sadness and choking asked Lin Yu, you say, Is it that the greedy wolf guild utilized some improper means to threaten you? Is that why you call Yang Lin your husband and why you're pulling the strings with him? Uncle Gu, there is no such thing. Last night my husband confessed his love to me and I said yes to him. There was nothing threatening or not in between. Hearing such an answer, the whole audience was in an uproar. Only now did the crowd realize that Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady, the two of them were actually still the thread that was formed last night. But it's only been one night's work. And there's a husband, and private bathroom photos, and a long kiss on the spot. Isn't this development a little too fast? On Gu Feihong's side, it was clear that he didn't accept Lin Yu's reasoning. Lin Yu, you said he confessed to you last night? When? Around dinner time. My husband sent me a letter confessing his love for me, and then I agreed. Lin Yu, you're confused. Have you crossed paths with him? Do you know what he's like? Do you know what it means to socialize? And he just sent a message. And you actually said yes? Yeah, it's the first time I've ever been confided in, and I've thought about it, and I should still have a crush on my husband. So it was agreed. But Lin Yu's ordinary few words caused countless people on the spot to directly break their defenses. The old blood in his heart sputtered so much that he couldn't stop it. These days, confession with a message not to mention. The key is, the Dragon Lady she promised. Had I known that chasing the Dragon Lady was so easy, why didn't I try it so in the first place? At this moment, there were an unknown number of men in the room who felt like they had lost $1 trillion. So hard, so heartbreaking. Gu Feihong at the moment, he was almost unlovable. Lin Yu, why did you agree to him? You are now the core of the Dragon Sect, carrying the heavy responsibility of the Dragon Sect's rise on your shoulders. You are still young. It's not too late to talk about your children's love later. But Uncle Gu, I think the husband is quite good. Thinking that he was so affirmed by his own Dragon Lady, Yang Lin felt that, right, he had to concur anyways, didn't he? Uncle Gu, I actually think I'm pretty good too. You have to trust Dragon Lady's vision. Gu Feihong's eyebrows were almost crooked with anger. You kid, don't get close to me. I'm not familiar with you. Lin Yu frowned and said, Uncle Gu, I'm serious. And my husband promised me that he's okay with long-distance relationships. So why are you trying to stop us? Gu Feihong was in a disheveled mood. What a mess. What was to be told to the gatemaster and the higher-ups after this? And also still have a long-distance relationship. Kill yourself. Chapter 120, he's getting bolder and bolder. The matter about Yang Lin and Dragon Lady Lin Yu becoming boyfriend and girlfriend soon spread over to Flower Tree City as well. Inside the Martial Arts Academy of Flower Tree City, there were also quite a few people gathered from the 3 departments, 8 principalities, and 12 sects, who had been engaged in academic seminars and developmental exchanges. Now when they heard that Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady had gotten together, they were all shocked. What? The two of them made a private engagement with just a few messages? Are you kidding me? You've gotten so close that you can even send each other private pictures in the bathroom? And what's that? The two of them actually kissing passionately in public? For a moment, all of the higher-ups on the Martial Arts Academy's side couldn't hold their nerves. The reason they had come to Flower Tree City was to find out more information about the Jinghua Dragon Lady more. Naturally, they also fantasized about a certain young talent from their own forces. You can have a chance to marry the town's Dragon Lady in the future. But now, the Dragon Lady's intelligence didn't know much. But instead, it was the Dragon Lady herself, who had been intercepted by Yang Lin first. Don't get it, can't think about it at all. Did this Yang Lin know the Dragon Lady before? Really just a few messages and a strong takedown of the LW? Watching the Dragon Lady's simulated battle earlier, as well as observing her demeanor, I didn't see that she was a love brain, either. How was this taken down so easily? By Yang Lin of the Greedy Wolf Guild? Check. Go look up Yelin's profile. To say that Yang Lin's simulation wasn't strong, there was absolutely no denying his earlier stunning performance, plus the fact that he was still entangled with the Dragon Lady. Then naturally, more people wanted to know Yang Lin's information, but soon they realized, whether it was Yang Lin, or Su Meng and Wang Chan, all 3 of these people's files were blocked within the guild, all SSS level encrypted. As such, it had to make the senior members of the Martial Arts Academy ponder Yang Lin's strength and depth. This kid, it's definitely more than just the battlefield reaction Tian show level. At the time of the simulated mock battle, Yang Lin must have left his backhand as well as many killer weapons. So now most people don't believe it when they say that a few messages will take care of the Dragon Lady. It must be that Yang Lin was very strong, exceptionally strong, and could rival or surpass the Dragon Lady, so that the Dragon Lady had fallen for him. Similarly, also thinking of this, the top echelons of the various forces were all overwhelmed with emotion in their hearts. Why is it that super talents like Yang Lin and Dragon Lady are all owned by other people? Why couldn't our own family produce such a demonic genius? Greedy Wolf Guild Headquarters, President's Office. President Su Xingye just finished dealing with some of the things at hand. is drinking tea and resting it? Suddenly Su Zhengdao's phone call came over. After hearing Su Zhengdao say from across the room that Yang Lin had hooked up with the dragon sex Xinhua dragon lady, he couldn't calm his heart for a long time. What's going on here? Wasn't Yang Lin told to bring his two teammates to the newcomer battle? How did this suddenly lead to a relationship with the dragon sex dragon lady, who was in a sweet relationship that would spread dog food? Nope. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Su Xingye was so anxious that a layer of fine sweat broke out on his forehead. He dialed his daughter Su Nianji's cell phone as fast as he could. Dad, I'm about to start the second test of the rookie battle over here. Is there anything going on over there? Nianji, let me ask you. Just now your uncle Su said that Yang Lin and Dragon Lady hooked up? Oh yes, indeed. When Su Xingye's side heard this, he was obviously more anxious. Nianji, what will you do if he hooks up with the Dragon Lady? What? About me? Dad, why are you pulling this on me all of a sudden? Nianji, it's already this time. Why don't you stop pretending to be stupid with Dad, okay? Earlier, I had been listening to Su Guan say that you and Yang Lin developed well, and now he's suddenly entangled with the Dragon Lady. Dad, I have nothing to do with him, okay? Don't listen to the wind, especially Su Guan. What truth can you get from his mouth? I and Yang Lin didn't have that kind of development. As Su Nianji spoke at this moment, her eyes fell obediently on top of Yang Lin's back in front of her. Inside, she was holding back a bit. Since coming over here, Yang Lin had first spent a night lingering with the Crescent Moon Holy Maiden of the Dawn Rabbit sect, then also somehow cornered the little Dragon Gate Loli Lin Nui. Now it's even more dramatic. After abducting a sister, and packing her along with her in the process, the two even unashamedly engaged in a long kiss in full view of the public. The next time he puts his hands on me, I should cut his claws off. Su Nianji's heart just this kind of grudgingly recited a sentence, just to hear the opposite side of Su Xingye asked, Nianji, you really do not have the slightest feeling for Yang Lin? Dad, I told you I didn't feel anything. Why are you asking? TSK, listen to your tone. You can't fool Dad me either. Nianji, I'm telling you, if you're looking at someone else, I'm definitely going to scrutinize it for you. But Yellen, I'm quite happy with. Nianji, if you really can't do it, you should be a little more daring. And it's not impossible for the strong man to lock up the male for a bit, and use force to do him in. Su Nianji let out a cold laugh. I'm not as shameless as you are, Dad. Hang up. I've got things to take care of later. No longer giving her dad Su Xingye a chance to speak, Su Nianji hurriedly hung up her cell phone. By this time, her heart was even more confused. So much so, Su Nianji couldn't help but think about it all. Since when on earth did one's relationship with Yang Lin start to become close? It's like when you were at the newbie base earlier, when you initially saw the group chat full of intimate pictures of yourself and him. At first, I would have cared a little, but gradually, I seem to have gotten completely used to it all by myself. Then again, actually have a little expectation of him asking him to teach every day. No. One never expects it. Purely see this guy want to improve. So be his mentor just. That's right, just. Has this guy gotten bolder lately? At first it was just close to himself. Then he would go for his waist, and even the first 2 days, his big hands became noticeably more indulgent. What was wrong with himself? Was he invisibly charmed by this guy and that's why he didn't bother to resist? Nianji, there's something I want to talk to you about. At this time, Dragon Lady Lin Yu had already been called away by Gu Feihong. Yang Lin's words suddenly walked to Su Nianji's side and opened his mouth. Su Nianji stabilized her mind and asked, what is it? It's like this. Just now I seriously thought about it. And now the Dragon Lady is one of our own. So this second program Spirit Realm competition, I think it seems a bit inappropriate to continue to stick to the 4 competitions. Thinking about how rare it is that we all get 4 experience penalty offset scrolls, wouldn't it make more sense to maximize their utility? Su Nianji, she noticed at the moment. Yellen habitually wrapped his arms around his waist again as he spoke. In an instant, 2 tints of light pink quickly blossomed on her cool cheeks. Nianji, why are you still distracted? Oh, something just came to mind. Yang Lin, get straight to business. Actually, it's like this. I discussed it with Dragon Lady and Meng Meng and Xian Shen, and I want to make a big upgrade plan. Subsequently need you to help us out a bit. Chapter 121, Can you be reasonable? The second element of the newcomer's war, the Spirit Realm actualization, has begun. But Su Nianji was, at the moment, devastated. She knew that whenever Yang Lin said he had some idea for a big plan, it would be no good. At that moment, each of the 4 newcomer squads had already entered the Spirit Realm, and as one of the people in charge, Su Nianji, instead, they worked as staff in the temporary communications room, conducting communications and guidance with Yang Lin and the others. As for asking what exactly is Yang Lin's big plan? Well said. In fact, He just wanted to integrate the 4 rookie squads together and fully dry sync the Yao Lake Spirit Realm within the limited 48 hours. So now, after Yang Lin's 3-member squad entered from the outskirts of the Spirit Realm, the first thing that was done was that Yang Lin established a temporary legion in his name, while sending out a legion invitation to the neighboring Dragon Lady squad. Until level 35, you can only create a primary legion, which can hold up to 10 squads. Compared to a squad, the experience each person gets after a legion kills a demon will be shared much less. The effective range for distributing experience, however, is about 10 to 15 times larger than for small groups. In short, you form a squad by yourself, and when the team members kill a demonic creature, all teammates within the effective range of a 500-meter radius can gain experience. Changing it to a legion would turn this 500 meters into a square of 5,000 or even more, thus allowing every legionnaire to gain experience effectively. You ask Yang Lin so strong, why not take off directly with Su Meng and Wang Chan own 3 people? Come on, he's strong, but Spirit Realm demons have a cap on their strength and blood, and beyond that it's called overflow useless damage. A group of demons can be dry crushed in 10 to 20 seconds on your side, and 3 other 5-man squads can combine their efforts in about the same amount of time. So since they couldn't pull an advantage above the race, they might as well just cage all 4 teams in one piece and clean up all of the Spirit Realm in an efficient manner. According to Yang Lin's prediction, if the 3 members of his family work alone, even if they work at high intensity for 48 hours without rest, the highest level they can break is 1.5 to 2 levels, which is very good. But if all 4 newcomers join forces, it definitely wouldn't be the effect of 4 simply adding up to get 4. It could very well be 8, or maybe even 12. Still, don't ever underestimate the 4 newcomer elites. Every newcomer who came here just isn't a weak one. Above, just as Yang Lin sent out a legion invitation to the approaching Dragon Lady squad, Dragon Lady Lin Yu directly chose to join without even thinking about it. Her sister Lin Nui didn't have much of an opinion on that, but the other 3 newcomers quit on the spot. Captain, didn't we agree on competition? Just because you like Yang Lin, you can't tie us all to his chariot. I'm also against the legion. There are only 3 of them. How can they be as efficient at killing demons as we are? With their legions, we're losing out too badly. Dragon Lady Lin Yu completely ignored these voices of opposition. I know you are not convinced in your hearts, but my husband says he will convince you. If you have any complaints, you will see him later and speak to him personally. The 3 teammates who objected were on the verge of tears. What kind of captain is this? When you have a man, you don't even care about your own teammates, right? They wanted to quit the team, but they didn't dare at all. Even if they were strong, they were nothing compared to the Dragon Lady. For now, words can only be endured. Until they followed the Dragon Lady and Lin Nan to meet the 3 Yang Lin. Yang Lin, you're also too despicable, actually relying on your relationship with the Dragon Lady to try to share our points. That's right, if you're so capable, do it alone with your own squad. Why drag us down with you? Yang Lin laughed softly, and in an instant's effort, all 3 newcomers that the Dragon Lady squad had opposed turned into little sprawling vegetables on the ground. You guys have to realize that Dragon Lady is my girlfriend before I give you guys a chance to speed brush your experience. Don't sell yourself short when you've got the benefit of the doubt. The 3 newcomers who objected to it were on the ground at this moment looking at Yang Lin with eyes no less than those of a god. They were at least elite powerhouses selected from the newcomers. But against Yang Lin, they were instantly pressed directly to the ground by 5 negative statuses. If Yang Lin had a killing intent, then the 3 of them would be fish meat on a chopping board at this point. You are so strong. What the hell are all these abilities? Yang Lin, you, too, outrageous. Yang Lin, with only an instant's effort, made the 3 newcomers realize what it meant that there was a sky beyond the sky and a man beyond the man, including the little lowly Lin Nui. She couldn't help but say now. I told you guys on the way that Brother Tianbot is very strong, and you guys still didn't believe me, but now you believe me, don't you? Let him first. First remove the status. Yang Lin's side closed his hand, and the 3 newcomers could finally catch their breath. Also at this exact moment, a bunch of level 25 stinging insectoids suddenly sprang out in front of them, numbering 10 at a glance. 22, 000 blood, 500 to 600 attack. Adults are tall and low, green like flies, and although they have wings on their backs, they can only hop away and glide, not fly through the air. Dragon Lady Lin Yu was just about to strike at that moment, but was immediately stopped by Yang Lin reaching out. As Yang Lin's field unfolded, 5 negative statuses plus the Crimson Blade swept across the field, plus Entrance Decimation and Tailblade Decimation. That is, in 20 seconds, the group of stinging insects all died violently on the spot. With such a scene, not to mention the 3 newcomers, even Dragon Lady Lin Yu and little lowly Lin Nui were completely stunned, simply because Yang Lin stood right where he was the entire time and didn't move, while his 2 teammates, Su Mang and Wang Chan didn't even make a move. Otherwise, this hit rate must be increased by another 10 or 8 seconds. Hubby, you're too strong. I didn't even see it before these demons were already dead. That being said, it's still a bit of a grind for me compared to your crisp, clean fight. Not at all. Lin Yu shook her head. Hubby, your fighting ability is terrifying. A newcomer of the same level wouldn't last more than 8 seconds in front of you. Average. Dragon Lady. Next we'll have to join forces to force the other two to join the team. Okay, I'll do whatever my husband says. Just as the three newcomers who were still originally opposed to the idea were shivering. Dragon Lady Lin Yu called the temporary communication base at the same time. This is the communications base. Go ahead. I'm Lin Yu. Now Dragon Gate Squad is officially merged into the temporary legion established by my husband. And subsequently the general communication rights over here please hand over to the Greedy Wolf Guild. What? The patriarch who was originally still doing communications and guidance for the 5 dragon maidens nearly spat out old blood furiously. He pointed at the approaching Sun Yinji and said, "You Greedy Wolf Guild, are you still a human being? Seducing the dragonesses within our sect not to mention. Now you're forcing the 5 dragonesses to team up together. Just how much more unreasonable do you have to be?" Chapter 122, The Crack Maiden. Inside the temporary base, there was suddenly a flurry of activity all of a sudden again. You, the Greedy Wolf Guild, have bullied people too much. I can kind of see that you guys are relying on young Lin to compel the Dragon Lady, so you're all kinds of reckless. Su Zhangdao, don't sit over there and drink tea. You must give a statement today. Old Valley, what can I say? It's the Dragon Lady herself who wants to merge. It's none of my business. Gu Feihong is not willing to do that. He recontacted Dragon Lady Lin Yu. Dragon Lady, what the hell are you up to? Don't you know that this competition also concerns our dragon sect? I know, but I'm nowhere near my husband. And I know in my heart the difference in strength between him and me. That's why I'm requesting once again that the total communication rights on the Dragon Gate side be transferred to the Greedy Wolf Guild. You're winging it. How far are you mesmerized by that kid? Uncle Gu, please respect my husband and my choice. Gu Feihong had no choice, breathless and full of decadence, signaling the 2 patriarchs to transfer the right of total communication. On the contrary, it was Z-Rat and Battle Wolf, whose 2 families watched as Greedy Wolf and Dragon Gate had another falling out. The heart must be free. But soon, the Subrat side realized, the combined team of Greedy Wolf and Dragon Gate was heading towards Z-Rat Squad. You guys, what are you greedy wolves going to do? Sun Yinji Naiji said, don't be anxious, you'll know later. About 10 minutes later, the Z-Mouse communication channel changed and said, Z-Mouse Squad intends to merge into Greedy Wolf's Provisional Legion. Please transfer the total communication authority to the Greedy Wolf Guild on the opposite side. Changzhen, what the hell are you up to? I'm sorry, I'm no match for Yang Lin. He's too scary, even scarier than the Dragon Lady. Within the temporary communication base, other than Su Zhangdao, Ghost Woman, and Sun Yinji, the rest of the people were all sweating terribly. Yang Lin, he's scary? Scarier than even the Dragon Lady? Please transfer the communications mastery of Subrat Squad to the Greedy Wolf Guild. Oops, a few of the patriarchs of the Subrat Squad couldn't sit still. Su Zhangdao, what exactly do you greedy wolves want? Saying goodbye to the points race, that Yang Lin of yours, building some kind of temporary army? Su Zhangdao forced himself to be calm. Even if they establish a legion, it doesn't seem to affect them from swiping points, right? Nonsense. It's a temporary legion. Where can you tell 1, 2, 3, 4, who says you can't? Didn't Changzhen say he wasn't Yang Lin's opponent? This situation is obvious. Our Yang Lin's team is first, the Dragon Lady's team is second, and as for third and fourth it's you and the Battle Wolf's 2 families. Cut the crap. We can recognize Dragon Lady first, but definitely not Yang Lin. That's right, Yang Lin is relying on Dragon Lady's suppression of Changzhen, and Changzhen saying that just now was nothing more than giving Dragon Lady face. While the group of people were arguing in the communication room, Sun Yinji was in the middle of her report, constantly hinting to Yang Lin and the others about the general whereabouts of War Wolf Gao Jingwei and his group. 10 more minutes passed. The War Wolf Calm Channel, High Warp, has returned with a message that it has been merged into the Greedy Wolf Provisional Corps. Gao Jingwei's voice contained a lot of heartache, because if he didn't do that, his squad was being flanked by 3 squads at the same time, and although he didn't do anything, his squad couldn't even touch a single hair of the demons in this situation. Do you merge into the Legion to kill demons together and share the experience? Or do you just have to follow 3 teams and eat farts? Ko Jingwei wisely chose the former. However, he chose to do so, and the 2 patriarchs of the Warwolf military department clearly did not comply. The whole calm room was abuzz with noise for a moment. Su Zhangdao, the main person in charge of the Greedy Wolf Guild, became the target of the other 3's accusations and scorn. You greedy wolves are so capable, coercing other squads by force with the support of the Dragon Lady. Do you still want to lose face? What the hell are you guys trying to do when you don't play a good speed race and make a mess of it? Su Zhengdao was likewise somewhat exhausted by the whole thing. I know you are angry, but don't be angry yet. Yanji, you tell them what Yang Lin really wants to do. Of course it's faster to kill the demons to gather resources and kill the final leader along the way. Fine, fine. Then you greedy wolves yourselves. What's going to happen in the end with this newcomer battle? If it's really not possible, we'll just hold individual or squad battles at the end, and just treat the spirit realm as a mere trial for the time being. Seeing that there was no way out, the people in the temporary communication room could only compromise in this way. After that, a group of people observed the status of the total screen. Plot. After a long period of time, someone said, I found that once the 4 of their squads were united, this advancement in collection speed was quite fast. Indeed. And the display of various resources and special magical creatures marked on top of this path is quite complete. Soon Yinji added to this. According to Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady's idea, they intend to team up and sweep the entire area within 48 hours. The crowd gasped backward. The Yaohu spiritual realm is not a small area. Can it be done? If they sweep at the rate they're sweeping right now, they might actually be able to do it just as well. Just think of it as an intense training session for their uniform. Gradually, the atmosphere in the calm room got a lot better. But all of a sudden, the communication, somehow, as if it had been interfered with, along with the instruments, was all affected. But hooray, less than 3 seconds to regain it all. What happened? Not sure. Could be electromagnetic interference? But it's no longer a problem. The people in the communications room just thought it was a minor hiccup, and seeing that everything was working fine with the equipment, no one bothered to look deeper. But no one thought, in the deepest part of the core of the Yao Lake Spirit Realm, in the sky above where the final leader, the lion scorpion, was entrenched, a spatial crack suddenly appeared. The original calmness around them was suddenly broken at this moment. The raging and furious destructive energy was like an overflow, spreading and falling from the spatial cracks. Soon, the energy had transformed into a tongue snake. With unrivaled speed, they swept and wrapped around the huge lion scorpion below like lightning. Lion scorpion began to struggle violently, but no matter how hard it tried, even going so far as to stab it with its tail pin, it still couldn't get rid of it. Gradually, the lion and scorpion gave up struggling. Nonetheless, it could be seen with the naked eye that the life energy within the lion scorpion's body was being rapidly drained, and the original body, which was like the cumulative size of 2 tanks, slowly dried up. And when it dried up to a certain extent, even the outermost empty shell turned into powder. This life energy is simply not enough. It's too weak. A teenage girl's voice with some teasing but nice sounds rang out from within the spatial rift. It didn't take long to see that more destructive forces were spilling out of the spatial cracks and then re-emerging as Tingshui serpents stretching ever further around the 8 perimeter, ahead of ordinary scorpion monsters. But whenever they were wrapped up in the energy Tang snake, it didn't take long for them to turn into flying dust. When the number of deaths of ordinary scorpion monsters reached nearly 200, the spatial rift suddenly opened a little wider. With that, a pair of white, rounded legs stretched out from it first. Chapter 123, Lori and her sister. Yao Lake Spiritual Realm. Yang Lin, now, was the chief commander of the Provisional Legion. Through Sun Yinji in the communication base, he centralized his in and out kill orders to each action group. Let's start with himself. 1 for a group. With the 5 super negative statuses working together, even if the demons within the Yao Lake Spirit territory were a bit higher in rank, but trying to make a difference in front of him was simply impossible, and Su Meng and Wang Chan who had been following him around. Instead, it became the core of maneuvering in addition to Yang Lin's dispatching of individual group operations. Wang Chan can fly, and Su Meng can perform marking of magic items, resources, organs and traps, so now they are in groups of 2 and the task is simple. With Wang Chan leading the flight, Su Meng marked the wide area designated by Yang Lin as fast as she could. By the way, when the demons encountered were not in large numbers, such as 3 or 5 of these, the 2 of them would surely kill them in passing on their way to mark them. The rest of the group is just fine. Listening to Yang Lin's dispatch, according to the markings left by Wang Chan and Su Meng, they were only responsible for killing and collecting. In this case, it is definitely important to mention the other 3 who are in a separate group. First up is the town's dragon lady, Lin Yu. She's a true Valkyrie, a rider on the battlefield, but wherever her blade passed, no demon was left intact. Neither her strength nor her aura was unmatched, especially as she got into a fighting stance. It was completely different from everyday life. Followed by Changjin of Z-Rat and Gao Jingwei of Warwolf. Changjin's words, Thunder Art breaks all laws, because no one in the same class is unbeatable. Before having a rookie battle, even when he heard the name of the Jinghua Dragon Lady, he was not the least bit moved. At that time, he felt that even if he couldn't compare to the Jinghua Dragon Lady, but if the Jinghua Dragon Lady wanted to take himself down, he wouldn't think it would be that simple. but now he realized he was wrong. If I had to make a metaphor, it would be, the strength of the Jinhua Dragon Lady belongs to the strength of the frontier indulgence, and he's strong, more befitting a master of the jungle. The two are not even in the same league. As for Yang Lin afterward, he even made Chang Jin vomit blood. When he heard the communication channel say that Yang Lin had brought his manpower to surround him, he still had some disdain in his heart. There was a chance that he wanted to find Yang Lin to try his hand, and now it was better to take the initiative to find himself. Then, Chang Jin realized that his proud lightning technique actually couldn't hurt a single hair on Yang Lin's head, and Yang Lin didn't even need to do anything. A few negative statuses at the whim of his heart made himself almost kneel on the spot. Convinced, facing Yang Lin, it was impossible for Chang Jin to be unconvinced, and at the same time, let him understand one thing. Everyone thought that Yang Lin had hooked up with the town's dragon lady with a text message, but it is only now that I realize that people and the Jinhua Dragon Lady can be together, based on the capital against the sky. Other people coveting the Jinhua Dragon Lady is purely wanting to eat farts. It's Gao Jingwei who. He didn't directly confront Yang Lin or the Jinhua Dragon Lady. As a dream eater, he specializes in illusions, and then uses dream ferrets to kill his enemies. At first, he also thought that he could touch the porcelain with Yang Lin, and he also thought that he and Yang Lin were of the same kind. But one of his greatest strengths as a person is that he scrutinizes the situation and measures himself. He was not meeting up with Yang Lin, but in the midst of being surrounded by several squads, he met Chang Jin. After hearing Chang Jin say that Yang Lin was the monster of monsters, he knew that his level was too far away from that man Yang Lin. Being able to make the thunder-breaking 10,000 laws Chang Jin despair to that extent, he would no longer have the mind to start a half-hearted fight with Yang Lin, because he understood that he was going to fight Chang Jin, 50-50 on top. But Chang Jin, when he faced Yang Lin, it was a deep plunge into the bottomless abyss of despair. This is a purely wasted life if you don't understand the gap. The remaining three groups, they were the four from the team that left Chang Jin behind, the four from the team that left Gao Jingwei behind, and the four from the little lowly Lin Nui that left the Jinhua Dragon Lady behind. One of them that is very important to mention is Lori Lin Nui. Her sister is now getting it on with Yang Lin, so the three teammates around her can't help but gossip. Lin Nuan replied back to this. Actually, I had previously sought out Yang Lin for a duel, but unfortunately I lost. The three teammates were not surprised by this, because not long ago, they were still lying on their backs in front of Yang Lin with no power like three little lying vegetables. Nui, then in that case, won't you have a powerful brother-in-law in the future? Compared to brother-in-law, I still prefer to call him Brother Tianba, and not long ago, Brother Tianba said that I'll be his person from now on. The three teammates were shocked. You're with him besides your sister? Nui, do you really have to plan to join your sister in that? What the hell? What are you guys trying to say? Nothing. It's good that you're willing to do it anyway. After all, your brother-in-law is so great. Of course it's awesome. And Brother Tianba said that when he gets the 25 evolution scroll for the newcomer battle, he'll save 2 spots for my sister and me. If he lost the duel these things, earlier Lin Nui wouldn't dare to tell anyone about it for fear of losing face. But at the moment, the matter of the sister and Yang Lin was in full swing, especially now that his teammates were scared at the mention of Yang Lin. Lin Nui no longer felt ashamed. On the contrary, Lin Nan felt very proud. After all, what kind of complicated mind could a little lowly have? Awesome. I heard that the 25 scrolls for the first place in the newcomer battle could be worth over $100 million. Nui, if you follow your sister and your brother-in-law into the scroll copy, your strength will be raised at least another notch when you come out. Hey, I'm kind of looking forward to it myself. And, in this 8-group operation, besides Yang Lin, Dragon Lady, Chang Jin and Gao Jingwei, the one with the strongest strength actually had to be the little lowly Lin Nuan. Although Su Meng and Wang Chan weren't bad, they couldn't help this little lowly. She was a professional dual form. Melee holds scissors while wheel rolls, windmills, and hordes of energy cats and kittens go crazy with their voluminous onslaughts. Not only is it dazzling, but the attack damage multiplier is incredibly high. After switching to long range, the scissors in his hand transformed directly into a knife cannon. That frantic bombardment was no less than a large caliber Gatling holding a modified special bullet in his hand, easily flattening the territory in front of him. At this time, even if Wang Chan could fly professionally, it was useless. With a continuous stream of knife cannons, Lori was able to spread her firepower over half the canopy in a short time. It was also a heaven-defying god like Yang Lin, who came up and could directly rub Lin Nuan on the ground. If an unusual professional came over and wanted to dry out this powerful little lowly, it would simply not be enough. Above again, after saying the basics of the 8 groups, as the commander-in-chief, Yang Lin surely had demands on everyone. That is, for 48 hours, because you don't want the experience penalty scrolls to go to waste. So besides the fact that you'll be free to eat, don't think about sleeping anyway. As a professional, if you don't even have this kind of perseverance, you can just go home and sell sweet potatoes. At the same time, all of them clarified the goal of the moment, which was to flatten the entire Yaowu spirit realm within 48 hours. But no one knew that something was quietly changing within this spiritual territory. Chapter 124, she said he was shameless. Time, 12 hours had soon passed. However, within the Yao Lake spirit, all the newcomers were still carrying out their sweeping operations quickly. It really had to be said that being organized like this by Yang Lin, the ranks of the group had risen rather quickly. Everyone has, by now, moved up from level 20 to 21. If this were to be the usual case, if each squad was allowed to act on their own. Now, not to mention level 1, at best, having half a level or close to half a level would be enough to burn incense. However, for newcomers to the operation, leveling up including resource harvesting is actually secondary, because in the meantime, everyone recognizes one thing. When a group of people were coalesced together by a large hand, the work efficiency that was completely doubled and doubled and doubled and doubled again. Under these circumstances, coupled with Yang Lin's appropriately high pressure, everyone's battle experience skyrocketed. Just because they don't want to lag behind others, just because they don't want to perform too poorly and be despised by others, everyone's energy is full. In this way, the sweeping action of the crowd was more effective. Of course, since it is said that there is appropriate high pressure, correspondingly, there must also be appropriate slack. Seeing that everyone hadn't eaten anything after so much continuous action, so after 12 hours, under Yang Lin's guidance, after clearing the last batch of demons in the current area, he gathered everyone together to build a fire and cook. That's right, it's life cooking. Next, watching Yang Lin's trio take out all kinds of meat and vegetables, tables, chairs, benches, cooking equipment, and so on from the occupation space, not to mention Chang Zhen and Gao Jingwei. Even the dragon lady looked dumbfounded. Honey, did you guys used to move the kitchen when you were on the move? That's a must. Man is iron. Food is steel. One meal is not enough to make you hungry. The whole day has been spent in making up dry rations for quick action. And how can we fight without a big meal afterwards? Subsequently, in order not to waste time, Wang Chan as the main chef, not to mention Su Meng, started scheduling everyone in the room, assigning everyone with various tasks before cooking. And once they heard that Wang Chan was also a small cook, the expectations of everyone present were directly pulled full. In the end, Qian, the little cooking master, did not disappoint anyone. Looking at the wide array of meals and the variety of fruits and drinks that were laid out, even Chang Zhen and Gao Jingwei couldn't help but sigh. It was the first time that eating within a spirit realm or a copy made it look like a joyful picnic. And a listen to Brother Yang. Yes, Yang Lin is now Brother Yang, who let Yang Lin make the dragon lady submissive and his strength make the crowd submissive. What is he if not Brother Yang? And once they heard that Yang did this every time he traveled to the spirit realm or a replica, the crowd was envious, and at the same time, their admiration was more than necessary. Rather, because there were too many people. For the first time, Yang Lin, the Yang brother, didn't get fed by the two sisters around him like a loser. The scheduled hour-long dinner break ended quickly, although the crowd was still a bit underwhelmed. However, they still listened to Yang Lin's command and took advantage of the night to engage in battle. Over at the communications base, as soon as Sun Yinji heard that Yang Lin was still acting with people, she was quite worried. Yang Lin, the demons are more frenzied at night than during the day, and the line of sight isn't too good, so I really don't recommend that you lead them that hard. Yang Lin returned with full of concern. As a professional, if you don't even have this toughness and quality, you might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. You, moving to sell sweet potatoes. You do not know. I worry about you. Guys? Well, in that case, Nian Ji, how about going back and giving me a knee pillow? Hearing Yang Lin say this, Sun Yinji's heart jumped wildly. Thanks to the fact that he was here on the main channel, he could connect with Yang Lin alone. If this was heard by outsiders, how embarrassing it would be. You guy, you're still so dishonest in the spirit realm, and you're still thinking about knee pillows. What? No? Don't you have Chan and Meng? If you ask the dragon lady for them, the dragon lady won't refuse. Oh, you're so reluctant. Forget it then. Obviously hearing out the obvious flirtation Yang Lin carried when he said this, Sun Yinji's cool face still couldn't help but blush. Here, can't I give it to you? But can you, please, don't say that in the channel. Aren't you ashamed if outsiders hear it? There's no shame at all. I'm talking to my family Nian Ji. Why should I be ashamed? Who is your family Nian Ji? Get lost you. Can you spare it? It doesn't hurt you to let me roll? Guile is the only one who cares about you. All you know is to seduce and flirt with women all day long. Sooner or later you'll hang up on a woman's belly. Really? What are all these people? The more I feel that this guy is not honest. Although her heart thought so, Sun Yinji's pretty face, at this moment where there is still a little bit of coolness, Now it was all little girl shyness, and the flushed look was not the usual dainty one, because suddenly it felt very quiet around me. Su Nianji suddenly thought of something and looked to her side. Then she saw Su Zhangdao, Ghost Woman, and the other forces, all of them with meaningful sights. At this instant, Su Nianji suddenly wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill into. It was all Yang Lin's fault, having to speak ambiguously and flirt with himself. Now it was good. Everyone's eyes looking at themselves became abnormal. Calm down. Must be calm. As long as you're not embarrassed yourself, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. That's right. That's it. Just pretend like nothing just happened. Su Nianji regained her cool demeanor. Gradually, the eyes of those around her turned away from her side. Originally, at this time, when Su Nianji wanted to take 2 good deep breaths, Janilin's voice came over the comm again. Nianji, you didn't fall asleep, did you? Thanks to you, I'm not so bad that I can't stay up a little bit. Why? I suddenly felt that there seemed to be an unusual aura within the spirit. I can't describe it, but somehow it feels a little dangerous. Danger? Su Nianji's voice unconsciously raised a few points. What kind of situation is it? The heads, patriarchs, and staff around them were subconsciously drawn in, and seeing that Yang Lin was not molesting himself, Su Nianji also temporarily switched the total frequency of communication to the public frequency. Here's the thing, that feeling is so ethereal that trying to capture it specifically doesn't seem to work, but as faint as it is, it still makes my soul throb a little. Su Nianji thought for a moment and said, it's nighttime now, and the spirit realm is different from a copy in that there are alternating days, and every night, especially late at night, is when the demons are at their most frenzied. Could you have been affected by this factor that created such a feeling? In that case, it's not out of the question, but I'm still concerned. In this way, for everyone's safety, Nian Z, I need you to keep your eyes on the dotted map in the calm room for not a moment during our next operation. As soon as you come across and notice anything out of the ordinary, notify me at the first opportunity and notify everyone. Okay, I got it. Chapter 125, Maiden and Sin and the Odds of Survival. Flower Tree City. The multitude of senior members of the Martial Arts Academy, even though they hadn't traveled over to the Yao Lake Spirit Realm and had been holding seminars and exchanges, but there's no shortage of melons to eat and fun to learn about. For example, the matter of Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady suddenly getting together. It was said that when the Dragon Sect Master learned of this news, he didn't control his emotions and directly broke his beloved tea set. Then another phone call was made to the headquarters of the Greedy Wolves Guild, and the president of the Greedy Wolves Guild was yelled at for the rest of the day. Soon, news came back from the Yao Lake Spirit Realm side. Yang Lin of the Greedy Wolf Guild was too strong. So strong that he directly turned the Spirit Realm race into an impromptu legion drill for the 4 newcomers. It was rumored that Changjin of the Z-Mouse sect had even been beaten up by Yang Lin. Here, though, the punching is secondary. According to the analysis of the incoming intelligence, Yang Lin's team had met with Changjin's team. In less than even 30 seconds, Changjin fed back to the calm room, promising to merge into the Provisional Legion, hoping that the Sabrat comm channel would be merged into the Greedy Wolf general frequency. See, there's the problem, isn't there? Changjin was the most winning newcomer in the Z-Mouse sect this year, bar none, but he actually couldn't last more than 30 seconds in Yan Lin's hands? In that case, just how terrifying was that Yan Lin? Originally, the crowd had previously envisioned how much of a difference there would be if the two, Changjin and Gao Jingwei, were to compare their combat power with that of the Jinghua Dragon Lady. But even envisioning this problem at that time, no one dared to say that the Jinghua Dragon Lady would be able to hack over and finish off both Changjin and Gao Jingwei in a 30-second one-on-one situation. But, Yellen can. When the simulation was reconnected, the crowd still didn't know the specifics of this Yang Lin, and the Dragon Lady was still devoted to him afterward. So the crowd is now 70% likely to assert, I'm afraid that Yang Lin's comprehensive strength really surpasses that of the Jinghua Dragon Lady. And if you want to actualize this evidence, you'll know when the 4 newcomers exit from the spirit realm. In addition to the above, there is definitely more to Lizzie. For example, Warwolf Gao Jingwei. He's not normally miserable. Although he didn't clash head-on with Yang Lin and the others, he was encircled and surrounded by several teams designated by Yang Lin. After seeing that he couldn't touch a single hair of the demon, Gao Jingwei took a few people from the squad and compromised himself to merge into the Legion. What's it called? Knowing what's good for you. In the end, it turned out that Ko Jingwei was right in not choosing to go against the grain, because under Yang Lin's general command, the 4 newcomers were divided into 8 groups, strongly sweeping through the spirit realm's demons and resources. It was imposing and invincible. After 12 hours on the first day, all 4 newcomers were level 21, with the skillful cooperation between them. Even though level 22 was more difficult than ascending to level 21, it only took 8 hours to upgrade after that instead. By today's 32nd hour, which is 5 p.m. according to the news intelligence back, It says that all the newcomers have all reached the rank of 23. Such a fast upgrading speed made all the senior members of the martial arts academy gasp in amazement. That said, you must understand, it's never just a few quick levels up that the executives marvel at. What was truly marveled at was the huge number of demons that needed to be slain when they engaged in combat by raising these levels. Exactly what kind of combat power was needed to destroy and kill that huge number of demons in such a short period of time? Also, you have to understand one thing. The Yalvu spirit realm itself was grossly overclassed by the 4 newcomers. Level 20 to kill demons between level 25 and 30. If it weren't for the fact that the 4 newcomers were all elites, normally, this wouldn't even be allowed. Wouldn't that be letting the newcomers die? But Yang Lin and the others, they not only did it, but they did it with great fanfare. So, these are talented people. Anyone can't do that without a word of praise for talent. Also, seeing that the time has reached 5 o'clock, it is already close to evening, and the so-called seminars and exchanges among the top management of the crowd have basically stopped. Originally, the crowd had begun to disperse, but who would have thought that at this point another heavyweight event would come back to haunt us? What? All communications from the temporary communications base were directly disconnected. All of the special signal boosting equipment constructed within the spirit realm has failed. How is such a thing possible? Even if there was damage, it would only be partial damage and then spread all over. Never fail together for no reason? The senior members of the crowd looked collectively serious at this moment. They need more intel. 5 minutes later, once again, news of the Yao Lake spirit realm came in. The communications base side utilized the eye in the sky system to force the drones to intervene. However, because of the mist, and for unknown reasons, a batch of drones were sent into the spirit realm for less than 3 minutes, and all of them were lost. According to the initial judgment of the communication base, within the spirit territory, it is likely that a mutation has occurred. All of a sudden, the seriousness of the matter was raised to unprecedented heights. In this newcomer battle, that had mobilized the entire elite of the 4 families of Zimao sect, Cinnabar Dragon Sect, Greedy Wolf Guild, and War Wolf Military Department. In particular, among them, there was also the Jingua Dragon Lady, who was like the existence of the daughter of Chi Fortune, including that Yang Lin, the equivalent of the Son of Mystery. Thinking about the fact that here in Flower Tree City, there were so many higher-ups gathered all at once, in case something did go wrong, resulting in the deaths of all the newcomers in the spirit realm. Everyone here is expected to be the shame of the league in the future. Yalvu's side is sending out rescuers instead. It's out. Not good. Intelligence came back that several transport planes only flew to the edge of the spirit realm, and all of them were interfered by the electronic storm, crashing and exploding one after another. What's going on? What the hell happened? Don't care about that much now. Everyone, all of you, head to the Yao Lake spirit realm. When the crowd of top executives from Flower Tree City rushed to the Yalvu spirit realm, the Yalvu spirit realm was already in chaos. All communication devices were completely nullified, not to mention that the rescuers sent out here hadn't even saved anyone yet, and soon became the rescued, thinking that even those high-level professionals, even if they were strong, one of them couldn't fly. Even if you have a parachute with you, you can't prevent the accident from coming out really violently, and a part of you doesn't even understand what's going on. It was thrown off by the lurching and exploding transport. Of course, these people were indeed no ordinary people, and while there were no deaths so far, there were not a few fainting and broken legs and feet. The entire temporary base is running out of beds in the medical room. Su Zhangdao, Gu Changhong and other key people in charge are even more anxious. Their own family's most promising seedlings are in there. If something happens here, we don't have to go back. We'll all wipe our necks here. Seeing that no more rescuers could be sent out, finally a group of heads and patriarchs put their heads together. They formed a ground rescue unit to try to enter the spirit realm. However, another miscalculation. There was a berserk aura enveloping the entire Yao Lake spirit realm, and at this moment, it had just like formed a boundary. A bunch of heads and patriarchs couldn't even get in. This is a sin. How is it possible? Doesn't sin only appear in spatial battlefields? Why would it appear in the spirit realm? Not sure, but I'm 100% certain that it's sin. That means all the newcomers in there are bound to die, and the chances of survival are 0. Chapter 126, A Miserable Girl? Yoho Spirit Territory. Yanlin was originally still having a communication conversation with Sun Yinji, because this journey, speed brushing demons was just too formulaic and boring, so every now and then, Yanglin would go and flirt with Sun Yinji for some fun. But what to think? After he had once again tossed 2 words with Sun Yinji within the communication channel signal was suddenly lost, and the ear-piercing murmur almost didn't rupture his eardrums. What's going on? There's no communication signal? Could it be that the special signal boosters within the spirit territory have failed? At this point, Yanglin only thought that there had been some kind of accident at the communication base. and felt that communication would soon be restored. But 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes later there was still no contact with the base. Yang Lin was, at this point, definitely more puzzled. After all, without Su Ningji as the chief communicator, it was rather inconvenient for him, right now, to try to give orders to the surrounding legionnaires. After thinking for a moment, he connected to Su Meng and Wang Chan using the divine sense conversation feed of his teaming scroll. Meng, Qian, we've lost contact with the base side now. Not sure what happened, but count the time between our last break and now. You will signal all of you, now, to close in on me. Qian and I will inform everyone now. Without communications, it's all about human notification now. Fortunately, Wang Chan can fly. The sky view is open, and the members of the subgroup are not scattered. Notification once again is just 2 sisters flying around the area. 5 minutes later, everyone gathered with Yang Lin, the temporary army chief, as the centerpiece. Brother Yang, currently we have entered the core area of the spirit realm. At this point in time, shouldn't we continue to increase the speed and tempo of killing the demons? The one who opened his mouth was Changjin. Ever since he understood the gap between him and Yang Lin, he was respectful to Yang Lin. Yang Lin returned. We are now out of contact with the base, and although we can still move around, my heart, it's a little unsteady. Dragon Lady Lin Yu was concerned. Or is it because of what happened earlier? Yang Lin nodded. Earlier I sensed that there seemed to be special energy fluctuations within this spiritual territory. So then I told all of you to be careful. And now, the deeper into the core area, that feeling, too, seemed to be slightly stronger, and it happens to coincide with the loss of signaling. So I think we can take this time to take a break and wait for the base signal to be repaired in the meantime. Brother Tianba, you keep saying special energy. How come I don't feel it? It wasn't just Lin Nuan who didn't feel it. Su Meng, Wang Chan including everyone present shook their heads. They fell back on the idea that everything was normal. Moreover, this journey was smooth in killing the demons, and it didn't look like there was anything unusual at all. Gao Jingwei laughed at this moment. Brother Yang, could it be because you're the temporary army chief and have to dispatch everyone for battle? So there's been pressure to create an illusion? After all, to say perception. Brother Yang, you know, my profession belongs to a kind of illusionist. I have to rely on super strong spirit to eat. My perception is not even weaker than your girlfriend Dragon Lady. Yang Lin, he felt that Gao Jingwei had a point. Subconsciously, he looked at Lin Yu again. Dragon Lady, do you notice anything unusual? Lin Yu shook her head, a little ashamed above her expression. Honey, it's a little quite embarrassing to say. I've been a little lazy since I've seen how strong my husband is, as well as familiarizing myself with his various dispatches and commands. What do you mean? If I were leading my own team, or if I were here alone, my perceptions would certainly be highly focused. But because of my dependence on my husband's stem, I didn't care about these things along the way. Yang Lin laughed. It's fine. After all, I'm your husband. Then try to sense it now and see if you can find something? Yes. Dragon Lady Lin Yu did not hesitate. Now she slowly closed her eyes and emptied her mind of everything, then tried to sense everything around her. Seeing this, the surrounding people did not dare to make any noise for fear of disturbing the Dragon Lady for a single minute. About 30 seconds later, Yang Lin and the others saw that the Dragon Lady's expression was violently stunned, and her eyebrows were subconsciously furrowed. How's it going, Dragon Lady? Honey, I've tried to perceive it many times, though I'm not entirely sure. I seem to have, literally, sensed something. In the deepest part of that core, there's an invisible energy fluctuation in a trance, and it's dangerous. Sister, you couldn't have been affected by Brother Tianba's words. The little lowly Lin Nui pulled Lin Yu's sleeve and said, we didn't even feel anything, and now you suddenly have feelings. I rather think that it's more like you've been influenced by Brother Tianba, thus creating an illusion. Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, perhaps there is such a possibility. However, it can't be ruled out that there really is some kind of dangerous existence within. So what now, Brother Yang? Should we retreat? Listening to the worry that permeated Su Meng and Wang Chan as they spoke, Yang Lin pondered for a moment and said, by all accounts, we're already close to the very core area. The way things are going, it won't be long before we can kill the final head destination disk, but I don't want to take any chances. Changjin and Gao Jingwei looked shocked. On their faces, there was a corresponding display of much disbelief and regret. Brother Yang, we have killed our way here with great difficulty. If we retreat now, isn't it tantamount to losing the big head of the final leader? That's too bad. Do you want to think about it, Brother Yang? They weren't the only two who said so. Most of the personnel around them felt sorry for them as well. It's been 2 days and nights of speed brushing, and it's clear that you'll be able to go the final leader shortly thereafter. To withdraw now would be tantamount to this trip not being perfect. And even if the people didn't have OCD, they still felt regret. Gentlemen, retreating is not the intention. The communication signal was inexplicably lost, and the dragoness had a vague sense that something dangerous might be inside. And I, for one, have always felt that way. So, I don't really want people to take risks. Take it from me, the final leader can come and kill anytime, but there's only one life for everyone. In the name of the Provisional Legion Commander, I order everyone to retreat now, quickly. The people looked at me and I looked at you, though they were a bit reluctant and felt that the operation was not perfect, but Young had spoken, and in the name of the army chief, so the crowd could only nod in acquiescence. Also, for the sake of the unnecessary trouble that will follow, everyone must stay together when retreating, absolutely no private departures. Yes. Hearing the crowd's response, Yang Lin let out a deep breath and once again glanced towards the deepest part of the core. As he waved his hand, he announced the end of the speed brush event. Everyone, too, began to prepare to follow him to withdraw from the spirit realm. However, also at this time, just deep in the core ahead, a voice with a sob suddenly drifted over. Help me. Someone help me. Is there anyone? I'm so scared. Someone help me. It was a very nice, choked and panicked, teenage girl's voice, and by the sound of it, it seemed to be heading towards the crowd. At the same time, the sound of many demons hissing could be heard, a situation that looked like a young girl being chased by demons. Chapter 127, Helpless She. This place, in addition to the 4 new families, there are actually inexplicable young girls? The moment they heard the plea for help, everyone present looked at each other in confusion. Brother Yang, attention all, it's most likely a trap. Everyone get into a state of readiness. Although they were puzzled in their hearts, the people in the room still took up their weapons and were on guard against the young girl who was getting closer and closer to the side. Soon everyone saw. A young girl with a somewhat broken dress and covered in blood was stumbling this way. Her originally silky long hair was in disarray draped over her shoulders, and her delicate and absolutely beautiful face was filled with panic and despair. When she saw Yang Lin and his group, the young girl's eyes, which had originally turned deathly gray in despair, suddenly flooded with the light of hope. Despite falling to the ground at this point, she reached out her hand and said, "Help me, there's a demon behind." This young girl, by no means, was the usual churl. Even if she was in a mess now, she still couldn't hide her stunning beauty. Because of this, the impact on the people in the room was even greater. Some of these newcomers even looked at Yang Lin, wanting to open their mouths to let Brother Yang save this person first. But who would have thought that Yang Lin's expression snapped and said, "Everyone back off, she's not human." The crowd was alarmed. "Yang, you're saying she's not human? Not bad, she's only human on the outside. Don't let her disguise fool you." Seeing the absolutely beautiful and miserable young girl continue to walk this way, Yang Lin first signaled the crowd to stand guard and retreat. "Dragon Lady Lin, you followed at this moment. Hubby is right. This young girl is not human. I can clearly feel right now that she is scary and terrifying." Hearing Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady say this continuously, even though Changzhen, Gao Jingwei, and the others were all still quite confused, but now, they were also on their 120 guard, preventing the young girl on the opposite side from making a sudden attack. As for the young girl who suddenly appeared begging for help, she looked terrified and was in tears. "You guys, why are you pointing your weapons at me? I'm human, how can I not be human?" While saying this, she kept looking behind her. "Those demons, they're about to come after us. Please, please save me." Yang Lin snorted coldly and said, "Don't pretend. You can hide it from them, but you can't hide it from me. The murderous and hostile aura on you is too heavy. No, you must be feeling it wrong. Help me. I'm losing too much blood. I'm not going to make it. Since you can't hold out, don't hold out." The one who spoke wasn't Yang Lin, it was Dragon Lady Linyu. Seeing that the young girl was still approaching, her huge two-handed sword blasted down towards the opposite side. The stern sword light cut across the crowd's line of sight. Even with the young girl in front, even with the surrounding trees, that was like suffering from a hurricane raging generally, half shattered. Suffice it to say, if the young girl on the other side was truly human, she should have been in pieces this moment. But to the surprise of everyone except Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady, the young girl was still there after the smoke and dust had passed. But at this moment, the young girl, where there is still half of the previous pity and misery, the wounds on her body were no longer there, and her dress, which had been torn in multiple places, had been repaired. Especially, when her eyes looked at the crowd at this moment, the teasing meaning was non-trivial and obvious. "I'm so lucky, just coming over here from that damn place made me come across a heavenly chance." While saying that, the young girl also licked her lips gently. Her gaze, more now, was focused on the Dragon Lady Linyu. "You smell so good, the smell just makes me want to go. And all of you present, the purity of your blood chi is actually good. Am I being considered a grandiose? Well then, I will subsequently devour all of you." and the mere thought of it makes me a little excited already now. Hearing the young girl say this, Su-meng somewhat nervously pulled Yang Lin's arm and said, Yang Lin, it turns out that she really isn't a human. So, then what the hell is she? Not sure, but don't underestimate. While answering the words Su-meng, Yang Lin signaled the dragon lady beside him to strike twice. But what surprised him and everyone present was that Lin Yu hadn't even started yet, and the figure of the young girl on the opposite side had already turned into a shadow. What's the rush? If you want to fight, there's plenty of opportunity, but prepare yourselves not to go out from this place, for you, all of you, are my food. It was only 5 seconds before and after leaving such a sentence, the young girl's figure disappeared with it. The crowd looked around and could no longer find the young girl's tracks. There's no need to look for it. The young girl just now was just a test run for us by the main body. Brother Tianba, I don't understand. Can you have a human body even if you're not human? I'm not sure. It's the first time I've ever encountered anything like this. Now that I've figured out why I've been distracted earlier, it turns out that there really is chaos within the spirit realm. And now, for now we remain on the same plan. We must withdraw at the first opportunity. Being messed up by the strange young girl, where did the crowd still have the heart to linger in this place? But what shocked the crowd once again was that they were just about to move their feet when deep in the core in front of them, the entire territory began to vibrate. The hissing of the demonic creature was more urgent than one, more violent than the other. At this moment, the earth was trembling under his feet, and it was getting more and more urgent and denser, and had almost become a drumbeat. This situation, it looks like a beast tide has occurred. This is the beast tide. Everyone retreat. The group tried to escape, but in the end, they had underestimated the scale of the beast tide. It didn't take more than a few seconds at all, and an endless number of densely packed demonic creatures had already poured out from the deepest part of the core. Compared to the unusual state of these demons, the current ones had black ferociousness wandering around them up and down their circumference, completely as if they were being manipulated. With red eyes, they launched themselves at Yang Lin and the others with a speed that was even more multiplied than usual. We were too consumed earlier. I'm afraid we can't outrun these things. What can we do? There are so many demons, and judging by the size of the leader, I'm afraid the total number is no less than 2,000. How can we fight with so many? How do we escape? Yang Lin now, and his scalp tingled. If the 2,000 demonic creatures were scattered, it really wasn't anything, but this was gathered together, and it was obviously still under control. That's a dangerous situation. Everyone, focus on me, since we can't run away. Let's fight. Brother Yang, can we really hold it off? Block even if you can't, and be careful not to be scattered by the demons. The crowd had no choice at the moment and all assembled toward center field. Seeing the raging tide of demons approaching, everyone, concentrating their spirits, began to burn their respective blood chi, though each is certainly not at full strength at the moment. But when it comes to something like this, if you don't fight hard, needless to say, the end will definitely be worse. Closer, simply like a bursting riverbank. The vast torrent of demonic creatures completely just drowned everyone present, led by Yang Lin in an instant. Chapter 128. Yang Lin makes her feel bad. The incident at the Yao Lake Spirit Realm escalated again with the creation of the outer boundary. And when the group of executives who had come from Flower Tree City saw such a situation, all of them were greatly changed and shocked. The Spirit Realm actually appeared to sin? If such an incident were to spread, it could even affect the foundation of the alliance's stability. Preventing the leakage of this news, the entire Yahoo side, the first time, was completely blocked down, and the 3 ministries, 8 dukes, and 12 gates that came this time held a relevant emergency meeting quickly. Sin that should have appeared on the battlefield of space. But now, this thing had appeared even in the spirit realm, and if the situation could not be clarified, the entire world was afraid that the entire world would be overshadowed afterward. There are some things that may not be a secret among the top levels of the powers of the alliance. The average person, however, may not hear a peep in their lifetime. Take, for example, the sin that occurs today, in everyday life and in the online world. It is impossible to hear or see any relevant words, but the top brass of the powers knew that the existence of this thing possessed the capital to turn the world upside down. Historically, the alliance has certainly struck down sins, and because of this, has more or less interrogated small portions of relevant information. Sin, it seems, is born in the sea of birthright, but where exactly the sea of fetal breath was, no one knew at all. But listen to the vague elaboration of sin. That place, the sea of fetal breath, is the origin of the world. Not only are demons born, but sin is born, and is equally relevant to the world of mankind. Sin, the being that distinguishes humans from demons. According to the Alliance's secret records, hundreds of years ago, there was a powerful sin slayer that descended into the present world after piercing through the space battlefield. In order to kill that powerful sin, the Alliance not only lost countless powerful professionals, but millions of ordinary people were involved and died. In the end, the Sin was killed, but it's unclear what that Sin did to actually build up a basic disk that belonged to her. Even to this day, there are residual Sin forces associated with this one Sin. Above is the basic information about the Sin, and now, in addition to blocking the Yao Lake Spirit exterior, the top brass were equally worried about another matter. That's how to save lives. Even if nothing else was said, just the existence of a daughter of Qi like the Xingua Dragon Lady, it was impossible for the various forces of the Alliance not to care. Xingua Dragon Lady, once she grows up, she definitely has the strong strength to kill Sin head-on. Now if he were to fall to this, it would not only be a regret for the Dragon Sect, it would be a scar for the entire Alliance. And let's not even talk about it. There was also a special existence like Yang Lin inside that seemed to be equally as good as the Dragon Lady. For this reason, a group of senior management that is more worried. The boundary of Sin has been spread out, and we humans have so far not researched a way or ability to break through it. And even if we have the intention, we are afraid that we are powerless. No, that's not necessarily true. We are unable to break through the boundaries, but according to research over the years, though the boundary belongs to Sin, to the exclusive limit of super magical creatures, destroying and striking with a strong force can likewise shake the connection between the boundary and itself. Not bad. Based on earlier observations, this Sin's boundary doesn't appear to be mature. Judging from this, the Sin, in all likelihood, hadn't been born for long. If we focus our energy on blasting it from the outside, we might actually be able to cause a shock from the inside through the connection between the boundary and it, thus breaking the boundary. The executives nodded their heads. It's kind of a no-brainer. Something to try until you come up with a better response. And let's talk about these top brass. Each of them is in a high position. So how can they not have two brushes? Naturally, then that was all on the line. After establishing a centralized jutsu as quickly as possible, all of them had transferred their own blood chi within the jutsu. From there, the power of the jutsu was allowed to shake the boundary head-on. At the same time, the executives also hoped that these newcomers led by Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady must be able to support themselves for some more time within the spirit territory. If all of them fell, then what was the point of their hard work in doing this? Meanwhile, inside the spirit realm, the deepest part of the core area, where the original final leader had died, a huge and rather beautiful-looking flower had grown. Just above the blooming flowers sat a stunningly beautiful girl with a slender figure. The young girl had extremely fine features and fair, delicate skin, and she did not look generally churlish. At this moment, the young girl, who was folding her legs, was observing the situation of a group of newcomer professionals fighting in the midst of a tide of demonic creatures through the water mirror that had materialized in front of her. The water mirror lenses that are locked by it focus on one person most of the time, and that person was none other than the Xingua Dragon Lady, Lin Yu. It was obvious to see that this young girl called Sin was the most favorable to the Xingua Dragon Lady among this group of newbie professionals, especially when she saw the water mirror image of the Dragon Lady Lin Yu carrying a two-handed giant sword, the powerful image of sweeping the demons in all 8 directions. The young girl's face also unconsciously transmits a look of excitement. Just after appearing, I encountered a great gift delivered to my door. It's not in vain that I expended a great deal of effort to come this way earlier. This woman's blood chi is so pure. If it can be devoured by me, I can definitely enter the next stage of metamorphosis quickly. No, far from it. This woman seems to be very unusual. If I can devour her blood chi, I may, perhaps, possess a stronger capital to devour other sins. Yes, that's it. So happy. In the young girl's excitement, she switched her water mirror viewpoint, and when she saw Yang Lin, her sight unconsciously stopped. She hadn't forgotten that just now she had used her energy to simulate her doppelganger to approach the group. This man at the head of the group saw through his disguise at a glance. The young girl thought long and hard, a little confused. I've obviously concealed myself very well. My breath has been restrained to the extreme. Why would he see through it at a glance? By the way, at that time, although it was not obvious, I vaguely felt that this man seemed to harbor a unspeakable weird power. Could it be? Is it my illusion? No, it doesn't seem to be a delusion, the young girl said with a hint of displeasure between her eyebrows. That feeling, it makes me so uncomfortable. It's like seeing a huge whirlpool. It's so hard. What is the existence of this abominable man? The young girl forced her eyes to turn from the dragoness to Yang Lin. She saw that Yang Lin, who was in the midst of the tide of demons, didn't actually put up much of a fight. However, the crowd around him, with him as the centerpiece, kept following the command to dispatch all sorts of fillers and assists to the tide of demonic creatures surging over. After a while, listening to the young girl humming, she said, "Then let you struggle for a while longer. I'll see how long you can hold out." And with that, after she glanced at Yang Lin again, a hint of hatred flashed in her eyes. It's true that the more I look at him, the more distraught I feel. This guy, when I catch him subsequently, I must torture him ruthlessly. Otherwise I always feel that my heart cannot settle down. Chapter 129 with me, the core area of the Yao Lake spiritual realm. At this moment, the light of the sky was gloomy and depressing, and the earth trembled violently, as the densely packed demonic creatures on the opposite side roared and rushed over. Everything in front of them seemed as if they were going to be trampled by this terrifying torrent. Despite the situation being so forced, Yang Lin and the others did not despair. Cone formation, although it was commonly used for active raids and attacks. Now, in order to better deal with the situation at hand, the party passively chose this formation to meet the enemy. In the case of the front runner, the Dragon Lady, Lin Yu, was the obvious choice. Honey, don't be afraid. I'll protect you and everyone else. The Dragon Lady, now, had transformed into a true Valkyrie. Her long hair was flowing and her expression was arrogant. Even in the face of the black pressurized tide of demons, she was still fearless within her eyes. Due to the influence of her aura, everyone's morale was unconsciously raised by 3 points. For the two wings, Chang Jin and Gao Jingwei fell. The rest of the group was at the center. Forbidden spells, engravings, ready to go. Rumble. Just as the tide of demonic creatures was about to approach the group of people, Dragon Lady Lin Yu took the lead with her two-handed giant sword. The sword that erupted with blood chi and cut horizontally caused the mountains and forests to shatter and the earth to crumble, while the biting sword light illuminated the entire battlefield. Along with it, there were countless miserable screams from the demonic creatures as well as the rain of blood that filled the sky after shattering their bodies. Such a scene could not help but make everyone present sigh. Worthy of being the Jingwa Dragon Lady, when she got serious, she was truly terrifying as hell, and as the tide of demonic swarms approached, there was heavenly thunder rolling down, with various arcs of electricity saving and bouncing, causing the demons to scorch or pierce through their bodies. At the same time there were also hordes of demons that suddenly became distraught, either suddenly falling silent or suddenly attacking their companions. Among them, several dream sables were like phantom light, bubbles that made the demons break one after another. The triangle of the conical formation was stable, and the core of the attack was naturally not too weak. Countless forbidden spells were generated around them, and the demons were either restrained or refined on the spot. Accompanying them were destructive heavenly flames, frantic ground thorns, and entangling vines. Among them, there were also engraved laws in effect, and wave after wave, the onslaught of demonic swarms were annihilated on the spot. Beyond that, there is overhead. Wang Chan nowadays can not only hold Su Mangwan, there is also a long ago transformed knife gun little lowly Lin Wan. Several large tornadoes were generated flatly, even if those demons were fierce, but that dense situation. In a short time, there were already dozens of hundreds of demons being pulled within the tornado. The two large demonic puppets displayed their terrifying power, about to withstand the swarm and quickly break. But soon, they would be reborn in nirvana in the midst of the summoning. As for the terrifying sword cannon, not to mention, although it couldn't reach 6,000 revolutions in a breath, but the dense energy projectiles exploded in the battlefield when, not to mention the demons, the land is a scorched earth for you. The tide of demonic creatures was indeed powerful, but the group at hand was definitely not weak when they coalesced together. They are the reefs under the monstrous waves, letting you be pressed by 10,000 pounds. I will stand firm. As for the one person who must be mentioned in this, it must be Yang Lin. He is now, in addition to scheduling and commanding, surely unfolding the field as well, as much as possible, slowing down the onslaught of the demonic tide's vastness and somewhat easing the pressure on his teammates. However, he didn't use his full strength. At the moment, as the temporary army chief, he had to maintain sufficient chakra, because he hadn't forgotten that the mysterious girl didn't show up at that moment. The scene in front of him was clearly the mysterious maiden's consumption of her party. If he and the others couldn't hold out, the end would be needless to say. They would definitely become that young girl's mouth to feed on. But if he and the others were to carry the tide of demons, it was equally needless to say that that mysterious girl would definitely do the next harvesting. Therefore, it was necessary to retain a certain amount of strength, or else everyone present was afraid that they would be doomed. Time passed by, but the onslaught of the demonic tide remained unabated, because a large number of demonic creatures were controlled by the young girl. Those so-called demonic creatures had obviously lost themselves a long time ago. It's ridiculous, isn't it? It's obviously a group of magical creatures with low intelligence, but they are now, because they're being controlled. It's outrageous that they're actually able to repeatedly pound on the battlefield just like a regular military regiment. Dragon Lady, can you still hold on? Hubby, don't worry, I'll keep fighting until the last moment. Otherwise, how can I protect you and everyone else? Hard work. Yang Lin was in the moment, and he was feeling a little guilty. In order to defend against the tide of demonic swarms, it didn't matter if the formation was the conical formation at the very beginning. or the subsequently transformed Cloud Draping Formation, Tiger Wing Formation, and Thunder Jedi Formation. Basically, the Dragon Lady is at the forefront of the vanguard. Suffice it to say that the Dragon Lady, by herself, basically took on 50% for the entire Legion. But despite this, she continued to have no complaints. On the contrary, when she heard Yang Lin's concern, she would show a smiling face and reply back, "I want all my husband's eyes to fall on me alone though. But now, we are the whole. And husband, you can't neglect the whole team's scheduling and meeting the enemy because of me alone." Well, I know, time, still going on and on. Although the tide of demonic swarms had passed, the situation was not optimistic for the people in the field. From the time a group of people entered the spirit realm until now, it was overwhelming, yes. It was devastating, yes. But for 2 whole days and nights, no one in the crowd had rested at all. Itself continued on to the deepest part of the core, and that too with its own fervor and pride as well as its own strength. Only now, being consumed by the waves of demonic swarms one after another, even if the crowd was the elite of the elite and made of iron, they had begun to be unable to bear it. When as the incandescence of the battle continued for some time, Yang Lin could clearly see that several of his teammates around him were starting to tremble and shake a little as they stood. Even if it was their own Meng Meng and Shanshan, the fatigue on their faces could no longer be concealed. Exactly how much more time passed after that is unclear, but one after the other, already some of his teammates began to slump to the ground, breathing heavily and gasping for air. "Brother Yang, I can't hold on any longer. I'm sorry, my blood chi has been depleted to the extreme, and I can't hold on to it." In response, Yang Lin nodded. "Don't worry, just leave the rest to me." Gradually, Self Meng Meng and Shen Qian, then Lin Nuan, then Chang Jin and Gao Jingwei, when exerting their best efforts, after it slowly crushed the tide of demonic swarms, a group of people all consumed to the extreme. "Dragon Lady, honey, it's okay, I can still go on," obviously saying so on her lips, but Dragon Lady Lin Yu's delicate body had already begun to tremble. Even if she was the Dragon Lady of Jinghua, the exertion over such a long period of time, as well as the exertion of her best efforts in the face of the wave of demonic creatures, now she's in a state that's certainly not promising. "Dragon Lady, don't be strong, there's still me." "Well, I'm relieved to know I have my husband behind me." As soon as the Dragon Lady finished her words, she heard a misty voice coming from the void. "At ease? I have to admit, you guys are pretty strong, but unfortunately, right now, you guys are too low in level and ultimately too weak, and the next thing you know, that's my chance." Buzz. The space in the area where the group was located suddenly began to shake. The eardrums felt like they were being stimulated, and even Yang Lin, for a moment, had a feeling of vertigo. At this time, when they looked at Su Meng, Wang Chan and Lin Nuan's group, they had already fainted. Although Chang Jin and Gao Jingwei were still struggling to support themselves, the two of them, right now, merely retained only a little bit of consciousness, and did not have the slightest bit of fighting power at all. Even the Dragon Lady, her entire body half crouched down, her figure shaking. The young girl's sneering and teasing voice sounded again. "Damn man, you really are different, but unfortunately, you can't protect them." Chapter 130, I like him. Outside the Yao Lake spiritual realm, the spells established by the multitude of high-level powerful professionals were running in an organized manner. Because of the powerful blood chi energy input in it, currently, it was mingling and colliding with the boundary at the periphery of the spirit realm. It doesn't seem to be seeing results if you're short. However, if one looked closely, one could also clearly notice that countless subtle ripples seemed to be rising above the originally unperturbed boundary. In response, the top brass more or less saw hope. "It seems that our move is not without a little effect. Indeed, as long as we keep going on, we are bound to implicate the sin that established the boundary. It's just that, can Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady and the others really last until that time? Although it's vaguely concluded that that sin is a newborn sin, since she was able to bypass the space battlefield to reach the human world, I'm sure her strength won't be too low. We can only do our best and hope that things don't go to evil." Again, it's outside the base. As watched the jutsu go to collide with the boundary, there was one person who was in extraordinary despair at the moment. This person is none other than Su Nianji. The Su Nianji now was not generally blaming herself. Her original cool temperament was no longer there, and within her beautiful eyes, she was almost a dead gray. "Ghost woman, it's all my fault." I clearly knew that Yang Lin's perception ability was extremely strong, and at that time when he said he detected an abnormality, I should have persuaded him to come back at the first opportunity. Looking at Su Nianji, who was like a lost soul, the ghost woman sighed and said, "Nianji, don't blame yourself too much. This has nothing to do with you." "No, clearly it's about me." "Nianji." The ghost woman gently hugged the desperate Su Nianji and said, "No one wants this to happen, not to mention you. Even the entire top echelon of the forces that came here never expected Sin to appear in the spirit realm. But Ghost Woman, if I had persuaded him at that time, good boy. The Ghost Woman gently wiped away the tears at the corner of Su Nianji's eyes and said, don't ever put the blame on yourself. It was just an accident. And what? Nianji, have you forgotten? I actually have a divination-like ability in my professional talent? Ghost Woman, are you saying that your qualifying ability of fortune and misfortune is determined? Not bad. I'm very attached to Yang Lin and the few of them. After all, they're the newest force in our guild. So after meeting them, I paid quite a bit of attention to a few of them, including their entry into the spirit realm this time. I have also secretly conducted a fortune determination for them. Su Nianji's mood began to become agitated. So, Ghost Woman, what have you concluded to? Will they be alright? Can they come back safely? Nianji, you don't worry first. My blessing in misfortune assertion is the ability is right, but also can't indicate the future. But according to my conclusion, all three of them are blessed with good fortune and will not die young easily. So, even if they encounter sin, I'm sure they'll be able to turn it around. Ghost Woman, aren't you comforting me? Silly child, what am I lying to you about this for? I clearly perceive that the blessing is strong in them, where they will resign themselves to their fate so easily. So what you have to do now is not to cry in despair, but to wait well for their return. Otherwise when the time comes, your favorite Yang Lin, seeing you crying, will not laugh at you. I don't like. Well, I do like Janine. The Ghost Woman smiled, full of kindness. She gently rubbed Su Nianji's hair and said, I'm also quite optimistic about that boy, and I think the two of you are quite compatible. It was also to ease Su Nianji's emotions, to divert Su Nianji's negative emotions. The Ghost Woman then continued to open the topic. Nianji, you have always disliked socializing with boys, and you are usually such a cold person. How did you suddenly fall in love with Yang Lin? Su Nianji was comforted by the Ghost Woman and was now in a much better mood. Then she was asked about the topic again, and some of the halo color slowly returned to her pretty face. It is all his fault, previously seduced me, causing me to subsequently always worry about him, always eat his jealousy in my heart. The Ghost Woman felt a little funny. He seduced you? Well, he thought I didn't know that he was using that Su Guan guy to lure me in all sorts of ways. I'm not a cutie when I'm moving around the newcomer base, spreading all kinds of unashamed photos and rumors that I'm her girlfriend. How can't you tell? It's just that I'm a bit of a noob and I'm slowly falling into his trap, and he's just a womanizer, seducing women all day long. The Ghost Woman was full of tenderness. So you still like him? I waited for me to come back to my senses as if it was too late, and I'm not sure why, but I cared for him every day. Well, if you like it, there's nothing to be ashamed of. But you're thin-skinned, and I reckon you might not be as good as a couple of his little girlfriends around. Ghost Woman, how can you say that? Well, mother-in-law, won't flirt with you. Usually I see that you and he get along well. At least I am also on the age of the people. Cannot see Yang Lin he, but also very like you look. Maybe he really just likes you for your thin skin. When Su Nianji heard this, her complexion began to be a bit overwhelmed. At this time, he happened to see Su Zhengdao who was passing through the area. Ghost Woman hurriedly asked, Zhengdao, how is the situation with the art form? Hearing such a question, no matter what Su Zhengdao's reaction. Anyway, Su Nianji immediately began to look anxious and nervous. Su Zhengdao exhaled and said, fortunately, it's better than expected. It hadn't shaken the boundary for a while, but it hadn't been ineffective. It should be able to disintegrate the boundary if it keeps going. Hearing Su Zhengdao's words, Su Nianji's hand that was pulling on the Ghost Woman was obviously much harder. The Ghost Woman gently patted Su Nianji's hand with her hand while signaling her not to be nervous. The other side returned. Hearing you say that eases my mind a little. Su Zhengdao looked at the Ghost Woman and then at Su Nianji, with a gloomy expression. He said, I think that brat Yang Lin is lucky. He'll definitely be able to return safely with Meng Meng, Qianxian, and the Dragon Lady and the others. Rumble. Suddenly, a shocking bang was heard. Immediately, the three people in the field, Su Zhengdao, Ghost Woman, and Su Nianji, quickly looked toward the source. It turned out that the sound just now came from the collision between the jutsu and the boundary. Immediately afterward, someone was also heard shouting, it's working, cracks have already appeared in the boundary. It won't take long to break the boundary. At the same time, a staff member was heard shouting from the communications base, good news, there's good news. The communications equipment just recovered for a few seconds. The top of the dot plot shows that the new people are all still there. None of them have disappeared. The successive good news spread throughout the entire communication base like a hurricane. For a moment, everyone began to look uplifted. The Ghost Woman also looked at Su Nianji with a smile at this moment and said, Nianji, look, I told you that their good fortune is very strong. Well, Su Nianji said excitedly. I'm sure Young Lin and the others will be able to return safely. I'll be waiting for them to come back. It will. It will. Chapter 131 Sin and Punishment and Redemption. The viewpoint shifted back to within the spirit realm, with the appearance of the mysterious maiden and the strange abilities the maiden cast. Currently, except for Yang Lin and the weak dragon lady, the rest of the people either fainted or sat completely paralyzed on the ground without the ability to fight back. The young girl at this moment, she clearly ate up everyone in the arena. The smugness and mockery on his face was displayed to the fullest. At Yang Lin's words, he stared dead on at the young girl who appeared in front of him. Who the hell are you? We have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill us painfully? Hearing Yang Lin's inquiry, the young girl sked twice and said, What am I? Didn't you already know? I am not one of you humans, but you're not a demon either, and have the means to control them. The young girl chortled. Controlling demons and whatnot is just some means to an end. Rather, it's a question you want to know, and I'm not obligated to answer it. But then, you, and them, will be my rations. And just thinking about it, it's a pretty good feeling. Can we shake hands and make peace? If you need anything, I'll try to accommodate you. I don't feel that either of us have to fight to the death. Yang Lin, the reason why he is saying this now is that he is actually trying to stall for time to observe. He had seen the means by which the young girl in front of him had appeared earlier, and he wasn't sure if the young girl standing in front of him now was her original body or a doppelganger or something like that. It was fine if it was the main body, but if it was the doppelganger, exposing his bottom card too early would not only be detrimental to him, but also to all his teammates in the field. As for the young girl, the sneer on her face intensified when she heard those words. You're a funny guy. You actually want to shake my hand? You're human. Do you realize what you're saying? Yang Lin said blandly, I know that although you are not human, you are an intelligent life form. Since there is intelligence, it can be communicated, and I don't really see anything in my statement that you should laugh at. Ha, it seems like you really don't know my identity. Actually, come to think of it, it doesn't matter if I tell you. I am Sin in the eyes of you humans, and my name. I named myself Spectral Light. Satisfied? Sin, your name is Spectre? You humans are so insatiable. I've obviously told you so much, but I'm uncomfortable with you wanting to pursue this. So, while the Spectral Light dragged a long tone, suddenly a dozen of Tang snakes condensed by fierce fury energy steeply stabbed towards the Dragon Lady Linyu in the field. The Dragon Lady responded even though she was already weak to the core. Her two-handed giant sword slashed horizontally one after another, strangling a dozen or so energy Tingshu snakes to pieces with a thunderous force. But accordingly, the Dragon Lady was now in an even worse state, and her gasps were starting to become more rapid. Instead, it's a Spectral Light. Her eyes snapped open. You actually. No wonder I feel you are so fragrant and special. So you, a woman, are actually punished. Cluck 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 cluck. I'm really lucky to have just descended into the human world and encountered a penalty. Or a weak penalty in the developmental stage. Fantastic. Simply fantastic. As long as I can swallow your blood chi, I'm bound to successfully metamorphose to a higher level. With the Spectral Light so agitated, Yang Lin was even more confused anyway. What's the crime? And what penalty? Whether it's a sin or a punishment, it simply doesn't make sense. As for Dragon Lady Linyu, she couldn't care less about Phantom Light's epilepsy right now. Even though she was now exhausted and weak to the extreme, she still carried her two-handed giant sword and blocked Yang Lin's side. Husband, you back off. I won't let this crazy woman hurt you. I will personally cut her down. No need for the Dragon Lady. Leave the rest to me. But husband, I can still fight. A trace of heartache flashed in Yang Lin's eyes, obviously all weakened to such an extent, but still wanting to protect himself. In this heart, it's impossible not to be moved. Don't worry, Dragon Lady. If she's there, I'll just deal with her. You build up some strength, and then fight me in fits and starts in due time. Husband, it's settled. Yang Lin didn't say anything twice. At this moment, he had already stood in front of the Dragon Lady and everyone else. After such a long period of judgment, he could 100% assert that the non-human young girl named Phantom Light in front of him was her true form. And since it's the original body, he might have a fighting chance himself. No, it's not that it's not possible, it's that one must have a fight. And seeing Yang Lin step forward, a hint of disdain flashed in Yu Guang's eyes. Seriously, I really hate you as a man. You have a scent about you that somehow makes me uncomfortable. Yang Lin didn't say anything, but quickly unfolded his domain. On the contrary, Phantom Light was like a joke to her. This man in front of him, it was clear that his companions had fallen, and he was alone. But only how many ranks? Actually said something about dealing with himself, especially the next few negative statuses the man cast on himself. This made Phantom Light feel even more amused. He himself was a sin in the mouths of humans, and as a sin, even if he couldn't be completely immune to abnormal states, But with a man of such a low level in front of him, it would be a fool's errand for him to try to limit himself with just a few abnormal statuses. On the contrary, speaking of Yang Lin, as his domain unfolded, all 5 negative statuses were applied. Naturally, he also saw Spectre's blood level, spectral light, special being, level, blood, attack. It didn't even occur to me that the non-human girl in front of me, called Phantom Light, had all her blood unknown. You guy, that's ridiculous. I know you left your chi behind in the fight just now, but with that ability, you actually want to deal with. Wow. Dash. Before the words were even finished, the spectral light only felt as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. In the next moment, she felt a tightness in her heart, and a large mouthful of blood instantly spurted out wildly. What have you done to me? Those don't matter. What matters is that we are now mortal enemies. The moment Yang Lin acted, entrance decimation took direct effect. 25%, a quarter of the current blood decimation, directly causing the Phantom Light's head to display the words -1, 5 million blood. With that, Spectre's blood level went from being a series of question marks to 4.56 million. It was actually as high as 6 million blood. Even if Yang Lin was prepared in his heart, he couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. In the moment, though, he knew he didn't have time for surprise or hesitation, and with his crimson blade chopping across the scene, his entire body immediately followed into a state of full blood chi eruption. In the haunting Yang Lin's body, dense blood mist, a pair of blood-red eyes that shocked the world snapped open. At the same time a red thread was directly connected to Spectre's body. You actually, are the legendary Ransom? Why, if you are redeemed, why are you involved between sin and punishment? No, you can't be real. You absolutely can't be real. Seeing that he was connected to the immovable underworld's red thread, the spectral light began to enter a state of violent struggle. She was beginning to be glad that the man in front of her, ransom or not, but always, the man in front of her was still low in rank and weak. So, this man he can't limit himself. You want to break free? I won't allow it. The blood chi on Yang Lin's body clattered, burning and erupting even more violently, and his voice, moreover, was like the cold wind blowing out of the 9 ghosts, as if it could penetrate into the bone marrow and soul. Chapter 132, what the hell is that? Phantom Light. She was in a state of shock the last moment. Yes, she never thought that the presence of the man in front of her would seem to be beyond her knowledge, but then again, she was very thankful, because the man in front of him, regardless of whether or not he was beyond cognizance, was, in the end, limited in rank and limited in strength. So even though she was intimidated, she felt that with her strength, it wouldn't be hard to break free from this man's restrictions, and indeed, it does. As she continued to struggle, the red line that Yang Lin's immovable underworld was connected to it was still really tightening by inches, and by the looks of it, it seemed like it was going to rupture and shatter at any time. But the next moment, with Yang Lin's, I won't allow it, the ghostly light seemed to have instantly fallen into an icy hell. The whole field. It was now possible to feel the ferocity and explosiveness of Yang Linchao as he violently burned and exploded his blood chi, and the red line that originally looked like it was about to break and shatter. Not only was it instantly repaired, but the strength of the restriction was climbing. You're restraining me here even if you don't want to die? Spectre was terrified. She could see that Yang Lin was completely playing with his life right now. At the same time, what made her even more scared was that she clearly perceived her own blood level, which was constantly disappearing and disappearing again. It wasn't clear exactly how long Yang Lin could burn her blood chi in full outburst, but Yu Guang knew that she definitely couldn't withstand the exertion. Controlling the tide of demonic swarms earlier had consumed about 30% of her power, and in addition to arranging the boundary, once again split out 30% of the power to maintain it. She originally thought that with 40% of her strength, it would be more than enough to harvest these professionals in the field. But how to think that the man in front of him, he has such a restrictive means. What was even more frightening was that the man in front of him clearly carried an aura of not stopping until he got himself killed. It was really scary. No, one cannot play with this man's life. Now, retreating is the most correct choice, because Spectral Light hadn't forgotten that in addition to a Yang Lin in the field, there was also a penalty that was building up its strength, also known as the town's Dragon Lady. Once the Jinghua Dragon Lady was allowed to recover for a period of time, then Yu Guang knew that he would sink to the bottom and become a living target that could not be moved next. At that time, she would inevitably be ferociously hacked to death by the Jinghua Dragon Lady with a single slash. I can't die here. I have to escape. I don't want to die here. The spectral light similarly exploded with its own energy, defying the odds. It was during this time that Phantom Light also discovered a situation that made her even more desperate. The boundaries he had set up were being attacked. It wasn't clear who exactly was attacking, but the vast, grandiose aura that came through let her know. The boundary. It wouldn't last long at all. and then it would automatically die out because of its own lack of energy supply. At the thought that there would surely be humans out there to back up Phantom Light, she was even more desperate now. As far as the current situation is concerned, apart from escaping there is a way to live, otherwise it is certain death. But the limitations of the man in front of me were just too strong. So strong, even though he struggled desperately, he still couldn't break free. I was wrong. Spare me. I was really wrong. It's me who had the eyes to provoke you guys. Please let me go. I don't want to die here. Why? Why do you still restrict me? You dog man, must you put me to death? After Phantom Light had begged for mercy to no avail, the desire to survive had clearly inspired her potential. Compared to her earlier struggles, she was more forceful, more frenzied. At the same time, she could clearly see that blood was beginning to flow from the eyes, nostrils, and ears of the man in front of her in order to restrict the side. Spectre was going crazy. You hateful man, are you going to fight to this point just to restrain me? So what if you restrain me, and at what cost to yourself? Could it be that you don't even value your own life? Listening to Spectral Light's struggling screams, Yang Lin didn't have a half expression on his face, but his eyes, however, were icy cold and terrifying, so terrifying that the divine soul of the Spectral Light couldn't help but tremble. If she could act again, Phantom Light swore that she would never mess with this horrible man. She never wanted to be even remotely involved with this horrible man for the rest of her life if she was still alive. At the same time, Phantom Light saw with a great deal of fear, the dragoness, who was still gasping for breath, slowly rose from the ground. Not only did he stand up, but the huge two-handed sword he was holding was also erupting with a soul-shattering storm-like power at this moment. The aura of danger was getting stronger, and Phantom Light had become so frightened that tears were streaming from her eyes. I don't want to die. It was hard for me to break the law to come here. I don't want to die. Why can't you guys just let me go? The dragon lady, Lin Yu, she didn't even listen to half of the pleas of Yu Guang. As her two-handed giant sword bloomed with intense light, the entire canopy of the sky suddenly darkened at that moment. Suddenly, unknown where it existed, the majestic and exciting war drums suddenly beat. The drum beat was from light to urgent, getting denser and denser, and its momentum not only shook the earth, but also went straight to the sky. Along with it, a party erected the hunting sound of the military flag, and swallowed 10,000 miles like a tiger number of magnificent Gingo Iron Horse. As the dragon lady's giant sword pointed, the earth-shattering shouts of murder immediately filled the entire spirit realm. The whole army attacked the jingoistic horses, transformed into a torrent of steel, igniting the entire battlefield at the same time, is bound to also shatter all the enemies in front of you. Watching this scene, Spectral Light became even more fearful and terrified. What the hell kind of powers are these? No, one cannot die here. She desperately begged for mercy. She pleaded bitterly, but soon everything was drowned in a torrent of Gingoism. But sin, after all, is sin. It was clear that she had endured such a large and violent attack, but she still hadn't been annihilated. But her ragged and bloodstained appearance was all indicative of just how ferociously she had just endured the ravages. I don't want to die here. Do you know how hard I have worked to get here? I must not die here. Phantom Light put up a good fight, and she was still struggling. She couldn't believe that the man who was restraining himself across the room, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices to the point of becoming a bloody man, could still be struggling with himself. But it was at this moment that a loud noise came from the periphery with a rumble, causing the Spectral Light to once again furiously spray out a second mouthful of blood. No one knew better than Phantom Light at the moment, because the outer boundary had shattered due to the lack of energy supply. This meant that human support would be on its way shortly thereafter, especially when she also saw that, after dragging her weak body, the dragon lady once again raised the huge two-handed sword she was holding. Spectre finally made his decision. Even if he wasted 90% of his cultivation, as long as he could escape, everything was worth it. Whoa! A vast energy spread from the center field. Phantom Light, she chose to blow herself up. In order to leave a line of life for herself, she gambled her life in general to give up 90% of her cultivation. As for the results, neither Yang Lin nor the dragon lady realized that a faint energy mass had gone berserk and floated away from the battlefield. This energy mass, after being returned to the habitat of the original final head, did its best and drilled into the soon-to-be-closed spatial rift. Chapter 133, Her Crying. When the communication base executives arrived at the spirit realm battlefield, all of them were shocked by the scene in front of them. Destroyed mountains and forests, crumbling earth, and even more horrifyingly, the corpses of shattered demons piled up raw into hill after hill. There was no need to even think about it to know what a brutal battle this place had experienced earlier. It went without saying that the 4 heads of the Zemouse sect, the Cinnabar Dragon sect, the Greedy Wolf Guild, and the War Wolf military department were the most nervous. Ask why. It's not because the newcomers from all 4 families are here. Even one death would be an incomparably great loss to the power of this family. Where are the new people? In the center of the battlefield. With trepidation and nervousness, all the higher-ups walked through the mass of demonic corpses to the center of the battlefield. But the next scene once again caused the crowd's scalps to tighten violently. Looking at the field, Yang Lin was the only one who was standing on the spot, but he is also the only one who is the most shocking. To put it bluntly, Yang Lin had, by now, become a complete bloodsucker. In addition to the eyes, ears and nostrils, it was the skin around his body, part of which had been injured on the outside because the outbreak of blood qi was too violent. What made people even more nervous was that Yang Lin stood there motionless, and it was not at all clear what his condition actually was. If the rest of the newcomers were concerned, all of them fell into a fainting state, except for the dragon lady Lin Yu, who still had some fuzzy consciousness guarding Yang Lin's side. Go check on the status of these newcomers. I hope nothing happens to them. A group of executives quickly and carefully entered the field for inspection. Fortunately, just severe fatigue and exertion into a fainting state. People are fine. Same on my side. No casualties. Same on my end. Just a fainting spell. A few days of rest and recuperation and I'll be fine. Seeing that most of the people were fine, the oppressive atmosphere in the arena must have lightened by half. And when the crowd moved forward again, Yang Lin and the dragon lady were left. Yang Lin, not sure what the situation is, but a quick glance tells me that it's not good. In the words of the dragon lady, there were no wounds around her body. She was just consumed to the extreme. Non-ordinary weakness. When she saw someone coming, she could be heard whispering, "Help me see, my husband his situation." Gu Fei Hong of the Cinnabar Dragon sect couldn't even bear to look at Yang Lin. He lowered his voice and said, "Don't worry, dragon lady, your husband, he didn't. It's fine." The dragoness was pale, and as for the world in her eyes, in its current state, it was a blur. Uncle Gu, really? My husband he is still well. Of course it's true. I won't lie to you. Well, that's good. After saying these words, the dragon lady could not hold on any longer and entered a fainting and disengaged state like all the rest of the newcomers. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly fell silent, and the sights of all the higher-ups now invariably fell on Su Zhengdao, Ghost Woman, and Su Ninji, simply because, regarding Yang Lin's inhuman appearance, anyone would think that there was basically no possibility of surviving. Even Su Zhengdao and Ghost Woman, they thought the same way. As much as I didn't want to believe it, the truth, it was right in front of me. It was clearly not far from the standing Yang Lin, but Su Zhengdao and the Ghost Woman really couldn't bear to continue on. Nian Ji, you are sorry for your loss. Ugh. Su Zhengdao and Ghost Woman had spent so much time with Su Ninji. How could the two of them not be clear that Su Ninji liked Yang Lin? Only now, faced with such a scene, the two of them didn't know what to say. As for Su Ninji, her petite body was trembling. There were tears slipping down from her pretty eyes, and on her pretty face, instead of being clear and cold, there were two sickly blushes. Uncle Su, what are you talking about? Why should I be sad? And Ghost Woman, why are you sighing? Su Zhengdao didn't know what to say as he turned his head away. Ghost Granny's words, she gently pulled up Su Nianji's hand and said, "Nianji, Granny knows that you like him, but it's already this way. You have to learn to accept." Ghost Woman, I can't understand what you're saying. Su Nianji now raised her hand and wiped away the tears on her face with her sleeve and said, "Yang Lin is fine. He's the one who will be fine." What he said was nothing more than a practical trial. There will be absolutely no problems. The Ghost Woman didn't know what to say. She could only pat Su Nianji's hand comfortingly. Looking at Su Nianji again, her tears were even more raging. She raised her eyes and looked at all the high-level executives around her and said, "Yang Lin, he is very strong. Didn't you guys see it earlier? He's so strong. How could anything happen to him? Why don't you guys answer me back? Yang Lin, he's alive. He's not dead. He didn't die." Su Ninji, she's like a helpless little girl now, standing in the middle of the field. The tears were a complete river. The senior members of the congregation, they certainly know what Su Ninji's identity is. No one had also thought that besides the dragon lady, Su Ninji actually liked this kid Yang Lin as well. If it was usual, this would definitely be a big melon. But right now, none of them dared to meet the eyes of Su Ninji, who was in the midst of extreme grief. At the same time they lamented in their hearts. Yang Lin, he is, indeed, a talent. When simulating the battlefield, the ability to adapt to the situation that could serve as a textbook template amazed the crowd. Then the spirit realm defeated Changjin, letting everyone know that in fact, Yang Lin's true strength might not even be inferior to or surpass the dragon lady. Plus in the moment, look at the chaos of the battlefield. Yang Lin, he was able to lead and organize the newcomers to complete the killing of thousands of demons without killing or injuring a single person, just as he knew as the temporary army chief. How strong this kid's great talent has become. But this is the only ending that is too much of a shame. All the newcomers survived, favoring him alone. Pity, too bad. It was in the midst of the crowd sighing and lamenting over Yang Lin that Su Nianji at center field. Finally, he still stumbled and walked slowly step by step to Yang Lin. Then, Su Nianji was very careful, incomparably careful, and embraced Yang Lin into her arms. And the scene looked rather cruel. The executives just couldn't bear to watch the youngsters live and die. Just soon, Su Nianji's entire body was violently stunned. And then she was heard shouting in an eager voice, "Uncle Su, ghost woman, Yang Lin he's still alive." It could be clearly heard that Su Nianji's voice was mixed with great exhilaration and joy. It's clearly not a lie or a joke. The surrounding crowd of executives were greatly alarmed. No way. From the external appearance, Yang Lin's entire body was almost inhuman. Just this actually still alive? After Su Zhangdao and Ghost Woman looked at each other, they excitedly stepped forward quickly. After some inspection and confirmation, the two of them were shocked no less than if they had discovered a new world. Yang Lin, after being injured so much, is actually still alive. Yes, not only is he alive, but he's also alive and well. The boy's vitality is so vigorous. Once the surrounding executives heard these words from Su Zhangdao and Ghost Woman, because they were too surprised, they all surged over in a clatter. Chapter 134 Nianji's Personal Care. This, what kind of anticlimactic demon is this? When the executives figured out Yang Lin's situation, one by one, they were really dumbfounded. It was only because Yang Lin at this moment, at first glance, appeared to be inhuman, but in reality, he was just standing and sleeping. That's right, the other newcomers were fatigued plus weak plus debilitated, and one by one they fell into a coma. But Yang Lin, he just simply consumed too much and went into dreamland standing up. Having said that, it is important to understand, fainting and sleeping, those are two very different concepts. This kid, how far is he going to exaggerate? Don't you guys notice? The life energy in his body is so huge that it's almost an oven. It's incredible. Yes, for the few wounds that burst on his body, if we had come a little later, I'm afraid they would have finished healing on their own. The executives, you and I, looked at Yang Lin, who was standing and sleeping, with glowing eyes. Su Zhangdao, the head of the greedy wolf guild, took one look at the situation and hurriedly pushed a group of people to the side. Don't think I don't know what calculations you have in mind, but I can make it clear to you. Yang Lin, he's a talent that our greedy wolf guild is focusing on cultivating. No one should try to poach him. We're just looking. Why are you in a hurry? Don't bull ***** me? Look at your eyes. All of you have glowing eyes, and you still say you don't have any ideas? Old Su, I've never seen you so selfish. This Yang Lin is fine. Aren't we happy for him and for you? You're being a gentleman with a small man's heart. A group of people were making a lot of noise, and in such a situation, Anrun returned to the communication base with these newcomers within the spirit territory. By now, the newcomers have all been sent to the medical room for unified recovery and healing, but there is too much at stake regarding the appearance of sin to leave it out. However, if you want to know the specifics, then you definitely need to know what exactly happened at the scene. So the question fell to the Dragon Lady. Just because the other newcomers are in a fainting state, without a day or 2 or 3 days afraid to wake up, Yang Lin's words were nothing, but he had lost so much blood. Even if his body's recovery ability was strong, he still had to let him replenish his chi and blood, didn't he? But again, given the fact that the Dragon Lady had consumed too much and needed to recuperate, it was a unanimous decision by the top brass. Let's wait for the next day then, and have a meeting then to ask the Dragon Lady and determine what exactly happened within the spirit at that time. The conversation resumed on Yelin's side. Ever since he was brought back to the communication base, because he was still asleep, naturally, Su Nianji became his personal caretaker. Also because of Yang Lin's identity, even if the construction of the communication base on this side of Yahoo wasn't that luxurious. However, Su Nianji accompanied Yang Lin's residence. All living conditions are still quite complete. Su Nianji, her mood today is not the usual ups and downs. It was the first time in my life that I had ever been so sad for a man that my heart was broken. But the good thing is, it turned out well. So after bringing Yang Lin back to the residence she was living in, she felt very compelled to take care of Yang Lin. The first thing, that must be to wash away the bloodstains all over Yang Lin's body. Otherwise, could he sleep comfortably while lying on the bed? Despite her lack of experience, Su Nianji was determined to take on such a task. In order to better help the sleeping Yang Lin to clean the bloodstains, she accompanied the light clothing into the bath. Otherwise how to help Yang Lin to clean properly? Also, although it was known that Yang Lin's recovery ability was quite strong, but in order not to have any accidents, Su Nianji also carefully checked every inch of Yang Lin's body. As a personal caregiver, she felt she had to be careful. What if there was still a wound somewhere and it got infected and inflamed? In addition, thinking of Yang Lin's various molestations of himself in these recent days, Su Nianji felt that it was the right time to take this opportunity to get revenge. Whoever makes this man usually greasy, then bite through this man's lips, probably too vengeful. After Su Nianji's repeated retaliation, the sleeping Yang Lin's lips were slightly swollen. Serves you right for molesting me in general. Su Nianji didn't feel ashamed of her behavior for a moment. Then she took Yelin to the bedroom. Yelin, today, needs to rest. At first, Su Nianji wanted to leave, but after she gave it some serious thought, she decided to stay. Since it's now private care, it's only right to stay with this man at all times to look after him, right? Like something about how it's so hard to be alone with this man, wanting to see more of this man's face, and occasionally wanting to continue to get back at this man or something. There is no such mindset at all. It's work. Since it is a job, one must do one's duty. So, during Yang Lin's slumber, Su Nianji had been at this man's heels. Really sleepy, Su Nianji lay down next to Yang Lin, but she was not expecting that Yang Lin actually had the habit of hugging things to sleep when he was dreaming. So, for the sake of the patient's better rest, Su Nianji reluctantly made a little pillow. It's a bit of a shame, but you can't help it if a guy who's been in a dream is a bit dishonest with his hands and feet once in a while, but all said it was for work. Su Nianji felt that it wasn't impossible for her to put up with it. Otherwise, when would this damnable fellow Yang Lin recover his body? Time. It was soon 9 a.m. the next day. Yelin rose from the covers refreshed and rejuvenated. You finally woke up from your nap. I boiled kanji and am bringing it over to you. Hungry is not hungry. Nianji, you tell me. Mang, Xian and Dragon Lady, how are they? Don't worry, everyone's fine, but they're all over at the infirmary getting healed up from the exertion. On the contrary, you, wait and drink the porridge to replenish your body. Good. And when Su Nianji brought over the specially boiled porridge, Yang Lin was dead set against reaching out. I'm not Dreamy or Cynthia. I'm too lazy to feed you. Nianji, you're too lazy to feed me. Do you want to feed another man? Roll. Although she pretended to be full of disgust on the surface, Su Nianji's actions were more honest than anyone else. In the middle of the day, Yang Lin himself wanted to take a spoon and drink kanji, and Su Nianji was even a little jealous instead. What? Am I that much inferior to Mang and Xian? Feeding you a kanji, and you actually want to do it yourself? Yelin laments this. Nianji Although the surface of the cold, usually all kinds of pretend to be full of care, but in reality, the jealousy in her heart was higher than anyone else's. See, something's not right. The vinegar smell is spilling out. But the more this happened, the more Yang Lin also felt that his own Nianji, she was really cute. Obviously when we first met in the past, so high and cold, the aura is so strong that people do not dare to look directly with her. Who would have thought that? Only for how long? In front of herself, Nianji was on the verge of becoming a little petite wife. Of course, people are now awake and drinking porridge. The next thing to do, that would definitely be to take a walk to the convalescent room to check on Mang, Xian and the others. Otherwise, Yang Lin could truly not feel at ease. And on the way to the convalescent room with Su Nianji, Yang Lin suddenly thought of something. Nianji, in fact, when I was slumbering yesterday, I had a dream. What dream? I dreamed of countless family urges, more, love generation and great 5-star reviews. So that was quite an overpowering and painful sleep for me. Su Nianji was listening to the clouds. Inexplicably. Nerve, you're not out of your mind, are you? It doesn't matter if it's broken. My Nianji's family is so big, can't we afford to keep a brain-dead idler? You. Who cares about raising you? It's best to let you fend for yourself. Su Nianji said this on her lips, but even she herself probably didn't care. When she walked with Yang Lin, she was already like a happy little woman. It was natural, easy, and familiar to hug Yang Lin's arm, really close to springtime nourishment. If it was in the past, anyway, with Nianji's thin-skinned nature, she would not be able to make it to this point. After the two of them arrived at the sanatorium and made sure that Su Meng, Wang Chan, and Lin Nuan didn't have the slightest problem, Yang Lin finally settled down. Because he didn't see the Dragon Lady, Yang Lin asked Su Nianji before realizing that the Dragon Lady was currently over at the conference room doing a debriefing to the top brass. Naturally, Yang Lin didn't expect that with the Dragon Lady's report, his existence climbed to what heights in the hearts of the top brass at the moment. In addition, just after coming out of the sanatorium, Yang Lin suddenly thought of two things that were unparalleled and very important. Chapter 135, Give You a Knee Pillow and Your. First thing, Yang Lin sensed a change in his occupation panel. Earlier, he was only concerned about enjoying Su Nianji's little woman-like gentleness, worrying about the safety of Mang, Xian and the Dragon Lady and their safety, and neglected this point. Now then, he definitely can't wait to find out what's going on with himself. And this just opened the occupation panel. and his whole body instantly gave a jolt. What? His own level had actually reached level 25? I clearly remembered that when I was fighting against the spectral light, I was still level 23, but I can't imagine that after solving the spectral light, I actually helicoptered 2 levels. A good thing. This is a great thing, because it was so good. After pulling Sun Yanji's hand and sitting down on a bench in the communication base, Yang Lin couldn't help but open his mouth. Yanji. I remember that the first reward for this newcomer battle is 25 special evolution scrolls, right? When will it be sent? Sun Yanji was speechless very much. What time is it? You're actually thinking about this? That's for sure. As long as I can get past the 25 special evolution scrolls, I have the potential to become stronger. How can I, as a professional, not look forward to such a thing? And as he said these words, Yellen was rather backed up. Mostly, he thought of Phantom Light. Whatever the hell the Phantom Light exists and whatever the hell Sin is. But he clearly understands one thing. If the Phantom Light at that time still had companions, then he and the people around him were afraid that they wouldn't last until the people from the base came to rescue them. Call it worrying about nothing, call it saving for a rainy day. Anyway, getting stronger fast, getting stronger. That's the hard truth. Yang Lin now, he didn't even dare to think about it. If at that time, Meng, Shanshan and the Dragon Lady, but one of them had an accident, how far might the current self collapse? On the contrary, regarding his question, Sun Yanji returned, don't be anxious, right now, all the executives are having a meeting to talk about the Sin. When it's over, the reward will definitely be given. That would be fine. Also, as I recall, the evolution scrolls for 25 seem to be limited to only one person or one team's chance to enter. So I thought about it for a while, and then when the scroll arrives, I'll take Meng and Shanshan, the Dragon Lady and her younger sister, Nui, along with me to the abyssal difficulty of the copy. Hearing Yang Lin mention a series of names, Sun Yanji couldn't help but hum in a low voice. Seeing her like this, Yang Lin couldn't help but laugh lightly. What? Is this jealousy? What am I jealous of? You can go to the scroll copy with whomever you like. What does it have to do with me? Yanji. How can this not matter? That 25 scroll, it's a super wordy one. No need to think. Killing the final leader will surely pop out special props. I also said we've known each other for so long in case we get something good for you. If you don't want it, then forget it. As soon as Sun Yanji heard forget it, she immediately became anxious. What then forget it? I didn't say I wouldn't let you deliver it or that I wouldn't accept it if you did. How can you just forget it? But the way I look at you, you don't seem interested. How do you know I'm not interested if you haven't sent it? Of course, if you don't want to send it, forget it. Send. Definitely send. Otherwise how can I subsequently communicate with my family Nyenji in depth? Who wants to go deeper with you? Shameless. Gee, I like how thin-skinned my own Nyenji is, and it's not generally addictive. Seeing no one in the surrounding area again, Yang Lin simply placed his large hand on Sun Yanji's slender waist and directly swept it over. Do what? Can't I just wrap you up? No. Sun Yanji said no on her lips, but she just symbolically struggled for a bit and then let it go. At Yang Lin's words, while feeling the faint fragrance of Sun Yanji's body, he continued to check his status. At this point, it's definitely time to talk about the small goals he has yet to reach. After reaching the note of level 25, he had a few more things to accomplish. First of all, despite reaching 25 in rank, the Tailblade Chopper, currently at 11, is still a bit far from the cap of 15. Secondly, it's actually based on the fact that Tailblade Chop fails to reach the cap. Your own chopping red blade, with its 3-stage opening conditions and new roll, fails to show. Finally, upon reaching level 25 and also successfully passing a copy of the Special Evolution Scroll, one of the skills, talents, or lyrics will surely be awarded. In other words, one's career sort of underwrites one. It depends on whether the benefits one gets on top of this tout are that strong. So now comes the most imperative thing. That is, go through the 25 evolution scroll copies with all your might and get the benefits that are within your reach first. Above. Now for the second thing. And this second thing is quite important. And it's still about his own Nyenji. Nyenji, do you still remember that we have an agreement? When did I make a pact with you? No way. Who was the one who said earlier that if I get first place in the rookie battle, then I'll be given a knee pillow? Now certain people aren't going to try to renege, are they? Sun Yanji froze. She vaguely recalled that there was such a thing. But, you were the one who said that at the time, and I don't seem to have explicitly promised you, do I? You're really going to renege on your debt, aren't you? I'm not reneging. I clearly remember not explicitly promising you, whether you remember or not. I'm just going to ask, do you give now? Sun Yanji couldn't help but give Yang Lin a blank look and said, where are you asking? You're clearly speaking in an affirmative tone. Consider it a promise I made earlier, okay? Just give you the knee pillow. Yang Lin looked at his own Nianji's big, long legs wrapped in black silk and nodded slightly. That's more like it. After saying that, he directly laid down on the bench, his head unceremoniously borrowing Su Nianji's knee pillow. At Su Nianji's words, her pretty face flew into a blaze of color, and her mouth muttered, "I've never seen a man with no face like you. Hey, now don't you see? You have no shame at all. Why should I be ashamed? I just need to enjoy it anyway. Just leave the shameful things to my Nianji. Asterisk 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 off you, stinky man." The two of them were talking and laughing about this, and naturally, they mentioned what happened over at the Lishan base in passing. Su Nianji said at this time, "Yang Lin, don't you have any integrity? In order to get me to follow you, you spend all day in the newcomer group chat rumoring about the relationship between the two of us, not to mention posting so many unashamed pictures." Yang Lin was shocked. "Nianji, the rumor-mongering relationship and photos, didn't you send them? What are you talking nonsense? I'm a girl to send those. What to do? Obviously it is you. You did it and still do not dare to admit, and you also let Su Guan, beside me, use all kinds of words to shake my mind. Do you really think that I can't see that Su Guan was instructed by you? No way. Old brother Su Guan is still on your side to put in a good word for me? Do you still have to pretend? I'll admit it, you got your way, didn't you?" Yang Lin cried and laughed. "I really didn't pretend. But Nianji, listening to you, then is there a possibility that all of these things are all messed up by Su Guan's old brother alone? But what good would that do him? What's in it for me I don't know, but I'm not so afraid to admit I did those things. And with the relationship we have now, I have even less need to lie or be afraid to admit anything, right?" Su Nianji thought about it, and she felt that what Yang Lin said made sense. "It looks like that guy is the one who made all the trouble with us. When we get back, I'll find someone to sew up his mouth and poke 1,000 transparent holes in him with my sword in the meantime." Okay, we're at this point. If that's the case, don't we still have to thank old brother Su? Otherwise, how could I have known that underneath my family Nianji's cool exterior, she was actually so cute and mesmerizing? Come on, let's go lie to Meng Meng, Shanshan and Dragon Lady and the others with that. Yang Lin, now fighting fun with Su Nianji, is very satisfied, but because the bench underneath him was a bit hard, after lying down for a while, he simply rolled over, so Su Nianji's knee pillow immediately turned into Yang Lin's face pillow. On the contrary, this action of his immediately frightened Su Nianji. Why did you roll over? It's a little hard to lie down. Is it a problem to roll over? But you're inhaling and exhaling and the air currents are making my legs a little that. Not waiting for Yang Lin to ask Su Nianji that what? Who thought that at this time, the proximity of a few staff members passed by. At the sight of this, Su Nianji shamefully hurriedly covered her face with her hands. Instead, the staff looked this way while whispering, "Holy, that's a bold demeanor for a date. Doesn't it even avoid people? Keep your voice down. That woman is the daughter of the president of the Greedy Wolf Guild. And the man is Yang Lin. Did you see it clearly? Is that man really Yang Lin? Yes, I'm sure it is. So it's Yang Lin. He's now the red man in the eyes of all the executives. Then this behavior is not surprising. Yes, if we were half as capable as Yang Lin. No, just a little bit more capable. Why would we worry that no girl would willingly do this for us?" Yang Lin, who was still enjoying the face pillow, must have heard the words of several staff members. He was not expecting that he, as it turned out, had become the red man in the hearts of the executives. Chapter 136, reverse to give him a bit of a shock. Inside the temporary conference room at the communications base, as the Dragon Lady reported on the matter of the spirit realm, the entire top management was one by one that was dumbstruck. Everyone didn't expect that because of this matter of Sin appearing, they had actually gotten that much information. Of course, what exactly was reported? That must be said one by one. First, a group of senior officers were actually very concerned about Yang Lin's true fighting strength. Almost everyone present had actually come here for the Zhenghua Dragon Lady, but Yang Lin's sudden appearance made them care about another object of care now. In addition to caring about the Zhenghua Dragon Lady, rather, the question is, in the original words of the Dragon Lady, "I'm not as good as my husband. He's very strong. I'm simply not good enough to touch base with him." When these words came out, one could imagine the shock it was going to bring to the entire senior management. Through the Dragon Lady's earnest expression and serious attitude, the crowd was certain that the Dragon Lady was not intentionally trying to lift Yang Lin. Combined with Chang Jin's previous very short defeat under Yang Lin, the Dragon Lady's words were not false. Think about it. What kind of potential seedling was the Zhenghua Dragon Lady? Even she said she didn't dare to touch base with Yang Lin. So how terrifying would Yang Lin have to be? For a moment, Su Zhangdao and Ghost Woman, who had come to the meeting, it has become the most happy person in the whole field, before and after meeting the envious eyes of unknown number of people. Secondly, it is important for the top brass of the congregation to know something about the appearance of Sin. Then they learned from the words of the Dragon Lady that in the perception of sin, there seems to be the concepts of punishment and atonement. Dragoness, are you sure that the sin called Phantom Light, himself, said you were punished? The Dragoness nodded. I'm sure I heard you right then. She also said that if she could absorb my blood chi, she would be able to metamorphose into a higher stage of existence. The executives are talking about it. Ordinary professionals were completely worthless in front of the Jinhua Dragon Lady. The Jinhua Dragon Lady, to put it bluntly, was equivalent to the daughter of Qi. So, by extension, a person with super potential can be called penalized. After all, such as the Jinhua Dragon Lady and other women of fortune. Even with the addition of the space front, the total number is only a few. As for the last word on ransom, that is even more unimaginable. Dragoness, earlier you said that Yu Guang was quite shocked when he saw Yang Lin perform his tricks? Well, at the time, she also asked if her husband was the legendary ransom. Listening to her, the words of redemption don't seem to be involved in the battle between sin and punishment, so it seems to me that maybe she is mistaken in her identity. Sensei, whether or not that spectral light recognized the wrong person. But since the concept of redemption was brought up, that would mean that the atonement, compared to sin and punishment, is a notch higher. There was no way for the top brass not to draw a cold breath, because it always feels like how the human world is getting less and less safe. Sin that has been so outrageous. If there is redemption, will the world of mankind be able to continue once it falls into the camp of sin one day in the future? Let's leave aside for the moment this issue to be noted and examined. Finally, that must mean how to beat sin, the spectral light for that matter. After hearing the Dragon Lady say that Yang Lin had first slashed the Phantom Light with a single slash of his crimson scythe to kill its astonishing 1.5 million blood, and then suppressed it forcefully, the entire senior level of the audience, all of them were moved. A slash that kills 1.5 million blood? If this hadn't come from the Dragon Lady's mouth, all the executives present would have just thought that this was the biggest joke under the sky. Looking at all the professionals in the alliance, even including those few strongest professionals in the space front, it was impossible for all of them to slash out 1.5 million counterintuitively amazing damage in one slash with a full burst. I'm not lying, my husband is that good. I, Lin Yu, can vouch and swear on the honor of the dragon sect that what I say is true. The executives covered their hearts. This Yang Lin truly is the demon of all demons. Although it was unclear what Yang Lin's crimson scythe was actually capable of, it was based on this 1.5 million of unbelievable damage. Even if he wasn't some kind of ransom, that spectral light, recognizing him as a ransom was normal. And let's not forget that the Dragon Lady has the second half of the sentence. She said that Yellen went on to also forcibly restrain and suppress sin by the power of one man. Based on what they know about sin, 6 million blood sins is probably the lower to middle stage of sin. Combine that with the boundaries laid out by the spectral light. It was true that spectral light belonged to the newborn sin, but this sin's potential and strength was extremely strong, and its status and potential, I'm afraid, was no less than that of a hidden profession in the human world. It might not be as good as Jinhua Dragon Lady in terms of overall potential, but it was definitely more than enough to surpass those powerful rare professions above. After the meeting had talked about all this, it goes without saying that it must have been reported to the respective powers about sin, punishment, and redemption. If you don't, one of the higher-ups in the field suddenly looked meaningfully at Gu Feihong, the dragon sect's head here. Old Valley, I heard that your sect master seems to disagree with Dragon Lady and Yang Lin being together, and that he had a whole day of scolding with President Greedy Wolf earlier? Being questioned like this, Gu Feihong hadn't even replied yet. The dragoness then opened her mouth first. I'm with my husband and have nothing to do with the gatekeeper, a senior in the field said. Even if your sect master stops you, you still want to be so insistent? I'm just with my husband. I'm not in anyone else's way, so why stop me? The crowd snapped, while Gu Feihong hurriedly said, don't get excited, Dragon Lady, don't get excited, no one is stopping you. The dragoness nodded, that's fine, I just don't understand why it's taking about my relationship with my husband, the presence of all the senior management. In fact, in the heart, there is another unspoken thing, but no one explicitly said, came over here to see the Dragon Lady alright, but all the powers still have a little something left in the tank. And that's the end of the newcomer training and another 45 days of the newcomer exchange study session. All 3 ministries, 8 principalities and 12 gates will be in attendance. Each family sends a squad to a random power for a month of training, learning, mentoring related, etc. So this time, when these senior executives came to see the Dragon Lady, they actually wanted to be able to make an exchange with the Dragon sect afterwards, exchanging the Dragon Lady to their own forces. What about thinking about a month's time? In case the Dragon Lady and one of the young talents of her own power had taken a liking to each other, isn't there hope for a marriage in the future? But no one expected the Dragon Lady to be intercepted by Yang Lin, and the uninitiated Dragon Lady is deeply in love with Yang Lin. As it is now, there's no point in exchanging with Dragon Gate anymore. And if you make the Dragon Lady uncomfortable, doesn't that make Yang Lin uncomfortable? And based on the current situation, Yang Lin is the main candidate for the newcomer exchange study session. It's stronger than even the Jinhua Dragon Lady and somehow has the ability to cut 1.5 million in one slash. This kind of heaven-defying talent, in case it can be married by our own family, it's a super big profit, okay? So next, at the so-called talent exchange, Su Zhengdao and the Ghost Woman had suddenly become the objects of various forces competing to flatter them. No other reason than to secure exchange student Yang Lin for his own family when the time comes. This kid, now that's all kinds of surprising. At that time how must not let their own forces of beautiful girls reverse to give this heaven-defying demon a little bit of a small shock. Chapter 137, The Phantom Light Reborn. Far from that horrible man. Somewhere, not only was the sky the color of crimson here, but as far as the eye could see, even the mist was the same flowing color of blood. And underfoot, wherever one traveled to this place, there was blood flowing that could drown ankles. The air in front of his eyes suddenly showed ripples like water ripples. With that, a halo of light arrived after breaking through a narrow crack in space. That damnable man, he almost got me killed. Luckily, I escaped back. The fear in the words was not normally strong when thinking of that man, even though he hated him physically and mentally. If one were to ask who this ball of light really was, needless to say, it must be the ghostly light that had escaped back from the Yao Lake spirit realm. Earlier, in order to stay alive, she chose to blow herself up. That's how you pick up a life. But it was right that her cultivation had been lowered by 90%, and it was right that her flesh was similarly damaged. But that didn't mean she was weak. On the contrary, in this space full of blood, she still had some ability. For example, in order to recover her physical body and strength as quickly as possible, she began to draw on and absorb the balls of blood-colored energy light that were also floating around. Spectre moved with caution, because this is a place where the big fish eat the little fish. Just as she could swallow the blood-colored energy around her, but those more powerful existences could likewise swallow her as bait. At heart, she didn't like it here. Always on guard, always on high mental alert. One more second of existence here is a great torture to the body and mind. However, in order to recover, the current Yuku didn't have any choice. She had to endure. Also, there is some disruption of time in this space. Compared to the human world, maybe losing a month here is equivalent to losing a day in the human world. But these were unimportant. What mattered to Yu Guan was to recover his physical body as soon as possible and then leave this place. Being the only sin so far that can directly tear the limits of the law, Spectre felt that the location of his development had to be the human world. If you are in the place where you are at the moment, if you are in a space battlefield, you can lose your life if you are not careful, which is not as comfortable and convenient as going directly to the human stronghold and absorbing those professionals who are still in their formative years. But, who would have thought that the first time he tried to travel to the human world, without even absorbing a single professional yet, he would be ed right back by a terrible man. And it was close. Life and death. What kind of bad luck did I have? Why did I get unlucky like that? I don't want to touch that man for the rest of my life if I can help it. While feeling sorry for himself, the ethereal light began to travel quickly through the area. It was like eating sugar snap peas. She kept devouring and devouring. In this disordered space, as the days pass, gradually, the ghostly light had been able to transform into a blurred figure. Then again, her vapors became a little more real. At the end of the day, she was finally able to represent her true flesh. It was just that although the physical body had recovered, this strength, at most, was 1/12 of what it had been earlier. But even so, the spectral light knew that he could not continue to stay in this room. This was because as one continued to devour and grow, the spread of one's own energy was gradually becoming larger. If one did not escape this place as soon as possible, then it was likely that in the next instant, there would suddenly be another powerful existence that would eat one's own dregs in one bite. Phantom light. She moved experimentally to use her ability. It's okay. Although his current self couldn't compare to his earlier self, the ability to tear apart the laws of space once at full strength was still manageable. Very well then, now I redescend into the human world. This time, I'll be more careful. I definitely can't be as careless as I was earlier. Spectre's originally slender hands instantly turned into sharp claws. Then it was seen that, relying on her power, she had opened up an exclusive rift path in the raw. When she stepped into the rift space, she was planning to descend into a relatively weak spirit realm and then slowly and steadily develop a little bit. Suddenly she was drawn to a thicker spot. What's that? Because it was the first time he had seen it, Phantom Light was still a little curious. Not the so-called shard copies of the space battlefield, nor the spirit realm of the human world. It's true that it's not clear what exactly that place is, but Phantom Light was certain that the energy there was not normally majestic. Most importantly, the level of danger doesn't appear to be high. He himself was not at his previous full strength, but if he was there, he could probably recover and grow faster. Okay, just go there. Anyway, as long as we don't meet up with that man. Whatever. Soon, Spectre made his choice. The moment she descended, she also received basic information about the land of descent. What the hell? There's actually a scroll-blocked separate space? Because of the constant stacking of law wordings, it creates the unrivaled and amazing energy of this separate space? So it's more amazing than other separate spaces? How strange. What a first for me. But a constant level 25 is nice. In my current state, how great would it be if this place was level 10 to 15? While thinking about this, Phantom Light descended into the separate space blocked off by this scroll. As she intended, that would be the first step in taking out the final leader for her own entrenchment. Then work your way to the perimeter. Just wait until you've absorbed almost all of the energy from this place before heading to another spirit realm to develop. Phantom Light, that's what she intended to do. And that's what she did. The final leader of that space, the Cyclops, is level 25. Abyssal. After weighing things up a little, Spectral Light felt that it would still be easy to take out this 25 Abyssal level Cyclops. However, just as she descended directly in front of the Cyclops, the energy Tang snake she released wrapped around the Cyclops in one fell swoop and was about to completely devour the life energy of the final head. This space suddenly changed. There are new law word powers in effect. The combined combat power of the final head is increased by 5 times. Phantom Light, she giggled. Boosting by a factor of 1 is fine. Boosting by a factor of 3 is barely okay. What the hell is boosting by a factor of 5? Boom! The energy tentacles that were still wrapped around the Cyclops had exploded. And right behind them was the huge stone pillar that the Cyclops was waving in his hands. The Spectral Light simply couldn't dodge. And in the next moment, it was viciously smashed out by the thick stone pillar. That ferocious blow, in addition to causing Yui Guang to spray blood furiously, it almost didn't make her faint. What have I done to deserve this? Why did the final head suddenly have a change of heart? When the figure ruthlessly smashed down 5 large trees to land miserably, and in the process sprayed a mouthful of blood furiously, the ghostly light scattered its legs and ran. She couldn't beat the Cyclops now, but she was never going to just give up. In that case, let's absorb all the life energy of the surrounding demons first, and then use time to wear down this final leader a little bit. And at this point the Spectral Light was not clear at all. This real independent space will soon have a man wading through it with 4 YouTubers. Chapter 138 Hidden Phrases. Yahoo Temporary Communications Base. 2 days later, at this point in time, the 4 newcomers from the 4 families that had previously fallen into fainting spells had all woken up. With things at this point, the rookie battle was equivalent to an end, and there was no need to continue with individual or squad battles. As for who the first place went to, there was no doubt that it was the 3 Yang Lins from the Greedy Wolf Guild. Naturally, Yang Lin got the luxurious reward for the first place in this newcomer battle, a level 25 special entry copy scroll. At first glance, this thing is very common, but it can't withstand a lot of scroll wordings, so its value is naturally doubled and doubled and doubled again. It is already considered excellent to have 3 scroll wordings for an unusual special evolution copy, and this one first place reward scroll with a full 7 word suffixes would be an exaggeration, especially since the 7th affix was actually a hidden affix. The value of that was even more so. Of course, take this to say, the reason why more scroll affixes are worth more is that a portion of the affixes can unequivocally and substantially increase the returns. It doesn't matter if all of them are negative words and phrases, because as long as there are a lot of words, the copy pop rate of that scroll will be super amped up. As long as the person heading to the raider is capable enough, then it's impossible not to make a fortune within that scroll copy. Above, Yang Lin, naturally, gathered Su Meng, Wang Chan, the Dragon Lady, and her sister Lin Wan together after getting the 25 evolution scroll. The goal has been finalized, and the subsequent thing to start messing around with is the highest difficulty abyssal level scroll copies. Originally, all the top brass over here were planning to return to the ship at this time without fail. If it was Changjin, Gao Jingwei and the others, they even made a special effort to run over to Yang Lin to say goodbye. How to say is also experienced life and death comrades, and also quite worship Yang Lin. Separate to catch up on old times is also very normal. But no one thought that Yang Lin was going to raid the abyssal level scroll copies because he was taking a few sisters with him. It was then after activating this scroll that the 7th hidden phrase activated, scaring everyone once again. The first wordings are nothing more than increasing experience, increasing drops, boosting demon blood, boosting demon attack, and so on. But this 7th affix is not a normal horror. This scroll increases the difficulty of the copy by 2x and the difficulty of the final leader by 5x. All materials related to this copy have a 70% chance of generating double drops. Special items spawned by the final leader have a 70% chance of increasing the quantity by an additional one. At the same time, fully clearing a copy of this scroll will definitely trigger career evolution, and if there is no career evolution, it will definitely enhance the relevant qualities of the skills, talents, and words obtained. Let's just say, hold the grass. A few people activated the scroll, which itself was chosen to be the highest difficulty abyssal level. Plus there were also various enhancements in terms of wordings to strengthen the blood, attacks, etc. of the magical creatures. It's really hard enough as it is, but who would have thought that this 7th phrase would once again make the difficulty of the abyssal level soar geometrically? As soon as they saw this, all the executives who had originally planned to leave were now not leaving, and all the newcomers who had originally come to say goodbye to Yang Lin and the others were also not leaving. Now everyone wanted to see if Yang Lin, as well as the 4 sisters he brought with him, could successfully handle the scroll copy. As for the few people in charge of the Greedy Wolf Guild and the Cinnabar Dragon sect, they were quite worried. Like Su Nianji, she was afraid that something would happen to Yang Lin and had already started to kindly advise Yang Lin not to take risks. Like Gu Feihong of the Dragon sect, he was also afraid that something would happen to the Dragon Lady and Lin Nuan in the scroll copy, and had long ago advised on it bitterly. However, about this matter, the 4 sisters gave a quick response. I believe in Yang Lin. I believe in Brother Yang. I believe in my husband. I believe in Brother Tianba. See, Yelin is the backbone. He was the reliance and guarantee in the hearts of Su Meng, Wang Chan, the Dragon Lady, and the little lowly Lin Nui. Seeing that the 4 sisters trusted themselves so much, what else was there to say? For sure, with such a high drop rate, how can you not make a fortune when you get in? Also because of the vast territory of level 25 special scroll copies, the maximum duration is 48 hours, so before a party goes in, it's definitely important to get everything that should be prepared. Food, eat and drink, cooking related to bring all. You definitely need to rest during that time, and you can't go wrong with tents and quilts and bedding and such. Also to get a good night's rest while you're at it, the simple portable jutsu vigilant device carries just as much. Just like that, under the watchful eyes and expectations of many of the higher-ups, Yang Lin's group entered within the copy through the teleportation opened by the scroll. On the contrary, there was no need to think about trying to directly see a line of people brushing up against the monsters outside. However, it is possible to get a real-time view of the line's dynamics through a terminal connected to the scroll. At that moment, seeing that Yang Lin's 5 people had already entered the scroll copy, but the crowd of executives outside, there is not a single one that is not gripped and talking. After various additions, the difficulty of this scroll is almost going to be heaven-defying. Can the 5 of them really handle it? I think it's a bit difficult, even with Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady pressing on. But now with this difficulty, an ordinary level 25 professional of the same class running in would probably be exposed for seconds. That's also them, Greedy Wolf and Cinnabar Dragon. If there were newcomers on my side, I guess I would resolutely not let them in. Who isn't? The difficulty is counterintuitive, and you can really kill someone if you're not careful. Listening to the higher-ups say this, the 2 main people present from the Greedy Wolf and Dragon sect, Su Zhangdao and Gu Feihong, couldn't do anything about it. Yang Lin insisted on entering the scroll copy. Su Meng and the girls were needless to say. One by one, Yang Lin was their main focus. Unless Yang Lin voluntarily gave up, who could pull their group? In that case, let's see if Yang Lin's 5 people's ability is enough to step on the scroll copies. Same period. Su Ninji, while she was worried about Yang Lin's 5 people, she had a different kind of expectation in her heart, because just before Yang Lin entered the scroll copy, this man suddenly came to her ear and said something. She was blushing and her heart was pounding with a big deer in the head. Yang Lin said, Nian Ji, wait for me. After I enter the scroll copy, I will definitely get you a prop that will make your heart flutter. When the time comes, what I'm going to do to you, you're not allowed to resist or refuse. At that time, listening to Yang Lin's words, Su Nianji was ashamed to the extreme. Could she not hear what Yang Lin then wanted to do to her? Especially that last line about no resistance or rejection being allowed made her almost find a crack in the ground. This man, what a time to say something like that, and not letting herself resist and refuse. So shameless. After all, she hadn't been with a man in so many years, and then she thought of the horrible things that Yang Lin might have to do to her afterwards. Su Nianji was in a panic, but panic after panic. Deep inside, the slightest hint of sweetness still unconsciously welled up. Of course, it's time to worry, and it's definitely still a worry. Like the others, Su Nianji's line of sight then fell to the public screen that was connected to the scroll and displayed outside. Chapter 139, Sisters Have No Mental Burden. Scroll copy, Wasteland Mountain. The sky is gray in this space, and all you can see at a glance is rolling, hairless mountainous terrain. If it is not around the 4 girls each have their own style, posture and body all kinds of eye-catching, I am afraid that Yang Lin's dry energy is less on 3 points. Honey, when we advance later, I'll still be the main attacker. Let Meng, Xianxian and Xiaonan assist me, and if you just cover for us. At that moment, Hearing Dragon Lady Lin Yu say this, Yang Lin of course had no problem with it. Su Meng, Wang Chan and Lin Muan, that was definitely even more okay. As I said earlier, the strength of newcomers such as Chang Jin and Gao Jingwei belongs to the strength of martial arts masters. But the Dragon Lady, as a Valkyrie, she was strong in the sand. Now, since we're talking about this again, if we compare the Dragon Lady to Yang Lin again, then Yellen is one of those, strategically conceptually strong. In a one-on-one duel, Dragon Lady couldn't beat Yang Lin, but when it came to the efficiency of killing demons, the Dragon Lady, as a Valkyrie, she could be much simpler and rougher than Yang Lin. Dragon Lady, then the main attack is then given to you. Be sure to tell me if you're tired. Don't push yourself. Don't worry husband, I'm not that delicate. Anyway, with my husband in the back, I have peace of mind when it comes to full output. Good, then let's move. About 6 or 7 minutes later, the squad of 5 encountered the first demons in the area. There are 9 mudskippers in total, all ranked 25 and about the height and build of an adult. Think a few people came at the abyssal level, and because of the various enhancements to wordings and hidden wordings, at one point, the mudstone monster's blood level reached a terrifying 39,000, and its attack was even higher at 1,000 to 1,200. Granted, Yellen only used to pedal for the girls around him, but the most basic fields and negative states he still had to maintain. Today he has a field range of 35 by 35, which is okay. Instead, after these 5 negative statuses were applied together, the eye saw that the 9 mudstone monsters were restricted by at least 60% of their mobility and attack attributes in all aspects. Each of the 4 sisters was invigorated and overjoyed, and for them, the danger factor was reduced by at least 60%. If any other professional inflicted a negative status, being able to weaken it by 10% or 20% in the current environment could already be astonishing. But Yang Lin, he, directly restricted 60%. What kind of concept is that? By casually casting his hands, he could reach limits that countless people could not reach. Otherwise, he's a good brother to his own family. But on the contrary, Yang Lin was actually not too satisfied. While it was true that the demons had strengthened, he had initially predicted that they would be limited by at least 70%. Now it's about 10% less, which is a bit worse than it should be. Well, let's not talk about that. But anyway, that's the next thing that's time for the 4 girls to perform. The Dragon Lady swept her sword across the field, and the entire field was immediately filled with flying sand and stones. Su Meng and Wang Chan linked up left and right, non-ordinary strong and invincible. As for the little lowly Lin Nui, there were so many melee fighters, she had simply switched to a long-range profession status. The knife cannon was under point-blank fire, and was primarily used to deal with demons out of sight of the trio of dragon maidens, as well as to patch up fallen demons. Because of the clear division of labor among the 5-man squad, the first encounters with the demons were exponentially strengthened even in their abyssal level state, but it still couldn't stop the sharpness of the 5. Entry review begins after the battle. The ordinary demons in this space could not be said to be very easy, but it was considered quite easy, mainly because of Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady. And let's not talk about the final head, just to say that currently there really is no great difficulty. At the same time, what made the 5 people even more delighted was that the material drop rate was truly terrifying. After killing the 9-headed stone man, in addition to the most basic third-order magic crystals, 18 additional yellow crystals were also popped out. Forget for a moment whether this yellow crystal is worth anything. The double drop rate is clearly at 100%, judging from the drop rate anyway. In response, the little lowly Lin Nui was a bit puzzled. I thought there was only a 70% chance of a double drop. Why does it seem no different than 100% now? Thinking that the Dragon Lady Lin Yu and the little lowly Lin Nui were both his own, Yang Lin didn't hide it. That, you'll have to ask Qian. Her natural wind phrase increases the drop rate by 35% as well as additional qualities. Guess that also affects boosting that double drop. Lin Nui smacked his lips as he listened. This is the first time I've heard that there are still professions that possess such a terrifying drop phrase. Sister Qian is awesome. Wang Chan was a little embarrassed. It's not that powerful. Really to say that it's powerful. But also look at Sister Meng's. Speaking of Zuman, I'm sure her marking ability should be mentioned as well. With Su Meng around, the 5 of them could definitely reduce the pressure by 200% subsequently whether they were speed killing or rushing. Anyway, the whole situation is like playing a page-turner when you put 5 people together now. 1 click to mark, 1 click to drop, 1 click to limit, 1 click to annihilate, and 1 click to refill. Because of this, the 5 people's interest in killing the demonic creatures was now getting higher and higher. Look at this 100% double drop. Killing monsters can drop evolution materials, and it's still a secondary evolution profession material. This trip in, selling materials alone, you can't even think about not making a fortune. At the same time, or because the team is so strong, the atmosphere of the team that is quite active, whether it was fighting or rushing, the silver bell-like pleasant giggles of a few sisters could be heard. If there were outsiders around, they would definitely think that these 5 people weren't brushing up on monsters and pushing the map. This is clearly a trip to the wilderness. It was on his way to brush the monsters that Yang Lin suddenly realized something. Let's just say that he seemed to be in a much more pleasant mood after entering his copy today. It turned out to be that in addition to the 4 girls themselves showy, there is actually the most important point. That's the 4 girls today, all of whom are actually dressed in short skirts. That's right, it's a kilt. The copy doesn't restrict what a girl can wear, but in general, it's definitely a convenient dress code to move around in. It's the skirt. As a tout, Yang Lin was in a plugged-in state most of the time, so he had plenty of time to enjoy the wonderful spectacle of a few girls with their dresses flipping as well as their eye-poppingly long legs. All kinds of charming scenery one after another, so that he is not generally overwhelmed. Out of curiosity, Yang Lin even made a point of asking. After that, I heard the dragon lady reply, because we know that you are strong, husband, we don't have much psychological burden. So a couple of us talked it over before we went into the replica and just went casual on it. Fair enough. Yellen was satisfied with the dragoness's answer. Who made me just that strong? By the way, he also purposely instructed Su Meng and Wang Chan. Meng, Qianxian, when you enter a copy or something in the future, pack light if you can. With me, there's no need to be afraid. After a few words, he almost didn't get spit on by Su Meng. Wang Qianxian's words, on the other hand, was nodding her head in succession, very excited. But this was a situation that didn't sit well with one little guy in the field. Brother Tianba, I realized that you look at my sister and the 3 of them most of the time, and you haven't even looked at me. What's so pretty about your short legs? Remember to let me tug on your twin ponytails and pinch your face when we take a break. No way. Nui, you have to remember that you don't have the right to refuse in front of your brother Tianba. Sis, brother Tianba is bullying me. Fine. You still dare to sue your sister in front of me. Okay, then I'll bully you now. Oh, brother Tianba, I was wrong. Don't pinch my face and yank my hair. It's going to break. Chapter 140, Her Bright Future. When Yang Lin took the dragon lady and others on a pleasant excursion in the scroll copy. Oh no, it was all the executives on this side of the communication base when they were killing the demons. They weren't that leisurely. From the moment the 5 entered the teleportation, they were nervously staring at the general screen, following the 5's action intelligence in real time. With what they thought, this copy of the various enhanced scrolls was not simple. Anyway, if they were replaced by their own newcomers, then they would never be allowed to go in and risk their lives. But with Yang Lin and the dragon lady present, they definitely also wanted to see how far these 5 could play. Then, when they saw Yang Lin and the others kill the first batch of mudstone monsters after 7 or 8 minutes, this time the crowd, in their hearts, breathed a slight sigh of relief. So much for showing that they were still clearing out the movement of the strengthened swarm of demons within. And then not long after that, holy, is this super skilled already? You just finished killing 12 mudstone monsters, and in less than 5 minutes, you actually killed another batch of goat head monsters? It seems that not only are they killing speed monsters, they're not slow in their hasty marching either. See, we still underestimated the strength of the 5 of them joining forces. At first I thought it would be a bit difficult for them, but now it seems like it's no different than going through the motions. The executives were so excited. Naturally, the ensuing attention once again fell on Su Zhengdao and Ghost Woman, who were also present. That Yanglin, it really made them like it. So for the newcomer exchange meeting afterward, they were too eager to exchange Yang Lin to their own forces for a month. So, a part of the people once again intentionally or unintentionally close to Su Zhengdao and the Ghost Woman from the side of the euphemistic say this matter. The non-guarantee under was no more than that. As long as they exchanged the 3 Yang Lin people to their side, definitely served, cared for and satisfied, definitely won't let the 3 Yang Lin people suffer a little bit of aggravation, and guaranteed to respond to any request. This one and all, Su Zhengdao and Ghost Woman couldn't afford to refuse. One can only respond vaguely to say yes and yes. It really was that even they themselves hadn't expected that bringing Yang Lin out to participate in a newcomer battle would result in attracting all the forces to be on board to such an extent. On the contrary, there was another thing in this, which all the executives were quite concerned about. Even asked, Old Su, if your guild's Yang Lin is so strong, in general, I'm sure there's a genetic reason for it, right? If he's so powerful, aren't his parents also some big names in the League of Fame? Regarding this point, Su Zhengdao didn't hide it. That's what we thought earlier. But that's not really the case. There's no suspense that his parents are just ordinary people. That's really strange. Although this bloodline thing is very mysterious, but Yang Lin is so outrageous, and yet his parents are just normal people. That's a little hard to justify any way you think about it. isn't it? This was something that Su Zhenghao himself was actually a bit surprised and unable to understand. When the president said that Yang Lin had the shadow of a nobleman, it seemed to him that he did, too. Could have Gu Qing go on a personal walk to confirm. Yang Lin's parents are really just ordinary people, pure to the point of not being pure anymore. So in the end, this situation could only be attributed to the fact that it was probably their old Yang family's ancestral tomb smoking. Otherwise, how could such a heaven-defying demon be born? Meanwhile, inside the scroll copy, the core area where the final head is located. Rumble. A slender and soft figure was smashed out once again by the Cyclops' incomparably thick stone pillar. In addition to the muffled grunts of the young girl in pain, a series of blood rained down in midair. How many times, exactly? Spectre had already forgotten how many times he had challenged the final leader. Cyclops, in the past few days. Why is she obsessed with killing the final leader? The Cyclops, you ask? It can actually be understood like this. The final head is equivalent to the core of a copy, or the fountain from which the energy spreads outward. Although the spectral light could also go on to absorb the energy of normal demons, it was ultimately too low, and without the core's enchantment, the absorption is slow, not to mention inefficient. As long as she can kill the final leader and entrench the final leader's location, then she can grow fast and recover quickly afterward. But the current Spectre simply can't beat the 5x boosted final head Cyclops, but she didn't give up. If you can't beat them once, then twice. If you can't beat them twice, then 3 times. With her superb recovery at the root of the situation, after Phantom Light went to absorb the energy of a batch of ordinary demons in a place outside of the ringleader's entrenchment, she would return to find the Cyclops for a fight. She was now not looking for a strong hit on the Cyclops. The main attraction is a good thing. It was because of the unknown number of times she had acted out that she was now, by no means, looking generally miserable. Thinking about how strong she appeared in the Yao Lake spirit realm earlier, now that was how wretched she was. Messy hair, tattered dresses, shocking wounds up and down the circumference. The way she looked now was no different from a delicate flower that had been viciously ravaged and destroyed by a raging storm. But despite this, the spectral light still didn't give up. As in the moment, although she was viciously smashed away by the Cyclops, she could clearly see that the Cyclops' blood level was already less than 40%. According to the current situation, as long as one was given another day to 2 days, then one could definitely grind the Cyclops to death. At that time, this space would be completely his own. Deep down, Phantom Light even made plans for the future. After taking care of the Cyclops and landing temporarily, a rough estimation, the energy of this space could restore his strength to 30% of his original strength. Although 30% wasn't much, it could already support one's descent back into the new spirit realm. At that time, one must not be as flamboyant as earlier. Quietly, slowly, after taking care of batch after batch of newbie professionals, one could metamorphose to a higher level. And then, one can descend on human cities without fear. The humans in the district are all toys to themselves, because of the thought of these beautiful things. Even if he was being beaten up right now, Yui Kwang was able to grit his teeth. Roar! Upon seeing the Cyclops darting this way with a huge stone pillar in his hands, Spectre clenched his teeth, endured the pain, and fled in haste after getting up from the ground. There's no rush. Take your time. It's just one Cyclops. Fleeing beyond the final leader's entrenchment, she unleashed her energy tengus and began to continuously strike down the demons around her. Then borrow the life energy from these things and repair yourself. When there is a goal, one does not wander. With faith, the future can only be bright. After finally regaining some of his physical condition once again, Spectral Light returned to the final leader Cyclops' entrenchment once more, as he had repeated earlier. At this moment's Yugwang, she was definitely not a young girl who looked delicate and incomparably heavily injured. Now she's more like the legend. Over and over again, undauntedly, with conviction and perseverance. As long as you can't die, then you will continue to challenge the Demon King's bravery without stopping. Even though each challenge did limited damage to the Cyclops, Phantom Light, she never wanted to give up. Almost there. It's going to be fast. As long as there were no surprises. In 2 days at the most, the killing of the final leader, the Cyclops, could be completely accomplished. A beautiful future awaits you ahead. Chapter 141 Su Meng, have you ever made a mistake? Scroll copy. After a rather long period of struggle, Yang Lin was now in a rather agitated mood. To sum it up, I'd say, after being a professional for so long, it was the first time I had fought a battle that yielded such a rich harvest. Explosive rate of 100%, and times are double. This change who is not exuberant. Level 25 Special Evolution Copy. Itself is intermediate career evolution. That material, even if it is cheap again. Basically every piece is 500 price starting. Look at the thousands of evolutionary materials in the career space now. And then think about the massive harvest after sweeping the entire space of demons. It's a feeling that can no longer be expressed in words. Honey, Another batch of goat-headed monsters have appeared up ahead. Well, just them up. As Yang Lin gave his orders, the sheep-head monsters in front of him had become the meat and potatoes in the eyes of the 5. As for the 5 themselves, that's about as good as a bulldozer. A batch of goat-headed monsters crushed into slag with a single crush. Do you know what it means to be strong and bossy? That's it. As Wang Chan and Lin Nui quickly stepped forward to pick them up. Soon, a group of people once again had 18 pieces of Crimson Lightstone rare evolutionary materials in their accounts. Also, it must be said, originally, after the 5 people entered the scroll space, they actually wanted to advance directly to the final leader's side at the fastest speed and then reach a quick pass. But after the discovery of evolutionary materials so powerful, that also fast pass what? Full sweep to live up to the value of the scroll copy. Just like that, a copy that could have been cleared in 24 hours. After struggling for 24 hours straight afterward, the 5 were only about 3/5 of the way through. At this time, Yang Lin saw that the 4 sisters around him were too fatigued, so he decided to set up camp and rest for a while. Listening to him, he said, as of now, except for the final leader who might be a bitter battle, ordinary demons are not considered a threat. Steady, surely. Regarding this question, the dragon lady looked grave and said, it's true that ordinary magical creatures are nothing, but the difficulty of the final head is increased by more than 5 times. I know this, after all. In addition to the scroll's hidden wordings, the previous wordings also drastically increase the blood, attack and defense of the final head. But with the 5 of us working together, it should be more than enough to it. Brother Tianba, you are also too confident. Although you and my sister are indeed powerful, we are now at the abyss level, facing the final leader whose difficulty has been increased by 6 times. Is that an easy fix too? Don't worry, Nui, we can give up if we find it really difficult. After all, in terms of normal progress, we've actually now disguised the pass condition. As long as we leave the copy now, the reward will be settled immediately. The little lowly Lin Nui nodded. It's also the number of demons we killed has long exceeded the limit. And that final leader, it's a big jackpot. Not bad, colorful indeed. It's best if you can take it. It's a real shame that you can't take it. With my prediction, if we can take care of the final leader, how come we don't get 2 special props? Because of the mention of the special props, a few of the girls also got interested and started talking about it one by one. It was under these circumstances that the 3 camp tents were pitched. I've said I'm going to get some rest, so I can't commit myself in any way. Earlier it had been moving the kitchen, but now, incidentally, it was moving the bedroom again. After that, the 5 circled the area where they were presently encamped, and after setting up the portable warlock alarm devices they had brought with them in a circle around them at a suitable distance. Finally, it was time to go back to the tent and rest in peace for a while. Yellen, he was certainly no exception. Though he wasn't much sleepy, he was quite comfortable lying with his legs crossed on the simple bedstead in the tent. Based on earlier discussions with the congregation, the scheduled break was 5 hours, so for those 5 hours, just take your time and enjoy. Only, just after half an hour had passed, Yang Lin heard the sudden sound of fine, light footsteps coming from outside his tent. Then he heard Su Meng whisper, Yang Lin, are you asleep? No. Yang Lin opened the tent and asked, why did you come over? Dream? Su Meng's pretty face blushed and said, I'm actually not very tired, and I can't sleep lying there, so I wanted to find you to talk to. Well, come on in. Yang Lin warmly greeted this little green plum of his family into the tent. Although it would be nice to lie alone in a tent, but as a man, who could resist the company of a little green plum by his side? It's just as well. I'm not too tired, and dreamy you came over just in time for the 2 of us to have a chat. Aha. After Su Meng answered, she took off her shoes and unceremoniously sat on top of Yang Lin's bed, including her person. She also snuggled up to Yang Lin. To say the least, Yellen's tent is still huge. It's been said that you won't be commissioned, so even if it's a wilderness camping trip, that's definitely a detail pulling in place space pulling in place. Not to mention the fact that there's one more dream in the tent, and even if there are a few more, there's plenty of room for them. Dreamy, you really aren't tired. We're going to have to do some speed brushing afterward. We can't afford not to rest properly. It's really not tiring, law. The dragon lady was so strong this way, and your restrictions were so powerful. I was basically just playing a bit of assistance. Half an hour's rest was enough just now. Well then, as for now, let's find a topic to talk about. Well, since we're on the topic of conversation, I do have a question I've been meaning to ask you. Okay, you ask. Seeing Yang Lin's promise, Su Meng said with a pout, Yang Lin, tell me, was it a long time ago that you liked me? Ahem, Dream, why are you even asking about this? Su Meng shook Yang Lin's arm and said, answer me. You used to have my picture on your cell phone all the time. I've heard that a boy who likes a girl will make a mistake with a photo from time to time. So let me ask you, have you ever made a mistake? This question was asked in such a way that Yang Lin couldn't help but laugh. Dreamy, who taught you those words? What is our relationship? Come on, I want to hear it. Listening to his own little Chingmei's characteristic petulant tone, Yang Lin looked at her fair and rounded thighs and suddenly said, Meng Meng, you've got some grass seeds on your legs, then help me take it down. Okay, I'll take it down for you now. At this moment, Su Meng's pretty face became even redder, as beautiful as the cloudy haze blooming in the evening, and her entire body had closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently as she breathed slightly. Just when Yang Lin still wanted to see if there were any other places on his legs that were covered in grass seeds when Su Meng came over, which was when the sound of light footsteps once again came from outside the tent. Yang, are you asleep? Ha, Cynthia? Great, you're not asleep. Brother Yang, I just suddenly remembered that you need knee pillows when you're resting outside. Brother Yang, so I specially came over to give you knee pillows. Inside the tent, Su Meng hurriedly separated from Yang Lin by a fist distance. Yang Lin could see that the eyes of this little green plum of his house had become sultry. Chapter 142, A Second of Gold. Soon, Wang Chan also arrived within the tent. She was a little surprised to see Su Meng. Dream sister, just now when I was in a daze, I heard you say that you were uneasy and wanted to patrol the perimeter. I can't believe you're actually here with Brother Yan. I just dropped by. On the contrary, you're coming over to Yanglin to deliver a knee pillow? Well, Yang said a long time ago that he wasn't used to resting outside. It's my fault for forgetting about this earlier, so I came over to give Yang a knee pillow. Su Meng pinched Yang Lin and said, so you can't sleep outside without a knee pillow? Yang Lin's face was full of black lines. It's just a casual remark. Who would have thought Shanshan would still have memorized it? Wang Chanshan asked with some bashfulness. Then do you want more now, Brother Yang? Cynthia, I'll be recovering nicely this time. Knee pillows and so on subsequently. Okay then, Yang when you want it let me know. Yes. Then the three of them chatted chanting inside the tent. Anyway, the three of them had always been together, so there was nothing formal about it. Thinking that Dragon Lady and Lin Yu were still resting in another tent, considering that the expected time for another action was in 4 hours. So Yang Lin, Su Meng and Wang Chanshan took out their cards and prepared to fight the landlord to kill time. Only just 2 handfuls of landlords had been fought, when suddenly they heard a movement outside the tent. Thinking it was something, the 3 Yang Lin stopped the cards in their hands and began to listen. And then, the sound of footsteps came from far away. Honey, are you asleep? Why do I hear some noise in your tent? It's the Dragon Lady. Once they heard Lin Yu come over, Wang Chanshan and Su Meng subconsciously looked at Yang Lin. Dragon Lady, my side. Honey, don't open the tent yet or I'll be a little shy. No, why are you still shy on it? It's like this. There's something I want to say to my husband, but I'm afraid to face his face and I'm too embarrassed to say it. Yelin's sweat dropped. So, go ahead then. It's like this. After we finish killing this scroll copy, Nui and I are going back to Dragon Gate. You may not be able to be with your husband for a long time after that. So I'm asking, husband, do you, right now, need me to do anything for you? I can offer to try it with my husband if you need it. Inside the tent, being stared at by Meng Meng and Shen Shen, Yang Lin was rarely a little embarrassed. Hearing him clear his voice, he said, Dragon Lady, we are only parting for the time being. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet again in the future. And isn't that what one line says? If love lasts, does it last forever? Honey, that's a beautifully written line. I love it. On the contrary, hearing my husband say that makes me want to spend more time with him even more now. So can I go in now? Okay. When the dragoness entered the tent, she froze. So Dreamy and Cynthia, you're here too? Dragon Lady, Shanshan and I don't have much to do, so we came over to find Yang Lin to fight the landlord to kill time. Wang Chanshan nodded. Dragon Lady, if you want to spend some time alone with Brother Yang, Sister Meng and I can leave time for you. It's okay, people don't have to take me into account. Otherwise it makes it seem like I'm special, and I like to have a good time with everyone. In that case, Su dreamed for a moment and said, Dragon Lady, do you know how to play mahjong? Yes, I will. Nui taught me how to play mahjong. That's good. The 4 of us are just right to make up a table to play mahjong. Yang Lin, he has no right to refuse. It's just that he can't figure it out. How did this good break turn into another fight with the landlord and a mahjong game? Forget it. It's rare to see a few of my own sisters so happy. So let's get a table together and play mahjong. But it's not over yet, because playing mahjong has just played half a round. A sleepy-eyed fluffy hugging pillow loli also came to the tent. After glancing at the 4 people who were playing mahjong, the little loli Lin Nui came to the nearest Yang Lin's lap and fell asleep. Surprisingly, it was quite a good sleep. Forget about it. There's nothing wrong with a break that turns into a recreational break. Again, it's this time of year. Phantom Light, she is still struggling. Perseverance is fighting. Despite her scars, despite her bruises, she was never going to give up. Eventually the head honcho's blood level got lower and lower and lower. In a day at most, another day at the most, she would be able to take out the final leader to take complete control of the entire space. At occasional times, she would also think about what happened earlier in the Yao Lake spirit realm. It was painful, but she was actually relieved. It was his own earlier carelessness that was to blame, venturing to show himself without knowing his opponent. But in the future, it won't be. She's learned from her mistakes and she's learning now. Once she regains some strength by taking control of this space, she must be steady and meticulous in her development. If he couldn't metamorphose to a higher level stage, spectral light guaranteed that he would never wave again. As for that abominable man, it's true that you don't want to run into him again in this lifetime, but the heart must curse him hard. But what exactly is to be cursed? Then curse him for being infertile. Who made him almost beat himself to death? By the way, I'll curse him for not exploding his copy, and for falling on the ground and cracking his head. Also, it doesn't run inside when it rains. It was in the intense cursing of the man, and in being beaten by the Cyclops with each successive beating, the ghostly light saw that the light was unfolding a little. She will soon be able to grab her own future. Over at the temporary communication base in Yahoo, the crowd of executives as well as those newcomers who experienced life and death with Yang Lin and the others, that were definitely paying attention to the real-time intelligence of the scroll copies for a long time. When they saw that Yang Lin and the others were speed brushing the demons, they felt all kinds of emotions, worthy of being Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady. Too strong, really too strong. It was hard to see the real-time situation without movement, and a guess was projected in conjunction with the time. Yang Lin 5, finally going to stop and take a good rest? Yes, that's fine. After all, watching the 5 people speed brush the action all the time, not to mention whether or not the 5 people were tired. The people on this side of the communication base were all tired, when another long time had passed. Just as a portion of the top brass were about to lose their grip, someone suddenly said, "They've entered the core area." At that moment, someone from the surroundings chimed in, "Have they finally entered the core area?" Based on what happened earlier, the 5 of them clearly intend to sweep the entire map. They're right up there. Full map sweeps are not uncommon. As for the current words, even though we've entered the core area, it will still take a long time before we can meet the final leader. The crowd was deeply impressed. After all, in the core area, the demons, even if they were the same constant level 25, were, for sure, a bit stronger than the ones outside. Add to that the fact that the 5 of them still had to sweep the entire map, then it would certainly take quite some time before they could meet the final leader. But who would have thought that only an hour had passed? The connection terminal suddenly shows. The 5 had now reached the entrenchment of the final leader, the Cyclops. For a moment, the group was exhilarated. Aren't they going to sweep the core area? By the looks of it, this is a direct trip to crush the final leader. But the difficulty of this final head has been raised by at least 6 times, and it's still abyssal level. Are they sure? The crowd, in their excitement and worry, were talking about the strength of the 5 and the strength of the final leader. But the next moment, look, according to the display, the 5 and the final leader have exchanged blows, but not even for a second. Intelligence indicates that the final leader, Cyclops, was successfully killed. What? Solve the fight in 1 second? Impossible. Even if the difficulty isn't raised 6 times 7 times, even if they're stronger, it's impossible to resolve the battle in 1 second. Is the intel wrong, or are we just blind? No, the intel wasn't wrong. We didn't blink. The 5 of them literally took out the final leader in just 1 second. Everyone in the entire communication base was all shocked to the point of petrification. Chapter 143, Picking Your Peach. Because the world is too small. More than a day had passed without realizing it. Yang Lin, Dragon Lady, and the others, because of their strong teamwork, had finally reached the core area now even after sweeping the entire map. However, to the 5's surprise, the demons weren't seen much after entering the core area. What you see, instead, are pieces of corpses. What's going on? Are there outsiders inside this scroll copy besides us? At the first time, Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady activated their perception, and Wang Chan entered the flying state to observe the surrounding situation. But unfortunately, no scent or trace of other professionals was sensed or detected, and in principle, the scroll was activated by 5 people, and there would definitely not be any other professions that could intervene within this copy of the scroll. These demons have all been killed, so what are we killing? Meng, don't be anxious first. I see that the death of these demons is quite strange. The group carefully observed the dead demons around them at the moment and soon realized, looking at the bloodstains, these demons looked like they had just been killed not long ago, but observing the body, it looked like it had been rotting for a long time. That's too weird. By the way, intermediate as well as above scroll spaces are no better than normal copies in spirit realms. Within this level of scroll space, a demonic creature is dead when it dies, and there is no such thing as refreshing it. Therefore, it is really puzzling and confusing that the demonic creature is not clear who killed it now, and there is also such a suspicious situation. Brother Yang, is there a possibility that the final leader wandered out and killed these demons? Wang Chanchan's words did give Yang Lin and the others a new idea, but it was quickly rejected by the crowd. Sinister. It can't be completely denied, but at least so far, I haven't heard of the final leader actively striking down the neighboring demons. Husband's words are good. If this really happens, it will be the peripheral demons that take the initiative to set foot in the final leader's entrenchment. Otherwise, the ultimate head honcho would never have taken the initiative. It's because the coiled landside is equivalent to the core of a replica, spirit realm, or something like that. Su Meng thought about it and said, could it be, then, that the magical creatures have rebelled? For example, they wanted to take the place of the final leader, so they fought with the final leader? That the final leader got pissed off, chased them down and chewed on them, and finally, that's what happened? You can dream. Yang Lin squinted and laughed. No wonder you're like a puppy chasing me and biting me every day. Your conception possesses a considerable degree of plausibility. You guy. Su Meng was furious and crossed her arms. Believe it or not, I'll bite you right now. Well, it's inconveniently crowded here, so I'll give you a chance to be satisfied later. Yang Lin, seeing that Su Meng was unforgiving and her entire body was about to pounce over, Yang Lin hurriedly surrendered. I'm wrong. Let's not joke now. You see, the cause of the demon's death is unknown. This will really make a mess. What if something happens? Humph. Since it's come to this, I'll spare you for now. Trying to joke about it was a joke, but the cause of the demon's death must surely be ascertained. It's just that the immediate range of demonic swarms dying in batches isn't enough to find out what's going on. So let's keep going deeper and see if we can't find out any intel. With that, the group began to march quickly while on guard. Only, as more and more dead demons are found, the whole thing seems to seem even more confusing. It shouldn't be. It's not like the final leader ran out and ate all the demons in the core area, is it? Who knows? Basically, we haven't found a few living demons. 99% of them have been gotten killed. Brother Tianba, then what do we do now? Looking at the corpses of these demons, I'm suddenly a little scared. Nui isn't afraid. Isn't everyone there? In that case, how about we simply go straight into the final leader's entrenchment? And if we find that the situation is not right, then how about we choose to retreat at the first opportunity? The Dragon Lady and Su Meng's sisters looked at each other, then all nodded in agreement, thinking that everyone is here, just now on the way. Everyone was still talking excitedly about what good things can be exploded after killing the final leader. If they were to venture to withdraw now, each one of them would certainly be unwilling in their hearts. With that, the group of 5 began to go deeper again. At this time, it was originally more convenient to let Wang Chan fly, but considering the unknown situation, Yang Lin gave up this intention. As a man, he had to make sure that his sister was as close to him as possible in unspecified situations, as a way to be able to protect at the first sign of danger. If Chanshan was put in the sky, and a situation really happened, Chanshan would probably become the primary target of the other party's attack. And so it was that the group marched quickly while on ground alert. On the contrary, on this journey, we saw that we were almost reaching the final leader's encampment. But apart from seeing corrupted demonic corpses everywhere, there was still no unexpected situation. It seems like there's a real possibility that the demonic creatures in the perimeter were killed by the final leader himself. Su Meng grumbled. It seems like it should be for now. It's just too bad. How much less evolutionary material have we earned? Wang Chanshan followed with a meaty voice. Roughly calculating the total number of demons in the core area, we've killed at least 1,000 less demons, earning 15 to 20 million less. Yang Lin, who covered his heart, although he regards money as dirt, he is a little heartbroken to hear that he earns so much less. Isn't this just throwing a big, luxurious bueno, a big house, for nothing? Even a big landowner can't withstand such a scourge of money. I'm getting pissed off inside when you guys say that, so let's go, and go the final leader of the Shattered. We'll have to make up for all the money we've lost with the rarity of the special props. Hearing Yang Lin say this, the group began to quickly gather towards the final leader's gathering place. When she saw that she was about to reach her destination, the Dragon Lady suddenly said, "Wait, what happened to the Dragon Lady? Hubby, just now I vaguely heard what seemed to be the sound of a fight in the final leader's entrenchment site. Although it disappeared quickly, I'm sure that I did hear it. Now what? Nope, that's probably the final leader killing the surrounding demons and going crazy alone in the entrenchment. Come on, let's go over there and take a look." Finally, the group of 5 arrived at the final leader's entrenchment. Then the 5 saw that the Cyclops, the ultimate leader, was in a rage. Look at that thing. It looks like it just banished something and then cursed and lashed out at the coiled ground. and this Cyclops, bruised and battered all around. It was thought that the injuries it had inflicted on itself while clearing out the demons around it were not small, but even better, the Cyclops now had only a small amount of blood left, less than 15% of its total blood count. Dragon Lady, Meng Meng, Chien Chien, Nui Nui, God help me, honey, why are you so happy? Dragon Lady, Yang Lin is equipped with the ability to start and tail blade decapitation. The final leader has just this much blood. He should be able to be killed in seconds straight away. Aha, Yang is strong. Super strong. At this time, the Dragon Lady thought of the scene in the spirit realm when Yang Lin slashed the spectral light's 1.5 million blood level, and without waiting for the Dragon Lady to react, Yang Lin had already rushed into the field. An encounter with the Cyclops and the battle begins. Not even waiting for the Cyclops to go berserk, Yang Lin's entrance decapitation and tail blade decapitation instantly sent the Cyclops away, and the battle was over. Before and after 1 second. This scene, Su Meng and Wang Chan didn't feel anything. They were used to it. But the Dragon Lady and the little lowly, Lin Nui, were so shocked by such a scene that their hearts began to beat violently and furiously. 3 bright lights appeared at center field. One of them was clearly visible. It was malachite, the universal evolutionary material. The other 2 pieces are obviously 2 special props. Yang Lin took a big step forward and had just collected his things when Su Meng, Wang Chan, Dragon Lady, and Lin Nangang came out of the shadows. This hasn't even come together to get excited and happy. Suddenly with the field reappeared, a ragged body injuries after a familiar sister. Both sides of each other at this moment, all of them fell into a stare in silence. The world, at times, really is too small. Chapter 144, It's Your Fate. Spectral Light. She would have just had a good fight with the Cyclops. And after her efforts to get beaten and find abuse over the past few days, the Cyclops' blood bar had been worn down to the limit by her in a raw manner. By this time she had seen the light and hope and was about to cling to the future. But just now, she had once again fought with the Cyclops for a while. After being given a vicious fat beating, this was just about to flee in disarray, ready to fight again later, when she heard a mournful cry of anguish from the Cyclops, where the final leader was entrenched. What's going on? Why is the Cyclops hissing so sadly? The spectral light always felt like the hissing that was heard spoke of death's reluctance, so she stopped running away and looked at the final leader perched on the ground, her mind confused. There, did something happen? Staying where she was for a long time, she eventually chose to venture back and watch. It was also as she got closer and closer to the final leader's entrenchment, the more clearly she, as a sin, could sense the rising aura of death within the entrenchment. Cyclops is dead? Even though she hadn't seen the actual scene, instinctive perception told Phantom Light that what she had confirmed couldn't be wrong. That Cyclops, now that's just dead. Why? Wasn't there still a full complement of blood? Why is the Cyclops dead? Could it be that? The spectral light thought of a great possibility at this point. He thought that he had fought the Cyclops many times, but that thing's recovery ability was nowhere near as strong as his own. Moreover, he himself could absorb the life energy of ordinary magical creatures to recover. How could that Cyclops have such a skill? So, the answer comes out. After dozens of fights with himself, the Cyclops' wounds accumulated on his body, gradually triggering various effects such as bleeding, tearing, and erosion. So it's really not at all surprising to see sudden death when you finally reach the tipping point. Figuring this out, Yugwang was moved to tears at the moment. It wasn't in vain that he had been beaten up in various ways over the past few days, and now, he could finally absorb the life energy of the Cyclops, and then use it as a base to fully short the entire space, completely with 1,200,000 points of excitement. Yugwang endured his injuries and appeared at the final leader's entrenchment. But, what did she see? The man who scares himself, the woman who can be summoned into the jingoism, and, along with the 3 teammates beyond the men and women. No, how could they be here? He himself may have taken too many beatings and lost too much blood, so he hallucinated. Yes, that must be it. Thinking that he had previously returned to the sea of fetal breath and then tore apart the laws to descend to this place, it was absolutely, positively impossible for anyone to be able to capture his traces, so now he must have been blind and hallucinating himself, and that's why he saw the man and his teammates. Despite, the spectral light thought this in his mind, but she found that the illusion was not too real. The woman with the huge 2-handed sword who was the penalty smelled so good. As for that horrible man, the aura of terror like a nightmare on his body. His own heart trembled violently as it pressed directly over. Real, or fake? Is it fake, or is it real? Indistinguishable. The spectral light was too terrified in his mind to distinguish at all. Time, now, is like frozen. Spectre had no idea what she was going to say when she faced the line of that hateful, horrible man, and in the next moment, just as she forced herself together and took an instant to resurvey the line of people in front of her, suddenly, she was in despair. It's true, that man and his party, they They weren't hallucinations. They were actually real. Could it be that because they didn't kill themselves last time, they were unwilling to do so and utilized some means to retrace their steps? In this way, want to come to the root of the problem? Yeah, that's it. They must have wanted to come over and cut the herd. And one must never die here. Also, he had worked so hard for so many days, getting beaten up and paying so much, but these goddamned humans, they robbed their monsters and made an instant joke out of all their efforts. Damn, they're so hateful. Phantom Light was, now, aching inside, but at the same time, she also knew that she had to evacuate as soon as possible at that moment, or else her next fate would definitely be the same as the Cyclops corpse lying on the ground. Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady's side was talking about taking a good look at the two newly acquired props, but where did it occur to me that another person suddenly leapt in from outside the field? With this fixed gaze, not only the Dragon Lady, Su Meng and the others, even Yang Lin couldn't help but have his scalp numb and his heart tighten. It's a ghostly light. I can't imagine that Phantom Light actually appeared here. In the shortest amount of time, both Yang Lin and the Dragon Lady's several sisters were quickly thinking about a problem. Earlier, didn't the spectral light blow itself up? In that situation, if it was said that she could still survive, not to say it was a miracle, it was definitely as hard as hell. But now, she has appeared again. Even though looking at the appearance of the spectral light, she was dressed in rags and her entire body was covered in blood. Yang Lin and the others present still didn't dare to have any carelessness. They hadn't forgotten that earlier, when the spectral light first appeared, she had transformed into a dismal maiden-like doppelganger. Who knew if the spectral light in front of him would remain a diversion? And did she show up to test a few of her own? I have to figure out the situation first. Yang Lin forcefully stabilized his mind, and at this moment, his spirit was highly concentrated. He had to confirm out whether what appeared before him was the main body or the doppelganger of the spectral light. The Dragon Lady and the others were fuming in their hearts. Is this ghostly light so insidious? Could it be that she utilized some means to disengage last time? Because he was so angry, he used some means to lock down a line of people. And now, just in time to use that time, she chased it down and got her revenge or something. Don't dare think about it. Not anymore. Regardless of the situation. At the first moment, the Dragon Lady, Su Meng, Wang Chan and Lin Muan, each took up their weapons and entered a state of readiness. But this same time, something that Yang Lin's 5 people could not have imagined suddenly appeared. Spectral light at the moment. She looked over here like she saw a trick. In an instant, while the tears flowed out in a torrent, with a pale complexion, he almost rolled and crawled, fleeing from the scene in a hurry and panic. Ha, that's a run? It's an old acquaintance at least. Shouldn't we put in some harsh words or say a couple of whatchamacallits to stimulate it? What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this look of panic and running away? A few of the Dragon Lady's sisters were confused, and they subconsciously looked at Yang Lin. Yang Lin at this time, he analyzed the state of the spectral light, also analyzed half, has not yet fully realized the current body of the spectral light, whether it is the body or the split. But that guy got away. Honey, she ran away. What do we do? Should we chase after her? Yang Lin scratched his hair with his fingers and said, I didn't expect that she wasn't dead, and even more so, I didn't expect that she was actually still here. Be cautious in case of traps, brother Tianba, then we are. Now, who dash? Yang Lin exhaled and responded. It was only an instant's effort. She seemed to have run far away, although I don't know what exactly her situation is. But for now, well, consolidate as much of the current intelligence and strengths as possible. While speaking in this manner, Yang Lin subconsciously also looked above the 2 special props he had just recovered. Chapter 145, Super Magical Props. The first special prop, Super Energy Storage Crystal, a rare item that will automatically recharge once a day. With the aid of this crystal, the professional can perform a single, non-expendable release of a burst ability. Note, this prop does not work on persistent abilities and can only be used once per day. At first glance, this thing doesn't seem that amazing, but only those who really know what they are doing know how far the Super Energy Storage Crystal has gone against the grain, regardless of any profession. Basically speaking, it possesses one or more powerful skills of its own. In gaming parlance, it's called a masterstroke or a masterstroke, or even a surefire move. And often, when performing such abilities, they consume a huge amount of blood energy or spirit, or blood energy along with spirit. But, with such props it's a different story. You've got Yang Lin, a sustained damage profession that might not be useful, and might not be able to exert much strength against Su Meng and Wang Chan. But if you give this prop to the Dragon Lady, the utility of that exertion can no longer be called horrible. Dragon Maiden. She currently has a move called Jingo. Once unleashed, it can instantly turn the moment into a superb battlefield. This ability is unrivaled in the damage it creates and the range it crushes. Think about what would happen if she cast it twice in a row. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Also, after reading this first prop, the dragon lady, she certainly saw what such props could do for her. You asked her if she wanted it. She wanted to. Badly. But then again, after the dragon lady Lin, you thought of her husband, his own, as well as the Meng Meng and Xian Xian around her. She wanted to speak twice. Finally forcibly curbed this idea of wanting. However, she was the one who didn't speak up, and ended up shifting her eyes aside with a feigned carelessness. But this move of hers could not escape Yang Lin's eyes. When he came, Yang Lin had promised Su Nianji that he would bring a gift back for Nianji. As for now, Nianji was her own, and so was the dragon lady. And there are 2 more props. Isn't that just right? Dragon lady, take this super energy crystal. It will be useful to you. Seeing Yang Lin pulling over her hand and placing the prop in her palm, the dragon lady was stunned. Ha, honey, are you going to give it to me? You don't want it? I want to, but husband, you yourself. I'm a sustained damage professional. I can't feel this stuff. Then Meng Meng and Xian Xian, they. Hearing this, Su Meng and Wang Chan hurriedly took a stand. Dragon lady, if Yang Lin gives it to you, you can take it. We've already gotten props. Aha, dragon lady, just take it. It's a token of Yang's appreciation for you, and we're on our own, so we don't have to care that much. The dragon lady nodded with emotion, and finally, as if she had been given a treasure, she put away the super energy crystal, possibly to express her feelings. The dragon lady then stepped forward, stood on her tiptoes, and cheerfully gave Yang Lin an extra long passionate kiss. This scene caused Su Meng and Wang Chanxian's delicate bodies to tremble without fail. The little lowly, Lin Nui, simply both covered her eyes, leaving only the finger slits through which she could see. After some time, the dragon lady was satisfied. Honey, thank you for the gift. Cough, cough, don't be so polite, we're our own people. Being too polite would be out of place. I know it, hubby. Yang Lin at this moment, he was in a good mood, but soon, he quickly felt 2 blazing eyes behind him. Dream on. It's nice to be on your own. See how you're enjoying yourself? Dreamy. You say that. I've always been very affectionate towards my own people. You know, I'm a pure man. Yes, you're a pure man. I didn't say you weren't. Su Meng couldn't help but pinch Yang Lin, and then hurriedly said to the dragon lady, don't misunderstand me, dragon lady. I don't mean anything else. I also think this prop matches you quite well, and it wouldn't be a normal waste to use it on us. Thank you, Dream. Alright, just now Yang Lin said not to make you too polite. We're good sisters. Aha! Above all, after the first prop was taken care of and distributed, the line of sight was once again focused on the second prop. After a few people finished reading the information intelligence, it didn't matter what Su Meng, dragon lady, and the rest of them thought. Yang Lin's heart stuttered anyway. The props are pretty good, but they are not overly special. He hadn't forgotten that he had said earlier that there were exactly 2 props, one for the dragon lady and one for Nianji. But this second one, it's not appropriate to give it away. Now, when the second prop information was obtained, Yang Lin was in tears, while the few sisters around him were tisk 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 tisk. The second special prop, the super pet collar. Listen to the name. Don't you dare take this to Nianji. This subsequently, not to mention get Nianji bring their own enjoyment. She does not put their chopped castration to see weird. Of course, all this is said in jest. Mainly, this thing is not like any other prop, because of the uniqueness. Whoever picks it up, that's equivalent to whoever is bound to it, and can't be given out for free trade at all. So what's the gift for Nianzi after that? Some of the heads are big, but in all seriousness, this pet collar, likewise, was not an ordinary rare and extreme item. Super pet collar, rare item, can be used to capture magical creatures. Durability 100/100, can only be captured successfully once. Major tip before use, both alpha and normal level magical creatures can be captured, and the weaker the state of the demon, the higher the capture success rate. Failure to capture reduces durability. Durability is 0 and the prop disappears. At the same time, after successfully capturing a magical creature, the professional can make a contract with it, and the professional will passively open up a space for storing the magical creature. As well, whatever the magic item is, it possesses the ability to grow considerably and become stronger and stronger. In response to this information, Su dreamed for a long time and said, with this prop, isn't it equivalent to having a pet? And look, Dream sister, it doesn't say that you can't capture special magical creatures, so in that case, even the final leader can be captured. In that case, wouldn't it be similar to your deck? Speaking of cards, Su Meng hadn't forgotten the last time he had gotten a Spider Queen card. Really though, when compared to collar-caught pets, each has its own merits. This is because the cards, although they can also follow the professional to enhance a bit, they do not have growth in themselves. Pets, on the other hand, possess growth, but dead is dead, and there is only one life. Brother Tianba, this collar looks quite powerful. I wonder what demonic creature you plan to capture for cultivation. Yang Lin was in deep thought. It's all tied up. You can't even send Nianji if you want to. As for what kind of magical creature to capture, I'll check the internet later to see what kind of magical creatures have the ability to control and so on. Then I can get one to try it out. But it was at this moment that the Dragon Lady's sudden proposal instantly made the eyes of everyone present light up. Chapter 146. A good man spares his life. Hubby, seeing as this prop is pretty powerful, since it doesn't place restrictions on magical creatures, can it capture that spectral light? Hearing this, Yang Lin, Su Meng, Wang Chan, and Lin Nuan were all stunned for a moment. Dragon Lady, if you don't say it, I've forgotten about this guy who escaped just now. Don't tell me. It's really something to try. But Brother Yang, Wang Chan said, that phantom light, she's not a demon either? Qian, Su Meng didn't think so. She patted Wang Chan's shoulder and said, who knows what the hell that ghostly light is? The collar has durability anyway, in case it does catch her. I agree to give it a try. The little lowly Lin Nui, who was quite interested in this matter, was now jumping up and down with excitement. Well, Yellen nodded. I think it's a good idea to give it a try too, but give me some more time. In fact, just now, I was still analyzing whether the spectral light that appeared was the main body or a doppelganger. Let me proceed to continue my analysis while her current breath is still fresh, and come up with results first. Yes, the Dragon Lady and a few other women answered, then went to the side, waiting for Yang Lin to come up with the results of his analysis. After about 7 more minutes had passed, Yang Lin opened his eyes, looking quite agitated. Got the result. The ghostly light we just saw is her essence. So it's the main body, Su Meng said in surprise. If it's the main body, her situation is too wretched. Right, I always thought it was a disguised doppelganger, the Dragon Lady responded. I told you that the aura of the perceived spectral light just now was not normally weak. Then again, in connection with the earlier speculation of her blowing herself up, she is now, most likely, just lingering on. But sis, if it's metastasizing, why is she here? Lori Linan's question is a little difficult. The group still couldn't guess why they could have stumbled upon the phantom light here. But thinking about it, since the spectral body is now weak and in such a sorry state, it's a good time to try out the super pet collar. Cynthia, you perform a flyby. Dragon Lady, activate your senses. Meng, Nui, let's follow the two of them to track the traces of the spectral light that escaped. Aha! Since the several people present had no opinions, then the next step was the time to take care of the spectral light. That thing? It's a sin. It wasn't clear what the hell sin was, but it definitely needed to be taken out if it could be taken out, or else it might threaten his safety at some point. As for the spectral light at this point, her mood was close to despair. She was running away, desperately. His body was already crippled and bruised, and now he was meeting his nemesis. She must have wanted to run as far away as she could. And what really made her despair and collapse was that although she possessed the ability to tear apart the laws of space, she simply couldn't do it with her current tattered state and her remaining cultivation. But where there was the slightest possibility, she would have left this dimension long ago. But because it couldn't be done, she could only continue to run away now. She only hoped that Yang Lin's 5 people couldn't track her, and that she would be safe when these 5 people left. After some time, seeing that there was nothing moving in the rear, spectral light was visibly relieved. It seemed that he had fled far enough, or, perhaps, the 5 did not have the heart to pursue him. So yourself now, you can get some rest. However, she hadn't been in a state of attunement for long when suddenly her instincts told her that she was in a dangerous situation. Quite dangerous. It was so getting up and taking a look. She had firstly seen Wang Chan who was flying in midair. Yang saw it. The spectral light is right over there. Listening to the faint sounds coming from the distance, Phantom Light broke out in a cold sweat. Not caring about her injuries and exhaustion, she once again grasped for a way to escape. However, the current her was ultimately too weak, and it didn't take long at all for her to be caught up by Yang Lin's 5. Spectral Light, where else are you going to run? You guys don't come over. I'm very powerful. You guys don't come over. Phantom Light was scared now, especially when she saw Yang Lin. She felt fear from her soul. Hubby, it seems that the current spectral light is really weak, but given that she was just too strong earlier, just to be careful, let me give her a jingoistic attack first. At the sound of jingoism, Yu Guang's scalp tingled as he thought of Dragon Lady Lin Yu's earlier battlefield onslaught. At that time, even if one was very strong, eating all of them to impact oneself would be miserable. In this current state, if he dared to eat it head-on once, he was afraid that he would be turned into meat foam on the spot, and without waiting for any response from the spectral light, the dragoness added, If one impact isn't enough, it's just as well that with the help of the super energy crystals I can do it again. I don't believe she can resist twice in her current state. Put. Spectral light spat blood in his heart as he listened. One time would surely be enough to trample yourself into a pulp. Twice in a row. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to leave a scrap of meat behind. Don't do this. Please, don't do this. Spectre really freaked out. She was now, in the knowledge that she had absolutely no chance of winning at all, crying while hoping that Yang Lin and the 5 dragon maidens would hold their hands high. But the reply she got was, Yang Lin, she's a sin. I heard Sister Nianxi say that sin is a terrifying existence. Although she looks pitiful, it's hard not to keep a scam, so let's not be fooled by her. Don't worry, dream. It's only safe to act carefully, knowing that this guy is dangerous. How can you take it lightly? Dragon Lady, give her a jingoistic shock first if you're ready. Yes. Seeing that the Dragon Lady had already entered an explosive state, and feeling the mountainous pressure around her, Yo Guang's legs went soft, and he plopped down on the ground. Please don't make a move. I'll die. I'll really get killed by you guys. Spectral light. It's that time and you're still pretending to be pathetic? I'm not pretending to be pathetic. Don't kill me. I'll do whatever you want as long as you don't kill me. Please. I saw Spectre blushing and kneeling in the center of the field, crying out in pain. The Dragon Lady, who was in the process of unleashing her jingoism, couldn't help but look at Yang Lin. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, You're indeed a bit too strong, Dragon Lady, so maybe, in her current state, she really can't eat one of your outbursts. Honey, what then? After all, you can't help but guard against her being deceitful. That's fine. Yang Lin turned to Su Meng. Meng, release your Spider Queen and thoroughly bind the spectral light before you do so. Yes. Without hesitation, Su Meng quickly summoned the card Spider Queen that he had previously obtained at the base of Lishan. On the Spectre side, to stay alive, with tears of fear in her eyes, she endured great shame and, for a short time, was bound into a dumpling by a series of spider silks from the Spider Queen. Not bad, not bad. This will be a good way to try out the collar's catching ability. Seeing Yang Lin take out his pet collar, Spectral Light was horrified. You, what are you trying to do to me? Spectre, my patience is limited, so I'm only going to give you one piece of advice. Otherwise, you will only end up dead. I listen to you. Very well, if you want to live, you will be good and obedient, dropping all wariness and resistance, and forbidding any act or mentality of resistance. Although the Spectral Light wasn't sure exactly what Yang Lin was going to do, she finally closed her eyes and dropped all resistance in order to stay alive. It was also at this time that Yang Lin activated his pet collar and threw it over. Let's just say, I didn't think that this pet collar would actually work. But what the people present never expected was the unparalleled magical consequences of capturing the ghostly light. Chapter 147, Super Oddball. Intelligence Feedback. Detection of captured object differentiated between human and magical object. Corrections are being made. Fix in progress, 10%, 30%, 70%. Fix complete. Capture props in effect. Detected that the captured object has abandoned its guard. Capture successful. Only after receiving the above feedback. Immediately, Yang Lin felt the back of his left hand burn a little. Looking down, there were patterns resembling flame spells hidden on the back of his left hand. And soon, they disappeared again. As if by instinct, Yang Lin knew that he now had a pet space. It's kinda amazing. It is this kind of Saya sentence. Can wait to see the scene in the field. Now not to mention Yang Lin himself, the Dragon Lady, Su Meng, a few people. There is not a not cover the mouth staring at the eyes of the small. Simply because at this moment the ghostly light was no longer there. And in its place was an egg that had been enlarged by thousands of times and was the size of an adult. The little lowly Lin Nui, after she was surprised, she instantly went into an excited mode. Brother Skybuster, the spectral light has turned into an egg. Hearing her shout like this, on the faces of the several Yang Lin people, great beads of sweat fell without fail. This is what happens when a pet collar captures successfully. I thought I could just contract it, but the other party just turned into a pet egg? And, still, such a big pet egg? Because the situation was a bit weird. Yang Lin, as the owner of the pet egg, he purposely went up to check the pet egg's intelligence. He quickly figured out what was going on based on the new intelligence feeds. It turns out, the original situation of a pet captured through a pet collar is that it will go back to being a pet pup. In that case, it is convenient for the host to train the pet from level 1 on a whole new level. However, Phantom Light's situation was really special. She doesn't belong to a human or a magical creature. So the pet collar, after getting reconditioned, simply gives her a new belonging in the form of an egg. If you press your hand on the pet egg at the moment, you can still see it if you slightly degree into a little bit of blood energy. The spectral light was now curled up in a deep slumber with its white and delicate glimpses that look like a sleeping beauty, and if he wanted it to awaken, he would need Yang Lin, who was the owner, to keep killing the demons, one after another, and let the pet egg absorb the life energy of the demons. This is so that the spectral light can reawaken and break the egg. At the same time, the pet eggs also provide new information, reattributed as a pet. Phantom Light's level will be linked to her owner's level after she breaks out of her shell and takes on a new life. One of her original abilities will be preserved. As well, the full attributes, as well as the various abilities, would also be newly optimized due to Yang Lin as the master. In short, as long as he could make the spectral light break out of its shell, then the spectral light would definitely be a great arm candy for Yang Lin as a pet. Now, when Yang Lin told Su Meng and the Dragon Lady several women about the pet eggs, they each scared in wonder. Brother Yang, this pet of yours is quite rare. Is this considered a beauty pet? Husband, everything else is fine, but will a pet like Sin obey? What if she breaks out of her shell and then kills the Lord? Su Meng and Lin Nui's side followed suit and worried. She's a Sin, and there's no concept of Sin as a pet in history. Is there? Brother Tianba, can you make Sin listen? Regarding the worries of his own sisters, Yang Lin had a plan in his heart after restudying the pet egg and the pet branding hidden on the back of his left hand. Don't worry, I've learned a little about the mechanics of pet ownership. When she hatches, I, as the owner, am able to use the collar that has been bound to her to clamp down on her. At the same time, I can place a series of checks and balances on her through the branding treaty, and the so-called checks and balances treaty, which you can understand as programming instructions to the robots, like what she has to abide by. Can't hurt whoever I designate or something like that. All of that can be accomplished. If she dares to disobey, I can strangle and destroy her at the first opportunity. Hearing Yang Lin say this, Su Meng, Dragon Lady and the others were instantly relieved. That's good. That's good. Except by the looks of it, it seems pretty hard to hatch in a short period of time. It's really quite difficult, because Sin is so special that the amount of life energy needed to get her to hatch is not normally large. But it doesn't matter. We'll have to go down to the copy or into the spirit realm quite often anyway, so it'll naturally hatch out after a few visits. The Dragon Lady, on the other hand, was a bit regretful at this time. It seems that if you want to see the newborn Sin, it will have to wait for another day. But I have a very important question to ask. Dragon, as you say, about the Sin, do we need to report it when we get out of scroll space? No, never. Thanks to the Dragon Lady mentioning it, Yang Lin almost forgot about it. About the Sin, don't say anything to anyone but our own people. Otherwise, if we do release Sin in the future, I'm afraid she'll be disliked and attacked by other professionals. After all, as you can see, she's a newborn now, and still my pet, and it's a headache when something like that really happens. Don't worry, hubby. Nui and I will never say anything to anyone. Lin Nui also hurriedly nodded her head. Sister is right. We will never say anything to anyone. But brother Tianba, you can. Be that biased? Suddenly hearing Lin Nui, the little lowly, say that she was biased, Yang Lin couldn't help but say, Little Nui, tell me, how am I biased? You gave my sister a gift and you didn't even say you'd give me one, and you're saying you're not biased? Hearing this, no matter what happened to Yang Lin, Su Meng, Wang Chan, and the Dragon Lady couldn't help but laugh heartily. At Yang Lin's words, he stepped forward and dotingly rubbed Lin Nui's little brain and said, Want a gift? Ha? No, not okay? That's fine, but how about next time? As you can see, I don't have anything else on hand right now. Brother Tianba, don't lie to me. What's the point of lying to you? After all, Yang Lin suddenly lowered his voice and said in a voice that only two people could hear. Earlier, but you said yourself that you would listen to me in the future. Such a small mascot. How could I lie to you? Lin Nui pouted her cute little mouth. I'm not the mascot. I say you are and you are. What? No? Willing all right. That's right. In the future, brother Tianba, will definitely give you a gift that doesn't lose out to your sister. Aha, I'll make a note of that. Then I'll be waiting for brother Tianba's gift. Yeah, no problem. Over here. It sort of appeased the little lowly Lin Nui. But really, when it comes to gifts, Yang Lin has a real headache at the moment. Simply because, surely, Nianji was also waiting for a gift. What are we going to tell Nianzi when we get out of here? That is, during the time that Yang Lin was entangled, the entire scroll space had entered the final countdown to detachment because of the full clearance. According to the intelligence feedback from the scroll space, everyone who passed this time had gotten 100% of the chances activated. As for exactly what benefits were gained, we'll find out once we leave the space and officially activate it. Chapter 148. They are really strong. To say the least, Yang Lin was not expecting that when he brought Su Meng and the Dragon Lady several people to teleport out from the scroll space. The scene actually managed to be enthusiastic to the point of volcanic eruption. I think his old face has always been quite thick, but at this moment, also absolutely cannot withstand the hot line of sight of so many people in the field. Seeing that Su Zhengdao was now pulling on his hand, Yang Lin was extremely curious. Uncle Su, I just cleared the special evolution copy with Meng Meng and the girls. How come everyone here is looking at us all like they want to eat us? Su Zhengdao's face was full of red light as he said, you're still saying that, but it's not because of what happened when you guys killed the final leader in 1 second. I'll go. So that's what this is about? To explain why he was able to kill the final leader in 1 second. It was, in fact, robbing Spectre's monster. It's not clear why Spectre was inside the special evolution copy, but let's just say that the timing was really good to reach the final leader's entrenchment at that time. No, not only did he rob the monster, but he even popped something good. But on this matter, the truth must not be told to the public, to prevent the exposure of the phantom light. At this moment, and then look at the eyes of the people have the intention of wanting to ask. Yang Lin simply raised his volume on purpose and said, Uncle Su, although this evolutionary copy has raised the difficulty, the 5 of us aren't bad. Besides, there's also Dragon Lady in the team. Everyone just cooperated with Dragon Lady to team up for just 1 hit, and as a result, the final leader was spiked. Hearing Yang Lin say this, the room was abuzz. Awesome, awesome. 5 people joining hands is actually strong to that extent. A normal team wouldn't even dare to think about it, not to mention doing it. Can't you see Yang Lin and Dragon Lady teaming up, and Su Meng, Wang Chan and Lin Nuan aren't bad either. With the 5 of them joining forces, it looks like, it's not that uncommon. Even if I say that, it's still a bit shocking. That's an abyssal level difficulty that's been raised 6 or 7 times. The crowd praised Yang Lin's 5 people, and during that time, there were all kinds of hush-hush greetings. But at this moment, Yang Lin, he was more interested in clearing his mind and confirming what benefits he had actually gained. Soon, after finding Su Nianji who welcomed him in the crowd, utilizing this opportunity, he hurriedly took Su Meng, Dragon Lady and several others to return first to the temporary residence where Su Nianji lived. On the dragon sect side, Gu Feihong and the others actually wanted to properly inquire about the situation within the Dragon Lady and Lin Nuan special evolutionary copies, but I heard the Dragon Lady say, Uncle Gu, my husband is calling me. It's almost time to part ways and I want to spend some more time with my husband. I'll tell you what happened within the copy afterward. Gu Feihong can't help it. Knowing that the Dragon Lady was now in a hot relationship with a man and a woman, he couldn't stop it, so he could only temporarily let the Dragon Lady leave with Lin Nuan following Yang Lin. When the group arrived at Su Nianji's temporary residence, the first thing he did was to ask Su Nianji to close the door and blockade the surroundings of the residence. Yang Lin, do you look so guarded and mysterious? It's necessary, because there's a big secret I'm not going to keep from you. Really? I'll have to see what the big secret is then. Afterwards, he signaled Su Nianji to look forward to it first. After all, at this time, the 5 of them would definitely want to check their own profession panels to see exactly what benefits each of them had gotten. Immediately, the entire residence was abuzz with activity. Su Meng, she had now obtained her 3rd magic puppet, the flame magic puppet. Even though she had only gained 1 more flame demon puppet, her combined combat power was definitely not as simple as just 1 more flame demon puppet, because according to the characteristics of her profession, it can gain the magic puppet trait itself. So when she herself is launching herself at the enemy, ice and fire, not only can she strike a melting reaction, but even create an easy folding effect that ignores defense on a physical level. The current Su Meng, needless to say, was a fierce batch. Wang Chanshan's words, she likewise awakened her 3rd living soul, Thorny Vines. As a result, her combat prowess likewise climbed to new heights. It's important to mention that this thorny vine of hers is not what one would expect from a vine, because thorn vines are not part of animal life. Her thorn vines are allowed to appear with animal life. In other words, in combat, Wang Chanshan enters first with thorn vines when launching an attack. Once this thing is added to the body, not to mention strengthening its own defense, it also comes with an anti-damage and anti-armor effect. Rather than gaining a living soul, she had gained a special piece of armor. What was even more exaggerated was that the thorn vines had an upper limit on their ability to withstand, and once the thorn vines ruptured, they would all be transformed into a poisonous mist that would infest the attacker in reverse. And in the meantime, as usual, she could pale bear or griffin beings to add to her body without clashing with the thorny vines. I have to say, my own Chanshan, she's a bit bossy and fierce right now. The whole thing, it's a prickly and poisonous beauty. Dragon Lady's words, she gained new abilities, specifically, a new move. As mentioned earlier, her jingoism could sweep across the battlefield and was a ghostly presence in its own right. And she had, now, gained another great trick that was no less than a jingoistic one. The martial spirit descends, using his own blood chi to cause the ancient martial soul to resonate, after which he enters a state of super explosion. one man becomes an army and sweeps away invincible. The crowd was seeing the path that the dragon lady would take in the future. I'm going to do it in spite of the millions of people. Gods blocked to kill gods, devils blocked to destroy devils. As for the little lowly Lin Nui, she gains the passive skill of self-aim modification for long-range fire status. Previously, when her fire coverage had shifted to a focused attack, she might have had to take a good aim at the demon's body parts. But now, no need. By aiming pretty much anywhere, the profession itself will automatically correct itself. And isn't that, in disguise, a stronger boost? And she's also been given a corresponding exclusive phrase. When converting the second form of the fire strike profession, the farther you are from the enemy, the more damage you do within a certain range. The closer you are to the enemy, the tougher your own defense becomes. With this phrase, Yang Lin no longer had to worry that this little lowly mascot of his family would be bullied by the enemy up close in its second form. And wait until the four sisters have shown the opportunities they have been given. They must have subconsciously looked at Yang Lin, thinking that their main backbone was Yang Lin. Then to what extent Yang Lin had become stronger. They were definitely more eager than anyone else. Only, looking at Yang Lin's appearance at this moment, this Yang Lin, brother Yang, husband and brother Tian Ba, he was actually in a state of daze. Among them, Wang Chan tried to shout at Yang Lin twice and saw that Yang Lin still didn't react. She, Su Ninji, the dragon lady, and the others thought that Yang Lin was now entering a state of some kind, because they were afraid of disturbing Yang Lin. So now, they were on the verge of not even daring to utter a single breath. What's wrong with Yang? I don't know. Wait a minute. A few of the girls in the room stayed quiet while time, and 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes slowly passed. It wasn't until 15 minutes had passed that Yang Lin exhaled deeply. At that moment, the gazes of several sisters, swish swish swish, all focused on the past. Chapter 149, the most heaven-defying thing. Yang Lin, he was now very energized, but also because of the over-exuberance of the energization, his entire appearance appeared to be calm. He hadn't pulled the occupation panel since Awakening Occupation came out of the new hand copy. So before we say what he gained, rare as it is, let's do a little summary to show it off. In this way, he strengthens his own memory and the memory of all his family members. Throw in the stats of strength, constitution, spirit and agility of the profession itself. He currently has 5 pro skills: super heavy pressure, super paralysis, super weakness, super fear and super stun. There are 3 professional talents. Talent 1, inherent domain. Increase base sustains solid damage by 1 point per level. Talent 2, Shadow of Resistance. A passive active ability that allows access to Shadowwalker invulnerability. Talent 3, Chopping Crimson Blade. Hangs Crimson status for 5x damage. Tailblade does 12% of current damage, capped at 15%, and has one last status unlocked. At the same time, there are 3 other mythological phrases. First word, negative increase. For each negative status personally applied, the sustained solid damage multiplier is increased by 5x. Second word, field synchronization. All identified enemies within the field have their full attributes reduced by 25%, while the entrance decimates 25% of their current blood. Third word, immovable Pluto. Full burst automatically enters this state, forcing one-on-one suppression while flipping overall solid damage to 2x. Above, it made Yang Lin a man who was as striking and brilliant as the white moon at night. And now, how did he think that he had actually activated the 4th core talent? Yang first sold a secret. At this time, Yang Lin, who had awakened from the occupation panel, suddenly looked at Su Ninji. Su Ninji was stunned for a moment and asked, "What's wrong with you? What are you looking at me for all of a sudden?" "Nianji, earlier I promised you that I would give you a gift when I come out of space." Hearing this, Su Ninji's eyes lit up. She nodded with incomparable hope, wanting Yang Lin's gift written plainly and clearly on her face, and even couldn't wait. "It's like this. I did get props at the time, but for some reason, this gift, how about I give it to you next time?" When Su Ninji heard this, her original excitement instantly subsided like a tidal wave. As the daughter of the president of the Greedy Wolf Guild, what props and what gifts had she not seen before? Nowadays, when she said that she wanted a gift from her beloved, she really wanted a statement and affirmation from Yang Lin. Therefore, when she heard that the gift was suddenly gone, how could she say in her heart that she was not disappointed or upset? On the dragon lady's side, she was not expecting Yang Lin to suddenly bring up this matter, and she was startled. Seeing Su Ninji's lost look, she was embarrassed and said, "Hubby, did you originally promise Ninji's sister that you would give her a gift?" Saying that, she then turned to Su Ninji and said sincerely, "Sister Ninji, I didn't know that my husband promised to give you a gift. If I had known, I wouldn't have wanted that prop. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Su Ninji shook her head. "It's fine, since he gave it to you, it means that the props are very suitable for you. There's no need to apologize to me. Despite saying this, who among those present could not hear that Su Nianji's tone was somewhat sad? Seeing this, Yang Lin pulled Su Nianji's hand and said, Nianji, although I don't have any special props in my hand right now, but I didn't say that I wouldn't send you anything now. It's okay, don't care about me. And it's okay, look at you. The smell of vinegar is filling the whole hall. If I don't do something about it, you're going to be cursing me in your mind. What am I scolding you for? I'm just your instructor. What do we have to do with each other? You don't have to give me a gift, and I can't afford it. Yang Lin cried and laughed. Right. You're just my instructor. Then may I ask Grand Instructor Su, do you want this thing? What? See for yourself. At that moment, not only Su Nianji looked toward Yang Lin's hand, but next to her, Su Meng, Wang Chan, Dragon Lady and Lin Nuan looked over as well, only to see that in Yang Lin's hand, there was an additional 20 centimeters high, as soft and cuddly doll as a hand puppet. It's not clear what kind of material the doll is made of, but it looks quite smooth and cute, as if it seems to be crystal, and there's a luster flowing on it. What's this? Su Nianji had just taken her hand, when, at once, her delicate body trembled violently. The whole person barely got up from the couch. At this moment, Yang Lin asked with some flirtation, my Su Di instructor, are you satisfied now? I wonder if we are still related. You, why are you acting like this? Me and you. No, it's okay. Yang Lin's face became even more joyful. Since it's okay, why don't you give it back to me? Don't. How can you be like this? How can you take back what you gave away? Su Nianji used both hands to hold the hand puppet doll tightly. That food protection appearance. Let the presence of Su Meng and the girls looked dumbfounded. Yang Lin simply pulled her over with one hand and said, then who was the one who said just now that she couldn't afford to accept what I gave her? I don't know. Not me anyway. TSK. I didn't realize that my family Nianji's face has become thicker too. Asterisk you. You're the one with thick skin. As Su Nianji smiled happily, the warm atmosphere that had been erased because of the gift matter now came back all of a sudden. And just because to see Su Nianji like that gift like tight, Su Meng them a few girls. How can not be curious about this doll in the end is what? Sister Nianji, what exactly did Yang Lin give you? Can we see it? Aha! With a red face, Su Nianji carefully placed the doll into Su Meng's hands, and when Wang Chan, Dragon Lady and Lin Nuan came over to read it and got the intelligence information, they all looked greatly shocked and drew cold air. That looked like a crystal casting doll, and to my surprise, it was actually a soft image of Yang Lin. Simply that, though, was not enough to cause a few of the sisters in the room to marvel. What they rocked was the fact that it was the dolls that were super counterintuitive. No way. There's actually such a thing? If outsiders found out about this, professionals all over the world would go crazy. It's completely unimaginable. Once this doll is leaked out, what massive shocks are going to be set off up and down the entire alliance? This is simply more exaggerated than even the SSS ranked files that the alliance sealed off. Gulp. Su Meng, Wang Chan, Dragon Lady, and Lin Nui, each of them now had their eyes dead set on the soft and cute dolls, enviously unable to stop gulping. Seeing this, Yang Lin said in response, this thing is indeed special, and I know you all want it, so you guys get it. The reason I said I wasn't giving it as a gift to Nianji was because a few of you, and subsequently I was giving it to all of you. As for Nianji's and Nui's gifts, of course I will make them up afterwards. Su Meng was overjoyed. Yang Lin, can several of us get one? Well, after all, you guys are important to me, as in wings and treasures. One for each of you. That's a must. But you also have to realize how outrageous this stuff is and what it means when it really gets out. Hearing Yang Lin say this, the few girls present swore to promise that they would never reveal the matter of the doll hand puppet. But a few of the girls were getting curious at the moment. Where on earth did Yang Lin get this anticlimactic doll hand puppet?